Chapter 1, Awakening Past Life Wisdom. The Pampered Wife Return System has arrived. Xianling Continent, Eastern Wilderness, Great Thousand Domain. Inside a cave 30 miles outside Tianhai town. Chen Yuan groggily opened his eyes and saw a white-haired girl. Where am I? Wasn't I dead? My head hurts a little. At this moment, Chen Yuan looked up and saw a petite girl with delicate features and fair skin, a typical lowly Yi Baishi. But where is this little girl's hand going? Am I hallucinating? Hey, don't take my pants off. Chen Yuan was shocked. 1 hour later. The girl lay in Chen Yuan's arms, drenched in sweat, a pool of blood particularly glaring. During the battle just now, an electronic voice suddenly appeared in Chen Yuan's mind. It's his system, called the Spoiling Wife Return System. System, quickly give me the memories of my predecessor, Chen Yuan urged. Seeing that the little girl was about to fight him again, Chen Yuan felt both ashamed and angry. No one has ever dared to humiliate themselves like this. Indeed, Chen Yuan believed that not being on top was an insult to him. Because he had no memories of his past life, Chen Yuan could only stare at her helplessly, afraid to speak for fear of being exposed. Seeing this, the little girl thought Chen Yuan was not convinced, and so the two started fighting again. At the same time, the system also transmitted the memories of the previous life to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan suddenly realized that he hadn't transmigrated through soul or body, but through birth. I was just so frightened that I lost my memory. He was the young master of the Chen family in Tianhai town, and the girl in front of him was named Yi Baishi, the legitimate daughter of the Yi family in Tianhai town, and also her childhood sweetheart. Both the Chen and Yi families are top-tier families in Tianhai town, and the two of them are also engaged. However, just 10 days ago, during the talent test, Yi Baishi was found to have a heavenly grade talent, while Chen Yuan was only found to have a mortal grade talent. Talent: common, low grade, mid grade, high grade, supreme, heavenly, saintly, emperor grade. The extraordinary phenomenon of the heavenly Tao attracted a senior disciple from the Xian Tian sect, a first-class sect in the Great Thousand Domains, to come and accept him as a disciple. At the same time, the novel's most classic scene, the annulment of the engagement, appears. The Yi family believed that Chen Yuan was no longer a good match for their eldest daughter, so they sent someone to annul the engagement 2 days ago. Chen Yuan was also self-aware and did not force the issue. Actually, he was happy to see it this way, since he didn't like Yi Baishi anyway. However, Yi Baishi didn't think that way. She would rather not join the Xiantian sect and stay with Chen Yuan. 2 nights ago, Yi Baishi secretly slipped out of the family compound and arranged to meet Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan thought Yi Baishi had come to say goodbye, so he decided to see her and maybe tease her a bit more. As a result, Yi Baishi knocked him unconscious and then took him out of the city overnight. The next day, upon learning of this, both the Chen and Yi families were in an uproar. Fearing the wrath of the Xian Tian sect elders, they mobilized the entire family's resources, determined to capture Yi Baishi and Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan didn't want to live a life of hiding and running away from home, so he decided to go back alone to apologize. Yi Baishi absolutely refused and secretly wiped away her tears, crying for a long time. Chen Yuan's aptitude was very poor. After 18 years of cultivation, he had not even reached the qi refining realm. Naturally, he could not defeat Yi Baishi. Helpless, he could only secretly leave a mark to contact the elders of the Yi family. After being found by the elders of the Yi family, Chen Yuan thought he could return to his old life. Who would have thought that the Yi family elders wanted to kill him and pinned all the blame on him? They said he kidnapped their eldest daughter, Yi. He has no cultivation level, how could he be a match for the foundation establishment elder of the Yi family? He was almost killed by a single palm strike, but at this critical moment, Yi Baishi stood in front of him and saved him. Seeing the elder of the Yi family strike again, Chen Yuan was so frightened that he fainted, developed amnesia, and suffered from a kind of mental disorder. In order to help him escape, Yi Baishi did not hesitate to use the only third-tier teleportation talisman she had. He was completely stunned, but thankfully the system arrived, not only restoring his original memories but also awakening his past life memories. At this moment, what is happening before our eyes is exactly as described at the beginning. He was forcibly pushed by his childhood sweetheart. Chen Yuan inwardly cursed himself, thinking how ungrateful he had been. People have all fled their families and given up their immortal paths for you, wanting to live a mortal life with you and grow old together. You, on the contrary, coveted your former wealth and status and actually betrayed the little girl. You are utterly despicable. Before his memories were awakened, Chen Yuan was indeed a bad person and often manipulated his childhood sweetheart, Yi Baishi. Although Yi Baishi is the legitimate daughter, she is not favored at all in the family because the head of the Yi family favors his concubines over his wife, and even the servants dare to give her attitude. Even though Yi Baishi herself was not doing well, she would often give him her spirit stones so that he could live a carefree life. Chen Yuan readily accepted, and even uttered the fairy-like words, "You gave it to me voluntarily, I didn't force you." He made Yi Baishi cry many times. This also made Chen Yuan the target of ridicule from many other young men in Qinghai town. But he would take his anger out on Yi Baishi. He liked tall, mature women, so naturally he didn't like Yi Baishi and never touched her because he thought she was short. They often make a fuss about her white hair, calling her a fairy or an ugly monster. This also caused Yi Baishi to often live with feelings of inferiority. What's wrong with Lolis? My taste in this life is quite unique. I like both mature women and Lolis. Chen Yuan, regaining his senses, immediately realized something was wrong. Didn't the system say there was danger? System, what kind of danger is it? Chen Yuan asked the system in his mind. Host, the elders of the Yi family have already come looking for you. If they find out about your relationship with Yi Baishi, your life will probably be in danger, the system replied. System, why didn't you say so earlier? This is a matter of life and death. Even though Chen Yuan was usually very composed, he couldn't help but swear. Yes, system, what functions do you have? Are there any newbie gift packs? Chen Yuan's tone was somewhat urgent. Ding. This system is called the Pampered Wife Return System. When the host gives the bound person a cultivation technique or pill, it can trigger a critical return. Furthermore, when pampering his wife, the female protagonist's emotions fluctuate, generating emotion points, which can be used to purchase items in the system shop. Binding conditions: the woman's appearance score must be above 90 and her favorability towards the host must be 60 for binding to be triggered. Each time a woman is bound to a user, a system reward can be triggered. When your affinity with the female character reaches 90, you can trigger a system reward. Note, system reward items and bonus items cannot trigger a refund. 0. Hatred. 0:30, unfamiliar. 30:59, good friends. 60:70, have a good impression. 70:79, I like it. 80s-90s, deep love. 90-100, unwavering until death. Ding, a female character that can be bound has been detected. Name, Yi Baishi. Gender, female. Appearance rating, 94. Favorability, 80. Cultivation level, Qi refining stage 7. System, bind to Yi Baishi, Chen Yuan commanded the system. Ding, binding successful, triggering the newbie mechanism. The first woman the host binds to can perfectly inherit the cultivation level of someone one level higher than her. The system can empower the host at any time. Ding, the newbie gift pack has been automatically activated for the host. Imperial Grade Aptitude 1. Incredible Comprehension 1. Tier 2 Life-Saving Talisman 1 can withstand a full-force attack from a Foundation Establishment 9th level cultivator. Immortal Level Cultivation Technique Primordial Immortal Scripture 1. Chapter 2 8th Level of Foundation Building. System, your conditions are a bit too harsh. You need to bind the account to trigger the return, and you need to have a goodwill rating of 60 to bind it. Wouldn't that mean I'd need to spend a lot of effort to increase my favorability rating? Ding, the system forgot to mention, there is a strategy guide for accumulating funds here, which includes spirit stones, pills, cultivation techniques, etc. It can only be used on women who meet the appearance requirements and are not currently linked to a partner. Of course, the host cannot use it or trigger a refund. It's mainly for the protagonist to quickly win over the female lead. System, if I don't ask you, are you not going to tell me? System, Dojimoji. Chen Yuan. At this moment, Chen Yuan gently nudged Yi Baishi, who was lying on top of him, and called out, "Bai Baishi." Yi Baishi was taken aback, then raised her head and looked at him with her big, watery eyes. Then, she used her two slender white hands to support Chen Yuan's body and sit up straight. Chen Yuan originally intended to do sit-ups, but his lower back was a little sore, so he could only support himself on the ground and sit up straight. The two of them just stared at each other. Chen Yuan was anxious. He needed to receive the system's empowerment as soon as possible, otherwise it would be too late once the Yi family elders caught up with him. Baishi, would you like to come down first? Chen Yuan said softly. Yi Baishi ignored Chen Yuan and instead drew a sharp dagger. Baishi, what do you want to do? Chen Yuan feigned composure, but his nervous words betrayed him. What he did before was enough for Yi Baishi to tear him to pieces tens of thousands of times. No, the system said the crisis is outside, not inside, so Yi Baishi definitely doesn't want to kill me. Sure enough, as Chen Yuan's idea came to fruition, a tear slid down Yi Baishi's cheek, her voice choked with emotion. Brother Chen Yuan, I have given you my most precious thing. Please don't leave me, okay? Seeing this, Chen Yuan was stunned for a moment. He felt that the little girl in front of him was extremely pitiful, like an injured little kitten. Seeing that Chen Yuan remained unmoved, the young girl's face revealed a resolute expression. If you insist on leaving, what's the point of my life? At the same moment, Yi Baishi was holding a knife and stabbing it into her own throat. Mood value plus 333. Chen Yuan's expression changed, and he couldn't care less about anything else. He immediately took out the life-saving talisman given to him by the system and slapped it on Yi Baishi's chest. The life-saving talisman burned from her chest, and a golden light instantly enveloped Yi Baishi's entire body. Clang! Yi Baishi's dagger struck the golden barrier, making a crisp sound. Yi Baishi was stunned. Looking down, she saw that the talisman protecting her chest had turned to ashes. Mood score plus 500. Chen Yuan tried to snatch the dagger from the little girl's hand, but she held on tightly. Do you know what you're doing? Yi Baishi's eyes welled up with tears again after being scolded. Chen Yuan sighed. He seemed to have lost control and had snapped at her just now. Mood value plus 1314. I have no home anymore, and even you don't want me anymore. Wah-ah. At this moment, Yi Baishi's tears fell down in a steady stream, and the dagger in her hand slipped to the ground. Seeing this, Chen Yuan felt a pang of sadness. What a wonderful girl! He had ruined her like this. Chen Yuan held her in his arms and could clearly feel her delicate body tremble slightly. Mood value plus 555. Chen Yuan immediately disabled the system's emotion value notifications, they were too noisy. After a while, Chen Yuan got up and put her down from his arms. He then walked to the scattered clothes, put on his own clothes, and then picked up her dress and draped it over her shoulders. This sudden act of concern stirred Yi Baishi's heart. Previously, Chen Yuan would yell at Yi Baishi at the drop of a hat. But I'll occasionally try to coax her a little. He would just say a few words of concern, and even though he didn't take any action, Yi Baishi would process it on his own, and his mood would immediately improve. He would even give him all of his spirit stones. That's right, all this concern was just a trick he used to swindle spirit stones, and it always worked. You promised me before that you would listen to me in everything from now on. Now I command you, you are not allowed to die, understand? Chen Yuan's tone was unquestionable. After being scolded by Chen Yuan again, Yi Baishi felt a lump in her throat, her white hair falling loosely over her forehead. She wanted to cry out loud, but when she remembered that Chen Yuan didn't like her crying, she forced herself to hold it back. If you die, I will be sad, Chen Yuan said softly, his voice gentle. These words, when they reached Yi Baishi's ears, were like a withered willow tree rekindling its hope for life. If I die, will brother Chen Yuan really be sad? She wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. She couldn't die, she couldn't let her brother Chen Yuan be sad. Seeing that Yi Baishi's emotions had gradually stabilized, Chen Yuan walked to the side and sat down cross-legged. Yi Baishi, dressed neatly, revealed a hint of curiosity. Is brother Chen Yuan going to cultivate? System, first raise my aptitude to emperor rank, then use my heaven-defying comprehension, then help me cultivate the primordial immortal scripture, and finally give me the empowerment. Chen Yuan instructed the system in his mind. Received. The system has automatically blocked the awakening anomaly for the host. As the system's voice fell, a strange energy swept over Chen Yuan's entire body, continuously transforming his meridians and internal organs. 15 minutes later. The situation of expelling waste all over Chen Yuan's body did not occur on Chen Yuan's body surface. Chen Yuan felt as if he had been reborn, with his physique, senses, and mental strength all evolving. He had mastered all the martial arts techniques and secret manuals that he couldn't learn before, after just one mental review. Ding! Your Emperor Great Aptitude and Comprehension have been fully upgraded. The system will now begin cultivating the primordial immortal scripture for you. At this moment, spiritual energy within a 10-mile radius swirled around Chen Yuan and began to converge into his dantian. Ding! Initiation begins. A surge of pure spiritual energy exploded within his dantian. Boom boom boom. Qi refining level 1. Second level of Qi refining. It only stopped when Chen Yuan's cultivation level reached the 8th level of foundation establishment. Originally, the first level empowerment could only raise Chen Yuan to the 7th level of foundation establishment. However, Chen Yuan also cultivated the primordial immortal scripture, so his cultivation level was naturally not limited to this. Yi Baishi, who was standing to the side, was stunned when she saw Chen Yuan's change. Is brother Chen Yuan cultivating? How is that possible? Why is it that brother Chen Yuan's aura is stronger than that of her own clan elders, and almost comparable to that of her father? Chen Yuan looked inward at himself and his eyes widened instantly. At this moment, his dantian was like a vast ocean, several times larger than that of a normal foundation establishment cultivator. Although he requires several times more resources and is dozens of times slower than others, his unparalleled talent allows Chen Yuan to cultivate hundreds of times faster, which can completely make up for the slow cultivation speed. Yi Baishi, standing to the side, pursed her lips, finally mustered her courage, and whispered, "Brother Chen Yuan, you can't go back. They want to kill you." Chen Yuan was taken aback at first, then revealed a gentle smile. He stood up, walked to the little girl, and took her hand. Yi Baishi's small hand recoiled as if she had been electrocuted, but she couldn't break free from Chen Yuan's large hand. At this moment, Chen Yuan took out a jade bracelet of emerald green from his pocket and put it on the little girl's wrist. "This was given to me by my mother before she passed away, and she asked me to personally place it in her daughter-in-law's hands." Chen Yuan revealed a gentle smile. At this moment, Yi Baishi's face was already red to the roots of her ears, and the word daughter-in-law kept echoing in her mind. "Is it pretty?" Chen Yuan raised her right hand and showed it to her. "So beautiful." Yi Baishi's face was flushed, and steam was rising from her head. She looked extremely cute. "You're still the same as when you were a child, blushing at the slightest teasing. Why didn't you blush when we did it just now?" Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow, teasing the little girl. "Ah." Yi Baishi covered her face, not daring to look at Chen Yuan. When she pushed Chen Yuan just now, she felt a surge of excitement, and all her shyness vanished. Why has brother Chen Yuan suddenly become so gentle? Ding, a host has sent out an ordinary jade bracelet, triggering a 100,000-fold critical hit return. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 4th-tier spirit protecting jade bracelet. Effect: it can withstand a full force attack from a nascent soul cultivator at the Great Perfection stage, and can also protect the soul. Chapter 3, The Yi family arrives, Lang Yumeng. Yi Baishi lowered her head shyly, not daring to look at Chen Yuan again. Is brother Chen Yuan running a fever? I've never seen him look at me so gently before. Forget about holding my hand, I rarely get a good look from him even a few days a month. At this moment, Yi Baishi quickly reached into the pocket inside her dress and took out a storage ring. This storage ring was given to her by that elder of the Tianxian sect. She held the ring in both hands and presented it to Chen Yuan, gazing at him expectantly, her voice soft and sweet. "Brother, here are 10 mid-grade spirit stones. They're all for you." She looked just like a well-behaved child who had learned to eat by herself and wanted to receive praise from her mother. The anticipation in his eyes was almost overflowing. Yi Baishi's happiest day of the month is the day she receives her monthly salary, so she can give spirit stones to brother Chen Yuan and receive a few words of praise from him. In the past, we only received 10 low-grade spirit stones per month, but this time we have a full 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Brother Chen Yuan will definitely be happy. 1 high-grade spirit stone equals 100 mid-grade spirit stones equals 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Chen Yuan took the ring and then patted Yi Baishi's cute little head. Brother Chen Yuan's hands are so warm. Is this what it feels like to be patted on the head? It feels so good. Yi Baishi said with a look of enjoyment. At this moment, Chen Yuan stopped what he was doing and handed the ring back to her, saying with a smile, "Baishi, you can keep this ring." Ah! Yi Baishi was taken aback, thinking that Chen Yuan thought there were too few spirit stones. Her small hands were at a loss, clutching the hem of her clothes, bracing herself for Chen Yuan's wrath. However, instead of Chen Yuan's roar, a gentle voice rang in her ears. "Baishi, this ring was originally given to you by an elder of the Tianxian sect. I cannot accept it." Yi Baishi shook her head and said, "It's all right. Brother Chen Yuan, I gave this to you willingly." Chen Yuan's face hardened, and he forcefully shoved the bag into Yi Baishi's hand, saying, "Take it, or I'll be unhappy." Upon hearing Chen Yuan say he would be unhappy, Yi Baishi quickly took the ring, not wanting her brother Chen Yuan to be unhappy because of her. This little girl is such a sweet and innocent girl. Chen Yuan looked at the adorable white-haired little girl Yi Baishi and suddenly felt an urge to bully her until she cried. Chen Yuan couldn't help but pinch her face, which was full of collagen. So smooth. Yi Baishi lowered her head shyly. Brother Chen Yuan actually pinched her cheek. How exciting! At this moment, Chen Yuan suddenly remembered the system and hurriedly asked, "System, what about the refund?" Ding, the system has prohibited this reward farming behavior. The system's emotionless female electronic voice rang in his mind. Damn system, you never said this was forbidden. Besides, what makes you think this is reward fraud? Ding. This is a one-time exception. The system detected that the host sent out a storage ring and 10 mid-grade spirit stones, triggering a 100x return. Congratulations, host, you have obtained storage ring 1000 cubic meters. 1000 medium-grade spirit stones. The spirit stones and storage ring have been stored in the system space, and the host can retrieve them at any time. Chen Yuan nodded in satisfaction and said to the system, "That's right, this is the kind of good system we people need." He also figured out the system's pattern: spirit stones returned in quantity, while magic treasures returned in quality. Brother Chen Yuan, let's leave here quickly. I'm afraid the elders will come looking for us, Yi Baishi whispered. Okay. Chen Yuan took Yi Baishi's small hand and led her out of the cave. Yi Baishi lowered her head shyly and followed Chen Yuan timidly. As soon as they stepped out of the cave, they bumped into an elder of the Yi family. Ah! Yi Baishi exclaimed, grabbed Chen Yuan's arm, and pulled him towards the woods on the right. Where do you think you're going? The cold voice of the third elder of the Yi family came from the left. The pressure of the 7th level foundation establishment stage cultivator pressed down on Chen Yuan and his companion. Yi Baishi's calves stiffened as a terrifying pressure swept over her entire body. Yi Baishi was anxious and wanted to move her feet, but her legs felt like they were made of lead and she couldn't move an inch. She was almost in tears, hating herself for being so weak and unable to protect her brother Chen Yuan. At that moment, a warm, large hand landed on her shoulder, instantly dispelling the oppressive aura emanating from her. Don't worry, Baishi. You used to protect me, now it's my turn to protect you. Chen Yuan chuckled and then turned around. The aura of the 8th level of foundation establishment was released, crushing towards the third elder of the Yi family. What? How is this possible? The third elder of the Yi family's voice trembled. 8th level of foundation establishment? How could you possibly be at the 8th level of foundation establishment? Chen Yuan used the Chen family's movement technique, the flowing light step, to flash in front of the Yi family's third elder and threw a punch. Azure Flame Fist. A flame surged from Chen Yuan's fist. Before the third elder of the Yi family could react, Chen Yuan punched him in the chest. Bang! The third elder of the Yi family was sent flying backward, his chest caved in, and he only stopped after crashing into a large tree behind him. The third elder of the Yi family lay on the ground, spitting out blood, his breath weak, looking as if he was about to breathe his last. Brother Chen Yuan is so strong. Yi Baishi's beautiful eyes widened. She was certain that when she forcefully pushed Chen Yuan, he was still immortal. How come Brother Chen Yuan has become so powerful in just a few hours? At this moment, Xiao Baishi's brain was a little overwhelmed. The movement techniques and fist techniques that Chen Yuan just displayed were all core yellow rank mid-grade techniques of the Chen family. Cultivation technique ranks: human rank, yellow rank, profound rank, spirit rank, earth rank, heaven rank. Chen Yuan withdrew his aura, walked to the body of the third elder of the Yi family, and began to search his body. Finally, I found a small storage ring on my waist. However, there were only a few dozen low-grade spirit stones scattered inside. He frowned. This was supposed to be an elder? He was even poorer than him. Suddenly, an extremely domineering pressure enveloped his entire body. Chen Yuan felt as if his bones were about to fall apart, but he still gritted his teeth and persevered, refusing to kneel down. In mid-air, Lang Yoming's beautiful eyes, like autumn water, swept over Chen Yuan and the other person below. She is a direct descendant elder of the Xiantian sect. She withdrew her oppressive aura, landed in front of Chen Yuan, and carefully examined him. At this moment, Yuan, the head of the Yi family, and Chen Tianlong, the head of the Chen family, arrived in haste with several elders. Seeing that Lang Yumeng was also there, they quickly bowed respectfully. Chen Yuan was also sizing up the Xiantian sect's personal disciple elder in front of him. His first impression was that he was cold. The system gave him a score of 97. He wore a long black robe, with narrow and deep eyes, skin as smooth as jade, a high nose bridge, and thin lips slightly pursed, exuding an innate nobility and aloofness. His whole being was like ice that had never melted for 1,000 years. "You beast, kneel down now." A furious shout rang in Chen Yuan's ears. The speaker was Chen Yuan's father, Chen Tianlong. In his memory, Chen Tianlong and Yi Baishi's father, Yuan, were like brothers who grew up wearing the same pair of pants. They all share a common hobby, favoring concubines over wives. Chen Yuan also hated his father. He had witnessed his father kill his mother and beat her to death, all to elevate the status of his concubine. Chen Yuan clenched his fists, his eyes were terrifyingly cold, and he wished he could smash his father's head with a single punch. Chapter 4, Emperor Rank Talent, Annihilation. Long Yumeng keenly sensed the killing intent emanating from Chen Yuan. At this moment, Yuan looked at Chen Yuan, then glanced at the corpse at his feet. Third brother. Yuan's expression changed drastically. Who killed his third brother? Chen Yuan? Impossible. Chen Yuan is a good-for-nothing, how could it be him? Who could it be? Could it be an elder of the Xintian sect? Across from him, Chen Yuan suppressed his hatred and asked in a low voice, "Why should I kneel?" Seeing that this rebellious son dared to question him, Chen Tianlong felt a surge of nameless rage and shouted angrily. "Miss Yi is Elder Lang's personally chosen disciple, and what is your status? You're nothing but a piece of trash, yet you dare to covet Miss Yi and kidnap her?" After reprimanding her, Chen Tianlong secretly glanced at Long Yumeng. Seeing that she had no expression, he steeled himself and coldly announced, "I hereby declare that we are severing our father-son relationship and that, from this moment forward, you are expelled from the Chen family." Chen Tianlong disliked Chen Yuan to begin with, and now that Chen Yuan had caused such a huge disaster, it was a perfect opportunity to expel him from the family. Upon hearing this, Long Yumeng frowned. This Chen Tianlong was truly ruthless. Abandoning one's own son so easily even a tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs. What's the difference between this and an animal? Chen Yuan took a deep breath. Cutting ties was good. This was exactly what he wanted. At this moment, Yuan quickly put on a fatherly smile. "Baishi, come here quickly, don't stand with that good-for-nothing." However, Yi Baishi remained unmoved and mustered her courage to retort, "You are not allowed to talk about brother Chen Yuan. Besides, it was I who kidnapped brother Chen Yuan, not brother Chen Yuan who kidnapped me." Yi Wen's face stiffened. He hadn't expected that his eldest daughter, who was usually so meek and obedient, would dare to contradict him for the sake of a good-for-nothing. He instinctively wanted to curse aloud, but when he remembered that Elder Lang was still there, he immediately suppressed his anger. Caught in the middle, Long Yumeng had long noticed the subtle relationship between the two and her father. "It seems that the information we investigated is true," Long Yumeng thought to herself. 2 days ago, Long Yumeng investigated the Yi and Chen families in Qinghai town. Many secrets were also uncovered, including the fact that Chen Yuan's biological mother was beaten to death by his father. Yi Wen's wife was tortured to death by Yi Wen. They had been beating and scolding Yi Baishi since childhood. Calling them both scum wouldn't be an exaggeration. Long Yumeng glanced at Yi Wen indifferently. One glance was enough to plunge Yi Wen into an icy abyss. His legs went weak, and he immediately collapsed to his knees with a thud. Immediately afterward, Long Yumeng's icy words reached Yi Wen's ears, "You don't need to put on a show of kinship in front of me. I know what kind of person you are better than you do." Upon hearing this, Yi Wen broke out in a cold sweat, prostrate on the ground, trembling, and dared not raise his head. Seeing Yi Wen in such a disheveled state, Yi Baishi felt a surge of relief, and her favorability towards Long Yumeng skyrocketed. At this moment, Long Yumeng turned her gaze to Yi Baishi and said gently, "Baishi, I don't blame you for running away. Now I'll give you another chance. Are you willing to become my disciple?" Yi Baishi lowered her head, moved closer to Chen Yuan's back, and said timidly, "I don't want to leave brother Chen Yuan." Upon hearing this, Yi Wen, who was prostrate on the ground, sneered inwardly, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. "Ah, good thing you didn't become an apprentice. Just wait until Elder Lang leaves, then you'll see how I deal with you." At this moment, Chen Yuan spoke up, his words shockingly bold, "Senior, it's possible for Baishi to become your disciple, but on the condition that you also accept me as your apprentice. Otherwise, I would rather die than let you take Baishi away." After saying that, Chen Yuan released his foundation establishment stage 8 aura, protecting Yi Baishi tightly. Chen Yuan dared to say that because of his top-notch talent. Sensing Chen Yuan's aura of cultivation, Long Yumeng was startled. She, a dignified cultivator at the integration stage, couldn't see through Chen Yuan's cultivation level at first. Could it be that Chen Yuan possessed some kind of magical artifact that concealed his aura? Chen Tianlong originally wanted to stand up and reprimand his unfilial son. As a result, he sensed the Foundation establishment pressure emanating from his rebellious son and was immediately shocked speechless. How is this possible? Chen Tianlong's voice became sharp with surprise. You unfilial son, how could you possibly be at the 8th level of Foundation establishment? How could that be? Have you ever asked me anything before? Chen Yuan scoffed. Chen Tianlong choked. He disliked Chen Yuan's mother, and by extension, he disliked Chen Yuan as well. Furthermore, Chen Yuan's reputation as a good-for-nothing was well known throughout the city, which made him dislike the child even more. He never paid attention to him and let him fend for himself. As if realizing something, Chen Tianlong quickly said, No, aren't you supposed to have ordinary aptitude? How could you possibly have cultivated to the Foundation establishment stage? It's fake, it must be fake. You're not my son, you must have been possessed by someone. Hearing this, Chen Yuan laughed loudly. You didn't even know that your talent testing stone had been tampered with? It seems you've been the head of the family for nothing all these years. These words were naturally fabricated by Chen Yuan, with the obvious purpose of implying that he was not an ordinary talent and needed to be tested again. At this moment, Long Yumeng released her divine sense and scanned Chen Yuan inside and out. After a moment, she slowly said, Chen Yuan has not been possessed. Chen Yuan was secretly pleased. Of course, he hadn't been possessed, because he was still himself. You said that someone tampered with your talent test. Is that true? Long Yumeng asked. Everything I said is true, Chen Yuan replied respectfully. Okay. Long Yumeng took out a dark green raw stone with complex runes engraved on it. This raw stone was used to test talent. Put your hand on it. Long Yumeng said calmly. Chen Yuan nodded, then strode forward and placed his hand on the talent testing stone. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, the talent testing stone showed no reaction. Seeing this, Chen Tianlong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, before he could catch his breath, dark clouds suddenly gathered above, and lightning flashed and crackled within them. A beam of golden light suddenly burst forth from the dark green ore, piercing straight into the sky. The immense energy caused Lang Yoming's hair to fly wildly and her robes to flutter loudly. Her gaze sharpened, and a look of horror appeared in her eyes. Golden light. This is an emperor-grade talent. This is actually the legendary emperor-grade aptitude. She quickly waved her hand to block the soaring golden light. This is not a place to linger. With these words, she flicked her right hand, and a flying sword appeared in front of her. Let's go! Lan Yumeng waved her embroidered robe, and spiritual power enveloped Chen Yuan and Yi Baishi as they landed on the flying sword. She took a step forward and landed steadily on the flying sword. Then, the flying sword sped off towards the Xian Tian sect like a streak of light. Only Yuan, Chen Tianlong, and the others remained, stunned in place. Before they could even react, a talisman fell from the sky and landed in front of them. Immediately afterwards, with a loud boom, Chen Tianlong and the others were instantly blasted into a bloody mist by the talisman. Lun Yumeng chose to use talismans in order to avoid revealing her identity. Chapter 5, Joining the Heavenly Profound Sect. Not long after Lun Yumeng and the others left, several figures arrived, stepping through the air. The leader looked down and frowned. He was certain that the soaring golden light had definitely come from here. But now, there's nothing on the ground except for a huge, deep pit. He sighed and said, looks like we're a step too late. Eastern Wilderness State, Great Thousand Domain, Heavenly Profound Sect. Ziqing Peak. A woman is practicing swordplay outside the pavilion. The woman wore a light and flowing ancient-style dress in shades of purple and pink, as if the clouds at the horizon had been tailored into her garment, swaying gently in the breeze. Her face was delicate, and her eyes were bright and affectionate, like a deep, still pool, holding a myriad of emotions. This person is Qin Shohan, the senior disciple of Ziqing Peak. Qin Shohan. Standing to the side was a clever and mischievous young girl, who was none other than Shen Nianchu, the second senior sister of Ziqing Peak. Shen Nianchu. She has an oval face full of collagen, a petite figure, but with curves in all the right places. At this moment, she was following her senior sister's sword dance with great skill. Her forehead was covered in fine sweat, and her bangs clung tightly to her delicate face. Her pink dress was already soaked with sweat, she was slightly out of breath, and her chest was rising and falling. But she still gritted her teeth and persevered. Swish, swish, swish. As Shin Nianchu's sword fell, a gust of wind arose. A fierce wind raged, and the leaves on the surrounding trees rustled. Yay! I've finally grasped the essence of swordsmanship. Shin Nianchu shouted happily, excitedly throwing herself into Qin Shuhan's arms. Qin Shuhan patted her head and praised her generously. Nianchu was really great. He. It's all thanks to my senior sister's excellent teaching. Just then, a streak of light approached from afar and landed in front of the two women. It was Long Yumeng, Chen Yuan, and Yi Baishi. Upon seeing that the visitor was their master, the two women bowed and greeted him, saying, "Greetings, master." Long Yumeng raised her hand, no need for formalities. Upon hearing this, the two women stood up straight and then glanced at Chen Yuan and his companion out of the corner of their eyes. "Master, are these two your newly accepted junior brothers and sisters?" Shin Nianchu blinked her curious eyes and asked first. Lang Yumeng nodded, and then began to introduce Yi Baishi. "This is your junior sister, named Yi Baishi." "Greetings, senior sisters." Yi Baishi bowed and greeted the two senior sisters. "Hello, little Baishi." Shin Nianchu returned the greeting with a smile. Qin Shuhan nodded in a cool voice, "Hello." The two then turned their attention to Chen Yuan. But Long Yumeng didn't continue the introduction. Instead, she told the two of them, "You two should first help junior sister get familiar with the sect." After saying that, she grabbed Chen Yuan and flew towards the ancestral land of the Xiantian sect. Only 3 people remained, looking completely bewildered. Yi Baishi was shy, but she was worried about Chen Yuan. Finally mustering her courage, she asked her two senior sisters, "Where did brother Chen Yuan go?" Shin Nianchu, being a lively person, immediately took Yi Baishi's arm and comforted him. "Don't worry, Baishi, master should have something to say to him alone." Then, she changed the subject, her face full of gossip, and asked, "Who is that Chen Yuan to you? Is he your Taoist partner?" Qin Shuhan tapped Shin Nianchu's head. "Nianchu, first show your junior sister around the sect." Shin Nianchu rubbed her aching head and pouted, "Okay, senior sister." On the other side, Long Yumeng brought Chen Yuan to the ancestral land of the Xiantian sect. The ancestral land was dark and damp, and even a gust of cold wind could make one's hair stand on end. Long Yumeng threw Chen Yuan onto the open ground below. Chen Yuan looked up and saw a giant, bluish-green cauldron in the center of the open space. At that moment, Long Yumeng stepped forward and slammed her fist into the giant cauldron. The giant cauldron exploded like a great bell, its sound echoing long and deep within the ancestral land. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, chilling to the bone. Bang! Bang! In an instant, 2 ancient, dark coffins descended from the sky and appeared before the bronze cauldron. Chen Yuan was secretly alarmed as an immense pressure swept over him, like a giant hammer striking his knees, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably. Bang! Bang! The coffin door was kicked open, and 2 elderly men with white hair and beards slowly stepped out. Chen Yuan's breath hitched. The oppressive aura emanating from the 2 old men was even stronger than that from Long Yumeng. "Greetings, ancestor." Long Yumeng bowed to the 2 elders. One of the elders was the former sect leader, Lu Wuji, and the other was the supreme elder, Han Feiyu. Lu Wuji raised his hand, gesturing for Long Yumeng to stand up. Then, with a kind expression, he asked, "Xiaomeng, what brings you here?" Han Feiyu also wore a kind expression. "If it's nothing serious and you've disturbed our peaceful cultivation, I'll punish you." "Ha ha. Ancestor, I have discovered a disciple with the potential to become an emperor-level expert," Long Yumeng said respectfully. Han Feiyu stroked his beard. "Oh, so you've taken in a disciple with emperor-level aptitude." Suddenly, as if realizing something, his eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. "Ha? What? Imperial-grade aptitude?" Lu Wuji's breathing quickened. He shoved Han Feiyu away, his gaze burning as he stared at Long Yumeng and asked, "Xiaomeng, where is your emperor-grade aptitude? Where is it?" Long Yumeng pointed at Chen Yuan. "Ancestor, he's here." At this moment, Han Feiyu, who had been pushed aside by Lu Wuji from behind, slid in and knocked Lu Wuji to the ground. He stepped over Lu Wuji's body, walked to Chen Yuan's side, shook his hand, and said warmly, "Young friend, would you like to become my disciple?" Lu Wuji quickly got up, swept Han Feiyu to the ground with a leg sweep, then stepped forward, stepping on Han Feiyu's body, grasped Chen Yuan's hand, and revealed a kind expression. Young friend, Han Feiyu's mediocre skills are not worthy of teaching you. If you become my disciple, I will definitely impart all the knowledge I have acquired in my life. Upon seeing this, Chen Yuan's lips twitched violently. If Lang Yumeng hadn't addressed the two old men as ancestors, he would have thought they were some kind of stinking beggars. His clothes were tattered and unkempt, and he had a scruffy beard. Also, is the competition among powerful figures for disciples really this simple and straightforward? What about the authority of the strong? Lang Yumeng rubbed her forehead, feeling somewhat speechless. Ancestor, you don't need to argue anymore. Chen Yuan has already become my disciple. Lang Yumeng waved her hand. Then, with a confident smile, he said, I think with my talent, I'm more than capable of teaching him. Lu Wuji and Han Feiyu exchanged a glance. Lang Yumeng was someone they had personally nurtured, and her talent was at the same grade level. His comprehension was even more extraordinary. He broke through to the integration stage in just 1,000 years. He is considered the youngest nascent soul stage cultivator in the entire Great Thousand domain. If Lang Yumeng were to mentor Chen Yuan, the two of them would feel at ease. Old Lu, there is no need for us to argue anymore. I think we should let Xiaoming teach him. All right. Lu Wuji conceded, then raised his eyes and said irritably, You're here to ask for pills for your disciple, aren't you? Lang Yumeng didn't reply, but instead bowed and thanked him, saying, Thank you, Ancestor Lu. Then, she gave Chen Yuan a wink. Chen Yuan understood immediately they wanted him to get some powerful pills. He quickly bowed and thanked Master Lu, saying, Thank you very much, Master Lu. Lu Wuji's lips twitched. This was putting him on the hot seat. Hey old man Lu, why don't you hurry up and give those lousy pills to your disciple Xiaoming? Are you planning to take him to the grave with you? Chapter 6, Boundless Marrow Cleansing Pill, the Structure of the Xiantian Sect. Lu Wuji flipped his right hand, and a golden pill fell into his hand. 8th Tier Elixir, Boundless Marrow Cleansing Pill. Elixir Tiers, 1-9. This elixir was obtained by Lu Wuji during his exploration of the relics of an ancient powerful being. He obtained 3 in total. He gave the first one to his disciple, Song Yuanji, the current sect leader of the Xiantian sect. The second one was naturally given to Lang Yumeng. Now he only has this last one left. The appearance of the elixir instantly dispelled the surrounding deathly aura with an extremely rich medicinal fragrance. Chen Yuan only had to smell it once to feel his cultivation level loosen slightly. The weeds that had died in the corner have miraculously come back to life and are growing vigorously. This pill is an ancient body-tempering divine pill, the Boundless Marrow Cleansing Pill, the formula of which has long been lost. It has the effects of cleansing the meridians and veins, tempering the bone marrow, improving aptitude, and purifying impurities. Chen Yuan, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and take the pill, Lang Yumeng reminded him. Chen Yuan regained his senses, quickly took the pill, and then carefully put it into his storage ring. The reason he was stunned just now was that he was already planning in his mind to give it to Yi Baishi later. Thank you, Master. Chen Yuan bowed again in gratitude. Lu Wuji waved his hand, no need to thank me, thank your master instead. Chen Yuan turned around, cupped his hands in a gesture of respect to Lang Yumeng, and said, Thank you, Master. Lang Yumeng nodded, bid farewell to the two elders, and left the ancestral land with Chen Yuan. On the other side, Shen Nianchu pulled Yi Baishi aside and introduced her to the sect's situation. Our Xiantian sect has 5 peaks and 7 academies. The 5 peaks are the direct disciples, while the 7 courtyards are the inner disciples. The 5 peaks that have been personally taught are Tianqing Peak, Ziqing Peak, Zhuqing Peak, Yuanqing Peak, and Yanqing Peak. The 7 inner courtyards are Alchemy Pavilion, Weapon Refining Pavilion, One Yuan Courtyard, Frost Valley, Gale Hall, Mysterious Ice Pavilion, and Spirit Herb Garden. Our master is the Peak Master of Purple Green Peak. Yi Baishi nodded, seemingly understanding but not quite. Including you and Chen Yuan, there are 5 of us from Ziqing Peak. Hearing this, Yi Baishi couldn't help but look puzzled. She tilted her head and asked curiously, Senior sister, why are there so few people on our Purple Green Peak? I'm not sure either. Shen Nianchu pondered for a moment, then laughed, maybe our master is more selective about who he accepts as a disciple based on looks. Yi Baishi rolled her eyes dramatically. Senior sister, you're so funny. At this moment, Shen Nianchu leaned closer to Yi Baishi and sniffed. Phew. Baishi, you smell so good. Chen Yuan is so lucky. Upon hearing this, Yi Baishi's face instantly turned bright red. Senior sister, what are you saying? He, little Baishi, why does your face turn red so easily? Shin Nianchu chuckled twice, leaned closer to her face, and stared at her intently. Yi Baishi lowered her head, almost burying it in her chest. At this moment, the communication token on Shin Nianchu's waist rang, and a voice transmission entered her mind. After receiving the telepathic message, Shin Nianchu looked disappointed inside. Upon hearing this, Yi Baishi looked up and asked with concern, "What's wrong, senior sister?" Wah-ah! Shin Nianchu hugged Yi Baishi, her face full of sadness, and cried out, "Little Baishi, I still want to take you out to play. But master told us to go back now." Yi Baishi thought for a moment, mustered her courage, patted Shin Nianchu on the back, and comforted her. "It's okay, senior sister, we'll go out again when we have time." Okay. Shin Nianchu made a bitter face. Actually, she wanted to go out and play. She hadn't gone out to play in a long time. Half an hour later. Inside the main hall of Ziqing Peak. Long Yumeng sat on the throne above the main hall, while Qin Shuhan and 3 others stood in the center of the hall. "Let me introduce you all." Long Yumeng pointed to Chen Yuan and introduced him. "This is your new junior brother, Chen Yuan." Shin Nianchu tilted her head, waved her little hand, and gave a sweet smile. "Hello. Junior brother. Name, Shin Nianchu. Gender, female. Favorability, 39. Appearance, 95. Realm, Golden Core Stage 9. Swordsmanship, Second Realm comprehending sword intent. Currently unbindable." Chen Yuan cupped his hands in greeting and said, "Greetings, second senior sister." Qin Shuhan nodded and said, "Hello." Chen Yuan also cupped his hands in greeting, "Greetings, senior sister." After exchanging greetings, Long Yumeng took out 2 storage rings, and with a wave of her jade hand, the 2 storage rings steadily hovered in front of Chen Yuan and Yi Baishi. "This is a gift from your teacher to you two as we meet," came Long Yumeng's clear, cold voice. Chen Yuan and Yi Baishi accepted the rings, then bowed to their master above, saying, "Thank you, master." Long Yumeng nodded, then said to the 2 of them, "You 2 have now become my disciples. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can come and ask me anytime." "Yes," the 2 answered in unison. "Alright, next, I'll assign you 2 little ones some training tasks. During the day, I go to your senior sister's place to cultivate. Set aside half an hour each evening for reading. After passing the end-of-month assessment, you won't need to read anymore. You can arrange the rest of your time as you see fit." After making the arrangements, Long Yumeng simply waved her hand to dismiss everyone. "Why do we need to study?" Yi Baishi looked puzzled. She wanted to ask Shin Yuan, but she was too embarrassed to. Chen Yuan was also completely confused. He had come to cultivate, not to study at a private school. At this moment, Qin Shuhan walked up to Chen Yuan and the other person and said in a calm tone, "Come with me, I will arrange cultivation residences for you too." Senior sister is so aloof. Yi Baishi followed behind the 2, feeling a little nervous, worried that she wouldn't get along well with her senior sisters in the future. No one in Tianhai town liked her, and she was afraid that her senior sister would dislike her just like them. Just then, a warm, large hand landed on her head. "Baishi, what are you thinking about?" Chen Yuan asked with concern. Yi Baishi's face flushed red again, and she stammered, "Brother, I'm fine." Chen Yuan chuckled. Yi Baishi seems to blush easily. At this moment, he remembered his wife doting system and quickly checked his emotional value balance. A blue screen appeared in front of him, and he looked at the emotion value column. 5,030 mood points. Ziqing Peak is very large, with an altitude of tens of thousands of meters. Even if an ordinary person didn't eat or drink, they might not be able to reach the summit even after walking for 3 months. There are many mansions here, with pavilions and towers standing tall, but most of them are empty. Chen Yuan randomly selected a 4-courtyard mansion. Before leaving, as he turned to leave, Qin Shuhan turned back and reminded him, "Remember to come to my residence tomorrow." She stretched out her delicate hand and pointed towards the main hall, saying, "My residence is right next to the main hall." After saying that, she withdrew her hand and slowly left Chen Yuan's residence. Quite aloof, Chen Yuan thought to himself, watching her retreating figure as a system notification sounded in his ear. Name, Qin Shuhan. Gender, female. Appearance, 97. Favorability, 35. Realm, late nascent soul stage. Swordsmanship, 3rd realm. Currently, it cannot be bound. The system seems a bit unreliable. It's only now giving us this warning. Realms, body refinement, chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, divided into 9 levels. The stages of Mason's soul, spirit transformation, return to emptiness, integration, and Mahayana are divided into the early, middle, late, and great perfection stages. Sword Dao Realms, levels 1 to 9. Chen Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed and took out the storage ring that his master had given him. After the blood oath was performed, he probed his consciousness into it. Chapter 7 presents a gift of elixirs and spirit stones, including the primordial creation divine elixir. Inside the ring lay a dark green, ancient-looking cultivation manual, a heaven rank technique, mysterious heaven technique. Chen Yuan took it out and looked through it. This cultivation method is a secret passed down only by the Xiantian sect, and only those qualified to learn it are eligible to study it. However, Chen Yuan flipped through 2 pages before closing the manual and putting it back in his storage ring. He already had the immortal grade cultivation technique Han Yuan Immortal Scripture as a system reward, so he didn't need to cultivate Xin Tiangong at all. Besides the cultivation manual, the ring also contained 100 mid-grade spirit stones, 2 personal inherited Taoist robes, and a personal inherited token. Chen Yuan jumped off the bed, dusted off his robes, walked out of the mansion, and flew towards Yi Baishi's mansion. When choosing a residence earlier, the eldest sister let Baishi choose first, so Chen Yuan naturally knew where her residence was. Yi Baishi was a bit timid, so when choosing a residence, she didn't choose one that was particularly large, but rather an ordinary one-courtyard house. At this moment, Chen Yuan had already arrived at the entrance of Yi Baishi's residence and then knocked on the door. Knock knock knock. Cultivators have extremely sensitive ears and divine senses. Even if the knocking sound is very soft, Yi Baishi inside the room can hear it clearly. Not long after, the door creaked open, and a small head peeked out. Chen Yuan was just a head's distance from the doorframe. Because Xiao Baishi was small, as soon as she poked her head out, everything went black before her eyes, and her little face was pressed directly against Chen Yuan's abs. Yi Baishi was startled and quickly pulled her head back, her ears turning red. Then, she revealed a lovesick expression, saying, "That familiar scent, it's brother Chen Yuan." When she forcefully pushed Chen Yuan away, she snuggled against him and sucked on his breath for a long time. At this moment, Yi Baishi came to her senses, patted her head, and realized that her brother was still outside. She couldn't keep her brother Chen Yuan waiting any longer. She quickly opened the door, her face flushed pink, and gestured for Chen Yuan to come in. Chen Yuan affectionately pinched her cheek, then strode ahead. Xiao Baishi followed closely behind. Passing through the porch and courtyard, you arrive at the main house where Yi Baishi lives. As soon as the door opened, a delicate fragrance wafted out the scent of gardenias emanating from Yi Baishi. A square stone table is placed in the middle, piled high with everyday necessities. When this little girl accompanied him on his escape, she probably really meant to take him to live a normal life. A baby cradle was placed on a stone bench next to the table. The bed on the right side was covered with pink sheets, and even the blankets were pink. A jumble of pink dresses lay haphazardly on the bed. Ahem, except the inner layer is purple. The whole room was decorated in a Lolita style. Yi Baishi felt embarrassed and her face turned red. Standing behind Chen Yuan, she said somewhat awkwardly, "Brother, the house is a bit messy. Let me tidy it up first." As she spoke, she put the clothes on the bed into her storage ring, then patted the bed and said, "Brother Chen Yuan, please sit down." Chen Yuan didn't stand on ceremony, walked over, and plopped down on the floor. After a moment, Yi Baishi carried the tea tray to the bedside and placed it on the stone table by the bedside. She then gracefully poured a cup of tea and handed it to Chen Yuan, saying, "Brother Chen Yuan, please have some tea." Although Yi Baishi was not favored, she was still a member of the Yi family. If she didn't know the rules, it would be a disgrace to the Yi family. Therefore, Yi Baishi started learning etiquette from a young age. Making tea is a piece of cake for her. Chen Yuan accepted the teacup without ceremony and began to slowly savor it. Yi Baishi was very happy to see this. She felt like she was dreaming these past 2 days. Not only did she get Chen Yuan's body, but she also became his Taoist partner. I guess they could be considered a Taoist couple. After all, she was still wearing the bracelet that Chen Yuan had given her. Chen Yuan's brother's attitude towards her has also changed a lot. Unlike before, he no longer just yells at her or bullies her at the drop of a hat. She is so happy right now. Chen Yuan looked at Yi Baishi, who had a maternal smile on her face, and was a little confused. He wondered what the little girl was thinking and why she was so happy. Her eyes crinkled into crescent moons with laughter, which was very beautiful. At this moment, Chen Yuan put down his teacup and took out the golden pill with a flick of his right hand. As soon as the pills were taken out, the entire room was filled with their rich aroma. Chen Yuan then handed the pill to Yi Baishi and said, "Baishi, here you go." Yi Baishi took the pill in a daze, somewhat bewildered. Just then, Chen Yuan's magnetic voice rang in her ear, "Baishi, this 8th grade pill is the boundless marrow cleansing pill, which has various miraculous effects such as cleansing the meridians and improving aptitude. I'm giving it to you." Upon hearing this, Yi Baishi was so startled that her hand trembled, and she almost dropped the pill on the ground. "Brother Chen Yuan, this pill is too precious, you should take it back quickly," Yi Baishi said, and was about to return the pill to Chen Yuan. The most powerful pills she had ever seen were only at the 2nd tier. To be honest, she was somewhat taken aback by Chen Yuan's extravagance. Chen Yuan had no reason to accept it. He immediately put on a stern face and threatened, "I'll give it to you, so take it. Otherwise, I'll be unhappy." This sentence worked very well for Yi Baishi. She lowered her head and held the pill in her hand. "What's wrong? Are you angry?" Chen Yuan asked, leaning close to her ear. Feeling the tingling sensation on her ear, a blush crept up to the base of her ear again. No, Baishi isn't angry with brother. That's true. Brother Chen Yuan gave her the pills because he wanted what was best for her. How could she be angry? I'm just a little embarrassed, since the gift from brother Chen Yuan this time is too valuable. 8th rank? She had never even heard of it. Ding! It has been detected that the host has gifted an 8th tier pill, the Boundless Marrow Cleansing Pill, triggering a 100-fold critical hit return. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a 9th grade superior elixir, the Primordial Creation Divine Pill. After consuming the pill, the host can awaken the acquired Primordial Divine Body, one of the 10 ancient cultivation divine bodies. The elixir has been stored in the system space, and the host can retrieve it at any time. Chen Yuan gazed at the 7-colored divine pill within the system space, his heart filled with excitement, but his outward appearance remained impassive. Then, he took out the 100 mid-grade spirit stones and put them into Yi Baishi's hand. Seeing this, Yi Baishi waved her hands repeatedly, "Brother, I've already accepted your pills, but I really can't accept the spirit stones." Chen Yuan looked at the little girl's serious expression and smiled gently. Then he whispered a few words in her ear. After hearing this, the little girl almost collapsed into Chen Yuan's arms. They finally agreed to accept the 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Ding! It has been detected that the host has gifted 100 mid-grade spirit stones, triggering a 10-fold return. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Baishi, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now. Remember to take the pills as soon as possible. Chen Yuan urged him on, then got up and left the room. After seeing him off at the mansion, Yi Baishi waved her hand at his retreating figure. Go back. Chen Yuan turned and waved back. Yi Baishi closed the door, leaned against it, and slowly squatted down. She tightly gripped the storage ring containing 100 mid-grade spirit stones in her hand, her heart pounding. The words Chen Yuan had just whispered in her ear still lingered in her mind. As the lady of our little family, you naturally have to manage the money. Chapter 8 Yi Baishi's aptitude improves to Emperor rank, awakening the primordial immortal body. After returning to his residence, Chen Yuan sat cross-legged in the courtyard. He then eagerly took out the primordial creation pill and swallowed it without saying a word. Boom! In an instant, the world changed, and the tribulation clouds, like a black curtain, shrouded the sky above the Xintian sect. The earth trembled violently, mountains and rivers resonated, and mysterious ancient runes flickered in the void. Purple mist swept in from the horizon, traversing layer upon layer of mountains, and surged toward Chen Yuan's residence. The primordial purple energy began to cleanse his body. Under the immense pressure, the disciples of the Tianxian sect were all immobilized, as if they had been frozen in place. The peak masters of each peak flew into the air, their gazes all converging on purple-green peak. Boom! Boom! 2 more loud bangs rang out, and 2 figures flew out of the ancestral land, their bodies radiating immense power. It's the ancestor! The peak masters were all surprised to see the newcomer, not expecting that even the ancestor had been alerted. We pay our respects to the ancestor. Everyone bowed to Lu Wuji and Han Feiyu in unison. As the two appeared, the disciples felt the pressure decrease dramatically. Some of the weaker disciples collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Inside Chen Yuan's residence. Ding, someone has been detected attempting to spy on the host. The system is automatically shielding the host from awakening anomalies. In an instant, the calamity clouds dissipated, restoring peace and complete silence, as if nothing had ever happened. At this moment, pairs of eyes crossed the void and landed on Chen Yuan. Ha! Just now, that primordial purple chi was clearly converging here, so why did it suddenly disappear? Long Yumeng was puzzled. She followed the primordial purple chi, trying to find the culprit, but the primordial purple chi suddenly disappeared, and the tribulation cloud phenomenon also disappeared. Then, Long Yumeng used her divine sense to scan Chen Yuan inside and out. Doubts once again clouded her mind. That little guy Chen Yuan was clearly just doing normal breathing exercises, so he couldn't have summoned these tribulation clouds. Who exactly is it? This was a question not only in Lang Yoming's mind, but also in the minds of all the peak masters and patriarchs. At this moment, the strange phenomenon of calamity clouds reappeared, with golden light covering the sky and obscuring the sun. For a time, all forces within the eastern wilderness state focused their attention on the Xiantian sect. A voice emerged from all directions. The phenomenon of emperor-level talent is exactly the same as the phenomenon from half a day ago. Investigate. Which disciple of the Xiantian sect has awakened emperor-level talent? Inside Yi Baishi's residence. After Chen Yuan left, she walked to the pavilion in the courtyard, sat down cross-legged, and took the 8th order boundless marrow cleansing pill. She was originally of heavenly qualities, but through this 8th order boundless marrow cleansing pill, her physique was directly upgraded to emperor qualities. Those extraordinary phenomena of the emperor rank just now originated from her. 7 or 8 figures flashed into Yi Baishi's courtyard. Lu Wuji quickly stepped in to cover up the extraordinary phenomenon of the emperor grade level. Everyone's gaze fell on Yi Baishi, scrutinizing her closely. Half an hour later. After the awakening ended, Yi Baishi slowly opened her eyes. As soon as she looked up, she was startled and stood up from the ground, nervously clutching the hem of her clothes. Baishi, what exactly was that strange phenomenon just now? Long Yumeng asked, her gaze fixed on Yi Baishi. Hearing the familiar voice, Yi Baishi slowly raised her head and stammered for a long time, I ate a pill that brother Chen Yuan gave me. Upon hearing this, Lu Wuji felt a wave of dizziness and angrily said, that brat actually gave away the pills I gave him to someone else. I'll give that brat a good beating. At this moment, Han Feiyu quickly grabbed Lu Wuji, hey! Old man Lu, don't be in such a hurry. We can deal with him later. Let's find out what's going on first. Before Han Feiyu could even ask, Yi Baishi blurted out, don't hit brother Chen Yuan. I asked brother Chen Yuan for the pills. If you want to hit someone, hit me instead. What is your relationship with Chen Yuan? Han Feiyu asked softly. A Taoist partner, Yi Baishi replied weakly. Alright, old man Lu, don't be angry anymore. This little girl is Chen Yuan's Taoist partner, and it seems that the young couple has a good relationship. Besides, the little girl didn't waste your pill, her aptitude has already reached the emperor rank. With proper nurturing, she will surely become a pillar of our Xiantian sect in the future. Han Feiyu offered words of comfort. The probability of this boundless marrow cleansing pill raising a heavenly grade talent to an emperor grade talent is only 10%. Take Song Yuanji, for example. He had a heavenly grade aptitude. He took some pills, and although his cultivation speed was faster than other heavenly grade talents, he still couldn't raise his aptitude to the emperor grade, let alone the saint grade. Even if Chen Yuan ate it, it would only increase his cultivation talent by a tiny bit. Oof. Lu Wuji had a fiery temper, and he immediately snorted coldly, no, I have to beat that kid up, otherwise I won't be able to vent my anger. Just then, dark clouds gathered above Chen Yuan's residence, and a bolt of lightning ripped through the sky, as if tearing a hole in the firmament. It's a tribulation lightning. It's a tribulation lightning attracted by breaking through to the golden core stage. Junior sister, does your purple-green peak have any foundation establishment stage cultivators? Song Yuanji turned to look at Long Yumeng and asked. It's that brat Chen Yuan. Lu Wuji left these words behind, then vanished from his spot in a flash, instantly appearing above Chen Yuan's residence. At this moment, Chen Yuan was hovering in mid-air, breathing deeply, with his hands placed on his lower abdomen, palms facing upwards, preparing to receive the baptism of the lightning tribulation. Chen Yuan was able to break through to the golden core stage so quickly entirely because of the primordial creation divine pill he had previously consumed. Half an hour ago, while the system was helping to conceal the strange phenomena in the heavens and earth, the transformation within Chen Yuan's body was still ongoing. Primordial energy constantly surrounded him. When Chen Yuan opened his eyes, 2 golden beams shot out from them, and his cultivation level reached the 9th level of foundation establishment, showing signs of a potential breakthrough. He then looked at his data panel. Name, Chen Yuan. Gender, male. Realm, foundation establishment 9th stage perfection. Physique, primordial immortal body. Chen Yuan was stunned for a moment upon seeing this. Wasn't it supposed to be the primordial divine body of the day after tomorrow? How did it suddenly become the primordial immortal body, which is a higher level? He quickly asked the system. Ding, host, you are a hidden innate primordial divine body, but you have not yet awakened it. Through the primordial creation elixir, not only has your physique been awakened, but you have also successfully advanced to the primordial immortal body. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan was thrilled. The primordial immortal body was an unparalleled immortal body from ancient times, far surpassing the top 10 ancient divine bodies. However, at that moment, Chen Yuan felt as if the energy in his dantian was about to break through the barrier. He dared not delay and quickly sat cross-legged, preparing to break through to the golden core stage. Qi refining involves transforming the dantian energy center within the body into a qi-like state, allowing one to absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth for cultivation, and enabling the casting of minor spells similar to waterball techniques. After breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, the dantian transforms into a qi, the divine sense multiplies, and one officially embarks on cultivation. One can stay in the air for a short time, but still cannot abstain from grains, and one's lifespan can reach more than 300 years. Next was the breakthrough to the golden core stage. Following the system's instructions, Chen Yuan began to condense his inner dantian into a solid golden core. This action provoked the wrath of heaven and earth, and calamity clouds instantly formed, determined to annihilate a monster like Chen Yuan. Chapter 9, Breakthrough to Golden Core, 2 Great Divine Abilities. The strength of condensing the golden core is closely related to the number of purple mansions opened. The purple palace is the upper dantian. The more purple palaces are opened up, the larger the volume and the higher the quality of the golden elixir that is condensed. After breaking through to the golden core stage, one can comprehend supernatural powers on their own, and the number of supernatural powers one can master is equivalent to the number of purple mansions. Chen Yuan's body was filled with violent spiritual energy, and pure spiritual power surged into his dantian, forming a sea of qi, which was located in the lower dantian. The middle dantian is the Xian Palace, the core location for a cultivator to store spiritual energy. Chen Yuan guided spiritual energy from the Qi Sea into the Xian Palace, and then the Xian Palace continuously impacted the upper dantian, opening up the purple mansion. A golden bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the tribulation clouds. Lu Wuji's expression changed, and his tone was filled with shock. The Supreme Gold Thunder Tribulation, it's actually the Supreme Gold Thunder Tribulation. Cultivators are inherently defying the heavens in their cultivation. When they are about to break through, they usually incur the wrath of the heavens, who will send down a tribulation of lightning to kill them. If you can get through it, you will break through the shackles. If you can't get through it, you may die on the spot. Tribulations are also divided into different levels, with the most terrifying being the Taijin Tribulation. Ancient texts record that those prodigies who could trigger the Taijin Thunder Tribulation in their youth would all become powerful figures who shook the heavens in the future. Like the immortal Venerable Haoyu, who awakened his emperor-level aptitude in his youth, triggered the Taijin Thunder Tribulation, and finally broke through the shackles, ascended to the immortal realm, and became an unparalleled immortal venerable. However, not all prodigies can survive the Taijin Lightning Tribulation. Ancient texts record that the probability of surviving the Taijin Lightning Tribulation is less than 1%. After Lu Wuji's explanation, everyone was extremely shocked. They quickly moved to stand around Chen Yuan and began to protect him. On Purple Green Peak, senior sister Qin Shohan leaped onto a branch and looked at Chen Yuan, who was preparing to undergo tribulation, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. She remembered that half an hour ago, Chen Yuan was still at the 8th level of foundation establishment. How come he's about to break through to the golden core stage? Moreover, even she, a nascent soul cultivator, couldn't help but feel a sense of apprehension at the power of this tribulation lightning. Senior sister. A voice came from afar, and then a figure landed beside her. It was Shin Nianchu. Senior sister, what happened? Which elder is undergoing tribulation on our Purple Green Peak? Shin Nianchu asked, her face full of doubt. Then she looked up at Chen Yuan in mid-air. Heavens! It's junior brother undergoing tribulation? How is that possible? Yi Baishi sat cross-legged in the pavilion and began to pray for Chen Yuan, repeatedly saying, Brother, you must be safe. The spiritual energy flows into the Xian Palace through the Qi Sea, forming two branches. One branch flows into the upper Dantian to open the Purple Mansion, and the other branch flows into the Divine Treasury. Finally, it flows into the Spirit Platform, forming a great cycle. After a full cycle, the Heavenly Tao was enraged, believing that Chen Yuan was provoking it, and immediately sent down the first tribulation lightning. Boom! A bolt of lightning as thick as a bowl struck Chen Yuan directly. However, the powerful lightning tribulation did not cause any substantial damage to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan's body was cleansed by the primordial purple qi, making his physical body incredibly strong. Boom! 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 Several more bolts of lightning struck down, their formidable power leaving Lung Yumeng and the others terrified. What alarmed them most was that Chen Yuan acted as if nothing had happened. It felt like leisurely soaking in a hot spring, enjoying a lightning bath. Powerful energy was injected into Chen Yuan's body, transforming his physique. The Dantian inside the body is also gradually solidifying. As the seventh lightning bolt struck, a strange phenomenon appeared behind Chen Yuan. A bright full moon hovered behind him. Chen Yuan successfully opened the first Purple Mansion. Boom! The eighth terrifying lightning tribulation descended. Celestial palaces, pavilions, the sun, moon, and stars appeared behind Chen Yuan, marking the successful opening of the second Purple Mansion. Gah! The peak masters who were protecting Chen Yuan stared wide-eyed, their eyes wide like copper bells, utterly shocked. This is an unusual phenomenon in the Purple Mansion. That little rascal Chen Yuan actually opened up two Purple Mansion heavens directly. The conditions for opening a Purple Mansion are extremely harsh, and some people cannot open one in their entire lives. Long Yoming's beautiful eyes sparkled. Those who could open up their Purple Mansion cave heaven when breaking through to the Golden Core stage were all extraordinary beings. Even she only managed to open up one Purple Mansion. As a result, Chen Yuan actually opened up two Purple Mansion cave heavens directly. How could they not be shocked? As Chen Yuan opened up his Purple Mansion, he also comprehended two great divine abilities. The surrounding space twisted and folded as Chen Yuan successfully awakened his first great divine ability, spatial teleportation. Chen Yuan felt that he only needed a single thought to traverse thousands of miles. The second supernatural power followed immediately, the Dharma form of heaven and earth. A giant blue dragon gradually emerged from behind. The ability to merge with the Tao to form a Dharma form is a supernatural power that can only be achieved in the Mahayana stage, but Chen Yuan has already mastered it while only being at the half-step Golden Core stage. The ninth great golden lightning tribulation quietly condensed, carrying the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, and fiercely struck down. The final lightning tribulation was equivalent to the combined power of the previous 8 lightning tribulations. A deathly aura enveloped Chen Yuan's entire body. He dared not be careless and hurriedly activated the Azure Dragon Dharma form, rushing towards the tribulation clouds above. In the blink of an eye, they were confronted with the 9th Taijin lightning tribulation. Bang! The Azure Dragon was shattered, and the power of the lightning tribulation was also weakened by more than half. Put! Chen Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood. He quickly adjusted his state and steadied himself. Immediately afterwards, the 9th bolt of Taijin lightning struck him. With a loud boom, Chen Yuan felt as if his internal organs were about to split open. Fortunately, he survived. It was at this last moment that Chen Yuan's Dantian completely solidified, becoming a 9th grade Golden Core. The Golden Core is divided into 9 grades, from 1 to 9. The higher the quality, the stronger the power and the greater the future achievements. Pure energy exploded from his Dantian, repairing his internal organs. Chen Yuan's aura changed, and his cultivation level broke through from the 9th level of Foundation Establishment to the 1st level of Golden Core. After reaching the Golden Core stage, one no longer has the needs of an ordinary person and can fly freely without relying on treasures. With a lifespan of over 800 years, it can summon wind and rain with a wave of its hand, and cause mountains and seas to collapse. In critical moments, it can self-destruct its Golden Core, which can cause devastating damage to the surrounding area. Seeing this, all the peak masters secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Phew! Seeing that Chen Yuan had successfully overcome his tribulation, Yi Baishi patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. That's great, brother Chen Yuan is alright. Brother Chen Yuan is so amazing. He's already broken through to the Golden Core stage. He's even more powerful than that bad father of mine. Yi Baishi exclaimed, staring blankly at the figure in midair. Wow, junior brother is amazing. Shen Nianchu exclaimed, then placed her two small hands on her senior sister's shoulders and shook them, before pointing in the direction of Chen Yuan's tribulation and saying, "Senior sister, did you see that? Junior brother has actually opened up two purple mansion heavens within his body and awakened two great divine powers." Alright, Nianchu, I saw it. Qin Shuhan first stopped Shen Nianchu's movements, then reached out her delicate hand and tapped her forehead, urging her. Why don't you hurry up and start cultivating to catch up with your junior brother? He's almost at the nascent soul stage, but he hasn't even opened up a second purple mansion cave heaven in his body yet. Oh. Shen Nianchu said oh, then thought to herself, why does senior sister only care about cultivation? How can the purple mansion be opened up so easily? Being able to open up a purple mansion cave heaven in one's dantian already surpasses 98% of the cultivators on the Xianling continent. Chapter 10, Yuanling Body, Dual Cultivation? At this moment, all the other peak masters flew to Lang Yomeng's side to congratulate her. Congratulations, Peak Master Lang, on gaining an unparalleled prodigy as your disciple. Chen Yuan landed in the courtyard and bowed to the patriarchs and peak masters around him. Lu Wuji walked up to Chen Yuan, faced the peak masters, and spoke solemnly. From this moment on, the matter of Chen Boy opening two purple mansion cave heavens is classified as a top secret of the sect. No one is allowed to mention it, understand? Yes. The peak masters immediately bowed and agreed. After dismissing the peak masters, Lu Wuji immediately exclaimed, "Young Chen, to be able to open up two purple mansion cave heavens while breaking through to the golden core stage, your talent is truly unique throughout history." Han Feiyu also exclaimed, "The emperor grade talent is truly terrifying." "You two are too kind," Shen Yuan said with a modest smile. At this moment, Lang Yumeng stepped forward and poured cold water on the situation, saying, "Throughout history, there have been many monstrous geniuses who have opened up two purple mansions, but most of them failed to reach the end. The reason for this is that they lost because of their arrogance." Lang Yumeng was also afraid that Chen Yuan, relying on his high talent, would look down on all the heroes in the world and die before he could grow up. "Yes, disciple understands." Chen Yuan replied respectfully, "In the path of cultivation, disciple will always adhere to his original intention and put humility and modesty first." Lu Wuji nodded, then added, "Your master is right, but telling you to be humble doesn't mean you should be pedantic. If someone keeps provoking you, there's no need to be humble with them. Just teach them a lesson with your fists." "Yes, ancestor, I have learned a lot." Chen Yuan clasped his hands in a salute. The moonlight was as dark as ink, and the bright, full moon hung high overhead. Inside the main hall of Ziqing Peak, Chen Yuan stood bowing in the main hall, looking puzzled, wondering why his master had called him in the middle of the night. At that moment, a maid entered from outside the main hall. The maid's name was Lu Meyer, and she was Lang Yomeng's personal maid. Lu Meyer was once a menial disciple. Because she was taciturn, she was often bullied. Once, when Lang Yumeng was inspecting the sect, she happened to see a group of outer female disciples bullying her. She then intervened to protect Lu Meyer and sent the group of female disciples who had bullied her to the sect's law enforcement hall. The reason for bullying Lu Meyer is simple, because of her outstanding appearance. The male disciples of the outer sect would often sneak peeks at Lu Meyer washing clothes by the river, which aroused the jealousy of many female disciples. She had a high, straight nose, eyebrows like distant mountains, wore a white robe, and had charming eyes, presenting a captivating and delicate appearance. Name, Lu Meyer. Gender, female. Appearance, 91. Favorability, 30. Realm, Foundation Establishment Level 5. Having followed Lang Yumeng for nearly a century, Lu Meyer's cultivation level has also risen to the 5th level of Foundation Establishment. Sister Mayor, Chen Yuan called out respectfully. "Senior brother, I dare not accept such a title as sister. Lu Meyer bowed slightly, then got to the point, "My master asked me to invite you to his bedchamber." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan was momentarily stunned. Going to see his master in the middle of the night, especially to his master's palace, seemed rather strange. As they walked, Chen Yuan kept trying to subtly probe, but Lu Meyer remained tight-lipped, perhaps due to her personality, and kept quiet. After leading Chen Yuan into the palace, Lu Meyer withdrew. "Master." Chen Yuan bowed his head and saluted, not daring to raise his eyes. At this moment, Lang Yumeng was only wearing a thin veil, sitting cross-legged on the bed, her delicate skin faintly visible. Chen Yuan had just glanced at it secretly. "It's purple." Lang Yumeng rose, her jade feet lightly touching the ground, and gracefully moved to Chen Yuan's side. Chen Yuan was looking down when a pair of small, delicate feet came into his view, startling him so much that he quickly closed his eyes. Is it pretty? Long Yumeng asked softly. Chen Yuan didn't know if his master was asking about her feet or her figure. If it was her feet, they were smooth and flawless, and very beautiful. If we're talking about physique, his long legs alone could be his downfall. Raise your head, and I will pardon you. Long Yumeng said calmly. Chen Yuan was going all out. This was what his master had told him to see, so what was he afraid of? Thinking of this, he raised his head. As a result, the alluring figure beneath the thin veil seemed to be shrouded in mist. Chen Yuan rubbed his eyes and found that the previous spring scenery was completely invisible. He subconsciously looked down, cough cough. The jade feet were still there. You're disappointed, aren't you? Long Yumeng raised an eyebrow and asked, then followed Chen Yuan's gaze and looked down. Ha! I can't see it. She bent down slightly and then saw her toes. Immediately, her face flushed red. Oh dear. This traitor was actually peeking at her feet. She has a habit of not wearing shoes in her palace, which is quite a privilege for the little guy. They've been discovered. Chen Yuan's face turned pale with embarrassment, and he quickly lowered his head again. Hee, you're quite bold. There aren't many people in the entire sect who dare to look at their master so brazenly. You're one of a kind, Long Yumeng said, her body exuding a faint but powerful aura that was incredibly oppressive. Chen Yuan cupped his hands and quickly said, Master's status is so noble that the disciples of the sect would naturally not dare to disrespect Master in the slightest. Even as a disciple, I would not dare to open my eyes to look at Master without his permission. Chen Yuan's words made it very clear, it was you, Master, who made me open my eyes to see, so don't blame me. Upon hearing this, Long Yumeng withdrew her oppressive aura, her tone cold, you certainly know how to talk. After a while, Long Yumeng sat back on the bed and said, lift your head up. Chen Yuan remained hunched over, unmoved. Long Yumeng nodded. This little guy is quite clever. All right, I will forgive you this time as well. Hearing this, Chen Yuan finally raised his head. Come here. Long Yumeng beckoned. Chen Yuan moved his feet slowly. At this moment, Chen Yuan truly understood what it meant to serve a ruler like a tiger. He felt that his master was deliberately bullying him. However, this scene made Long Yumeng laugh in anger. Was she really that scary? Why did Chen Yuan act like he had seen a prehistoric beast when he saw her? Hurry up, count to 3. 3. Before Long Yumeng could even count to 2, Chen Yuan flashed to his master's side. Good heavens! How come women in the cultivation world also like Mount Shu? Long Yumeng looked Chen Yuan up and down, then asked, did you trigger those primordial purple chi earlier? He heard the system's warning about blocking unusual phenomena, which meant that his master was unaware that he had awakened the primordial immortal body. After thinking it through, Chen Yuan immediately replied, Master, what are you saying? I don't understand. Long Yumeng knew he wouldn't admit it, so she said in an unquestionable tone, stretch out your hand. Chen Yuan had no choice but to do as he was told and stretched out his hand. Immediately afterwards, Long Yumeng placed her jade-like hand on Chen Yuan's hand. It was very smooth and soft. That was Chen Yuan's first impression when he touched his master's hand. A faint red light shone from Long Yumeng's palm. A moment later, Long Yumeng opened her eyes and said in a calm tone, it's the primordial divine body, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan was greatly alarmed. He had just been holding his breath and concentrating to conceal his physical condition, yet his master had still managed to detect it. Don't be surprised, most people can't detect your constitution. Your master is a Yuanling body, capable of absorbing a portion of the primordial purple chi for cultivation. I have a natural affinity for the primordial chi, so it wasn't difficult for me to detect your constitution, Long Yumeng explained. I will pass on a dual cultivation technique to you in a moment. From today onwards, we will cultivate together. Chapter 11 Becoming Taoist Partners. What? Dual cultivation? Chen Yuan stood there dumbfounded for a moment, thinking he must be hallucinating. Otherwise, how could he have heard such absurd things? Dual cultivation? My master actually wants to cultivate with me. Before he could raise any questions, Long Yumeng's jade-like hand touched his forehead. A ball of light entered Chen Yuan's mind, inside which was a light blue cultivation manual. The heavenly rank supreme dual cultivation technique, Yin Yang True Scripture. Chen Yuan was stunned. It was actually a high-grade heaven rank cultivation technique. Cultivation technique ranks: human rank, yellow rank, profound rank, spirit rank, earth rank, heaven rank. There are only a handful of cultivation techniques of this level in the entire Xiantian sect. Logically speaking, only you would benefit from dual cultivation with me, since my cultivation level is much higher than yours. However, because of your physical condition, I will also benefit greatly from dual cultivation, Long Yumeng explained to Chen Yuan. Master, I. Chen Yuan hesitated, then finally closed his eyes. The mist that had obscured Lang Yomeng's stunning figure had dissipated, and her smooth, barely visible skin was once again revealed to Chen Yuan. Master is very beautiful. It would be fine to be Taoist partners, but if it's just a physical transaction, then forget it. Long Yomeng's beautiful eyes flickered. This little apprentice really had good self-control. If it were anyone else, they probably would have already pinned her down. Tui. How could she have such an absurd thought? A faint blush instantly spread across Lang Yomeng's face. Master, I already have a Taoist partner. It's alright, I won't make this public. How could she possibly make a fuss about doing that kind of thing with her apprentice? She still had her pride. In fact, Lang Yumeng was very nervous. She had cultivated for thousands of years and had never had close and intimate contact with other men. Master, dual cultivation is fine, but you must promise me one thing. What is it? Lang Yumeng asked, a hint of doubt in her eyes. Chen Yuan's expression was firm as he earnestly replied, be my Taoist partner. Ga. The palace fell silent. Lang Yumeng could hardly believe her ears. What had she just heard? This rebellious disciple was actually asking her to be his Taoist partner? Chen Yuan bowed and clasped his hands in a fist salute. If Master is unwilling, then let this disciple go back. This disciple promises that after returning, I will absolutely not speak recklessly and affect Master's reputation. Haha, do you think I'll let you go back? Who knows if you'll spill the beans? Don't you know only the dead can keep secrets? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you right now? Lang Yumeng put on a cold expression and pressed her aura of the integration realm towards Chen Yuan. Upon encountering this terrifying pressure, Chen Yuan immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Lang Yumeng only used 1/10,000,000th of her power. If she had used her full power, Chen Yuan would probably have been turned into mincemeat on the spot. Chen Yuan immediately knelt down. I believe my master would not treat his disciple like this. Besides, what I said is not wrong. Since Master wants to cultivate with me, why is he unwilling to be my Taoist partner? Lang Yumeng withdrew her oppressive aura, her expression complex. You and I are master and disciple. It would be against human ethics for us to become Taoist partners. It's alright, master. If anyone gossips, just kill them. Chen Yuan said solemnly. Hearing this, Lang Yomeng's face darkened, and she snorted coldly, you make it sound so easy. If everyone in the world opposes me, wouldn't I be making an enemy of the world? Lang Yumeng wasn't just saying that throughout the entire eastern wilderness, who didn't know or recognize her as Fairy Longyu. The number of people pursuing her could circle the entire Tianxian sect more than 10 times, and there will definitely be a lot of opposition. Then why don't we just do it secretly? Without telling anyone, Chen Yuan said in a low voice. Lang Yumeng struggled internally. If she agreed, what kind of behavior would that be? If she didn't agree, forcing them to cultivate together might backfire. Well, okay then. In the end, Lang Yumeng agreed. But this is a matter between you and me. If I find out that a third person knows about this, I will definitely cut off your third leg. Lang Yumeng glanced at Chen Yuan in a certain direction, her expression full of threat. Chen Yuan felt a chill below and couldn't help but shiver. He immediately raised his right hand and swore that he would never reveal this matter. Then, Chen Yuan looked at his master's panel, where the favorability rating had reached 55. You can bind your master by simply raising the favorability level to 60, and you will also receive binding rewards. Chen Yuan has his own set of tips on how to win over a girl who has never been in a relationship before. In his previous life, he was a heartthrob and even flirted with the princess of Y country. At this moment, Chen Yuan stepped forward and sat down next to Lang Yumeng. You dare to sit next to me? Lang Yumeng blushed with embarrassment. Chen Yuan had such audacity, sitting next to her without her permission. Chen Yuan blinked, his face innocent. Master, aren't you my Taoist partner? Isn't it normal for Taoist partners to sit together? Upon hearing this, Lang Yomeng's usually aloof face instantly flushed red. Didn't Master want to cultivate together with me? Why are you suddenly so shy? Cultivating together requires taking off your clothes. Shut up, you're not allowed to say anything more. Long Yumeng looked embarrassed and glared at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan looked down at his master's pink little feet and said, Master, food, oops. I mean, you can't put your feet on the ground. The ground is cold, you'll catch a cold. Chen Yuan wore an expression of concern for his master, then turned around and squatted down, holding Long Yumeng's flawless jade feet in his hands. Feeling the tingling sensation on her feet, Long Yumeng couldn't help but groan. Aha! It's so itchy. It's tingly and numb. Realizing what had happened, she quickly covered her mouth. How could she have made such a shameful sound? Her face showed anger. Chen Yuan, how dare you touch your teacher's feet? Actually, Chen Yuan was a little nervous, but when he thought that his master was already his Taoist partner, what was there to be afraid of? He had never heard of not being able to touch his Taoist partner's feet. Master, I'm just worried that you'll catch a cold. Chen Yuan, you're not even going to act anymore. Long Yumeng reached out her right hand and grabbed his ear. I am a powerful being in the integration stage, how could I possibly catch a cold? Your composure earlier was all an act, wasn't it? Chen Yuan did not refute, but looked at her with eyes full of affection. That's right, Master, my previous composure was just an act. For women who have never been in a relationship, being direct is definitely the most effective method. From the first moment I saw you, Master, I felt love for you. If I could become your Taoist partner, I would gladly die on the spot. Corny pickup lines might seem a bit cheesy to women on Earth, but they'd be absolutely irresistible to women in the cultivation world. As expected, upon hearing this, Long Yumeng's heart fluttered. When had she ever heard such a blatant confession? Chapter 12 Dual Cultivation, Lingxian Pavilion. Master, let's begin. Chen Yuan's deep voice rang in Long Yumeng's ears. Start what? Long Yumeng's expression showed a hint of panic. Ultimately, she was still a young woman who had never experienced anything, so it was inevitable that she would be a little nervous. She took out 2 pre-prepared Tier 3 pills, the Joyful Union pill, took one herself, and placed the other in Chen Yuan's hand. Chen Yuan took the pill and swallowed it in one gulp. Soon, Long Yumeng felt the effects of the medicine gradually taking hold, and some strange thoughts began to appear in her mind. When she looked at Chen Yuan also looked at her, and their eyes met. I've heard that the first time is always very painful. Long Yumeng bit her lip and said, Close your eyes. You are not allowed to open your eyes without my permission. After saying that, she flipped her right hand and took out a black lace scarf, intending to cover Chen Yuan's eyes. Chen Yuan reached out to stop him, saying, Master, you're so shy, why don't I blindfold you instead? Chen Yuan snatched the silk scarf and gently covered his master's eyes with it. For the first time, Long Yumeng experienced the power of the Hahuan pill. Some actions that were clearly shameful felt normal to her under the influence of the drug. Ding, Long Yumeng's favorability has reached 60. The favorability rating has reached 60. For same-sex individuals, this indicates a close friendship, while for opposite-sex individuals, it indicates a slight attraction. System, bind to Long Yumeng. Ding, binding successful, triggering the first stage of binding rewards. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Earth rank, mid-grade Qin Dao technique, the record of primordial string light. The cultivation technique has been stored in the system space, and the system can help the host master it at any time. The battle was fierce and lasted for a full 2 hours. In the end, Chen Yuan was kicked out of the palace. Inside the palace, Long Yumeng took out new sheets and blankets to change the bedding, and kept the roses on the old sheets. Thinking of her earlier madness, Long Yumeng's cheeks flushed red again. Is Chen Yuan's nickname Baba? Otherwise, why does he keep making me call him that? On the other side, Chen Yuan returned to his residence, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began to refine the primordialine he had obtained from his master. Ordinary golden core cultivators have a golden core that is only 1 inch in size, while 1 or 2 geniuses might be able to reach 2 inches. Chen Yuan's golden core was a full 9 inches long. The next day, Chen Yuan awoke from his cultivation. If ordinary Taoist couples cultivate together and refine the yin essence within their bodies, their spiritual power can only increase by half a foot, equivalent to 3 days of arduous cultivation. However, Long Yumeng is a supreme being in the fusion realm, so her growth is definitely not limited to this. After 6 hours of refining, he successfully refined his master's primordial yin, and his cultivation level broke through from the first level of the golden core stage to the perfect second level of the golden core stage. System: begin cultivating the primordial string light record. Chen Yuan issued instructions to the system. Upon receiving the instruction, the system immediately helped Chen Yuan comprehend and master the technique. At the same moment, Chen Yuan closed his eyes tightly, and when he opened them, he found that the scene around him had changed. A guqin appeared before them, shaped like a guzheng, its body crafted from fire crystal, resembling a burning flame, shimmering with intense light. Chen Yuan sat before the zither, plucking the strings repeatedly with his hands, and time quietly slipped by. In this other world, Chen Yuan had cultivated for a full 100 years. But only a moment had passed in the outside world. When his consciousness returned to reality, he felt as if he had become one with the guqin. In the afternoon, the eldest sister said she would take them to choose magical artifacts, and that she could choose a guqin as 7-string zither as a weapon. At the quarter hour of Chen Shi, Chen Yuan sat up, got out of bed, and went to the bronze mirror. He tidied his hair in front of the bronze mirror, then left the mansion and flew towards his senior sister's residence. Lang Yuming sent Chen Yuan and the others to cultivate with their senior sister so that Qin Shuhan could supervise them properly and prevent them from slacking off in their cultivation. Qin Shuhan's mansion was very large, a typical 8-courtyard house with more than 100 rooms, including dozens of secret cultivation chambers. Chen Yuan and Yi Baishi were placed in a secret cultivation room. Qin Shuhan sat cross-legged in front of the two, instructing them on how to cultivate the mysterious heaven skill. Chen Yuan and Yi Baishi both possessed emperor-level talent, and they mastered the technique completely in just 35 minutes, becoming proficient in absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Yi Baishi felt deeply moved here, because the cultivation technique she practiced in her family was at the Xian level, which could not compare with the Xian Tiangong in terms of cultivation speed or the purity of spiritual energy absorption. Qin Shuhan nodded slightly, quite satisfied with her junior brother and sister's comprehension. She explained it only once, and the two of them learned it. Soon it was afternoon. Qin Shuhan led the two to Lingxian Pavilion to select magical artifacts. The grades of magical artifacts are human, yellow, profound, spirit, earth, heaven, consistent with the grades of cultivation techniques. Lingxian Pavilion has 5 floors. The magic artifacts on the first floor are of the yellow rank, and so on. The 5th floor stores all the heaven rank magic artifacts. New disciples can go to different floors to choose magical artifacts according to their status, but they can only choose one artifact. Personal disciples can choose from the 3rd level, inner disciples can only choose from the 2nd level, and outer disciples can only choose from the 1st level. After making your selection, there are 2 ways to purchase other magical artifacts in the future. First, you can buy them with spirit stone. Second, you can exchange them with contribution points. Qin Shuhan told them about these things at noon. At this moment, an old man was lying on a rocking chair in front of the attic door, leisurely basking in the sun. Everyone calls him Elder Mu. Qin Shuhan stepped forward, cupped his hands in greeting, and said, "Elder Mu." "Oh, it's Shu Han. What brings you here today? Are you here to exchange for a flying sword?" "I just received 2 Earth-rank flying swords a couple of days ago." Elder Mu sat up from his rocking chair and said with a smile. Qin Shuhan replied, "Elder Mu, I am not here to buy magic artifacts today." She stepped aside and extended her hand to explain, "My master has recently taken in 2 disciples, and I brought them here to choose a suitable magic artifact." Upon hearing this, Elder Mu glanced at the 2 people behind Qin Shuhan. When she met Elder Mu's gaze, Yi Baishi shrank back behind Chen Yuan in fear. Elder Mu's appearance was truly frightening. His eyes were sunken, his face was somewhat distorted, and his gaze revealed a sinister intent. It doesn't need to be deliberately concealed, it's the kind of thing that can scare a child to tears. Elder Mu's original name was Mu Huairun. He was originally an inner sect elder, but his cultivation level regressed due to a sneak attack by a rival sect, and he stopped progressing at the nascent soul stage. He suffered a chi deviation during cultivation, which led to his current grotesque appearance, but he was eventually saved by the sect leader. Along the way, Qin Shuhan kept explaining Elder Mu's deeds to the 2 of them, telling them not to be afraid when they met Elder Mu later. However, when Yi Baishi saw the real person, she couldn't help but feel afraid. Seeing this, Chen Yuan comforted her telepathically, "Baishi, don't be afraid, Elder Mu isn't a bad person." Mu Huairen was already used to it. Quite a few female disciples in the sect were afraid of him. "All right, follow me." Mu Huairen personally led the 3 into Lingxian Pavilion. Inside Lingxian Pavilion, many disciples were already selecting magical artifacts. Upon seeing Qin Shuhan enter, the outer disciples who were selecting magical artifacts on the first floor all stopped what they were doing and looked towards her. It was simply because Qin Shuhan was so beautiful that many male disciples couldn't take their eyes off her. Some of those with a Taoist partner would reach out and pinch the soft flesh of the man's waist. Every now and then, a gasp of shock could be heard. Qin Shuhan remained calm because she had seen this kind of scene many times and was immune to it. Chapter 13, Xinglan Qin Starry Night Zither, Song Shiwei. When Yi Baishi followed her in, she attracted a lot of attention. Yi Baishi is the cute and adorable type, attracting the attention of not only male disciples but also many female disciples. The gazes were so intense that Yi Baishi felt uncomfortable under their stares, so she immediately grasped Chen Yuan's large hand and leaned closer to him. In an instant, many male disciples suffered critical damage. Bang, was the sound of hearts breaking. Why? What am I lacking? A male disciple said indignantly. Dude, look at your model, can you just start over? Yeah. Why should we? A clear voice chimed in. If we're not sisters, why are you, a woman, being so defensive here? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Qin Shuhan led Chen Yuan and the other person to the counter. Gentlemen, please show your disciple tokens, and you can go to the third floor to choose your magical artifacts, Elder Mu said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the outer disciples who had been observing the three of them all showed a hint of surprise. The third floor? Isn't that only for direct disciples? Chen Yuan and Yi Baishi nodded, then flipped their right hands and took out their identity tokens. As soon as the identity tokens were displayed, the outer disciples on the first floor immediately withdrew their scrutinizing gazes and hurriedly ran to the three of them, bowing and paying their respects. Greetings, senior brother, greetings, senior sisters. Yi Baishi was somewhat flattered and at a loss, not daring to turn around, and kept her back to them. Chen Yuan saw all of this. She was too upset with herself earlier, so she had to find a way to make Yi Baishi more confident. Qin Shuhan raised her hand, indicating that everyone didn't need to be so polite. The third floor of Lingxian Pavilion was quite spacious, with a dazzling array of spirit-grade magical artifacts piled on the shelves. You can pick up these magical artifacts and try them out. Finding a suitable magical artifact is extremely important. Chen Yuan immediately walked inside, naturally intending to choose a zither as his weapon. On the third shelf, Chen Yuan saw a guqin, a traditional Chinese stringed instrument quietly placed in the corner. The Starry Night Zither, a spirit-grade magical artifact, is the color of the night sky. It is half the height of him and is made of a fusion of black iron and spirit crystal, emitting a faint blue light. The body of the instrument is covered with fine star patterns, like a flowing Milky Way. The headstock is carved with an ancient mythical beast, its eyes inlaid with red gemstones. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up, and with a slight lift of his right hand, the Xinglan Qin landed steadily in his hand. He sat cross-legged, with the Xinglan Qin floating in front of him. As he plucked the strings with his right hand, a melodious tune resounded throughout the empty third floor. In the distance, Qin Shuhan heard the sound of the zither and was slightly surprised. The music was so gentle that it even had a calming effect. She's in the nascent soul stage, how could she possibly be affected by the music played by a golden core stage cultivator? It seems that this junior brother has learned a skill related to the zither, and is extremely proficient in it. Just then, a man and a woman walked up to the third floor. The woman's name was Song Shiwei, and she was the senior disciple of Zhu Qingfeng. With willow leaf eyebrows and an ethereal air, she wore a light yellow ruya type of traditional Chinese dress embroidered with delicate floral patterns. She wore a red gauze dress over her shoulders, like a splendid cloud on the horizon, its ethereal quality adding to her graceful charm. The man's name was Wang Tian. He had a resolute face and was not particularly handsome, but he was pleasing to the eye. Son of the princess of Yunhai County, from a nascent soul family. He displayed top-notch talent in swordsmanship from a young age, and at only 18 years old, he has already comprehended the essence of swordsmanship, making him a true swordsman. Song Shiwei's beautiful eyes fell on Chen Yuan, who was dressed in white and looked like an immortal descended to earth. He sat cross-legged, with the magical artifact, the Starry Night Zither, in front of him, his slender fingertips caressing the strings. If calculated according to the system's rating, Chen Yuan would have a score of at least 99. Because 100 points can only be awarded to readers of this book. For a moment, Song Shiwei was completely mesmerized. Senior sister, senior sister. Wang Tian called out twice, finally pulling Song Shiwei out of her daze. Wang Tian curled his lip and secretly spat at the pretty boy. Although the sound was soft, it was still clearly heard by Song Shiwei beside her. Song Shiwei frowned, her face showing obvious displeasure. However, she did not reprimand him, but said calmly, Wang Tian, go and choose a magic weapon that suits you. Yes, senior sister. Wang Tian nodded and strode inside. His face turned ugly after he passed his senior sister. He noticed a hint of coldness in his senior sister's tone and a change in her expression. My senior sister must have overheard that remark I just made. He secretly glanced at the ethereal figure in front of the third row of shelves, feeling incredibly jealous. Why was he so handsome? If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to help but complain, and my public image wouldn't have collapsed. He thought to himself, walked to the first shelf, and picked up a long knife at random. The blade is made of crimson flame iron, and the hilt is engraved with dark green runes. It is called the flame blade. The sword intent he comprehended was the blazing fire sword intent, and this flaming sword was perfect for him. At this moment, Chen Yuan had finished playing the piece, and he slowly stood up. Yi Baishi had already skipped and hopped over to his side. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Brother Chen Yuan, you're so amazing. Hearing this praise, Chen Yuan felt very pleased. Yi Baishi's emotional support was very valuable. Who wouldn't like such a cute little girl? Brother Chen Yuan, where did you learn this piece? Yi Baishi asked curiously, blinking her big eyes. Cough cough. Chen Yuan coughed twice. The piece he played was one he often heard in brothels before he awakened his memories of his past life. He just couldn't resist playing it. This piece is called Hanging Branch, and it's usually played by courtesans. Am I right? Qin Shohan stepped forward, a smile playing on her lips. Hee, senior sister Qin knows quite a lot. Chen Yuan chuckled awkwardly, then secretly glanced at Yi Baishi beside him, clearly seeing a hint of sadness on her face. I take on a lot of missions to capture demonic cultivators. Under normal circumstances, demonic cultivators will set up their strongholds in brothels. I usually hide in brothels and stay there for several months at a time. I know this piece by heart, but I wonder where you learned it, junior brother? Could it be the same as mine? Qin Shohan raised her eyebrows slightly and asked curiously. Chen Yuan's lips twitched. Good heavens, was this senior sister deliberately trying to expose his past? Just then, Song Shiwei walked over from the stairs. Upon seeing Song Shiwei, Qin Shohan couldn't help but ask curiously, fellow Taoist Song, what are you doing here? Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan turned his gaze to Song Shiwei. The system's announcement immediately rang in his mind, and a light screen that only she could see appeared out of thin air. Ding, a female character that can be bound has been detected. Name, Song Shiwei. Gender, female. Appearance, 96. Favorability, 40. Realm, mid-nascent soul stage. Binding requirement, affection level of 60. Chen Yuan was taken aback, not by the system panel, but by the way senior sister Qin addressed the woman in front of him and her tone of voice. The fact that they addressed each other as fellow Taoist Song, rather than senior sister Song or junior sister Song, suggests that they are not very close. Coupled with the somewhat cold tone, it is clear that their relationship is not good. Chapter 14, Sisterhood, Leaving No Trace in the Snow. Master has recently taken on a new personal disciple, and I brought him here to choose a suitable magical artifact, Song Shiwei replied calmly. He. Qin Shohan chuckled. That's quite a coincidence. My master has also taken in 2 new disciples, just like you, and brought them here to choose magical artifacts. Just then, Wang Tian, having finished selecting his magical artifacts, strode over. He noticed Qin Shohan from afar. Her flawless face was just as beautiful as his senior sister's. As he approached, Wang Tian secretly glanced at Qin Shohan and sighed inwardly, how beautiful she is. Then, without making a sound, he withdrew his gaze and respectfully said to Song Shiwei, senior sister, I have made my choice. Song Shi nodded slightly and introduced to Qin Shohan, this is my master's newly accepted disciple, Wang Tian. Wang Tian, this is Qin Shohan, the senior sister of Ziqing Peak. Greetings, senior sister Qin. Wang Tian bowed to Qin Shohan. Qin Shohan nodded lightly, and then said nothing more, seemingly having no intention of introducing Chen Yuan and the other 2. She looked at Yi Baishi and asked, Baishi, have you chosen the magic weapon? I've chosen my senior sister. Yi Baishi took out a long sword, the spirit-grade magic weapon, the heavenly snow sword. Okay, let's go. With that, he turned and left without looking back. Chen Yuan quickly followed after them with Yi Baishi. Watching Qin Shohan's retreating figure, Song Shiwei's eyes flickered uncertainly. Brother Chen Yuan, it seems that senior sister Qin doesn't like senior sister Song very much, Yi Baishi whispered in Chen Yuan's ear. Chen Yuan nodded noncommittally. He could also see that there must be some conflict between the two. Because of Song Shiwei's appearance, Qin Shuhan's good mood was completely ruined. She sent a telepathic message to Shin Nianshu, asking her to take her junior brothers and sisters to choose a matching cultivation technique. The third floor of the Gongfa Pavilion. Shin Nianshu pulled Yi Baishi to choose a sword technique. Chen Yuan then made his own selections. In the corner, Yi Baishi approached Shin Nianshu and whispered in her ear, Senior Sister Shin, does Senior Sister Qin have some kind of conflict with Senior Sister Song Shiwei? Upon hearing this, Shin Nianshu was taken aback at first, but after realizing what she meant, she asked, Xiao Baishi, where did you hear this from? Yi Baishi immediately told Shin Nianshu what had happened inside Tianxian Pavilion. Shin Nianshu nodded, then leaned close to Yi Baishi's face. Yi Baishi's face flushed red again. Senior sister, why are you getting so close? Shin Nianshu chuckled and pinched Yi Baishi's cheek. So smooth and tender. Junior brother is eating too well. At this moment, the blush on Yi Baishi's face spread visibly to the roots of her ears. Senior sister, what are you saying? Yi Baishi's body went limp, and she almost fell into Shin Nianshu's arms. Alright, I'm not teasing you anymore. After saying that, Shin Nianshu's expression turned serious, and she slowly said, actually, Senior Sister Song is Senior Sister Qin's younger sister. Upon hearing this, Yi Baishi froze, momentarily speechless. She counted on her fingers, Senior Sister Qin's surname is Qin, and Senior Sister Song's surname is Song. She put the two fingers together, her mind completely blank. How could they be sisters? Oh dear. Little Baishi, you're so adorably silly. Shin Nianshu rolled her eyes at Yi Baishi, then lowered her voice to explain. Senior Sister Qin's mother sacrificed herself fighting against demonic cultivators on the battlefield outside the realm. Later, Senior Sister Qin's father remarried, and that person was Senior Sister Song's mother. Oh. Zaya Beixi nodded, as if she understood. Senior Sister Qin and Senior Sister Song have never gotten along. 3 years ago, they fought fiercely for the position of the sect's chief senior sister. So who won? Yi Baishi asked with a curious expression. Neither of them won. They fought for 3 days and 3 nights until their spiritual energy was exhausted, at which point they were carried back. Finally, Chen Yuan chose a technique called Phantom Step. He already possesses the techniques for playing the zither. Choosing another would be a waste. I'll just give it to Zaya Beixi right away. Chen Yuan chuckled slyly. At this moment, Yi Baishi and Shin Nianshu walked over together. Brother Chen Yuan, what are you laughing at? Yi Baishi blinked her beautiful big eyes and asked. It's nothing, I just thought of something happy. Shin Nianshu felt a sense of unease, sensing that her junior brother's smile was rather odd. In the evening, Chen Yuan arrived at Yi Baishi's residence and handed her a jade slip for transferring power. The jade slip contained the movement technique he had chosen, Phantom Step. Brother Chen Yuan, I can't accept this. This is your own cultivation technique. Yi Baishi quickly waved her hand in refusal. How could she accept something from Brother Chen Yuan? Seeing the little girl's resolute attitude, Chen Yuan had no choice but to use his ultimate technique. He took Yi Baishi's small hand in his. The sudden scene made Yi Baishi lower her head shyly, her heart pounding with nervousness. Ah! Suddenly, a scream pierced the silent night sky. Chen Yuan pulled Yi Baishi into his arms, and Yi Baishi screamed in fright. Brother, what are you doing? Xiao Baishi felt her whole body was too weak to stand up, so she could only snuggle in her brother Chen Yuan's arms. Her face was already flushed pink, and she looked like she was fully ripe, with steam rising from her head. Looking at the person in his arms, Chen Yuan swallowed hard, unable to control himself, and kissed her directly. Wah! Yi Baishi's eyes widened. Had she been forcibly kissed by her brother Chen Yuan? Gradually, her eyes became glazed over, and she became completely absorbed in it. 15 minutes later, the little girl could no longer hold on and kept patting Chen Yuan's chest. Only then did Chen Yuan reluctantly let go of the little girl's cherry lips. Huff, Yi Baishi gasped for breath. Her little face was flushed. She didn't know why, but her body felt weak and she couldn't muster any strength. She had difficulty breathing and couldn't catch her breath at all. Suddenly, her eyes widened again. Ah! Brother Chen Yuan actually bit her ear. The tingling sensation in her ear made her groan softly. How embarrassing. Chen Yuan breathed into her ear and said, "Be good, listen to me, okay? Accept the cultivation technique." "Okay, Yi Bai," she said in a soft, sweet voice, subconsciously. After realizing what was happening, she tried to refuse, but Chen Yuan sealed her lips with his again. This time, Chen Yuan went even further, groping the little girl and making her cry. Under Chen Yuan's relentless pursuit, the little girl finally agreed to accept him. Ding, it has been detected that the host has sent out a spirit rank movement technique called Phantom Step, triggering a 1,000-fold return. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the heavenly rank movement technique Treading Snow Without a Trace. Effect: when cultivated to perfection, one can unleash astonishing speed in an instant, like a flash of light, making it difficult for opponents to catch a trace. The cultivation technique has been stored in the system space, and the host can retrieve it at any time. Brother Chen Yuan, you gave me such an expensive gift, so I should give you one too. What do you like? I'll buy it for you. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan was taken aback, followed by a surge of emotion. What a wonderful girl! She even knew how to reciprocate. In their past lives, some fairies would have thought that receiving gifts was a matter of course. If you ask them to return it, they will angrily retort, "Why should I return it? He gave it to me willingly, I didn't force him to." Chapter 15, Dry Wood and Raging Fire, Learning Values Understanding. Seeing the little girl's determined look, Chen Yuan blinked his deep eyes and leaned closer to her face. Then, with a serious expression, he said, "You are the best gift." Ah! How embarrassing. Yi Baishi felt her heart pounding. She's so lucky to be with the person she loves. Yi Baishi took the initiative to kiss Chen Yuan's neck, her hand quietly reaching for Chen Yuan's buttons. Wow! Junior brother is so skilled. At that moment, a small hand was peeking through the crack in the door, trying to sneak inside. How exciting! Could it be, they're going to? Shen Nianchu dared not think any further. Suddenly, she slapped her forehead. She had been so focused on watching the live broadcast that she had almost missed something important. She quickly pushed open the door. Ah! The sudden turn of events startled Yi Baishi, and she immediately nestled into Chen Yuan's arms. She had already unbuttoned most of her clothes, and her small face was in close contact with Chen Yuan's chest muscles. Shen Nianchu feigned shock, covering her eyes. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, you. Chen Yuan looked displeased. The gun had just been raised when it was shot, no wonder he wasn't in a good mood. Shen Nianchu kept peeking at Chen Yuan and Yi Baishi through her fingers. Wow, junior brother has such a great body. My god! What did junior sister eat to grow up like this? It's so dazzling, it's blindingly dazzling. Shen Nianchu felt like she was about to get a sty. Xiao Baishi had such a great figure and such fair skin. Chen Yuan released Yi Baishi, and Yi Baishi took the opportunity to crawl into the quilt. Senior sister, what brings you here? Chen Yuan stood up and walked up to her to ask. Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Shen Nianchu was breathing rapidly, her small mouth was stammering, and her heart was pounding. Chen Yuan smirked. Who said he wasn't wearing clothes? His robes were just unbuttoned. Sensing the masculine aura emanating from Chen Yuan, Shen Nianchu blushed so deeply it seemed as if water could drip from her face. She had never been so close to a man before. Shen Nianchu couldn't take it anymore and rushed out of the room, her voice lingering in the air. It's time for evening study. Senior sister wants you two to come over. Chen Yuan scratched his head, wondering why his second senior sister had run off. Xiao Baishi poked her head out of the blanket, her body wrapped up like a rice dumpling. The thought of being caught doing something intimate with Chen Yuan by her second senior sister made her incredibly embarrassed. How embarrassing. How am I going to face my senior sister now? Chen Yuan personally draped a dress over Yi Baishi, pressed her down in front of the dressing table, and picked up a comb to comb her hair. Brother, why are you suddenly being so nice to me? Her brother actually combed her hair, something she never dared to imagine before. Brother, your hands are so beautiful. As Yi Baishi gazed at Chen Yuan's slender fingertips stroking her hair in the bronze mirror, her heart overflowing with sweetness. Brother, when you come back tonight, shall we continue? Yi Baishi lowered her head shyly, her voice barely audible. Ding, it has been detected that Yi Baishi's favorability towards the host has increased by 90, triggering a specific reward. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Han Peopeo's tape trial card. Effect: when encountering a powerful enemy, if you can't defeat them, you should run away. With this card, no matter what level of cultivation the opponent has, they cannot catch up with the host, and their spiritual attacks cannot harm the host in the slightest. When the escape distance reaches 5,000 kilometers, the host only needs to turn around and shout, "Please give me an explanation," and will immediately gain a cultivation level 1 level higher than the other party. The effects of cultivation last for 30 minutes. Chen Yuan was taken aback, then felt a surge of joy. This card could be considered a life-saving trump card, equivalent to having a second life. "Brother Chen Yuan, why aren't you saying anything?" Yi Baishi tilted her head and asked curiously. "Ahem." Chen Yuan coughed lightly, and his face turned red, a rare occurrence, as he thought of what Yi Baishi had just said. Qin Shuhan's residence. The two were led into a room by Zhao Chui, the senior sister's maid. Chen Yuan scanned Zhao Chui with the system. Her cultivation level was at the 8th level of foundation establishment, and her appearance score was 77, which was below the system's appearance standard. The room layout resembles an ancient private school classroom, with 2 tables placed in the middle. Chen Yuan and Yi Baishi sat cross-legged at the table, which was already covered with books. One of the books that Chen Yuan was particularly interested in was called The History of the Xianling Continent. He couldn't help but open it and start reading. The first thing he saw was the 8 large characters. When heaven and earth were first created, all things were in chaos. It tells the history of the Xianling continent 1,000,000 years ago. At this moment, senior sister Qin Shuhan walked in. She glanced at the two of them but didn't say much. She pointed to the books on the table and said, "There is a rule for entering Ziqing Peak, which is to study. You must memorize all these sages' sayings and cultivation classics on the table this month. There will be an assessment at the end of the month." "Senior sister, why do we have to study? Shouldn't we focus our main efforts on cultivation?" Yi Baishi asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuhan recalled that when she first became a disciple of her master, she was just as curious as Yi Baishi. However, what her master said at that time greatly shocked her. Yi Baishi had read many of the books on the table. When she was little, Yi Baishi loved reading the most, so she still has a certain charm that attracts Chen Yuan now, namely her scholarly aura. There are also many military books on the table, which Chen Yuan has been familiar with since childhood and has read a lot in his previous life. Chen Yuan secretly guessed that his master probably didn't want them to become crude martial artists who only knew how to fight. After a moment, Qin Shuhan came to her senses and slowly said, "Talented people who don't read are just clever in name only. Clever people without opinions are just mediocre. Therefore, the most crucial thing about reading and learning is to form your own opinions. Learning is valued for its knowledge, but if everything is someone else's, where is yours? You will all be the backbone of my Xiantian sect in the future. You can't just be crude martial artists who only know how to fight. When it matters, having a clear mind is more important than anything else." "Alright, that's all I have to say. Half an hour each day isn't much time, and it won't interfere with your daily cultivation." After hearing what her senior sister said, Yi Baishi was deeply shocked. Half an hour passed quickly. Chen Yuan put down his book and, after an hour of studying, he had basically finished reading all the books on the table, since he had read some of them before. He hadn't read a small portion of it, but for someone like him who had been familiar with classics since childhood, understanding it was effortless. So he is considered one of the talented ones. Chen Yuan returned to his residence, with Yi Baishi following closely behind him. Inside the room, after 3 hours of bloodshed and intense passion, the fire raged fiercely. Finally, Yi Baishi fell asleep contentedly. Chen Yuan sat to the side, pondering how to increase his master's favor. The system also has a strategy fund, but he doesn't know what his master lacks. Moreover, if he were to easily produce a treasure that would be coveted even by nascent soul stage cultivators, wouldn't he arouse suspicion? He needs to come up with a better reason. Chapter 16, Cultivating Without Leaving a Trace in the Snow, the Newcomer Competition. System, cultivate the skill treading snow without leaving a trace. Chen Yuan issued the command to the system. Ding, automatically initiating the treading snow without leaving a trace cultivation technique for the host. 10 breaths later, Chen Yuan slowly opened his eyes, having completely mastered the art of treading snow without leaving a trace. The next day, as dawn broke and the sun rose in the east. Ding. Yi Baishi's favorability plus 10, current favorability 100. Unwavering until death, never betraying. Ding. Yi Baishi's favorability has reached 100, triggering a hidden reward. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a heavenly rank magic weapon, Heavenly Feather Qin. Chen Yuan woke up from his meditation. Wasn't it said that the reward would only be triggered when the favorability reached 90? Ding! Because this is the first complete walkthrough, there's a hidden reward. He looked towards the heavenly feather harp within the system space. The zither is about 3 feet long, and its body is carved from a rare piece of 1,000-year-old ice jade. The ice jade has a warm and smooth texture, yet it exudes a slight chill. The strings are woven from a mixture of silkworm silk and dragon sinew. They are slender yet incredibly strong, gleaming with a faint golden light. Chen Yuan was overjoyed. The system was amazing, directly rewarding him with a heaven-rank magic weapon. System, please check my system panel. Host, Chen Yuan. Gender, male. Qualification, imperial grade. Physique, primordial immortal body potential for becoming an immortal. Realm, perfected at the second level of Golden Core. Cultivation techniques, Han Yuan Immortal Scripture, Tai Chu Xian Guan Lu, Ta Shui Wu Hen. Bound to Yi Baishi Affection Level 100. Lang Yumeng Affection Level 60. Emotional Value Balance, 15,000. You've already reached 15,000 emotion points so quickly? At this moment, Yi Baishi slowly woke up. Then she sweetly called out, "Brother." Chen Yuan smiled gently, pinched her cheek, and then helped her wash and change. Yi Baishi was like a mindless puppet, completely at Chen Yuan's mercy. "Brother, how about I go to the servants' peak and choose a maid? I can't always make you dress other people." Yi Baishi said softly, her big, watery eyes wide open. There seemed to be a hint of grievance in his voice. Looking at Yi Baishi's large, watery eyes and her aggrieved little expression, Chen Yuan couldn't help but chuckle, his face practically screaming, "Reject me." Chen Yuan didn't expose her. "Baishi, do you not like what I've done for you?" "Of course not." Yi Baishi quickly shook her head. "I just think it's not good to trouble my brother like this." Chen Yuan gently patted her head and said softly, "It's okay. Yay! My brother is the best to me." Yi Baishi happily tapped Chen Yuan on the cheek. The rest of the day was spent cultivating with senior sister Qin Shohan. 2 days later, in the cultivation room, Chen Yuan slowly opened his eyes. His aura suddenly changed, reaching the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage. As expected of a celestial body. Cultivation is so fast. Chen Yuan exclaimed sincerely. Even if his dantian is expanded by 9 inches, this heaven-defying cultivation speed can completely make up for it. During evening study, Lung Yumeng sent Lu Meyer to summon Chen Yuan and his companion to the main hall, saying that she had something important to announce. Inside the main hall. "The main reason I called you two here today is to discuss the newcomer competition." Lung Yumeng stood up from her throne and slowly walked down the platform. The Xiantian sect recruits disciples every 20 years and holds a newcomer competition 2 years later. "Master, when is the newcomer competition?" Chen Yuan asked. 2 weeks later. "Should we participate too?" Chen Yuan continued to ask. "That's natural. Although you started learning a year and 11 and a half later than them, you still need to participate." After a pause, Long Yumeng continued, "Because you joined the sect later, I don't have high expectations for you. Being in the top 10 in the competition is enough." Chen Yuan twitched the corner of his mouth. "This is what you call not tall? I've always been competitive. If you two little ones lose badly, I'll punish you severely." Long Yumeng's authoritative voice rang in Chen Yuan and his companion's ears. Yi Baishi shrank back in fright. "Master is so scary." "Baishi." Long Yumeng called out directly. "Disciple is here." Yi Baishi stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "For the next 2 weeks, you will live and eat with your senior sister. Learn swordsmanship from her and also work on your courage so you don't get scared and fall off the stage when you get on stage." Yi Baishi blushed slightly at what was said, and lowered her head in embarrassment. "Yes. Chen Yuan. Disciple is here. During this time, you will stay by my side and I will personally teach you." "Yes, master." Chen Yuan bowed respectfully. "All right, that's settled then. Starting tomorrow." Long Yumeng said, waving her hand. Chen Yuan and Yi Baishi bowed and took their leave. Upon leaving the palace, Chen Yuan noticed that Yi Baishi was clearly in low spirits, constantly rubbing her eyes. "Baishi, don't take master's words to heart." Yi Baishi nodded and said softly, "Brother, am I really useless? I'm timid, not pretty, and my figure isn't good either." Chen Yuan pulled Yi Baishi into his arms and gently comforted her. How could that be? Baishi is the best. The first sentence was true, he was timid, but the last two sentences were pure nonsense. As for that size, Chen Yuan would have to hold it with both hands. It's also my fault. Before her memories were awakened, I suppressed the little girl too much, making her lack confidence at all. Yi Baishi sobbed softly in Chen Yuan's arms. Just then, Shen Yanchu landed beside the two of them. Junior brother, why did you make junior sister cry? Shen Yanchu said fiercely, then took Yi Baishi's hand and pulled her to his side. Senior sister, you've misunderstood. It wasn't my brother who bullied me, Yi Baishi explained softly. That's how it is, Chen Yuan quickly explained, trying to prevent any further misunderstanding. Oh dear. Baishi, don't take it to heart. Master is just all bark and no bite, just like senior sister. I get scolded every day, so I developed an indestructible face. Put. Yi Baishi chuckled at her senior sister's words, and her mood improved considerably. Come on, I'll take you to Tianqing City to relax. Let me tell you, Tianqing restaurant has some new dishes today, lots of delicious ones. As Shen Yanchu spoke, she summoned a flying sword and then jumped onto it. She stretched out her right hand. Come on, Baishi, your senior sister will take you out for something delicious tonight. Okay. Yi Baishi nodded and jumped onto the flying sword. Immediately afterwards, the two transformed into a streak of light and flew towards the outside of the sect. Chen Yuan then turned a corner and walked to his master's bedroom. Please inform Sister Mayor that this disciple requests an audience. Upon hearing this, Lu Meyer wanted to correct Chen Yuan again, but in the end she couldn't resist him and could only let him call her that. Please wait here for a moment. A moment later, Lu Meyer came out of the palace, nodded to Chen Yuan and said, Senior brother Chen, please. Chen Yuan nodded slightly and went inside. Lu Meyer did not follow, but instead waited in a side hall. Inside the palace, Long Yumeng, dressed in green, sat cross-legged on the bed. What brings you here to see your master? Long Yumeng's authoritative voice rang out. Chen Yuan strode forward and plopped down next to his master. The reason he dared to be so brave was entirely due to his master's favor. She's already reached 60 and has developed a liking for him. Long Yomeng's eyelids twitched. This little apprentice had quite the nerve. Chapter 17, Bribing Lu Meyer, gets caught in the act. Stand up. Don't you know the rules? Did I give you permission to sit next to me? Long Yomeng's voice was cold and clear, like ice that had never melted in 1,000 years. Chen Yuan's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained as steady as a mountain. If you are easily frightened, your image in your master's heart will definitely plummet. Master, what do you mean by that? You and I are Taoist partners, isn't it normal for me to sit next to you? Taoist partners can hold hands and sleep together. Before Chen Yuan could finish speaking, a slender hand covered his lips. Lang Yomeng's expression was furious, her eyes sharp as knives, and her voice was almost squeezed out from between her teeth. Shut up. This little apprentice has some nerve. If I don't stop him, who knows what outrageous things he'll say next. Chen Yuan picked up the small hand that was placed to his lips, squeezed it in his hand, and thought, Master's little hand is so smooth, but it's a bit cold. Chen Yuan even compared his own hand with his master's hand, and after thinking for a moment, he concluded that his master's hand was a little bigger than Xiao Baishi's hand. Have you touched enough? Lang Yomeng's cold voice rang out again, followed by a fierce glare at him before she pulled her hand back. Chen Yuan looked slightly embarrassed, then changed the subject. Master, is there anything you want? We've been Taoist partners for so long, and I haven't given you anything yet. No need. Lang Yumeng withdrew her gaze and said calmly. They've only been Taoist partners for a few days, what do you mean by it's been so long? Master, I can't refuse you even if you don't want it. Don't worry, even if it's as hard as reaching for the moon in the heavens, I can still get it for you. Upon hearing this, Lang Yumeng immediately pinched Chen Yuan's ear with her jade-like hand and twisted it. Ouch! 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 Master, what are you doing? Don't talk big. Lang Yumeng simply said this before withdrawing her hand. Master, I'm serious, Chen Yuan said firmly, leaning close to her ear. That didn't seem like he was lying. Feeling the tingling sensation in her ears, Lang Yumeng recalled that night 3 days ago, and a blush crept onto her usually cool face. She reached out and pushed Chen Yuan's face to the side. Why are you standing so close? Chen Yuan grabbed Lang Yomeng's wrist with his other hand. Looking at her slightly flushed face, he asked softly, "Master? Are you blushing?" Long Yumeng was a little annoyed. "What nonsense are you talking about? If you have nothing else to say, you can leave now." "Master, I thought you wanted to be with me every day, which is why you wanted to teach me personally." Chen Yuan looked disappointed. "It seems I was just being presumptuous." Chen Yuan looked dejected, slowly stood up, cupped his hands and said, "Master, I will not disturb you any longer." After saying this, Chen Yuan turned and walked outside. Watching Chen Yuan's retreating figure, Long Yumeng moved her lips, but ultimately couldn't bring herself to say anything to persuade him to stay. As soon as Chen Yuan left the palace, her expression returned to normal. Her experience in pursuing girls in her previous life told her that it was enough to stop there. Even if you know the other person has feelings for you, all you need to do is subtly plant a seed in her heart that she made you sad, and that seed will take root and sprout. Therefore, Long Yumeng had just thought of calling out to Chen Yuan, but due to her aloof personality and status, she was unable to open her mouth. Chen Yuan slipped into a side hall. When Lu Meyer saw that it was Chen Yuan who had come, she was about to bow when Chen Yuan covered her mouth with his hand. "Shoo!" Chen Yuan made a shushing gesture. "Sister Mayor, come with me." Chen Yuan pulled Lu Meyer to a courtyard. "Senior brother Chen, you're hurting me." Lu Meyer's beautiful eyebrows furrowed, and the spot where Chen Yuan's large hand was holding her turned slightly red. "Ah. I'm sorry, Sister Mayor, I'm afraid Master will see me." Chen Yuan explained and quickly released Lu Meyer's wrist. Lu Meyer pulled her hand back, her ears turning slightly red, and she felt a little scared. What should she do if her senior brother Chen does something inappropriate to her in the middle of the night? As she was lost in thought, a large hand waved in front of her eyes, interrupting her reverie. Chen Yuan asked curiously, "Sister Mayor, what are you thinking about? Is something on your mind, Sister Mayor? You look so troubled." "No. It's nothing." A blush appeared on Lu Meyer's face, but it was not very clear because of the darkness of the night. "Senior brother Chen, why did you bring me here?" she asked in a low voice. "Sister Mayor, you usually take care of Master closely, do you know what Master lacks?" Chen Yuan asked. Lu Meyer looked puzzled. "What's missing?" "Yes, that's what I wanted to give Master a small gift." Chen Yuan took out a mid-grade spirit stone and stuffed it into Lu Meyer's hand. This mid-grade spirit stone was taken from the system's strategy fund. Lu Meyer's appearance score is 91, which just meets the system's requirements. I hope Sister Mayor can tell me what Master usually likes to do and what he likes to do. Chen Yuan then took out another pill to improve cultivation in the foundation establishment stage, a second-tier pill called the Spirit Gathering Pill, and placed it in Lu Meyer's hand. Lu Meyer felt the pills and spirit stones in her hands were burning hot, and hurriedly returned them to Chen Yuan, saying in a flustered manner, "Senior brother Chen, please take these back. I can't accept them." Lu Meyer's biggest fear is Long Yumeng. If Long Yumeng finds out that she accepted bribes and leaked her information, she will definitely punish her severely. Her time as a maid was coming to an end. "Wow. That's interesting. Do you think it's not enough?" Chen Yuan refused to believe it and took out 3 more spirit-gathering pills. "No, Senior brother Chen, I really can't accept it, and I can't tell you about Master's situation either." Finally, Chen Yuan took out a condensing gold pill, the pill needed to break through to the golden core stage. Each pill has a 20% chance of condensing a solid golden core and breaking through to the golden core stage. When Lu Meyer saw the pill, a burning desire appeared in her eyes. For someone of her mediocre talent, the golden condensation pill could be considered a priceless treasure. However, thinking of her master's icy gaze, Lu Meyer could only refuse again with tears in her eyes. "Senior brother Chen, I really can't accept this." As she declined, a beautiful figure quietly landed behind Chen Yuan. "What are you doing?" Qin Shuhan's voice was clear and icy, gently reaching the ears of Chen Yuan and Lu Meyer. Lu Meyer was so startled that she dropped all the spirit stones and pills in her hands to the ground. Qin Shuhan stepped forward and picked up the pills and spirit stones on the ground, for gathering spirit pills, 1 condensing gold pill, and 1 mid-grade spirit stone. "Whose pills and spirit stones are these?" Qin Shuhan asked. Reporting to Senior Sister Qin, "These pills and spirit stones were given to me by Senior Brother Chen." Immediately afterwards, Lu Meyer told Qin Shuhan everything about how Chen Yuan had asked for information about his master and had forced pills on her. Chen Yuan frantically tried to signal to her with his eyes, but Lu Meyer kept her head down the whole time. Seeing this, Qin Shuhan chuckled and asked, "Junior brother Chen? Did you get sand in your eyes? No. No. He. Chen Yuan chuckled awkwardly. That Sister Mayor is so unreliable. She confessed everything, and she's really caused me a lot of trouble. Chapter 18 Forbidden Love, Ice Crystal Snow Lotus. You may leave now. Don't tell my master about this, Qin Shuhan said calmly. Yes. Lu Meyer bowed respectfully, then secretly glanced at Chen Yuan. When she met Chen Yuan's ambiguous gaze, Lu Meyer was startled and quickly turned her head away, her voice trembling slightly. This servant will take her leave now. After saying that, he ran away without looking back. I'm sure he'll hold a grudge against me for betraying senior brother Chen today. Lu Meyer thought to herself, annoyed. There was nothing she could do. Qin Shuhan's aura of oppression was too strong. Even if Qin Shuhan hadn't told her, she wouldn't have dared to tell Lan Yumeng. If she were to tell her master about this, she would definitely be hated to death by senior brother Chen, and she would certainly suffer the consequences in the future. Seeing Lu Meyer leave, Qin Shuhan's face also turned serious, and he scolded, How dare you laugh? If master finds out about this, you will definitely be thrown into the Yuhan Valley and frozen for 3 days and 3 nights. Chen Yuan from Yuhan Valley knew that among the books he read during his evening cultivation were introductions to sects. There is a forbidden area in the back mountain of the sect, which is used to punish personal disciples who have made mistakes. If a golden core cultivator were thrown into the cold valley, his body would be pierced by the icy wind within a day, and he would be covered in wounds within 3 days, requiring at least half a year to recover. Senior sister is such a good person. She even kept his secret. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan immediately cupped his hands in thanks and said, Thank you, senior sister. Qin Shuhan waved his hand, still vividly remembering Shen Yanchu's injured appearance from a while ago. Actually, I just wanted to give master a small gift. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuhan felt a surge of curiosity. Why did you give master a gift? To put it bluntly, your scrap metal wouldn't even be worth a second glance from master. As Qin Shuhan spoke, she tossed the pills and spirit stones back to him. Chen Yuan took the spirit stones and pills, returned them to the system, glanced around, and lowered his voice, saying, Senior sister, I can tell you, but you have to swear that you will never tell anyone. Also, you must tell me what master likes. What's all the mystery about? Qin Shuhan frowned, but driven by curiosity, she finally agreed. Qin Shuhan immediately swore to the heavens that she would never tell a third person. Seeing this, Chen Yuan beckoned Qin Shuhan to come closer. Qin Shuhan obediently leaned her ear closer. Chen Yuan was not afraid of Qin Shuhan reporting him, because once a cultivator violated the heavenly Tao and swore an oath, his Tao heart would be damaged and he would be killed by the heavenly tribulation. A moment later, Qin Shuhan's eyes widened, and she thought that she must be hallucinating. Otherwise, how could she have heard such horrifying news? Junior brother actually said he likes master. Good heavens! What a forbidden love! Thinking of his master's icy, frosty face, Qin Shuhan shook his head resolutely and said, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Junior brother, give up. Master will never agree to this. Chen Yuan quickly made a shushing gesture, Shoo. Senior sister, keep your voice down, don't let others hear. Junior brother, what you're doing is wrong. Master is our elder. All right. Chen Yuan quickly interrupted his senior sister's lecture. Senior sister, just tell me what master likes, you don't need to worry about anything else. Qin Shuhan pursed her lips. She had just promised her junior brother and couldn't go back on her word. After thinking for a moment, she slowly said, I don't know what master likes, but I know what master lacks. Senior sister, can you please stop talking so dramatically? Chen Yuan complained. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuhan reached out her delicate hand and pinched the soft flesh of Chen Yuan's waist. Ouch! It hurts. Chen Yuan felt a sharp pain in his waist and quickly begged for mercy. Qin Shuhan glared at him and snorted coldly, Humph. From now on, you're not allowed to interrupt me, understand? Chen Yuan rubbed his lower back and pouted, Okay, senior sister. Seeing Chen Yuan rubbing his lower back, Qin Shuhan realized that she might have been a little too rough. Does it still hurt? Qin Shuhan asked softly, her voice softening. Qin Shuhan is the aloof and ethereal type, sometimes even stricter than her master. However, the biggest difference between her and her master is that she softens her heart much faster. It doesn't hurt anymore. Shen Yuan shook his head and quickly asked, "Senior sister, you still haven't told us what master is missing." "A sixth-tier spiritual treasure, the Ice Crystal Snow Lotus," Qin Shuhan replied. "Ice Crystal Snow Lotus?" Shen Yuan was somewhat surprised. He knew about this treasure. It could be used to refine pills for nourishing the soul. Some time ago, Master encountered a mishap during cultivation, and his soul suffered severe damage. Although he has recovered, he still suffers from aftereffects, and he experiences excruciating headaches on the 23rd of every month. Qin Shuhan's face showed a hint of heartache. To completely heal the damage to the soul, one must take the 6th grade elixir, the Cold Lotus Soul Nourishing Pill. Now, Master is only missing this Ice Crystal Snow Lotus as a medicinal ingredient. Where can I find the Ice Crystal Snow Lotus? Shen Yuan continued to ask. Rumor has it that the Ice Crystal Snow Lotus grows in the Frost Abyss Mountains in the far north, but Master has gone there several times without finding it. The Cold Abyss Mountains are vast, and the Ice Crystal Snow Lotus grows in extremely secluded places, possessing spirituality and adept at disguising itself. The wild grass you see by the roadside might actually be a snow lotus. After Qin Shuhan finished speaking, seeing Shen Yuan's eager expression, she quickly reminded him. The Cold Abyss Mountains are teeming with monsters. Even a nascent soul stage cultivator would likely perish there. Moreover, the Ice Crystal Snow Lotus is adept at disguise. Even if you had the strength to traverse the Cold Abyss Mountains, you might not be able to find it. Don't worry, senior sister, I know my limits and won't take any risks, Shen Yuan assured her, but he had already made up his mind. Qin Shuhan nodded, then remembered something and said, "You don't need to come to my place to cultivate tomorrow. Master said he wants to personally teach you." "Yes." After bidding farewell to his senior sister, Shen Yuan returned to his residence. He decided to go to the Cold Abyss Mountains in person. Although he could take it out directly, he couldn't trigger a return. Moreover, I have a system and a trump card to protect myself, so why should I be afraid of the mere Cold Abyss Mountains? Shen Yuan opened the system store, and the dazzling array of goods overwhelmed him. Finding it himself was too much trouble, so Shen Yuan decided to ask the system directly, "System, do you have any magical artifacts for treasure hunting?" Ding, automatically searching for the host. Ding. The heavenly rank magic artifact, the Myriad Treasures Spirit Guiding Banner, can find treasures within a 10-mile radius for the host. Price, 100,000 emotion points. This system is too expensive. Is there a cheaper one? Shen Yuan was speechless. He only had 15,000 emotion points, which was simply not enough. Since this is the host's first purchase from this store, we can inflict a bone fracture on the host. Shen Yuan looked at the system shop, where the words retail price 100,000 emotion points were crossed out with a slash. Below him appeared a line of small print, discounted price 5,000 emotion points. Chapter 19 Line Yomeng's emotional changes, true meaning of the fist. Finally, Shen Yuan paid 5,000 emotion points with tears in his eyes. Midnight 11 p.m. 1 a.m. Shen Yuan arrived at Xiao Baishi's residence. "Ha! It's so late, why hasn't Xiao Baishi come back yet?" Just then, a streak of light approached from afar and landed behind Shen Yuan. Shin Nianchu carried Yi Baishi towards the mansion. When she saw Shen Yuan, her eyes lit up, and she greeted him. "Oh! Junior brother, it's perfect that you're here. Come and help Xiao Baishi." Shen Yuan quickly stepped forward and took the tipsy Yi Baishi from him. "Senior sister, where did you take Yi Baishi? Why is she so drunk?" Shen Yuan asked, his tone tinged with displeasure. "What if they encountered any danger on the way?" Shin Nianchu fidgeted with her fingers and said softly, "It's not my fault. Xia Beixi insisted on drinking the drunken flower wine. I tried to stop her, but she wouldn't listen to me." "How much did they drink?" Shin Nianchu held up 5 fingers. 5 bottles of drunken flower wine? Shen Yuan was shocked. Drunken flower wine is a strong liquor made from spirit rice and drunken immortal grass. 1 bottle would knock out a foundation establishment cultivator. How could Xiao Baishi dare to drink so much? "No." Shin Nianchu shook her head. "I took 5 small sips." Okay. He overestimated Xia Beixi's alcohol tolerance. "Junior brother, I'm leaving this to you. I'm going back now." After saying that, Shin Nianchu took off running. Back at her residence, Shin Nianchu gulped down a large mouthful of spiritual spring water. What were her junior brother and sister doing now? It was so hard to guess. On the other side, Chen Yuan placed Yi Baishi on the bed and then went to prepare tea for her. Lying on the bed, Xiao Baishi kicked her little shoes away with her little feet, then rolled over and lay sprawled on the bed. It's so hot. Yi Baishi's face was flushed as she reached out her little hand to unbutton her robe, revealing a purple lining. A moment later, Chen Yuan carried a cup of tea to the bedside and placed it on the bedside table. He then helped Yi Baishi up and held her in his arms. At this moment, Yi Baishi opened her blurry eyes, saw the person in front of her, and sweetly called out, "Brother." "Mm." Chen Yuan responded, then picked up the tea and held it to the little girl's lips. "Good girl, Baishi, drink the water." "Okay." Yi Baishi nodded obediently, then took a sip of tea. "Sweetie, finish your water," Chen Yuan coaxed softly. Yi Baishi wrapped her arms around Chen Yuan's neck and then pressed her lips to his. A sweet aroma flowed from Yi Baishi's small mouth into Chen Yuan's mouth. Xiao Baishi returned all the water she had just drunk to Chen Yuan. He. Yi Baishi released Chen Yuan's neck and giggled, then took a light sip and kissed Chen Yuan again. "Is it good, brother?" Yi Baishi brought her lips close to Chen Yuan's ear and asked. Chen Yuan responded softly. "Would you like to try out the warm little white dawn, brother?" Hiss. Chen Yuan gasped. Little Baishi's face was flushed from the alcohol. She was too alluring, too proactive. The next day, Yi Baishi slowly woke up, and her face flushed as she thought about last night. Awake? At this moment, Chen Yuan was looking at her with a smile. Ah! Yi Baishi hurriedly covered her face, only then realizing that she had been lying in her brother's arms the whole time. It's already 1:15 a.m. Don't keep senior sister waiting. Let me help you change and wash up first. After getting dressed, the two walked out of the mansion together and waved goodbye at the corner. Chen Yuan flew towards Long Yoming's palace. Last night, Chen Yuan earned 5,000 emotion points from Xiao Baishi. Ahem, it seems I'll have to work harder in the future. Next, I should go and fleece my master. A quarter of an hour later, Chen Yuan landed in front of Long Yoming's bedroom. As soon as Lu Meyer saw Chen Yuan, she immediately turned to leave. Sister Mayor, where are you going? Chen Yuan made a fierce expression. In Lu Meyer's eyes, it was like a wild beast ready to devour its prey, which made her legs tremble with fear. Senior brother Chen, please don't hit me. I don't know what was wrong with me yesterday. I got nervous as soon as I saw senior sister Qin, Lu Meyer hurriedly explained. Seeing this, Chen Yuan touched his face and asked, Am I that scary? Mum. Lu Meyer nodded hurriedly, then shook her head quickly after realizing what she meant. No. It's not scary. I'm not teasing you anymore. Go and inform your master that this disciple pays respects. Chen Yuan said, flipping his right hand to take out a spirit-gathering pill and placing it in Lu Meyer's hand, a smile playing on his lips. This is for you. Under the sunlight, a faint smile played on the corners of the boy's lips, and dappled sunlight brushed across his eyebrows, softening his youthful spirit into a warm breeze. Lu Meyer stared at Chen Yuan, somewhat dazed. At this moment, she seemed to have forgotten Chen Yuan's fierce expression just now, and only Chen Yuan's gentleness remained in her eyes. What's wrong, Sister Mayor? Chen Yuan waved his hand in front of her eyes. No. It's nothing. Lu Meyer looked flustered and quickly entered the palace. Lu Meyer's favorability plus 20, current favorability towards host, 50. A moment later, the bedroom door opened, and Lu Meyer, with her head down and looking at her toes, gestured for him to enter. Senior brother Chen, please. Chen Yuan nodded, and as he passed Lu Meyer, he stopped and lightly touched the crystal earring on her earlobe with his fingertip. The earrings are beautiful, they suit you perfectly. After saying that, Chen Yuan walked straight into the palace. Lu Meyer was left standing there, stunned. Her earlobes turned red at a visible speed, and the sensation of Chen Yuan's fingertips brushing against her earlobes was still there. Ding! Lu Meyer's favorability plus 5, current favorability, 55. Inside the palace. Stand there and don't move. Lung Yumeng spoke with an icy tone. Without raising her eyes, she closed them and sat in meditation. Chen Yuan looked at the system panel. At this moment, Lung Yumeng was constantly providing him with emotion points. It seems Master is angry, Chen Yuan thought to himself. Otherwise, his tone wouldn't have been so cold, much colder than last night, and a chilling aura swept over you. Why is he angry? Probably because he saw him flirting with Lu Meyer outside the palace. Half an hour later, Long Yumeng slowly opened her eyes and said only one short sentence, "That's not what I meant last night." Shen Yuan understood that his master was referring to the incident that had disappointed him and caused him to leave last night. "It seems my manipulative behavior last night worked. I didn't mean to dislike you," Long Yumeng quickly added. After saying that, Long Yumeng regretted it. As her master, was it necessary for her to explain anything to her disciple? She looked up at Chen Yuan and saw that the young man had a smile on his lips and was very handsome. She wanted to ask about what had just happened outside the palace gates, but her lips trembled for a long time before she could speak. Long Yumeng realized that her heart was in turmoil. Long Yumeng spent the entire day guiding Chen Yuan in his cultivation. For some obscure and difficult parts, Chen Yuan only needed to watch Long Yumeng demonstrate it once to understand. During his cultivation, Chen Yuan threw out his right fist, and the fist's energy materialized into a giant fiery dragon surging within it. Long Yumeng's eyes flickered, and she murmured, "True meaning of the fist." How could Chen Yuan have comprehended the true meaning of fist techniques on his own using only yellow rank fist technique? The Great Tao is divided into 9 realms, from the first to the 9th. The first realm is power, and the second realm is intention. Chen Yuan comprehended the true meaning of the fist technique using only the yellow rank fist technique, demonstrating his extraordinary talent, which is unique throughout history. As night fell, Chen Yuan prepared to get up and leave, but Long Yumeng stopped him. Chapter 20 Fire God Jade, Myriad Paths Talisman. "What's wrong, Master?" Chen Yuan asked curiously. Long Yumeng pursed her lips. Chen Yuan's attitude towards her today was hot and cold, which made her feel a little irritated. "Is Master reluctant to let me go?" Chen Yuan asked. After a moment's thought, Long Yumeng nodded slightly. She was afraid that if she shook her head, Chen Yuan would overthink it and think she disliked him. Chen Yuan moved closer to Long Yumeng and brushed the stray hairs from her forehead behind her ear. The touch on her fingertips made Long Yumeng's delicate body tremble slightly. She wanted to reach out and stop him, but when she thought of their relationship as Taoist partners, she stopped herself. Between Taoist couples, intimate gestures should be normal, right? That's what she thought. Chen Yuan couldn't resist wanting to kiss his master's mature and elegant face. "Master, shall we cultivate together?" Chen Yuan tentatively suggested. "Yes." Long Yumeng nodded. She had this in mind when she first stopped Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan was taken aback, not expecting his master to agree so readily. "Don't kiss me, close your eyes." Long Yumeng's cool face was flushed with a faint pink as she reached out her slender hand to cover Chen Yuan's lips. "Is Master jealous today?" "No." Suddenly, Long Yumeng's eyes widened. The tingling sensation in her ears felt like an electric shock, making her heart itch. "Chen Yuan, he actually dared to bite my ear." 2 hours later. Long Yumeng lay in Chen Yuan's arms, her forehead covered in sweat, her wisps of hair sticking to her face, breathing heavily. She was the one who took the initiative the whole time. There was nothing she could do. Long Yumeng was too embarrassed, so she had to take the Hahuan pill. Chen Yuan was alright with the blessing of the primordial immortal body, he still had some stamina left. After dressing properly, Long Yumeng returned to her previous aloof demeanor, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began to cultivate with her eyes closed. "Master, I wish to go out and gain some experience tomorrow." Chen Yuan's deep voice rang in Long Yumeng's ear. Long Yumeng raised her eyes and asked calmly, "Where to?" "The Azure Demon Mountain Range," Chen Yuan replied. The Azure Demon Mountain Range is not far from the Xian Tian sect, and many disciples go there to hunt demonic beasts before the grand competition to improve their combat experience. Long Yumeng nodded, then flipped her right hand and took out a talisman and a jade slip. "Here is a 1,000 lines talisman and a communication jade slip. If you encounter any danger that you cannot resolve, crush the jade slip immediately, and your master will arrive as soon as possible." Chen Yuan took the 1,000 lines talisman and the communication jade slip and put them into his storage ring. When you are away from home, you should not reveal your identity unless it is a critical moment, otherwise you will not achieve the desired training effect. Chen Yuan nodded, "Disciple will remember." He then took his leave. As Chen Yuan approached the door, he suddenly stopped, turned back, and took out a jade pendant shaped like a fire phoenix. As soon as he took it out, the temperature in the entire palace rose a few degrees. "Master, this is a jade pendant that I have worn since I was a child. When I was a child, I was often sick and felt cold every night. This is a fire spirit jade that my mother asked for me. Wearing it will keep me warm." Shen Yuan handed the fire spirit jade to Lung Yumeng, saying, "Master, your little hands are very cold. You must keep it with you at all times." The boy's eyes were sincere, without a trace of falsehood. Lung Yumeng blankly accepted the fire spirit jade, and looking into the boy's eyes, a hint of panic appeared in her usually calm gaze. Ding, Lung Yumeng's favorability has increased by 7. Her current favorability towards the host is 67. Chen Yuan left the palace, and Lung Yumeng stared at the jade pendant in her hand, muttering under her breath, "Fool." Lung Yumeng's cold hands and feet are due to her constitution. She possesses a dual constitution, the Frost Saint body and the Primordial Spirit body. Ding. It has been detected that the host has gifted a second-tier fire spirit jade, triggering a 1,000-fold return. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Tier 4 Fire God Jade. Effect, a one-time use item that can kill a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Chen Yuan landed at Yi Baishi's residence and then knocked on the door. Knock knock knock. A short while later, the mansion gates opened. Inside the room, after a period of intimate whispering, Chen Yuan announced that he would be leaving for a while. "Brother, be careful on the road." "Don't worry, Baishi." Chen Yuan kissed her and turned to leave. Watching Chen Yuan's departing figure, Yi Baishi felt a sense of daze. As Chen Yuan left Yi Baishi's residence, a question arose in his mind, because Yi Baishi was constantly providing him with emotional points. "Oh no." Chen Yuan slapped his forehead, then sniffed his robes. "I smelled master's fragrance, I was careless." Chen Yuan immediately turned back. In the cultivation world, it is normal for a man to have 3 or 4 Taoist partners, but Yi Baishi is relatively fragile. Chen Yuan was afraid that she would be sad. Seeing his woman sad would make Chen Yuan feel bad. Just as Yi Baishi was about to close the door, she noticed that her brother Chen Yuan had come back. "Brother, why are you back again?" Yi Baishi poked her head out and asked curiously. "Baishi, on my body." Chen Yuan hesitated before speaking. Yi Baishi pouted, looking somewhat aggrieved, and said, "Brother, did you go to a brothel again? Are wildflowers as good as me?" "I'm sorry." Chen Yuan didn't know what to say. "You don't need to apologize to me. I'm used to it," Yi Baishi said softly. As long as the man in front of her showed her a little tenderness, she couldn't help but fall for him. Chen Yuan recalled that he used to go to brothels every month, and the spirit stones were all provided by Xiao Baishi. "Brother, you can find a clean woman, please don't go to brothels anymore, okay?" Yi Baishi stepped forward and took Chen Yuan's hand, whispering, "It's not that I don't want you to find a mistress, I'm afraid people will say I'm a jealous woman if word gets out. Baishi, I assure you, the position of the empress will always belong to you," Chen Yuan said, extending his hand. Such a solemn oath is enough to demonstrate Chen Yuan's determination. Upon seeing this, Yi Baishi felt a surge of sweetness in her heart, and a smile appeared on her face. "Here, take this. It's a 1,000-line talisman. Use it as a trump card to escape." After saying that, Chen Yuan forcefully stuffed the 1,000-line talisman into her hand, not giving her a chance to refuse. Ding, a Tier 3 Spirit Talisman 1,000 Lines Talisman has been detected, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit return. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Tier 5 Spirit Talisman, Myriad Paths Talisman. Chen Yuan patted her head and said, "Follow senior sister and learn swordsmanship well. If you make it into the top 10 in the competition, there will be a reward." Yi Baishi immediately became expectant. What kind of reward? Chen Yuan whispered a few words in her ear, and Yi Baishi's legs went weak, and she fell into Chen Yuan's arms. Yi Baishi blushed again, her whole body burning hot. "Brother, you should go now. I'm going back." After saying that, Yi Baishi immediately got up from Chen Yuan's arms, ran back to the mansion, and locked the gate. Chen Yuan chuckled and flew towards the outside of the sect. With his identity token in hand, Chen Yuan successfully left the Xin Tian sect and arrived at Qing Tian City at the foot of the mountain. At midnight, Tianqing City was still bustling with activity. Chen Yuan arrived at the entrance of Jubiozai and strode inside. Jubiozai is a place that sells elixirs, and it is said that Jubiozai's influence extends throughout the entire Xianling continent. The quality of the pills is not much different from that of the Lingxian pavilion within the sect. However, the pills sold inside are cheaper than those in the sect, where pills cost 10 times more. Because the main way to purchase is through contribution points. Chen Yuan's purpose in coming here was simple, to buy elixirs for unforeseen circumstances. The spirit stones he carried were all returned by the system. He had asked the system, and it was found that if the pills purchased with the return spirit stones were given away, the return reward would not be triggered. Therefore, Chen Yuan could only keep them for himself. Chapter 21 Humiliation, Interception. Chen Yuan has 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones, which is equivalent to 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. His Chen family, a 7th-grade foundation establishment clan, possesses an 8th-grade spiritual vein. Their annual revenue, including mining income, is roughly this amount. From foundation establishment to golden core, it takes a whopping 100,000 low-grade spirit stones to progress. If one has poor aptitude, the number of stones needed will double. The Chen family has a large household to support, so providing a golden core cultivator is even more difficult. Chen Yuan felt the extravagance of Jubiozai as soon as he entered. Just then, a maidservant approached gracefully, smiling as she asked, "Sir, how may I help you?" Xiaoqing, a maid from Jubiozai, had been in Tianqing City for over 10 years and immediately recognized the magnificence of Chen Yuan's robes. With a base of dark silk, the surface features subtle flowing patterns that, upon closer inspection, reveal to be cloud patterns embroidered with gold thread, embodying understated luxury. Even if he wasn't a disciple of the Xiantian sect, he must have been a direct descendant of a powerful family from some dynasty. Seeing this, Xiaoqing's smile grew even brighter. "Young master, do you wish to buy or sell pills? Or perhaps hire an alchemist?" "Buy pills." Chen Yuan flipped his left hand and took out a list. "Give me 10 of each of the pills listed here." The list contains 3 types of pills, all of which are of the 3rd rank. The author has made records, please do not question them. One of them is the Spirit Recovery Pill, which restores spiritual power and costs 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Secondly, there is the Healing Pill used to recover from injuries, priced at 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. The 3rd item is the Condensing True Essence Pill, used to enhance cultivation, priced at 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Xiaoqing's attitude became increasingly respectful. With a deal worth nearly 100,000, she could earn a considerable commission. She welcomed Chen Yuan into the VIP room and then went to prepare the elixir. Chen Yuan sat on the VIP sofa. 3/4 of an hour later, Xiaoqing returned to the VIP room, waved her right hand, and 3 pill bottles appeared out of thin air on the table. "Young master, would you like to take inventory?" "No need," Chen Yuan replied calmly, then took out a storage bag and tossed it to Xiaoqing. "There are 800 mid-grade spirit stones here." Xiaoqing took the storage bag without checking it and respectfully saw Chen Yuan out of Jubiozai. After leaving Jubiozai, Chen Yuan headed towards the merchant guild selling Firecloud steeds. The eastern wilderness is a vast territory, covering 90 million li, and divided into 9 provinces and 23 regions. The far north is located in the far north of the Great Thousand Domain, 300,000 miles away from the Xiantian sect. A golden core cultivator can travel 600 meters per second, and it would take him 3 days to travel without eating or drinking. Therefore, Chen Yuan decided to buy a Firecloud steed that can travel 100,000 miles a day. Huoyuan Trading Company is a second-rate trading company with branches all over the Great Thousand Realms. The 3rd-tier Firecloud steed can travel 580 meters per second and 100,000 miles per day. It is priced at 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. The shopkeeper brought over a magnificent and handsome steed, and said with a smile, "This place is right at the foot of the Xiantian sect." Chen Yuan exudes nobility and has an extraordinary temperament, so he dares not try to fool him. At this moment, Chen Yuan took out his personal disciple's token, handed it to the shopkeeper, and asked with a smile, "Shopkeeper, can I get a discount with this token?" "You." Upon seeing the token of a direct disciple, Manager Huoyun's expression turned sour. Doing business under the guise of another sect meant he was naturally subject to their constraints. Chen Yuan understood this point clearly. He believed that saving money where possible and using power to suppress others was the right thing to do. Those who followed the rules and regulations were the truly foolish ones. The shopkeeper quickly concealed his reluctance and said with a smile, "Then it's 80,000 low-grade spirit stones." Before Chen Yuan could continue to haggle, he quickly added, "Young master, I can't go any lower. Even if a true lord came, I still wouldn't sell it if you lowered the price any further." "All right." Chen Yuan nodded, preparing to take out 800 mid-grade spirit stones. Just then, 2 men and a woman walked into the Huoyuan Trading Company. The man in the lead had a resolute face and was none other than Wang Tian, whom Chen Yuan had met at the Lingxian Pavilion that day. Shopkeeper, a 3-headed Firecloud steed. Wang Tian stepped forward, tossed a storage ring in front of the counter, and didn't even glance at Chen Yuan. The shopkeeper looked troubled and glanced at Chen Yuan, saying, "Sir, the last fire cloud steed has already been sold to this young master." Wang Tian turned to Chen Yuan and asked with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, would you sell me your fire cloud steed? I'm willing to pay double the price." "Not for sale," Chen Yuan said calmly. "Boy, do you know who this person is? Young Master Wang is a direct disciple of Green Bamboo Peak." The woman behind Wang Tian stepped forward, pointing arrogantly at Chen Yuan's nose with a condescending attitude. "Sister Qianer, don't be rude." Wang Tian scolded, then cupped his hands to Chen Yuan, his manner utterly hypocritical. "Fellow Taoist, please don't take my partner's words to heart. How about I offer 3 times the price?" Lin Xian pouted, "Brother Wang Tian, why are you being so polite with him? He's just a country bumpkin who can't even come up with 100,000 low-grade spirit stones." The three of them had overheard Chen Yuan's request for a discount from the shopkeeper, and Lin Xian had already prejudged him as a penniless wretch. He. Chen Yuan chuckled lightly, unconcerned by Lin Xian's words, and slowly said, "Deal." Wang Tian tossed a storage ring to Chen Yuan, saying magnanimously, "There are 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones inside. Keep the change." The three of them led the fiery cloud horse away. The shopkeeper was filled with envy. 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. However, doing business is all about integrity. If he goes back on his word, he will damage Huiyuan Trading Company's reputation, and the higher-ups will definitely not let him off the hook. Chen Yuan's eyes were deep as he asked the shopkeeper, "Do you have any 1,000-line talismans?" "What's going on, sir?" the shopkeeper asked, looking puzzled. "I'll take the 1,000 lines talisman," Chen Yuan said, taking out 100 mid-grade spirit stones. A third-tier 1,000-line talisman is a must-have for many cultivators, used for escaping, and the shopkeeper naturally has one as well. Deal. The shopkeeper took out a talisman and handed it to Chen Yuan. A normal 1,000-line talisman would only cost 50 mid-grade spirit stones, so he didn't lose out this time. Moreover, this was a private transaction, so he made a pure profit of 50 mid-grade spirit stones. Chen Yuan walked out of the Fire Cloud Trading Company and took out a map to examine it. Chen Yuan guessed that Wang Tian and the others must be heading to the Qingyao mountain range for training. The 1,000 lines talisman burned in his left hand, causing space to distort and deform. The next moment, Chen Yuan was already on a mountain path 1,000 miles away. This path is the only way to reach the Azure Demon Mountain range. A black garment was taken from Chen Yuan's hand and draped over his body. After putting on the skull mask, Chen Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground and took out the Tianyuqin to play. The melodious tune echoed through the silent forest. On the other side, the fire cloud steed pulled the cloud chariot and galloped at top speed towards the Azure Demon Mountain range. "Brother Wang Tian, that guy was such a coward. You humiliated him for ages and he didn't say a word. Why did you give him so many spirit stones?" Lin Xian asked, puzzled. "Sister Qianer, you need to change your temperament. You need to learn to be more reserved and not show your emotions. Even if you look down on someone, don't reveal it," Wang Tian advised. Wang Tian regretted his earlier spitting remark, which caused his senior sister to become increasingly cold towards him. He also began to hate Chen Yuan. "Okay, you're so annoying, just like my dad?" Chapter 22 Wang Tian, dead. Alright, I won't say anymore. "You'll find me annoying if I say too much," Wang Tian said, feigning indulgence, a hint of greed lurking deep in his eyes. Lin Xian is the eldest daughter of the Lin family, the most prestigious family in Yunhai County. She is exceptionally beautiful and entered the Qinghan Valley, an inner sect of the Xianshui sect, 2 years ago. Her cultivation level has already reached the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage. Although Wang Tian became her Taoist partner, he never consummated their relationship. Wang Tian had long been unable to contain himself and decided to take it down on this trip. At this moment, the young man in blue interjected, "Lin Xian, don't you know Brother Wang? He's not one to suffer losses at all." The young man in blue was named Chen Kai. He was the eldest son of the Chun family, the 2nd largest family in Yunhai County. He had joined the Shintian sect 2 years ago and was now a disciple of the inner sect's Gale Hall, with a cultivation level of the 4th level of the Golden Core stage. He and Wang Tian are sworn brothers and grew up together. Upon hearing this, Wang Tian chuckled, "Brother Kai understands me best. I know that person. He is a newly initiated personal disciple of Zi Qingpeak." Upon hearing this, both of them were shocked, especially Lin Xian, who never expected that the person she had been humiliating was actually a personal disciple. The sect competition is in half a month. He just wanted to buy this Firecloud steed. I guess he's like us, wanting to go to the Azure Demon Mountain range for training. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Brother Wang, you mean? As she spoke, Lin Xian made a throat-slitting gesture. Qian he is a personal disciple. Killing him could easily cause trouble. Wang Tian feigned seriousness, then sighed. Lin Xian clung to Wang Tian and said coquettishly, Brother Wang, just kill him. In the middle of nowhere, who would know? She had already offended Chen Yuan, so only death could prevent all future troubles. Oh, okay, from now on, I'll do whatever you ask me to do. Lin Xian went all out and rubbed her soft breasts against Wang Tian's arm. Alright, for Qian's sake, I'll take this risk and kill him. With just a few words, the fate of Chen Yuan was decided by the group. The fiery cloud steed travels at nearly 4,000 miles per hour and is only a quarter of an hour away from the forest path. The fiery cloud steed disappeared into a dense forest, the wind whistling in their ears, and the scenery flashing by on both sides. Before long, a melodious tune entered the ears of the three. Wang Tian frowned slightly. He felt like he had heard this tune somewhere before. Brother Wang, look! Chen Kai exclaimed, pointing ahead. Wang Tian looked in the direction Chen Kai pointed and saw a man in black sitting cross-legged between two locust trees, plucking the strings of a zither, the melodious tune coming from his fingertips. Hiss! Wang Tian pulled on the reins, and the fire cloud steed neighed in surprise, reared up, and stopped. Why are you blocking our way? Wang Tian's eyes turned cold. He vaguely sensed a killing intent emanating from the man in front of him, and it seemed that this killing intent was aimed directly at them. A gentle breeze blew by, and a maple leaf drifted down and landed on the Tianyu Qin. Just then, Chen Yuan finished playing his piece, but his fingertips did not stop. Spiritual energy condensed at his fingertips. In an instant, the strings emitted eerie sounds that seemed to have form. As the strings vibrated, invisible sound waves transformed into sharp blades, tearing through the air and shooting towards Wang Tian and his companions like arrows. Wherever it went, grass and trees were cut down, and stones flew everywhere. Not good. Wang Tian's expression changed drastically, and he quickly drew his sword to parry. Lin Xian hurriedly took out a talisman and held it to her chest. The spiritual energy blade arrived in front of her in an instant. The talisman burned out in her hand, and a golden barrier suddenly rose up to protect her. Chen Kai summoned the Xian rank magic weapon, the Azure Wood Sword, with his right hand. The sword light was like a rainbow, and he met the several blades in front of him with one sword. Clang, clang, clang. The spiritual energy blade clashed with the green wood sword, sparks flying everywhere, the shock making his tiger's mouth numb, and he staggered backward with a thump 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 as his blood and chi surged within his body. We are disciples of the Xiantian sect. Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Xiantian sect for intercepting and killing us here? Wang Tian said through gritted teeth. The man before him attacked with lightning speed, and the 5th level golden core cultivator barely had time to parry. Chen Yuan's aura surged, and the pressure of the 3rd level of golden core permeated the air. He strode forward and appeared above Wang Tian's head. Wang Tian was astonished. Chen Yuan's speed was so fast that he couldn't keep up. Chen Yuan slammed the heavenly feather zither down on his forehead. How dare you! A furious shout rang out from Chen Yuan's right side, and Chen Kai, wielding the greenwood sword, charged towards his right side. How dare you be so presumptuous, a mere golden core cultivator at the 3rd level? With a single thrust, the sword pierced the sun like a rainbow, its momentum pressing down on Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan remained calm and composed, seemingly offering no resistance. Sensing the killing intent above him, Wang Tian was not foolish enough to use his head to withstand it. In an instant, the intent of the sword emanated from his body, and the fiery sword intent condensed above his head, attempting to block Chen Yuan's earth-shattering power. However, just as Chen Yuan was about to strike the Guqin, the treading snow without a trace technique lit up from beneath his feet. In an instant, Chen Yuan disappeared above Wang Tian's head. Just as Chen Kai saw the sword light about to penetrate Chen Yuan's body, Chen Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared. Chen Yuan's disappearance caused Chen Kai's pupils to shrink to needles, and a murderous intent swept over his body from behind, startling him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. A cold voice rang out from behind him, a mere sword cultivator of the 1st realm? You haven't even grasped the essence of swordsmanship, yet you dare to draw your sword at me? You're courting death. Bang! Tianyukin struck down heavily, and in an instant, the sound of bones cracking rang out. Chen Kai's head exploded, blood splattered on the ground, and his body crashed heavily to the ground. Golden core quality is divided into 9 grades. A grade 3 golden core with an inch-long core is the norm for most cultivators, while a grade 5 golden core with an inch-long core can be considered genius. Wang Tian's golden core was of the 5th grade, measuring 2 inches in size, making him even more monstrous than ordinary geniuses. However, Chen Yuan's golden core was of the 9th grade, and its size was 9 inches. His spiritual power was as vast as the sea, and with his primordial immortal body, he could kill even a nascent soul true monarch without using his divine soul. Everything happened so fast that Lin Xian had no time to react. Boy, die. Wang Tian's eyes were bloodshot. The tragic death of his brother made him erupt instantly. His 5th grade golden core circulated within him, and his blazing fire blade intent burned like the scorching sun. A mere golden core cultivator at the 3rd level dares to rival my glory? The flaming blade, accompanied by Wang Kai's wild laughter, hurtled towards Chen Yuan's face. Nonsense! Chen Yuan scoffed, clenching his right fist. Azure Flame Fist. It was merely a yellow rank technique, yet in Chen Yuan's hands, it was faintly comparable to a heaven rank technique. A fiery dragon blazed up, shattering the raging fireblade intent with overwhelming force. The fist's power remained undiminished, slamming heavily into Wang Tian's chest. His chest caved in instantly, and Wang Tian's face contorted in pain. I am the son of the princess of Yunhai County, my father is a nascent soul true monarch, I am also a direct disciple of the Xian Tian sect, and my master is a integration supreme. You cannot kill me. By the end, Wang Tian was almost out of breath. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted, and a divine soul attack shot out from the jade pendant at Wang Tian's waist. Even if all 3,000 golden cores are of the 9th grade and 9 inches, they are still ants under the influence of the nascent soul and divine soul. Bang! The jade bracelet on Chen Yuan's wrist shattered. It was a 4th-tier spirit protecting jade bracelet returned by the system. Soul attacks are indeed terrifying. Chen Yuan hadn't reacted at all just now. If it weren't for the protective jade bracelet, he would probably have died here. Chen Yuan wasn't too surprised, he had already guessed it. Wang Tian casually took out 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones, indicating that his family background was not weak and he must have some trump cards to protect himself. No more trump cards? Then you can die. Chen Yuan's eyes were indifferent as he exerted force with his right fist, instantly piercing through the man's chest. Wang Tian, die. Chapter 23 4th Order High-Grade Divine Sense. Chen Yuan acted too quickly before Lin Xian could react. Wang Tian had already been killed. You can't kill me. My father is a true lord, and my master is a void-reversing Dao lord. If I perish, you won't survive either. Lin Xian looked terrified, uttered a threat, and kept backing away. I can kill a disciple with a flick of my wrist, let alone an inner disciple like you. Chen Yuan sneered, retrieving the heavenly feather zither into his storage ring. He took a step forward, and the giant fiery dragon in his hand condensed once more. Seeing this, a cold glint flashed in Lin Xian's eyes, and she threw a talisman at Chen Yuan with her right hand. The 4th-tier talisman, the Destruction Talisman, has an explosive power comparable to a full-force attack from a true monarch at the peak of their cultivation. However, Chen Yuan ignored it, and a majestic Dharma image appeared behind him, a golden dragon covering the sky and obliterating the heavens. The golden dragon extended both claws and clasped them together, holding the destruction symbol in its claws. Boom! The talisman exploded from the giant claw with earth-shattering power, but it did not cause any harm to Chen Yuan. Lin Xian had never seen such a horrifying scene before. Her eyes widened like copper bells as she was forced to her knees by the terrifying aura. Her knees slammed heavily into the ground, leaving a bloody mess. The fishy, foul smell mixed with the blood was extremely pungent. Chen Yuan withdrew his supernatural power and landed in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian was no longer the arrogant and domineering woman she once was. Her black hair was disheveled, and she looked utterly wretched. Kill me! Lin Xian hissed in a low voice. Her fists were clenched so tightly that her nails dug deep into her flesh. She was a proud person and could not accept herself in such a wretched state. I will be waiting for you in the underworld. Lin Xian raised her eyes and stared at him intently, quietly slipping a jade slip into her right hand. With a whoosh, a blade of spiritual energy shot out from Chen Yuan's hand, instantly severing Lin Xian's entire right arm. Ah! Blood gushed from her arm, and Lin Xian felt suffocated from the pain in her shoulder, her face contorted in agony. Chen Yuan stepped out with his right foot, his Lingshu step hovering between his feet, and kicked Lin Xian's head off. Lin Xian died. After dealing with Lin Xian, Chen Yuan took all 3 of their storage rings into his possession. Immediately, flames rose from his right hand, the fireball technique, an introductory chi refining stage technique. Flames engulfed the heavens and earth, instantly incinerating the three of them. Chen Yuan leaped onto the cloud chariot, grabbed the reins, and sped off towards the far north. On the cloud chariot, Chen Yuan took out a spirit recovery pill and swallowed it to restore the spiritual power consumed by the supernatural power he had just used. Yunhai County is a majestic mountain, shrouded in ethereal mist and brimming with spiritual energy. At the mountain peak, City Lord Wang Hongqing stepped out from the great formation, his eyes like those of a bloodthirsty beast. The spirit tablet of his son, Wang Tian, shattered in his hand. His son was dead, and the divine thought he had left behind vanished. Wang Hongqing made a hand seal with his right hand, and a divine soul entered the soul tablet. Gradually, the figure of a man dressed in black and wearing a skull mask unfolded like a scroll and entered his mind. He took a step forward and returned to the city. The aura of the true monarch pressed down on the entire city, causing many forces to tremble. In an instant, a purple gourd appeared in his palm. Tracking aura magic item, spirit rank magic item, purple green gourd. The jade pendant he left on his son contained a wisp of energy from the purple green gourd, used to detect the aura of the person who made the move. In an instant, a wisp of purple mist rose from the gourd and drifted towards the far north. Nascent soul cultivators can reach a maximum flight speed of 8,000 meters per second. However, Wang Hongqing was limited by the purple-green gourd, and could only utilize 1/300th of its speed. Over the past 3 days, Chen Yuan's body has been like a black hole. He has swallowed a total of 4 condensation pills. Through refining and absorbing 100 mid-grade spirit stones, he has advanced from the early stage of the 3rd level to the late stage. Even if one's dantian is 8 inches larger than others, as long as there are enough spirit stones and pills, one can still match, or even surpass, others. 3 days later, Chen Yuan arrived at the northernmost border city of Beatty City, whose lord was a genuine nascent soul true monarch. To enter the cold abyss mountains, one must pass through this northern city. Chen Yuan jumped off the cloud chariot, then put it into his system space, and led the fire cloud steed into the city from the south. After paying 2 low-grade spirit stones, Chen Yuan successfully entered the city. Inside the city, there were carved beams and painted rafters, a constant flow of traffic, and the sounds of vendors hawking their wares on both sides. Needless to say, 5th-rank cities are guarded by true monarchs, and there are countless foundation establishment cultivators and golden core cultivators within them. Chen Yuan led the fire cloud steed to the fire cloud trading company, handed the reins to the gatekeeper, and then tossed him a storage bag. 5 days of foster care, here are 50 mid-grade spirit stones, to provide my precious horse with the best feed. The servant took the storage bag and quickly nodded respectfully in agreement. Here's the storage bag for you, Chen Yuan said casually. Thank you, sir. Thank you. The servant's eyes lit up. Storage bags were something only disciples of large families could afford, and they could be sold for a lot of spirit stones. Sir, our Hoyun Trading Company not only offers foster care services, but also sells a lot of intelligence. Judging from your appearance, you are from out of town. Our Hoyun Trading Company has intelligence on hundreds of countries around us. The servant led Chen Yuan into the VIP area of the business and introduced the place with a smile. Chen Yuan pondered for a moment and asked, how many spirit stones are needed for a report on Northern City and its surrounding areas? Master, this intelligence isn't worth much, it only costs 100 low-grade spirit stones. Everyone in the area knows this, but our Fire Cloud Trading Company has more accurate information. Then give me one. Chen Yuan said slowly. Yes, sir, the servant replied respectfully, and then went to prepare the intelligence. At this moment, Chen Yuan asked the system, do you have any cultivation techniques for spiritual sense? Divine sense levels range from 1 to 9, with the nascent soul level starting at level 4. Moreover, cultivating divine sense requires enduring immense pain. A golden core cultivator can at most cultivate divine sense to the 3rd level. The 4th level is almost impossible to achieve unless the person has exceptional talent in spiritual perception. Ding, a host has been found. Immediately, a pale blue light screen appeared in front of Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan glanced at his emotional value balance, which was exactly 30,000. You can purchase a local level divine sense technique called Sea of Consciousness technique. Once you have mastered it, you can reach the 4th level high-grade divine sense, which is comparable to the divine sense of the late-stage nascent soul. System, purchase the Art of Knowledge seed. Ding, purchase successful, 30,000 emotion points deducted. The cultivation technique has been stored in the system space, and the system can help the host master it at any time. Begin the fusion, Chen Yuan commanded. In an instant, Chen Yuan's soul was pulled into another space, where a ferocious flame burned from beneath him. Chen Yuan clearly felt the changes in his soul, and his soul body became more and more solid. If it weren't for the system's help, that roaring fire dragon would probably have burned his soul to ashes. It burned for a full 49 days, while only a moment passed in the outside world. Fourth order superior divine sense, accomplished. A golden light shot out from Chen Yuan's pupils. His divine sense left his body and probed the surrounding area for miles. He clearly heard the flirtatious words between a man and a woman in the restaurant across the street. Before long, the servant returned to the VIP seats with a tray, on which was placed a jade slip of emerald green. Chen Yuan took out a mid-grade spirit stone and placed it on the tray, then picked up the jade slip and held it in his hand. A message entered Chen Yuan's mind from the jade slip. The lord of Beatty City is named Zhuang Qinghe, and he is respectfully called Qinghe Xinjuan by the people. In the far north, there are thousands of sects of all sizes within a radius of 10,000 miles. Among them, the most famous sect in this area is the Ancient Immortal Sect, a fourth-grade sect located in the Futian Mountains, 30 miles away. Its sect leader is a nascent soul stage cultivator. Chapter 24: The Son of the Abandoned City Lord's Arms. Chen Yuan left the Fire Cloud Trading Company and wandered through the city. As they approached a corner, a series of exclamations rang out from around the corner. An old servant with white hair was sitting in a carriage, while horses charged wildly ahead, trampling many passers-by and causing them to scream in agony. "Get out of the way, get out of the way, you bunch of lowly commoners, get out of the way." The old servant stood up from the carriage and lashed the crowd with his whip. The passers-by on both sides were unable to dodge in time and were whipped to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the carriage had arrived in front of Chen Yuan. Seeing that Chen Yuan neither dodged nor avoided him, the old servant on the carriage suddenly revealed a fierce look and lashed out at Chen Yuan's face with his whip. Chen Yuan's eyes turned cold. He channeled the power of the primordial chaos into his right hand, grabbed the whip that was being pulled out, and yanked it sharply. The old servant was pulled off the carriage. Chen Yuan gathered his strength in his right hand and punched him on the forehead. Suddenly, blood splattered, and amidst the astonished gasps of the onlookers, the old servant's body fell heavily to the ground. Hiss the horse was startled and charged at Chen Yuan with bloodshot eyes. The third-tier Amaterasu horse is an extremely difficult to tame white steed. When it goes berserk, blue horns will grow from its head, and it will charge at the person closest to it. Its long hooves pounded the stone pavement, leaving hoofprints as swift as a cheetah, and it reached Chen Yuan. The two people closest to Chen Yuan were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, wetting the area with their urine. "You beast, stop right now." A roar burst from Chen Yuan's mouth, and in an instant, a giant fiery dragon lit up from Chen Yuan's right fist, slamming his fist into the horse's horn. Boom! The fire dragon crushed the horse's horn and instantly crashed into Amaterasu's head. Amaterasu was blasted away and crashed into the carriage behind it, smashing it to pieces. The two were trapped inside, and one of them, with a surge of blood energy, instantly sent Amaterasu flying. He looked at the songstress beside him, who had no cultivation at all, and was smashed into a bloody pulp by the celestial horse, her death extremely gruesome. "That kid's finished. This person actually dared to overturn the carriage of the city lord's son. He really has a death wish." A murmur of discussion arose from all around, reaching Chen Yuan's ears. Chen Yuan smiled calmly. No wonder this man dared to ride recklessly in the city. He was the city lord's son. Zhuangzi stood up, his eyes as indifferent as a cold pool, and with a flash of light at his fingertips, a precious sword fell into his hand. "Boy, you killed my servant and destroyed my beloved horse, you're asking for death." After speaking, Zhuangzi drew his sword and attacked, unleashing the aura of a 7th-level golden core cultivator, which was also mixed with the power of a sword. A man and a woman stood on the second floor of the restaurant in the distance, looking in this direction. That kid Zhuangzi has actually entered the first realm of swordsmanship. He can barely be considered a worthy opponent. The man's expression was arrogant. He was Song Chang, the son of the ancient immortal sect master, Song Su, a great cultivator. The woman was an outer disciple of Song Qingshou, named Xingying, the legitimate daughter of a 7th-rank foundation establishment family, and quite beautiful. Xingying shook her head and chuckled. "Compared to you, young master, Zhuangzi is like a mayfly compared to the bright moon." Song Chang is a renowned swordsmanship genius in this area. Now, at just over 100 years old, he has entered the second realm of swordsmanship and mastered the Gale sword intent, which is as swift as the wind. No need to watch anymore. That kid is only at the 3rd level of the golden core stage. He'll be dead in 3 breaths. Song Chang turned to leave, not wanting to witness this pointless battle. Young master, he accepted. Xing Ying exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing this, Song Chang stopped and turned around, only to see that the young man at the third level of the Golden Core stage had actually blocked Zhuangzi's sword strike. In the arena, Chen Yuan remained indifferent, holding the heavenly feather zither horizontally in front of him, blocking the thunderous sword strike. How is that possible? Zhuangzi's pupils shrank. Logically speaking, even without using his sword, he could easily suppress it. However, not only did he use it, but it was also easily blocked by it, which shocked him. If this is all the strength you have, then you might as well die. Chen Yuan's voice was indifferent, and the aura of the third level of the Golden Core emanated from his body, while his 9-inch Golden Core was operating wildly within him. He took a step forward and appeared 100 meters away. His slender fingertips brushed across the strings of the zither, causing the heavenly feather zither to tremble. 2 purple blades shot out from the zither, flying towards Zhuangzi at lightning speed like arrows released from a bow. Wherever it passed, space distorted and deformed, and sonic booms echoed. The speed was so fast that Zhuangzi couldn't dodge in time. To everyone's astonishment, 2 sharp blades slashed at Zhuangzi's arms. Blood sprayed into the air instantly, and Zhuangzi's sword and arm fell to the ground. If Zhuangzi hadn't unleashed his potential at the crucial moment and twisted his body, those 2 sharp blades would definitely have pierced through his chest. Ah! A painful scream came from Zhuangzi's mouth. He knelt on the ground, the pain almost making him faint. When he struggled to lift his head, the figure above him had vanished. A chill ran down his spine, startling him into a cold sweat. Chen Yuan used the treading snow without a trace technique and appeared behind him, his heavenly feather zither trembling as he slammed it down. In an instant, golden light suddenly shone, tightly protecting Zhuangzi within it. Bang! The aftershocks rippled outwards from the point of impact. As Chen Yuan increased the force in his hand, cracks soon appeared in the golden barrier. Just then, 2 figures stepped out from a restaurant on one side and attacked Chen Yuan from the left and right. Chen Yuan frowned slightly. One of them had a fierce and domineering sword, which was extremely fast. His cultivation level was actually at the 8th level of the Golden Core stage. His figure vanished from the spot and instantly reappeared 100 meters away. Song Chang and Yu Xingying landed on either side of Zhuangzi, protecting him in the middle. Upon seeing Song Chang, Zhuangzi's eyes lit up, and the pain in his shoulder lessened somewhat. He growled in a low voice, "Senior brother Song Chang, kill that brat. He actually dared to cripple my arm." Zhuangzi's commanding tone greatly displeased Song Chang. Who did he think he was? Did he think he could act tough just because he was on his own turf? Zhuangzi's eyes were bloodshot. The loss of his arms had driven him mad. "Zhuangzi, watch your tone," Xingying said coldly from the side. Reminded by this, Zhuangzi's scarlet eyes dimmed considerably, and he regained much of his composure. Song Chang didn't look at him again. He took a step forward and said indifferently to Chen Yuan, "Fellow Daoist, do you know who you crippled?" "Ha!" Chen Yuan chuckled dismissively. "Who this person is none of my business. I only know that his servant attacked me first, and my actions were merely a slight form of punishment." "How dare you? This man is the son of the city lord and also an inner disciple of my ancient immortal sect." Song Chang said coldly. He refused to believe that he couldn't intimidate him by mentioning the city lord and the ancient immortal sect. However, no fear appeared on Chen Yuan's face. He remained calm. "It's actually Song Chang, the son of the sect leader of the ancient immortal sect." "What? This person is actually that monstrous sword cultivator from the ancient immortal sect." Those around who recognized Song Chang exclaimed in alarm, "That kid is finished. He injured the son of the city lord of Beatty City and also provoked the ancient immortal sect. Even if he had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough for him to survive." At this moment, a voice transmission condensed into a thread and entered Chen Yuan's mind, "Fellow Daoist, run away quickly before true monarch Xingha arrives." Chen Yuan looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the speaker was a young man in white, but the young man's chest muscles were much more impressive than those of an ordinary man. Name, Xia Yirua. Gender, female. Appearance, 87. Favorability, 39. Realm, Golden Core Stage 6. Seeing that Chen Yuan was not intimidated, Song Chang wondered if this man was truly confident or just putting on a brave face. Chapter 25. Song Chang and Xingying, dead. Chen Yuan condensed his voice into a line and rang in Xia Yirua's ear, "Thank you for the reminder, fellow Daoist." Xia Yirua was taken aback. "Thank her? Then why not leave? She was the eldest daughter of the Xia family in Beatty City and was engaged to Zhuangzi, who was a womanizer and a drunkard, which she found extremely repulsive. Chen Yuan crippled Zhuangzi's arms, and a sense of goodwill arose in her heart. Boy, which sect or school do you come from? Song Cheng asked, squinting his eyes. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan suddenly smiled, just a rogue cultivator. How dare a mere rogue cultivator harm my sect's disciples? Xing Ying's voice was icy. This person completely disregarded her ancient immortal sect. My ancient immortal sect is the only 4th grade sect in the far north. My father is a famous nascent soul cultivator in this area. If you cripple your arms and kneel on the ground to repent, I will forgive your past mistakes and even plead for you before true monarch Xinghe. Song Cheng's expression was arrogant, and his words seemed to imply that he was promising some great benefit. Upon hearing the name of the nascent soul grandmaster, both sides showed expressions of awe. True lords are unattainable to them, and nascent soul grand cultivators are like the bright moon hanging high above their heads. The moment the name was announced, it made them feel suffocated. Chen Yuan remained calm. Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt its debtor. Today, I will kill him. Arrogant. Song Cheng's expression turned completely cold. His storage ring flashed, and the spirit great flying sword, returning wind sword, fell into his hand. Immediately, he unleashed a sword strike, the swift sword intent like a galaxy, hurtling towards him at breakneck speed. The heavenly feather zither floated in front of Chen Yuan. He stroked the strings with his fingertips, and several sword blades shot out from the zither. The sword blade materialized, resembling a mountain, swallowing up the galaxy. Song Cheng's expression changed. His sword intent had actually been broken by this person. A flash of cold light appeared, and before he knew it, Xing Ying had already raised her gun and attacked from behind. A good opportunity. Song Cheng's eyes lit up, and he moved like lightning, raising his sword to attack Song Cheng's face. The sword intent condensed at the tip of the sword, and a long rainbow streaked across the sky, instantly arriving in front of Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan remained calm, his 9-inch golden core circulating wildly within him like a vast ocean. He raised his right hand, a flash of golden light appeared, and a protective barrier was erected in front of him, steadily catching the swift sword strike. Clang! Clang! Tian Yukan circled around Chen Yuan, blocking his path and catching the icy spear light in Xing Ying's hand. The aftershocks spread out from the point of impact, and the onlookers quickly retreated. A golden core cultivator at the 3rd level withstood a full-force attack from an 8th level golden core cultivator, imbued with sword intent. Who is this person? How could someone with such strength be a mere rogue cultivator? Xinghe Jinjuan was located on the city tower, looking towards this place. He had already arrived, but had not yet made a move, because he wanted Song Cheng to test the boy's strength. In the arena, Chen Yuan's expression was icy. He saw a hint of killing intent in Song Cheng's eyes. Since that was the case, he didn't need to hold back anymore. Boom! Vast energy surged from Chen Yuan's body. Song Cheng's expression changed, and a sense of death surged into his heart. When he tried to pull his hand back, Chen Yuan had already firmly gripped the returning wind sword in his hand. Chen Yuan's right palm transformed into a fist, and a rainbow light burned from the center of his fist, condensing the power of the primordial chaos and the vast spiritual power of the 9-inch golden elixir into his fist. The fiery dragon swept away everything in its path, instantly shattering the swift sword intent. The fist's energy has materialized, the true meaning of the fist has been revealed. You've actually grasped the essence of the fist. Song Cheng's face was filled with shock. Bang! The fist struck Song Cheng's face, and several bloody teeth flew off. Song Cheng crashed heavily to the ground, half of his face twisted and deformed. Everything happened so fast that Xing Ying behind her didn't react at all. Chen Yuan silently turned around, and the heavenly feather harp flew back behind him. The resistance disappeared, and the spear's edge pierced straight towards his face. The snow seemed to freeze beneath his feet, and in an instant, Chen Yuan vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already above Xing Ying's head, his right hand striking down with the heavenly feather zither. In an instant, her brains shattered, and Xing Ying's body crashed heavily to the ground. Song Cheng got up from the ground and just witnessed Xing Ying's tragic death. No, he roared, his eyes instantly turning blood red as he shoved a pill into his mouth. After consuming the 4th-tier Qi explosion pill, his strength was close to that of a nascent soul-stage true monarch. His spiritual power was as vast as the sea, and the wind in his hand transformed into a sword. With a single slash, the sword light transformed into a dragon, bearing its fangs and claws, and shot towards Chen Yuan at extremely high speed. It's just self-destruction. Chen Yuan shook his head and sneered, and in an instant, the heavenly feather zither landed in front of his chest. The system rewarded Chen Yuan with a cultivation technique, allowing him to reach the third realm of Qin Dao, spirit. First, momentum second, intention third, spirit. Chen Yuan and the heavenly feather zither became one. The zither in his hand seemed to possess a spirit, as if it could sense its master's powerful fighting spirit. The heavenly feather zither trembled violently, and several long rainbows swept away everything in their path, instantly shattering the dragon. The spirit of the zither, unstoppable, crashed into Song Chang. Bang! A cloud of blood mist exploded, and Song Chang's soul was shattered. Everything happened too fast before the onlookers could react. Song Chang was dead. Qinghe Jinjuan looked horrified. He killed Song Chang without blinking an eye. This man was definitely not a good person. He was extremely cautious in his actions. He could have another son if he lost one, and he believed that the wrong should be addressed and the debtor should be held accountable. Chen Yuan would not come looking for trouble with him. With Song Qingji's death, the great cultivator Song Su will definitely come to surround and kill that kid. If he kills that kid, his son will have avenged his great hatred. A rainbow of light rose from beneath Qinghe Jinjuan's feet and vanished in an instant. Before his cave dwelling, Qinghe Jinjuan gave a brief instruction: if anyone comes asking, just say that I went into seclusion a few days ago. Yes. The gatekeepers were trusted confidants of Qinghe Jinjuan, so they wouldn't speak carelessly. In the northern city, in the arena, Chen Yuan landed on the ground and, with a grab from a distance, sucked the storage rings of Song Chang and Xingying into his hand. Before Zhuangzi could recover from his shock, Chen Yuan strode toward him with the returning wind sword in hand. Realizing what was happening, Zhuangzi cried out in terror, You can't kill me. My father is a true lord, the city lord. Where are the city guards? Protect the emperor. Protect the emperor. Zhuangzi looked terrified and regretted in his heart for provoking Chen Yuan. At this moment, a person landed in front of Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi was overjoyed to see the person. Commander, you've finally arrived. Quickly take him down. The Grand Commander's name is Junbai, and he is at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. Young master, am I late? Junbai knelt on one knee to apologize. Where are the others? Young master, true monarch Qinghe is in seclusion, and the city guards have not yet returned from their mission outside the city. I rushed back as fast as I could after receiving the news. Zhuangzi tried to wave his hand, but then remembered that his arm was broken. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, It doesn't matter, just kill him. Are you going to stop me? Chen Yuan asked indifferently, the returning wind sword in his hand flashing with a cold light. You should think about how you will repent in the underworld. Junbai said, and with his right hand holding a knife, he slashed at Chen Yuan. You only reached the 9th level of the Golden Core stage at the age of 500? You dare to say such a thing? Chen Yuan sneered, retracting the returning wind sword into his ring. He circulated his 9-inch golden core, condensing primordial purple chi in his fist, and slammed it down. You're the one who should go to the underworld to repent. Bang! The fist's energy shattered the blade and pierced through Junbai's chest. First rank, first level 1 inch, 1 level 9th rank, 9 inches. A single punch can shake mountains and rivers. A dull thud was heard as the body fell to the ground. Junbai, dead. Chapter 26. Entering the Cold Abyss Mountains. Seeing Junbai dead in front of him, Zhuangzi completely broke down, crying out, I was wrong. Don't kill me, don't kill me. You don't just know you're wrong, you know you're going to die. Suddenly, Chen Yuan threw out his right fist. Bang! Zhuangzi's head was severed from his body, rolling on the ground, blood gushing out from his neck. Xia Yurua's beautiful eyes sparkled. The young man in black is amazing. Having killed Song Chang, this man can be considered the #1 young talent in the far north. Chen Yuan grabbed Zhuangzi's storage ring with his right hand. Then, he walked towards the north gate. Next, we should go to the Cold Abyss Mountains to find the ice crystal snow lotus for our master. The cultivators on both sides made way for him, seeing him off with respectful eyes. His courage alone was enough to surpass theirs 1,000-fold. Of course, there were also those who sneered, believing that Chen Yuan's killing of Song Chang and Zhuangzi was tantamount to courting his own destruction. Chen Yuan walked ahead, his body still covered in blood, leaving a bloody footprint with each step he took. If Qinghe Jinjuan doesn't come looking for him, he can live a few more days. But if he does come looking for him, well, he'll just be killed. Chen Yuan had no intention of keeping Qinghe Jinjuan alive. He would eliminate any threat he faced. As they emerged from the north of the city, none of the city's defense cultivators dared to stop them. They kept their heads down, fearing that this lord might displease them and kill them all. They've completely overthought things. Chen Yuan isn't that bloodthirsty or murderous. He slowed his pace, swallowed 2 rejuvenation pills to restore his spiritual power, and after about half an hour, a majestic mountain range stood before Chen Yuan. Just one step apart, and it's like 2 different worlds. Ahead lay a vast expanse of white snow, with snowflakes drifting down from the sky. Chen Yuan took a step out and entered the mountain range. The biting cold was like a steel needle, trying to pierce his skin. Chen Yuan frowned. The cold abyss mountains were indeed extraordinary. In an instant, an invisible ripple rose around him, blocking the fierce and domineering gale. With a thought, the myriad treasure's soul guiding banner fell into his hand, and a stream of spiritual power flowed into his palm, activating the myriad treasure's soul guiding banner. In the northern city, a person flew in from the horizon, with clouds beneath his feet like blue lotuses in water, and a divine pressure emanating from his body. All the families and independent cultivators in the northern city looked up at the sky with horrified expressions. The pressure from their divine senses made it almost impossible for them to breathe. Inside the city lord's mansion and cave dwelling, true monarch Qinghe frowned. True monarch's aura? The ancient immortal sect acted so quickly? After a moment's thought, he gave the order to the guards outside the door. Zhou Pang, go and find out who has come here. Zhou Pang respectfully responded, and mist rose beneath his feet, appearing in the void in an instant. However, he concealed his presence, and apart from Wang Hongqing, no one noticed him. Wang Hongqing could tell that this person did not want to show himself, so the 2 of them transformed into a streak of light and appeared in the mountains and forests 10 miles outside the city. Who are you? Zhou Pang asked warily. He had never seen the true monarch before, so he was clearly not a cultivator from the far north. I, the true lord, come from Yunhai County in the Great Thousand Domain, and have come specifically to find someone. As Wang Hongqing spoke, he opened his right palm, and a scroll slowly appeared, depicting Chen Yuan dressed in black and wearing a skull on his head. Zhou Peng's eyes flickered, and the figure on the scroll gradually overlapped with the person who killed the young master. I've seen this person before. He came from the north of the city and headed towards the cold abyss mountains. Zhou Peng's eyes were calm. If you are looking for him, you can go there yourself. Remember not to linger in the city. After he finished speaking, black mist rose up, and Zhou Peng disappeared from the spot. If a true lord remains in the city, he will personally drive him away. Wang Hong suddenly realized why the purple aura had disappeared. It turned out that the kid had entered the cold abyss mountains. In an instant, clouds rose from beneath his feet, and Wang Hongqing transformed into a divine rainbow and flew towards the cold abyss mountains. Zhou Peng returned to his cave and reported to true Lord Qinghe. Master, I think he seems to be seeking revenge. Zhuang Qinghe nodded slightly. Go after him and see what tricks that kid has up his sleeve. If he's killed by that true monarch, bring his body back. Yes. Zhou Peng nodded and disappeared into the darkness. The Xia family, the most powerful family in Beatty City. The head of the Xia family is named Xia Ming. He is a middle-aged man, nearly 400 years old, and is a golden core cultivator at the 9th level of the cultivation realm. He is expected to break through to the nascent soul stage and become a true monarch. Ever since Xia Yuruo returned, he has been absent-minded, his mind constantly filled with that handsome figure, which he cannot shake off. In an instant, a figure stepped out from the void. The newcomer was Xia Yuruo's master, named Xin Yunling, a Taoist master of returning to emptiness. They come from the 9 provinces, 500,000 miles away, from the second-rank sect, Dingfeng sect. A second-grade sect can also be called a second-rate sect, and its sect leader is a supreme being who has achieved the integration realm. Girl, ever since you came back, you've been so distracted. Have you taken a fancy to that boy? Xin Yunling giggled, making Xia Yuru blush. Master, what are you saying? How could I possibly be interested in him? Xia Yuruo lowered her head, her face flushed with embarrassment. Since that's the case, then come back to the sect with me. Xin Yunling said, waving her right hand. The original purpose of this trip was to bring his beloved disciple back to annul the engagement, but since the person is dead, there is no need to annul the engagement. Master, can we wait 2 more days before going back? Xia Yuruo whispered. Since there's nothing else to do, why waste time here? Xin Yunling asked, arms crossed and eyebrows raised. Master, that young master is probably in danger. Could you lend a hand to him? Xiaoyuruo's voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. You said you weren't interested in him, but you're completely out of your mind. You've been thinking about this the whole time, haven't you? Shen Yunling tapped her forehead. Don't worry, I'll make my move when the time comes. Really, master? Xiaoyuruo was overjoyed and excitedly hugged Shen Yunling. That person may not appreciate it. Judging from his extraordinary demeanor, he is definitely not a disciple of a minor sect, much less a rogue cultivator. Shen Yunling felt that she had spoken too definitively, so she added, if he is indeed a rogue cultivator, he must have a powerful lineage to inherit. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyuruo's eyebrows drooped instantly. Then does that mean master can't accept him as a disciple? So you want your master to arrange your marriage? Shen Yunling rolled her eyes at him. This person has exceptional talent, and I am willing to take him as my disciple. It all depends on whether he has a master. I love you, master. Xiaoyuru smiled sweetly and hugged Shen Yunling. Shen Yunling patted her on the back and said with a smile, don't be too happy yet. If this person has a master or a lineage, according to the sect rules, he cannot be accepted as a disciple. A moment later, Xiaoyu released her, and Shen Yunling walked outside. Master, where are you going? Xiaoyuruo asked curiously. The little guy you like is going to be in trouble. Do you want to come with me? Shen Yunling turned her head and asked. Upon hearing that Chen Yuan was in danger, Xiaoyuruo became anxious and quickly nodded. The world reveres her as Taoist Yunling who can escape her divine sense? The conversation 10 miles outside the city naturally reached her ears without missing a single detail. In the cold abyss mountains, Chen Yuan had reached a canyon. The myriad treasure's spirit guiding banner in his hand had not made a sound since he started using it. Let alone a 6th-order spiritual treasure, he had never even seen a 1st-order spiritual herb. P.S. Can anyone who's read this far offer some feedback? Chapter 27 Annihilation in a Single Thought. Deep inside the cave in the canyon, a group of cultivators were fighting fiercely over a spiritual herb, the sounds of metal clashing and spells exchanging blows coming from the depths of the canyon. Suddenly, Chen Yuan stopped in his tracks. His keen senses allowed him to hear what was happening. Chen Yuan frowned and probed into the cave. 18 miles ahead, 2 groups of people were already fighting. The one with the highest cultivation level was a young man, who was at the 8th level of the Golden Core stage. He wore a brown brocade robe with embroidered patterns and a spirit grade sword at his waist, clearly indicating that he came from a prominent family. The boy had a gloomy look in his eyes and a twisted grin on his lips, while his guards were attacking the woman in white opposite him. The woman in white had her dress stained with blood, her left hand dangling, blood still dripping from her fingertips, and only 2 guards remained around her, desperately fighting back. Chen Yuan carefully scanned the woman with his divine sense and saw the spiritual herb on her right hand. Similar to a lotus, but more delicate, the flower is bowl-shaped, and the petals are as smooth and delicate as ice crystal glass. This is the ice crystal snow lotus that Chen Yuan has been searching for. Chen Yuan was overjoyed. It was truly an effortless windfall. He took a step forward and flew towards the cave deep in the canyon. On the other side, the woman had been forced back against the wall, with nowhere left to retreat, and the 2 guards in front of her were no longer able to fight. He was killed by a single blow from the young man's guard. The boy's name was Wu Qianan, a famous genius in the far north. His family, Wu, was a 5th-rank family, and his father was a true monarch, who was quite famous in the far north. Linger, now that you're all alone, if you kneel on the ground and bark like a dog, I might let you go. Wu Qianan's eyes hardened. The woman before him had made him the laughingstock of the world. The woman's name was Xinling, and she came from the Shen family of Baizhou City, thousands of miles away. The Shen family was slightly less powerful, and her family was only a 6th-grade Golden Core family. Don't call me Linger, you're not worthy. Also, if my master finds out about this, your Wu family will surely suffer. Xinling's voice was extremely weak, but her hand still tightly protected the ice crystal snow lotus, which was the only antidote to heal her master's soul injury. In the far north, thousands of sects and families stand side by side. Xinling's master is Yan Ran, the sect leader of the 5th-rank Heavenly Maiden sect. The sect only accepts women, not men. Some time ago, the sect leader of the Heavenly Maiden sect provoked Song Su, the sect leader of the ancient immortal sect and a nascent soul cultivator, in a secret realm. In the end, Yan Ranjinjuan was suppressed by Song Suinyan's primordial spirit, and his soul was injured. Hearing that only the 6th-grade spiritual herb, the ice crystal snow lotus, could cure the illness, Shenling rushed over without delay. Wu Qiannin's eyes were vicious, and he sneered disdainfully, "My father was no match for your master, but that's all in the past. Now that your master's soul has been injured, my father can decide the fate of your heavenly maiden sect with a single thought." He paused, then continued, "Crawl over on your knees. Lick my toes, and I'll take you as my concubine." This seemed to be a promise of great benefit. Some time ago, Wu Qiannin went to the heavenly maiden sect to propose marriage, but was severely humiliated and rejected, which made him hold a grudge and follow them here. Today, having avenged my great grudge, I feel extremely happy. Don't even think about it. Shenling glared at him. Even if I took a fancy to a beggar, I wouldn't take a fancy to you. These words struck a nerve with Wu Qiannin, who laughed in anger. Fine, fine, chop off his legs and feet, strip him naked, and throw him back to the heavenly maiden sect. Two guards stepped forward and stood on either side of Shenling. He released the aura of the first level of the Golden Core realm, and with a flash of cold light, he slashed at the left and right shoulders with the long sword in his hand. Just then, the sound of a zither rang out from one side of the crowd. Wu Qiannin looked in the direction of the sound and was shocked. From the entrance of the cave, two divine rainbows streaked across the sky and suddenly struck the two guards who had made the move. Bang! Bang! The guard's body exploded, turning into a blood mist. A cold wind howled, and the warm blood instantly froze into ice, crashing to the ground. Shen Yuan stepped forward and stood in front of Shenling, his eyes calm and his voice indifferent. "Give me the ice crystal snow lotus, and I can take you away from here." "Boy, who are you? How dare you kill my guard?" Wu Qiannin's voice sounded from behind Shen Yuan, but Shen Yuan ignored it and continued. "Consider it in exchange. I'm a man of principle. I could have waited until you were dead before taking it, but I'm willing to save you now. You should be grateful." These words struck a chord with Shenling. However, the man in front of me is only at the third level of the Golden Core stage, not even as good as myself. How could he be a match for Wu Qiannin? Enraged that Shen Yuan dared to ignore him, Wu Qiannin drew his spirit great flying sword, the Crimson Cloud Sword, from his waist. "You mere Golden Core Stage 3 dare to speak so arrogantly? Die!" Wu Qiannin vanished from his spot in an instant and charged toward Shen Yuan from behind. Clang! Tan Yuqin suddenly appeared, blocking behind Shen Yuan and withstanding Wu Qiannin's killing move. Shen Yuan remained calm, his spiritual energy surging around him. A tremendous force struck, and Wu Qiannin's expression changed. With a muffled bang, he was shaken and staggered backward. Seeing this, Shenling no longer hesitated and handed the ice crystal snow lotus to Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan flipped his right hand and put the ice crystal snow lotus into his storage ring. Then he took out a healing pill and placed it in her hand. Then, he turned away indifferently. You take someone's money and do their bidding. The snow remained untouched beneath his feet, and in an instant, Shen Yuan vanished from his spot, his figure like a ghost, reappearing behind Wu Qiannin. Shen Yuan, holding the heavenly feather zither, smashed it down hard on the back of his head. Bang! A golden barrier rose up, tightly protecting Wu Qiannin in the middle. At this moment, Wu Qiannin finally reacted, turned around with a blank look in his eyes, and saw that the jade pendant at his waist was emitting bursts of rainbow light. It was the life-protecting trump card left to him by his father. The man before me is only at the third level of the Golden Core stage, yet his attack is comparable to that of a nascent soul true monarch. How is this possible? Crack! A cracking sound suddenly rang out, and cracks appeared on the golden barrier in an instant. Wu Qiannin's expression changed drastically. He flipped his right hand and took out a silver pendant. His eyes were fierce. Boy, you are strong, that's true, but under the divine sense of a true monarch, you are still an ant. As spiritual power surged into his palm, in an instant, a beam of white light shot out from the silver pendant and entered Shen Yuan's sea of consciousness. It was a divine sense attack left behind by his father. Wu Qiannin's smug look didn't last long, because he was shocked to find that Shen Yuan was completely unharmed, with a mocking smile on his lips. Shen Yuan withdrew his smile, a mere mid-stage fourth-order divine sense, I can destroy it with a single thought. After saying that, Shen Yuan roared with fire and lightning in his right hand and slammed his fist heavily onto the golden barrier. Bang! The barrier shattered, and the remaining force poured into Wu Qiannin's body, sending him flying backward. Blood gushed from his mouth as he crashed heavily to the ground, his breath fading. Shen Yuan strode towards him, and he cried out in terror, My father is a true lord, you can't kill me. He. Shen Yuan smiled indifferently. He was so tired of hearing that plea for mercy. Approaching him, Shen Yuan looked down at him and said, I can destroy a divine consciousness with a single thought, and I can also destroy a nascent soul true monarch with a single thought. After saying that, Tian Yukan slammed down, instantly smashing his head. Wu Qianan, dead. Chapter 28 Ice Crystal Snow Lotus. The battle just now happened so fast that the guards didn't have time to react at all. Shen Yuan moved like lightning, and with each punch he threw, he ended the life of one of the guards, much to the horror of the surrounding group of men. Before long, the ground was littered with corpses. After dealing with the guards, Shen Yuan began to collect their storage bags. Not only that, he also didn't spare Xunling's guards. After doing all this, Shen Yuan returned to Xunling's side. Upon seeing this, Xunling quickly clasped her hands in a respectful greeting, Senior. Shen Yuan glanced at her and casually cast a detection spell. Name, Xunling. Gender, female. Appearance, 93. Favorability, 37. Realm, Golden Core Stage 6. The woman in front of me was very beautiful, with long, glossy black hair that was as smooth as a waterfall, adorned with a blue silk bow. Her eyes were filled with tears, and especially now, with her injured appearance, she was a sight to behold. In her past life, she would have easily been considered a goddess in school. Shen Yuan extended his hand to her. Seeing this, Xunling's ears turned slightly red, and she gently placed her right hand on Shen Yuan's large hand. Shen Yuan's face darkened, and he shook her hand away. Xunling was stunned. Her hand, had it been shaken off? Shen Yuan frowned and asked, What are you doing? Xunling realized that the man in front of her didn't want to hold her hand at all. She had even taken the initiative just now. Thinking of this, Xunling wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into, and her ears turned even redder. Spirit stones. Shen Yuan said calmly. What spirit stone? Xunling asked, puzzled. What other spirit stones could it be? Shen Yuan frowned and asked, then continued, the healing pill I just gave you is worth 3,000 low-grade spirit stones on the market. Just give me 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. What? Xunling felt that there must be something wrong with her ears, otherwise how could she hear such absurd words? Seeing Shen Yuan's increasingly cold eyes, Xunling shut her mouth, not daring to say anything more, and obediently took out 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. A family at the 6th rank of the Golden Core stage earns over 1 million low-grade spirit stones a year, but that's nothing to her. After giving him the spirit stones, her impression of Shen Yuan plummeted. What a waste of his good looks, he had no manners at all. Let's go. I promise to deliver it to you, and I won't go back on my word. With that, Shen Yuan strode ahead. Xunling pursed her lips, and finally decided to follow, holding a jade slip in her hand. Two slender figures walked through the snow-covered landscape. Shen Yuan noticed Xunling's little actions, but he didn't pay attention to them. It was normal for a young girl to be a little wary. He couldn't help but smile indulgently, thinking that even his naive and innocent Yibaishi had such a sense of vigilance, which saved him a lot of trouble. After a moment, seeing Xunling stammering for a long time, Shen Yuan looked puzzled and turned to look at her. Just say what you want to say, I won't do anything to you. Senior, could you please give me the ice crystal snow lotus? It's extremely important to me, my master's divine sense has been affected. Shen Yuan waved his hand to interrupt her, saying indifferently, the matter of the ice crystal snow lotus is out of the question. Your master's life or death is none of my concern. I can buy it with spirit stones. Xunling said. Shen Yuan shook his head and chuckled. The ice crystal snow lotus is a priceless treasure, not something you can just buy whenever you want. The price of a tier 3 elixir is between 1,000 and 900 low-grade spirit stones. The price of a 4th tier item is in the hundreds of thousands, and you need to add 1 or 2 zeros to go up the price. In other words, even the cheapest 6th grade pill requires 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, which translates to 10 million low-grade spirit stones. Even if the Shen family sold their possessions, they still couldn't afford it. Suddenly, a figure stepped through the air and descended upon this place. Xunling's expression changed. This was the pressure of a true monarch. A powerful surge of divine consciousness flooded into Xunling's mind, instantly plunging her into a daze. Shen Yuan remained largely unaffected, his expression as calm as still water. He patted Xunling beside him, pulling her out of the illusion. Huff, huff. Xunling gasped for breath, a cold sweat breaking out on her back. In the distance, Daoist Yunling, who was just about to make a move, suddenly stopped in her tracks. Interesting. Is it a soul-protecting magic item? Master, that brother in black was actually able to withstand the pressure of divine sense, how amazing! Xia Yuruo was very shocked, but then a look of disappointment flashed across her face. The man in black is probably from a family with a long and distinguished lineage. On the other side of the mountain, Zhou Peng's eyes flickered. It seemed that his master's guess was correct. This person was definitely not a rogue cultivator. He had a soul-protecting treasure that was at least at the 6th level, something that only the major families in the central region could possess. No one believed that Chen Yuan's divine sense could rival that of a nascent soul cultivator, because that was impossible. Only after the golden core transforms into a nascent soul and the Qi expands can one cultivate 4th-order divine sense. Ordinary golden core cultivators are extremely difficult to achieve, unless they possess exceptional talent in the realm of divine sense. In the arena, Wang Hongqing's expression shifted uncertainly. He hadn't expected that the young man in front of him could withstand his spiritual pressure. He must possess a 5th-tier soul-protecting treasure. In an instant, Wang Hongqing's face showed a greedy expression. This place was deserted. If he killed the 2 people in front of him, who would know that he was the one who did it? He stepped forward, his face contorted with rage, his voice like a demon's roar from the depths of hell. Boy, is it you who killed my son? With a shout imbued with divine pressure, Xinling was thrown to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, nearly losing her soul. Crack! The jade slip in his palm shattered. Chen Yuan remained calm and composed, standing there as steady as a mountain, and asked in a nonchalant tone, "Who is your son?" He had killed too many people along the way and didn't know which one the true lord was referring to. "My son, Wang Tian." Chen Yuan chuckled, so it was that good for nothing. "I remember when he knelt on the ground begging me," he said, "Father, come save me. I'm in so much pain." He demonstrated in an exaggerated tone. These words were like igniting a powder keg. Wang Hongqing's spiritual energy surged, and with a clench of his fist, a low-grade earth-rank longsword appeared in his hand. "Boy, I'll make you die. Die with my son." Seeing that Wang Hongqing was about to make a move, Xinling quickly suppressed her discomfort and called out to stop him. "Wait a minute, senior true lord." Wang Hongqing smiled jokingly. "Any last words? Speak quickly." She took out a token and, despite the oppressive aura, said, "I am the chief disciple of the Heavenly Maiden sect, and my master is true monarch Yanran. I beg you, senior, to spare our lives." She thought that if she rescued Chen Yuan, she could obtain the ice crystal Snow Lotus according to his principles. She was too naive. No matter how much faith the true lord had, it couldn't outweigh the hatred of killing his son. Wang Hongqing sneered. He had come to this far north to inquire about the situation here. It's no secret that Yan Ranjinjuan's soul was severely injured. "I can do Yan Ranjinjuan a favor, you can leave, but this kid must stay." Wang Hongqing's voice was icy cold, showing no intention of negotiation. After a moment of thought, Xinling realized something. Would Wang Hongqing really let her leave? She wasn't stupid. The strength Chen Yuan displayed was probably considerable. If she were in the position of this true lord, she would definitely eliminate him completely. Chapter 29: Slaying a True Monarch, a Bountiful Harvest. Xinling drew her weapon, ready to fight to the death, and offered up a talisman with her right hand. "If we save him, we can obtain the ice crystal Snow Lotus to save our master." Wang Hongqing smiled contemptuously and slapped Xinling with his palm. The overwhelming pressure was like a mountain, which greatly alarmed Xinling. The terrifying power made it impossible for her to even make the simple action of throwing the talisman. Boom! Xinling's body flew backward and crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out blood as her life force slowly drained away. Xinling looked unwilling. She didn't want to die here, she hadn't saved her master yet. Naive. On a distant mountaintop, Zhou Peng shook his head inwardly. A golden core cultivator trying to withstand a nascent soul cultivator was probably asking for trouble. This matter was caused by Chen Yuan. If it weren't for him, Xinling wouldn't have suffered this undeserved misfortune. Chen Yuan walked to Xinling's side, took out a healing pill, and put it into her mouth. "From now on, we owe each other nothing." After saying this, Chen Yuan silently turned around, the heavenly feather zither hovering in front of him. "A mere mid-stage nascent soul cultivator dares to dream of taking me down? How naive." The spiritual energy around Chen Yuan was as violent as ocean waves, converging towards his Xian palace. His 9-inch golden core was running wildly, and his spiritual power was condensed at his fingertips. Arrogant brat, putting on airs. A mere 3rd-level golden core cultivator, trying to fight a losing battle. Wang Hongqing sneered disdainfully. The black nether blade in his hand hummed, and the power of his divine sense condensed on the blade. The blazing blade intent was like a rainbow piercing the sun, attacking Chen Yuan's face. Chen Yuan remained calm. He brushed his fingertips across the strings of the zither, and the heavenly feather zither, seemingly imbued with spirit, trembled incessantly. Two long rainbows burst forth from the zither and fiercely blasted towards Wang Hongqing. The divine rainbow, like the rising sun, caused Wang Hongqing's expression to change drastically. How is this possible? Boom! The divine rainbow crashed into the black nether blade in Wang Hongqing's hand, producing a deafening explosion. A figure flew backward. It was Wang Hongqing. Wang Hongqing never expected that the young man in front of him could actually unleash strength equal to his own. He steadied himself in mid-air. This time, he didn't intend to hold back anymore. His nascent soul circulated within him, and the dark nether blade in his hand shone even brighter than before. You brat, die! The sword intent materialized, and behind it seemed a fiery blue phoenix opened its blood-red maw and emitted a sharp, explosive cry before transforming into a stream of light that surged into the black nether blade. Master, please go help brother in black. He's in danger. Xia Yurua cried out in a panic, grabbing her master's arm and shaking it. That kid can handle it. Shen Yunling had no intention of making a move. At this moment, Chen Yuan's expression remained calm and composed, as if he did not take the true lord in front of him seriously. The light appeared as Chen Yuan stepped through the snow, leaving no trace, and vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already above Wang Hongqing's head. With the true meaning of fist in one's heart, one can overcome mountains and seas and defy the fierce winds. A fiery dragon surged and roared from Chen Yuan's fist, smashing down towards Wang Hongqing's head. Wang Hongqing reacted quickly, holding the black nether blade above his head, and the fiery azure phoenix immediately collided with Chen Yuan's fiery dragon. Boom! Ripples spread out from the point of impact, and the surrounding snow instantly turned into boiling water, creating a vacuum zone within a radius of 100 meters. Boy, you're quite strong, but unfortunately I am a nascent soul true monarch. How dare a mere golden core true person compete with me? Wang Hongqing's eyes hardened, his nascent soul burning 7 inches within him, and the black nether blade in his hand became even more dazzling. He. Chen Yuan chuckled, and activated his primordial immortal body, with primordial power surging from his Shin Palace to his limbs and bones. At the same time, Wang Hongqing felt the fierce power in Chen Yuan's fist, and his face changed drastically in fright, with cold sweat covering his forehead. Boom! The fist intent surged forth, instantly shattering the fiery sword intent, and slammed into Wang Hongqing's face. Bang! Wang Hongqing's head exploded instantly, and his body crashed heavily to the ground. The fiery dragon's power remained undiminished, reaching straight to the Xian Palace and shattering its nascent soul. On a distant mountaintop, Zhou Peng's legs were shaking wildly, and black mist rose from beneath his feet, instantly disappearing from the spot. He was certain that Chen Yuan came from a second-grade sect, and was definitely not someone that his northern city could afford to offend. Chen Yuan stepped forward, took the storage ring from Wang Hongqing's hand, then looked at Xinling, who had just stood up, without saying a word. After withdrawing his gaze, he turned and walked out of the cold abyss mountains. Seeing this, Xinling followed closely behind, as only Chen Yuan could give her a sense of security now. We're even now. If you're in danger again, I won't save you, Chen Yuan said indifferently. I know, Xinling replied softly. Half an hour later, the two emerged from the cold abyss mountains. Originally, Chen Yuan thought it would take 7 or 8 days to find the ice crystal snow lotus in the cold abyss mountains, but he found it in just half a day. Next, Chen Yuan planned to return to Beatty City, find an inn, and improve his strength. Just then, a muffled thud came from behind, and Xinling fell heavily to the ground. The injuries were too severe, a single healing pill could only restore 20% of the damage. She had just struggled against the strong wind, and now she was at her limit and could no longer hold on, so she fainted. Chen Yuan frowned, sighed, carried her on his back, and headed towards Beatty City. He's not one to suffer a loss, he'll demand spirit stones at the market price later. Oh right. How many spirit stones does it cost to hire a nascent soul stage guard? I'll ask at the Firecloud Trading Company later. Seeing this from afar, Xia Yurua gritted her teeth. Does Xinling not have legs? What's she pretending for? Master Xinling Yun teased from the side, jealous? Xia Yurua blushed and said in a panic, No, I didn't. Alright, let's go. With a wave of his right hand, Taoist Yunling caused the space to blur, and the two of them vanished from their spot in an instant. Chen Yuan entered from the north of the city, and none of the city guards stopped him. The cultivators in the city were astonished to see that Chen Yuan dared to return. The great cultivator Song Su may have already received the news and will arrive soon. This kid not only doesn't run away but also dares to swagger around. He can only be described as having a big heart. After walking for about 15 minutes, Chen Yuan stopped in front of the Huoyun Trading Company. The same gatekeeper greeted Chen Yuan, and this time the gatekeeper's attitude towards Chen Yuan was even more respectful. "Sir, you are a distinguished guest of our Fire Cloud Trading Company. As long as you are here, even a nascent soul cultivator would not dare to force his way in." "Alright, give me a top-grade cultivation chamber," Chen Yuan said, waving his hand. "Master, a day in a superior cultivation chamber costs 30 mid-grade spirit stones," the servant said with a smile. Chen Yuan nodded and took out 30 mid-grade spirit stones. The spirit stones he was spending now were all returned by the system. Upon entering the cultivation chamber, Chen Yuan felt that the spiritual energy here was 3 times denser than outside. As expected of a superior cultivation chamber, its bottom is engraved with a third-order spirit gathering array, where 1 day of cultivation is equivalent to 10 days outside. There was a bed in the secret room, and Chen Yuan threw Xunling onto the bed. He then walked to the center of the secret room, sat down on the floor, and began to take stock of his gains over the past few days. The total harvest was over 40,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The most spirit stones were obtained from Wang Hongqing, totaling more than 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones. That's already a lot. Cultivating from the 9th level of the Golden Core stage to the Nascent Soul stage requires anywhere from 10 million to 25 million low-grade spirit stones, relying solely on spirit stones. That translates to 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, so these 300 plus high-grade spirit stones should be considered all of Wang Hongqing's wealth. The rest include a low-rank longsword, the Dark Nether Blade a high-rank longsword, the Blazing Fire Blade 2 high-rank flying swords and a high-rank magic treasure, the Purple Green Gourd. There are a total of 19 Tier 3 True Essence pills, and a few of the other pills as well. Chapter 30 Song Su arrives, identity revealed. The most precious of them is the 4th tier pill, the Azure Nether pill, of which there are 3 in total, and each one is equivalent to dozens of condensing true pills. It is a pill used to enhance the cultivation level of the nascent soul stage. Chen Yuan only had 6 condensing true pills left. So he went to the counter and bought 20 more, spending 600 mid-grade spirit stones. The system returned more than 400 spirit stones, which can be used for cultivation. Chen Yuan kept only the greenwood sword, intending to give it to Yibaishi, and sold the rest to the Fire Cloud Trading Company. Based on the price of magical artifacts, a spirit-grade magical artifact is enough to sell for tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones. Only those 5th-grade nascent soul families can afford to use spirit-level magic artifacts. No one knows where Wang Hongqing got his luck, but he got a low-grade longsword, and Chen Yuan sold it for 20 million low-grade spirit stones, which is equivalent to 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones and a full 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. Chen Yuan had the merchant exchange all the spirit stones for high-grade spirit stones. After deducting the handling fee, he received a total of 3,200 high-grade spirit stones. It's enough to match the annual revenue of a family that has just entered the 4th rank of the nascent soul stage. 2 days later, a fierce and domineering spiritual power burst forth from Chen Yuan's body, resonating with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as it surged. Golden Core Stage 4 complete. Ordinary Golden Core cultivators have a golden core that is only 1 inch long, while Chen Yuan has a 9-inch golden core, which is more than 700 times larger than theirs. This would make his normal cultivation speed hundreds of times slower. However, Chen Yuan's primordial immortal body and top-notch comprehension increased his cultivation speed by thousands of times, so compared to normal cultivators, Chen Yuan's cultivation speed was more than 100 times faster. Your spiritual power is as strong as a true monarch, yet your cultivation speed is even faster than yours. Aren't you angry? In the past 2 days, Chen Yuan consumed a total of 15 condensing true pills, and the surrounding spiritual energy was almost completely absorbed, leaving a vacuum. His 400 mid-grade spirit stones were almost entirely used up. Chen Yuan now feels that the spiritual energy in his body is becoming more and more abundant, and his strength has risen to another level. While others can advance 1 level with just 1 condensation pill, Chen Yuan needs more than a dozen. The higher you go, the harder it becomes, so Chen Yuan plans to directly consume the Azure Nether pill. Chen Yuan asked the servant to change him to a superior cultivation chamber, and then continued his cultivation. 3 days later. Boom! Golden Core Stage 6. Chen Yuan consumed a total of 3 condensing true pills and 1 azure nether pill, directly skipping 5 levels and reaching the 6th level of the golden core stage. Calculating the time, Chen Yuan has been out for 8 days, and there are still 5 days until the newcomer competition. It's time to go back. Chen Yuan stood up, glanced at Xinling lying on the bed, and considered the healing pill a gift to her. Without thinking further, Chen Yuan prepared to leave the cultivation chamber. Just then, a soft moaning sound came from the bed. Looks like he's awake. Chen Yuan stopped and turned back. Xinling opened her drowsy eyes and looked around. Where am I? Miss Shen, this is the Fire Cloud Trading Company's secret training chamber, Chen Yuan explained, dispelling her doubts. Xinling patted her head, only then remembering what had happened earlier. Thank you for saving me. Xinling said gratefully. You're welcome. Chen Yuan waved his hand, took out a list, and said slowly. During your coma, I gave you 3 healing pills, totaling 15,000 low-grade spirit stones. Taking care of you is like having an employer-employee relationship. My strength is at the mid-nascent soul stage, so I'll give you a discount, 2,000 low-grade spirit stones a day, and 10,000 low-grade spirit stones in 5 days. I won't rip you off with this secret room. We'll split it in half. Give me 7,500 low-grade spirit stones, and that'll be 32,500 low-grade spirit stones in total. Chen Yuan pondered for a moment, then slowly said, let me round it down to 35,000. This number isn't much, it's only equivalent to 3.5 high-grade spirit stones. Chen Yuan needs startup capital now, so he should try to squeeze as much money as possible out of Yi Baishi. Once he's financially independent, he won't have to worry about resources anymore. Xinling's lips twitched. Is this how you round down to 0? Miss Shen's family should be able to easily come up with 35,000 low-grade spirit stones, right? Chen Yuan said with a smile. Easy my ass. Xinling now wished she could crack open Chen Yuan's skull. Their golden core family had an annual income of 1 million, that was an annual income, not a monthly income, and the whole family was counting on those millions. Although she was the eldest daughter of the Shen family, she couldn't possibly produce so many spirit stones all at once. I don't have that many spirit stones, Xinling said softly. Hee, if you won't give it to me, then I'll have to come to your door to ask for it. Chen Yuan handed the list to her and urged, hurry up, sign and put your fingerprint on it. I'll go to the Shen family in Baizhou City to pick it up in a bit, and I'll take you home on the way. I won't charge you protection money then. No, I won't sign. Xinling shook her head and refused to sign. That's not up to you. Chen Yuan immediately used his fingertips, transforming spiritual energy into a sharp blade to sever Xinling's thumb. He then pressed down on her hand and pressed it towards the list. Xinling was almost in tears, shaking her head repeatedly. But crying was useless. Chen Yuan successfully pressed Xinling's thumb onto it. No, why are you crying? Chen Yuan frowned and scolded, if it weren't for me, you would have died in the cold abyss mountains. You've been ungrateful for my kindness. After being scolded like that, Xinling dared not cry anymore, but her little nose was still twitching. Why are you being so fierce? Xinling muttered softly. Chen Yuan, with his exceptional hearing, naturally heard it, but he didn't care as long as the money-giving boy didn't cry, it was fine. As Chen Yuan descended the stairs, the servant hurriedly stopped him, kindly reminding him, Master, the great cultivator Song Su has been waiting for you outside for 3 days. You can't go out now. Immediately afterwards, the servant began to recommend his own hiring services, offering hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones a day to a nascent soul cultivator, who could arrive in Northern City within 3 days. Chen Yuan said indifferently, no need. I don't even care about a mere nascent soul cultivator. Chen Yuan had the confidence to say this, which stemmed from his identity. The reason he dared to act so recklessly was because he was a direct disciple of the Tianxian sect. The Han Paopao trial card produced by the system is also his source of confidence. These words shocked Xinling, who was standing behind. What a boastful tone. A golden core cultivator is not afraid of a nascent soul cultivator. Is this something a normal genetically engineered organism could say? No matter how powerful a nascent soul cultivator is, they are still just an ant compared to a divine transformation cultivator. Upon entering the initial stage of the nascent soul realm, one nurtures the nascent soul within the body to form a unique primordial spirit. The primordial spirit takes many forms and can determine the life or death of a true lord with a single thought. After leaving the Fire Cloud Trading Company, Chen Yuan led the Fire Cloud steed south of the city. That kid's out. At this moment, the area outside the Fire Cloud Trading Company was already crowded with onlookers. In the blink of an eye, Song Su appeared in front of Chen Yuan, his primordial spirit transforming into a great Dao ice blade. The surrounding cultivators were terrified and scattered, fearing that they would be accidentally injured by his primordial spirit and have their souls scattered. A token was held in Chen Yuan's hand. It was the token of his personal disciple from the Xiantian sect. The token shattered Song Su's primordial spirit the moment it was unleashed. "Kid, you've got some skills. No wonder you dared to kill my son." A ruthless glint appeared in Song Su's eyes. If he killed this boy, all the secrets on his body would be his. Ha! Chen Yuan held the token protectively to his chest and smiled calmly. "I am a direct disciple of the Xiantian sect of the Great Thousand Domain. Do you dare to kill me?" "What?" "The Xiantian sect of the Great Thousand Domains." The Xiantian sect was no stranger to anyone. It was a first-class sect in the neighboring Great Thousand Domain, with 2 Mahayana venerables in charge, and its sect leader and 4 peak masters were all integration supremes. Its reputation shook the heavens. Exclamations of surprise rang out from both sides. Major sects have an unwritten rule that disciples going out for training must not use their sect identity to flaunt their status. Unless you encounter an opponent you can't defeat. In this way, you can achieve the effective training. Don't be afraid of offending people. I will not offend others unless they offend me. If they do offend me, they are just whetstones for the big families and sects. Yes, the world is just that unfair. Their son died, and they deserved it. Who told them to provoke Chen Yuan? Chapter 31 Compensation, Arrival in Baizhou City. That token was of extraordinary quality, capable of shattering his primordial spirit's pressure. The 5 large characters Zuantianzong's personal transmission are engraved on it, and they are lifelike. Song Su stood there, stunned, unable to recover for a long time. The person in front of me claims to be from the Xiantian sect? Then his son died in vain. Song Su clenched his fists with a look of resentment, but finally had no choice but to let go. Now, the priority is not to dwell on the fact that their son is dead, but to find a way to please the man before them, so as to avoid the wrath of the Xiantian sect descending upon their ancient immortal sect. They could easily drag any void-returning Taoist into their doom. Then, something happened that shocked everyone. Song Su immediately withdrew his imposing aura, his face becoming obsequious and his tone ingratiating. "So you are a disciple of the esteemed Xiantian sect. I was blind and failed to recognize your true appearance. Oh? You want to avenge your son? Come on. I wonder if your ancient immortal sect can withstand the wrath of my Xiantian sect." Song Su was startled and quickly apologized. "It was my good-for-nothing son who offended you, young master. I apologize on behalf of my son and beg you to spare my ancient immortal sect." After speaking, Song Su bowed respectfully to Chen Yuan in front of all the cultivators. Chen Yuan's expression was calm, giving him an air of mystery. At this moment, many eyes were filled with respect and awe. Far away. So that's how it is. No wonder this young man, only at the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage, was able to kill a nascent soul true monarch. "He's a disciple of the Xiantian sect," Yunling Daojun exclaimed. "Their Dingfeng sect is a 2nd-rank sect, differing from the 1st-rank sect by only 1 character, yet the difference is worlds apart." Even with her void-returning stage cultivation, Yunling Daojun was merely an inner sect elder in the Xiantian sect. Xia Yuan looked dejected and sighed. In this way, Master could no longer accept the black-clad brother as a disciple. Xinghua Jinjuan's soul had been scared away, and at the same time he was somewhat relieved that he had not taken the initiative to provoke Chen Yuan. He. Chen Yuan smiled calmly. "Ignorance is no excuse. I will forgive your disrespect just now. Your son is dead, and with death comes no debt. This immortal will not harm your ancient immortal sect." "Thank you." Song Su bowed again, his face sincere. He then took out a low-grade flying sword. As he did so, a hint of pain flashed across Song Su's face, but he had no choice. This flying sword is called the White Farewell Sword. It is a rank 1 earth magic weapon. Consider it my compensation to you, young master, Song Su explained. Chen Yuan took it in his hand and examined it closely. The white resignation sword has a long, slender blade that gleams with a cold, sharp light. The hilt is carved from white jade and wrapped with silver threads, giving it a warm and smooth feel when held. Many of the independent cultivators around them revealed greedy expressions upon seeing this. Standing at the back, Xunling looked at Chen Yuan again with admiration on her face. Which true master could command such respect from a nascent soul cultivator? Only a man like him could be worthy of her. Besides, Chen Yuan is not bad looking, he's just a bit stingy and lacks manners. These are all minor issues. I will accept this white CI sword. If you encounter any trouble that you cannot solve in the future, you can come to Xiantian sect to find me. Chen Yuan calmly put the white sword into his storage ring. Upon hearing this, Song Su was overjoyed. He had now managed to get in touch with a direct disciple of the Xiantian sect. Even a single act of kindness can play a crucial role in critical moments, turning the tide and preventing a collapsing edifice from crumbling. The resentment he had accumulated from his son's death was swept away at this moment. Since there's nothing else, you may leave. After saying that, Chen Yuan pulled the reins and headed towards the south gate, with Xinling following closely behind, her eyes somewhat timid, not daring to look at Song Su. Song Su respectfully stepped aside and watched Chen Yuan leave. Just then, a figure stepped through the air and landed in front of Chen Yuan. It was none other than Xinghe Jinjuan, the city lord of Beatty City. It is an honor for our northern city that you have come, young master. It's the city lord. The city lord has arrived too. Exclamations rang out from both sides. Chen Yuan frowned and asked, "Who are you?" "I am Zhuang Qinghe, the city lord of Beatty City." Zhuang Qinghe bowed humbly. Chen Yuan chuckled, "So you're the city lord? I was in seclusion for the past 2 days and was unaware of your arrival. It was my fault." "All right, enough with the polite words. Your son was killed by me, do you hate me?" Chen Yuan asked, raising an eyebrow. These words almost made Zhuang Qinghe cry, and he gave a bitter smile. That brat provoked the young master, he deserves to die. Originally, Chen Yuan wanted to eliminate the threat completely. Now he thinks it's completely unnecessary. Zhuang Qinghe simply doesn't have the guts. Your son threatened to kill me back then. If my master finds out, hee. That hee was quite intriguing. Zhuang Qinghe's body stiffened. The person in front of him was his master, wasn't that the integration supreme? He lost all restraint and knelt on the ground with a thud, pleading, "Young master, spare my life." The surrounding cultivators stared wide-eyed in shock. Their city lord had just knelt before that kid? Seeing this scene, Song Su secretly rejoiced. If he had to kneel down in front of so many people, he would definitely not want to live anymore and would rather die. Seeing this, Chen Yuan was speechless. They really had no sense of propriety at all. He remained calm and rubbed his right index finger and thumb together. Xinghe Jinjuan understood, and suddenly realized the meaning of life. He quickly took out a storage ring containing a spirit-grade flying sword and 150 high-grade spirit stones. These are all his belongings. Chen Yuan remained calm, stored the storage ring in his system space, nodded in satisfaction, and pulled the reins toward the south gate. As they passed Zhuang Qinghe, Chen Yuan patted him on the shoulder. "You're so sensible. If you ever run into any trouble in the future, you can come to Xiantian sect to find me." After saying that, he strode away. Zhuang Qinghe was secretly delighted. He stood up, his attitude respectful, and watched Chen Yuan leave. As they left the south of the city, Chen Yuan took out the cloud chariot and looked at Xinling, saying, "You drive the horse." After saying this, Chen Yuan jumped onto the cloud chariot, took out a pill, put it in his mouth, and began to cultivate. Xinling stomped her foot in anger. This man really had no manners. How could he let a girl drive the horse? Seeing that Chen Yuan was feigning death, Xinling reluctantly boarded the cloud carriage, took the reins, and headed towards Baizhou City. A day later, a magnificent city came into view, and Chen Yuan awoke from his cultivation. Since he didn't need to ride a horse and had plenty of time, Chen Yuan raised his cultivation to the mid-stage of the 6th level of the Golden Core realm. Chen Yuan was quite the gentleman. He took the reins, put away the cloud carriage, and led the fire cloud steed into the city from the north. "Sending you wealth, oh no, Miss Shen, where is your family located? This immortal will escort you there." Chen Yuan asked with a warm smile. Xinling rolled her eyes speechlessly. "Is money the only thing that can make you drop your aloof mask?" Throughout the day of riding horses, Xinling kept trying to flirt with Chen Yuan, but Chen Yuan completely ignored her. She called him brother sweetly, but Chen Yuan completely ignored her. She was, after all, one of the 5 beauties of the Heavenly Maiden sect, and was pursued by many young masters in the far north. Being ignored like this had already made her furious. "I'm not walking anymore, I'm tired, carry me." Xinling crossed her arms and pouted. Xinling was pampered since childhood. After growing up, she joined the Heavenly Maiden sect and became a disciple of the true Lord. She was used to having a smooth journey and could not stand this humiliation. Chen Yuan's gentle smile vanished instantly, replaced by an icy expression. Chapter 32 Extortion, Arrival at the Shen family. Chen Yuan reached out and pinched Shen Ling's chin, his brows furrowed. I don't have time to waste with you. My time is precious. If you throw another tantrum, I'll strip you naked and throw you out on the street. Chen Yuan's voice was cold, which frightened the little girl so much that tears welled up in her eyes. A single, glistening tear slid down her cheek. Shen Ling glared at him defiantly, take it off. I'm not leaving. Chen Yuan was stunned. He had only said those words to scare the little girl, but they hadn't worked. Who spoiled her like this? Has she not yet grasped her current situation? If she had fallen into someone else's hands today, instead of Chen Yuan, she would have been stripped naked and thrown into the street long ago. Chen Yuan let go of her. Fine, she wouldn't lead the way. The Shen family wasn't hard to find. He could just grab anyone and they could take him there. Chen Yuan stopped a middle-aged man, cupped his hands in greeting, and asked, fellow Taoist, this is my first time in Baizhou City. May I ask where the Shen family is? Could you show me the way? As he spoke, he took out a low-grade spirit stone and stuffed it into the middle-aged man's hand. The middle-aged man, who had initially looked displeased, immediately changed his expression upon seeing that the man in front of him was quite cooperative. He put the spirit stone into his sleeve, then walked ahead, pointing towards South Street. Fellow Taoist, the Shen family is over there, I'll take you there. Chen Yuan led the fire cloud steed, not even glancing at Shen Ling, and followed the middle-aged man away. Shen Ling stomped her foot in anger, then quickly followed after him. The city covers an extremely vast area, as large as 2 first-tier cities combined in my previous life. After walking for about half an hour, Chen Yuan's brows furrowed more and more. They were already close to the southern corner of the city. The buildings around the alley were old and dilapidated, some with large holes in their roofs, and the area was deserted. Is the Shen family definitely staying here? At this moment, the middle-aged man had already led Chen Yuan and his companion into an alleyway. Shen Ling suppressed a laugh and said smugly through telepathy, hee hee, you big bad guy, you've been fooled. How could the Shen family be here? Even without Shen Ling's telepathic message, Chen Yuan had already guessed what was going on. He stopped in his tracks, glared at her, and said with a displeased expression, why didn't you say so earlier? Didn't I tell you that my time is precious? Shen Ling stuck out her pink tongue at Chen Yuan and said, Naya Naya Naya. Chen Yuan was still a gentleman, he never hit women. Originally, it was only 35,000 low-grade spirit stones, but now that Chen Yuan has changed his mind, the Shen family must compensate him an additional 5,000 for emotional distress. The middle-aged man in front turned around and looked at Chen Yuan, smiling and saying, fellow Taoist, why did you stop? The Shen family is just ahead. Shen Ling stepped forward, pointed at the middle-aged man's nose, and cursed, still pretending? Do you know who I am? The middle-aged man sneered, no longer pretending. With a wave of his hand, several men in black emerged from the walls on both sides of the alley entrance, surrounding Chu Yuan and his companion. I know. He's a money-bringing boy. The middle-aged man chuckled mockingly, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. Hand over your storage rings, and perhaps I can let you leave alive. The middle-aged man's face was full of greed. The fire cloud steed could sell for a lot of spirit stones, right? Then, an invisible pressure emanated from his body, pressing down on Chen Yuan and the other person. 8th level of golden core, that's interesting. He must have quite a few treasures on him. Those who can cultivate to the golden core stage all possess some treasures, more or less. In the eyes of middle-aged people, Chen Yuan is a fat sheep from out of town, but in Chen Yuan's eyes, aren't middle-aged people also as fat sheep? The other men in black also released their cultivation auras. 2 of them were at the 1st or 2nd level of the golden core stage, while the rest were at the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage. They were newly emerged bandits from 10 miles outside Baizhou City, who usually roamed around various cities, robbing and plundering outsiders. Shen Ling remained unmoved, took out a token, and threw it at the middle-aged man's feet. Do you recognize this? The middle-aged man was taken aback. He picked up the token at his feet, which had the character Shen engraved on it. Although the middle-aged man hadn't been in Baizhou City for long, he recognized the Shen family token and knew he was in big trouble today. If they were outside the city, he wouldn't be afraid of the Shen family, but now that they're inside the city, if the Shen family catches them, they won't be able to escape. I am Shen Ling, the eldest daughter of the Shen family. You're all blind. How dare you kidnap me and threaten me? Just as Shenling was talking non-stop, Chen Yuan shot out like an arrow. With the 9-inch golden core circulating within his body, his right fist materialized into a fiery dragon that instantly slammed into the forehead of the leading middle-aged man. Boom! A fiery dragon engulfed the middle-aged man's head, causing it to explode and splatter blood. Bang! The middle-aged man's body crashed heavily to the ground, and the token fell from his hand. Chen Yuan's figure moved like a ghost, leaving no trace on the snow beneath his feet. In an instant, a man in black fell to the ground, lifeless. In less than 3 breaths, the corpses of the 8 men in black lay neatly on the ground. Chen Yuan clapped his hands and began cleaning up the battlefield, looting the corpses. Before Shenling could react, Chen Yuan had already dealt with all the men in black. You killed them all?" Shenling asked in shock. Chen Yuan's actions were far too decisive. "Otherwise what? You're making me look useless." Chen Yuan put the last storage bag into his storage ring. They acquired a total of 4,000 low-grade spirit stones, 3 Xian rank longswords, and the remaining 6 weapons were all Huang rank. Huang rank magic weapons were only worth about 100 low-grade spirit stones. This group of bandits is clearly not wealthy. They probably used any resources they had for cultivation. This 4,000 or so was probably just extorted. Unlike Wang Tian and Song Chang, who have their families backing them up. After taking stock, Chen Yuan stood up, took the lead of the Firecloud steed, and walked out of the alley. "Aren't you going to give me half of those black-clad men's storage rings? I did my part too. You didn't see how scared that middle-aged man was of my token." Shenling followed, chattering incessantly in Chen Yuan's ear. "I killed them all, and you still want storage bags and storage rings? Don't you deserve them?" Chen Yuan said coldly. "Why are you being so fierce? If you don't want to give it to me, then don't." Shenling pouted. She had figured out Chen Yuan's temper. He wasn't a bad person. Otherwise, he would have stripped her naked and thrown her into the street long ago. She understood the principle of knowing when to stop. She snatched the reins from Chen Yuan's hand and said with a sweet smile, tinged with a hint of flattery, "I'll take you back to the Shen family." Chen Yuan wanted to see what she was up to, so he followed closely behind her. Along the way, Shenling introduced Chen Yuan to the local customs and specialties of Baizhou City. Sometimes, Chen Yuan would stop and buy some small trinkets to take back to his master and the others. Shenling struck up a conversation, and during the chat, she learned Chen Yuan's name. After walking for half an hour, they arrived at the center of Baizhou City. A magnificent mansion came into Chen Yuan's view, with the word Shen Mansion in gold lettering hanging above the gate, shining brightly in the sunlight. Chen Yuan was in a great mood and found Shenling much more agreeable. "Young Master Chen, this is my home," Shenling introduced. She hadn't been back for a long time, but the door remained the same. "Huh, why are there so many carriages outside? Is there some important guest coming to the Shen family today?" Shenling wondered. A group of servants were carrying boxes of betrothal gifts into the Shen residence. Chapter 33, Taking the Initiative to be a Shield. One of the servants in the Shen family had sharp eyes and spotted their young mistress, so he quickly ran back to report. Inside the main hall of the Shen family, City Lord Bai Chiron sat in the main seat, calmly sipping his tea. Sitting to his left was the man dressed in brocade robes, who was none other than the City Lord's son, Bearing. City Lord Bai Chiron came to propose marriage for his son, and the proposed bride was Shenling. The head of the Shen family, Shen Heli, stood respectfully to the side, his face full of obsequious flattery. "Lord of the city, I have already sent someone to the Heavenly Maidens sect to call my daughter back. Young Master Bai is a handsome and talented man, and it is my daughter's good fortune to marry into his family. There are 4 prominent families in Baizhou City: Bai, Shen, Dai, and Ding. The head of the Bai family is the city lord and the overlord of Baizhou City, while the Shen, Dai, and Ding families are all first-class families in the city. The Shen family has always ranked first. In recent years, the younger generations of the Dai and Ding families have produced many talented individuals who have joined the inner sect of the ancient immortal sect, and they have increasingly disregarded the Shen family, which ranks first among them. Since Master Shenling suffered a spiritual injury and went into seclusion, the Dai and Ding families have become increasingly unscrupulous, joining forces to suppress many of the Shen family's businesses. Sometimes they even disregard the Bai family. The reason why Baizhou City is surnamed Bai is something these 2 families have probably completely forgotten." Bai Chiron raised his eyes slightly and chuckled. "The Dai and Ding families think they can boss me around just because they've latched onto an ancient immortal sect. How naive of them." That's right, that's right." Shinheli complimented from the side. My son has already been chosen by a disciple of the ancient immortal sect. Once my son formally joins the ancient immortal sect, I will settle accounts with the Dai and Ding families one by one. Bite Siren's eyes revealed a ruthless glint. He had kept a low profile for too long, and many people were starting to disregard the Bai family. Shinheli's face flushed. He never expected that Bai Ling would be favored by a disciple of the ancient immortal sect. If they could become in-laws, his Shin family could also benefit from the marriage. The suppression we've endured over the past few years is finally coming to an end. The Dai and Ding families prepare to face the flames of revenge. Actually, my Bai family has no need to form an alliance with your Shin family. It's just that my son has taken a liking to your daughter. Shinheli nodded repeatedly. Yes, it is my daughter's good fortune to be favored by young Master Bai. Just then, a servant rushed into the main hall and knelt down at Shinheli's feet with a thud. Master, something terrible has happened. Master. Seeing this, Shinheli was furious and kicked the servant to the ground, yelling, "What kind of behavior is this, all flustered and disrespectful?" The servant was kicked to the ground and rolled several times before hurriedly getting up and pointing outside, saying, Miss is back. You're back, so why are you so agitated? Don't you see we have important guests? Shinheli glared at the servant and scolded him. The Shin family is still somewhat lacking in the discipline of its servants. If this were the Bai family, they would have been skinned alive long ago, Bai Ling said calmly from the side. Yes, young Master Bai is right. Shinheli smiled obsequiously. He then looked at the servants, his face turning angry, and shouted, "Hurry up and bring the young lady here." Master, Miss is back, but she brought a man with her, the servant stammered. Upon hearing this, Shinheli was stunned and stood there in shock. Her daughter was usually arrogant and never had any contact with men. How could she possibly bring a man back? Bite Siren's face stiffened, then, with a cold and indifferent expression, he slowly spoke. Master Shin truly has excellent family upbringing. How can a young lady bring a random man back to the manor so casually? Master Bai is right. I will immediately send men to throw that wild man out. After Shinheli finished speaking, he was about to instruct his servants to carry out the order when Bai Ling coldly stopped him. Wait, bring that wild man in. I want to see who dares to steal my woman. Before long, the steward led a man and a woman into the main hall. As soon as Shinling entered the main hall, she heard Shinheli's stern rebuke, "You rebellious daughter, how dare you come back?" Shinling was taken aback, not knowing what her father meant. Shinhe pointed at Chen Yuan and asked coldly, "Who is this wild man?" Chen Yuan was taken aback. He pointed to himself and asked uncertainly, "Are you talking about me?" Shinheli sneered, "What are you pretending for?" "I'm talking to you. Who are you? Do you even deserve my daughter?" Chen Yuan's face was terribly gloomy. This matter could not be resolved without 6 high-grade spirit stones. "Father, what are you saying? I don't understand." Shinling was puzzled, and had a bad feeling. She caught a glimpse of the city lord sitting quietly to the side, and his son, the infamous, ruthless, and abusive Baring. Judging from the boxes of gold and silver jewelry covered with red veils being continuously carried into the house from outside, and the butler's stammering behavior, Shinling seemed to have guessed the general situation. "Hurry up and meet your fiancée, Bai Ling," Shinheli snapped, gesturing for her to sit down next to Bai Ling. "What fiancée? Father, what are you talking about?" Shinling's face turned ugly. At this moment, Baring stood up, a feather fan appearing in his hand at some point, and walked to Shinling's side. He gently waved the feather fan in his hand, appearing as a refined and gentle gentleman. "Miss Shin, I think you are already familiar with me, so I won't go into too much detail. I have long admired you, Miss Shin, and have come here today to propose marriage." With that, Baring flipped his right hand and took out a low-grade spirit-level flying sword. "A little gift, I hope you like it." Shinling's face darkened. She found Bai Ling's hypocritical demeanor utterly repulsive. Chen Yuan also realized that Shinling didn't like Baring at all, and his mind immediately started racing. A plan quietly surfaced in his mind. TSK, another chance to extort money. Just as Shinling was caught in a dilemma, not knowing what to do, a telepathic message entered her mind. "Shinling, when you're done, just give him a firm rejection, then hide behind me. I'll be your shield." Upon hearing this, Shinling was touched, but her face immediately contorted with disgust. She slapped away Bai Ling's sword with her right hand and shouted, "Who wants your gift?" Baring's face instantly darkened. Miss Shin, what do you mean by this? Can't you see? I don't like you, get out of my way. Shen Ling said with disdain, stepping back behind Shen Yuan. Shen Heli's face turned pale. He was almost stunned by his daughter's words. You insolent brat, what are you saying? Kneel down and kowtow to young Master Bai to apologize. These words utterly broke Shen Ling's heart. She looked at her father in disbelief. Shen Heli, you bastard. You made me marry this beast. How could you face my mother? Chen Yuan inwardly gave Shen Ling a thumbs up. Yes, that's it. The angrier they get, the higher the interest I'll charge. Shen Ling took Chen Yuan's arm and announced, I already have a Taoist partner, it's him, Chen Yuan. Bai Ling's face was as black as ink. Once he married Shen Ling, he would torture her in the cruelest way possible. Boy, you dare to steal my woman? You don't know what death means. Bai Ling stepped forward, his eyes filled with malice. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. Are you threatening me? Chapter 34, Making a Move, Killing. Ha! Bering chuckled, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Threatening you? You're not qualified. In an instant, a group of Bai family guards rushed into the Shen family's main hall, among whom the leader was a true monarch who had just entered the nascent soul stage. Kneel down and kowtow to me now, then destroy your own life force, and perhaps I can spare your life. Bering's voice was icy, his eyes filled with mockery. A mere fifth-rank family dares to threaten me? Chen Yuan smiled indifferently and vanished from the spot in an instant. Bering's eyes narrowed, and a cold glint flashed past behind him. He was startled and turned around to find a sharp sword already at his neck. Chen Yuan placed his right hand on Bering's dantian, instantly sealing it off. Everyone in the hall was stunned. They never expected that this person would be so bold as to make a move right in front of the true lord. Shen Heli was dumbfounded. This kid was so arrogant, actually saying he didn't take fifth-rank families seriously. Shen Ling, standing behind Shen Yuan, had a golden glint in her eyes. She exuded boyfriend-like charm and made people feel incredibly safe. Bai Xiren's expression changed, because he hadn't seen how Chen Yuan made his move at all. Bering was terrified. He sensed a killing intent emanating from Chen Yuan. Boy, you dare to be so insolent in front of me at the 6th level of the Golden Core stage? Do you know that your actions are tantamount to courting death? After he finished speaking, a wisp of divine consciousness burst forth from Bai Xiren's mind and entered Chen Yuan's mind. A moment later, Chen Yuan remained calm and composed, his eyes mocking as he looked at Bai Xiren. How is this possible? Bai Xiren stood up from his seat in shock. The Golden Core cultivator before him actually managed to break through his divine sense. Could it be that he possesses some kind of soul-protecting treasure? A flicker of greed crossed his mind, but he concealed it well, saying calmly, You have some skill, but a Golden Core cultivator is still just a Golden Core cultivator. In front of me, you're not even an ant. Release my son and hand over the soul-protecting treasure, and I'll let you leave. As soon as he finished speaking, the pressure of the nascent soul cultivator pressed down on Chen Yuan like a tidal wave. Chen Yuan remained motionless, smiled calmly, concentrated his fist intent in his palm, and punched Bai Ling in the groin. Boom! Blood splattered, wetting Bering's thigh, and then the excruciating pain swept over his entire body like a tidal wave. Ah! My second brother! You brat! I'm going to kill you! A heart-wrenching roar came from Bering's mouth. You brat, you're asking for death! Bai Xiren was completely enraged. In an instant, he appeared above Chen Yuan's head and struck him on the top of the head with a palm. Chen Yuan kicked out, sending Bai Ling flying. The heavenly feather harp fell into his hand and he raised it to block. Clang! Ripples spread out from the point of impact, blasting the tables and chairs in the hall into pieces, which were then swept away by the strong wind and flew everywhere. The others quickly raised protective barriers to block the aftershocks of the impact. If it weren't for the underground array protecting it, the entire hall would probably have been reduced to dust by the aftershock. Your son said he wanted to destroy my manhood, so I'm just giving him a taste of his own medicine. Arrogant! You crippled my son's manhood in front of me, the true lord. Today I will kill you. Bai Xiren's eyes were bloodshot. Due to a mishap during his youthful cultivation, he was unable to perform sexually. He only had one son, and his removal from the family line meant that his lineage would be extinct, something no one could tolerate. With the treading snow without leaving a trace technique activated, Chen Yuan instantly appeared behind Bai Xiren. His 9-inch golden core circulated within him, and the power of the primordial chaos condensed in his hands. He forcefully slammed down the heavenly feather zither in his hands. The heavenly feather zither was enveloped in a dazzling divine rainbow, its body trembling as if it were a spiritual object. Boom! The heavenly feather harp slammed heavily onto the back of Bite Siren's head. Karen's vision went black, his head exploded instantly, brain matter mixed with blood splattered everywhere, and his body crashed heavily to the ground. Shinheli stood there dumbfounded. How could the golden core form unleash such astonishing speed? Shen Yuan sighed. The early stage of the nascent soul realm was too weak, it couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. At least Wang Hongqin could hold his own against him for 2 moves earlier. Amazing! A golden glint flashed in Shenling's eyes. Even though she had seen Shen Yuan's skills once, she was still amazed the second time. Shen Yuan landed on the ground and absorbed Bite Siren's storage ring into his hand. Inside were 2 spirit-grade flying swords, a spirit-grade cultivation technique, 2 4th-grade high-quality destruction talismans, and a total of 500 high-quality spirit stones. Bering had already fainted from fright, but Shen Yuan used his right hand's water ball technique to wake him up. Upon waking, he immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Don't kill me, don't kill me. My master is a half-step nascent soul cultivator, I am an ancient immortal. Shen Yuan didn't want to listen to his nonsense, so he threw a punch, and the fiery dragon engulfed Bai Ling. Boom! Bering, dead. His head was still smashed open, and his body lay on the ground. Shen Yuan took the storage ring into his hand, which contained 20 high-grade spirit stones and a spirit-rank flying sword. The surrounding guards kept swallowing hard, barely daring to breathe. The head guard prostrated himself on the ground, saying, I am Zhang Qi, and I am willing to submit. The others followed suit. Shen Yuan sneered disdainfully, You dare to challenge me? With that, he threw a punch, instantly turning Zhang Qi into a bloody mist. I will not kill the rest of you. Hand over your storage rings, and I will spare your lives. Shen Yuan's expression was cold as he swept his gaze across the crowd. The guards dared not disobey and handed over their weapons and storage bags. Shen Yuan took stock of the weapons and found that there were a total of 7 yellow rank weapons. Zhang Qi's weapon was the best, a high-grade profound rank weapon, while the rest were all low-grade weapons. There are only 15,000 low-grade spirit stones in total. Zheng Qichuan only has a little over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones on him, which is about right. He just entered the nascent soul stage, and his resources are probably all spent on breaking through. Get out of here! Shen Yuan said calmly. Immediately, the guards hurriedly fled out of the hall, looking as if they hated their parents for only having 2 legs. Shinheli swallowed hard, his body trembling violently. Senior! I don't object to your relationship with my daughter. I beg you to be lenient and spare the Shin family. Humph. Father, now you know how powerful Brother Chen Yuan is. To tell you the truth, Brother Chen Yuan comes from the Xian Tian sect in the Great Thousand Domain, a first-class sect, and is a direct disciple. Xinling said smugly. What? A first-grade sect. Shinheli was stunned, then his heart was filled with excitement. My precious daughter has found a top-tier sect's direct disciple as her Taoist partner. Heavens! Our ancestors have shown their power, they have shown their power. Oh dear! My dear son-in-law, you should have told me you came from a first-class sect earlier. Look at me, my manners were lacking, please don't take offense. Shinheli's face was full of flattery and ingratiation, and his quick change of expression left Xinling unable to keep up. Oh? You mean it's my problem? Chen Yuan glanced at him coldly. Oh, no, no. Shinheli slapped his mouth, cold sweat pouring down his back. Look at my mouth, I can't say anything right. Shen Yuan stopped trying to scare him and took out a list. These are the spirit stones your daughter owes me, plus the ones you gave me for your rudeness earlier. I'll give you a discount. It's 10 high-grade spirit stones in total. Ah! 10 high-grade spirit stones, that's 100,000. Shinheli was dumbfounded. You know so much about my daughter being a Taoist partner? Xinling stuck out her pink tongue, looking completely innocent. Here you go, I'll give it to you right away. Shinheli immediately ordered the steward to fetch the money. He would grit his teeth and give it to her even if it was 500,000 low-grade coins, let alone 100,000. As long as his daughter remained a Taoist couple with that person, this amount of money was nothing. Chapter 35 Selling. Chen Yuan walked out of the Shin family home, with Xinling following closely behind. "What are you doing?" Chen Yuan glared at her, signaling her not to follow. Xinling became coy. "My father told me to go back with you and take care of you on the way, and then I'll go back to the Heavenly Maiden sect." As she said this, Xinling's cheeks flushed red, and she seemed a little embarrassed. "No need, your injuries haven't fully healed yet." "It's not safe to go back either," Chen Yuan said politely as he walked forward. Xinling's ears turned red. Was Chen Yuan showing concern for her? A strange feeling began to grow in her heart. Chen Yuan shook his head. How come Xinling's favorability rating has reached 70? It's already at the level of liking. Xinling has a beauty score of 93, making her a top-tier beauty. She went to the far north alone to save her master, so her character is definitely impeccable. System bind to Xinling. Chen Yuan issued the command to the system. Ding, binding successful, binding reward triggered. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 2,000 emotion points. Chen Yuan's eyelids twitched. This system is really stingy. Why don't you go back tomorrow? I'll show you around Baizhou City, Xinling said with a smile. No need, Chen Yuan refused without looking at her. Xinling stepped forward, snatched the reins, and said, if you don't stay, I'll follow you. I don't care. Calculating the time, there are still 4 days until the newcomer competition. All right. Chen Yuan agreed and decided to stay at the Shen family's house for one night. As night fell, Xinling changed into a snow-white long dress and stood in front of Chen Yuan, with some rouge on her face. This rouge was bought from Jubaila. It is of exceptional quality, comparable to the youth-preserving pill, and is a favorite of young ladies from wealthy families. Am I pretty? Chen Yuan nodded. It looks good. How perfunctory. Xinling rolled her eyes at him, then took his arm. Come on, I'll take you out for a walk. Chen Yuan withdrew his hand and refused, saying, Miss Shen, I have something to attend to and need to go out for a while. Upon hearing this, a look of disappointment flashed in Xinling's eyes. She clutched the hem of her clothes, tears welling in her eyes. Chen Yuan, do you hate me? I don't dislike it. Chen Yuan replied indifferently. Do you like me? A hint of expectation flashed in Xinling's eyes. Dislike. Okay, I understand. Xinling nodded, tears welling up uncontrollably. She sniffled, turned around, and left. But just then, Xu Chenyuan grabbed Xinling's arm, smiled gently at her, and asked, Do you like me? When he asked that question, Xinling's eyes clearly darted away. If you confess your feelings to me, I might give it a try to get to know you, and like you. Chen Yuan said this sincerely. Although he doesn't like her now, it doesn't mean he won't in the future. Of course, he should keep beautiful women by his side. I have the ability to protect her. Although Xinling's aptitude is currently somewhat lacking, that is only temporary. I like it. Xinling's voice was barely audible. All right. When I get back, I'll take you out for a stroll. Xinling nodded, then happily ran off. As Chen Yuan stepped out the door, the servants at the gate respectfully addressed him as son-in-law. Upon arriving at the Fire Cloud Trading Company, Chen Yuan kept the White CI sword safe and sold all the other captured weapons and magical treasures, exchanging them for high-grade spirit stones. After deducting transaction fees, I received a total of 1060 high-grade spirit stones. Adding to the previous 3,200 high-grade spirit stones, the total of 4,260 high-grade spirit stones is already an astronomical number for Chen Yuan. Back at the Shen family home, Shen Heli looked at him with a smile, which gave Chen Yuan a bad feeling. Chen Yuan returned to the courtyard and was about to step into the room when he suddenly stopped. He used his divine sense to explore and found that Xinling was actually in his room. Oh no! Chen Yuan burst into the room, where Xinling was curled up in a ball, her face flushed. I feel so bad. Xinling's voice trembled as she reached for her dress. No wonder Shen Heli looked at him like that this old man actually schemed against even his own daughter. Chen Yuan's expression was icy as he stepped forward and circulated his spiritual energy to force the aphrodisiac out of Xinling's body. How could this aphrodisiac be so potent? Chen Yuan was shocked. This spring poison was at least at the 5th level, and only a nascent soul cultivator could force it out. If she doesn't get an antidote soon, Xinling's life will be in danger. That old bastard is no human being. If he hadn't come back tonight, wouldn't Xinling have died here? A pair of hands landed on his neck. Shenling breathed sweetly and bit his ear. Please, her voice trembling with tears. A strong feeling of dizziness swept over Qing Yuan's entire body. It's a fifth-tier cold pool fragrance. That old bastard. The next day, Shen Yuan sat cross-legged on the edge of the bed and closed his eyes to cultivate. Shenling slowly opened her sleepy eyes. Ouch! My head hurts. She sat up and patted her head. Where am I? Didn't I go back to my room last night? Suddenly, she remembered a pill her father had given her, telling her it was a healing pill, and then she couldn't remember anything else. She pulled back the covers, and two soft mounds caught her eye. Whose were these? They looked like mine? Was I not wearing any clothes? Ah! A scream pierced the sky. Shenling hurriedly pulled the blanket over herself and turned her head to meet Chen Yuan's gaze. Memories of last night gradually surfaced in my mind. I think I had a romantic encounter with Chen Yuan yesterday. Yes, the pills her father gave her, how awful. She clenched her fists. That old man is truly despicable and incorrigible. I thought he had changed for the better, but I didn't expect him to be like this. Shenling had a younger sister who was drugged by Shenheli and given to the sect leader of Tianhua sect, who was 100 miles away, and was eventually tortured to death. I thought that with Chen Yuan protecting him, my father wouldn't be so reckless, but he still couldn't change his ways. Look at the unwilling look on your face. You feel like you're at a disadvantage being slept with by me? Chen Yuan moved closer to her face, looking at her with his sword-like eyebrows. Shenling's face flushed even more, because Chen Yuan was standing too close, making her heart race. She lowered her head, unsure how to answer. The girl will definitely suffer. But she doesn't dare to say it. I've already taught your father a lesson. Anyway, he is going to die soon. You don't mind, do you? Chen Yuan asked, raising an eyebrow. That old bastard even dared to scheme against him. It's already too good for him not to kill him right away. No, that old man is driving me crazy. Shenling gritted her teeth, wishing she could bite Shenheli to death right now. I will take responsibility, but I already have a Taoist partner, Chen Yuan said calmly. He figured it out. He had a return system and countless resources. Having more mouths to feed wouldn't bankrupt him. It's okay, I don't mind. Shenling blurted out these words almost without thinking. Okay. Chen Yuan nodded and smiled gently. Shenling stared at him expectantly. What's wrong? Chen Yuan asked. I never knew you had such a gentle side. Shenling's big eyes blinked beautifully. Because I only reserve my gentleness for my own people, Chen Yuan said with a smile. Shenling was somewhat mesmerized, especially by the phrase our own people, which made her heart pound even harder. Shenling hugged him and kissed him. 15 minutes later, Shenling released Chen Yuan and then hid under the covers. Chen Yuan's hands were really restless, constantly touching her, making her feel itchy. Because she was still in pain, she had to endure it, which was very uncomfortable. The first person she thought of was Chen Yuan. Was he also feeling sad? She looked up. Are you feeling unwell? I'm sorry, I can't fulfill your request. It's nothing. Chen Yuan shrugged. He wasn't some particularly thirsty man. Shenling recalled the comic books she had secretly read in the past. A blush spread across her cheeks as she pointed to her small mouth. Chen Yuan gently stroked the top of her head. Come back to the sect with me first. I'll find a way to save your master. Thank you so much, Yuan. Noon. Shenling and Chen Yuan boarded the cloud carriage and returned to Xiantian sect. The surrounding scenery flashed by rapidly as Chen Yuan swallowed the azure nether pill and continued his cultivation. Chapter 36. Returning to the clan, favorability increased. 2 days later, Chen Yuan opened his eyes. They had arrived in Tianqing City. In the past 2 days, Chen Yuan consumed the remaining 2 azure nether pills, and his cultivation level broke through from the mid-stage of the 6th level of the Golden Core realm to the mid-stage of the 7th level. With the blessing of the primordial immortal scripture, Chen Yuan's realm was not unstable, and everything was a natural outcome. Shenling, who was riding a horse nearby, was secretly shocked. She had witnessed firsthand how Chen Yuan cultivated. The surrounding spiritual energy converged into his body like a tide, making him appear like a black hole. Chen Yuan first settled Shenling in a house, buying her a 2-courtyard house on North Street for 20 high-grade spirit stones. Looking at the land deed, Shenling felt a little embarrassed to accept it. Converted to low-grade currency, it was worth a whopping 200,000. It was extremely valuable to her, and she felt a pang of heartache, feeling that the spirit stones were not worth the expense. Alright, stop worrying about it. Chen Yuan ruffled her hair. In my heart, you deserve this 200,000 yuan. I'll take care of you from now on. Upon hearing this, Xinling's eyes crinkled into a smile, and she felt to herself that she was the happiest woman in the world. She initially thought Chen Yuan was an extremely stingy miser, but now it seems he's only like that with outsiders. Before leaving, Chen Yuan gave all 23 condensing true pills that he had bought with the spirit stones returned by the system to Xinling. Xinling was deeply moved. There must be over 60,000 low-grade spirit stones here. Chen Yuan was so kind to her. Purple-green peak, in front of the Peak Master's palace. A streak of light swept in from afar, arriving in an instant. The newcomer was none other than Chen Yuan. Upon seeing this, Lu Meyer quickly bowed respectfully. Greetings, senior brother Chen. Chen Yuan smiled gently and pinched Meyer's little face. Sister Meyer has been eating well lately, and her little face has become much rounder. Lu Meyer lowered her head shyly and said timidly, Senior brother, please don't pinch my cheeks, okay? Chen Yuan lifted her chin and whispered in her ear. I've kept in mind what you told me that day. I'm a very vengeful person. Upon hearing this, Lu Meyer turned pale with fright, tears welling up in her eyes. Seeing this, Chen Yuan flipped his right hand and took out a spirit-gathering pill, handing it to her. Why are you still crying? This is for you. Lu Meyer was still a little shaken from the fright she had just received. Chen Yuan directly took her hand and stuffed the pill into it. After realizing what was happening, Lu Meyer wanted to refuse. If you accept it, I'll forgive you. Otherwise, I'll make things difficult for you one day and kick you off the mountain. Chen Yuan pretended to be fierce, staring the little girl into tears again. Lu Meyer quickly put the spirit-gathering pill into her storage ring, lowered her head and whispered, I'll take it, just don't bully me. Alright, I won't bully you. Chen Yuan extended his hand to assure him, then added, Go and inform them that this disciple pays his respects. Just as Lu Meyer entered, Long Yumeng also woke up from her cultivation. She rubbed her throbbing head. She was going to have another attack tonight, a pain that came from the depths of her soul. Every time, the pain would make her curl up in a ball, wishing she could just die on the spot. Master, senior brother Chen has returned and wishes to pay his respects. Lu Meyer reported respectfully. Upon hearing this, Lang Yu wanted to refuse, because she was feeling very uncomfortable at the moment. But then she thought that Chen Yuan had just returned, and it wouldn't be appropriate for her to refuse. Let him in. Lu Meyer stepped out of the palace, made way for her, and gestured for her to proceed. Senior brother Chen, please. Chen Yuan nodded and walked inside. Approaching, Chen Yuan respectfully bowed and said, Greetings, master. Lang Yumeng nodded slightly, showing no particular sign of distress. Yes, get up. How was your training these past 12 days? Let me see the results of your training. Chen Yuan immediately displayed his cultivation at the 7th level of the Golden Core stage. 7th level of Golden Core. Lang Yumeng stood up in shock, walked up to him, and grabbed his large hand. His body was filled with abundant spiritual energy, showing no signs of weakness. He was indeed at the 7th level of the Golden Core stage. My God! Chen Yuan's cultivation speed is too monstrous. So how many demonic beasts have you killed in the past few days? Lang Yumeng asked. Given Chen Yuan's extraordinary abilities, he must have killed at least 100. Chen Yuan shook his head, my disciple didn't kill a single demon beast. Lang Yumeng looked puzzled, and seeing this, Chen Yuan immediately explained. In the past few days, I have killed a total of 7 Golden Core cultivators and 2 true monarchs in the far north. Upon hearing this, Lang Yumeng was stunned and didn't react for a moment. Then her beautiful eyes widened. The far north? Killed a nascent soul true monarch? What exactly happened? Chen Yuan knew his master would have this expression, so he immediately took out the Ice Crystal Snow Lotus. Ice Crystal Snow Lotus! Lang Yumeng exclaimed in astonishment. Where did you get this? Chen Yuan recounted to his master in detail the entire process of learning from his senior sister and subsequently traveling to the cold abyss mountains in the far north to search for the Ice Crystal Snow Lotus. When Lang Yumeng heard that she had almost been killed by a nascent soul cultivator, her heart clenched painfully. Looking at the Ice Crystal Snow Lotus in her hand, Lang Yumeng's usually calm and collected heart began to pound. For her sake, Chen Yuan, who was only at the third level of the Golden Core stage, dared to venture into the cold abyss mountains. Fortunately, he did not encounter any powerful demonic beasts at the nascent soul stage, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chen Yuan, you're not allowed to take such risks again next time. Lang Yoming's heart was pounding, but she kept a straight face. Chen Yuan knew that this was because his master was worried about him. Master, I have been suffering greatly ever since I learned that you were tormented by the aftereffects. Because I like you, I can't remain indifferent. Before I left, I swore that I must find the ice crystal Snow Lotus, or I would never come back. What kind of man am I if I can't even protect the woman I love? As I said before, corny pickup lines might seem a bit cheesy to women on Earth, but for women in the cultivation world, especially those who have never experienced love and only know how to cultivate, their power is like a critical hit worth 10 million. Looking into the man's determined eyes, Lang Yumeng was deeply moved, and her eyes even reddened. From that moment on, she seemed to have accepted Chen Yuan in her heart. Ding, favorability increased by 10. Lang Yoming's current favorability towards the host is 77. Chen Yuan embraced his master's slender waist, and this time, Lang Yumeng did not resist. In an instant, the two kissed. Chen Yuan easily pried open his master's teeth this time, and Lang Yumeng took the initiative to respond. Ding! The system has detected that the host has gifted a 6th tier spiritual herb, Ice Crystal Snow Lotus, triggering a 100x return. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 7th tier spiritual herb, Heavenly Soul Grass. Efficacy, it can temper the primordial spirit after consumption. The celestial soul grass has been placed in the system space. The host can retrieve it at any time. 15 minutes later, Chen Yuan released Lang Yumeng. A blush had spread all over Lang Yoming's body. She got up from Chen Yuan's embrace and said shyly, Chen Yuan, you go back first. You can't practice together tonight. Come back tomorrow night. All right. Chen Yuan nodded. Master, you should heal your injuries first. I'll be going now. As Chen Yuan turned around, Lang Yumeng called him back. Chapter 37, Cultivating the Profound Ice Fist, the Plan. Chen Yuan turned his head and asked, What's wrong, master? Lang Yumeng flipped her right hand, and an ancient martial arts manual landed in her hand. You have given your master such a valuable gift, but I have nothing to give back to you. This manual is called the Profound Ice Fist, and it is a high-grade Earth rank manual. With a wave of her right hand, Lang Yumeng sent the martial arts technique into Chen Yuan's hands. Chen Yuan accepted the offer without hesitation, put it into his storage ring, waved his hand, and turned to leave the palace. No respect for elders, not even bowing to your teacher. Lang Yumeng murmured softly, but it was not hard to tell from her arched eyebrows that she was not angry at the moment. What shocked her most was Chen Yuan's strength. She couldn't believe he had killed a nascent soul cultivator. It was too unbelievable. But when she sensed Chen Yuan's 4th level nascent soul consciousness, she completely believed it. Deeply amazed, Chen Yuan actually possessed considerable talent in the art of divine sense. Xiao Baishi was still with her senior sister, so Chen Yuan returned to his own residence first. In the small courtyard of the pavilion, Chen Yuan sat down on the ground and then took out the Xianbing fist and began to examine it. In fact, Chen Yuan didn't need to learn it at all. Giving it to Yi Baishi would have returned an even stronger technique. But what if his master tests him? Anyway, it's always good to have more skills. Chen Yuan opened the Manual of Cultivation Techniques and began to comprehend it. 3 hours later, Chen Yuan's right hand turned into a fist, and the fist's intent materialized, with a giant purple dragon surging from the center of his fist. A chilling aura emanated from the back of the purple dragon. At that moment, the surrounding temperature seemed to drop to freezing point. With his emperor-grade talent and top-notch comprehension, Chen Yuan mastered the Xianbing fist in just 3 hours, and his fist technique showed signs of breaking through to the 3rd realm. Chen Yuan withdrew his aura, secretly shocked. As expected of a rank 1 Earth manual, its power was several times that of his rank 2 Profound manual. The setting sun casts its last rays, and night is approaching. Chen Yuan left the mansion and flew towards his senior sister's mansion. At this time, Baishi should be resting. In front of the mansion, Chen Yuan happened to see Xiao Cui coming out. Sister Xiaocui, is senior sister here? I need to talk to her about something. Upon hearing this, Zhao Cui quickly and respectfully replied, Senior brother Chen, please wait a moment, this servant will go and inform him. A moment later, Zhao Cui came out of the mansion. Senior brother, this servant will take you there. Chen Yuan nodded and followed behind. Inside the cultivation chamber, Yi Baishi lay lazily on the soft cushion, gazing at the sunset outside the window, her longing washing over the entire secret room like a tide. Since becoming familiar with her senior sister, Yi Baishi has become less reserved than before. After more than 10 days of Qin Shohan's special training, Yi Baishi has become much bolder, and her inferiority complex has faded considerably. At this moment, a figure walked into the cultivation chamber. The person who came was the second senior sister, Shin Nianshu. When Yi Baishi saw her second senior sister, she was about to stand up and bow. Shin Nianshu waved her hand and lay down next to her. "Little Baishi, you don't have to bow to me every time it's an informal occasion. Just treat me like one of your girlfriends." This wasn't the first time Shin Nianshu had said this, and this time Yi Baishi didn't refuse, calling her sister. "Thinking about your junior brother again?" Shin Nianshu asked. Upon hearing this, Yi Baishi looked out the window and said, "My brother has never traveled far from home, and I'm very worried." Shin Nianshu blinked. "Don't worry, junior brother is back." Yi Baishi stood up excitedly and hurriedly asked, "Senior sister, where is brother? Have you forgotten? The newcomer competition is the day after tomorrow." Senior sister said that unless it's something important, we are not allowed to leave the cultivation chamber. The sect competition is in half a month, and Shin Nianshu is also miserably confined here. A look of disappointment instantly crossed Yi Baishi's face. At this moment, the door to the cultivation chamber opened, and two figures walked in. The newcomers were Qin Shohan and Chen Yuan. The moment Yi Baishi saw Chen Yuan, she rushed over and hugged him tightly. At that moment, she forgot all her shyness and timidity. All she wanted to do was check if Chen Yuan was injured and if he had lost weight. Chen Yuan gently patted her head and asked tenderly, "How's your cultivation with senior sister going lately?" "Hee, I've already reached the 3rd level of the golden core stage. I've condensed an 8th grade, 6-inch golden core and opened up a purple mansion cave heaven," Yi Baishi boasted. "Great job." Chen Yuan didn't hold back his praise. "Xiao Baishi's talent is no less than yours. To date, the entire sect has not found another person with a golden core 6 inches in size." Qin Shohan sighed from the side. Shin Nianshu's awakening of the 8th grade 5-inch was already shocking enough, but unexpectedly Yi Baishi has appeared as well. "All I can say is that Master has excellent judgment. Every disciple he brings back is an extraordinary talent." Hearing this, Yi Baishi realized that her senior sisters were still there, and shyly jumped off Chen Yuan. Seeing Yi Baishi's embarrassment, Qin Shohan changed the subject. "The newcomer competition is the day after tomorrow, so we shouldn't have let you leave. However, after discussing it with my junior brother, we decided to give you a chance." Shin Nianshu feigned shock and quickly asked, "Senior sister, what opportunity?" Qin Shohan smiled faintly, flipped his right hand, and 5 orbs of light floated in mid-air, each containing a slip of paper. Of these 5 slips of paper, 4 have no written on them, and 1 has yes written on it. You choose one person to select. Once the selection is successful, you may return to your residence tonight to rest. Shin Nianshu looked delighted and urged, "Xiao Baishi, you decide. Whether I can go to Tianqing City for duck neck again tonight depends on you." Yi Baishi was taken aback, then pointed to herself, "Shall I draw?" "That's right. Little Baishi, my luck has been terrible, I'm counting on you this time." After saying that, Shin Nianshu made a gesture of asking for her help. Chen Yuan urged, "Baishi, hurry up and choose one." Yi Baishi nodded and mustered her courage to choose the leftmost orb of light. Yi Baishi held the note in her hand, took a deep breath, and slowly opened it. Shin Nianshu quickly moved her small face closer. The note clearly read yes. Upon seeing this, Shin Nianshu excitedly hugged Yi Baishi. "Little Baishi, you're amazing. You're so incredible, you don't need to cultivate tonight." Qin Shohan shook his head. Shin Nianshu really was a child at heart, only thinking about playing. "Baishi, you're amazing. You're my savior." At this moment, Yi Baishi felt a great sense of accomplishment, having completely integrated into the Zikingfeng family. Chen Yuan carried Yi Baishi on his back and walked towards the door. "Great job, Baishi. There's a reward for you tonight." Yi Baishi hugged Chen Yuan's neck, her eyes almost turning into crescent moons with laughter. She was extremely happy today. Chen Yuan recalled the years he spent teaching in rural areas in his previous life. There's always that one nobody in the class. To help him fit in, the teacher held a lottery, and he drew a blank page with no homework. Let that nobody draw a page. Actually, all the pages in the lottery were blank. When that nobody drew a blank page, the whole class cheered for him and hugged him, preventing him from developing a life of inferiority. Therefore, the entire plan was devised by Chen Yuan and his two senior sisters, and naturally, all 5 orbs of light responded with a uniform yes. It was also that Yi Baishi could improve, become more confident, and integrate into their big family. Inside Yi Baishi's residence, Chen Yuan pinned her against the wall and kissed her. Yi Baishi responded boldly. 3 hours later, Yi Baishi nestled contentedly in Chen Yuan's arms. Chapter 38, The return was fruitful. Chen Yuan took out a storage ring and handed it to Yi Baishi. Little Baishi, take this. Yi Baishi took the storage ring and immediately immersed her consciousness into it. She should have looked away, because what she saw nearly scared the soul out of her body. Brother Chen Yuan, where did you get so many spirit stones? Yi Baishi was astonished. A full 4,200 high-grade spirit stones. She had never seen so many spirit stones in her life. There were also some condensing true pills, injury pills, about 20 or 30 of them, enough for her to cultivate to the nascent soul stage. Chen Yuan didn't hide anything and told Yi Baishi about his training trip to the Cold Abyss Mountains, explaining that he had obtained these pills through his own efforts. Wah, it was too dangerous. Little Baishi cried, nestled in Chen Yuan's arms. Chen Yuan gently rubbed her head and said tenderly, "We cultivators are like this, fighting against heaven and earth. Whether it's cultivation or buying pills, we need spirit stones. Even a direct disciple only gets 10 high-grade spirit stones a month, which isn't enough for cultivation later on. I was just thinking that you wouldn't have to worry about spirit stones anymore." Yi Baishi rubbed her reddened eyes. "I don't care, you're not allowed to do this again." Okay, I promise you." Chen Yuan gently pinched her nose, then took out the white CI sword and the Xianbing fist together. This is the Earth rank flying sword, the White Resignation Sword. It was given to me as compensation by that nascent soul cultivator. Please keep it safe. Brother Chen Yuan. Yi Baishi was about to say something when Chen Yuan interrupted her. I don't repair swords, so this white farewell sword would be a waste for me. I've already mastered this boxing technique. You can learn it too, it's always good to have more skills. After a considerable struggle, Yi Baishi finally put the sword away. Ding, it has been detected that the host has gifted 4,200 high-grade spirit stones and a 100 cubic meter storage ring. Trigger a critical hit with a return of 10,000 times the normal value. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 42 million high-grade spirit stones. 1 million cubic meter storage ring x1. Ding, detected that the host has gifted a low-rank flying sword, the White Verse Sword, and a low-rank martial arts manual, the Profound Ice Fist. Trigger a 100x return. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the heavenly rank flying sword, Ishuan Sword. Heavenly rank fist technique, Thunder Fist. Ding, detected that the host has gifted 18 condensing essence pills and 7 injury pills. Triggered an 8-fold return. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 18x tier 4 Azure Nether pills and 7x tier 4 healing pills, rejuvenation pills. Chen Yuan nodded inwardly. Triggering a critical hit with a factor of 10,000 was already quite good. Brother, this is for you. At this moment, Yi Baishi took out a jade slip. Chen Yuan took it curiously and asked, Baishi, what is this? This is a spirit level Qin Dao cultivation technique that I bought for you with contribution points borrowed from my senior sister. My brother chose a cultivation technique earlier, but there wasn't a matching Qin Dao technique yet, so A warm current surged through Chen Yuan's heart, and at the same time, he was momentarily dazed. In his previous life, he had seen too many bizarre and strange women, and when he met a normal little girl, his first reaction was disbelief. He took the initiative to kiss Yi Baishi. 15 minutes later, Chen Yuan released her and kissed her twice more on the cheek. I love you, Baishi. I really like this zither technique. Hee, I'm glad my brother likes it. Yi Baishi was also very happy. As long as her brother was happy, she was happy too. Brother, I'm so sleepy, I'm going to sleep now, you should get some rest too. Yi Baishi yawned and lay down in Chen Yuan's arms to sleep. Having transcended the mortal realm at the Golden Core stage, Yi Baishi no longer needed to sleep, but she was exhausted. She had been undergoing intensive training for the past 10 days or so, and after spending so much time with Chen Yuan, she was extremely tired. Chen Yuan gently placed her on the bed, then walked to the pavilion, sat down on the ground, and began to cultivate. System, practice the Heavenly Thunder Fist. Received. Initiating automatic integration for the host. 10 breaths later, Chen Yuan's aura was contained, his fist intent was fully formed, and the purple thunder dragon seemed to sense its master's presence. In a short while, Chen Yuan fully comprehended the heavenly thunder fist and broke through to the third realm of the fist Dao, the spirit realm. In accordance with the way of the sword, one comprehends the sword's power, and can kill even by drawing the sword, possessing the power of heaven and earth. Once you comprehend the essence of the sword, and achieve mastery of that essence, the sword will possess a spirit, and you will become one with it. This is the realm of the spirit. The same applies to martial arts and the art of playing the zither. Taking out the cultivation technique He Baishi had given him, Chen Yuan smiled knowingly. The little girl didn't know that he already possessed a heaven-rank Qin Dao cultivation technique. After putting away his cultivation technique, Chen Yuan took out the azure nether pill and high-grade spirit stones and began to cultivate. Beneath purple-green peak lies a fifth-order spirit gathering array, where cultivation is dozens of times faster than in the secret chambers of the Fire Cloud Trading Company. However, it will be a little slower than the senior sister's cultivation in the secret chamber. Overnight, Chen Yuan consumed a Qingning pill and absorbed several high-grade spirit stones, raising his cultivation level to the 7th level of perfection. Before participating in the grand competition, one can enter the 8th level. Yi Baishi slowly awoke, and as before, allowed Chen Yuan to do as he pleased. After waving goodbye at the corner, Chen Yuan arrived at his master's bedroom. "Good morning, Sister Mayor." "Good morning, Senior Brother Chen," Lu Meyer said timidly. "Are you that afraid of me?" Chen Yuan stared directly at her with his sharp eyebrows. "No. I'm not afraid." Lu Meyer shook her head repeatedly. "Ha, quickly go and inform them that this disciple pays his respects." Chen Yuan's eyes slightly raised. "Senior brother, Master instructed me yesterday that you don't need to announce your arrival in the future, you can just go in directly." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan tapped her on the head. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Ouch." Lu Meyer covered her forehead, her lips pursed. "You didn't even ask. You're bullying me right from the start. Does it hurt? Let me rub it for you." Chen Yuan reached out and gently rubbed her forehead. Lu Meyer tried to stop him, but she was no match for Chen Yuan and could only let him do as he pleased. Lu Meyer looked up at the man in front of her. If only he could always be this gentle and never bully her. "All right, take this, I'm going in first." Chen Yuan took out a Yusheng pill and stuffed it into her hand, then turned and strode into the palace. Looking at the pill in her hand, Lu Meyer felt a mix of emotions. Ding! Detected that Lu Meyer's favorability towards the host has exceeded 60. Would you like to bind? Bind. Ding, binding successful, binding reward triggered. Congratulations, host, you have gained 2,000 emotion points. Inside the palace, Lan Yoming's eyes held a scrutinizing gaze. "What's wrong, master?" Chen Yuan naturally sat down next to his master and took her hand. Lan Yumeng did not resist, asking casually, "You like Mayor?" Before Chen Yuan could explain, Lan Yumeng continued, "It seems you quite like girls who are easy to bully." Chen Yuan's lips twitched, as if he was about to explain, but Lan Yumeng interrupted him. Lan Yumeng smiled faintly and grasped Chen Yuan's hand in return. "There's no need to explain anything. Lu Meyer is just my servant. If you like her, I can give her to you directly." Lan Yumeng has a beautiful smile. The phrase "a smile that could launch 1,000 ships" perfectly describes her. Chen Yuan then remembered that Lu Meyer was a servant girl with a very low status. Those big shots changed their servant girls all the time, and they had no human rights at all. Chapter 39 Introduction to the Grand Competition, Xin Ling encounters danger. If they really took Lu Meyer as a servant, she would be so frightened that she would faint. Knowing that Chen Yuan liked her, Lan Yumeng didn't give him a chance to refuse and made the decision directly. "It's settled then. After the newcomer competition, I'll have Mayor follow you." Chen Yuan didn't want to dwell on the topic any longer, so he immediately asked about the specific details of the newcomer competition. The new recruits are divided into 3 areas: outer gate, inner gate, and personal mentor. Outer disciples fight against outer disciples, inner disciples fight against inner disciples, and personal disciples fight against personal disciples. Feeling an itch in her hand, Lan Yumeng glared at Chen Yuan. "We're talking about serious business." Chen Yuan immediately released Lan Yomeng's small hand, sat up straight, and pretended to listen carefully. Seeing this, Lan Yumeng continued, "Your home turf is naturally your direct disciples." As she spoke, she handed a jade slip to Chen Yuan. "Here is information on the direct disciples of the other 4 peaks. You can take a good look at it." Chen Yuan took the jade slip and immediately began to examine it. The Jade Slip contains information not only on new disciples but also on all previous disciples. However, only their last move was recorded, which indicated their skill level at that time. Half an hour later, Chen Yuan had a general understanding of the other 4 peaks' direct disciples. For example, on Tianqing Peak, the Peak Master is the sect leader, and there are 3 newly admitted disciples. The strongest among them was named Chu Yong, whose last attack was half a month ago, and whose strength was at the late stage of the 8th level of the Golden Core realm. Breaking through to the 8th level of the Golden Core stage after 2 years of cultivation, that's interesting. The newcomer competition is nothing compared to the sect competition in half a month, which is the real stage for the prodigies, Long Yumeng said softly. Chen Yuan was taken aback. Why was the sect competition immediately following the newcomer competition? After Long Yumeng explained, he suddenly realized what was going on. The sect competition is held every 10 years, and the newcomer competition is held every 22 years. After several rounds, they happen to be scheduled together. Master, what are the rewards for the sect competition? Chen Yuan asked. The reward for the newcomer competition is a local level cultivation technique and 100 contribution points. Sect contribution points can be used to purchase cultivation techniques, pills, and magical artifacts within the sect, but they are extremely difficult to obtain. Most missions only yield a handful of contribution points. Spirit level cultivation techniques magical artifacts require 50 contribution points. Earth rank, 300 contribution points. Heavenly rank, 1000 contribution points. 500 contribution points plus a heaven rank cultivation technique, and there will be corresponding rewards for each subsequent ranking. Even if you don't make it, you still get a participation bonus of 3 points. Long Yumeng replied, then looked Chen Yuan up and down, raising an eyebrow. What? You also want to participate in the sect competition? Chen Yuan nodded, Master, I'd like to give it a try. Long Yumeng did not refuse, for the true master was not comparable to those worthless outsiders. This is a good opportunity to teach this kid a lesson and stop him from getting too arrogant. Master, what are the restrictions on the sect competition? Long Yumeng nodded, of course there are, but the age cannot exceed 300 years. Chen Yuan's brows relaxed. According to the information on the Jade Slip given to him by his master, those under 300 years old were at most in the nascent soul stage. Because anyone who can break through to the nascent soul stage before the age of 300 is an exceptional individual. Those disciples who reached the nascent soul stage were all over 300 years old. Some have already become outer sect elders, some have been promoted to return to the void and become inner sect elders, and some have stayed in the peak to teach disciples for the peak master. After getting a general understanding, Chen Yuan began cultivating, and soon a day had passed. As night fell, Master, is your injury any better? Chen Yuan asked with concern. Last night, the elder of the Spirit Herb Garden refined a cold lotus soul nourishing pill for me, and now my injuries have been fully healed. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan no longer hesitated and directly pressed his master against the wall and kissed him forcefully. Long Yumeng's eyelashes trembled. How dare Chen Yuan forcefully kiss her? An hour later, the two sat down on the ground and began to refine the benefits gained from dual cultivation. In an instant, a large amount of spiritual energy surged in from all directions, forming a vortex of spiritual energy, and the spiritual veins generated a shared spiritual energy. Boom! Early stage of the 8th level of the Golden Core realm. Long Yumeng raised her eyebrows slightly. Had she broken through again? Truly a prodigy. Chen Yuan opened his eyes, exhaled a breath of stale air, his face calm and composed. Your composure is quite good. If it were Nianshu, she would have been jumping and skipping around by now. Master, you flatter me, Chen Yuan said with a humble smile. At 11:15 a.m., Chen Yuan suddenly stood up, bowed to Long Yumeng, and said, Master, I have something to attend to and need to go out for a while. Long Yumeng had some doubts, but she didn't ask too many questions. Everyone has their own secrets. The sect competition starts at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Don't be late, she reminded them. Chen Yuan bowed and took his leave. The reason he left at this time was because a jade slip inside the ring was vibrating incessantly. It was something he had left for Xinling, and she would not use it to contact him unless it was a critical moment. Tianqing City, South Street. A group of guards rushed into Xinling's residence and smashed everything in sight. In the hall, Xinling drew her long sword and held it protectively in front of her, her chest heaving violently, still somewhat shaken. Don't come any closer. My Taoist partner is a direct disciple of the Tianqian sect, named Chen Yuan. Once he arrives, you'll all be in deep trouble. The leader laughed and said disdainfully. Young lady, a personal disciple? You must have been fooled. I've been in Tianqing City for so many years, and I've never heard of Chen Yuan. The man's name was Zheng Kaiwei, the second young master of the Zheng family, a first-class family in Tianqing City. The Zheng family is a fourth-rank nascent soul family. Zheng Kaiwei looked at the guard beside him and asked, have you ever heard of someone named Chen Yuan? The guard quickly shook his head, never heard of it. Zheng Kaiwei shrugged and said, see, little girl, you've been fooled. Xinling, recalling Chen Yuan's gentleness, quickly shook her head, nonsense, you're not allowed to slander brother Chen. Ha ha, little girl, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Zheng Kaiwei laughed so hard he almost fell over, then his expression hardened, and he drew his sword from his waist. Hand over the property deed, then get over here and serve me properly, or I'll have to tie you up, play with you until I'm done, and then throw you into a brothel. Located in the South Street Commercial District, this place is in an excellent location. The property used to be in the hands of an inner sect elder of the Tianxian sect, and the Zheng family couldn't touch it. Now that it has been bought by someone else, the Zheng family has started to have designs on it. After making inquiries from various sources, Zheng Kaiwei learned that the person who bought the property was a young man in brocade robes, who should be Chen Yuan, the man the woman in front of him had mentioned. Zheng Kaiwei was certain that he had never heard of this name before. Zheng Kaiwei's brother is Yuan Qingfeng's senior brother. As long as he is not in the hands of the Tianxian sect elders, he will be fine. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, who would dare to be an enemy of the Tianxian sect? After thinking it through, he led his men into the mansion that very night, intending to seize it by force. Xinling held the sword to her neck with her other hand, her voice icy, even if I die, I will not submit obediently. Just then, a strong gust of wind swept in from outside the hall, causing Xinling's hair to fly wildly across her forehead. In an instant, a silent figure stepped into the hall, the heavenly feather zither in his hand trembling incessantly. Zheng Kaiwei turned around, his eyes fixed on the newcomer, and demanded, who are you? Why are you here? Chapter 40 Zheng Tiancheng. Chen Yuan remained indifferent and silent. His feet lit up as he moved through the snow, instantly appearing in front of Zheng Kaiwei. He then slammed his heavenly feather zither down on Zheng Kaiwei's head. Before Zheng Kaiwei could react, a dark shadow blocked his view. Bang! A dull thud, mixed with the sound of bones cracking, echoed in the silent hall. Zheng Kaiwei died tragically at Chen Yuan's feet before he could even let out a proper scream. After realizing what was happening, the Zheng family guard's expressions changed drastically. The leading true lord guard cried out in alarm, boy, how dare you kill my young master? You're courting death. Chen Yuan silently turned around, a purple dragon condensed in his right fist, and lightning surged from his fist. In an instant, he disappeared from the spot. The lead guard was startled and looked around, trying to find Chen Yuan's whereabouts. Here! A voice rang out from above his head. He looked up in fright and saw a fist beam wrapped in purple lightning slamming towards his face. Ah! A scream suddenly rang out, and the head of the leading guard was instantly shattered. Chen Yuan's fist strike remained powerful, shattering the nascent soul within the opponent's body. The other guards were so frightened that they immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. One of them, still hoping for a chance, immediately made a threat. Senior, the person you killed was the second young master of the Zheng family in Tianqing City. The Zheng family is a fifth-grade nascent soul family, and his elder brother is the senior disciple of Yuan Qingfeng of the Xiantian sect. If you release us, we promise we won't say a word. Oh? Are you done? Chen Yuan sneered. Now that you're done, you can all go die. After saying this, Chen Yuan's figure moved like a ghost, and wherever his fist passed, someone would inevitably fall to the ground. Within moments, all the guards lay on the ground, lifeless. Seeing that Chen Yuan had dealt with all the guards, Xinling quickly threw her sword aside, ran to him, and hugged him. Wah, brother Chen, I thought I'd never see you again. Xinling couldn't stop her tears from flowing. Chen Yuan reached out and used his sleeve to wipe the corner of her eye, comforting her as he spoke. It's all right, I'm here. I was too presumptuous, thinking that no one would dare to be so presumptuous under the Xiantian sect's rule. Brother Chen, I'm fine. Xinling sniffed and asked worriedly, that person said his brother is the senior disciple. Will you be ostracized or suppressed in the sect? Xinling wiped away her tears again, it's all my fault, I shouldn't have insisted on coming back with you. Alright, don't cry. Chen Yuan coaxed her, "Don't worry, his brother is a disciple of Yuan Xingfeng, he can't control me." In his arms, Ling had stopped sobbing and looked at Chen Yuan with pleading eyes, her voice trembling. "I'm scared, can you stay with me tonight?" Seeing this, Chen Yuan sighed helplessly. Ling definitely couldn't stay here. Before the Zhang family could react, he had to leave first. Chen Yuan took out his token and handed it to Ling, saying solemnly, "You must leave tonight and go to the ancient immortal sect to seek protection from Grandmaster Song Su." Ling was taken aback, and after a moment, she nodded as if she understood. "I'm fine within the sect, but I'm afraid the Zhang family will try to kill you," Chen Yuan explained. Ling instantly realized what was happening, but she still hesitated. What if great cultivator Song Su refuses? Chen Yuan looked up at the silent night sky, and after a moment, slowly said, "You should conceal the truth for now and tell him that I asked you to stay here temporarily. Even if you have doubts, I will not drive you away. Tell him again after a day and force him to take sides." When the Zhang family learned that the ancient immortal sect had taken in Ling, the ancient immortal sect had already placed itself on the opposite side of the Zhang family. With a direct disciple behind the Zhang family, the ancient immortal sect naturally also needs a direct disciple for protection, and Chen Yuan is the only suitable candidate. At that point, it wasn't a contest between two forces, but rather a contest between him and his senior brother, Yuan Xingfeng. Chen Yuan knew this person her master had given her information about him in a jade slip. Zheng Tianchang, late stage of nascent soul. After leaving the Fire Cloud Trading Company, Ling rode the Fire Cloud steed at breakneck speed toward the far north. After Ling left, a system announcement sounded in Chen Yuan's mind. Ding! The system detected that the host has gifted 155 high-grade spirit stones. Triggered a 1,000-fold return. Congratulations, host, you have received 155,000 high-grade spirit stones. Ding! Detected that the host has gifted a condensing essence pill. Triggered a 100x return. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 4th tier pill, Azure Nether pill. Just now, Chen Yuan confiscated all the storage rings on Zheng Kaiwei and his guards and sold them to Huoyun Trading Company. Back in the courtyard of his residence, Chen Yuan sat cross-legged and continued his cultivation. At dawn, the Zhang family. As the head of the Zhang family gazed at the rising sun outside the window, a nameless unease settled in his heart. He just went to rob a house, why hasn't he come back all night? Did he go to a brothel again? Oh no, oh no. At this moment, a clan elder rushed into the main hall. What's with this flustered behavior? Zhang Lei scolded, then asked, what is it? Patriarch, the elder guarding the pavilion just sent a message saying. The elder stammered, unsure how to begin. What did you say? Zhang Lei immediately stood up and walked to him. Oh dear. What did you say? You're driving me crazy. The elder guarding the family's memorial tablets must be reporting this at this time, which means that a core member of the Zhang family has fallen. Tell me that the spirit tablet of the second young master Zheng Kaiwei is broken. What? Zhang Lei's expression changed, and he flew towards the pavilion on the divine rainbow. Rushing into the pavilion, they saw the elder guarding the pavilion holding a shattered soul tablet with trembling hands. Zhang Lei instantly flew into a rage and roared, prepare the horses, let's go to South Street. Even if he is a nascent soul cultivator, he cannot fly through the air within the city. The city lord is an elder of the Xiantian sect, a genuine void-returning Dao lord. There were also requirements for the carriages and palanquins. The Zhang family's residence was on North Street, while Shanling's residence was on South Street. The entire Tianqing city is as big as 3 provincial capitals of Blue Star in his previous life. By the time he arrives at South Street, it will probably be noon. On the other side, at the Tianxian sect, on the Dao Discussion Peak. The mountaintop covers an area of approximately 300,000 square meters and is large enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. However, this is only a competition for new talents, so not this many people can come. By dawn, many disciples had already gathered at the Dao Discussion Peak. Most of them were outer disciples. Since the Dao Discussion Peak was located in the inner sect territory, they had just entered the sect and, out of curiosity, climbed the mountain early and found an outer sect area to sit down. They were very careful when they went up the mountain. After all, this was the inner sect, not the outer sect. If they offended an inner sect senior brother, being hit on the head with a stick would be the least of their worries. The summit of Lundo Peak is divided into 3 areas, corresponding to the outer, inner, and personal transmission areas respectively. In the center of each area, a platform for discussing the Dao was built, with a 3 zhang square surface carved from black iron stone. The edge of the platform is engraved with a Bagua 8 trigrams cloud pattern, and beneath it is a 6th-order Bagua protective array that can effectively prevent energy leakage and avoid accidentally injuring the audience. Soon it was Chinshur 7, 9 a.m., and many elders flew in from the horizon. Upon seeing them, the disciples all bowed respectfully. Chapter 41 Battle against Chu Yon. Chinshur 7, 9 a.m., personally instructed area. Each peak's disciples have a fixed seat. After finding his seat on the purple-green peak, Chen Yuan sat down and closed his eyes to cultivate. Behind the 5 peak seats, rows of seats were arranged like the stands of a football stadium, for other disciples to come and watch. Before long, Qin Shuhan and Yi Baishi flew in from the horizon on their flying swords. After landing, Chen Yuan stood up and bowed, "Senior sister." Qin Shuhan sheathed his flying sword and waved his hand, saying, "No need for formalities, sit down and adjust your state first." Chen Yuan nodded. Little Baishi, who was standing nearby, took his arm and said with a smile, "Brother, you can do it." Hearing this, Chen Yuan pinched her cheek and encouraged her, "You can do it too." Just then, the space above distorted, and 5 illusory figures stepped out from the void, none other than the 5 peak masters. In mid-air, the 4 of them respectfully bowed to the sect leader and exchanged pleasantries. Although it was supposed to be a friendly greeting, there was a sense of sharp conflict between them. "Elder Lang is here today too. I remember you only accepted those 2 disciples half a month ago, right? They've only been cultivating for half a month and they're already participating in the newcomer competition. Aren't they afraid of embarrassing your purple-green peak?" Elder Yuan Qingfeng, Yuan Zhougang, stroked his beard and teased. "There's no need for Elder Yuan to worry about that. I don't have high expectations for them, a top 10 finish will suffice." Long Yumeng chuckled lightly, showing no mercy to Yuan Zhougang, and retorted, "I'm just afraid that Elder Yuan's disciple might accidentally lose to my little apprentice, which would make everyone laugh at us." The 4 peaks check and balance each other, and compete with each other. Yuan Zhougang has always been at odds with Long Yumeng. The reason is simple: in the last sect competition, Yuan Zhougang's grandson was defeated by Qin Shuhan, and his Dao heart was damaged, which Yuan Zhougang has always held a grudge against. Sect Master Song Yuanji stepped in front of the 2 and waved his hand, saying, "All right, the competition is about to begin. Please take your seats." Long Yumeng took a step forward and landed in front of Chen Yuan and the others. Upon seeing this, Qin Shuhan and the other 2 quickly bowed. "Greetings, Master." Today, Long Yumeng was dressed in a fiery red dress, outlined with gold and silver threads. When her willow eyebrows were slightly furrowed, her aura seemed to be wrapped in ice. No need for formalities. She gently raised her hand and sat directly in the chairman's seat. Qin Shuhan and the other 2 sat behind her. In front of outsiders, Master reverted to his aloof demeanor, Chen Yuan thought to himself, before looking around. The allocation of seats in the 5 peaks is also very particular, as it is based on the strength of the 5 peak elders. In the very center, with its back to the Dao discussion cliff and facing due south, lies the seat of the Azure Peak, which is naturally under the command of the sect leader. The other 4 peaks are located at the 4 corners of the debate platform, surrounding the entire platform in the middle. According to the rule of Xianling Continent that the right is superior, Long Yumeng is the strongest person below the sect leader, so Ziqing Peak is naturally located to the right of Tianqing Peak. Elder Yuan Zhougang, ranked 3rd in strength, is located on the left side of Tianqing Peak. Opposite to Ziqing Peak is Yanqing Peak, which ranks 4th, and to its right is Zhuqing Peak, which ranks last. Xu Qingfeng is a female elder named Xu Wanji. She wore a light green flowing fairy dress, her classic hairstyle adorned with exquisite vermilion and jade hair ornaments, and a few strands of black hair fell over her shoulders. She has a beautiful face, cherry-like lips, and a delicate nose. The most striking feature is her height. When Chen Yuan broke through to the golden core stage, he had met Elder Zhu Wanji. Her name sounds like a gentle older sister, but she's actually a petite girl who's only 1.55 meters tall. Don't let his short stature fool you, he's a ruthless fighter. The system gave her an extremely high score of 96. Chen Yuan shifted his gaze to what was behind Elder Zhu, and his eyes met those of Song Shiwei. She gave him a sweet smile and waved. Chen Yuan was taken aback. Was this a greeting to him? "What, you know Song Shiwei?" A cold voice rang out from the left. Chen Yuan turned to Qin Shuhan and explained, "Senior sister, I don't know Senior sister Song." "So she greeted you?" Qin Shuhan's eyes were scrutinizing, but after a moment, she looked away. "I don't like her, and you're not allowed to have anything to do with her." "Yes," Chen Yuan replied. This senior sister is a bit domineering. But what can he do? She's his senior sister. Then, Chen Yuan looked in the direction of Yuan Qingfeng. Yuan Zhougang sat in front, and a person behind him caught his attention. This person is Zheng Tiancheng, the eldest son of the Zheng family, whose cultivation level is in the late stage of the nascent soul realm. She has a somewhat effeminate appearance, with a gentle yet firm demeanor, and her eyes hold a sharp edge. Zheng Tiancheng seemed to realize that someone was spying on him. He turned his head and met Chen Yuan's gaze. Seeing that he was just a golden core stage disciple who looked unremarkable except for being a bit handsome, he immediately withdrew his gaze, stopped looking at him, and continued to close his eyes and pretend to sleep. At the beginning of Chen Shi 7:09 a.m., an elder leaped onto the platform, then cleared his throat and announced, "The 660th newcomer competition officially begins." In an instant, deafening cheers erupted in the outer and inner gate areas, while the discipleship area seemed much quieter in comparison. There were only 14 people participating in the direct transmission competition. At this moment, dozens of figures emerged from the distant horizon, stepping through the mist. They were all disciples personally taught by various peaks. The competition was divided into 2 sessions. The first match was decided by drawing lots, with both teams facing off. The 7 who win the first match will be the top 7 in the grand final. In the second round, the top 7 and bottom 7 will each engage in a team battle, and the person who remains on the debate platform will be the champion of the competition. Therefore, making it into the top 10 is not difficult at all. The draw began, and Yi Baishi drew number 2 to go on stage. Her opponent was a female disciple from Zhu Qingfeng, whose cultivation was at the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage, and who was of equal strength to her. Yi Baishi has a very high probability of winning. Chen Yuan drew number 1 to go on stage, but unfortunately, his opponent was Chu Yong, a disciple of Tianqing Peak. That must be a newly initiated disciple of Ziqing Peak. What bad luck! He was matched with Chu Yong. The disciples below gathered together and began to discuss it. When some people looked at Chu Yong, they felt ashamed of themselves. Because of Chu Yong's talent, he was the highest and only Saint-grade disciple in the entire apprenticeship ceremony. He broke through to the 8th level of the Golden Core stage in just 2 years. The previous generation of disciples, who had been studying for 22 years, had only just reached the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. One can only imagine what disciples with even worse aptitude would be like. The ultimate goal of the outer sect is very likely to be foundation establishment. The ultimate goal for most inner disciples is to reach the Golden Core stage, and those with good luck might even break through to the nascent soul stage and become a steward elder. Breaking through from the Golden Core stage to the nascent soul stage is an even greater hurdle, with many generations of direct disciples remaining at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage for over 100 years. Those with high comprehension usually break through to the nascent soul stage when they are over 300 years old. However, the path of cultivation is long and there is no need to rush. On the stage, the elder presiding over the competition announced loudly, "The competition begins. Please invite Chen Yuan, disciple of Ziqing Peak, and Chu Yong, disciple of Tianqing Peak, to come to the stage. Don't be too nervous. With your strength, defeating him shouldn't be a problem." Lan Yoming's voice was cold and clear, but she secretly looked forward to what Yuan Zhougang's expression would be when Chen Yuan knocked Chu Yong off the stage. Yes. Chen Yuan respectfully clasped his hands in a fist salute, then jumped onto the discussion platform. "Do you think Chen Yuan can defeat Chu Yong?" A woman's voice rang in Zheng Tiancheng's ears. The woman's name was Wei Lan. She was Zheng Tiancheng's Taoist partner. 44 years ago, she joined Yuanqing Peak and her cultivation level was at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. Even among direct disciples, there are differences. Wei Lan is the kind of person with high comprehension and resources at his disposal, coming from a 5th-grade nascent soul dynasty. Chapter 42 Chen Yuan wins. In my opinion, Chu Yong may not be a match for Chen Yuan, Zheng Tiancheng said slowly. Wei Lan was taken aback. Chen Yuan has only been a disciple for half a month. How can you say that? Zheng Tiancheng remained silent. He was a nascent soul true monarch, and his qi observation technique had reached its peak. He could see through Chen Yuan's cultivation level at a glance, early stage of the 8th level of the Golden Core realm. Although Chu Yong is at the late stage of the 8th level, Chen Yuan's aura is much stronger, so it is still unknown who is stronger. But what does all this have to do with him? His opponents are other nascent soul disciples, and Chen Yuan is currently no different from an ant in his eyes, so why bother with him and waste time? Seeing that Zheng Tiancheng remained silent, Wei Lan wisely refrained from pressing him for an answer. Seats at Tianqing Peak. Xu Yong was dressed in a black outfit, 9 feet tall, with a square face, large ears, a swallow's jaw, and a tiger's beard. He was a robust man. He leaped onto the platform, his imposing body crashing down with a thunderous roar and the force of a galloping horse. Chen Yuan had a well-proportioned figure, while Xu Yong was like an iron tower in comparison. Seeing the two step onto the stage, the elder presiding over the competition stroked his beard and said with a smile, "You two youngsters, let's stop here on the platform and not hurt each other's feelings." Chen Yuan and Xu Yong respectfully clasped their hands in greeting. "Yes. Very well, I hereby declare the competition officially open." The presiding elder waved his hand and leaped down from the platform. In the field, Xu Yong clasped his hands in a fist salute, and a flash of light appeared at his fingertips as short-handled double hammers appeared in his hands. His eyes held a hint of disdain as he reminded him. Junior brother Chen would be better off leaving on his own, otherwise, if I were to strike him with this hammer, he might be bedridden for more than half a month. After speaking, the aura of the 8th level of the Golden Core realm pressed down on Chen Yuan like a tidal wave. Chen Yuan remained unmoved, his eyes as still as water, a zither floating before his chest. He said calmly, "Enough talk, let's begin." Xu Yong shook his head, stubborn to the end. As soon as he finished speaking, Xu Yong darted out like an arrow, his cloud steps lighting up beneath his feet. Light as a swallow, he arrived in front of Chen Yuan in an instant. So fast. The onlookers were astonished. They had thought that Xu Yong's towering speed would be a weakness, but they hadn't expected that he was also proficient in a Xian-level movement technique. Xu Yong's eyes were filled with disdain as he brought his double hammers down heavily. Everyone held their breath, and some of the more timid ones had already closed their eyes tightly, unable to look any longer. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded from where the two hammers struck the ground. Xu Yong's expression changed. When he turned around, he saw Chen Yuan had already leaped dozens of meters into the air. Spiritual energy was condensed at his fingertips, and his fingers glided across the strings of the zither, causing the heavenly feather zither to vibrate continuously. 3,000 sword lights of spiritual energy suddenly shot out, like rows of sword rain, dense and numerous. The monks in the crowd were so startled that they stood up immediately. 8th level of Golden Core. This boy is also at the 8th level of Golden Core. How is this possible? In the arena, Xu Yong held his double hammers horizontally in front of his chest to block. Clang, clang, clang. The dense rain of swords made his hands go numb, causing him to stumble backward. Only when he retreated to the edge of the debate platform did Xu Yong have no choice but to use his trump card. Suddenly, his aura changed, and he reached the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. Upon seeing this, the cultivators exclaimed in surprise. My God! Xu Yong actually hid his strength. Yi Baishi immediately tensed up, and her palms started sweating. In the arena, Xu Yong roared, his 7th grade 4-inch golden core burning wildly, his spiritual power raging, and his protective true essence instantly blowing away the rows of sword rain. He suddenly patted his waist, and a purple gourd floated above his head. In an instant, a large amount of black mist spewed out of the gourd's mouth. Purple cloud smoke gourd, a magical treasure of the spirit rank. A plume of black smoke instantly enveloped Chen Yuan, obscuring his vision. No matter how Chen Yuan moved, the black smoke always enveloped him. Xu Yong held hammers in both hands, his feet seemingly treading on auspicious clouds, and appeared behind Chen Yuan in an instant. Kid, you think you can run fast? You forced me to use my magic weapon, let's see how you run now. He was so close, he didn't believe Chen Yuan could escape. Xu Yong's eyes hardened, and he slammed his double hammers down. Feeling the thunderclap behind him, Chen Yuan smiled slyly. You think he can't escape at close range? You're underestimating him. Whoosh! The two hammers struck the air with a thunderous boom. Chen Yuan disappeared from the spot again. How is this possible? Xu Yong's pupils shrank to needle size. As he tried to escape, a fist-shaped aura, wrapped in purple ice, grew larger and larger in his eyes. The auspicious clouds beneath his feet seemed to be frozen by ice, and he could not escape even a fraction of an inch. Outside, everyone held their breath and stared intently at the black mist. Suddenly, a burly figure flew out from it and crashed heavily below the Dao discussion platform, kicking up clouds of dust. The black mist dissipated, and Chen Yuan stood calmly on the high platform. Oh my God! He won, someone with slurred speech exclaimed in horror. The others were also experiencing a surge of emotions. A dark horse. The absolute dark horse in the rookie competition. Chen Yuan reached out with his right hand, and the purple cloud smoke gourd landed in his hand. He said in a detached tone, "Confiscated." Xu Yong got up from the ground, clenched his fists, gritted his teeth and roared, "That's mine. Hee, I only suffered minor injuries, which shows that I have been lenient. Consider this treasure as a token of my gratitude. Come back and take it from me when you're capable of defeating me." With that, Chen Yuan descended from the high platform and slowly walked towards his seat on Purple Green Peak. Many people looked at Chen Yuan with awe. The strong deserve respect. Many young girls stared intently at Chen Yuan's retreating figure, their eyes filled with longing. The presiding elder leaped onto the high platform and announced loudly, "Chen Yuan wins the first match." Xu Yong lowered his head and returned to his seat on Tianqing Peak. "Sect Master, this disciple is incompetent." Song Yuanji waved his hand, "I don't blame you for being no match for him. How could a saint-grade person possibly compete with an emperor-grade person's talent?" Song Yuanji took it all in stride. Yuan Qingfeng sat in the audience. Yuan Zhougong's face was gloomy, and he teased Long Yumeng for not probing Chen Yuan's strength. "Now, I feel like I've been slapped in the face." He glanced at the two disciples behind him. One of them was only at the 4th level of the Golden Core stage. How could he possibly be a match for Chen Yuan? What alarmed him most was that this boy had advanced from the 1st level of the Golden Core stage to the 8th level in just half a month, a speed comparable to a nuclear explosion. At this moment, a cold gaze shot from the right. Yuan Zhougang knew without a doubt that it was Long Yumeng. He snorted and ignored him. Long Yumeng was equally alarmed. The scene in the black mist was invisible to others, but she could see it clearly. Chen Yuan had actually mastered the mysterious ice fist. At the Ziqing Peak seat, Yi Baishi excitedly hugged Chen Yuan, "Brother, you're so amazing." Many young girls, their hearts filled with the stirrings of spring, sighed inwardly upon seeing this, realizing that the man was already taken. Chen Yuan ruffled her hair. "Your turn is coming soon. Good luck." "Okay." Yi Baishi blinked and secretly tapped Chen Yuan's face lightly. This scene broke the hearts of many boys and girls. Of course, there are also fans who admire their good looks. What a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Soon it was Yi Baishi's turn to go on stage. The opponent was a female disciple of Zhuqing Peak named Qian Xiaowu, who was at the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage. She's not tall, and her appearance is rated 77 out of 100 by the system, which would be comparable to the looks of some internet celebrities in her previous life. The competition begins. The elder announced loudly that the competition had officially begun. Chapter 43, First place in the grand competition. The second match officially begins. Qian Xiaowu was a magic cultivator. He activated the Azure Rainbow technique under his feet, leaped high into the air with a thought, formed hand seals, and shouted, "Flamestorm." Suddenly, a giant wave of fire, accompanied by a rumbling beastly roar, burst forth from her right palm and pressed down on Yi Baishi. The heat wave from the flames made Yi Baishi's black hair fly wildly. Large beads of sweat instantly gathered on his forehead, and the air itself seemed to distort and deform due to the massive wave of flames. However, she did not panic too much. With a flash of light at her fingertips, the white resignation sword fell into her hand, and more than half of the 8th grade 6-inch golden core in her body was burned. The swift swimming water sword technique. The high-grade spirit level manual was the matching cultivation method that Yi Baishi chose that day. As she swung her sword with her right hand, the sword light swept across the water, as swift as a startled swan. The sword's power swept across the entire area, its oppressive force overshadowing the giant waves of flames. Qian Xiaowu's expression changed. Yi Baishi had actually broken through one of her most powerful attacks with a single sword strike. Exclamations of surprise came from all around. The aura of a sword, this woman is actually a sword cultivator. Yi Baishi did not stop walking. The phantom step was condensed at the toes of her feet. Her figure passed by, leaving a residual image in the place. In an instant, they arrived in front of Qian Xiaowu. So fast. Qian Xiaowu's eyes widened in astonishment. Her feet moved as if treading on a rainbow, and with a light touch of her toes, she turned around. The sword light just grazed her face. Just as she was feeling relieved, Yi Baishi suddenly turned around and swung the white sword in his hand toward her throat. Qian Xiaowu looked terrified, broke out in a cold sweat, and closed her eyes tightly in fear. However, Baixi's sword was only pressed against her throat, without advancing an inch. "You lost." A silent voice rang out from in front of me. Qian Xiaowu opened her eyes, breathed a sigh of relief, and slowly raised her hand. "I admit defeat." "No way." Yi Baishi's killing move was far superior to hers. Moreover, her movement skills are inferior to hers. Spellcasters focus on spell cultivation, and once they are caught in close combat, they can only be beaten. Chen Yuan nodded secretly. Xiao Baishi's comprehension was undeniable. She had already mastered the phantom step technique. The two landed on the platform, and the presiding elder announced loudly, Yi Baishi wins the second match. Yi Baishi followed Chen Yuan's example, her eyes as clear as a cold pool, giving everyone an unforgettable back view before jumping off the platform and returning to her seat on Ziqing Peak. Upon seeing Chen Yuan, she could no longer maintain her aloof persona and threw herself into his arms, exclaiming, "Yay! I won!" Chen Yuan ruffled his hair. "Little Baishi, you're great." Yi Baishi smiled and said, "Hee hee, it's all thanks to senior sister's excellent teaching." Qin Shuhan smiled knowingly. It was clearly Yi Baishi's own exceptional talent that was being praised. "Ahem, you two little ones, be mindful of your behavior in public." A cool voice rang out from the front. Upon hearing this, Yi Baishi quickly got off Chen Yuan and lowered her head shyly. She then realized that many of her close associates were looking in her direction. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. He always felt that his master's words carried a hint of jealousy. Chen Yuan watched the next 5 matches closely. Among the 5 winners, the strongest was from Tianqing Peak, named Duan Yao. He entered the sect with Chu Yong and his cultivation level was at the 7th level of the Golden Core stage. The weakest is Yen Qingfeng's disciple, named Shuri, whose cultivation is at the 2nd level of the Golden Core stage. This competition for new talents not only values strength but also luck. Chu Yong, who was originally expected to win 1st place, could only compete for 7th place after losing. It's already noon, and there's still half an hour to adjust before the final match. Chen Yuan closed his eyes and circulated the primordial immortal scripture, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Suddenly, a cold light shot out, carrying the power of divine sense into his mind. Chen Yuan smiled disdainfully, and in the blink of an eye, the nascent soul's consciousness was instantly annihilated into nothingness by his sea of consciousness. Zheng Tiancheng's expression shifted between light and dark. His divine sense entering Chen Yuan's sea of consciousness was actually severed? Was it a soul-protecting magic treasure? He condensed his voice into a thin line, his words filled with intense killing intent. "You killed my clansman, I think you don't want to live anymore." Just now, Zheng Tiancheng received news of his younger brother's tragic death. Through the Zheng family's connections, they found the portrait of the man who purchased the South Street mansion that day. After the former owner of the mansion used his connections to compare the records on the sex roster, he was surprised to find that there was a person named Chen Yuan. At that moment, a cold voice rang in Zheng Tiancheng's ears. "Your brother attempted to kill my Taoist partner and seize my residence. It is all his own fault." Chen Yuan looked up at him, and their eyes met intensely in the air. "Even if my brother is utterly useless, he's not someone you have the right to judge. I'll remember this." He. Chen Yuan chuckled contemptuously, not taking Zheng Tiancheng seriously at all. "He's only in the late nascent soul stage. I can easily wipe him out." Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The presiding elder stood on the stage and announced loudly, "The second match is officially starting. Please invite the winner of the first match to come up to the stage." Lun Yumeng nodded to the two of them, signaling them to come up on stage. Chen Yuan and his companion nodded and stepped onto the high platform. The 7 people clasped their fists together, and the competition officially began. Duan Yao, Shuri, and the other 4 seemed to have reached a consensus and surrounded Chen Yuan and Yi Baishi. The 5 people unleashed their magical artifacts at lightning speed, charging fiercely towards Chen Yuan and Yi Baishi. Chen Yuan shook his head. "Foolish. The difference between ordinary and ordinary levels is an insurmountable chasm. Moreover, his cultivation level was several levels higher than theirs, and his spiritual power was more than 700 times greater." The 5 people pressed down like mountains, but Chen Yuan raised his right hand slightly, and his protective true essence enveloped Yi Baishi. Clang 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 clang. The 5 magical artifacts struck Chen Yuan's protective true essence simultaneously, and the aftershocks rippled outwards from the point of impact, being absorbed by the underground formation of the Dao discussion platform. "Good timing, saves us the trouble of dealing with them one by one." Chen Yuan's spiritual energy was like a galaxy, and as his robes billowed, a vast surge of spiritual energy swept through him. Boom! In an instant, the 5 people were sent flying backwards, crashing heavily below the debating platform. "They're too strong. This battle is a foregone conclusion. I really envy Yi Baishi, she just coasted in and got into the top 2. A cacophony of voices rose from the surroundings. Yi Baishi felt a little embarrassed, and a faint blush rose to her face. At this moment, the elder presiding over the competition jumped onto the high platform and announced, "The competition is over. I hereby announce the first place winner is Chen Yuan. Second place, Yi Baishi. Third place, Duan Yao. Fourth place, City Memories." Chen Yuan and Yi Baishi returned to their seats on Ziqing Peak. As soon as they sat down, they heard praise from their master. "You two little ones have truly exceeded my expectations." After saying that, she waved her right hand, and two pills appeared out of thin air in Chen Yuan's hands. This pill is called the Rejuvenation Pill, a 5th-grade pill that can repair all serious injuries. Even a severed arm can regenerate. Chen Yuan and his companion bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you, master." They then put the pills into their rings. The second round of the competition begins. Perhaps due to a bad mood, Xu Yong slapped one of them away with a single palm strike, ending the battle in just over 10 breaths. The final rankings were then announced. First place, Chen Yuan Reward, Earth Rank Cultivation Technique, 100 contribution points. Second place, Yi Baishi Reward, Spirit Rank Cultivation Technique, 50 contribution points. Third place, Duan Yao Reward, Profound Level Cultivation Technique, 10 contribution points. Thus, the newcomer competition came to a close, with 10 days remaining until the sect competition. A gentle night breeze blew, and the full moon hung high overhead. Chen Yuan bid farewell to his master, explaining that he was going out for a while. Lang Yumeng didn't ask any more questions, and told him to be careful on the road. If he encountered any danger, she could crush the jade slip and she would be there to help. On the way down the mountain, Chen Yuan opened his data panel. Main character panel, no filler words, trump card equals Han Pao Pao. Chapter 44 Dragon Soul Seal, Space Travel. Chen Yuan was secretly amazed. He had gained a lot in the past few days, with his emotional value alone reaching 23,000. In the dead of night, a cloud steed with a mane of white, pulling a cloud chariot, transformed into a streak of light and flew swiftly towards the far north. This cloud steed is a 4th-tier steed, and its price is as high as 100 high-grade spirit stones. For Chen Yuan at the moment, it's neither painful nor itchy. One day later, a majestic mountain came into Chen Yuan's view. The mountain was about 10,000 meters high, and the summit was filled with spiritual energy. Pavilions and towers were faintly visible in the clouds and mist. This place is called Ancient Immortal Mountain, also known as Futian Mountain Range, where the Ancient Immortal sect is located. In front of the mountain gate, two powerful figures in black robes stood in the air, facing the great cultivator Song Su inside the mountain gate. Both of them were at the nascent soul stage, and it was easy to tell from their clothing that they were members of the Zheng family. "Song Su, your Ancient Immortal sect is just a low-ranking 5th-grade sect. How dare you be an enemy of my Zheng family?" The speaker was named Zheng Feng, the 3rd elder of the Zheng family, with a cultivation level of late nascent soul stage. "Song Su, your Ancient Immortal sect is courting its own destruction," another person immediately followed, his tone filled with a strong threat. This person is the 4th elder of the Zheng family, named Zheng Jun, whose cultivation level is in the mid-nascent soul stage. Inside the mountain gate. "Sect Master, let's hand Shenling over," the 2nd elder of the Ancient Immortal sect suggested. "It's not worth offending the Zheng family for a little girl." The Zheng family is considered middle class among the 5th-rank families, with 2 members at the nascent soul stage. In a direct confrontation, the Ancient Immortal sect might not be a match for them. Song Su glared at the man. "What do you know?" Then, he looked at the 2 members of the Zheng family. "Please leave. I don't have the person you're looking for here." Upon hearing this, Zheng Feng shook his head, stubborn to the end. After saying this, the 2 men prepared to leave, as they had no intention of taking Shenling away today. They were just testing the waters to see what the Ancient Immortal sect really meant. It seems they're thinking of clinging to that disciple's coattails. Just then, a streak of light flashed across the sky, and a figure descended before the gates of the Ancient Immortal sect. It was none other than Chen Yuan. "Gentlemen, where are we headed?" Chen Yuan asked casually, his expression indifferent. Upon seeing this, the 2 men's expressions changed drastically, and they exclaimed, "Chen Yuan. That's right, it is indeed the real person." Chen Yuan said calmly, "Boy, I didn't expect you to actually dare to leave the sect. Do you even know what death means?" Zheng Feng's eyes were fierce. He had to kill this boy today, or he would definitely become a major threat in the future. I'll take the blame for whatever crime I'm accused of at worst. I'll go to the Xiantian sect and apologize with a bundle of thorns on my back. With Cheng'er and Yuan Fengzhu's protection, at least the Zheng family won't be affected. Sensing the intense killing intent emanating from the two people before him, Chen Yuan remained unperturbed, his expression unchanged. At that moment, a pale green jade slip containing a sound transmission function inside the ring began to vibrate violently. With a thought, Chen Yuan grasped it in his hand and sent a telepathic message into his mind. Chen Yuan, I just received news that Tianhai town has been wiped out by the Zheng family. This jade slip's message originated from Long Yumeng. Chen Yuan felt nothing. His only relative had been brutally murdered by that bastard, and he had no feelings for the Chen family. However, the destruction of the Chen family gave him an excuse to kill the two people in front of him. What a Zheng family! They wiped out my clan. Chen Yuan clenched his fists, feigning grief. Ha ha ha. So what? You, a mere golden core cultivator, dare to provoke my entire Zheng family? How laughable. Zheng Jun laughed mockingly. Very well, then I'll collect some interest today. With that, Chen Yuan's 9-inch golden core burned 7 inches, and his spiritual power surged like a galaxy. Purple lightning filled the air, rising from within his fist. The snowflakes left no trace on the toes, and in an instant, they appeared behind Zheng Jun. Thunder Fist. Sensing the chilling killing intent behind him, Zheng Jun reacted quickly. A light flashed in his hand, and a long sword appeared in his grasp. He turned around and angrily blocked the attack. Bang! Ripples spread from the point of impact, and Chen Yuan actually managed to suppress a nascent soul true monarch. Inside the ancient immortal sect, the disciples and elders suddenly changed color. What had they just witnessed? The power of a golden core cultivator crushing a nascent soul cultivator? This must be no joke. Song Su's expression hardened slightly. The reason he chose to stand on Chen Yuan's side was precisely because of Chen Yuan's terrifying strength and limitless potential for future achievements. Insolence! Zheng Feng roared, his divine sense pressure like a flying knife, slashing straight at Chen Yuan's mind. The heavenly feather harp appeared out of thin air, blocking his path. Clang! The guqin vibrated, emitting a humming sound. Chen Yuan smiled dismissively. At the same time, the primordial power within his body circulated, and the purple lightning in his hand became even more dazzling. The fist's intent materialized, and the purple dragon became increasingly solid. Zheng Jun's expression changed drastically. With a loud boom, his body flew backward and crashed heavily to the ground. A deep crater was smashed into the ground below, and Zheng Jun's internal organs were trembling, with blood continuously spitting out of his mouth. Second brother! Zheng Feng roared, his divine sense pressure like a flood rushing into Chen Yuan's mind. Chen Yuan's expression remained calm. The moment his divine sense entered his mind, it was instantly annihilated into nothingness. A soul-protecting magic weapon. Zheng Feng's expression turned solemn. This child was far too monstrous. Not only did he possess the immense power of a true monarch, but he could also disregard the consciousness of a nascent soul cultivator. Given time to grow up, even Cheng'er might not be his match. He patted his waist, and the dragon soul seal, a high-grade spiritual artifact, fell into the air. In an instant, the dragon soul seal grew to the height of a person. Go! Zheng Feng roared, and the dragon soul seal pressed down fiercely on Chen Yuan. As Chen Yuan gazed at the colossal seal above his head, the surrounding scenery shifted, and memories of his past life, particularly his time at Blue Star University, surfaced in his eyes. Suddenly, Chen Yuan's consciousness was shaken, and he broke free from the illusion, but the overwhelming pressure was already less than an inch away from him. At this critical moment, Chen Yuan activated his Purple Mansion divine power to travel through space. The space twisted, and his figure disappeared from the spot. However, the dragon soul seal remained powerful and pressed down with terrifying force. Zheng Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He simply couldn't believe Chen Yuan was still alive. Song Su's pupils dilated in shock, and his heart leaped into his throat. Protected behind him, Xin Ling, who was in disguise, coughed up a mouthful of blood and almost fainted. Fortunately, she was supported by two maids and did not fall down. Just as Zhang Fengsong was catching his breath, a cloud of black smoke swirled around him, completely surrounding him. What the hell is this? Zheng Feng's expression changed drastically. Could it be that Chen Yuan is not dead? In the arena, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was Chen Yuan. He held a purple gourd in his hand, and the smoke was coming out of the gourd's mouth. Look, that man isn't dead, a disciple of the ancient immortal sect exclaimed, pointing at Chen Yuan. My God! He's still alive? How did he do that? Exclamations of surprise rang out from inside the door. Xinling also suddenly woke up, looked at the figure in midair, and tears involuntarily filled her eyes. Chen Yuan's face darkened. He had underestimated them. Indeed, you never know just how terrifying someone's true cards are. I almost died on the spot. The heavenly thunder fist, with purple lightning condensed in the center of the fist, was unleashed with terrifying force. Obscured by the black smoke, Zheng Feng was extremely terrified, because he could only sense the area within 3 feet around him, and his divine sense could not penetrate beyond the black smoke for the time being. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted behind him, and as he turned around, the force of the fist had already pierced through his body. Bang! Zheng Feng's figure flew backward from the black smoke and crashed heavily to the ground, his life hanging in the balance. Chapter 45. If Song Su surrenders, he will be killed without mercy. This scene was so incredible that the disciples of the ancient immortal sect stared wide-eyed, repeatedly expressing their amazement. Chen Yuan landed on the ground and walked step by step toward Zheng Feng. Zheng Feng's chest was caved in, and fresh blood was gushing out, with blood also flowing from his mouth. His eyes widened, as if unwilling, then his head lolled to the side, and he breathed his last. Chen Yuan walked up to him, shattered his nascent soul with a punch, and took the ring from his hand. Immediately afterwards, he waved his right hand and put one of the dragon's soul seals into his ring. Then, he walked to the pit, grabbed Zheng Jun, and pulled him into his hand. At this moment, Zheng Jun was also barely breathing, and had reached his limit. You little brat, I'll curse your ancestors. Bah! Zheng Jun gasped for breath and cursed in a low voice, then spat a mouthful of blood at Chen Yuan. Fortunately, Chen Yuan reacted quickly and dodged by slightly turning his head. Chen Yuan exerted force with his right hand, and spiritual energy surged into Zheng Jun's body through his fingertips, turning his nascent soul into dust. Zheng Jun, dead. The main hall of the ancient immortal sect. Song Su warmly welcomed Chen Yuan, poured the finest Longquan tea into a teacup, and then gestured for him to join in. Please, Mr. Chen. This is the finest Longquan tea, which has a remarkable effect on clearing the meridians. Chen Yuan took a sip. This tea was indeed extraordinary. It was probably something that Song Su had been reluctant to drink, and only brought it out to entertain him this time. Sect leader Song, do you hate me for killing your son? Chen Yuan raised his eyes slightly and glanced at him indifferently. Song Su's heart skipped a beat, unsure of Chen Yuan's meaning. He quickly stood up and cautiously said, Master Chen, my son brought this upon himself by provoking you. How could I possibly hate you? In fact, Song Su had a complicated inner world, but he was very reasonable. It was his son who had provoked Chen Yuan first. Chen Yuan's good temper prevented the ancient immortal sect from being affected otherwise. A young master from a powerful family would probably have razed the ancient immortal sect to the ground long ago. Chen Yuan nodded, flipped his right hand, and took out the 7th-tier spiritual herb, Heavenly Soul Grass, which was a reward from the system. This spirit pearl is called Heavenly Soul Grass, 7th rank, and can temper the primordial spirit. As Chen Yuan introduced the grass, Song Su's eyes gradually lit up, and finally his eyes were fixed on the Heavenly Soul Grass, unable to look away for a long time. Cultivating the primordial spirit can greatly enhance a cultivator's spiritual power. A strong mental force not only allows one to control magical artifacts more skillfully, but also makes one more affinity with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Please accept it, Sect Leader Song. Chen Yuan said calmly. Master Chen, this is too precious. Song Su was very eager to receive it, but he knew his limits and quickly declined. A 7th-grade spiritual herb is worth tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones, and it's priceless. How could a mere nascent soul cultivator dare to accept such a generous gift? If Patriarch Song doesn't accept it, does that mean he doesn't want to join my ranks? Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow, his tone neither warm nor cold, but it made Song Su's heart skip a beat. He felt that the aura emanating from Chen Yuan was not that of a golden core cultivator, but rather that of a returning Void Dao Lord, or even higher, making it difficult for him to breathe. Having said all that, Song Su waved his hand and put it into his storage ring. Then he knelt on one knee and respectfully bowed, saying, I am willing to follow the lead of Chief Instructor Chen. In that case, sign a soul contract with me, and I can guarantee your ancient immortal sect's safety for 10,000 years. As Chen Yuan spoke, he took out a contract and placed it on the table. This contract was priceless and unavailable. He bought it from the system store, and it was sold out as soon as his emotional value reached 30,000. Since you say you'll follow my lead, now's the time for you to show your loyalty. Song Su looked horrified. Signing a soul contract meant that he would be subject to Chen Yuan's control in the future, and that Chen Yuan could decide his life or death with a single thought. Seeing Song Su hesitate, Chen Yuan said no more and stood up to take back the contract. Upon seeing this, Song Su quickly pressed down on the contract, his forehead already covered in cold sweat. He can't afford to offend the Zheng family, nor can he afford to offend Chen Yuan. The only way to protect himself now is to submit. I'll sign. Subsequently, Chen Yuan and Song Su planted their divine consciousness in each other, and the contract officially took effect. Chen Yuan smiled faintly, sat back in his chair, took a sip of tea, and then waved his right hand, taking out 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. Upon seeing this, Song Su's eyes widened in shock, and he stood up from his seat. The 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones in front of him almost blinded him. Submit to my power, and I will not be stingy with the spirit stones. Plan your use of these spirit stones carefully and quickly improve the strength of your sect. After a pause, Chen Yuan continued, a fierce glint appearing in his eyes. From now on, you will regularly send disciples to the mountains surrounding Tianqing City. Anyone you see who is a member of the Zhang family going out for training, kill them without mercy. The ancient immortal sect is the strongest in the entire far north. Controlling Song Su is equivalent to controlling the entire far north. Night falls inside the cave. When Shenling saw Chen Yuan, she hugged him without saying a word, and the two looked into each other's eyes. Shenling blushed and quietly closed her eyes. Chen Yuan understood what she meant and kissed her lips. 15 minutes later. Huff, huff, huff. Shenling broke free from Chen Yuan and gasped for breath. Are you trying to suffocate me? Shenling put her hands on her hips and glared at Chen Yuan. I'm sorry to have worried you these past 2 days. Chen Yuan said apologetically, taking her hand. Oh dear. What are you apologizing for? I'm the one who should apologize. This whole thing started because of me. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have gotten into this trouble. Shenling leaned closer to him and whispered. Sensing the delicate fragrance emanating from Shenling's hair, Chen Yuan's throat bobbed. Shenling looked up at him, blinked her eyes, and slowly took off her dress. Outside the cave dwelling, the weather was beautiful inside, the sounds of music filled the air. 2.5 hours later, Chen Yuan and Shenling, dressed neatly, sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate. Linger, you should cultivate this. Chen Yuan flipped his right hand and took out a low-rank cultivation technique called Spirit Devouring Technique. It was an incomplete technique that he had found in Zhang Feng's storage ring. Its true grade should reach the heavenly rank, but unfortunately, because it is an incomplete piece, some parts are obscure and difficult to understand, and it is incomplete. Currently, it is only at the earthly rank. Shenling nodded, took the manual, and began to read it. She cultivates the core technique of the Heavenly Maiden sect, the Heavenly Maiden Heart method, which is only at the spirit rank. Although it is only one rank lower than the Spirit Devouring technique, they are worlds apart. Ding! It has been detected that the host has gifted a local rank cultivation technique called Spirit Devouring Technique, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the heavenly rank cultivation technique, Devouring Spirit Technique Complete plus annotations. Chen Yuan's eyelids twitched. You just gave away the incomplete version, and now you're returning the complete version? 3 hours later, Chen Yuan opened his eyes, his cultivation level having risen to the mid-stage of the 8th level of the Golden Core realm. He looked at Shenling beside him and asked, how is your cultivation? Is there anything you don't understand? Shenling opened her eyes, nodded, took out the cultivation manual, opened the Qi induction section, pointed to a spot, and asked in confusion. Brother Chen, I don't know much about this place. Whenever I follow this route to guide the Xian Palace spiritual energy into my internal organs, I feel a slight pain in my meridians. I've tried many methods, but it's still the same. Chen Yuan nodded. Shenling's talent should be below the top level, so it's normal that she doesn't understand such profound things. Chen Yuan flipped his right hand and took out the Spirit Devouring Technique as a reward from the system. This book is the same as the one you have, but mine is the complete version, and I have added annotations to every sentence. It will definitely make your practice twice as effective. Wow! Shenling's eyes lit up as she took the manual and immediately began to read it. So that's how it is. After reading it, she suddenly realized that it was necessary to use the 7 meridians, not the main meridian. She excitedly hugged Chen Yuan. "Brother Chen, you're amazing. You can do everything." Chen Yuan pinched her cheek. "Whatever makes you happy. If you need more resources, just ask me." Xinling cupped Chen Yuan's face in her hands and then touched it. When she left Tianqing City, Chen Yuan gave her a lot of spirit stones and pills. In just 2 days, she had raised her strength to the late stage of the 6th level of the Golden Core Realm. Chapter 46 Journey to Kyushu, encountering Xia Yiruo again. Just as Chen Yuan and Shenling stepped out of the cave, a maidservant approached them. Upon approaching, the maid bowed respectfully to Chen Yuan. "Young Master Chen, the sect leader told me that he has already found out about the Soul Restoration Pill. The Soul Restoration Pill, a 5th-tier elixir, can repair injuries to the primordial spirit caused by damage to the divine consciousness. The pill is extremely rare and has a high price but no market. However, the Xiantian sect has it, but it requires contribution points to exchange for, or spirit stones to purchase. The price of pills purchased within the sect is dozens of times higher than outside. Chen Yuan currently possesses tens of millions of high-grade spirit stones, all of which were returned by the system and cannot be triggered for further returns. Only the few hundred high-grade spirit stones taken from Zhang Feng and his companion can trigger a refund, which is just enough to buy 5th-tier pills." After listening to Chen Yuan's explanation, Xinling was deeply moved. She hadn't expected him to be so thoughtful and to remember this matter. Ancient Immortal Sect Main Hall. "Master, I have learned through the night that the Fire Cloud Trading Company in Woodwind City of Kyushu will be holding an auction in 2 days, and the Soul Restoration Pill will be among the items on the list." Chen Yuan frowned slightly. "Is the intelligence accurate?" "It's true, Master. My cousin is an outer sect elder in the Dingfeng sect, a sect under the jurisdiction of Mufeng City. He's the one who brought the news. Dingfeng sect, a second-rank sect in the 9 provinces. The ancient Immortal sect is located in the far north, relatively far south, bordering the Great Thousand Domain, the 9 provinces, and the far north, only 500,000 miles away. The 4th-tier Cloud Chaser can travel at 8,000 meters per second and can reach the 9 provinces in just over 4 hours. Chen Yuan calculated the time in his mind. There were still 9 days until the competition, which would be enough time for a round trip. "Let's not delay, let's set off now." At the mountain gate. Xinling's lips trembled slightly, as if she had something to say. Chen Yuan picked up the chasing cloud steed, and as he looked up, he saw this scene and asked, "What's wrong?" Xinling blinked her beautiful big eyes, which were misty with tears in them, and said in a slightly aggrieved tone, "Brother Chen, can you take me with you? I want to go with you." Just then, Song Su quickly interjected, Mistress, this journey is long and arduous. If we encounter danger, my master will be too exhausted to take care of you." Xinling felt a little embarrassed by being addressed as mistress and lowered her head shyly. She knew she was a burden, but she just couldn't bear to part with Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan took her hand and said, "Be good, I'll come back as soon as I get the Soul Restoration Pill. If you miss me, just send me a message through the Jade Slip." It's normal for Xinling to be reluctant to part with him. All young girls who have just started dating are like that, worried about their boyfriends. "Okay." Xinling nodded slightly. "Be careful on the road." "Don't worry." Chen Yuan replied, then stepped onto the cloud carriage. With a pull of the reins, the chasing cloud steed instantly transformed into a streak of light and flew towards the 9 provinces. "Mistress, don't worry, I'll send someone to escort you back to the sect first. I will personally apologize for what happened to your master earlier." Song Su adopted a very humble posture and spoke sincerely. Xinling felt somewhat uncomfortable with Song Su's humble attitude, since she had never even had the chance to meet him before. All these changes were because of Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan first went to the Huoyun Trading Company in a nearby city to purchase a piece of information about the Kyushu region. Because it was a cross-state purchase, and moreover, it involved purchasing intelligence from a large state, the amount of spirit stones spent was quite large, a full 50 high-grade spirit stones. After leaving behind the Dragon Soul Seal, Chen Yuan sold all the miscellaneous items in Zhang Feng and the other person's storage rings, earning over 300 high-grade spirit stones. Adding the previous 100, he now had over 600 spirit stones in total. 1 day later, Chen Yuan arrived at the south gate of Tianfeng City in Kyushu, put away the cloud carriage, and led the cloud chaser steed to form a long queue from the south gate. Tianfeng City is a 4th-grade city, backed by the 2nd-grade sect Dingfeng sect. The city lord is an inner sect elder of Dingfeng sect and a nascent soul cultivator. Its city size is roughly equivalent to 3 first-tier cities in my previous life. The Huiyuan Trading Company will be holding an auction tomorrow, and its liveliness will be no less than that of the third-ranked city of Tianqing. A long queue had formed at the south gate early in the morning, stretching as far as the eye could see. After waiting in line for half an hour, it was finally Chen Yuan's turn. Just then, a shadow loomed overhead, and the terrifying pressure of a golden core cultivator swept across 100 miles of the city gates. Chen Yuan looked up and saw 3 golden core snow wolves pulling a fiery red cloud chariot. Fire cloud chariot, a spirit-level vehicle. Such luxury, whose young master is this? Exclamations of surprise rang out from time to time. At that moment, a young man jumped down. The young man had a calm gaze, sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a handsome face, and was dressed in fine silks and satins, exuding an extraordinary air. A city guard stepped forward, expressionless, and said to the young man, "Young Master Zhua, there are rules in Mufeng City. You would be better off withdrawing your demonic wolf aura." Someone recognized the young man and exclaimed, "He is the son of the Tianqing sect master, young Master Zhua of Zhuozhou." Chen Yuan had long since figured out the power dynamics in the 9 provinces. He knew about the Azure Sky sect, a third-rank sect. Zhuozhou, holding a folding fan, gave an order to someone behind him. In mid-air, an old servant suddenly appeared, pulled on the reins, and slowly lowered the Snow Wolf King. Seeing this, the commander waved his hand and said, "Please come in, young Master Zhua." However, at that moment, a large hand blocked Zhuozhou's path. "Young Master Zhua, right? Don't you know the rules? Get in line." Chen Yuan spoke indifferently. What he hated most in his life was cutting in line. Zhuozhou was taken aback, then turned to look at Chen Yuan with great interest. Whispers could be heard from behind. "Is that kid crazy? How dare he block young Master Zhua's way?" Zhuozhou picked up his folding fan and patted Chen Yuan on the shoulder. "Kid, do you recognize me?" Chen Yuan smiled dismissively. "Who are you? Do you think you're worthy of my acquaintance?" Zhuozhou laughed heartily. "That's arrogant enough, I like it." "Sorry, I don't like you." "This person has no homosexual inclinations," Chen Yuan said with a look of disgust. Zhuozhou's face darkened, and just as he was about to say something, a woman walked over from the side. The woman had a beautiful face, willow leaf eyebrows, and wore a purple fairy dress, exuding an exceptional temperament. Upon seeing this, Zhuozhou quickly moved closer. "Fairy Xia, what a coincidence! I ran into you here." Xia Yurua looked disgusted. "It's not a coincidence at all. Do you know how annoying you are?" During a grand competition among sects across the 9 provinces, Zhuozhou was captivated by Xia Yurua's beauty upon seeing her and began a passionate pursuit of her. "Now that we've met by chance at the foot of Dingfeng sect, I have a feeling that Zhuozhou has ulterior motives and did this on purpose." Chen Yuan also spotted Xia Yurua and was taken aback, not expecting to run into her here. However, he had no intention of greeting her and instead asked the guard, "May I go in now?" The city gate guard shook his head and kindly reminded him, "Sir, the young Master Zhua you just provoked is the son of the sect leader of the third-ranked Tianqing sect. I suggest you leave to avoid getting into trouble." Seeing that Chen Yuan was dressed in plain black but had an extraordinary air about him, he knew that it was best to be cautious in his words and actions. This not only avoided offending Chen Yuan, but also kindly reminded him that not letting him in would not offend young Master Zhua either, achieving the best of both worlds. At this moment, Xia Yurua caught a glimpse of Chen Yuan out of the corner of her eye, and quickly ran over to him, her voice filled with surprise. "Brother in black." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan turned his head and saw that it was Xia Yurua. He then pointed to himself and asked, "Are you calling me?" "That's right. Brother in black, back in Beatty City." Xia Yurua paused here, because at that time she was disguised as a man, and Brother in black might not have recognized her. She felt a little embarrassed and didn't know how to bring it up. "Miss Xia must be the white-robed gentleman who reminded me in Beatty City that day, right?" Chen Yuan pointed out. "Oh. Brother in black, so you recognized me." Standing nearby, Zhuozhou saw his beloved run over to greet a strange man in such an intimate tone. The fire of jealousy burning within him was about to rage. Chapter 47. Zhuozhou cries in fear. "Brother in black, are you going into the city?" Xia Yurua asked curiously. Chen Yuan nodded, "That's right." Then he changed the subject. "There was just a little hiccup. It seems like Mufeng City isn't very welcoming to me." Upon hearing this, the city guard was nearly scared out of his wits. He couldn't be mistaken. The woman's waist held a personal token. Judging from their relationship, it's not simple. If he offends a disciple of the Dingfeng sect, Within a radius of 10,000 miles of this woodwind city, there is nowhere for him to find refuge. Xia Yuruwa glanced at the guard, took out her personal token from her waist, and said with a hostile look, "Young master is my friend. May I bring him into the city?" "Yes, yes, yes." The guard nodded repeatedly and stepped aside. "Humph." Xia Yuruwa snorted coldly, then looked at Chen Yuan and smiled shyly. "Brother in black, I'll take you into the city." Chen Yuan nodded. This was Dingfeng's sect territory. Having a disciple to guide them would save them a lot of trouble. Behind them, watching Chen Yuan and Xia Yuruwa enter the city together, Zhuozhou's eyes grew increasingly sinister. The old servant tried to step forward to stop the two, but Zhuozhou raised his hand to stop him. "Young sect master. Elder Zhou, go and investigate this person's background," Zhuozhou ordered in a cold voice. He did have some knowledge the main covered cloud steed that Chen Yuan was leading was a fourth-tier cloud chaser. Inside the city, a handsome young man was leading a swift horse, with a pretty young woman beside him, attracting the attention of many passers-by. "Brother in black, may I ask your name?" Xia Yuruwa asked shyly. Chen Yuan answered, then immediately asked, "And you?" "Young Master Chen, my daughter's name is Xia Yuruwa." With that, she took out a jade slip and shyly handed it to Chen Yuan. "Here you are, young Master Chen. If you encounter any trouble in the city that you cannot resolve, you can send me a message at any time, and I will help you solve it." Chen Yuan was somewhat surprised. Was Xia Yuru being a little too enthusiastic? When he looked at the data panel again, he froze on the spot. Favorability, 69. He was just one step away from liking her, so what had he done to make Xia Yuruwa feel so much affection for him? It's a bit of a pity, though, because Xia Yuruwa's beauty level is only 87, and the system can't bind her, otherwise I could have gotten a binding reward. Chen Yuan accepted the jade slip. "Then I thank Miss Xia in advance." At the corner, Xia Yuru waved her little hand, then ran off excitedly, her face flushed red, looking very cute. Zhuozhou, who was following behind, witnessed all of this, and his anger continued to burn. The hatred of having one's wife stolen is irreconcilable. At this moment, the jade slip in his hand trembled, and the old servant's voice transmitted to his mind. "Young master, we have not found any information about this person. He should not be from Kyushu. Investigate carefully again." Huoyun Trading Company. After handing the fire cloud steed to the servant, Chen Yuan asked the shopkeeper to open a secret cultivation room. "Sir, I'm so sorry, but due to an auction tomorrow, our cultivation chambers were full yesterday. Only regular rooms are left. What do you think?" "Then just give me any room you like," Chen Yuan said casually. "All right," the innkeeper called out, and a maid stepped forward and led Chen Yuan to a guest room on the second floor. Inside the guest room, Chen Yuan sat on the floor, swallowed the azure nether pill, and began his cultivation. The next day, at dawn. After 2 days of cultivation, Chen Yuan raised his cultivation level to the late stage of the 8th level of the Golden Core Realm. The auction will begin at 9 a.m. There is still half an hour left. Chen Yuan got up and left the guest room, then went downstairs. "Sir, how can I help you?" A maid stepped forward and greeted him respectfully. Chen Yuan looked up and asked, "Where is the auction being held?" The maid pointed upstairs. "Sir, the auction is on the 3rd floor. Do you have an invitation?" "An invitation?" Chen Yuan frowned. "You need an invitation to attend an auction?" He really didn't know that. "Without an invitation, we cannot participate in the auction," the maid said tactfully. At this moment, a refined young man walked into the Fire Cloud Trading Company. It was Zhuozhou. Seeing that the man was dressed in fine silks and satins, the maidservant quickly stepped forward and greeted him warmly. "Young master, what would you like to order?" Zhuozhou flipped his right hand and took out an invitation. "Take me to the auction." Upon seeing the invitation, the maid became even more respectful. "Young master, this way please." Zhuozhou followed the maid forward and happened to see Chen Yuan standing at the top of the stairs. He stopped in his tracks and said jokingly, "Hey kid, what are you doing standing here?" Chen Yuan wasn't annoyed. He shrugged and told the truth, there was no invitation. Zhuozhou's eyes were playful. "No invitation? What a pity. Shall I take you up?" Chen Yuan cupped his hands in thanks. "Thank you, young master Zhua." Zhuozhou was stunned and hadn't reacted yet when he heard Chen Yuan's urging voice. "Brother Zhua, what are you standing there for? The auction is about to begin." Zhuozhou's lips twitched. He had never seen such a shameless person. Upon arriving on the third floor, Chen Yuan entered the auction smoothly and found an empty seat to sit down. Zhuozhou plopped down next to Chen Yuan. "Kid, what's your relationship with Xia Yuruo? What does this have to do with you?" Chen Yuan said coldly. "Boy, you're from the far north, aren't you? I found out you bought intelligence from the Firecloud Trading Company in the far north. To be honest, the far north is such a remote and impoverished place that my Azure Sky sect doesn't even consider it a threat." Zhuozhou's tone was fierce, his words filled with a strong sense of threat. Chen Yuan chuckled. "Young Master Zhuo, your intelligence capabilities are rather weak. Didn't you find out that I bought the Chasing Cloud steed in Tianqing City?" Zhuozhou was taken aback. Where was Tianqing City? Chen Yuan took out his identity token and said, "Take a look for yourself." Zhuozhou took the identity token and looked at it. A moment later, he was so frightened that he stood up abruptly, his back covered in cold sweat. The person he had been mocking and ridiculing was actually from the top-tier sect, Xian Tian sect, and was even a direct disciple. "Young Master Chen. I was blind before, please don't hold it against me." Zhuozhou was almost crying. If this didn't go well, his Tianqing sect would be destroyed. "I am not an unreasonable person. Ignorance is no excuse." Hearing this, Zhuozhou breathed a sigh of relief. However, Chen Yuan drawled, startling Zhuozhou's heart clenching once again. "However, I left in such a hurry that I didn't bring any spirit stones with me." Upon hearing this, Zhuozhou immediately understood its meaning. Patting his chest, he said in a fawning tone, "Don't worry, young Master Chen, just tell me what you want at the auction, and I'll pay for it then." "I'm so sorry, but seeing how devout you are, I'll reluctantly accept this," Chen Yuan said, snatching the fan from him and patting his face. "By the way, don't point at people with this broken fan anymore." "Understood, understood." Zhuozhou nodded repeatedly. At this moment, inside Zhuozhou's storage ring, a jade slip was trembling incessantly. He held it in his hand, and immediately heard a voice transmission from the old servant. "Young sect master, the arrangements are complete. We just need to wait for that kid to leave the city before we can take action." Zhuozhou's face stiffened, and he glanced guiltily at Chen Yuan. "Young Master Chen, please excuse me for a moment." He then got up and walked to the side, immediately cursing at the other end of the jade slip, "Screw your arrangements, get out of here right now, I want to live a little longer." Chapter 48. Wang Yuding, young Master Chen is truly wise. The auctioneer was a female cultivator from the Firecloud Merchant Guild named Bai Hongxiu. Wearing a fiery red brocade dress with semi-transparent silk sleeves, her alluring figure was faintly visible, and she exuded charm with every step. The system gave her a score of 77. In the seats below, many cultivators were eyeing Bai Hongxiu with greedy gazes. Zhuozhou was about to whistle when he realized Chen Yuan was still beside him, and he stopped himself. On stage, Bai Hongxiu exchanged a few pleasantries with everyone, and the auction officially began. The first item up for auction is quite simple, an ordinary yellow-grade flying sword. The starting bid is 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, and each bid must be at least 500 spirit stones higher. The two bidders ultimately won the bid, and a skinny, dark-skinned man bought it for 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Following that, the second, third, and fourth items were brought out one after another, all of which were just small trinkets to Chen Yuan. At this moment, on the stage, Bai Hongxiu cleared her throat, curled her lips, and said mysteriously, "The next item to be auctioned is a high-grade earth-rank magic weapon, which is being auctioned by a young master from a prominent family who is temporarily staying there." Upon hearing that it was a high-grade earth-rank magic artifact, Chen Yuan's eyes lit up, revealing an expression of interest. Upon seeing this, Zhuozhou immediately sat up straight, ready to cut off the flesh and take him down. Below, many cultivators' eyes darkened. Earth-grade magic artifacts cost as much as 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, and only families above the nascent soul stage could afford them. A moment later, a maid carried a tray onto the stage and placed the exquisite brocade box inside on the table. Amid the expectant gazes of the audience, Bai Hongxiu slowly opened the brocade box. A high-grade earth-rank soul-protecting treasure, capable of blocking the divine sense of a true monarch. Starting bid, 3,000 high-grade spirit stones. Each bid must be at least 1,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, gasps of surprise immediately arose from below. My God! It's actually a soul-protecting magic item. I thought the soul restoration pill was the main event, but it turns out there was a bigger one hidden away. Some newcomers to the nascent soul stage are very envious, but unfortunately, the family's assets are limited, and they are short of money. Those established nascent soul families were filled with regret, lamenting that they hadn't brought enough spirit stones, otherwise they could have had a chance to compete. Some smart people are very open-minded. Even if you win the bid, do you really think you'll live long enough to use it? Zhuozhou's eyes lit up. A soul-protecting treasure. Such a rare find. It's worth it to exchange this for a favor from a top-tier sect's direct disciple. It's normal to have this thought, after all, the two sects are separated by a great chasm. The Tianqing sect only has 4 returning Void Dao Lords in charge, while the Tianxian sect has more than 30 Dao Lords. He turned to look at Chen Yuan, and seeing Chen Yuan nod, he immediately raised the number plate in his hand, 4,000 high-grade spirit stones. He then stood up and cupped his hands in greeting to the guests at the auction. I am Zhuozhou, and I'm sure you all know me. Why don't you give me some face and not compete with me for this item? Because this auction was held in a 4th-grade city, the Firecloud Merchant Guild didn't do much publicity, and the strongest background of the participants was only a 3rd-grade void returning force. The Tianqing sect is considered an upper-class family among the 3rd-rank families, so everyone was naturally willing to give young Master Zhuo face. I'm giving you face, you're nothing, a shrill voice came from the side. Zhuozhou's face instantly darkened, and his gaze fell on a corner to the side. He saw a woman dressed in a white robe, holding a feather fan, looking at him with disdain. Chen Yuan immediately sent out a probe. Name, Wang Yuting. Gender, female. Favorability, 0. Appearance, 91. Realm, 8th level of Golden Elixir. The current state cannot be bound. Miss Wang, what do you mean by that? Zhuozhou gritted his teeth and hissed. What do you mean? Naturally, it means you're not worthy. Wang Yuting glanced at Zhuozhou disdainfully, then held up her bidding paddle and said, 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. Bai Hongxiu immediately beamed with joy. The more people bid, the higher her commission would be. She struck the auction gavel and announced loudly, Miss Wang has bid 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. Are there any other bidders? Zhuozhou raised his bidding paddle. I bid 6,000 high-grade spirit stones. Before Bai Hongxiu could react, Wang Yuting preemptively said, I'll offer 8,000 high-grade spirit stones. Then, her disdain deepened, and she looked at Zhuozhou provocatively, Young Master Zhuo, you only raised the price by 1,000 high-grade spirit stones? That's a bit too stingy. Zhuozhou was known for his fiery temper, and his chest was already filled with rage. He had only brought 9,000 high-grade spirit stones with him this time, and if Wang Yuting were to follow him, he would truly be unable to afford them. At this moment, a detached voice rang out from beside Zhuozhou, there's no need to argue. Zhuozhou blared at Wang Yuting, then reluctantly sat down. I'm sorry, young Master Chen, I am incompetent. Chen Yuan waved his hand and asked, what is your relationship with that woman? This woman is named Wang Yuting. She comes from a 3rd-rank family and is the eldest daughter of the Wang family. She is our sworn enemy, Tianqing sect. Chen Yuan immediately became interested. A blood feud? How long has it lasted? Zhuozhou thought for a moment and replied, more than 4,000 years, starting from my grandfather's generation. Chen Yuan nodded without saying a word, having already made up his mind. Soon, the last item was brought out, which was the 5th great pill, the Soul Restoration Pill. The starting price is 300 high-grade spirit stones, and each increment must be at least 100 spirit stones. You bid 600 first, Chen Yuan instructed. Zhuozhou nodded, then immediately raised the plaque in his hand and said loudly, I offer 600 high-grade spirit stones. As Chen Yuan expected, Wang Yuting followed up with another bid, I'll bid 800 high-grade spirit stones. Just as Zhuozhou was about to curse, he saw Chen Yuan stand up. Young Master Chen, what's going on? Zhuozhou asked cautiously. Let's stop filming and go. Chen Yuan said calmly. But? Zhuozhou wanted to say something, but he saw Chen Yuan already walking towards the stairwell, so he could only hurry to follow. On the street, Chen Yuan led the chasing cloud steed towards the south gate. Zhuozhou, initially arrogant but later obsequious, said cautiously, Young Master Chen, it is my incompetence that is the cause. It's all right, Wang Yuting clearly came prepared. Chen Yuan's gaze was calm, then he asked Zhuozhou, did Wang Yuting take any necessary routes on her way back to her family? Zhuozhou quickly took out a map to examine it. After studying it for a while, he pointed to a mountain range and said, Young Master Chen, there is a mountain range 200,000 miles away from Mufeng City, called the Purple Thunder Mountain Range. It is a necessary route for the Hui people. Chen Yuan nodded slightly. Let's go. Zhuozhou was somewhat confused, not understanding what Chen Yuan meant. A horrified thought swept through his mind, and he exclaimed, "Young Master Chen, you're not planning to rob me, are you?" Zhuozhou hurriedly waved his hand, "Absolutely not. I just saw that Wang Yuding is guarded by 3 nascent soul true monarchs. If we block her way, we will only face certain death." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan stared at him speechlessly. "Throw your brain away. Have you forgotten who I am? When the time comes, I'll reveal my identity and then buy her at an equal price. Even if she's stupid, she'll still give me face." Zhuozhou suddenly realized, that's right. Young Master Chen is truly wise. Chapter 49: Killing 3 True Monarchs. In fact, Chen Yuan's plan was not yet complete. What he just said was only one possible scenario. If Wang Yuding knew his identity and became wary, she feared that Zhuozhou would try to get close to him. So she might just go all the way and eliminate them both. Then you can't blame him for getting something for free. 2 hours later, Chen Yuan and Zhuozhou arrived at a mountain path halfway up the Purple Thunder Mountains in a cloud chariot. The area is densely wooded, making it a good place to ambush. However, for Chen Yuan and his companion, it was completely unnecessary. They weren't there to rob. About an hour later, a blue cloud chariot sped toward this place, pulled by 5 third-class black horses with jet black coats, their hooves echoing in the silent mountain forest. The driver was an elder of the Wang family named Wang Baichuan, whose cultivation level was in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Seeing someone blocking his way, he pulled on the reins, and his black horse let out a long neigh. In the Qingyun carriage behind, Wang Yuding looked displeased and asked, "Elder Baichuan, why did you suddenly stop?" Wang Baichuan hurriedly and respectfully replied, "Miss, there are people blocking the road ahead." "Blocking the road? Heh, who's so bold as to dare block the Wang family's carriage?" "Your Highness, the one blocking the way is Zhuozhou." Upon hearing this, Wang Yuding pulled open the carriage curtain and jumped down. At the same moment, her personal maidservant instantly protected her on both sides. Wang Yuding stared intently at the 2 people on the mountainside. After a moment, she nodded to the maid beside her. The maid obeyed and vanished instantly. The 2 maids were named Wang Chun and Wang Xia, and they had served Wang Yuding since they were young. When Wang Yuding was a child, she went out without the 2 of them and was assassinated. After that crisis, she became sensitive, suspicious, and insecure. After that, the 2 of them practically ate and slept with Wang Yuding, never leaving her side. 10 breaths later, Wang Chun returned and whispered a few words in Wang Yuding's ear. Wang Yuding's eyes sparkled after hearing this, and she was secretly delighted. As expected of the #1 playboy of the Tianqing sect, he doesn't even bring a guard when he goes out. She murmured something, then leaped down in front of Chen Yuan and his companion, with Chun and Xia following closely behind. "Zhuozhou, how dare you block my way?" A cold glint flashed in Wang Yuding's eyes. Killing Zhuozhou would make her the family's #1 contributor, bringing her one step closer to becoming the family head. Zhuozhou looked arrogant, feeling confident with Chen Yuan backing him up. He flicked his sleeve, pointed at Wang Yuding's nose, and arrogantly said, "Hand over the soul-protecting jade pendant and soul-restoring pill that you won at the auction, or you'll be in big trouble." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan's lips twitched. When did he say he robbed it? Is Zhuozhou's brain filled with defen? One moment I'm clear-headed, the next I'm having a brain fart. Wang Yuding frowned slightly. Zhuozhou could say such things without any guards, so he must have something to rely on. She glanced at the man beside Zhuozhou, who was 8 feet tall and had a magnificent appearance. Her heart sank. Could it be that Zhuozhou's reliance came from this young master? The previously arrogant Zhuozhou suddenly cried out ouch, and clutched the back of his head. He looked bewildered. "Young Master Chen, why did you hit me?" Chen Yuan coldly said, "Shut up." Then he looked at Wang Yuding and adopted a humble attitude. "Miss Wang, let me introduce myself. I am from the Tianqian sect of the Great Thousand Domain, and I am a direct disciple." As Chen Yuan spoke, he took out a token and threw it to Wang Yuding. "I am not here to steal the treasure, but to buy it from you." Wang Yuding took the token. The token was ancient and exuded various profound restrictions, so it was undoubtedly genuine. "Miss, the Tianqian sect is a first-class sect." Wang Chun whispered a reminder. Wang Yuding's eyes were gloomy. A first-class sect was a behemoth that could blow the Wang family to dust in one breath. However, she was unwilling to give up, and judging from the way the 2 of them were acting, it seemed that Zhuozhou had already climbed up to this personal disciple. She condensed her voice into a line and asked Wang Chun, "Are you sure there aren't any guards around?" I'm sure. Wang Chun nodded, his tone certain. She naturally believed what Wang Chun said. Ever since that assassination attempt, Wang Chun had begun to cultivate the chi-seeking technique, and now it had reached perfection. Even a supreme being could sense a trace of it. Kill. Wang Yuding whispered the order. Wang Chun was taken aback. Master, I think. I don't care what you think, I care what I think. Kill them. Ahead, Zhuozhou scratched his head, looking puzzled, wondering what Wang Yuding was muttering to herself. Just as he was wondering, he saw Wang Chun draw a soft sword and attack the two of them with it. Holy crap! Zhuozhou was shocked. The immense pressure of the divine sense forced him to his knees, rendering him unable to move. In contrast, Chen Yuan remained calm. Wang Yuding's expression changed. She hadn't expected that Chen Yuan could withstand Wang Chun's spiritual pressure. On the field, Chen Yuan remained calm and composed. He had expected this all along. Why bother? Why force me to take action? Sigh, this can only be considered self-defense. Chen Yuan kicked Zhuozhou away, then patted his waist and the dragon soul seal fell into his hand, which he then threw out violently. In mid-air, the dragon soul seal instantly grew to the size of a person and slammed down on Wang Chun. Wang Chun's eyes were filled with disdain. Her feet lit up with the cloud serpent step, moving like a nimble snake, as if she wanted to escape. However, she froze on the spot the moment she took a step. Her eyes were suddenly filled with memories of the mortal world and the scene before she entered the path of cultivation. Her consciousness jolted violently, and by the time she came to her senses, it was too late. The dragon soul seal had already descended, suppressing her to the ground. With a loud bang, the earth trembled. You bastard, how dare you! Wang Xia roared angrily, losing his mind instantly after his sister's tragic death. A divine pressure, like a flying knife, struck directly at Chen Yuan's mind. Chen Yuan summoned the heavenly feather zither and held it in front of him. With a loud clang, the heavenly feather zither trembled incessantly. Upon seeing this, Wang Xia ceased his spiritual manifestation and directly transformed into a torrent that surged into Chen Yuan's mind. However, the moment that divine consciousness entered Chen Yuan's sea of consciousness, it was directly annihilated, and the connection was lost. Wang Xiao's face paled in shock, a soul-protecting magic weapon. All of this happened before Wang Yuding's eyes, and she began to regret her actions against Chen Yuan. This person is too monstrous, treating the nascent soul's divine consciousness as nothing, and his magical treasures are unpredictable. He can kill one of her maids with a single thought. Elder Wang, let's attack together and take him down. Wang Yuding ordered. Once the decision was made, there was no turning back. Wang Baichuan accepted the order, drew a blood-red longsword, and strode forward as if walking on a rainbow, instantly arriving in front of Chen Yuan and slashing down with his sword. Seeing this, Wang Xia moved with lightning speed, appearing behind Chen Yuan in an instant and thrusting his sword towards Chen Yuan's heart. Purple Mansion Divine Power, Space Travel. In an instant, Chen Yuan disappeared from the spot and reappeared hundreds of meters in the air. Wang Xia and his companions' eyes widened, and their swords and knives instantly missed their target. Heavenly Thunder Fist. 7 inches of the 9-inch golden core within Chen Yuan's body burned, and the power of the primordial chaos surged wildly into his fist. Lightning flashed in his fist, and the intent of his fist materialized into form. A purple lightning dragon descended from the sky, its power overwhelming. The thunder dragon roared and instantly struck Wang Xia and his companion. Boom! The purple lightning dragon instantly annihilated the two into nothingness, turning their nascent souls into dust. Wang Xia and Wang Baichuan have both died. Seeing this, Zhuozhou, who had been kicked away, stood there dumbfounded and cursed, holy crap. Chapter 50 The Descent of the Primordial Spirit, Abandoned. Chen Yuan remained calm. With a wave of his right hand, he took the 3 people's storage rings into his hand. Upon seeing this, Zhuozhou felt that the 2 people Chen Yuan had just killed were not true monarchs, but ants. Chen Yuan took a step forward and appeared in front of Wang Yuding. Before Wang Yuding's horrified eyes, Chen Yuan grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up. Cough cough cough. Wang Yuding's face flushed red as she was being strangled, and a look of terror gradually appeared on her face. Cough. No. Don't kill me. Chen Yuan said indifferently, when you chose to attack me, you should have considered the consequences of failure. Driven by the will to survive, Wang Yuding lowered her proud head. I'll do anything you want, please, cough cough, please don't kill me. Zhuozhou stared wide-eyed. The usually arrogant and domineering eldest daughter of the Wang family had just given in like this? Young Master Chen, you're awesome. Chen Yuan shook his head and scoffed, I'm not interested in you. With that, he tightened his right hand, ready to snap her neck. Just then, a divine rainbow rose from behind him, and a divine thought suddenly descended. The overwhelming pressure of the primordial spirit swept over Chen Yuan, causing his arm to go numb and his steps to falter as he staggered backward. Chen Yuan's expression hardened. His primordial spirit left his body to explore all things. This was the method of the returning Void Tao Lord. Once the primordial spirit leaves the body, it is no longer restricted by the physical body. With a thought, the primordial spirit can instantly arrive at the destination. Wang Yuding, who had been released, fell to the ground, panting heavily. The illusory figure was a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe, exuding an imposing aura. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhuozhou looked terrified, fell to the ground with a thud, and lost consciousness. Father! Wang Yuding cried out as if she had grasped a glimmer of hope for life. Wang Zihong's illusory spirit turned his head and glared fiercely at Wang Yuding, scolding, "Shut up!" Just 10 breaths ago, Wang Yuding was worried that Wang Xia and Wang Baichuan wouldn't be able to defeat Chen Yuan, so just in case, she contacted her father and explained their relationship. When Wang Zheong learned of this, he was terrified. He felt that his daughter must have a death wish, daring to provoke even a direct disciple of a top-tier sect. Wang Zihong's primordial spirit has arrived, and his physical body is rushing towards this place without stopping. Then, he looked at Chen Yuan, his tone respectful. I am Wang Zheong, the head of the Wang family. I only acted out of necessity. Please forgive me, Master Chen. Chen Yuan rubbed his numb arm and chuckled, What are you saying, Patriarch Wang? Does killing her mean it was my fault? Wang Zihong's forehead twitched. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to speak to him like that. But the person who spoke was from a top-tier sect and a direct disciple, so he could only endure it. He continued to adopt a humble stance, saying, I implore Mr. Chen to spare my daughter. My Wang family is willing to accept any compensation. Compensation? Ha ha ha. Chen Yuan laughed loudly, his tone arrogant. This true immortal doesn't want compensation, this true immortal only wants her life. Chen Yuan had his reasons for saying this. At this moment, Wang Yuding's sharp voice suddenly rang out, Father, kill him. He didn't bring any protectors. Wang Zheong was at his wits' end. He suddenly realized how foolish his daughter was. He quickly explained, Master Chen, I absolutely did not mean that. Father, what are you afraid of him for? He's all alone. Wang Yuding roared. Wang Zihong's face darkened, and he cast a mark with his left hand, sealing Wang Yuding's vocal cords. Wang Zheong wanted to say something, but seeing that Chen Yuan's face was already covered in frost, he could only let out a long sigh. Alas, Master Chen, I entrust my daughter to your disposal. I hope you can spare the Wang family. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuding's eyes gradually filled with terror. Had she been abandoned? Of course, every wrong has its perpetrator and every debt its debtor. I'm a very principled person. Chen Yuan laughed. He thought Wang Zheong would try to win him back, or even take action against him. The father-daughter relationship was truly laughable. Wang Zihong's illusory spirit glanced at Wang Yuding indifferently and snorted coldly, Humph, all you do is play petty tricks, you're useless for anything important. After speaking, Wang Zihong's illusory spirit disappeared. He now needed to go back and investigate the relationship between Zhuozhou and this disciple. The entire mountain range returned to silence. Wang Yuding knelt on the ground, trying to beg for mercy, but found that she could only make sounds. Chen Yuan threw a punch, and the purple dragon struck Wang Yuding's body, causing her to explode instantly, turning into a cloud of blood mist. With a clink, the storage ring fell to the ground. Chen Yuan waved his right hand and put the storage ring into his hand, then probed into the ring with his divine sense. The package includes a high-grade Earth-rank soul-protecting jade pendant, a soul-restoring pill, a spirit-rank soft sword, and 700 high-grade spirit stones. Since leaving the sect, I have gained a lot, netting 1300 high-grade spirit stones, 2 high-grade spirit-rank flying swords, and 1 mid-grade spirit-rank longsword. As expected of a great family, everyone has a spirit-grade weapon. Chen Yuan exclaimed. Chen Yuan walked up to Zhuozhou and threw a water ball spell, waking him up. Zhuozhou groggily opened his eyes, sat up, and looked around in confusion. Chen Yuan patted him on the shoulder, It's good that you're not dead. Let's ride back to Mufeng City. Startled by the tap, Zhuozhou immediately came to his senses and jumped up in alarm. Young Master Chen, where is Patriarch Wang? I think I just saw Patriarch Wang. Chen Yuan took out the cloud chariot and said expressionlessly, let's go. Gone? Zhuozhou patted himself down here and there. Sigh, you didn't touch me? Chen Yuan chuckled lightly, with me here, how dare he overstep his bounds? Zhuozhou secretly admired Chen Yuan's powerful background. Immediately, a thought arose in his mind, if he could cling to Chen Yuan's coattails, wouldn't he be able to walk sideways in this vast world? Without further ado, Zhuozhou immediately dried himself off, then slid down to his knees before Chen Yuan, respectfully clasping his hands in greeting. Young Master Chen, please accept my deepest respect. From this day forward, I will be your subordinate. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Chen Yuan's lips twitched. Zhuozhou was just a spoiled brat with a bit of a brain problem. Taking him in is like planting a time bomb, you never know when he'll cause a huge mess. You're not qualified to be my underling yet. Upon hearing this, Zhuozhou was somewhat disappointed. He still wanted to try his best. Young Master Chen, if I don't want Xiaoyu anymore, I'll give her to you. Please accept me. Chen Yuan's face darkened. Shut up, you drive the horse. Just say he's not very bright. Is Xiaoyu yours? Then give her to him. Zhuozhou didn't know why Chen Yuan was suddenly angry, and he didn't dare to ask. He could only obediently board the cloud chariot and ride the cloud chaser back to Mufeng City. 3 hours later, the sky had darkened. Chen Yuan kept a soft sword to give to Shunling, and sold the rest to Huoyuan Trading Company for a total of 400 high-grade spirit stones. Chapter 51 Yan Ran awakens and breaks through to the 9th level of the Golden Core Realm. With 7 days left until the competition, Chen Yuan did not linger in Mufeng City and set off for the Heavenly Maiden sect overnight. The next morning, as dawn broke, Chen Yuan arrived at the entrance of the Heavenly Maiden sect. The gatekeeper disciples of the Heavenly Maiden sect are actually disciples of the inner sect. Who is it? The two men shouted angrily, drew their weapons, and sized up Chen Yuan with wary eyes. Just then, a beautiful figure flew out from within the sect and landed in front of the mountain gate. Upon seeing the newcomer, the gatekeeper immediately bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, Chief." Shenling ignored the two of them and immediately ran to Chen Yuan and hugged him tightly. "Brother Chen, you're back. Are you hurt? Did you encounter any danger on the way?" Shenling asked with concern. Upon seeing this, the two gatekeepers' eyes widened like saucers. What had they just witnessed? The top senior sister was actually hugging a strange man and affectionately calling him brother? "I'm fine, everything's going smoothly," Chen Yuan replied indulgently. "That's good." Shenling breathed a sigh of relief and pulled Chen Yuan towards the sect. As she passed the gatekeeper, Shenling pointed at the cloud chaser and instructed, "Go and inform the disciples of the beast taming garden to take Brother Chen's cloud chaser to the beast taming garden to feed it." "Yes, sir." The two immediately accepted the order, and one of them flew towards the beast taming garden. The Patriarch's bedroom. At this moment, Yan Ran, the sect leader of the Heavenly Maiden sect, was lying on a stone bed made of ice. Due to the injury to her soul, her face was as pale as paper and her lips were bloodless. His brows were furrowed tightly, as if he were enduring some kind of torment. Chen Yuan handed the soul restoration pill to Shenling, saying, "Quickly give it to your master." "Okay." Shenling nodded, carefully took the soul restoration pill, walked to the stone bed, and put it into her master's mouth. Then, he used his spiritual power to guide the pill into the patient's stomach and began to help refine its medicinal properties. Ding! It has been detected that the host has gifted a 5th-tier soul restoration pill, triggering a 100x return. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 6th-tier elixir, Cold Lotus Soul Nourishing Pill. The elixir has been stored in the system space, and the host can retrieve it at any time. Outside the palace, a group of core elders waited anxiously. During this period, the sect leader offended the ancient immortal sect and was suppressed, resulting in damage to his soul. The other 5th rank forces are becoming increasingly unscrupulous, and they seem to have the intention of swallowing up her Heavenly Maiden sect. Alas, if it weren't for Linger's good fortune, our Heavenly Maiden sect would have been destroyed. A core elder sighed. Although the group did not know the background of the refined young man, judging from his demeanor and the fact that the great cultivator Song Su had come to apologize, his identity was certainly not simple. "Master, you're awake." A joyful cry rang out from inside the palace, and all the core elders rushed into the palace upon hearing it. "Sect Master, you've finally woken up. We were terrified while you were unconscious." At this moment, Yan Ran had been helped up by Shenling and was leaning against the headboard. Don't worry, everyone. I'm almost fully recovered. Yan Ran's face was still a little pale, but her voice was firm and resolute. Everyone was overjoyed to hear this and immediately thanked Shen Yuan, who was standing to the side, saying, "Thank you, young master." "Thank you, young master. We have no way to repay your great kindness. Please accept our bow." The core elders immediately bowed 90 degrees to Chen Yuan, their attitude sincere. Chen Yuan waved his hand. "If you want to thank someone, thank Linger." The core elders bowed to Shenling in gratitude. They weren't embarrassed at all, as Shenling was the sect leader's personal disciple, the sect's chief disciple, and of the same rank as them. Shenling blushed a little embarrassed and shook her head, saying, "It's all thanks to Brother Chen. I didn't do anything." "Linger, don't refuse. If you hadn't found such an excellent Taoist partner, our Heavenly Maiden sect would have been finished long ago." Yan Ran then noticed that there was a handsome young man standing to the side. It's easy to see from the attitude of these core elders that it was this young master who saved her. "Thank you, young master." Yan Ran could only nod to Chen Yuan because her injuries had not yet fully healed. "You're too kind, senior. You are Linger's master, so you are my elder. It is only right that I save you." Chen Yuan's attitude was humble and polite. Yan Ran nodded, very satisfied with Chen Yuan. He was not arrogant, but humble and polite, a perfect candidate to entrust her life to. She was happy that her disciple had found such a Taoist partner. As night fell, Shenling was cultivating in her cave. After their passionate encounter, Shenling lay weakly in Chen Yuan's arms. "Brother Chen, I need to work harder and improve my skills quickly, otherwise I really won't be able to keep up in the future." Chen Yuan rubbed her face, took out a storage ring, and handed it to her. Shenling helped Chen Yuan sit up, then took the ring from his hand and asked in confusion, "Brother Chen, what's this?" Chen Yuan smiled gently, "I prepared a gift for you, see if you like it?" Shenling was overjoyed, her fatigue vanished, and she probed her spiritual sense into the ring. The two flying swords were a spirit-grade flying sword, Frostless Sword, which was seized from Wang Yuding, and a high-grade heaven-grade flying sword, Yishuan Sword, which was returned by the system. That Yishuan Sword is a high-grade heaven-rank flying sword. Keep it safe and never display its grade to outsiders, Chen Yuan instructed. Upon hearing this, Shenling's eyes widened. What had she just heard? My God! It was actually a heaven-rank flying sword. And a high-grade heaven-rank one at that, with a price tag of over 100 million low-grade spirit stones. This is too valuable, Brother Chen, I can't accept it. Shenling was a little flustered, but Chen Yuan found her rather cute. It's alright, you deserve it. Shenling is a very emotional person, and at this moment her eyes were filled with tears again. Why, I love you, Brother Chen. Shenling hugged Chen Yuan and kissed him. The great battle broke out again, and at the same time, the system's feedback broadcast sounded in Chen Yuan's mind. Ding! It has been detected that the host has gifted a high-grade spirit-level flying sword, triggering a 1,000-fold return. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the celestial rank flying sword, Ink Nether Sword. During the battle, Chen Yuan took out another pill, a 5th-grade rejuvenation pill given to him by his master, and forcefully stuffed it into Shenling's hand. As soon as Shenling refused, Chen Yuan bullied her severely. After several such incidents, Shenling dared not mention it again. Ding, a 5th-tier pill, the rejuvenation pill, has been detected as a gift from the host. Triggered a critical hit return of 10,000 times. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an 8th-tier pill, 9-turn resurrection pill. Efficacy, reverses signs of depleted vitality, reshapes the body, and has the effect of bringing the dead back to life. Chen Yuan was amazed the system had finally acted like a human again. Now, Chen Yuan has completely understood the system's return rules. 100-fold return pills and magical artifacts upgraded by 1 level. Return 1,000-fold and upgrade 2 levels. Return 10,000 times the amount, upgrade 3 levels. 2.5 hours later, the two sat down on the ground and began their cultivation. 3 days later, a small vortex of spiritual energy formed around Chen Yuan, created by the Taoist energy of heaven and earth. A moment later, his aura suddenly changed. Boom! The golden core stage reaches its 9th level. Now, Chen Yuan's golden core is shining brighter and brighter, and the quality and density of spiritual energy have increased again, making him more and more adept at manipulating the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. There are only 3 days left until the sect competition. It's time to go back. Chapter 52 Returning to the Sect. Before leaving, Xinling looked at Chen Yuan with reluctance, her eyes filled with affection, as if she wanted to etch his image firmly into her heart. Chen Yuan pinched her cheek and said affectionately, "No need to see me off. I'll talk to Master after the competition and have someone come to pick you up." Then, he turned around and leaped onto the cloud chariot. Under the watchful eyes of the core elders of the Heavenly Maiden sect, Chen Yuan rode the cloud chaser steed, which transformed into a stream of light and headed towards the Heavenly Profound sect. As Xinling gazed at the streak of light, a sense of emptiness rose within her. "Linger, stop looking, the person is already gone." A voice rang out from behind her. Yan Ran stepped forward, patted her on the shoulder, and said, "Let's go back to the sect." A day later, Chen Yuan returned to his sect. Lan Yumeng Palace. "Greetings, Master." Chen Yuan bowed and paid his respects to the person at the head of the table. Lang Yumeng slowly opened her beautiful eyes, patted the bed beside her, and said, "Come sit here." Chen Yuan didn't hesitate and strode over to sit down. "Master, have you missed me these past few days?" Chen Yuan brought his face close to hers and asked first. Lang Yumeng blushed and gently pushed Chen Yuan's face away with her hand. "What's wrong with this little apprentice? Doesn't he feel embarrassed at all? He comes right off the bat asking such an embarrassing question." "No. She came here today to confront him, but she was almost led astray by her little apprentice." Thinking of this, Lang Yomeng's aura changed, the temperature in the entire palace dropped sharply, and her voice became serious. "Where have you been these past few days?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan was secretly alarmed. Why was his master suddenly so serious? "My apprentice went to Mufeng City," Chen Yuan answered truthfully. "Don't lie." Lang Yumeng turned to look at him, seemingly trying to catch the panic on his face. Chen Yuan wasn't intimidated and gently shook his head. "I didn't lie. After all, he did go to Mufeng City." "Then who is Xinling to you?" Lang Yumeng asked directly. After learning that Tianhai town had been massacred by the Zheng family, Lang Yumeng found the situation increasingly suspicious. How did the lord of a remote town manage to offend the Zheng family? Through her in-depth investigation, she was shocked to discover the identity of Xinling, as well as the grudges and entanglements between Chen Yuan and the Zheng family. "Chen Yuan didn't choose to hide it. Xinling is my Taoist partner." Lang Yumeng gave a soft hum, then continued, "You're quite honest. How did you two meet?" In the past, Lang Yumeng would never have pressed her for answers like this, but the unpleasant feeling in her heart kept swaying her emotions. Chen Yuan answered truthfully as well. After listening to Chen Yuan's explanation, Lang Yumeng sighed. It seemed that Xinling was quite pitiful. Chen Yuan boldly brushed a strand of hair behind his master's ear and asked softly, "Master, are you jealous?" Lang Yumeng felt agitated after being exposed, and hurriedly explained, "No. No, I was just worried that you would be taken advantage of." Seeing this, Chen Yuan smiled gently, "Master, you look quite adorable like this." Upon hearing this, Lang Yomeng's blush quickly spread to her ears. Chen Yuan pressed his face close again. "Master, shall we cultivate together? If not, I'll go back to be with Xiao Baishi." Upon hearing this, Lang Yumeng felt a pang of reluctance. There was a love potion inside the ring, which she had secretly bought last night. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Chen Yuan was biting her ear. The tingling sensation made her let out a soft moan. She took out the Hahuan pill, intending to take it. She would feel embarrassed if she didn't. However, Chen Yuan snatched the aphrodisiac pill from his master's hand and then pinned her down on the bed. Lang Yumeng felt extremely weak and had no strength. She glared at Chen Yuan and said, "Give me back the pills." Chen Yuan kissed her neck, his warm breath spraying onto her skin. "Master, I love seeing you so shy." 2.5 hours later, Chen Yuan had just finished dressing when Lang Yumeng kicked him out of the palace. Ouch! Chen Yuan lay sprawled on the ground, looking utterly dejected. Just then, Chen Yuan's view was suddenly blocked by a huge, malevolent object. Qin Shohan was a little confused. Why was his junior brother lying in front of his master's palace? Looking down, she realized she couldn't see him, so she bent down gently, frowning as she asked, "Junior brother, what are you doing here?" "And nothing, I just got kicked out by master." Chen Yuan quickly got up, rubbing his butt. Master's kick was really merciless. Once he breaks through to the fusion stage, I'll definitely kick him back. "Are you all right?" Qin Shohan asked with concern, giving Chen Yuan a strange look. It's all right. Chen Yuan waved his hand and flew towards the mansion as if stepping on a green rainbow. Even with his thick skin, he felt a little embarrassed at this moment, knowing that his senior sister must have seen him fly out. There was a small stone table in front of Chen Yuan's residence. Lu Meyer would sit on the small stone stool during her spare time from cultivation. She rested her arm on the stone table, propped her chin up, her thoughts drifting, a sense of tension rising within her, fearing that Chen Yuan would bully her in the future. At that moment, a streak of light flew from afar and landed in front of her. Upon seeing this, Lu Meyer quickly stood up, bowed, and greeted, "My lady." Chen Yuan was taken aback. "Young master?" Suddenly, he remembered that his master had told him that after the competition, he would give Lu Meyer to him as a maid. Chen Yuan reached out and lifted her chin, whispering in her ear like a devil, "How did you end up in my hands?" Lu Meyer's delicate body trembled slightly. "Senior brother Chen, you said you wouldn't pursue the matter from before. What are you afraid of? I'm not going to eat you." Chen Yuan was speechless. Was he really that scary? Back in his room, Chen Yuan found that the mansion had been thoroughly cleaned inside and out, and was spotless. His clothes were also washed again. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound suddenly rang out. Lu Meyer's voice came from outside the door. "My lady, senior sister Yi requests an audience." Chen Yuan opened the door and tapped Lu Meyer's head. "From now on, you don't need to announce Xiao Baishi when she comes. Just let her in." "Oh." Lu Meyer covered her aching forehead, her eyes gradually welling up with tears. "Wah, I'm sure I'll be bullied to death in the future." A moment later, Lu Meyer led Yi Baishi into the room. "Brother." When Yi Baishi saw Chen Yuan, she excitedly hugged him and clung to him like an octopus. "Baishi, I brought you a gift this time I went out." Chen Yuan smiled mysteriously. Yi Baishi's eyes lit up, and she jumped off Chen Yuan. "What gift is it?" Chen Yuan flipped his right hand and took out a high-grade earth-level soul-protecting jade pendant, handing it to Yi Baishi. After listening to Chen Yuan's introduction, Yi Baishi's beautiful eyes widened. Chen Yuan didn't give her a chance to refuse, and went directly behind her to put it around her neck. Ding! It has been detected that the host has gifted a high-grade earth-rank soul-protecting jade pendant, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a top-grade heavenly-rank soul-protecting jade. Effect, can block 5th order divine sense. You can't send too many at once, Xia Baishi definitely won't accept them. Chen Yuan planned to give her the Dragon Soul Jade and the heavenly rank flying sword after the competition. Chapter 53 Confession, Grand Competition. The night was as dark as ink, slowly staining the horizon. The noise inside the room made Lu Meyer, who was standing outside the door, feel hot all over, and her face was flushed as if it could drip water. The pleading voice terrified Lu Meyer, causing her to clench her legs tightly and nearly collapse to the ground. The next day, at Chenshi 7:09 a.m. Chen Yuan and Yi Baishi awoke from their cultivation. At that moment, the teleportation jade slips inside their rings trembled simultaneously. After receiving the telepathic message, Yi Baishi said to Chen Yuan, "Brother, master has called us over, which must be to discuss tomorrow's competition." Chen Yuan nodded, pressed Yi Baishi in front of the bronze mirror, and combed her hair. "Little Baishi, I need to be honest with you about something." Chen Yuan's tone suddenly became serious. Looking at Chen Yuan in the bronze mirror, Yi Baishi felt a surge of tension. "Brother, you didn't go to a brothel behind my back again, did you?" Chen Yuan shook his head. "No." Hearing this, Yi Baishi happily swung her legs. "As long as brother doesn't go to brothels, that's fine." "What if I find you 17 or 18 sisters?" Chen Yuan joked. "Ah." Yi Baishi immediately lowered her head. "Brother, that's too much. Can you take less?" "Just kidding. I won't date that many women," Chen Yuan said, ruffling her hair to comfort her. "Oh dear. Your hair is all messed up again. I'll rub it after I've combed it." "Good." Yi Baishi is a very sensitive person, and the reason she has become like this is entirely thanks to Chen Yuan. "Brother, do you have a new woman? Otherwise you wouldn't ask me this." Chen Yuan nodded, choosing not to hide it. Yi Baishi was quite open-minded about Chen Yuan's relationships with other women, as long as he didn't go to brothels. After all, she was the boss, and Chen Yuan doted on her the most. Her current concern is that Chen Yuan has invited too many people, and then any Tom, Dick, or Harry will be able to get in, which will cause chaos in the inner quarters. "How many?" Yi Baishi asked tentatively. Chen Yuan held up 2 fingers. 20. Yi Baishi's eyes widened. Brother, that's too many. I need to help you decide. Chen Yuan was speechless. What the hell is 20? Am I that thirsty? Yi Baishi's misunderstanding was understandable. He remembered that once he went to a brothel and ordered 50 girls. He almost lost his life, and Yi Baishi rushed into the brothel to carry him back. Chen Yuan quickly explained, afraid that Yi Baishi might misunderstand, too. Yi Baishi breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I'll bring it over for you to check. This family still needs to listen to you, the lady of the house. These words made Yi Baishi very happy, and her eyes almost turned into crescent moons with laughter. Ziqing Peak Main Hall. Lung Yumeng sat in the first seat, while her senior sister Qin Shuhan and second senior sister Shen Yanchu stood properly to her side. Only Chen Yuan and Yi Baishi have not yet arrived. Just then, 2 figures walked into the main hall, one after the other. Seeing this, Lung Yumeng then announced the start of the meeting. I'm sure you've all guessed why I summoned you here today. That's right, it's for tomorrow's sect competition, Lung Yumeng said slowly. The sect grand competition, also known as the Prodigy Grand Competition, is held once every 10 years and is limited to those under 300 years old. As in previous years, this competition will involve hunting demonic beasts in the mysterious wilderness secret realm. The mysterious wilderness is a blessed land created by the ancient ancestors of the heavenly profound sect, where a large number of demonic beasts are kept. It is divided into 3 areas, the outer area, the central area, and the core area. The corresponding monster levels are Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, and Nascent Soul. Finally, the score is calculated based on the monster cores obtained from hunting monsters. After a pause, Lung Yumeng continued, however, this sect competition is a little different from the past, with an additional step added. What part? Chen Yuan asked, somewhat curious. Qin Shuhan also showed a hint of interest. Competition for spiritual treasures. On the 3rd day of the competition, auspicious omens will descend, and a spiritual treasure will surely be born. Whoever can bring the spiritual treasure out of the secret realm will be directly crowned the champion of the competition. After the meeting adjourned, Chen Yuan returned to his residence. In the pavilion, he sat on the ground, took out the azure nether pill and consumed it, then circulated the primordial immortal scripture to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The next morning, at the back mountain of the sect, also known as Bailing Mountain, the view was shrouded in mist, as if obscuring the world. From time to time, divine rainbows streak across the vast clouds and land on the mountain peak. When Chen Yuan arrived, the entire Bailing Mountain was already packed with disciples who had come to participate in the competition. Despite the crowds, there was order amidst the chaos. In the Ziqing Peak area, Chen Yuan landed in front of his master and respectfully bowed. Lung Yumeng raised her hand, no need for formalities. Today, Lung Yumeng was still wearing that fiery red dress with gold trim, and a fragrant breeze wafted into Chen Yuan's nose as she raised her hand. Chen Yuan straightened up, beckoned to his master, and gestured for him to come closer. Lung Yumeng hesitated for a moment, then pressed her ear close to the ear. Master, you smell so good today. Chen Yuan spoke these words in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. Upon hearing this, Lung Yumeng's beautiful eyes widened, and she quickly composed herself, looking straight ahead, afraid that the people behind her would notice the change in her expression. This little apprentice is too bold, he actually dared to flirt with her in front of so many people. She was fidgeting with her fingertips, a sign of guilt. He kept glancing around to see if anyone was paying attention to them. Chen Yuan stepped back into Qin Shuhan's group of 3 and naturally took Xiao Baishi's hand. Xiao Baishi waved back, and Chen Yuan leaned in to listen. Brother, what did you say to master? Yi Baishi asked softly. Nothing much, just something about cultivation, Chen Yuan replied. Yi Baishi nodded slightly and did not ask any further questions. However, Qin Shuhan felt a sense of doubt, as she felt that her junior brother and master's actions were somewhat unusual. 15 minutes later, the other peak masters and their disciples arrived one after another. Chen Yuan glanced at his disciples, ignoring those in the Golden Core stage and focusing on the Nascent Soul stage disciples, who were his true rivals. Reaching the Nascent Soul stage before the age of 300 is something that no ordinary person can easily replicate. They must all possess extraordinary abilities. Zheng Tianchang also arrived, and at that moment his gaze fell on Chen Yuan. I never expected this kid to participate in the sect competition. The 5 peak masters could see what was happening within the secret realm. Killing Chen Yuan was unrealistic, but making him leave in disgrace and lose the competition was a piece of cake for them. Xiang Yu, that's the dark horse I was talking about with you. Xiang Yu followed his senior brother's gaze and asked, is that kid the winner of the newcomer competition? Xiang Yu, at the peak of the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, has condensed an 8th grade Golden Core within his body, comparable to Xin Nianxu, and is known as the #1 Golden Core cultivator in the Xiantian sect today. That's right, you should understand what I mean after you enter the secret realm, Zheng Tiancheng said meaningfully. Don't worry, senior brother. Once we enter the secret realm, I will find him immediately and drive him out. Chapter 54 Entering the Secret Realm, the Drunken Sword Immortal. Sect Master Song Yuanji took a step forward and stood atop Bailing Mountain. He took out a dark purple compass with his right hand, and a stream of spiritual energy flowed into it. Suddenly, the compass rose to a height of 10,000 meters, growing hundreds of times larger, and instantly enveloped the entire Bailing Mountain. Chen Yuan stared at the dark purple compass above his head, his heart trembling. Boom! The earthquake trembled, and fine cracks appeared in the ground along the mountain road. On the purple compass, amidst the flowing star vein patterns, a purple divine rainbow transformed into a sharp blade and shot out from the compass, slashing towards the vast earth. Bailing Mountain split in two and tilted to both sides. Some disciples with weaker strength lost their balance and fell to the ground. In a short while, Song Yuanji retrieved the dark purple compass and then threw it into the crack. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. 3 breaths later, a dazzling divine rainbow burst forth from the crack, marking the completion of the opening of the mysterious wilderness secret realm. One can enter the secret realm by entering through the crack. Remember, if your life is threatened, immediately crush the teleportation talisman, and you will be teleported out immediately. Occasionally, words of advice could be heard from the elders on both sides of the cliff. Disciple understands. From the vast black fog below, streaks of light occasionally flashed past, rushing into the cliff. Chen Yuan descended from the sky and entered the mysterious wilderness realm. Chen Yuan felt as if the world was spinning around him, but when his gaze settled, he saw a dense mountain forest. Ancient trees reach for the sky, and the stench of decaying grass fills the air. Vines intertwine and grow intricately, with a small stream running alongside. In the stream, a dragon soared into the sky, its gaze fixed on Chen Yuan. The dragon's head resembles a tiger's, with a broad forehead covered by a layer of hard scales. Its eyes were sunken, yet they shone like two bright lamps. Its body was undulating, like a giant black ribbon dancing in the water. Chen Yuan's eyes flickered. A nascent soul stage dragon. It seemed he had been teleported to the core area. Human, you have invaded my territory. You are courting death. The dragon spoke in human language, roaring as its mid-stage nascent soul power pressed down on Chen Yuan. The dragon's roar carried a soul-destroying force, penetrating directly into Chen Yuan's mind. Chen Yuan's expression remained calm and composed. The moment the soul attack entered his mind, it was instantly annihilated into nothingness. He made a grasping motion with his right hand, and a guqin, a traditional Chinese stringed instrument, floated in front of him. As his fingertips traced the strings, the heavenly feather zither trembled violently, and 3,000 spiritual energy swords rained down on the dragon. Upon seeing this, the dragon twisted its massive body to defend itself. Clang, clang, clang. The nascent soul flood dragon's defense was comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator, and the spiritual energy sword blade could not even leave a mark on its body. At this moment, a man walked over from the side. He had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and a long sword was at his waist. With a flick of his right hand, a wine gourd appeared. What good luck! I actually ran into a mid-nascent soul stage demon beast. The man chuckled, and as he opened his wine gourd, a strong aroma of wine wafted into Chen Yuan's nostrils. Chen Yuan turned his head and looked over. His eyes flickered. He knew this person. He had learned his identity from the information on the jade slip. Su Han, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, was personally taught by Tianqing Peak. His swordsmanship had reached the perfection of the third realm, and he was known throughout the sect as the Drunken Sword Immortal. Su Han downed the wine in the gourd in one gulp, revealing his drunken state. He drew the Tsangming sword from his waist with his right hand, and his feet seemed to tread on clouds. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the dragon. A fiery sword intent shone from his sword, and he pierced the dragon's head with a single strike. The dragon is dead. Just as Su Han was about to take away the dragon's inner core, a figure flashed by, and the inner core had already appeared in Chen Yuan's hand. Su Han turned his head and hiccuped, saying, "Hey, junior brother, this is the demon beast I killed, so I should take its inner core." Senior brother Su is wrong, Chen Yuan retorted, his tone still polite. I was the one who discovered this dragon first, so I should rightfully receive its inner core. No, junior brother? Su-Han sobered up considerably, and his voice turned cold. With your level 9 golden core strength, if it weren't for me, you would have died a miserable death at the hands of the flood dragon long ago. Hee, then senior brother Su might as well try and see if I have the strength to kill this dragon? Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow, his tone still polite. Junior brother, you're arrogant enough. Then your senior brother will have to teach you a lesson. After saying that, Su-Han shot out like an arrow, his golden nascent soul burning at its 7-inch mark, and the Tsangming sword in his hand surging with flames as he slashed at Chen Yuan's face. Chen Yuan remained calm, holding the heavenly feather zither upright in front of him to block. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, and ripples spread out from the point of impact. In this move, the two were simply competing in terms of the powerful spiritual energy within their bodies. 8 inches of the 9th grade golden core within Chen Yuan's body burned, and the power of the primordial chaos surged into the heavenly feather zither like a flood. Su-Han's expression changed, and a mountain-like force pressed down on him. Boom! Su-Han retreated rapidly, the residual force of the mountain impact leaning on him, almost causing him to lose his balance in mid-air. How is it, senior brother Su? Do I have the strength to slay the dragon? Chen Yuan asked calmly. Su-Han steadied himself, his eyes filled with horror. How is it possible that the spiritual power of the golden core in this junior brother's body is even more powerful than that of his nascent soul? 8th grade? Impossible. Could it be the legendary 9th grade golden elixir? Upon hearing Chen Yuan's question, Su-Han finally came to his senses and gave a wry smile. Junior brother's strength is truly beyond expectations. That demon beast's inner core should rightfully belong to junior brother. Chen Yuan landed on the ground inside. Senior brother Su is a man of great character. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have given in to me so easily. There was one more thing Chen Yuan didn't finish saying. Losing to a golden core cultivator would likely make him the laughingstock of the sect and its people, and he might even get so angry that he would use his divine sense to suppress them. We cultivators should act according to our nature. If we lose, we lose. Su-Han stepped forward, cupped his hands in greeting, and asked, May I ask which peak you are a disciple of, junior brother? Purple-green peak. Chen Yuan replied, bowing slightly. I heard that Chen Yuan of Ziqing Peak won the newcomer competition. Could he be my junior brother? Chen Yuan nodded. That truly deserves its reputation, Su-Han remarked, then invited, why don't you join me in hunting demonic beasts? Thank you for your kindness, senior brother, but I have a Taoist companion whose whereabouts are still unknown. I plan to go and find her first, Chen Yuan said, bowing slightly in refusal. I never expected junior brother Chen to be such a devoted lover. Perhaps we'll meet again someday. Su-Han took out a new gourd of wine, gulped down a large mouthful, then turned the gourd upside down, leaving not a drop. Farewell, junior brother Chen. After saying this, Su-Han dragged his swaying body into the depths of the mountains and forests. Seeing this, Chen Yuan felt that he might fall to the ground at any moment. Without looking any longer, he turned and walked out of the dense forest. The communication jade slip was completely ineffective in the secret realm, and a look of worry appeared on his face. After traveling 100 miles, Chen Yuan casually killed 3 nascent soul-stage demonic beasts along the way. Suddenly, the sound of fierce fighting came from ahead. Chen Yuan, dressed in black, leaped onto a branch and looked ahead. A man and a woman were seen working together to kill a wolf king. The man's name was Lin Hong, and the woman's name was Lin Shui. They were siblings who had both joined Ziqing Peak and were both at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Name, Lin Shui. Gender, female. Appearance, 90. Favorability, 0. Realm, early nascent soul stage. The current state cannot be bound. Chapter 55 Slaying the Wolf Pack, Practicing Sword Technique. Lin Hong seized the opportunity and thrust his spear towards the White Wolf Demon King's forehead. Enraged, the White Wolf Demon King disregarded his own life and plunged a palm into Lin Shui's abdomen. Bang! Lin Shui was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood with a whoosh. Lin Shui! Lin Hong exclaimed in shock and grabbed Lin Shui to support her. Cough cough, brother, I'm fine, just a little injured. Lin Shui frowned, trying her best to appear calm and not want her brother to worry too much. Lin Hong raised his right hand, took out a rejuvenation pill, and quickly stuffed it into Lin Shui's mouth. On the tree trunk behind them, Chen Yuan's expression hardened. It's a pack of wolves. Ah! In an instant, a low wolf howl rang out, and a chill rose from behind Lin Hang. Lin Hang suddenly turned around and saw a dark golden wolf king staring intently at him from a mountain hollow 100 meters away. Because the white wolf demon king who died beneath Lin Hang was his wife. The wolf king was about half a person's height, with dark golden fur resembling a suit of armor, and a crescent-shaped white hair on its forehead, which was its mark as the wolf king. Whoa! Suddenly, the earth trembled, and deafening wolf howls echoed from all directions. Damn it, it's a pack of wolves. Lin Hang's forehead was instantly covered with beads of sweat, and there were at least 100 of them at a glance. Among them were 1 or 2 wolf demons at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. He carried Lin Shui on his back, his feet seemingly treading on clouds, and flew towards the dense forest behind him. Chen Yuan's lips twitched, because Lin Hang was flying towards him at that moment. Behind them, the dark gold wolf king leaped forward like a cannonball, instantly arriving in front of the wolf pack. Looking at the corpse of the mother wolf, he let out a mournful howl and ordered the wolf pack to chase after the dense forest. Chen Yuan leaped down, the heavenly feather harp floating in front of him, quietly waiting for the wolf pack to arrive. If we take care of them all, we should be able to get his Xia Beixi into the top 10. Lin Hang flew towards Chen Yuan and, seeing that there were other fellow disciples there, quickly called out to remind them. Junior brother, run! There's a pack of wolves behind us. Chen Yuan ignored him, sat down on the ground, and stroked the strings of his zither with his fingertips, producing a melodious tune that resonated throughout the quiet mountain forest. Lin Hang's expression changed upon seeing this, and he quickly shouted to stop him. Junior brother, stop now, you'll attract the wolves if you do this. Chen Yuan's hands did not stop moving. You have the scent of that white wolf demon king on you. Even without my Guqin, the dark gold wolf king would still come after you. Lin Hang's expression changed. Then why hasn't junior brother escaped yet? Chen Yuan's expression remained calm and composed. Why flee? They're just a pack of wolves, we can kill them. On Lin Hang's back, Lin Shui's eyes were fixed on Chen Yuan's deep eyes, as black as ink, which startled her. The boy's words were extremely calm, as if he were describing something very ordinary. How arrogant! Lin Hang sneered. In his eyes, Lin Hang's behavior was no different from that of a clown. Then junior brother, take care of yourself. After saying this, Lin Hang ignored Chen Yuan and fled back. Because he sensed that the wolf demon army was chasing after him. A moment later, Chen Yuan finished his song and looked up, only to find himself facing the wolf demon army. The dark gold wolf king stared intently at Chen Yuan, wanting to know what gave this human the confidence to remain so composed in front of their wolf pack. An eerie silence descended upon the atmosphere. The wolves gritted their sharp teeth and growled, waiting for the wolf king's command to pounce on the human and devour him. Chen Yuan moved, his spiritual energy condensing at his fingertips and gliding across the strings of the zither. As the heavenly feather zither trembled, 3,000 spiritual energy swords rained down like a storm, instantly striking the wolf pack ahead. Swish swish swish. Put. The wolves closest to Chen Yuan were instantly pierced through the body by the 3,000 sword blades, crashing to the ground with a thud, their lives extinguished. Among the wolf pack, the 2 early-stage nascent soul wolf demons reacted quickly, leaping in front of the wolves to block the barrage of swords. The dark gold wolf king recovered its senses and howled, "Damn humans!" Then, it gripped the ground with its front paws, pounced fiercely, and its body moved like a blur, instantly reaching above Chen Yuan's head. Its front paws were raised high, and then it slammed down. In an instant, Chen Yuan disappeared from the spot and reappeared in front of the pack of wolves. The dark gold wolf king missed its target with both claws, and as it turned around, it witnessed a scene that made its eyes widen in horror. A bolt of purple lightning rose from Chen Yuan's palm, the intent of his fist materializing as the purple lightning roared and instantly engulfed the wolf pack. Under the sweeping lightning, the 100 demon wolves were annihilated into nothingness without even a scream, leaving only charred remains. Chen Yuan's lips twitched, and he couldn't control his strength. Not a single inner core was left of the 100 demon wolves. Human, you're courting death. A deafening roar suddenly rang out from behind, the roar mixed with a divine soul attack. However, Chen Yuan ignored it as if it were nothing, and the heavenly feather zither suddenly returned to his front. Holding a Guqin, he moved with effortless grace, his feet leaving no trace on the snow-covered ground, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared above the dark gold wolf king. The dark gold wolf king was clearly taken aback, not expecting that the human in front of him could actually block his roar. Its back muscles bulge like a mountain ridge, and it pounces with one claw toward the humans above. The power of primordial chaos surged from his palm into the Guqin, causing the heavenly feather chain to shine brightly, and he slammed it down. Boom! The heavenly feather harp instantly shattered the dark gold wolf king's claws, and then, with undiminished power, slammed it onto the wolf's head. Blood splattered, and the dark gold wolf king's head exploded instantly, its body crashing heavily to the ground. After taking the inner core of the dark gold wolf king, Chen Yuan continued walking forward. After a while, when Lin Hang and Lin Shui returned, they saw the ground charred black, and the corpse of the dark gold wolf king lay there quietly. Brother, could it have been that junior brother who did it? Lin Shui asked in surprise. Lin Han waved his hand, absolutely impossible. It seems there are other experts hidden in this competition. In the distance, Chen Yuan arrived at a lake, beyond which lay a deep canyon. System, check how much emotion value I have left. Ding, host's current emotional value balance is 37,000. System, select a local rank sword technique for me, Chen Yuan instructed the system. He now possesses a heavenly rank flying sword, which greatly increases his chances of winning first place in the competition, especially since his final opponent will be his senior sister. Winner of the grand competition will be rewarded with a heavenly rank cultivation technique. I'll choose a sword technique to give to Yibaishi then, even with 100 times the drop rate, I can still get a royal level technique back. Emperor, Saint, God. It's a pity that the earth rank cultivation technique for the first place winner of the newcomer competition was distributed at the same time as the sect competition ended, otherwise he wouldn't have had to waste those emotion points to buy the sword technique. Ding, the matching earth rank sword technique, Mysterious Ice Sword Art, has been selected for the host. 31,000 emotion points are deducted. It begins to automatically integrate and apply the knowledge to the host. In an instant, Chen Yuan was pulled to another void space, and a hazy figure flashed by and landed in front of him. Without saying a word, the woman began to wield her sword. Chen Yuan didn't know how long he had been learning swordsmanship in the void. When his consciousness returned to reality, he had already mastered the mysterious ice sword technique. When one reaches the 4th level of swordsmanship, known as the domain, it is commonly referred to as the sword domain. I remember that senior sister's swordsmanship had only reached the 3rd level of the earth realm. Chapter 56, Accidentally Entering the Ruins, the Spiritual Phoenix. Chen Yuan took a step forward with his right foot, landing on the lake, and summoned the ink nether sword in his hand. A domain of icy swords rose from beneath his feet, and the entire lake froze rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Outside, in the main hall of the Xiantian sect, the elders were shocked and stood up from their seats. Within the light barrier in front of them, they could clearly see the sword domain that Chen Yuan was using. How could they not be shocked? Swordsmanship is extremely difficult to cultivate. Some people may never reach the 1st realm of swordsmanship in their entire lives. Sword domain. This kid is actually a sword cultivator? Yuan Zhougong's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. How old is this kid? Song Yuanji glanced at Long Yumeng, who was equally shocked and standing there, and thought to himself, keep pretending. Chen Yuan's swordsmanship had reached the 4th realm, and he didn't believe Long Yumeng was unaware of it. When the elders looked at the light screen again, Chen Yuan's figure had already disappeared. The elders' expressions changed. There was only one possibility: Chen Yuan had entered the undeveloped ruins of the Xianhuang secret realm. Within the secret realm, the world quietly dimmed. Chen Yuan leaped over the lake, and a canyon came into view. Suddenly, the canyon was shrouded in mist, and a bridge appeared in front of us. A hint of doubt arose in Chen Yuan's heart. He had read about this mysterious Xianhuang realm when he was reading the records of the Xiantian sect with his senior sister. The mysterious wilderness realm was acquired by the ancestor 10,000 years ago, and many of its ruins remain undeveloped and unexplored. Could this canyon be the site of those ruins? Chen Yuan took a step forward and leaped onto the bridge. The area below the bridge was as black as ink, with no bottom in sight. Black mist rose from below, making a rustling sound. Suddenly, the scene before his eyes changed, and the scene before he entered the cultivation world in his previous life reappeared. Chen Yuan's consciousness was greatly shaken, and the black mist actually had the effect of affecting his mind. The bridge planks underfoot are square, totaling 16 pieces, varying in length and shape. Chen Yuan moved carefully, and when he stepped onto the 3rd spirit board, he was surprised to find its raised tortoise shell pattern. He suddenly remembered seeing a bagua formation for refining blood offerings in an ancient book, called In Fu Bagua. Upon closer inspection, each of the spirit boards beneath one's feet clearly displays tortoise shell patterns. Chen Yuan carefully recalled the collection of books he had seen at his senior sister's place. Ordinary In Fu uses length to represent meaning, so you only need to walk on the long spirit board. Looking back at the first spirit board, it is clearly the short spirit board. The lengths of the 4th to 8th spirit boards in front are long short long long short. Following the pattern, Chen Yuan successfully stepped onto the 7th spirit board. As he stepped onto the last spiritual plank of the bridge, the mist in the canyon ahead parted, and a divine soul attack shot out like a river, piercing into Chen Yuan's brow. The high-grade heavenly rank soul-protecting jade pendant around Chen Yuan's neck suddenly lit up. The soul attack in his mind was blocked by the soul-protecting light shield in his sea of consciousness, and then a rainbow light was reflected and annihilated into nothingness. Chen Yuan suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, leaped onto the ground, and lay down to pant heavily. Finally made it through. Who was the bastard who set up this trap? If he hadn't received the heavenly rank top-grade soul-protecting jade pendant as a system reward, he would have truly perished here today. After adjusting his state, Chen Yuan extended his divine sense to scan the canyon and was surprised to find a cave inside. There was a monstrous beast inside the cave, and the last terrifying attack on the soul had just been spewed from its mouth. The demon beast's realm is only at the nascent soul stage, but the divine soul attack it releases is as high as the 5th level, comparable to the divine transformation stage. This demonic beast is none other than the spirit void phoenix, which resembles a phoenix, with a magnificent body and feathers displaying a colorful hue. Human, this is not a place for you, the spirit phoenix warned in human language. Chen Yuan was taken aback, then suddenly laughed. No wonder the spirit void demon phoenix hadn't come out to drive him away. There was a demon beast egg nearby, about the size of an ostrich egg, which must be its offspring. Having come this far, how could Chen Yuan possibly leave? He summoned the ink nether sword with his right hand, and his feet trod through the snow-covered ground, arriving at the cave in a few breaths. Seeing that humans dared to invade, the spirit phoenix let out a long cry and spat out blood-red flames like serpents towards Chen Yuan in horror. Chen Yuan smiled disdainfully, and a domain of icy swords rose from beneath his feet, enveloping the spirit void demon phoenix within it. The fiery serpent was extinguished by the biting cold wind before it could even touch Chen Yuan's clothes. The spirit phoenix was shocked. A chilling aura swept over its entire body, and within the domain, it felt its strength was suppressed by 20%. Creating one's own domain is a method of great enlightenment. How did these tiny humans manage to do it? No, it's the sword in his hand. Having served her master for nearly 10,000 years, she possessed considerable knowledge. This person was a sword cultivator, a prodigy of the human race. Stop! I surrender, the spirit phoenix cried out. Forehead. Chen Yuan was a little confused. How could they surrender before even fighting? Seeing Chen Yuan's confusion, the spirit phoenix felt somewhat embarrassed. Human, I can't beat you. Is it that obvious? Chen Yuan laughed. It turned out that the sword in his hand was so intimidating. After saying that, he withdrew his sword domain. The spirit phoenix coughed lightly. Ahem, human, I have a favor to ask. Chen Yuan became wary immediately, neither refusing nor agreeing. Tell me. The spirit phoenix sighed, its eyes filled with heartache as it looked at the phoenix egg to the side. Take my child away from here. I don't want her to be trapped here for the rest of her life like me. Even being a spirit pet is better than staying in this dark and gloomy place. Chen Yuan was secretly delighted. This was great. Participating in a secret realm and getting a spirit pet was definitely a good deal. However, she still had doubts. Why should I take your child away, and not someone else? The spirit phoenix sighed helplessly. In the past 8,000 years, you are the only human cultivator to have come here alive. Chen Yuan nodded. He was just lucky. The first spiritual board didn't have a strong influence on his soul. It only became more terrifying as he went higher. And what about you? Chen Yuan asked. The child's father has passed away. If you take it away, I will have one less burden. I can continue to guard this place for my master and wait for the right person to come. Chen Yuan keenly grasped the key information and asked, since I was able to come here, doesn't that mean I'm a person with destiny? The spirit phoenix shook its head. Although you have strong cultivation aptitude, you have absolutely no talent in the realm of divine sense. Then, she pointed to a stone tablet on one side with her wings. This is a stone tablet for testing divine sense. If you don't believe it, you can go and test it yourself. Chen Yuan did not take any action. He was unsure whether he had the talent for divine sense. Instead, he released his fourth-order divine sense pressure. Sensing the pressure of divine sense, the spirit void demon phoenix exclaimed in shock, how is this possible? Your divine sense hasn't even been opened yet, how did you cultivate to the 4th level? Then don't worry about it. Chen Yuan waved his hand and asked, "Does this count as having talent?" "You could say that, but I observe that your spiritual consciousness is not yet awakened." "Then don't worry about it. I can tell you don't have much time left. You're already at your limit. Actually, you've been holding on all along. Am I right? Since I possess this talent, you should pass on your skills to me, fulfilling your master's wish. You can then go with your husband and your master, and everyone will be happy." Chen Yuan looked at the corpse of a demon beast to one side. Even though it was just a corpse, the pressure emanating from it made Chen Yuan feel suffocated. This is just a spirit pet. One can only imagine what kind of extraordinary being the owner of this secret realm must be. Chapter 57: The Jade Pendant of Inheritance, a glimpse of cold light. The spirit phoenix hesitated for a moment. The human in front of her was right. As long as she handed over the inheritance, she would have fulfilled the mission entrusted to her by her master. The only question is, does this human possess any divine sense? And will he defy his master's will? After being manipulated by Chen Yuan, the spirit phoenix's heart began to waver. Since you were able to open the 4th level of divine sense in the golden core stage, it means you do have some talent in the field of divine sense. As the spirit phoenix spoke, a cyan jade pendant suddenly appeared in its mouth, which it then placed in Chen Yuan's hand. "This jade pendant is my master's heirloom jade pendant. Inside is a divine sense cultivation technique created by my master. Just a drop of blood essence is needed to obtain my master's inheritance." Chen Yuan was secretly delighted, but remained outwardly calm. "Thank you." The spirit phoenix flew to the phoenix egg, grasped the egg with its claws, and then slowly placed it in Chen Yuan's hand. She seemed reluctant, but compared to her child's freedom, she could only bury her feelings of reluctance in her heart. "Human, take my child with you, I'll get you out of here first." Chen Yuan nodded and waved his hand to put the egg into his storage space. Upon seeing this, the spirit phoenix let out a lone cry, its wings whipping up a gale, and the stone pillars on both sides of the cave suddenly burst forth with blinding white light. The light quickly enveloped Chen Yuan's entire body. Chen Yuan felt a sudden dizziness, and when his gaze settled, he saw the frozen lake. Chen Yuan glanced at the blue jade pendant in his hand, then put it into his ring, intending to give it to Yi Baishi after the competition. The true beginning of cultivating the divine sense is at the nascent soul stage. Those who specialize in cultivating spiritual consciousness are also known as soul cultivators or spiritual mind cultivators. When a nascent soul breaks through to the divine transformation stage, a unique primordial spirit is formed through nurturing the nascent soul. The power of the primordial spirit surpasses even that of divine consciousness. Having broken through to the divine transformation stage, his divine sense was sufficient to cover the entire blue star from his previous life. The divine sense technique quantifies divine sense into 9 levels, among which reaching the nascent soul stage, with all 3 senses activated, naturally leads to level 4. Upon breaking through to the divine transformation stage, all 8 senses are activated, naturally reaching the 5th level. Therefore, most cultivators only begin cultivating their divine sense after reaching the nascent soul stage. People like Chen Yuan, who cultivate their divine sense at the golden core stage, are extremely rare and almost extinct. It was already late at night, and the Xianhuang ruins were even more dangerous at night than during the day. Chen Yuan moved through the dense forest, the surrounding scenery flashing by quickly, and soon arrived at a mountain range. He extended his divine sense to scan the mountain range, but the surrounding 100 meters were extremely quiet, and he found nothing unusual. Halfway up the mountain, 2 small figures were surrounded by 4 people. Among the 4, the leader was none other than Xiang Yu, a man of great renown and the undisputed #1 golden core cultivator in the Xian Tian sect. Of the remaining 3, one was from Yanqing Peak, with a cultivation level of the 5th level of the golden core stage, and was a disciple from the previous generation. The other 2, like Xiang Yu, came from Yuanqing Peak, and their cultivation was at the 6th level of the golden core stage. They had been disciples of the same master for 40 years. If Chen Yuan were here, he would definitely recognize the 2 people surrounded in the middle, because they were his childhood sweetheart Yi Baishi and his second senior sister Shen Nianchu. "Shen Nianchu, hand over the demon beast's inner core, and I may allow you to leave the secret realm with dignity." Xiang Yu drew his long sword, which gleamed coldly in the moonlight, his words filled with a strong sense of threat. Shen Nianchu's pretty face was covered with frost. "Xiang Yu, if you want to fight, then fight. Stop talking nonsense." "Very well, then don't blame me for beating you until you admit defeat and cry." With that, Xiang Yu took a step forward and slashed fiercely at Shen Nianchu's face with the Star Destroyer blade in his hand, which was adorned with starlight. Shen Nianchu retorted without backing down, we are both 8th rank officials, so it's still uncertain who will win. With her right hand, she summoned the spirit rank flying sword, Shishue's sword, and 7 inches of her 8th grade golden core burned within her body, causing Shishue's sword to emit a resounding hum. When the sword was unleashed, a white sword shadow swept across the sky, and the power of the fully realized ice and snow sword intent made the surrounding air seem to freeze. Clang! Sizzle! Xiang Yu's longsword instantly cleaved through the ice and snow-covered sword intent that had reached its peak. Blazing flames gradually condensed on the blade, transforming into a giant fire dragon that charged towards Shen Nianchu. Shen Nianchu's eyes widened in shock. Xiang Yu had actually comprehended the third realm of sword intent. Before she could think any further, she raised her sword to block. Clang! A tremendous force struck, and Shen Nianchu's right hand was numb from the shock, causing her to stumble backward. On one side, Yibaishi was fighting 3 people alone, and she, who was at the 4th level of the Golden Core stage, was completely suppressing the 3 of them. One of them flew into a rage, feeling deeply ashamed. 3 grown men couldn't even handle a young girl, it was truly a joke. On the treetops to the right, a man and a woman looked down at the scene, both showing expressions of shock. Brother Zhang, I didn't expect Yibaishi to be so strong. Fighting opponents of higher levels is as easy as eating and drinking, Wei Lan exclaimed. This woman is indeed extraordinary. Let me make things a little more difficult for her. Zhang Tiancheng's narrow eyes flickered, and a powerful divine sense flooded into Yibaishi's mind. However, the moment Zhang Tiancheng's consciousness entered his mind, it was blocked and extinguished by the soul-protecting jade pendant on his body. Yibaishi was only stunned for a moment, but she was extremely anxious. She used her divine sense to send a telepathic message to Shen Nianchu, senior sister, there is a nascent soul cultivator nearby. He just launched a divine sense attack on me. Upon hearing this, Shen Nianchu was shocked. If that was the case, then they might really be going to die here today. How is this possible? Wei Lan was shocked. Yibaishi acted as if nothing had happened, still wielding the Bai Ci sword with great skill. This woman, like Chen Yuan, possesses a soul-protecting treasure. Zhang Tiancheng explained, while also being quite surprised. Were soul-protecting treasures so common now? How come everyone has one? Ending his random thoughts, Zhang Tiancheng unleashed a wave of divine pressure into Shen Nianchu's mind. In the arena, Shen Nianchu was stunned. In the midst of a huge shock, the long sword was already coming towards her. When she came to her senses, the long sword was only 3 feet away from her chest. Shen Nianchu's expression changed, and as she uttered the incantation, a large tortoise-shell shield appeared out of thin air on her chest. Bang! In just a moment, the long sword slammed into his tortoise-shell shield. In an instant, the tortoise-shell shield shattered, and its remaining power poured onto Shen Nianchu. Shen Nianchu's entire body flew backward and crashed heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Yibaishi turned around to dodge a shot and quickly ran over to help Shen Nianchu up. The tortoise-shell shield absorbed 7 layers of force, so Shen Nianchu was not seriously injured. Just as Yibaishi helped Shen Nianchu to her feet, a blade of light suddenly attacked, aiming straight for her face. The star-destroying blade was only 3 feet away from Yibaishi, just as Shen Nianchu was about to crush the teleportation talisman between the two. Suddenly, a flash of cold light appeared, but no one was seen. A dazzling sword light streaked across the sky and struck the star-destroying blade. The fiery dragon on the star-destroyer blade vanished into nothingness in an instant, and the entire blade was freezing at an extremely rapid pace. Upon seeing this, Xiang Yu's expression changed drastically, and he quickly withdrew his hand. If he had been a step later, the ice would have entered his body. The blade of the Star Destroyer was frozen solid by the ice, resembling an ice spike, and shattered into ice shards in an instant. Seeing this, Xiang Yu's heart nearly broke. He roared, "Who is it? Who dares to destroy my weapon?" He needs to complete more than 20 missions to collect the 50 contribution points required for a spirit tier weapon. Me! A silent voice rang out, and a man in black suddenly appeared behind him, a long sword already at his neck. Chen Yuan? Chapter 58 Seriously injuring Zhang Tiancheng. When Xiang Yu finally saw Chen Yuan's face clearly, he froze on the spot. He assumed the one who made the move would be his nascent soul senior brother, but he wasn't afraid, since his own senior brother was lurking in the shadows. However, he never expected that the person who made the move would be Chen Yuan, whom he had been searching for. "Brother!" Yibaishi exclaimed excitedly. Shen Nianchu's eyes flickered. That sword strike just now clearly carried sword intent. Wasn't her junior brother a zither cultivator? How did he suddenly become a sword cultivator? Suddenly, Chen Yuan sheathed his Mayo sword and unleashed a powerful punch with his left fist, causing a burst of purple lightning. Boom! Xiang Yu's entire body flew backward and crashed heavily at Yi Baishi's feet. The three people on the left were terrified when they saw this. However, Chen Yuan didn't even glance at the three of them. With a mere flick of his sleeve, his robes billowed, and a powerful pressure swept out, instantly blasting the three of them away. Chen Yuan took a step forward and stomped on Xiang Yu's head. Apologize to my Taoist partner. You scared her just now. Fuck your mother. Xiang Yu roared. No one had ever dared to humiliate him like this. His 8th grade golden core was running wildly, and the surrounding spiritual energy was violent, trying to blast Chen Yuan away. Chen Yuan sneered, exerted force with his feet, and the power of the primordial chaos surged into his legs. With a muffled bang, Xiang Yu's head was kicked directly into the ground. Brother, you're so amazing. Yi Baishi cupped her face, looking completely infatuated. Chen Yuan placed one foot on Xiang Yu's head, while his right hand rubbed the top of Xiao Baishi's head, asking, Are you alright? Are you hurt? Xiang Yu, who had been kicked into the ground, felt ashamed and indignant. Damn it, so I was just a part of your two-person play after all this time? Yi Baishi shook her head, I'm fine. It's good that you're alright. Chen Yuan smiled slightly, raised his foot, and then activated his family's martial art, Swift Wind Leg, kicking Xiang Yu away. Xiang Yu's body traced a long parabola in mid-air before crashing heavily into a large tree behind him. His head lolled to the side, and he lost consciousness. This large tree is the very tree where Zhang Tiancheng and his companion were standing. Junior brother, you only care about your little Baishi, and you don't care about your second senior sister at all. Shen Nianchu pouted. Is it really appropriate for the two of them to be so affectionate in front of her, a single person? Don't they care about her feelings at all? Chen Yuan's eyes flickered as he looked at Shen Nianchu. Second senior sister, where are you injured? Hee hee, belated affection is cheaper than grass. Shen Nianchu crossed her arms, about to say something, when she suddenly stopped and pointed behind Chen Yuan. Junior brother, be careful. Brother, be careful. Yi Baishi's eyes widened in shock, her heart leaping into her throat. Suddenly, a long spear shot out from behind, its light so sharp it seemed to tear the air apart, reaching Chen Yuan's back in an instant. Chen Yuan remained calm, his protective inner energy condensing behind him to block the astonishing spear strike. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere at the point of impact, and ripples spread out from the point of impact, blasting the three people who had just gotten up back away. With Chen Yuan protecting them, Shen Nianchu and Yi Baishi were naturally safe. Chen Yuan turned around silently, Senior brother Zhang, a sneak attack is not the act of a gentleman. After saying this, he poured the power of the primordial chaos into his right hand, and the protective true energy shone brightly, instantly knocking Zhang Chenggong back. What? Shen Nianchu stared blankly, feeling as if the scene before her was a hallucination. Yi Baishi covered her mouth, her heart churning with shock. Her brother, he actually defeated a late-stage nascent soul true monarch. Outside, in the main hall of the Xiantian sect, Song Yuanji stood up from his seat in shock. The fact that a 9th-level golden core cultivator could defeat a nascent soul true monarch was simply astonishing. The golden core and the nascent soul are like an insurmountable chasm, which cannot be bridged by external forces. Within the Xianhuang's secret realm, Chen Yuan watched his emotions rapidly increasing on the system panel, feeling overjoyed. It seems his master is watching his battle, so he can't let his master down. Thinking of this, he summoned the ink nether sword with his right hand, and it shot out like an arrow, arriving in front of Zhang Tiancheng in an instant. Just as Zhang Tiancheng recovered his senses, he saw Chen Yuan charging towards him with his sword. The surrounding air suddenly dropped to freezing point, and a frigid domain instantly enveloped Zhang Tiancheng. What the hell is this? Zhang Tiancheng's eyes widened in horror. His entire body seemed to be frozen, his legs stiff, and he could not even move a single step. Mystic Ice Sword Technique. Within the domain, Chen Yuan soared into the air, and a vortex suddenly formed in the sky. A giant purple dragon, encased in ice, emerged from it and coiled around Chen Yuan. An aura of death enveloped Zhang Tiancheng, and a thought flashed through his mind, run. However, the domain had already locked him in place, preventing him from moving an inch. The purple dragon descended and crashed into Zhang Tiancheng. With a loud boom, Zhang Tiancheng's entire body flew backward, smashing through more than a dozen large trees before finally coming to a stop. Zheng Tiancheng, who was lying on the ground, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were wide open like copper bells, and his face was completely bloodless. He looked like he was about to die. Brother Zhang! Wei Lan, who was hiding to the side, looked frightened and quickly ran over to help Zheng Tiancheng up. It's so cold. Brother Zhang, why are your hands so cold? Wei Lan held Zheng Tiancheng's hand tightly, trying to ward off the cold, but the chill kept penetrating into his body, causing his face to gradually turn pale. Her tears rolled down her cheeks, but before they could even touch Zheng Tiancheng's chest, they froze into ice. Far away. Gulp. The three people who had just gotten up from the ground swallowed their saliva frantically. The three exchanged glances, seemingly reaching some kind of consensus, and then lay down on the ground, pretending to faint. Chen Yuan took a step forward and appeared in front of Zheng Tiancheng. Seeing this, Wei Lan stood in front of Zheng Tiancheng and took out the demon beast cores they had accumulated. Please, let Brother Zhang go, and we'll withdraw from the competition right away. Chen Yuan's expression was icy, and with a wave of his right hand, he stored the inner core into his storage ring. Get out of here. I will never forget the grudge against the Chen family. You should be glad that you are from the same sect as me, otherwise you too would be two cold corpses today. After speaking, Chen Yuan silently turned away. This is a grand sect competition, and all the sect leaders and elders are watching. Saying all this is naturally meant for those sect elders to hear. Moreover, killing Zheng Tiancheng is unrealistic. Severely injuring him and keeping him in bed for a year would be sufficient. At this moment, Zheng Tiancheng gazed at the bright moonlight, his heart filled with confusion. He had diligently cultivated for over 200 years, yet he was no match for a novice who had only been practicing for a month. At that moment, his Taoist heart began to crack. Wei Lan crushed the teleportation talisman, and light instantly enveloped her and Zheng Tiancheng. Two figures appeared out of thin air on Bailing Mountain. Those inner and outer disciples who were teleported out stared wide-eyed at the sight. Oh my god! It's Senior Brother Zhang! Who injured Senior Brother Zhang like this? The elder of the Spirit Herb Garden hurriedly stepped forward to check, and after a moment breathed a sigh of relief. He then transmitted his voice to the personal elders in the main hall. The foundation hasn't been damaged at most, it will take a year or two to recover. Ding, Lang Yomeng's favorability +3, current favorability 80. Chen Yuan's actions just now naturally caught Lang Yomeng's attention. She nodded secretly. Chen Yuan's character was beyond reproach. It was truly rare for him to be able to bury his hatred in his heart and consider the big picture. Chapter 59, taking it to a higher level, you'll get the hang of it as you practice. Inside the hall. Yuan Zhougang, his face contorted with rage, slammed his fist on the table and stood up, proposing to Song Yuanji. Sect Master, I suggest that Chen Yuan be immediately imprisoned in Yuhan Valley. To treat fellow disciples with such cruelty, if left unchecked, he will surely become a vicious and ruthless person in the future. Upon hearing this, Long Yumeng almost laughed in anger, and snorted coldly. Peak Master Yuan really knows how to make a big deal out of things. It's inevitable that some disciples will get injured or crippled during sparring. I've never seen you get this agitated when any of your disciples got hurt before. Seeing Yuan Zhougang's almost fiery gaze, Long Yumeng teased, is it because your beloved disciple was injured this time that you're so agitated? Yuan Zhougang was so angry that he glared and puffed out his beard, but he couldn't utter a single word for a long time. What do you mean, you? The sect leader is here. You are not qualified to judge whether my disciple is wrong or not. Lang Yumeng went all out, showing no mercy to Yuan Zhougang. Furthermore, if my youngest apprentice hadn't arrived in time, I don't know how badly my second and third apprentices would have been injured. They only know how to use dirty tricks like sneak attacks from behind. I think that's all Yuan Qingfeng is capable of. Alright. Song Yuanji quickly interrupted the two. He looked at Yuan Zhougang and said, a loss is a loss. Blame Zheng Tiancheng for being less skilled. Seeing that the sect leader had spoken, Yuan Zhougang was furious, but he had no choice but to give up. Then Song Yuanji turned his gaze to Long Yumeng, his voice softening slightly as he transmitted his voice, Junior sister, you should say less. Lang Yomeng's temper flared up, and she wouldn't tolerate anyone's behavior, turning her head away directly. She didn't know why, but whenever she heard Yuan Zhougang questioning Chen Yuan, she felt inexplicably angry. Song Yuanji was somewhat embarrassed. However, who could blame him when Long Yumeng was the beloved disciple of the two patriarchs? If Long Yumeng hadn't devoted herself to cultivation back then the position of sect leader might not have fallen into his hands. Alright, that's enough for this matter. Everyone, please continue watching the competition. The 5 people turned their attention back to the light screen. Song Yuanji felt a secret sense of anticipation, wondering if this little guy Chen Yuan would continue to create miracles. As the sect leader, he considered all aspects comprehensively and could not possibly limit himself to the one peak under his jurisdiction. Within the mysterious wilderness, Chen Yuan took a step forward, standing close to Xiang Yu. Stop playing dead. Your senior brother has already left. What about you? Are you planning to be kicked out by me or leave on your own? Upon hearing this, Xiang Yu immediately opened his eyes, took out a teleportation talisman, and said, Big brother, I can walk by myself, please don't try to cut me with your sword. Xiang Yu was terrified if that sword had struck him, he would have lost his life. At this moment, he no longer possessed the same heroic spirit he had before entering the secret realm. Defeating Chen Yuan? You must be kidding. He felt that his chances of defeating Zheng Tiancheng were now higher than his chances of defeating Chen Yuan Lai. Chen Yuan snatched the teleportation talisman from his hand, saying, Leave the inner core. Feeling frustrated, Xiang Yu could only take out his inner core and hold it above his head. Chen Yuan put the inner core into his storage ring, and then returned the teleportation talisman to Xiang Yu. Get out. Yes. Xiang Yu nodded repeatedly. The teleportation talisman burned out in his hand, and a white light enveloped him. He disappeared from the spot in an instant. Xiang Yu's 3 subordinates had already taken the opportunity to escape, but with Shen Nianchu present, they only left after obediently handing over their inner cores. Chen Yuan stepped back to Yi Baishi's side. Yi Baishi hugged him tightly, nestled in his arms, and rubbed her head against him. Finally, she sweetly called out, Brother. Chen Yuan ruffled her hair and transmitted his voice, Peak Master and the others can see the scenes inside the ruins. Yi Baishi blushed and quickly got up from Chen Yuan, pretending to be serious. The thought of the Peak Master and the others watching her hug Chen Yuan made her incredibly shy. Just then, a small head popped up, looking curious, and asked, Junior brother, I'm curious. I remember you were a zither cultivator, weren't you? How did you suddenly become a sword cultivator? Chen Yuan pondered for a moment and then truthfully replied, I'll learn it after just one look. Shen Nianchu's lips twitched. Not only that, the 5 elders watching the competition also turned pale. This Chen Yuan is really not low-key at all. Shen Nianchu pouted, bullshit. She pulled Yi Baishi aside and whispered, Junior brother, do you secretly practice your swordsmanship all the time? Yi Baishi thought for a moment, then shook her head and said, no. She carefully recalled the time she spent with her brother, and it seemed that apart from doing intimate things, they rarely cultivated together. Thinking of this, her face flushed again, and her whole body felt hot. Shen Nianchu touched Yi Baishi's forehead. Little Baishi, why is your face red again? Yi Baishi replied somewhat guiltily, no. It's nothing. She couldn't very well say she was thinking about something embarrassing. Just then, Chen Yuan handed all of his demon beast cores to Yi Baishi. Baishi, here are 6 nascent soul demon beast inner cores and 10 golden core demon beast inner cores. Take them. Brother, I can't accept this. Yi Baishi was too embarrassed to accept it. It was all obtained by her brother through hard work and killing monsters. There are still 2 days left, plenty of time. Seeing that Yi Baishi was still hesitating, Chen Yuan directly used his trump card, whispering in her ear with a wicked laugh, if you don't accept it, I won't hold back when we're doing that. Yi Baishi shuddered, her legs went weak, and she almost fell into Chen Yuan's arms. The thought of Chen Yuan's terrifying fighting power made her immediately surrender, and she transmitted her voice, I accept, brother, please be gentler next time. After much persuasion from Chen Yuan, Yi Baishi finally accepted the demon beast's inner core. Shen Nianchu, standing to the side, was filled with envy, somewhat envious that Xiao Baishi had a Taoist partner to hunt monsters for her. Ding! It has been detected that the host has gifted a nascent soul stage or golden core stage demon beast inner core, triggering a 100-fold return. 6 inner cores of demonic beasts at the nascent soul stage. 10 nascent soul stage demon beast inner cores. Although the returned demon beast cores cannot be used as points for the competition, they can be left for his little spirit pet. 2 days later. There are 3 hours left until the end of the competition. In the past 2 days, Chen Yuan has been leading the charge, slaying a total of 7 nascent soul demon beasts and 17 golden core demon beasts. Chen Yuan gave Yi Baishi 5 nascent soul demon beast inner cores and 10 golden core demon beast inner cores. The system returned 5 nascent soul stage demon beast inner cores and 10 nascent soul stage demon beast inner cores. Of course, we can't give it to Xiaobaishi and not to our second senior sister. Moreover, when hunting golden core demonic beasts, Chen Yuan did not take action himself, but instead had his second senior sister take Baishi along to hunt them, so as to increase their practical combat experience. Therefore, Chen Yuan gave the remaining 2 nascent soul demon beast cores and 7 golden core demon beast cores to Xin Yanqiu. However, it uses the system's strategy for housing Provident Fund. Therefore, Chen Yuan obtained a total of 7 golden core demon beast inner cores, 20 nascent soul demon beast inner cores, and 11 divine transformation demon beast inner cores. Brother, you've given us your inner core, what are you going to do with it? Yi Baishi asked. Xin Yanqiu also asked from the side, Yeah. Junior brother, what are you going to do? When they tried to give their inner core to Chen Yuan, he waved his hand and refused, saying that he had a way to win first place in the competition. Suddenly, Xin Yanqiu realized something, her heart skipped a beat, and she asked, Junior brother, you're not going to compete for the spiritual treasure, are you? Chapter 60 The Battle for the Extraordinary Fruit. Chen Yuan nodded slightly. Upon seeing this, Yi Baishi and Xin Yanqiu immediately froze on the spot. 7 true lords participated in this competition, excluding Zhang Tianchang, who had already been eliminated. The others are senior sister Qin Shuhan and senior sister Song Shiwei, who was equally matched with Zhu Qingfeng. Su Bai, known as the Drunken Sword Immortal. Lin Hong and Lin Shui, siblings. He personally passed on the Qin order to Yin Qingfeng, the winner of the previous competition. Junior brother, senior sister has already broken through to the nascent soul stage, you have no chance. Xin Yanqiu told him the truth, senior brother Qinling has even refined his halberd to the 4th level, you are not at all at an advantage in terms of realm. Chen Yuan smiled slightly and drawled, so, neither of you thinks I can win? He could understand that although there was only a 2-word difference between the late stage of the nascent soul stage and the perfect nascent soul stage, the difference was as vast as an insurmountable chasm. Of course not. Yi Baishi shook her head, a hint of worry on her face. I'm just worried that my brother will get hurt. Just then, a divine light shot into the sky, piercing straight through the clouds. The golden light was as thick as a wooden barrel, and all the disciples training in the entire ruins could see it. When the extraordinary fruit appeared, disciples from all sects flew towards the direction of the golden light. Half an hour later, thousands of disciples had gathered at the golden light, and other disciples were still arriving one after another. The strange phenomenon originated from the lake, with a purple glowing fruit appearing and disappearing amidst the golden light. At this moment, a woman stood by the lake, dressed in white like a misty cloud, her eyes focused on the lake, as if she had forgotten the surrounding scenery. A gentle breeze blew by, causing her hair and clothes to sway softly. This person was none other than Qin Shuhan, Chen Yuan's senior sister. On the opposite shore of the lake, a woman in a fiery red dress was staring intently at the strange fruit. This woman was none other than Song Shiwei, the senior sister of Zhu Qingfeng. She clenched her fist, thinking to herself, I won't lose to you this time. On one side of the treetop, Lin Hong and Lin Shui stared intently at the golden light. If they could obtain this item, they would be the champions of the competition. Senior brother has arrived. 2 golden core disciples carried the drunken Su Han on their backs, panting as they rushed to the lakeside. Thank you, my 2 junior brothers. Su Han said, then tilted his head and began to snore. Who is that person? He's actually asleep. A newly joined disciple, unaware of the person's background, asked curiously. This person is named Su Han, a direct disciple of Tianqing Peak, and is known throughout the sect as the Drunken Sword Immortal. Don't let his drunken state fool you. Once, while intoxicated, he took on 3 veteran nascent soul cultivators and held his own. Someone who knew Su Han immediately explained. Just then, a divine rainbow streaked by, and a refined and handsome young man in black robes gracefully landed beside Song Shiwei. Shiwei, I'll give you first place in the competition, how about it? Qinling smiled gently at Song Shiwei. Song Shiwei's gaze remained unchanged, her voice devoid of joy or sorrow. Do you know what I hate most about you? Qinling was taken aback for a moment and asked, What? Arrogant. Song Shiwei slowly uttered the 2 words. Qinling's face turned ashen instantly, but he quickly concealed it and maintained his gentlemanly demeanor. Load the cargo. Song Shiwei cursed inwardly. Half an hour later, the golden light dissipated, and the strange fruit suddenly appeared. From all directions, golden core disciples who thought they had learned some movement techniques wanted to take the opportunity to seize the fruit. At this moment, Xin Ling took a step forward and instantly leaped over the group of golden core cultivators. His eyes turned cold, and he coldly shouted, "A bunch of chickens and dogs, do you think you're worthy of seizing this rare treasure?" After saying this, he flicked his robe, and a divine sense pressure, like a raging flood, instantly blasted away more than 20 golden core disciples who rushed in from all directions. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, those golden core cultivators fell into the lake, splashing up more than 20 sprays of water. My God! That senior brother is so powerful. He sent more than 20 golden core senior brothers flying with a single thought. Some Foundation establishment female disciples were dumbfounded and exclaimed in amazement. They are too overconfident. In front of the nascent soul and divine sense, 3,000 golden core cultivators are nothing but ants. Just as Qin Ling was about to touch the exotic fruit, a graceful figure was faster than him and touched it first. Seeing this, Qin Ling made a hand seal and condensed a divine rainbow in his right hand, which then attacked Qin Shohan from behind. Sensing the cold glint behind him, Qin Shohan drew two short swords, turned around, and slashed out with both swords. Boom! The sword energy surged forth, instantly shattering the divine rainbow. Two sharp sounds suddenly rang out as Lin Hang and Lin Shui leaped behind Qin Shohan, attempting a surprise attack. Qin Shohan remained calm and composed. He wanted to deal with her first? Not so easy. She made a hand seal with her right hand, and starlight lit up beneath her feet. In an instant, Qin Shohan disappeared from the spot and reappeared behind the two of them. The Earth rank body technique, nebula art, is used as if stepping on a rainbow of stars. Just as Qin Shohan was about to deal with the two, a beautiful figure in red appeared behind them, drawing a fiery red longsword in her right hand and holding it horizontally in front of her. Clang! The sound of the two swords clashing rang out, and the aftershocks rippled outwards from the point of impact. Lin Shui and Lin Hung breathed a sigh of relief. If their senior sister hadn't arrived in time, they might have already been eliminated. Qin Ling seized the opportunity, his feet seemingly stepping on auspicious clouds, leaping over the heads of Lin Hong and the other man, raising his Yuan Lu halberd high, ready to directly eliminate Qin Shohan. Just as Qin Shohan was about to activate the nebula technique again, he saw Su Han suddenly get up from the ground below. Hey, what kind of skill is it for a few people to bully one girl? With feet lightly stepping in a dragon snake-like gait, he was a drunken sword immortal, his spirit intoxicated. He was completely absorbed in the moment, his feet moving like treading on green snakes as he leaped 100 meters into the air. He concentrated his fiery sword intent on the blade and slashed at Qin Ling. Chen Yuan, who happened to arrive, was slightly surprised. A nascent soul cultivator at the peak of his cultivation, he hadn't expected that Su Han hadn't used his full strength when they competed in spiritual power. That's outrageous. A whole group of people are bullying senior sister all by themselves. Shin Nianshu stomped her foot angrily. In the sky, Qin Ling's expression changed. He had reached the nascent soul stage and realized that Su Han had been hiding his true strength all along. He made a hand seal with his left hand, and a divine rainbow shot out, shattering the fiery sword intent. At this moment, the strange fruit was about to fall into the lake. There are still those who are unwilling to give up and covet this item. A 9th-level golden core cultivator snatched the exotic fruit in a single stride, moving 100 times faster than usual, and instantly rushed ashore. Qin Ling was furious. His divine sense pressure suddenly struck, instantly pressing the golden core disciple to the ground. The strange fruit in his hand was also thrown away, rolling right at Chen Yuan's feet. Chen Yuan smiled knowingly. This was fate, and fate could not be defied, so he would gladly accept it. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan picked up the exotic fruit and put it directly into his storage ring. This scene left the thousands of disciples around them dumbfounded. This person has a lot of nerve, daring to directly take the exotic fruit for himself. Qin Ling and the others also stopped fighting, and Su Han, Song Shiwei, Qin Shohan, and the others all turned their gazes to Chen Yuan. Thank you all for the exotic fruits. I will gladly accept them. Chen Yuan clasped his hands in a fist salute to the 6 people. Qin Ling flew into a rage. Boy, you're courting death. At this moment, a figure darted out first, his spear flashing with a cold light, and he swung it at Chen Yuan. The pressure of divine sense surged into Chen Yuan's mind, giving him no chance to escape. This person was none other than Lin Hang. Chapter 61 Overpowering the True Monarch, let's attack together. Above, Qin Shohan, seeing this, was preparing to use the nebula technique to rescue Chen Yuan when suddenly a binding immortal rope lit up and bound him. Qin Ling's expression turned cold. Qin Shohan, just watch how your junior brother gets blasted away. Qin Shohan's face was as cold as frost. Although he was bound, his right hand kept making hand seals. When she broke free of the immortal binding rope, it was too late. Lin Heng's spear shattered the void and had already reached Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan remained calm. The moment the divine sense pressure entered Chen Yuan's sea of consciousness, it was instantly annihilated into nothingness. A bolt of purple lightning rose from his palm. Then, his right palm turned into a fist, and the purple lightning transformed into a dragon, surging out from his fist. Boom! The thunder dragon roared and instantly engulfed Lin Heng. Lin Hong was horrified. His spear was shattered by the lightning dragon, and the remaining force was poured onto his body. Amidst the lightning, a figure was sent flying backward. It was Lin Heng. What? My God! What did I just see? Senior brother Lin was blasted away by a golden core cultivator? Exclamations of surprise rang out from all around, with many golden core disciples staring in disbelief. Qin Shohan breathed a sigh of relief, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Chen Yuan was able to defeat Lin Hong with a single punch, and was completely unaffected by the pressure of the nascent soul's divine sense. It seems that he has quite a secret. Brother! Lin Shui exclaimed in shock. She took a step forward, her feet moving like a rainbow, and landed beside Lin Hong, helping him up. Lin Hong was no longer as spirited as before. He was covered in dust and dirt, his hair was charred and crackled with lightning. Brother, are you all right? Lin Shui asked anxiously, her heart filled with grief at the sight of her brother's miserable state. I'm fine. Lin Hong replied with difficulty, exhaling a ring of black mist as he spoke. Lin Shui took out a rejuvenation pill and put it into Lin Heng's mouth. All the goodwill she had towards Chen Yuan before vanished at this moment. She silently rose, her right hand making a grasping motion in the air, and the white rose sword landed in her hand. Gale sword technique. A low shout came from her mouth, and she leaped high into the air, her sword intent condensing into the blade, and she unleashed it. The sword light, accompanied by a fierce wind, hurtled towards Chen Yuan at lightning speed. At this moment, Chen Yuan had already activated his heavenly thunder fist and unleashed a punch. The purple lightning dragon slammed into the sword light, instantly shattering it. Its power remained undiminished as it hurtled towards Lin Shui. Lin Shui's face was filled with shock. How could this person, who was only at the golden core stage, have the strength of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator? Without thinking twice, she patted her waist and hurled a large net. The Nine Heavens spiritual net is a high-grade earth-rank magic treasure passed down through her Lin family, capable of absorbing spiritual techniques and divine rainbows. The Nine Heavens spirit net instantly grew 100 times larger, covering the sky and the sun, and in a flash, it sucked the purple lightning dragon into the net. Chen Yuan was stunned. He thought he could defeat Lin Shui with one punch, but he didn't expect her to have such a magical weapon. While Chen Yuan was distracted, Lin Shui put away the Nine Heavens spirit net, and the gale in her right hand sword condensed again. She glanced behind her, understood what he meant, and then slashed out fiercely. Above. Your junior brother is quite interesting. Qin Ling clicked his tongue, and before anyone could understand what was going on, he suddenly threw out a black chain. The black iron chain, like a venomous snake, instantly reached Chen Yuan, as if it were about to open its blood-red maw and swallow the human in front of it. All of this happened so fast that Qin Shohan had no time to rescue him. Her eyebrows furrowed, and she held the sword to Qin Ling's neck. You dare to ambush a fellow golden core cultivator? Qin Ling, aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock? Qin Ling remained calm. Who would dare to laugh at him? He simply slapped them across the face. Brother! Yi Baishi's face was panicked. She wanted to save Chen Yuan, but Shen Yanchu held her back tightly. Baishi, you can't go. In the field. Chen Yuan shook his head and scoffed disdainfully, a mere trick. Purple Mansion divine power, space travel. In an instant, Chen Yuan vanished from his spot, the black iron lock missed its target, and the sword light slashed at the ground, producing a deafening thud. Sand and stones flew, and smoke filled the air. When everyone could see what was happening, they saw Chen Yuan holding Lin Shui by the neck with one hand and lifting her into the air. Everyone stood up, their eyes wide with shock as they stared at the scene. Some rubbed their eyes, trying to convince themselves that it was all an illusion. Holy crap! Is this for real? Wow, senior sister, did you see that? Brother is so amazing. Yi Baishi was extremely excited and kept shaking Shen Yanchu's shoulders. Stop shaking, Baishi, I see it. Shen Yanchu's heart was also in turmoil. She remembered watching her junior brother undergo his tribulation a month ago. And now? Not only has he broken through to the same realm as her, but he can also treat the true Lord's magical artifacts as nothing. Her eyes held a complex expression. Her junior brother's progress was far beyond her reach. In midair, Qin Shuhan, Song Shiwei, and Qin Ling stood frozen in place. Only one person remained completely unmoved, Su Bai. He was asleep on the sword, and he was snoring loudly. In the arena, Chen Yuan had his right hand locked around Lin Shue's neck, giving her a gentle smile. I'm a very gentlemanly person, but I'll have to be rude today. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yuan suddenly reached out with his left hand to Lin Shue's waist, grabbed her teleportation talisman, and then patted it on her chest. Lin Shui looked ashamed and indignant. You lecherous scoundrel. As soon as she finished speaking, a white light enveloped Lin Shui, teleporting her out of the mysterious wilderness secret realm. Having dealt with Lin Shui, Chen Yuan, with an arrogant expression, flicked his sleeves and looked up at the sky. Come at me all at once. It'll save me the trouble of dealing with them one by one. In the breeze, Chen Yuan's black clothes fluttered in the wind, and his words resonated in everyone's hearts. Arrogant. Qin Ling roared, his figure flashing like lightning as he rushed towards Chen Yuan. He made a hand seal, and the black iron lock behind Chen Yuan flew towards him again. Above, Song Shiwei held her sword horizontally in front of Qin Shuhan. Sister, your opponent is me. A chill instantly rose on Qin Shuhan's face. You are not worthy to be my sister. After saying this, the two engaged in battle in the air in an instant. Qin Ling raised the Yuanlu halberd high in his hand, and a domain rose from his feet, pressing down on Chen Yuan's surroundings. Sensing the chilling light behind him and the deadly attack before him, Chen Yuan dared not be careless and patted the dragon soul seal at his waist. The dragon soul seal grew to the height of a person and pressed down on Qin Ling. It was too late to parry the chains with a backhand, and just as Chen Yuan was about to use his spatial magic again, a massive wave of flames surged forth, instantly shattering the iron lock behind him. Junior brother Chen Yuan, I'm here to help you. Su Han moved with the speed of a serpent, arriving behind Qin Ling in an instant. At this moment, Qin Ling's consciousness was greatly shaken, and his domain dissipated. Because of its powerful divine sense, the dragon soul seal did not control him for long. When he regained his senses, Qin Ling quickly used his movement technique to dodge, and the dragon soul seal just happened to graze his body and press down. Just then, a strong burning sensation came from behind. Qin Ling dared not be careless and quickly turned around to block with his Yuan-Lu halberd in front of his chest. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere, and the aftershocks rippled outwards from the point of impact. Some disciples nearby had to retreat, fearing they would be caught in the aftershocks. At that moment, Qin Ling felt a chill run down his spine as Chen Yuan drew his sword and attacked from behind. Supernatural power, golden body of Dharma form. Qin Ling roared, and a golden light instantly enveloped his entire body. Suddenly, a domain surged forth, instantly enveloping Su Han and Qin Ling. Within the icy realm, the two felt a bone-chilling cold, and as the sky darkened, pure white snow began to fall from the sky. Both of them were horrified. A domain. Chapter 62 Defeating Qin Ling. A colossal ice dragon emerged from the sky and coiled around Chen Yuan. As Chen Yuan's sword fell, the swordlight, carrying the Xianbing dragon, instantly struck the golden Dharma body behind Qin Ling. Boom! The golden statue was blasted open and cracked. The oppressive aura of the domain caused Qin Ling's defenses to plummet, and the chilling air immediately seeped into his body through the cracks. Qin Ling's internal energy was in disarray. He gritted his teeth and growled, "Damn it!" Su Han seized the opportunity, and the Songming sword shone brightly, instantly knocking the Yuanlu halberd out of Qin Ling's hand. Then, the sword light pierced straight into Qin Ling's chest. Clang! The giant wave of flames shattered his golden body's divine power and slammed into his chest. Bang! Qin Ling's figure flew backward and crashed heavily to the ground. Senior brother Qin has been defeated. The disciples were shocked. The champion of the previous competition has been defeated just like that? Did you see that move that senior brother Chen Yuan used? One of Zhu Qingfeng's disciples exclaimed in surprise, "It's a domain." Of course. Junior brother has already grasped the fourth realm of swordsmanship, Shen Nianchu boasted. Wow! That's amazing. I remember that senior brother Chen Yuan started learning even later than me. How did he manage to do that? Shen Nianchu pretended to be mysterious and whispered in her ear, "You'll learn it after just one look." After saying that, she pulled Yi Baishi away and ran off. The crowd gathered around and asked the woman, Zhu Qingfeng, about her teachings. What did senior sister Shen say? Did she reveal some secret method for rapid cultivation? Zhu Qingfeng scratched his head, somewhat uncertainly, and said, Senior sister Shen said that senior brother Chen will get it as he practices. Upon hearing this, everyone's lips twitched. Should I believe her or believe that I can inherit the position of sect leader? Metropolitan. The crowd bowed and clasped their hands in greeting to her. In the arena, Chen Yuan flashed to Qin Ling's side, his MOU sword pressed against Qin Ling's neck. Will you leave on your own, or will I do it myself? Qin Ling looked frustrated and angry. Chen Yuan, if it weren't for Su Han, would I have lost to you? In a short while, Su Han appeared beside Qin Ling, who was now mostly sober. To be honest, I don't think I'm of much use. If junior brother Chen could dodge your first chain attack, then he can dodge the second one too. Chen Yuan coldly retorted, enough nonsense. Will you leave with dignity, or should I send you away? Qin Ling clenched his fists. Chen Yuan, I'll remember you. You just wait. With that, he took out a teleportation talisman from his waist and prepared to crush it. In an instant, the teleportation talisman disappeared and reappeared in Chen Yuan's hand. Why do you talk so much? Chen Yuan sheathed the MOU sword, bent down, and lifted Qin Ling with one hand. A cold light surged from his fist and entered Qin Ling's body, making him feel as if he had fallen into an icy wasteland, the cold biting to his bones. I've changed my mind. Hand over your demon beast core, or you're not leaving. Chen Yuan's eyes were icy, sending chills down Qin Ling's spine. Be crippled or hand over your inner core, you choose one. Don't push your luck. Qin Ling roared, trying to bolster his courage. Ha! Chen Yuan sneered, slapping Qin Ling's left cheek with his left hand. If I weren't so strong, I would have been seriously injured by your iron chains long ago. I'm magnanimous and let you go, yet you threaten me? Who's really going too far here? That makes so much sense. Yes. It seems that senior brother Chen is the true gentleman. A group of female disciples' eyes sparkled. Senior brother Chen Yuan is amazing. His golden core cultivation crushes that of a perfected true monarch. The story has truly become a reality. Qin Ling glared angrily at Chen Yuan. With so many fellow disciples watching, if he were to give in, how could he ever hold his head high in the sect again? Looks like you're not convinced. Chen Yuan gathered purple lightning in his left hand and blasted it towards his dantian. Qin Ling's face turned pale with shock. I'll hand it over. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan immediately withdrew his strength, and the purple lightning in his fist instantly dissipated. Having perfected the heavenly thunder fist, he could control the condensation of purple lightning with complete ease. You're a madman, you're a fucking madman. Qin Ling's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He had almost had his century of hard work destroyed in an instant. He dared not gamble that Chen Yuan might really cripple him. Chen Yuan released Qin Ling's collar, and Qin Ling quickly took out 10 nascent soul inner cores and placed them on the ground. These were all the inner cores of the demon beasts he had hunted in the past 3 days. Seeing this, Chen Yuan put it into his ring and then threw the teleportation talisman at Qin Ling's feet. Qin Ling was too ashamed to stay any longer, so he picked up the teleportation talisman and crushed it. Enveloped in white light, Qin Ling vanished from the spot. Chen Yuan turned to look at Su Han and said with a faint smile, Senior brother Su, do you want to compete with me? Su Han swayed, a wine gourd appearing in his hand at some point. Well, never mind. Junior brother Chen, in swordsmanship, I am not as good as you. Bang! Su Han took a big gulp of wine and fell asleep immediately. Senior brother Su is so young, he fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. Chen Yuan said no more, leaped over the disciples, and walked towards Yi Baishi. Look! Senior brother Chen is walking this way. A group of female disciples, swooning over the infatuation, covered their mouths and gasped in surprise. Some even struck poses, trying to show off their impressive side to Chen Yuan. Seeing this, Yi Baishi's inner alarm bells went off. What were these sluts up to? They actually wanted to seduce her brother. Chen Yuan didn't even glance at the group of female disciples, but stepped over them and walked to Yi Baishi. Regardless of whether she was shy or not, Yi Baishi threw herself into Chen Yuan's arms, asserting her dominance. The group of female disciples were heartbroken. It turned out that senior brother Chen Yuan was already taken. Some women with exceptional looks inevitably saw Yi Baishi as a rival in love. They said that even heroes can't resist the charms of a beautiful woman, and they were convinced that they couldn't win over Chen Yuan. "Brother," Yi Baishi called out sweetly. Chen Yuan pinched her little face, his expression full of doting affection. Handsome man and beautiful woman, so adorable. A moment later, Chen Yuan took out the 10 nascent soul inner cores and placed them in Yi Baishi's hand. "Take them. Now that I have the extraordinary fruit, you can't refuse it anymore." "Thank you, brother." Yi Baishi nodded and accepted the demon beast's inner core. "I'm so envious." Many female disciples showed envious expressions, including Shen Yanchu. TCH, she didn't earn it through her own efforts, she's just a pretty face who relies on men. A veteran female disciple scoffed. Chen Yuan's expression immediately turned cold. The speaker was named Li Fei, a disciple of Yuan Qingfeng. Chen Yuan reached out with his right hand, grabbed Li Fei, and then shouted sternly, "Apologize to my Taoist partner." The overwhelming pressure made Li Fei tremble. "Junior sister Yi, I'm sorry." Chen Yuan turned to look at Yi Baishi. "Little Baishi, do you forgive her?" Seeing Yi Baishi nod, Chen Yuan threw her to the ground and said, "Get out. Don't let me see you again." "Yes, yes." Li Fei scrambled away from the spot. "Brother, thank you." Yi Baishi nestled in Chen Yuan's arms, her face full of gratitude. "But I think she's right, this competition depends entirely on my brother." Chen Yuan gently pinched her little nose. "She's just jealous of you. Besides, you're not just a pretty face. You have the potential to be an emperor-level cultivator, while that woman is only at the 5th level of the golden core stage. You could take on 10 of her by yourself." "Enough, enough." Shen Yanchu pulled Yi Baishi out of Chen Yuan's arms. "Can you guys be a little more considerate of this single dog?" Chapter 63, A Sudden Enlightenment, Just a Fluke. Chen Yuan chuckled softly, then looked up at the sky. "Second senior sister, should I go and help eldest senior sister?" Chen Yuan asked, turning his head. "Please don't." Shen Yanchu quickly waved her hand. The eldest sister and the senior sister song have been competing for so many years, and there has never been a clear winner. The eldest senior sister always wanted to defeat senior sister song fairly and justly, so she was most wary of outsiders interfering in her relationship with senior sister song. At this moment, Shen Yanchu, feigning mystery, whispered to Chen Yuan and Yi Baishi. During the last competition, when senior sister and senior sister song were dueling, one of senior sister's suitors ambushed senior sister song, causing her to be injured on the spot. Guess what happened to that suitor now? Senior sister, stop keeping me in suspense. Yi Baishi tugged at Shen Yanchu's sleeve and asked curiously, "How's that suitor doing?" Shen Yanchu looked terrified. "I'm still lying in bed." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan looked puzzled and asked, "Really? Doesn't the sect care?" Shen Yanchu nodded, looking distressed. "Yes, they should." Senior sister and senior sister song were imprisoned in Yuhan Valley for half a year. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan immediately understood and silently mourned for that fellow for 3 seconds. This is torture from combo attacks. Chen Yuan looked up at the sky again, where 2 figures were locked in a fierce battle. Both men had reached the 2nd realm in swordsmanship, and both were at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Their methods were almost identical, and they were evenly matched. Chen Yuan had thought he could have a fight with his senior sister. Now it seems he was overthinking it. Defeating Song Shiwei has become senior sister's obsession. In the air. The grand prize is a heaven-rank cultivation technique. Aren't you tempted? Song Shi asked, raising an eyebrow. Enough with the nonsense. Qin Shohan's face remained frosty as he thrust his twin sword straight at Song Shiwei's face. 2 hours later, the two were still locked in a passionate encounter. At that moment, a flash of white light illuminated the entire area as bright as day. After a dizzying moment, when the gaze settled, all that came into view was Mount Bailing. Bailing Mountain has been restored to its former glory, with clouds and mist swirling around its summit, brimming with spiritual energy. That 100-meter-long ravine has long since disappeared. Qin Shohan and Song Shiwei were also teleported out of the Xianhuang secret realm. The two exchanged a glance, each letting out a cold snort, and returned to their respective peak areas. Zikingfeng area. As soon as Qin Shohan returned, he asked Chen Yuan, "Junior brother, how did you cultivate your swordsmanship to the 4th realm?" Reporting to senior sister, while learning swordsmanship, junior brother suddenly had an epiphany and stepped into the 4th realm, Chen Yuan replied with a bow. Sudden enlightenment? Qin Shohan frowned in thought. If that were the case, it would explain why his junior brother had cultivated the sword path so quickly. Ancient texts record that enlightenment is a mysterious and profound matter, and those who attain enlightenment experience 1,000 or even 10,000 times greater progress in their cultivation of techniques than usual. It is impossible for a normal person to experience a sudden enlightenment in their entire life. Those who can achieve a sudden enlightenment during cultivation are all extraordinary beings, and they also need the blessing of luck. Just then, in mid-air, space distorted, and 5 figures stepped out from the void: the sect leader and the other 4 peak masters. Upon seeing this, everyone bowed in unison and said, "Greetings, sect master." Song Yuanji raised his hand and announced, "The 1452nd sect competition has now concluded. All participating disciples, please proceed to the sect square and hand over the inner cores of the monsters you have hunted to the statistics elder. We will rank the participants according to the number of inner cores they have killed." Upon hearing this, the disciples erupted in thunderous cheers, hoping to achieve good results in this competition. The statistics were compiled by the afternoon, after which Chun Yuan handed the exotic fruit to an inner sect elder. The inner sect elder was slightly surprised and looked Chen Yuan up and down. "At the golden core stage, how did you obtain this extraordinary achievement?" This person is the third elder of the inner sect, named Song Yongheng, with the cultivation level of returning to the void. He was once a direct disciple of Tianqing Peak. Reporting to the elder, this disciple naturally obtained it through his own strength, Chen Yuan replied. "Interesting, it has some of my style from back in the day." The sect square covers an area of 200 acres, and the sect leader and the 4 peak masters are located on the high platform of the sect square. The stands were set up all around, filled with disciples who came to watch the spectacle. The sight was a vast, dense crowd, numbering at least tens of thousands. After statistics were compiled by more than a dozen inner sect elders, the final rankings of the competition were announced. First place, Chen Yuan. Second place, Yi Baishi. Third place, Xin Shuhan. Fourth place, Song Shiwei. Upon seeing this, Song Shiwei clenched her knuckles tightly. Although she usually seems indifferent to her sister's affairs, she actually cares about them more than anyone else. Both of them have a competitive and indomitable spirit. Qin Shohan remained expressionless in her seat at Ziqing Peak. What she wanted was a victory achieved through overwhelming strength, not one won by luck. The next step is to see who will be the first to reach the nascent soul realm. Everyone stared at the light screen, puzzled. Even some of the veteran disciples had never heard of Chen Yuan. They all wanted to know who Chen Yuan was, that he could defeat a group of popular contenders and win first place in the competition. On the high platform, the sect leader gave Yuan Zhougang a look. Yuan Zhougang immediately understood, stood up, slammed his hand on the stone table, and shouted, "Silence!" The sound, imbued with the power of divine consciousness, reached everyone's ears. The disciples sat up straight, and the entire square immediately fell silent. The competition has ended. The sect leader will now distribute the competition rewards to the top 10. After Yuan Zhougang finished speaking, he bent down, turned to look at the sect leader, then made a gesture of invitation before sitting down. Song Yuanji stood up and cleared his throat. This new talent competition has now come to an end, and the top 10 rankings have been announced. There are new names and old names. I am very happy to see this. In order to make it easier for the top 10 to go up on stage to receive their awards, they were all arranged in the first row. At this moment, Chen Yuan's lips twitched incessantly. He thought of the university president from his previous life, who, like the current sect leader, talked endlessly nonsense. Ahem, we've gotten a bit off topic. Now, let's invite the winner of the competition to the stage. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan immediately leaped onto the high platform. The disciples from both the inner and outer sects on the stands kept looking around, eager to catch a glimpse of the champion of the competition. What? Golden core stage? This kid is actually at the golden core stage. Exclamations immediately came from the disciples' seats. The news spread quickly, and soon everyone knew that the grand competition was actually won by a golden core disciple. They all speculated that the disciple might have won first place in the competition by luck. What if they actually have real skills? My brother is a direct disciple of the nascent soul stage. Why don't you fight him and see if a golden core cultivator can defeat a nascent soul cultivator? On the stage, Chen Yuan clasped his hands in a fist salute to the sect leader and the peak masters of each peak. Greetings, sect master, and all peak masters. Chen Yuan, your performance has truly amazed me. Song Yuanji exclaimed. Shen Yuan smiled modestly, it was just luck. Okay. Song Yuanji's face darkened, and he said okay 3 times. The other peak master's lips twitched, and Long Yumeng also rubbed her forehead. This little disciple was too good at pretending. That's quite modest. Song Yuanji patted him on the shoulder. Your contribution points have been recorded, and then he took out 2 tokens. These are the tokens for the 4th and 5th floors of the Cultivation Techniques Pavilion. With these, you can go to the 4th and 5th floors and choose a cultivation technique. Shen Yuan accepted the token, put it into his ring, and then clasped his hands in thanks to the sect leader again, saying, "Thank you, sect leader." P.S. One update today, taking a day off. It's May 20th. The author is going on a date. Chapter 64 Breakthrough to Sword Emperor, Calamity Clouds Descend. P.S. I got stood up. I'm not taking any more time off. Shen Yuan walked out of the Cultivation Technique Pavilion. This time, he selected a Heaven Rank Sword Cultivation Technique and a Earth Rank Fist Technique. In Lingxian Pavilion, Shen Yuan spent another 300 contribution points to purchase a low-rank flying sword. Night falls at Yi Baishi's residence. After a passionate encounter, Yi Baishi nestled comfortably in Shen Yuan's arms, giggling, "Brother, you're so amazing." Shen Yuan rubbed Yi Baishi's head, and then put a storage ring directly on Yi Baishi's ring finger. "Brother, what are you going to give me this time?" "I don't need anything." Yi Baishi asked curiously, probing her consciousness into the ring. The first thing you see are 2 jade slips for transferring power. There are also 2 flying swords. One is the Earth Rank Flying Sword Chang Hui Jian, which Chen Yuan bought from Lingxian Pavilion, and the other is the Heaven Rank Flying Sword Moyajian, which Chen Yuan used before. The Dragon Soul Seal, a spirit-level magic weapon, and the Jade Pendant of Inheritance are also among them. Yi Baishi froze, flustered, and tried to take the ring off. "Brother, why did you give me your swordsmanship and your heavenly rank sword? I can't accept this." Chen Yuan whispered in Yi Baishi's ear, "Don't worry. I have someone better." Feeling the tingling sensation on her ear, Yi Baishi's eyes became hazy, and her cheeks burned intensely. Finally, after Chen Yuan's persistent pleading, Xiao Baishi accepted everything. Ding! Detected that the host has gifted a high-grade Earth Rank flying sword, triggering a 100x return. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the heavenly rank top-grade flying sword, Memory Cold Sword. Chen Yuan looked towards the Memory Cold Sword within the system space. The sword is long and slender, with a deep blue color, as if it were carved from ice crystals, and it exudes a chilling aura. Ding! Detected that the host has gifted a heaven rank high-grade sword technique, triggering a 100x return. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Emperor rank high-grade sword technique, Lingshu Sword Manual. Upon successful completion of cultivation, one can reach the 6th realm of swordsmanship, the Sword Emperor realm. The system can be readily integrated and mastered by the host. Heaven, Emperor, Saint, God. Sword Aura, Sword Intent, Sword Spirit, Sword Domain, Sword Master, Sword Emperor, Sword Saint, Sword God, Sword Immortal. Ding! Detected that the host has gifted a high-grade local level fist technique, triggering a 1,000-fold return. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a top-grade royal level fist technique, Coldine Subduing Dragon Fist. The system can be readily integrated and mastered by the host. Detected. Dragon Soul Seal, triggering a 1,000-fold return. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the heavenly rank magic treasure, Heavenly Soul Seal. Detected. The Supreme Jade Pendant of Wunyan, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Jade Pendant of the Xianming Venerable. Shen Yuan was overjoyed. Yi Baishi was indeed his precious treasure. In his excitement, he bullied little Baishi to tears again. In the pavilion, Shen Yuan sat down on the ground and gave the system a command. System, cultivate the Lingshu Sword Manual. Received. Initiating automatic cultivation for the host. In an instant, illusions arose all around, and what came into view was a secluded bamboo forest where an old man was practicing swordsmanship. The old man glanced at Chen Yuan and said with a smile, "Young man, watch carefully and learn well." And so, Chen Yuan followed the old man and began practicing the sword manual in the bamboo forest. 1,000 years later, Chen Yuan's aura changed, and he used his hand as a sword, unleashing a sword aura from his right hand. Within the sword energy, the chilling glint of the icy sword intent, the fierce power of the raging fire sword intent, and the swiftness of the gale sword intent all merge into one. The fusion of sword intents forms a composite sword intent, which is the mark of a sword master. It's difficult for an ordinary person to comprehend even a single sword intent, let alone to fuse sword intents together. 10,000 years later, Chen Yuan took a step forward, his domain becoming increasingly solid, and a vast imperial aura formed around him, capable of suppressing all sword cultivators. This is the mark of entering the Sword Emperor realm. The scene around him blurred, and Chen Yuan was back in the pavilion. System: practice the Coldine subduing dragon fist. Receive. This time, Chen Yuan arrived at a mountain range, where a giant dragon coiled above its head. Its head resembled that of a camel or a horse, majestic and solemn, with two horns on its head like stone pillars reaching to the sky, and it charged towards him immediately. Chen Yuan's expression changed. The overwhelming pressure was almost suffocating him. Just then, a purple fist shadow suddenly attacked, its force unstoppable, and instantly slammed into the giant dragon. Bang! In an instant, the giant dragon exploded, turning into a sky full of blood mist. My goodness! The visual effect so close to his mouth made Chen Yuan gape open, as if an egg could fit inside. This scene was too horrifying. A century later, Chen Yuan condensed purple fist energy in his right fist and unleashed a punch that instantly shattered a mountain range stretching tens of thousands of meters long. As his consciousness returned to reality, Chen Yuan opened his eyes in the pavilion. Has he reached the 4th level of martial arts? Chen Yuan clenched his fist. This was a fist technique, used to kill enemies, not a martial arts method. Therefore, it was already quite good that he could comprehend the 4th realm through this fist technique. The transition from the 3rd to the 4th realm is a huge hurdle. Chen Yuan raised his eyes, took out the Xianling Venerable's inheritance jade pendant, and then dripped a drop of his essence blood onto it. The jade pendant shattered instantly, and a beam of light appeared out of thin air. The old man in the light and shadow was none other than Venerable Xianming, a Mahayana cultivator, but now he was merely a remnant soul. The moment it appeared, it concealed its aura, which is incredibly easy for a soul cultivator. Senior. Chen Yuan bowed respectfully. Huh, that's strange. Where did you get my inheritance from? You don't have any talent for divine sense at all. Venerable Xianming clicked his tongue in amazement. Chen Yuan's lips twitched. This Venerable Xianming was actually spouting the truth. No, you are a golden core cultivator. How did you cultivate to the 4th level of divine sense? How strange. Venerable Xianming asked in confusion. Forget it, never mind. Venerable Xianming pointed out a beam of white light with his right hand, which entered Chen Yuan's sea of consciousness. Suddenly, a cultivation technique for spiritual sense appeared in his mind. See the profound netherworld wandering spirit technique. This was created by me, Bishing, and I did not set any restrictions. Sensing his own aura growing weaker, Venerable Xianming stopped beating around the bush. If you cannot cultivate, you must quickly find me a successor. Do not let me. Before he could finish speaking, the illusory figure of Venerable Xianming turned into specks of light and dissipated in the breeze. Chen Yuan bowed to the void. If he truly could not succeed in cultivation, he would find a successor for him. He then sat cross-legged and began to cultivate the mysterious netherworld wandering god technique. An hour later, Chen Yuan stood up. The mysterious netherworld wandering technique is divided into 9 levels. He could understand the first 4 levels because his divine sense was at the 4th level. Through these 4 stages of cultivation, he became more adept at operating his divine sense, and there were faint signs that he was about to break through to the 5th level. He studied the 5th level for half an hour and had fully comprehended it through his extraordinary comprehension. However, he needed to open the 8 consciousnesses, which could only be done by reaching the nascent soul stage. Therefore, the cultivation of the 5th level still required a gradual approach. I'll buy a sword technique after I break through to the nascent soul stage. Chen Yuan thought to himself, since the Lingshu sword manual returned by the system was just a sword technique. Unlike the mysterious ice sword manual, which includes sword techniques, can also hone one's swordsmanship and kill enemies. 2 days later, Chen Yuan's cultivation reached the 9th level of the golden core stage. He then purchased a nascent soul pill from the system, spending 3,000 emotion points. He then swallowed it directly, accelerating the transformation of the elixir into an infant. The following evening, at Qin Shuhan's residence, Yi Baishi picked at her fingers like a primary school student who had done something wrong. Yi Baishi, what has junior brother been up to lately? He hasn't been coming to evening study sessions, and he's asking for leave again today? Tomorrow's the end of the month, and there's an assessment coming up. She stopped abruptly, her expression changing drastically. It's a lightning tribulation. Dark clouds instantly covered the sky above Zicheng Peak, and destructive lightning flashed and leaped within the clouds. The above content has reached 2,200 words. The following content is additional. Host, Chen Yuan. Gender, male. Aptitude, imperial grade, extraordinary comprehension. Physique, primordial immortal body, potential for becoming an immortal. Realm, golden core, 9th level perfection. Boxing, 4 realms. The way of the Qin, 3 realms. Swordsmanship, 6 realms. Divine sense, nascent soul perfection, level 4 perfection. Cultivation technique, the primordial immortal scripture. Sword techniques, Lingshu sword manual and Shenbing sword art. Sword technique, the mysterious ice sword manual. Qin Dao Gongfa musical arts techniques, Taichu Xianguan Lu and Lingyin Ju gifts from Yi Baishi. Movement technique, leaving no trace in the snow. Kung Fu techniques, none. Fist techniques, Thunder Fist, Ice Fist, Azure Flame Fist, Colding Dragon Subduing Fist. Divine Sense techniques, Sea of Consciousness technique and Mysterious Netherworld Wandering technique. Bound to Yi Baishi 100% favorability, Long Yuming 80% favorability, Lumiere 60% favorability, Shenling 80% favorability. High-grade spirit stones, over 40 million. Magical artifacts, Heavenly Feather Zither, Heavenly Myriad Treasures, Spirit Guiding Banner, Spiritual Starry Zither, Purple Cloud Smoke Robe, Heavenly Soul Seal, Heavenly Memory Cold Sword. Talisman, 5th Tier Myriad Path Talisman. Elixirs, 8th Order 9-turn Rejuvenation Pill, 6th Order Cold Lotus Soul Nourishing Pill. Azure Nether Pill 3, Rejuvenation Pill 2, Rejuvenation Pill 1. Contribution value, 300. Emotional value balance, 20,000. Chapter 65, Breakthrough to Nascent Soul, Opening of the 8 Consciousnesses. Dark clouds gathered, thunder rumbled, and a powerful aura enveloped the area for miles around. Lun Yumeng stepped out of her palace and looked towards the lightning tribulation in the void. Nascent soul heavenly tribulation? She looked in the direction of the heavenly tribulation and was shocked to find that the one undergoing the tribulation was Chen Yuan. Breaking through from the 8th level of foundation establishment to the nascent soul stage in just over a month, this speed of progress can be described as unprecedented. No way. Junior brother is about to break through to the nascent soul stage? That's too fast. Shen Nianshu stared at the direction of the lightning tribulation, her head drooping, a deep sense of frustration welling up inside her. Above Chen Yuan's residence. As the glow of dawn appeared and disappeared, spiritual energy gathered like a vortex, causing birds and beasts within 1,000 miles to scatter in fright. Many eyes turned towards Zicheng Peak. A figure stepped out from the void and landed in the courtyard of Chen Yuan's residence. Lang Yumeng formed hand seals, and a 5th order shielding array rose out of thin air. Chen Yuan sat cross-legged in the void, his eyes slightly closed, surrounded by golden light. At this moment, he refined his essence, qi, and spirit into a unified whole, eliminating distracting thoughts and reaching a state of purity where not a single thought arises, and all worldly ties are emptied. To achieve the 9th level of golden core perfection, one needs to nurture the golden core within the body for a long period of time in order to condense the nascent soul threads and thus break through the core to become a nascent soul. This nurturing process takes a long time, and some people may not be able to successfully nurture their children even in their entire lives. At this point, you need to use the nascent soul pill to speed up the nascent soul formation process and increase the probability of nascent soul formation. The tribulation cloud sensed that the humans below were still gathering nascent soul threads and considered this a provocation. Boom! The first clap of thunder shook the entire mountain. A streak of purple lightning flashed across the sky and struck Chen Yuan directly. However, Chen Yuan remained calm. With his immortal body, his physical strength was several times greater than that of a celestial being. A mere tribulation lightning could not harm him. The lightning bolts traveled along Chen Yuan's skin and entered his body, where the power of heaven and earth contained within them was helping to temper his body. Boom, boom, boom. Several more bolts of lightning struck down, but Chen Yuan remained unmoved. At this moment, the 5th lightning tribulation had quietly condensed in the air and then struck down fiercely. Boom! The 5th bolt of lightning was as powerful as the previous 4 combined, and its color changed from purple to deep blue. Chen Yuan felt its terrifying power and finally raised his eyelids. The Sword Emperor unleashed his aura, condensing a 3-foot-long green blade in his hand, and slashed towards the 5th lightning tribulation. Sword Emperor? How is this possible? Long Yumeng was horrified. This was the aura of an emperor. There was no mistake, Chen Yuan was a genuine Sword Emperor. At this moment, she was utterly horrified. She had cultivated for 1,000 years and had only just reached the fifth realm of swordsmanship, the sword venerable. How did Qin Yuan comprehend the emperor realm at the age of 18? In the 23 regions of the eastern wilderness, there are only a handful of sword cultivators at the fifth realm, and there has never been a sword emperor among them. It can be said that Qin Yuan is currently the #1 swordsman in the eastern wilderness. The 3-foot-long green sword, imbued with 3 layers of sword intent, slashed down on the lightning tribulation in an instant. The sword wind was unstoppable, splitting the destructive lightning tribulation in two and weakening its power by a full 70%. The remaining 30% was absorbed by Qin Yuan into his Xian palace to accelerate the breaking of the core. Qin Yuan easily withstood the 6th, 7th, and 8th attacks, and then he looked inward at himself. The golden core had completely shattered, and the fragments began to reassemble under the influence of spiritual energy. A blurry infant shape was taking shape, and Qin Yuan's own features could be vaguely seen in his eyebrows and eyes. As the final lightning bolt struck, the scene around Qin Yuan suddenly changed. Where am I? Qin Yuan's vision was completely obscured by darkness. In an instant, a white light swept by, and there was my mother's smiling face. Mother? What's wrong, child? Why did you get into a fight again? Does it hurt? Qin Yuan followed his mother's gaze and was shocked to find a hideous scar on her left arm. Then, his mother began to bandage his wounds, and every word of concern she uttered seemed so genuine, constantly touching his heartstrings. The pain from the scars on my left arm was so clear. All of these scenes were leading Qin Yuan to believe that this world truly existed. He only needs to immerse himself in his mother's tenderness to stay with her forever, and at the same time, he will be forever immersed in the illusion. Mother, I must leave now, Qin Yuan said with a faint smile. Qin Yuan's mother was immediately shocked and exclaimed, Shunner, don't you want your mother anymore? Qin Yuan shook his head. Mother, I am leaving you now so that I may have the ability to resurrect you in the future. Having said that, his eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he pointed forward, forming a sword incantation, break. The illusion shattered like glass, and the mother's figure vanished into thin air. It was all an illusion. From the moment he sought his mother, Qin Yuan knew it was a dream. After an unknown amount of time, when the last illusion shattered, Qin Yuan returned to the courtyard of the mansion. The ominous clouds in the sky began to dissipate, and a ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds and shone on him. Inside his body, the blurry infant had fully formed, with clear features, exactly like Qin Yuan. The little nascent soul sat cross-legged in the dantian, surrounded by 7 colored rays of light. Qin Yuan was greatly shaken. This was a 7-colored nascent soul, the highest grade of nascent souls. The quality of nascent souls is divided into 4 grades: lower, middle, upper, and superior. Low-grade nascent souls are white, mid-grade nascent souls are golden, and high-grade nascent souls are purple, but Qin Yuan's nascent soul is a 7-colored one, making it a top-grade nascent soul. He inherited the 9-inch sized golden core, and his body possessed a vast spiritual power like a galaxy. Nascent soul stage achieved. The golden core within his body shattered, forming an infant, opening the 3 senses, and his divine sense covered 1,000 miles. After being baptized by the tribulation illusion, Qin Yuan developed a 5th-order divine sense, opened 8 senses, and his divine sense covered the entire blue star from his previous life. Qin Yuan was shocked. He never expected that a single tribulation would elevate his divine sense to the 5th level. In addition, their lifespan can reach over 5,000 years. A full-force strike can destroy an entire mountain range. It can shrink the distance to an inch and shatter a 10,000-meter-high mountain with a single punch. As long as the nascent soul remains intact, it can be reborn by seizing another body. Qin Yuan landed in the courtyard and his eyes met Lang Yoming's deep gaze. Master, what brings you here? Qin Yuan asked. Lang Yuming said coldly, if I hadn't come and others found out you were the Sword Emperor, it would have caused a huge problem. She stepped forward, grabbed Qin Yuan's wrist, and began to examine him. A moment later, she released Qin Yuan. You weren't possessed. How did you, an 18-year-old Sword Emperor, manage to do that? Master, do you know what enlightenment is? Qin Yuan asked in return. Sudden enlightenment? Lang Yuming murmured, naturally knowing what sudden enlightenment meant. But can a single moment of enlightenment truly allow an ordinary cultivator to leap to the Sword Emperor realm in one step? Qin Yuan took Lang Yoming's small hand in return. Master, actually I obtained a Sword Emperor's inheritance. It was when the Sword Emperor's phantom guided me that I had an epiphany and leaped to the Sword Emperor realm. Chen Yuan didn't intend to hold back. With a flick of his finger, a beam of white light entered Long Yoming's mind. Inside the white light was the Lingshu sword manual returned by the system. After receiving all the contents of the cultivation technique, Long Yumeng stood there stunned for a moment, then looked at Chen Yuan with a complicated expression. Chen Yuan, you're just giving away your cultivation technique to your master like this? That's right. Master, aren't we Taoist partners? Taoist partners are meant to progress together. Ding, Long Yomeng's favorability +9, current favorability towards the host is 89. Chapter 66. The Qin Meeting, the Zhang family seeks peace. As night fell. Master, you look so beautiful today. Chen Yuan exclaimed, wrapping his arms around Long Yomeng's slender waist. Long Yumeng, who was in the head of the table, blushed and then glared at him. Shut up. Master, let me take my turn. Long Yumeng twisted his ear. No. You still want to kill your ancestors? How dare you? The next day. Today is the end of the month, the day of the assessment. Inside Qin Shuhan's residence, in the study. Chen Yuan finished answering the questions with ease. After handing the scroll to his senior sister, he turned to leave. At this moment, Qin Shuhan's clear and cold voice came from behind. You have broken through to the nascent soul stage, and you no longer need to come here to cultivate. At this moment, Yi Baishi also put down her brush and handed the letter to Qin Shuhan. Qin Shuhan took the scroll and said, Baishi, you go and cultivate first. I have some things to discuss with my junior brother. Okay. Yi Baishi nodded slightly and turned to leave. As she passed Chen Yuan, she made a face at him and then immediately ran away. Chen Yuan smiled slightly, then looked at Qin Shuhan. Senior sister, what else do you need me for? Please sit down, I'll make you a cup of tea. Chen Yuan quickly waved his hand. Senior sister, there's no need to go to so much trouble. Just let Sister Xiao Chui go. Qin Shuhan opened the study door, gave Xiao Chui a few instructions, and then sat down opposite Chen Yuan. Junior brother, do you know about the sect's heavenly ladder ranking? Chen Yuan nodded. He knew it. Because of his exceptional comprehension, he could memorize all the sect's books after reading them only once, and he knew the entire sect's structure. The heavenly ladder ranking is a ranking of disciples whose age does not exceed 1,000. Those who make it onto the leaderboard will receive an extra spirit stone contribution points reward every month, with the first place winner receiving 100 contribution points per month. The second to 10th place winners will receive 50 contribution points. Those ranked 41st to 50th will receive 10 contribution points per month. At this moment, Chen Yuan suddenly felt puzzled, wondering why his senior sister wanted to tell him this. Seeing the doubt on Chen Yuan's face, Qin Shuhan immediately revealed the real reason for keeping him here. The 13th on the heavenly ladder ranking is named Qin Hui, who is at the peak of the nascent soul stage and is Qin Ling's older brother. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan immediately realized that he had humiliated Qin Ling earlier because Qin Hui would stand up for his younger brother Qin Ling. Senior sister, do you mean you're afraid Qin will retaliate against me? Qin Shuhan nodded. We are all direct disciples, so it's unlikely that he would do anything to us within the sect. However, the Tianbao secret realm opens in a month. I'm afraid he might try to harm you there. The Tianbao ruins are ancient relics left by powerful beings, and cultivators under the age of 3,000 can participate. It opens once every 300 years and is jointly managed by the 5 first-class forces of the 23 domains of the Eastern Wilderness. Senior sister, you didn't leave me here so I could apologize to that Qin Hui, did you? Chen Yuan pouted, looking displeased. Chen Yuan, times have changed. With your talent, you will definitely catch up with him in the future. Back at his residence, Chen Yuan frowned in thought when a voice transmission entered his mind. It was Song Su who contacted him through a servant contract. Master, the Zhang family has come to my sect to sue for peace. The Zhang family had also asked me to pass on a message to you. Upon hearing Song Su's telepathic message, Chen Yuan smiled. The news that Zhang Tiancheng's Dao heart had been damaged in his cultivation had fallen to the early stage of the nascent soul realm had already spread within the sect. He spends all his time drinking and getting drunk in his cultivation cave, and he's become a useless person. Patriarch Zhang is afraid of him, and wants to make peace. Song Su, you tell the Zhang family that it's too late to seek peace now. Chen Yuan's eyes flashed with a fierce light. They destroyed my family. This is an irreconcilable feud. Continue to besiege the Zhang family's disciples who are out training, unless they never leave the city again. Song Su felt a chill run down his spine. He could hear the intense killing intent in his master's voice transmission. It's a very simple principle, regardless of whether Chen Yuan has any feelings for his family. From the Zheng family's perspective, they have already offended Chen Yuan to death. If the Zheng family had any chance to catch their breath, they would definitely try to kill Chen Yuan, so he had to eliminate them completely to prevent future troubles. After cutting off the communication with Song Su, Chen Yuan began to think about how to solve the two troublesome issues of Qin Hui and Qin Ling. After a moment, knock knock knock. The knocking sounded at the door. Come in. Chen Yuan called out to the door. Lu Meyer cautiously walked in, and after locking the door, she looked around for a while. Chen Yuan was somewhat speechless. Little Mayor, you don't need to do this. Even a cultivator with the combined cultivation level can't probe into my mansion. With a resentful look in her eyes, like a wounded young wife, Lu Meyer handed a memory stone to Chen Yuan. Here you go, this is all the information I've gathered. Chen Yuan took the recording stone and immediately infused it with spiritual power, causing beams of light and shadow to appear in front of the two of them. The scene above shows Lu Meyer talking and inquiring with others about Qin Hui. Qin Hui was previously a disciple of Yuan Qingfeng. After reaching the nascent soul stage, he opened his own peak. He now resides on Guxia Peak, acting as a deacon while retaining his status as a direct disciple. After reading the entire content, Chen Yuan was secretly delighted, and a plan quietly emerged. But before that, he must find out if the matter is true. He asked Lu Meyer, "Are you sure Qin Fen is pursuing Lin Shui? Is the situation true?" Lu Meyer nodded vigorously, "It's true. I used to do odd jobs with Lana in the laundry room, and she even showed me some of the letters that senior sister Lin Shui had lost." Mulan, Lin Shui's maid. Sister. That's easy. You can secretly record the contents of that envelope using the recording stone. Remember, Mulan must not know about this, Chen Yuan commanded. Ah. My lady, what are you doing? Lu Meyer was startled. She was somewhat frightened. Chen Yuan pinched Lu Meyer's cheek. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask, or I'll make you serve me tonight. This statement was hundreds of times more damaging than the so-called theft, and Lu Meyer ran away in a flash. Late at night, Lu Meyer staggered back to her room, and Chen Yuan woke up from his meditation. Here you go, my lady, you wanted this, look, I'll send it back. Seeing Lu Meyer's unsteady appearance, Chen Yuan had already guessed that the little girl had gotten him drunk so she could secretly take a picture of the envelope. Thud. Lu Meyer's body went limp and she fell directly into Chen Yuan's arms. Hee, it's so warm. Lu Meyer rubbed her head against Chen Yuan's chest, looking very comfortable. Suddenly, Lu Meyer raised her head, her eyes glazed over, and pinched Chen Yuan's ears with both hands. Big dog, you're so cute. Chen Yuan's face darkened. He picked up Lu Meyer by the waist and laid her flat on the bed. Then, Chen Yuan walked to the table and began to write, imitating the scene in the photographic stone. 2.5 hours later, Chen Yuan, who possessed top-notch comprehension, was able to imitate the exact same handwriting as Qin Huixin, perfectly natural, as if it had been carved from the same mold. Chapter 67 Sparring, Visiting Lin Shui. The next day, as dawn broke, Lu Meyer slowly woke up. Suddenly, she stood up and looked around. This is the young master's room. She looked down and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, she hadn't lost her virginity. At this moment, Chen Yuan had already left the mansion and was heading towards Guxia Peak. At the entrance to the peak, a maidservant stopped Chen Yuan. Who goes there? This is the inner peak, and no unauthorized persons are allowed to enter. Chen Yuan took out his identity token and handed it to the maid, saying, I am Chen Yuan, a disciple of Ziqing Peak, and I have come to pay my respects to senior brother Qin Hui. The maid took the token and said, Senior brother Chen, please wait here. I'll go and inform him first. A moment later, the maid returned and respectfully handed the identity token to Chen Yuan. Senior brother Chen, master happens to be free today, so I will take you there now. Chen Yuan clasped his hands in thanks. A quarter of an hour later, Chen Yuan followed the maid to the front of a cave dwelling. The cave dwelling was completely undisguised by any formations, and was very simple. At this moment, a figure stepped out of the cave. It was Qin Hui. Qin Hui was dressed in a crimson gauze robe with gold vine patterns, her eyebrows were prominent, and her nose was high and straight. A pair of narrow eyes, with slightly drooping eyelids, carrying a hint of nonchalant laziness. You are Chen Yuan? It is indeed I, Chen Yuan said respectfully, clasping his hands in a fist salute. Qin Hui sneered and looked him up and down. So you're the one who made my brother hand over all his inner cores and get out of the secret realm? Chen Yuan remained composed and respectful, saying, I have come here to apologize for this matter, and I hope that senior brother Qin Hui will not hold it against me. You're quite sensible, coming to apologize the moment you knew I was there. Qin Hui chuckled, casually summoning a stool. A shadow of gloom flashed in his eyes as he pointed at the stool and said, Seat. However, Chen Yuan did not sit down, but instead began to flatter Qin Hui. It is said that senior brother Qin Hui entered the nascent soul stage at the age of 150 and the divine transformation stage at the age of 500, ranking 13th on the heavenly ladder list. Seeing him today, he is indeed extraordinary. He. Qin Hui narrowed his eyes slightly. Compared to you, I consider myself slightly inferior. Oh? How about senior brother Qin Hui suppresses his cultivation level and spars with me? I'd like to experience senior brother Qin Hui's prowess. Upon hearing this, a faint golden light flashed in Qin Hui's eyes. He'd been dreaming of teaching Chen Yuan a lesson these past 2 days, but his cultivation was too strong, and he couldn't bring himself to do it, fearing that people would gossip and accuse him of bullying the weak. This time, Chen Yuan gave him a perfectly legitimate opportunity. The reason he wanted to teach Chen Yuan a lesson was not for any other reason than Lin Shui. He had already harbored a grudge against Chen Yuan when he learned of Chen Yuan's disrespectful behavior towards Lin Shui in the secret realm. His woman wouldn't allow anyone to touch a single finger of hers. The two arrived at an open space, and Qin Hui suppressed his cultivation level to the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Junior brother, you can't cry if you lose. Qin Hui smiled teasingly, a starlight flashed in his palm, and he slapped Chen Yuan with his palm. The star-absorbing palm is a high-grade earth-rank martial art, which Qin Hui has already mastered to perfection. The palm strike, its light as dazzling as a galaxy, pressed down relentlessly on Chen Yuan. The memory cold sword fell into Chen Yuan's hands. He immediately used his supernatural ability to travel through space. Suddenly, Chen Yuan disappeared from his spot and reappeared 5 feet away from Qin Hui. This was done intentionally to give Qin a chance to react. A flash of sword light streaked past, just in time to startle Qin Hui, who was standing there in a daze. Unable to parry in time, Qin Hui could only dodge to the side, and the sword light just managed to cut off a few strands of Qin Hui's hair. With a flick of his sword, the few strands of hair fell right into Chen Yuan's hand, and he then discreetly stored them in his storage ring. The movements were fluid and seamless, completed as Qin Hui turned around. Qin Hui didn't even see Chen Yuan's actions clearly. Having dodged Chen Yuan's sword strike, Qin Hui's pupils constricted sharply. It was too fast. How did Chen Yuan disappear from the spot? He hadn't even seen it clearly. This child must not be allowed to live. This was Qin Hui's first thought. If Chen Yuanrua sincerely apologized, how could he be so tactless? If I hadn't reacted quickly just now, I would have made a huge fool of myself today. This child must be enduring hardship. So young, yet so patient and valiant. This is outrageous. With such powerful talent and strength, he will surely be able to replace him in the future. 1 month later, in the Tianbao secret realm, this brat must be eliminated. Thinking of this, Qin Hui smiled slightly and clasped his hands in a fist salute. I won't compete anymore. Truly, heroes emerge from among the young. I accept your apology, junior brother. The heavenly treasure realm is just 1 month away. Junior brother, you are strong enough to be in my team. What do you say, junior brother? Chen Yuan sheathed the Yi Shui sword, a hint of hesitation on his face, but he quickly masked it. Since it is senior brother Qin who invited me, I am naturally willing. All right. Qin Hui patted Chen Yuan on the shoulder and said with a smile, then shall we meet next month? Then I shall take my leave. Chen Yuan respectfully clasped his hands in a fist salute, then turned and left. As Qin Hui watched Chen Yuan's retreating figure, his eyes immediately darkened. He couldn't have misjudged that moment of hesitation. This kid was full of rebellious spirit, and this meant he didn't trust him. Chen Yuan left Gusha Peak and returned to his residence. He took out the miniature recording stone he had purchased from the system and began playing it. The scene depicted was Qin Hui's star-absorbing palm move. 3 hours later, Chen Yuan struck out with his palm, the palm shadow seemingly wrapped in stars, dazzling and brilliant. With his extraordinary comprehension, he mastered the complete star-absorbing palm technique in just 3 hours. Dust off his sleeves, Chen Yuan transformed into a streak of light and flew towards Zhu Qingfeng. Now that the plan is halfway complete, the next step is to start with Lin Shui in order to find out Lin Heng's whereabouts. Chen Yuan landed in front of a mansion and knocked on the door. The person who opened the door was a young girl, none other than Lin Shui's maid, Mulan. Senior brother, my mistress is not here. Mulan bowed slightly. Chen Yuan lowered his voice and whispered. Lu Meyer is my maid, so please do me this favor and ask her to tell her that Chen Yuan, a disciple of Zi Qingfeng, has come to apologize. Mulan thought about it and decided to ask. Chen Yuan smirked. These days, you still have to rely on maids. After a moment, Mulan came out of the mansion, head hanging low. Senior brother, the young mistress said she doesn't want to see you. Chen Yuan shoved Mulan aside and barged inside. As I walked to the pavilion, I saw Lin Shui playing the zither. Mulan, who had caught up from behind, quickly grabbed Chen Yuan. Senior brother, you can't go in. Chen Yuan covered Mulan's mouth with his hand and gestured for her to be quiet. Then he pointed to Lin Shui, who was playing the piano, indicating that she should not make a sound to disturb her. After a while, a piece of music was played. Chen Yuan clapped his hands and exclaimed, Senior sister Lin Shui played this piece really well. Lin Shui looked in the direction of the sound and saw Chen Yuan's handsome face. Who let you in? Lin Shui's voice was cold, her brows furrowed. My lady, I'm sorry, I couldn't stop senior brother Chen. Mulan hurriedly apologized. This isn't Mulan's fault, I forced my way in, but you can't blame me entirely either. You haven't even activated the protective array on your residence. Aren't you afraid that someone with ulterior motives might sneak in? Lin Shui was almost laughing in anger. How could she be blamed for this? And who had ulterior motives? Now it was clear. Chapter 68 Forced Kiss, Underworld God's Alchemy Technique. Mulan, you can go down now. Yes, my lord. Mulan glanced at Chen Yuan resentfully and silently withdrew. What brings you here? You're not welcome here, Lin Shui said coldly. Chen Yuan came here to gather information about Lin Hong, laying the groundwork for his next plan. Therefore, she must first win over Lin Shui, so that when she asks her questions, it won't seem deliberate or abrupt. Lin Shui is quite talented and will be a great help to him in the future. Most importantly, Chen Yuan also quite likes Lin Shui's girl next door type, who is youthful and lively, and has very beautiful, bright eyes. Lin Shui, I'm here to apologize to you. My previous unreasonable behavior was wrong. Even in the secret realm, I had no choice, because I didn't want to hurt you. Chen Yuan's words sounded heartfelt, every word more precious than gold. Looking into Chen Yuan's sincere eyes, coupled with his white robes that he wore today, he looked like an immortal descended to earth, leaving Lin Shui stunned for a moment. The phrase, a gentleman as fine as jade, unparalleled in the world, perfectly describes Chen Yuan. In particular, the phrase, I don't want to hurt you, kept playing in Lin Shui's mind. However, she quickly calmed her turbulent emotions. She's not the kind of naive, innocent girl who can just talk the talk. Lin Shui looked at Chen Yuan with a complicated expression. How much of what you said is true? How much is false? Chen Yuan took the initiative to approach her, his dark pupils like the deep night sky, radiating a captivating luster. He said sincerely, it's very true, because I can't do anything to hurt you. Why are you standing so close? Lin Shui blushed. At this moment, Chen Yuan was less than 3 feet away from her. She unconsciously took a step back, gently tugging at a strand of hair by her ear, her face slightly flushed. Have you said this to many young girls? And that's no excuse for you to take liberties with me. I've only ever said this to you. I don't believe it. Lin Shui's eyes were filled with inquiry. You didn't tell Yi Baishi? Chen Yuan shook his head. You're the first one. This is true, because before he awakened his memories of his past life, he had been bullying Yi Baishi. I have come here today to apologize to you and hope that you can forgive my previous rude behavior. As Chen Yuan spoke, he took out a bunch of orchids. He learned from Qin Hui's letter that these orchids were Lin Shui's favorite flower. Growing near spiritual veins, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, it exudes a delicate fragrance, symbolizing elegance and purity. Do you like it? It's yours. Upon seeing this, Lin Shui's eyes lit up, and she carefully accepted the orchid. Is this really for me? Lin Shui asked with a look of surprise. The orchid must grow in places with abundant spiritual energy, usually near spiritual veins, and it also has the effect of nourishing the spirit, which is rare and hard to come by. That's for sure, Chen Yuan said earnestly. I've searched the entire wasteland these past 2 days and only found these few scattered blossoms. Actually, Chen Yuan asked the system for it. But Lin Shui took it seriously, thank you. Then she called Mulan and asked her to plant the flowers in the back garden. Then, Lin Shui looked at Chen Yuan, her heart filled with complex emotions, and hesitated, saying, I still can't forgive you. What you did to me in public. Lin Shui was too embarrassed to say what was next. Then you can touch it back, Chen Yuan said, puffing out his chest, adopting a posture of complete acceptance. Lin Shui immediately rolled her eyes at him and muttered under her breath, dream on. Otherwise, you can become my Taoist partner. That way, no one will gossip about you. As Chen Yuan spoke, he stepped forward, forcing her into a corner. Lin Shui's heart suddenly started racing. My God! How can someone be so handsome? Gazing into Chen Yuan's ink-black pupils, she was momentarily lost in thought. Why aren't you saying anything? Chen Yuan leaned close to Lin Shui's ear and asked softly. When Lin Shui, having regained her senses, turned her head, she met Chen Yuan's dark eyes. At that moment, their lips were less than half a foot apart. Lin Shui could clearly hear Chen Yuan's breathing. She pressed her hand against Chen Yuan's chest and pushed him back. Seeing that she couldn't move Chen Yuan, Lin Shui became anxious. What do you want to do? Lin Shui in front of him was indeed beautiful. Chen Yuan sighed inwardly, no wonder Qin Hui had been a simp for so many years. Looking at Chen Yuan who was so close to her, Lin Shui unconsciously swallowed. Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan. He won't kiss me, will he? The moment the thought crossed his mind, Chen Yuan kissed him. Suddenly, Lin Xiafeng's eyes widened, and her mind went blank. With a sudden burst of strength, she pushed Chen Yuan away and slapped him across the face, a natural human reaction. Chen Yuan reacted even faster than her, grabbing her wrist in one swift motion. At this moment, the arm that Chen Yuan was holding was trembling incessantly, showing how extremely unsettled she was. After a long while, Lin Shui recovered, her eyes misty with tears. Her first kiss. Just like that, gone? Chen Yuan, you are shameless. Not only did you take liberties with me, but you also kissed me. Lin Shui's voice trembled slightly as she spoke. Just then, a figure walked into the courtyard. Upon seeing Lin Shui wiping away tears, Lin Hong stepped forward and stood in front of her. He glared angrily at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, what are you doing here? Chen Yuan shrugged. He disliked Lin Heng's tone and replied coldly, of course, I walked in. Lin Hong turned to Lin Shui and asked, little sister, did he bully you? Tell me, and I'll chase him away. Lin Shui shook her head. Brother, he didn't do anything to me. She knew how much her brother doted on her, and if he found out that his first kiss had been stolen, he would definitely cause trouble for Chen Yuan. But Chen Yuan's strength was undeniable, and she was afraid her brother would get hurt. She looked at Chen Yuan, her eyes filled with an indescribable complexity. Junior brother Chen, please go back. Chen Yuan nodded slightly, and before leaving, he reminded her, you can think about what I asked you earlier. It was about asking her if she could be his Taoist partner. Lin Shui's face darkened. How shameless this guy is. If someone is still thinking about these things at this point, then that gentleman is definitely just pretending. Even if I die outside, I won't consider you, Chen Yuan, in the slightest. Chen Yuan, who had just stepped out of Lin Shui's residence, was immediately stunned. Because the system in my mind has already given me a hint. Ding, Lin Shui's favorability towards the host has reached 60. Host, would you like to bind? Chen Yuan chuckled lightly, nothing special. System, bind me. Ding, binding successful, triggering binding reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heavenly rank cultivation technique, Netherworld God's Alchemy Technique. Produced by the system, containing all 1-5 level pill recipes. Upon completion of cultivation, one can reach the level 5 alchemist. The system can be readily integrated and mastered by the host. Chen Yuan was startled. A 5th-tier alchemist? In the Xianling continent, alchemists are a rare profession. The elder of the Xiantian sect's spirit medicine garden enjoys a great reputation throughout the eastern wilderness, yet he is only a 6th-level alchemist. Upon returning to his residence, Chen Yuan immediately began practicing the underworld god's alchemy technique. A few breaths later, Chen Yuan opened his eyes, flipped his right palm, and a ball of purple flame burned in his hand. As the flame soared into the air, the temperature in the entire room rose several degrees. This is the Dan fire. Once you reach the 5th-level alchemist, refining 5th-level pills is a piece of cake. Most importantly, you can refine pills without a cauldron. Chapter 69 Complaint, a contest of agility. One day later, at the gate of Tianqing City. Brother Chen. Shenling excitedly ran over and hugged Chen Yuan when she saw him. All right. Chen Yuan gently patted her back. I've already spoken to Master, and he's allowed you to reside on Ziqing Peak. This way I can be with Brother Chen every day. Shenling said happily. That's right. As Chen Yuan spoke, he led Shenling toward the city. Now that Chen Yuan's cultivation level is at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, he is fully capable of personally teaching Shenling. The city gate guards, seeing the personal token at Chen Yuan's waist, dared not stop him and immediately let him pass. As if remembering something, Chen Yuan said to her, "Oh, right, I'll take you to see Master first, and then I'll take you to see Yi Baishi." Brother Chen, is Yi Baishi my older sister? Shenling asked curiously, because Chen Yuan had told her before that he had a Taoist partner. That's right, Xia Beixi is very gentle. You're not allowed to bully her. Also, you need to tone down your spoiled princess attitude and behave well in front of her. Chen Yuan reminded him. Don't worry. I'm very well behaved. Inside the main hall of Ziqing Peak. Lun Yumeng sat upright in the main seat, looking at Shenling below the stage, and said in a calm tone, "Since you are Chu Yuan's Taoist partner, I may allow you to live on Ziqing Peak, but you are not my disciple, so you cannot act in the name of Ziqing Peak." Senior, I understand. Shenling respectfully clasped her hands in greeting. Seeing this, Lun Yumeng waved her hand, stepped back. Yes. After bowing to Shenling, Chen Yuan left the main hall. Let's go, I'll take you to see Xiao Baishi. A quarter of an hour later, the two arrived in front of Xia Beixi's residence. From now on, you must listen to Xia Beixi, understand? Chen Yuan reminded him again. Shenling nodded, then asked somewhat fearfully, Brother Chen, will my sister make things difficult for me? Don't worry. Xia Beixi won't do that. Chen Yuan comforted her, then knocked on the door. Knock knock knock. After a while, the door opened, and it wasn't Yi Baishi who opened it, but Xin Yanchu. Shenling was a little nervous, and her voice stammered as she stepped forward and took Xin Yanchu's small hand. Hello, my name is Shenling. From now on, we'll be sisters. Xin Yanchu's face froze, her mind going blank for a moment. Chen Yuan watched from the side, his lips twitching. Shenling, she is not Xiao Baishi, she is my second senior sister. Ah. Shenling blushed and quickly withdrew her hand. Just then, a little head peeked out. Who is it? Little Baishi, it's me. Chen Yuan tilted his head and smiled. Just as the atmosphere was getting lively, Xin Yanchu suddenly started gagging. Sigma? Ugh. She exaggeratedly imitated the gestures, saying, Hey, who is it? Little Baishi, it's me. Chen Yuan was exasperated and lifted Xin Yanchu up in one swift motion. Xin Yanchu is about 160 centimeters tall, 2 centimeters taller than Xiao Baishi, but she looks like a little pudding next to Chen Yuan, who is 8 feet tall. Junior brother, what are you doing? How dare you disrespect your senior sister like that? I'm going to tell the eldest senior sister. Xin Yanchu said in shame and anger, kicking her legs wildly. At this moment, Xiao Baishi stepped forward, tugged at Chen Yuan's sleeve, and whispered, Brother, don't bully second senior sister. Chen Yuan listened to Yi Baishi and put Xin Yanchu down. Xin Yanchu gritted her teeth, her little face puffed up with anger. You're finished. I'm going to tell senior sister. He then stormed off in a huff. Yi Baishi rolled her eyes at Chen Yuan, then looked at Shenling. Hello? My name is Yi Baishi, and you must be Shenling? I've often heard Chen Yuan mention you. From now on, we're sisters. Yi Baishi introduced, extending her hand. Sister, hello, nice to meet you for the first time. I'm a little nervous. Shenling extended her hand and stammered. The three sat in the pavilion in the courtyard. Seeing that the two got along very well, Chen Yuan was also very satisfied. Brother, didn't you say you had another Taoist partner? Why didn't you take her? Yi Baishi asked curiously. Shenling also looked at him with curious eyes. Ahem. Chen Yuan coughed twice, I'll introduce you to him later. Yi Baishi didn't dwell on it and started whispering to Shenling, revealing all the shameful things Chen Yuan had done in the past. So we need to be on guard. Things won't be peaceful in our backyard from now on. Hearing Yi Baishi recount Chen Yuan's glorious past of going to bed 50 times a night, he was stunned. She immediately turned serious. That's right, we must get those bad women away from Brother Chen. Chen Yuan's eyelids twitched. This little Baishi really didn't give him any face at all. However, before his memories were awakened, he was indeed a terrible person, born with a defect and lacking common sense. As night fell, when Chen Yuan returned to his residence, Xinling did not choose the main residence but instead stayed in the side courtyard of Xiabaxi. As soon as they arrived in front of the mansion, they saw two figures, one tall and one short, leaning against the door. Chen Yuan stepped forward and bowed to the two of them, saying, "Senior sister, second senior sister." Shen Yanchu stood with her hands on her hips. "Senior sister, it was him who bullied me during the day." "How did you bully Yanchu?" Qin Shuhan asked, raising an eyebrow. "No. I didn't bully second senior sister." Chen Yuan looked innocent, intending to deny it outright. Qin Shuhan looked at him with a questioning gaze. "Really not?" Shen Yanchu, who had been hiding behind Qin Shuhan, quickly stepped forward. "Senior sister, don't listen to his nonsense. He grabbed me by the collar today, lifted me up, and humiliated me." As she spoke, she took Qin Shuhan's hand and placed it on her collar, mimicking his gesture. "Is that so?" Qin Shuhan asked. "No." Chen Yuan shook his head again. "Wow. Junior brother, you're shameless." Shen Yanchu was furious. She stomped her foot, then grabbed her senior sister's sleeve and pointed at him, saying, "Senior sister, you should teach him a lesson. Junior brother, you've just broken through to the nascent soul stage. How about we have a friendly exchange?" Qin Shuhan invited. Shen Yuan clasped his hands in a fist salute. "Please forgive me if I have offended you, senior sister." "It's all right, come on." Qin Shuhan drew her twin swords and thrust them straight at Chen Yuan's face. Chen Yuan made a grasping motion in the air, and the memory snow sword landed in his hand. His feet shone brightly on the snow without leaving a trace, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. So fast. Qin Shuhan was secretly shocked. A whooshing sound came from behind, but her expression remained calm. She activated the nebula technique, and her feet seemed to fall into a nebula. Suddenly, her figure disappeared. It appeared behind Chen Yuan, a dimension faster than him. With the listening snow sword held to Chen Yuan's neck, Qin Shuhan said calmly, "Junior brother, you've lost." "Is that so?" Chen Yuan chuckled and vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the Ishui sword was at Qin Shuhan's neck, and his figure was already behind him. This time, Qin Shuhan didn't even hear a sound before the sword and the person appeared behind her, as if they had teleported. She lost the contest of agility. Shen Yanchu below was getting dizzy from the two of them going back and forth. She couldn't even see them clearly. Qin Shuhan landed on the ground. "Junior brother, you've won this agility contest." Upon hearing this, Shen Yanchu was stunned. What the hell? How could this be? How could senior sister lose to junior brother? Chapter 70, Modifying the Technique, Heart-Wrenching Melody. "Senior sister, shall we continue?" Chen Yuan asked. "No need." Qin Shuhan waved his hand. "Your swordsmanship has reached the fourth realm. I am no match for you." She immediately stepped forward and grabbed Chen Yuan's arm. "Come with me." She grabbed Chen Yuan's arm and flew towards her residence, leaving Shen Yanchu completely bewildered. That's right. Junior brother has already entered the nascent soul stage, but his swordsmanship is still only at the fourth level. Shen Yanchu belatedly realized. Oh no, oh no, oh no, is my junior brother going to keep bullying me from now on? After thinking about it, I realized that only my master could keep my junior brother in check. Yes, I'm going to tell master. With this thought in mind, Shen Yanchu transformed into a streak of light and flew towards Lung Yoming's palace. In the pavilion, Qin Shuhan, dressed in white, with hair as white as snow, drew her sword, and it seemed as if snowflakes were falling from the sky, instantly creating a beautiful scene. A seemingly intangible domain spread beneath his feet, but it dissipated before it could fully coalesce. Junior brother, no matter how I try to condense my sword domain, I can't seem to succeed. Qin Shuhan wasn't discouraged and asked Chen Yuan, Junior brother, can you see anything? Chen Yuan nodded slightly. As a sword emperor, he could see through Qin Shuhan's cultivation problem at a glance. Senior sister, could you show me the cultivation technique you practice? Chen Yuan asked. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuhan pondered for a moment and took out a cultivation manual from his storage ring. The heavenly grade sword Dao technique, Thousand Snow Sword Heart technique, can reach the fifth realm upon perfect cultivation. Chen Yuan immediately started flipping through the pages, his gaze growing increasingly strange with each reading. Senior sister, your cultivation technique is incomplete. It's already a miracle that you've reached the third realm. Qin Shuhan nodded. This was obtained from my secret realm. The listening snow sword in my hand and her are a matching cultivation technique. Senior sister, you shouldn't practice this technique anymore. It's already a good thing you haven't suffered a chi deviation. How about I share the technique I'm currently practicing with you instead? Qin Shuhan quickly refused. No. Then, with a serious expression, she said, cultivation techniques are the foundation of a person's life. They cannot be easily given away to others. Chen Yuan couldn't refuse Qin Shuhan, so he could only revise the Thousand Snow Sword Heart Manual again and return it to her. Senior sister, I have revised the cultivation method. You can practice according to this. Qin Shuhan took the cultivation manual and began to read it. After a moment, he showed the same strange expression as Chen Yuan. Junior brother, are you really good at it? I'm too scared to practice anymore. Because at this moment, Chen Yuan not only modified the content of the fourth realm, but also the content of the fifth realm. Senior sister, watch carefully. As Chen Yuan spoke, the aura of the Sword Emperor was released. With his right hand wielding a sword, he unleashed a single strike, instantly fusing three sword intents together with unstoppable force, striking the boulder in the courtyard in the blink of an eye. Boom! Boulders flew everywhere, and a torrential downpour of snow fell suddenly, as if a fierce wind was carrying giant flames that rolled within it. The heavy snow could not extinguish the fire, nor could the fire melt the snow. A gust of wind swept in, and the flames surged like a raging tsunami, seemingly about to illuminate the entire world. The three layers of artistic conception lingered for a long time. Sword Emperor. Qin Shuhan murmured in shock. She only glanced at it, and her swordsmanship showed signs of a breakthrough. Senior sister, I will leave these three realms of intent in your courtyard. You can use them to comprehend the sword master. As Chen Yuan spoke, he was already almost at the entrance of the mansion. Remember to keep this a secret. The last words drifted over, instantly snapping Qin Shuhan out of her daze. Back at the mansion, Lu Meyer found out some important information for him. That is, tomorrow, Lin Shui will go to seeking Dreamflower Valley. As the name suggests, it is a canyon where various famous flowers bloom in competition, and many female disciples in the sect like to go there to admire the flowers. Not bad. Chen Yuan was very satisfied with the news, and then asked Lu Meyer, what reward do you want? Seeing her become hesitant, Chen Yuan waved his hand and said, speak freely. My lady, is it really all right to say? Lu Meyer asked tentatively. Sure. Then give me back my memory stone. I'll sell it because I don't have any spirit stones left for cultivation. GAA. Chen Yuan froze on the spot for a moment. Why didn't you say so when you were asked to buy it? I wouldn't dare. Lu Meyer said, clenching her hands and looking aggrieved. How could she dare to refuse? Chen Yuan flipped his right hand, took out a ring, and used his spiritual power to place it in Lu Meyer's hand. Take it, let me know if it's not enough. The ring contained several thousand high-grade spirit stones, including some pills, enough for Lu Meyer's needs. When Lu Meyer saw the pills and spirit stones inside the ring, she was stunned. My lady, isn't this too much? Lu Meyer was a little scared the ring was too hot to handle. Take it. You are my maid, and you can't be too weak. Chen Yuan said, stepping forward and pinching her chin. Besides, you're the woman I've chosen. How could I possibly let my woman suffer a loss? Chen Yuan said domineeringly. He is now a 5th level alchemist. There are pills at the 5th level that can improve aptitude. As long as he keeps refining and giving them away, he doesn't believe he can't get an 8th level boundless marrow cleansing pill. Lu Meyer's heart trembled violently. My mistress said that he actually said that I am his chosen woman? Her heart was racing, though the young master was sometimes kind to her and sometimes bullied her. If only we could stop bullying her and continue to treat her well, that would be wonderful. At the same time, she felt somewhat ashamed of herself. Chen Yuan was very handsome and of high status, and she was not good enough for him at all. Nothing was said that night, and the same thing happened the next day. Chen Yuan first went to his master to boost his emotional points, but was scolded by his master and told not to bully Shen Nianshu. Then they went to Xia Beixi and Shenling and fought 300 rounds. Finally, as evening approached, Chen Yuan appeared in a white robe and arrived at the dream-seeking flower valley. He sat under the cherry blossom tree, the heavenly feather zither floating in front of him. His slender fingertips traced the strings, and he played a heart-wrenching melody. This scene attracted many female disciples to watch. My God! So handsome! Which peak? Which academy does he belong to? I remember now, he's the champion of the sect competition. Upon hearing this, many female disciples' eyes lit up. If they could be together with their senior brother, wouldn't they be the envy of everyone? Wah, I feel like the piece my senior brother played was so sad, I'm even crying. Some of the female students who were skilled in playing the zither were able to fully hear the pain of the lovers who could not have each other in the music. Just then, two figures stepped into the Flower Sea Valley, one of whom was Lin Shui. The other person was her childhood friend and inner disciple, named Sikong Jiwen. Upon hearing the music, the two women looked in the direction of the sound and saw a man in white sitting under a tree, his robes trailing into the sea of white flowers on the ground. The pine branches swayed in the wind, casting dappled sunlight and shadows on his downcast eyes. The man's expression was serene. His left hand pressed the strings as if gently caressing flowing clouds, while his right hand plucked the strings, and the sound suddenly became melodious, like the murmuring of a cold spring. Sikong Jiwen froze on the spot, and a scene of a man pursuing a woman desperately but being unable to win her heart immediately appeared in his mind's eye. Sister Lin, did you hear that? This piece of music is so special. Chapter 71 Yu Zhengxingji, Rescuing the Troubled Situation. Lin Shui heard a different meaning in this piece of music. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the elegant figure under the cherry blossom tree. Just then, a woman brushed past Lin Shui, letting out a disdainful sneer. Hey, isn't this Lin Shui? What brings you here to admire the flowers today? Didn't you go check on your deadbeat brother? Upon hearing this, Lin Shui's face instantly darkened. Even without seeing the person, she could guess who was speaking. Yu Zhengxingshi was his brother's former fiancée. 300 years ago, Yu Zhengxingshi awakened her heavenly qualities and was taken in as a personal disciple by Yuan Zhougang, the peak master of Yuanqing Peak. After that, she went to the Lin family to break off the engagement, and said the most nasty things she could. At that time, although Lin Heng's aptitude was at the heavenly level, he was unable to enter the qi refining realm and was a well-known good-for-nothing in Jinchang. Talent, common, low grade, mid grade, high grade, supreme, heavenly, saintly, emperor grade. Therefore, after Yu Zhengxingji was valued by the Tianxian sect, she went to the Lin family to break off the engagement. She is destined to stand at the pinnacle of the Xianling continent. How could she be dragged down by a good-for-nothing? This became a thorn in Lin Heng's side. At that time, Lin Shui was still young, and she kept this grudge in her heart, hoping to one day seek justice for her brother. Just a few years after Yu Zhengxingshi joined the Xintian sect, Lin Shui awakened her heavenly grade aptitude, which attracted Zhu Wan, the peak master of Zhuqing Peak, to come and take her as a disciple. She wanted to take her brother with her, but Zhu Wanji refused. Just as Lin Shui was feeling sad, Lin Heng actually displayed his 6th level of foundation establishment cultivation in the hall. This caused a stir in the entire Lin family, and Zhu Wanji agreed to take Lin Heng in. The news that the two prodigies of the Lin family had become disciples of the Xiantian sect spread like wildfire, causing a sensation throughout the city. Yu Zhengxingshi, who was cultivating at Yuanqing Peak, naturally knew about this matter. She was quite arrogant and dismissive, thinking, so what if he resumes cultivation? He's definitely not as good as me. She was quick at every step, and now at 300 years old, she was already in the late stage of the nascent soul realm. In the last competition, she had thoroughly humiliated Lin Heng. Where did these flies come from? They're so annoying. Sikong Jigging fanned his little nose and asked Lin Shui. Lu Zhengxingji's face darkened, and she pointed at Sikong Jigging's nose, cursing, Sikong Jigging, you filthy bitch. Who are you calling a fly? Lin Shui stepped forward and blocked Sikong Jigging's path, warning, Lu Zhengxingji, watch your mouth. Hey, if you've got the guts, hit me. What are you pretending for? I heard your brother was almost crippled in this competition. I don't know if it's true or not. Just as I thought. A piece of trash is a piece of trash, even if he turns his life around, he's still a piece of trash. Yu Zhengxingji said provocatively and mockingly. You. Lin Shui clenched her fists, wishing she could rush up and beat Lu Zhengxingji up. Oh, you want to hit me? Go ahead and hit me if you dare. Yu Zhengxingji brought her face closer. Hit me, and then you'll see how I kill you. Lu Zhengxingji's eyes were sinister and she was provoking Lin Shui relentlessly. As long as Lin Shui made the first move, it wouldn't be her fault no matter how badly she beat Lin Shui. Smack! Just then, a crisp slap rang out. The female disciples in the crowd covered their mouths, looking on incredulously. Chen Yuan put his arm around Lin Shue's shoulder and pulled her into his arms. Oh! Upon seeing this, Sikong Jigging was stunned, his mouth agape in an O shape. In his arms, Lin Shui was startled by the sudden action, her eyelashes trembling. When she looked up, she saw Chen Yuan's handsome profile. The onlookers were all like Sikong Jigging. Oh my god! They're hugging! Wah, I thought the handsome guy was coming to my side, but it seems I was just imagining things. Lu Zhengxingxi was stunned by Chen Yuan's slap. She covered her face and looked up at Chen Yuan in disbelief. How dare you slap me? Do you know who I am? Chen Yuan's eyes were indifferent. Get out! You! Yu Zhengxingxi pointed at Chen Yuan and said angrily, I am a disciple of Yuan Qingfeng, and my senior brother is Qinling. Get out! Chen Yuan said, his voice as indifferent as water. Lin Shui, nestled in her arms, gazed at Chen Yuan's profile, her heart pounding. At that moment, she truly thought Chen Yuan was incredibly handsome and charismatic. You. Yu Zhengxingxi was so angry that she couldn't speak, and kept repeating you. She was slapped before she could even react, so the person in front of her was definitely no weaker than her, and she would suffer if she made a rash move. So when the facts are favorable, emphasize the facts. When the rules are favorable, emphasize the rules. You actually hit me. Do you know that fighting among fellow disciples is forbidden within the sect? Yu Zhengxingji shouted through gritted teeth. I was swatting a fly, not a person, so how can it be considered a private fight between fellow disciples? As soon as he finished speaking, many of the onlookers sneered. Sikong Jigging couldn't help but burst out laughing. Besides, you started this trouble first. Chen Yuan said, taking out a recording stone. I've recorded everything you said and did just now. Want me to play it for you? You. Looking at the teasing and probing gazes around her, Yu Zhengxingxi felt so ashamed that she wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. Sikong Jigging watched Chen Yuan's retreating figure and thought to himself, this senior brother is amazing, he's so thoughtful. What do you mean? Apologize to my Taoist partner, or don't blame me for being impolite. Chen Yuan's voice was icy cold as an invisible domain rose from beneath his feet, instantly forcing her to her knees. Kneeling on the ground, Yu Zhengxingxi felt that the man in front of her was like a bloodthirsty beast, and if she did not apologize, she would probably be cruelly tortured to death. Lin Shui, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Chen Yuan looked down at the woman in his arms and asked, Shuer, do you forgive her? All eyes were on Lin Shui, who felt uncomfortable under their gaze and lowered her head shyly. Let her go. I don't want to see her. Chen Yuan smiled gently, but his face instantly turned cold when he looked up. Didn't you hear me? Shuer told you to get lost. Chen Yuan withdrew his domain, and Yu Zhengxingji hurriedly got up in a disheveled state and fled as if she were escaping. Oh my god! If I had such a handsome Taoist partner who would stand up for me in a critical moment, I would absolutely love him. Envy murmurs rippled through the crowd. Lin Shui was extremely shy and whispered, Can you let go of me now? Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan released her and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to impersonate your Taoist partner. I just couldn't stand her bullying you. These words made Lin Shui blush even more. If Chen Yuan hadn't been here today, she probably would have been very upset and wouldn't have been able to do anything about Yu Zhengxingji. Lin Shui was shy and couldn't stand the stares and whispers of those around her. She took Chen Yuan's hand, lowered her head, and left. A moment later, she found a quiet, secluded corner and released Chen Yuan's hand. Sister Lin, wait for me. Sikong Jigging hurriedly caught up from behind, but due to the difference in their cultivation levels, he almost failed to catch up. Chen Yuan was speechless. What was she doing here? Was she going to be a third wheel? When Sikong Jigging met Chen Yuan, she was a little shy, which is typical of many girls when they see a handsome guy. She moved closer to Lin Shui and whispered, Sister Lin Shui, where did you find your Taoist partner? He's so handsome and amazing. Ding, Lin Shui's favorability towards the host has increased by 10, currently at 70. Chapter 72 Feelings Heat Up. Lin Shuoan brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and said shyly, Don't talk nonsense, he's not my Taoist partner. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan stepped forward, brought his face close to hers, and asked directly, Then do you want to be my Taoist partner? Upon seeing this, Sikong Jigging, who was standing to the side, covered her mouth with both hands in shock. Lin Shui covered her mouth in shock. Chen Yuan's confession was too bold and too passionate, making her heart race and her ears turn slightly red. Realizing what was happening, Sikong Jigging quickly tugged at Lin Shue's sleeve and whispered, "Sister Lin Shue, you should say yes. He's handsome, capable, and willing to stand up for you. You can't find someone like him." Lin Shue murmured, tilting her head back to look into Chen Yuan's dark green eyes, and asked, Why do you like me?" Chen Yuan took her hand and said slowly, "You don't need a reason to like someone. If you have to give a reason." After a moment of thought, Chen Yuan gazed into her beautiful eyes and said, "Word by word, when you are unhappy, I will feel sad too. When you are bullied by others, I will feel heartache. When you are not around, I will miss you." Upon hearing this, Lin Shue's heart trembled violently, and a strange feeling welled up inside her. Is this what it feels like to like someone? Oh my god. So sweet. Sikong Jigging, standing to the side, squinted his eyes. Handsome man and beautiful woman, so adorable. Your hands are so beautiful. Chen Yuan praised, squeezing her small hand. Ugh. How embarrassing. Doesn't Chen Yuan feel ashamed at all? Lin Shue was incredibly embarrassed. Her best friend was right there. Wow. Sister Lin Shue, your face is so red. Sikong Jigging chuckled from the side. These words made Lin Shue blush even more. Ugh. That brat, I'll definitely beat her up when I get the chance. How dare she laugh at her? Let's go. Leave her here. Lin Shue's voice was barely audible, but Chen Yuan heard it clearly. Chen Yuan grabbed Lin Shue's small hand, activated his purple mansion divine power, and suddenly disappeared from the spot. Sikong Jigging scratched his head. Where is he? Xingya Mountain, with a full moon hanging high overhead. At this moment, a man and a woman are sitting on the edge of the cliff, and the man is telling some interesting little stories in a soft voice. And in the end? Did Wu Dalong and Shiman Qing end up together? Lin Shue asked, blinking her curious eyes. They got together. Pan Jinlian killed the tiger and avenged her brother Wu Song. Chen Yuan, I've discovered you know so much. You know so many interesting little stories. Lin Shue showed an admiring expression. Chen Yuan was somewhat smug. He had other ideas in mind besides these. There's always a monster stealing my master, the story of 105 men and 3 women. The scene where Shiman Qing falls in love with Wu Dalong is an excerpt from that selection. Suddenly, Chen Yuan felt a weight on his shoulder. He turned his head and saw that Lin Shue had rested her head on his shoulder. This feeling took him back to his high school days on Blue Star in his previous life, when the girls were just as innocent and naive as Lin Shue. Chen Yuan suddenly leaned his face closer. What's wrong? Lin Shue asked, blinking her beautiful eyes. Then have you agreed to be my Taoist partner? Chen Yuan asked in return. Mum. Lin Shue nodded shyly and gave a soft Oh, right. Lin Shue suddenly remembered Yu Zhengxingji and asked, what is your cultivation level? I've already reached the nascent soul stage. Lin Shue was stunned upon hearing this. He was shocked not only by the fact that he had broken through to the nascent soul stage, but also by the fact that he had defeated Yu Zhengxingji, who was in the late nascent soul stage, right after breaking through. Nothing was said that night, and the next morning, the two returned to Lin Shue's residence hand in hand. The maid Xiaolan at the door was so shocked by what she saw that her eyes widened. Holding hands? Am I still half asleep? Lin Shue stepped forward, pinched her cheek, and asked, Xiaolan, what are you daydreaming about? My lady, you too. Mulan pointed at the two people's clasped hands, stammering and unable to speak. Lin Shue tapped her little head. Children shouldn't ask too many questions about adult matters. Go make some tea. Yes, my lady. Mulan lowered her head and hurriedly ran into the mansion. You absolutely have to tell Sister Mayor about this. It's an earth-shattering revelation. In the pavilion, Chen Yuan sat on the ground, constantly plucking the strings of his zither. The melodious tune kept stirring Lin Shue's heartstrings. Mulan, who was standing to the side, was also captivated by the scene. The man was dressed in white, sitting under the locust tree, like a painting. After the piece ended, Chen Yuan looked up at Lin Shue and asked, Did you like it? I like it. Lin Shue replied softly. Besides sword dancing, her favorite art is playing the zither, but entering the path is too difficult, and she has not even stepped into the first realm. Chen Yuan stood up, sat down to the side, and patted the spot where he had been sitting. Why don't you give it a try? Upon hearing this, Lin Shue hesitated for a moment. Showing off her piano skills in front of Chen Yuan would be like trying to teach a fish to swim. I want to hear, Chen Yuan said softly. Upon hearing I want to hear it, Lin Shui no longer hesitated, got up, went to Chen Yuan's original seat, sat down, and prepared to play. Then her slender, white fingertips glide across the strings, but perhaps due to nervousness, she made a mistake after only a few notes. Lin Shui blushed instantly, and just as she was feeling embarrassed, a large hand grasped her small hand. I'll teach you, Chen Yuan said gently. And so, Lin Shui nestled close to Chen Yuan's chest, and Chen Yuan held her two small hands and began to lead her in playing the guqin. As the music ended, Chen Yuan could clearly see the pink blush on Lin Shui's earlobes. I really want to take a bite. The tingling sensation in her ear made Lin Shui let out a muffled groan. She was filled with shame and indignation when Chen Yuan actually bit her ear. Too sensitive. A shameful sound escaped her lips as she gently pressed her hand against Chen Yuan's chest, trying to push him away. Chen Yuan, I can't, calm down, aha. Beside her, Mulan quickly turned away, covering her face with her small hands, inwardly screaming. Oh my god. Is this something I can even watch? 2 days later. These past 2 days, except for the evenings, Chen Yuan and Lin Shui have been inseparable, and their relationship is rapidly heating up. At the same time, Chen Yuan gained nearly 20,000 emotional points from him. Ding, Lin Shui's favorability has increased by 10. Her current favorability towards the host is 80. Chen Yuan smiled with satisfaction and pinned Lin Shui against the wall. Even after spending several days together, she still felt nervous every time Chen Yuan tried to kiss her. Lin Hong had just stepped into the courtyard when he saw the scene and immediately exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Chen Yuan frowned, almost kissing her, but that would ruin the mood. Lin Shui was startled and, like a schoolchild who had done something wrong, quickly hid behind Chen Yuan. Lin Heng's eyes blazed with fury. He hadn't been to his sister's place for a few days, and her house had been robbed. Sister, shouldn't you explain this to me? Brother, let me explain. Lin Shui was a little flustered. Because of the last competition, her brother really disliked Chen Yuan. At this moment, Chen Yuan actually took Lin Shui's hand right in front of Lin Hong and said, "Brother-in-law, as you can see, Lin Shui is now my Taoist partner." Let go of my hand. I don't agree. Lin Hong was trembling with anger and cold. His dear sister had been kidnapped without a word. Brother, Chen Yuan is very good to me, please agree to let me be with her. Lin Shui pleaded, tears welling in her eyes. Seeing this, Lin Heng's heart softened, but when he thought that it was Chen Yuan who had abducted his sister, his anger surged up again. Chapter 73 Lin Shui, who was bullied and cried, whose technique was better. Lin Hong snorted coldly, the betrothal gift is 38,000 high-grade spirit stones. Don't even think about getting past me if you're short a penny. Brother. Lin Shui's eyes widened. 38,000. Even if they sold the entire Lin family 1,000 times, they still couldn't raise 38,000 high-grade spirit stones. This could be described as outright robbery, or as deliberate obstruction. Chen Yuan was also surprised Lin Hong was really asking for an exorbitant amount. However, 38,000 is really nothing to Chen Yuan now. What? Can't produce it? Lin Hong sneered. If you can't produce it, then let go of my sister's hand, and then. However, before Lin Hong could finish speaking, Chen Yuan took out a storage ring and threw it at Lin Heng. Lin Hong took the ring with a suspicious look on his face. The spirit stones you wanted are all inside. You can check them, Chen Yuan said casually, then tightened his grip on Lin Shui's hand. He leaned closer, looking directly into Lin Shui's beautiful eyes. If there are no problems, from now on Shuai is mine. When Lin Hong probed the ring with his divine sense, he was immediately stunned. The spirit stones were all top-grade spirit stones, piled up like mountains. Where did you get all these spirit stones? How could you possibly have so many? Lin Heng's chest heaved violently, revealing his inner turmoil. 38,000 high-grade spirit stones, that's a full 380 million low-grade spirit stones. A nascent soul family might only earn a maximum of 50 to 60 million low-grade spirit stones. Could it be that Chen Yuan comes from a deity transformation family? No, even a nascent soul family wouldn't be this extravagant. One of them comes from a void returning family, or even a first-grade integration family. Lin Shui covered her mouth in shock. How could she be worth so many spirit stones? Lin Hong glanced at his sister, took only 8,000 high-grade spirit stones, and left the rest in the ring, tossing it to Chen Yuan. Be nice to my sister. After saying that, Lin Hong turned and left. Regardless of Chen Yuan's family background, he didn't hesitate to give spirit stones, which shows his true feelings for his sister. Chen Yuan glanced at the remaining spirit stones in the ring, smiled, and then placed them in Lin Shue's hand. Lin Shue was startled when she saw this and quickly waved her hand. Brother Chen, I can't accept it. The ring contained a full 30,000 high-grade spirit stones. She had never seen so many before. Take it, you deserve it. Besides, you'll need spirit stones for cultivation in the future. However, Lin Shue absolutely refused to agree. This scene left Chen Yuan somewhat amused and exasperated. In his past life, if you gave a gold-devouring beast to a gold-eating woman, she could have devoured it. This also reflects that Ji Baishi, Xin Ling, and Lin Shue are all very good, normal, and innocent girls. My brother said that women should rely on themselves. What you're doing only makes me feel like you're humiliating me. Lin Shue's eyes were firm. When she looked at Chen Yuan, her eyes were filled with deep love. I'm so happy that you have this thought in your heart. Chen Yuan didn't force it. Lin Shue was a very strong-willed girl, and forcing her to accept it might backfire. Why did your brother leave? Chen Yuan asked casually. He goes to the alchemy pavilion to refine pills every Wednesday night, Lin Shue replied. I didn't realize your brother was an alchemist. Chen Yuan remarked, then immediately changed the subject, inviting, dual cultivation? Ah, dual cultivation? Lin Shue was shocked, her face instantly turning as red as the clouds on the horizon. She nestled into Chen Yuan's arms and whispered, I dare not. It's very simple, I'll teach you. You just need to do this, and then this. At this moment, Chen Yuan was like a big bad wolf, luring an innocent little rabbit to open the door. After hearing Chen Yuan's explanation, Lin Shue was completely stunned. Chen, brother Chen, is this right? Lin Shue was completely at a loss. If what Chen Yuan said was true, then how could she face brother Chen in the future? In the study, Chen Yuan spent 30,000 emotion points to purchase a local-level dual cultivation technique, Yin-Yang Twin Life Technique, from the system, and then passed it on to Lin Shue. There was no way to pass it on to Lin Shue. Her master's Yin-Yang True Scripture was protected by a restriction. Looking at the inexplicably shameful actions within the Yin-Yang Twin Life Technique, Lin Shue's face flushed even more. Chen Yuan plopped down in the chair in front of the desk, then his gaze fell on Lin Shue. Shuer, that's enough. Do it the way I taught you first. Lin Shue gave a soft hum and then walked to the bookshelf and picked out a few books. After making her selection, she gracefully moved to the desk. As Chen Yuan had instructed, she first placed the book aside, then slowly took off her shoes, followed by her socks. With a wave of her right hand, she produced a pair of white socks. She put it on shyly in front of Chen Yuan. After getting dressed, she picked up the book and placed her small feet, clad in white socks, on Chen Yuan's chest as he sat in the chair. Brother Chen. I'm shy. Lin Shue was wearing a short skirt, and her thighs were partially visible. Don't be shy, this is all normal procedure, Chen Yuan said with a smile. Lin Shue mustered her courage, then her expression suddenly changed, and she looked at Chen Yuan with the kind of look one gives trash. He then pointed to the book in his hand and said, Chen Yuan, you're a complete idiot. I've taught you so many times, and you still can't understand. You worthless piece of trash. Yes. That's the expression. Chen Yuan pinched the little toe at his chest with his right hand and gently squeezed it. The tingling sensation was like an electric shock, making Lin Shue's body tremble. So cute. Chen Yuan couldn't resist and immediately switched to combat mode. You worthless piece of trash. You pervert, I hate you. The rapid-fire questions were all taught to him by Chen Yuan. Lin Shue didn't know what stinky fish meant at first, but she seemed to understand it later. Chen Yuan lied to her. This statement would not make the cultivation technique run more smoothly during dual cultivation, it would only increase Chen Yuan's combat power. Later on, Lin Shue was so bullied that tears came to her eyes, and she simply stopped shouting. 3 hours later, Lin Shue nestled in Chen Yuan's arms, her hair disheveled. Beside the bedsheet was a glaring rose. Brother Chen, I'm yours now, you can't let me down, Lin Shue whispered. Chen Yuan rubbed her head and assured her, don't worry, I won't let you down. The following day, Chen Yuan rushed to the next scene and arrived at Xiao Baishi's residence. Brother, you're not even going to act anymore, and you still have red lipstick marks on your neck. Little Baishi's face was puffed up with anger. Chen Yuan scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed, and quickly said, "It's the third Taoist partner I told you about before. I was with her yesterday." Yi Baishi's eyes held a questioning look. "Not a brothel?" Chen Yuan's expression immediately turned serious. "With you and Linger by my side, how could I possibly go to a brothel, such a filthy place?" "Who is that little sister?" Yi Baishi asked curiously. Chen Yuan replied truthfully, "Lin Shui." Upon hearing this, Yi Baishi was stunned. She remembered Lin Shui she had lost to her brother in the competition and had been forcibly sent out of the Xinhuang ruins by him. "Brother, is it because of my skill? Or is it because of senior sister Lin Shui?" Yi Baishi asked Chen Yuan, whispering in his ear. Chapter 74: Purchasing Pills and Preparing to Refine Them. Suddenly, the door opened, and a beautiful figure walked into the room. When she saw the crazy scene before her, her face instantly turned red. "Sister, brother Chen, you guys." Shenling covered her face with her hands, but kept peeking at the two of them through her fingers. Just then, a large hand suddenly reached out and pulled her into its embrace, whispering in her ear, "Together." The tingling sensation in her ears immediately made Shenling's whole body go limp. At that moment, a small hand reached towards Shenling's chest. "Little sister, let me help you untie it." The following day, Chen Yuan went to the Spirit Herb Garden to buy 5th grade spiritual herbs, intending to use them to refine some 5th grade pills. The Spirit Herb Garden ranks last among all the inner sect disciples. It is mostly inhabited by female disciples who are responsible for cultivating high-grade spiritual herbs for the sect. The elders of the Spirit Herb Garden and the Alchemy Pavilion are both 6th-level alchemists and enjoy a great reputation throughout the entire desolate region. Upon entering the herb garden, Chen Yuan headed straight for the Lingbaatai, where herbs were sold. Lingbaatai. The person who greeted Chen Yuan was a female disciple. According to her system panel, her name was Xingman and her appearance score was 80. Xingman is the senior disciple of the Spirit Medicine Garden, and her cultivation level is at the mid-nascent soul stage. She wore a light blue Taoist robe, had a beauty mark between her eyebrows, red lips and white teeth, and a melodious voice. Although her looks are only rated 80, she would definitely be considered a campus beauty on Earth. At the counter, Xingman asked softly, "Senior brother, what grade of spiritual medicine would you like to buy?" "5th rank," Chen Yuan replied calmly. Xingman's eyes immediately showed a hint of surprise. 5th grade spiritual herbs were not cheap. "Senior brother, may I ask why you bought this elixir?" Xingman asked routinely. "To refine pills," Chen Yuan replied. Xingman's surprise deepened. The entire alchemy pavilion only had 7 5th-level alchemists, and it wouldn't be cheap to ask them to help even once. Then, she led Chen Yuan to the 5th floor of Lingbaatai. The layout of the 5th floor is very simple, with rows of medicinal herbs neatly arranged in display cases carefully set up with glass covers. The array embedded within the platform ensures that each medicinal herb retains its potency. Chen Yuan purchased 3 spiritual herbs, Lingshu grass, purple starflower, and heavenly heart orchid, to refine the 5th grade pill, the spirit transformation pill. Logically speaking, Chen Yuan only needs the 4th tier pill, the azure nether pill, to reach the nascent soul stage. Unfortunately, his dantian was 9 inches high, like a black hole, so he had to find another way to obtain high-grade pills. Chen Yuan bought 9 plants each of Lingshu grass, purple starflower, and heavenly heart orchid, spending a total of 2,700 high-grade spirit stones. 1 plant requires 100 high-grade spirit stones, 3 plants require 300. The price of the spirit transformation pill outside the market is 500 high-grade spirit stones. The price within the sect is 5,000 high-grade spirit stones, so most people choose to exchange it for 50 contribution points. However, contribution points are not easy to obtain. It requires completing many sect tasks. Chen Yuan's decision to refine pills was related to his upcoming plans. Not only that, Chen Yuan also purchased the ingredients for rejuvenation pill, soul nourishing pill, and acupoint opening pill, intending to refine them together. Including the previous 2,700, he spent a total of 7,000 high-grade spirit stones. Xingman was almost overwhelmed with surprise. It was her shift today, and she never expected to run into such a generous disciple. She can get a lot of commission, so she'll definitely have enough spirit stones for the rest of the time. Subsequently, Chen Yuan spent another 100 high-grade spirit stones to purchase more than a dozen sets of 4th-tier pills, intending to refine the azure nether pill and give it to Lin Shueka and the others. Currently, Chen Yuan has over 40 million high-grade spirit stones returned by the system, while 1,300 spirit stones were not returned due to the system not triggering the return. Therefore, more than half of the pills made from the purchased 5th grade spiritual herbs could not be returned after being sent out. The Azure Nether pill is acceptable because the 100 high-grade spirit stones of medicinal herbs purchased were made using the same 1300 high-grade spirit stones. The reason for doing this is simple: the 6th and 7th grade pills returned after sending 5th grade pills are too potent. Chen Yuan needs to break through to the nascent soul stage before he can take 6th order pills. Therefore, giving the Azure Nether pill is the most reasonable option. Moreover, the dog system is inhuman 9 times out of 10, it will trigger a 100-fold return, and returning a 6th tier pill is just right. Chen Yuan left the spirit herb garden and transformed into a stream of light, flying towards the alchemy pavilion. The alchemy pavilion is located on Danqing Peak and is quite large in scale, though it is still much smaller than the 5 peaks of direct transmission. Upon entering the alchemy pavilion, an inner disciple approached the counter to inquire. "Senior brother, are you buying pills or refining pills? If you want to refine pills, we have professional alchemists here for you to choose from." Chen Yuan waved his hand. "No need, just open a high-grade alchemy room for me, I want to refine pills myself." Although the disciple was surprised, he did not ask any further questions and then led Chen Yuan up to the 3rd floor. The alchemy furnace in the superior alchemy room is of the earth rank, and it costs 5 contribution points to rent it for 1 day. After paying the contribution points, Chen Yuan went straight into the alchemy room. Just as I took out the medicinal herbs, I saw the disciple at the counter lead a woman in. Chen Yuan was immediately dumbfounded. "Wait, your alchemy pavilion offers special services?" The disciple at the counter frowned and explained, "Senior brother, you've misunderstood. Our alchemy pavilion runs a legitimate business and would never force a woman into prostitution." The female disciple felt offended and looked displeased, but she quickly hid her displeasure because Chen Yuan was her personal disciple. Name, by seeing. Gender, female. Favorability, 3. Appearance, 93. Realm, 9th level of Golden Core. Chen Yuan nodded. "Since it's not a special service, then let's go out. I don't need anyone watching me here." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiying raised her eyebrows slightly, and her favorability towards Chen Yuan dropped by another 3 points. The salesperson at the counter quickly explained. "Senior brother, this is our Dan Pavilion's senior sister Bai Xiying. She is a 4th level alchemist and has learned from our master." He then continued to explain. "Our pill pavilion has a rule: if an alchemist who has not been certified by the pill pavilion tries to refine pills in our pill refining room, our disciples must be present to guide and observe them." Chen Yuan shook his head. "I don't need it." The disciple at the counter looked troubled. "Senior brother, this is the rule of our alchemy pavilion." Chen Yuan didn't want to make things difficult for him, so he slowly said, "All right." Upon hearing this, the disciple at the counter breathed a sigh of relief and quickly left the alchemy room. "Junior sister Bai, we don't need you here. You can go sit in the rest area," Chen Yuan said calmly. Bai Xiying frowned. "Senior brother, it's my duty to supervise you. If you break the alchemy furnace, I'll have to take responsibility." As she looked down, she saw the 5th grade medicinal herbs on the ground. Her eyes widened in horror, and she gasped in shock. "Senior brother, are you going to refine a 5th grade pill? Otherwise what?" Chen Yuan retorted. "Aren't there 5th grade pills all over the ground? No way. What level of alchemist are you to dare refine 5th level pills? If the furnace breaks, I'll have to pay for it too." Bai Xiying said, somewhat agitated. "There are only 7 5th level alchemists in the entire sect. When refining pills, they still need their master to carefully guide them. How dare this senior brother?" Chapter 75 Dan Yun, Becoming a Disciple. "Junior sister, you're being a bit noisy," Chen Yuan said, sorting the medicinal herbs by himself. "What did you say? You actually said I was noisy?" Bai Xiying's face was full of disbelief. Which disciple would come here and not be polite to her? Some of her senior disciples even specifically requested her guidance, but she refused to give them the opportunity. It's bad enough that the man in front of her doesn't know how to cherish her, but he also tells her to just stay out of the way and shut up. Bai Xiying puffed up her cheeks angrily. "I'm doing this for your own good. If the oven explodes, you could lose your life." Chen Yuan looked up at her, his hands still moving. "I appreciate your kindness, junior sister, but I really don't need you." With a wave of his hand, he threw all 3 medicinal herbs into the alchemy furnace. Upon seeing this, Bai Xiying's face turned pale instantly. Senior brother, alchemy isn't done like this. You need to use spiritual energy to envelop the medicinal herbs for calcination and purification to remove impurities. He he. Chen Yuan chuckled. There's no need to go to such trouble. For a top-tier 5th order alchemist like him, these steps could be completed entirely within the alchemy furnace. Before Chen Yuan could start refining pills, Bai Xiying immediately put on a pitiful expression. Senior brother, I beg you, please stop refining them, I really can't afford to lose them. Alright, I thought you really cared about me, but it turns out you're just worried about not being able to afford to replace the alchemy furnace. Chen Yuan feigned injury. Bai Xiying blushed when her thoughts were exposed, and whispered in defense, I was just concerned about my senior brother, not because of the alchemy furnace. Alright. I'll start refining the pills then. Move over a bit. No. Senior brother, please, I really can't afford to pay 500 high-grade spirit stones. Bai Xiying pouted, looking aggrieved, and a communication jade slip fell into her right hand, which she then crushed. Chen Yuan noticed his little tricks, but he didn't care. With a wave of his right hand, a ball of purple fire surged out from his hand. This scene terrified Bai Xiying. She ran away from the alchemy room as fast as she could. If she had been hit by the explosion, she would probably have been bedridden for half a year. Chen Yuan ignored him and focused on controlling the heat to refine the pills. Half an hour later, Bai Xiying rushed into the room with an elderly man. The old man's name was Huang Fuzhan. He was an elder of the Pill Pavilion, a 6th-level alchemist, and his cultivation was at the peak of the returning to emptiness stage. Huang Fuzhan entered the room, ready to intervene, only to see Chen Yuan enveloped in divine light, almost merging with the entire alchemy furnace. Danhan Realm! Huang Fuzhan exclaimed in astonishment. The Soul Realm is not a realm, but a state that alchemists dream of entering. Bai Xiying covered her mouth, equally shocked by the scene. To reach the 5th level of divine sense at the nascent soul stage, he's a natural talent for alchemy. Huang Fuzhan's tone was clearly excited, the excitement of seeing a promising talent. What? Master, you said he has 5th order divine sense? Bai Xiying was shocked and stood there. How could a nascent soul cultivator open 8 senses and break through to the 5th order divine sense? She forcibly opened 3 senses and broke through to the 4th level of divine sense in the golden core stage, so she knows how difficult it is to open 8 senses and how painful it is that ordinary people cannot endure. To refine a 5th order elixir, one's spiritual sense must reach the 5th order, because refining elixir requires extremely strong spiritual power. Some pills take more than 10 days to complete, so the requirements for spiritual sense are extremely demanding. Seeing, it's obvious that his talent for spiritual sense is no less than yours, Huang Fuzhan said with emotion. Watch closely and learn from him. This will greatly benefit your future path in alchemy. Yes, Bai Xiying replied respectfully. When she looked up at Chen Yuan again, she felt ashamed. She had looked down on him before, but now she was being slapped in the face so quickly. One day later, a beam of divine light shot into the sky, spiritual energy gathered into a vortex, and streaks of crimson clouds instantly appeared in the sky. My God! It's Dan Yun! At Danqing Peak, the disciples looked up at the sky in astonishment. At this moment, the crimson clouds were 7-colored and irregularly shaped, resembling dragons and phoenixes, or auspicious beasts. Which senior brother refined such a top-grade pill? That's amazing! Bai Xiying, who was closest to Chen Yuan, opened her mouth wide, as if she could fit an egg inside. Huang Fuzhan was equally shocked, never expecting that Chen Yuan would actually attract the Dan Yun and create a top-grade pill. The grades of elixirs are divided into low grade, medium grade, high grade, top grade, and flawless. This can be seen from the unusual phenomena observed during the formation of the elixir and the patterns on the elixir. Chen Yuan withdrew his hand, and at this moment, 3 spirit transformation pills lay quietly inside the alchemy furnace. A typical 4th-tier pill can only be refined from 1 batch of medicinal materials into 2 4 pills, while a 5th-tier pill can be refined into 1 3 pills. Just as Chen Yuan was about to pick up the pill, he saw someone else grab it faster than him and take it into their hand first. His Huang Fuzhan gasped. At this moment, there were actually 10 pill patterns on the pill in his hand. 10 pill patterns, a flawless pill. My God! What a prodigy heaven has sent to him! Huang Fuzhan put the pill into his storage ring, then excitedly grasped Chen Yuan's hand. Young friend, from which peak do you come? Chen Yuan was completely bewildered. Had this old man taken his pills? Seeing Chen Yuan's bewildered expression, Huang Fuzhan immediately introduced himself. I am an elder of the alchemy pavilion. You may call me Elder Zhan. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan realized that the person in front of him was Elder Huang Fuzhan of the Dan Pavilion. Greetings, Elder Zhan. Chen Yuan bowed respectfully. No need for formalities. Huang Fuzhan raised his hand and then asked, May I ask who you learned alchemy from? I'm guessing you're no more than 100 years old? Chen Yuan cupped his hands and replied, I have no master, my inheritance is simply self-taught. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiying froze on the spot. Self-taught? How is this possible? Huang Fuzhan was also quite surprised. This disciple attained enlightenment in a single moment, Chen Yuan added. Oh. That's not surprising then, Huang Fuzhan exclaimed. Sudden enlightenment? What is sudden enlightenment? Bai Xiying asked with a puzzled look. At this moment, Huang Fuzhan stroked his beard, looking smug. Sudden enlightenment is sudden enlightenment. Your master was a 5th-level alchemist for 3,000 years, and it was because of sudden enlightenment that he broke through to the 6th-level alchemist. Bai Xiying's lips twitched. What's the difference between this and not saying anything at all? Then would you be willing to become my disciple? I can pass on all the knowledge I have acquired in my life to you, Huang Fuzhan asked Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan pondered for a moment, then politely declined. Because Huang Fuzhan had nothing to teach him, the most basic requirement for him to break through to the 6th level of alchemy was to first break through to the 6th level of divine sense, and there was still a long time to go. As long as you become my disciple, I can grant you free use of the alchemy room and the spiritual herbs in the herb garden, and you won't have any alchemy tasks. Bai Xiying looked stunned. Good heavens! Master is too good to him. She herself only has 70% access, and she still has to complete alchemy tasks every month. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan immediately bowed respectfully, saying, Disciple greets master. Hesitating for even a second would be disrespectful to Huang Fu's privileges. Very good, very good. Huang Fuzhan stroked his beard, beaming with pride. Chapter 76 Delivering the Message, Severely Injuring Lin Hang. For the next few days, Chen Yuan refined pills here, and Huang Fuzhan arranged for Bai Xiying to learn from him. Senior brother, how did you manage to remove the impurities from the pills so perfectly? Senior brother, why are you so amazing? The pills you refine are all flawless. Bai Xiying has been in a state of shock these past few days. Chen Yuan could not only refine pills with one hand, but also with both hands at the same time, and even control 5 pill furnaces at once, which almost made her eyes pop out. 5 days? Chen Yuan refined more than 20 spirit transformation pills, more than 20 rejuvenation pills, more than a dozen soul nourishing pills, and more than 30 azure nether pills. During this period, Ling Shui, Shen Ling, and Yi Baishi all came to see him. Chen Yuan gave them all the 30-odd azure nether pills and returned a total of 30-odd spirit transformation pills. Chen Yuan currently has more than 50 spirit transformation pills, which is enough for him. A single azure nether pill can allow a cultivator to break through from the early stage of the nascent soul realm to the late stage. The effects of the spirit transformation pill are 100 times greater than those of the azure nether pill. Chen Yuan's dantian is 9 inches larger than that of a nascent soul cultivator, which is more than 700 times larger. Therefore, 7 spirit transformation pills are enough for Chen Yuan to break through to the mid-nascent soul stage. The lounge is right next door. Chen Yuan hasn't been idle these past few nights either. He's been taking 2 hours out of his nights to harvest emotional points. The current emotional value balance is 60,000. Every battle left Bai Xiying blushing deeply. Her master told her to stay here and study hard, but going out wasn't an option, and staying wasn't an option either. The sound made her wish she could disappear into a crack in the ground. At this moment, Chen Yuan stood up and put the 4 azure nether pills he had refined into his ring. Bai Xiying, standing to the side, interlocked her fingers in a pleading gesture. Senior brother Chen, could you teach me how to refine pills once? Just as Chen Yuan was about to leave, he suddenly stopped. He calculated the time and realized that tonight was Wednesday. A week had passed, and it was time to put the plan into action. Junior sister Bai, wait for me here. I'm going to the spirit herb garden to pick out medicinal herbs, Chen Yuan said softly. Bai Xiying immediately looked puzzled. Senior brother, you can ask the disciple at the counter to get it. No need, Chen Yuan waved his hand. I need to personally oversee the selection of medicinal herbs. Okay, senior brother, I'll wait for you here. Chen Yuan left Danqing Peak and flew towards the back mountain of the sect. During the journey, Chen Yuan spent 30,000 emotion points to purchase a high-grade Earth rank concealment technique, 1000 illusion concealment shield technique. Subsequently, he purchased a high-grade Earth rank disguise technique, illusory spirit transformation technique. Buying these 2 books was a good deal for Chen Yuan, as he would be able to use them in the future. System, help me merge. Ding, initiating integration and mastery for the host. 10 breaths later, Chen Yuan had completely comprehended both cultivation techniques. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yuan's figure merged with the heavens and earth, making it difficult for even a newly ascended Dao Lord or a Dao Lord who had not cultivated the insight technique to catch his figure. Then, Chen Yuan activated the illusionary spirit transformation technique, and his figure suddenly changed, becoming very similar to Qin Hui in both temperament and form. In a secluded corner of the forest behind the Sex Mountain, a man and a woman were entwined in passion. The woman, with her fiery figure, was none other than Zhou Qiao, Qin Hui's maid. Chen Yuan recognized the man. It was Chu Yong, the one who had lost to him in the rookie competition. After a week of surveillance and covert investigation, Lu Meyer discovered the affair between the two. Why is it called an affair? Because at this moment, every word of their conversation fell into Chen Yuan's ears. Zhou Qiao, is Qin Hui more powerful or am I? Zhou Qiao rolled her eyes at Chu Yong, a look that was full of charm. A closer look reveals a hint of disgust. If it weren't for the spirit stones and gifts, who would be willing to be bent over by such an ugly and strong person? Xu Yong is nearly 2 meters tall, while Zhou Qiao is only 1.6 meters tall. She has a small frame and a slender figure. From a distance, you might mistake Xu Yong for a Fei Jibei. Chen Yuan was planning to use Zhou Qiao this time. Chen Yuan felt no guilt about using her. Zhou Qiao was no good. Since it's a menial peak, it's basically neglected. While on the miscellaneous service peak, she bullied other female disciples and robbed them of cultivation resources. Many disciples were persecuted by her and forced to leave the sect. After Zhou Qiao and Xu Yong had been intimate for a while, Xu Yong pulled up his pants and threw her 3 condensing true pills. For someone like Zhou Qiao with low talent, the amount of pills and spirit stones needed is astronomical. The spirit stones Qin Hui gave her were far from enough. If her appearance aged due to her cultivation level, she would definitely be driven away by Qin Hui in the future. Honey, let's continue next Wednesday. Alright, you go first, don't let anyone find out. Zhou Qiao pushed him. Xu Yong left a quarter of an hour before Zhou Qiao stood up. As soon as she turned her head, she saw Qin Hui, dressed in black, walking towards her. Zhou Qiao's eyes widened in horror, and the pill in her hand rolled to the ground. Master, it's not what you think. Zhou Qiao's voice was filled with terror as she quickly knelt on the ground. Any unusual behavior in front of someone close to you is suspicious, so Chen Yuan didn't say anything, but instead sent a divine sense into her mind. Zhou Qiao was stunned for a moment, then came to her senses, stood up, and respectfully bowed to Chen Yuan, saying, "Greetings, Master." Chen Yuan nodded, waved his right hand, and an envelope floated in the air. The scent of the envelope's packaging was the same as Qin Ling's. Lu Meyer is very sensitive to smells. She had previously collected the scent of an envelope from Mulan. Deliver the envelope to my younger brother Qin Ling at the hour of Mao 5, 7 a.m., understand? Understood, Master, Zhou Qiao replied respectfully. Chen Yuan left the back mountain and used spatial teleportation to quickly arrive at the Spirit Herb Garden to purchase some 6th-grade medicinal herbs. Back in the alchemy room, Chen Yuan laid out the medicinal herbs on the ground. Bai Xiying asked in shock, "Senior brother, are you going to refine a 6th-grade pill?" "That's right, I want to give it a try," Chen Yuan replied. Bai Xiying seems a bit anxious. "Senior brother Chen Yuan, your current strength is not enough." She immediately adopted an embarrassed expression. "Moreover, there were some steps in your refining of 4th-grade pills that I couldn't even understand, let alone 6th-grade pills." "It's alright, I'll guide you through it again and again," Xu Yuan said, taking out the remaining 4th-tier medicinal herbs and beginning to teach Bai Xiying. At the hour of Su 7, 9 p.m., Chen Yuan began refining a 6th-grade pill. Although it appeared to be 6th grade, it was actually only 5th grade. It only required 2 6th-grade medicinal herbs. This kind of pill formula was extremely rare, and he would not have known about it if it weren't for the cultivation method returned by the system. Bai Xiying was drowsy, not expecting that senior brother Chen Yuan could refine 6th-order pills so steadily. She could only understand these parts, she couldn't understand anything else. Suddenly, a loud bang was heard, which Chen Yuan had deliberately caused. Bai Xiying opened her mouth wide, and a flash of white light instantly blasted by Si Ying and Chen Yuan away. The alchemy room is protected by a shielding array, so what happens inside is almost unknown to the outside world. Si Ying fell into a coma. Chen Yuan concealed his figure, disguised his appearance, and used spatial teleportation to leave Danqing Peak. To reach Danqing Peak from Zhuqing Peak, one needs to cross a mountain and river bridge. It is nearly dawn, and there are hardly any disciples on this path. As Lin Hong was walking on the bridge, a beam of light suddenly shot out from his right, blasting him away in an instant. It was the star-absorbing palm technique used by Chen Yuan. When Chen Yuan was at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, he could defeat Lin Hong with a single palm strike, so seriously injuring him now would be too easy for him. "Brother!" A cry of surprise rang out from behind. Lin Shui quickly stepped forward to check on Lin Heng's injuries. At this moment, Lin Heng's chest was sunken, and he was on the verge of death. Lin Shui instantly lost her mind and swung her sword at the man in black. Just as the sword was about to touch Chen Yuan suddenly disappeared from the spot. A few strands of hair fell down. They were the very hairs Chen Yuan had cut from Qin Hui's hair. Chapter 77: The Conspiracy with Lin Heng. Yan Qingfeng. Xinling deactivated the cave's array, and Zhou Qiao, led by a maid, met Xinling. "Senior brother Qin, this letter was delivered to you personally by my master." Xinling was somewhat puzzled, but he took the letter. Why would my own brother write a letter? Wouldn't it be better to just send a telepathic message? When Xinling finished reading the contents of the letter, he froze on the spot, his heart pounding in his throat. He's insane. My brother is a complete madman. He was completely flustered. The handwriting on the letter was indeed his brother's, and the messenger was his brother's maid. There was no mistake. The letter detailed his plan to assassinate Lin Heng, and how he would then find a way to save Lin Shui's brother while she was heartbroken, thus gaining her favor and ultimately winning her over. The reason I wrote to him was to ask him to buy medicinal herbs so that he could ask the elders of the Pill Pavilion to refine pills to save Lin Heng before Elder Zhuwanji could react. She's just a woman, is it really necessary to make such a fuss? As Qinling's mind raced, he noticed the last line of small print and immediately looked up at Zhou Qiao. "Have you read this letter?" Qinling questioned. "Of course I haven't seen it," Zhou Qiao said respectfully, bowing her head. Xinling's eyes instantly turned cold, because the small print at the end clearly stated, "Kill Zhou Qiao, and do not allow a third person to know about this." Xinling was well aware of the implications, and with a swift movement of his right hand, he punched through Zhou Qiao's heart. Zhou Qiao, dead. Inside the Dan Pavilion. Chen Yuan opened his eyes. "Ha, so you're dead?" He felt no guilt whatsoever over Zhou Qiao's death, because Zhou Qiao herself was a notorious villain. Why must Zhou Qiao be eliminated? A quick investigation revealed that Zhou Qiao had been manipulated by someone's divine sense, so she had to be eliminated, but Chen Yuan didn't need to do it himself. My thoughts drifted back to 2 days ago. Inside an alchemy room on the 2nd floor. Lin Heng stood up agitatedly. "Are you crazy? What if we get caught?" "Brother-in-law, don't worry, I'm always meticulous in my work," Chen Yuan assured him. Chen Yuan originally intended to complete it alone, but there was still a hurdle in his mind. "Sigh, I'm still too kind," Chen Yuan murmured to himself. "This approach is far too risky," Lin Heng said hesitantly. "Don't worry, Qin Hui will definitely die this time, or at the very least, he'll be imprisoned. Xinling is simple-minded and all brawn and no brains. He'll reveal everything when questioned." Chen Yuan began to analyze for him frame by frame. "There are only 20-odd days left until the Tianbao secret realm. Qin invited me to join his team. I don't need to say more about his intentions. Since he wants me dead, I won't let him get away with it. With Chen Yuan's current strength, he can at most fight against a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. With the addition of the Dharma body in heaven and earth, it should be a 50-50 chance against Qinling, who has reached the peak of the nascent soul stage and is already halfway to the void return stage. Moreover, Qinling is a top-ranked player with countless tricks up his sleeve. In addition, the team that invited him is full of his people. Chen Yuan may be able to escape, but he is destined to feel stifled, which is naturally not what he wants." Lin Heng scratched his head. "You misunderstood. I didn't mean your plan was too risky. I was just afraid you'd lose control and kill me." Chen Yuan's lips twitched. "Brother-in-law, don't worry. At most, I'll be seriously injured. After it's done, I'll give you 10,000 spirit stones to avenge you." "Oh dear, brother-in-law, you're too kind. This is so embarrassing. Lin Hong said with a smile, extending his hand. Seeing this, Chen Yuan was somewhat bewildered. A deposit must be paid first. Chen Yuan was speechless. He waved his right hand and took out a storage ring, which he then placed in Chen Yuan's hand. No deposit is needed, the spirit stones are all here. Lin Heng's eyes lit up as he looked at the spirit stone inside the ring. Brother-in-law, where did you get these spirit stones? You don't have some kind of amazing background, do you? Lin Hong asked in a low voice. Chen Yuan pondered for a moment. Shouldn't the system be considered part of the larger context? After all, the system can readily produce divine-level and imperial-level cultivation techniques. The central power of the Xianling continent, Shenzhou, can also produce divine-level cultivation techniques. Therefore, the system equals the power of China. Brother-in-law, have you heard of China? Upon hearing this, Lin Hong was stunned, because a beautiful remnant soul in her mind spoke. Disciple, I am certain that this person is from Shenzhou. Only a major family in Shenzhou would have such a grand scheme and such ruthless methods. Then, the beautiful remnant soul explained to him how powerful Shenzhou was, the center of the entire Xianling continent. Let's rewind to the present. Inside the alchemy pavilion, Chen Yuan took out a pill and put it into Bai Siying's mouth. Chen Yuan controlled the explosion perfectly. Bai Siying wasn't seriously injured, just unconscious, and will be fine after a while. Yanqing Peak, Xinling Cave. At this moment, Zhou Chao's body lay in a pool of blood. Xinling pointed with his right hand, and a flame condensed in his palm before he casually tossed it onto Zhou Chao's body. The fire instantly engulfed her body, burning her to ashes in a matter of moments. Early the next morning, Bai Siying slowly woke up in the alchemy room, her head still throbbing. The alchemy furnace had been blown to pieces, and senior brother Chen Yuan lay beside the shards. Bai Siying covered her head, wanting to check on Chen Yuan's condition. Just then, Chen Yuan's fingertips twitched, and he slowly opened his eyes. Senior brother, you scared me to death. I thought you were dead. Bai Siying breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Chen Yuan's face darkened, but he still had to pretend, covering his head. It seems like the jar exploded yesterday. Remove seems like ... Bai Siying rolled her eyes at him. At that very moment, the cyan jade slip in Chen Yuan's storage ring trembled violently, and it was obvious that it must be Lin Shui. Junior sister, I'll leave this place to you for now. I have something to attend to and need to leave. After saying that, Chen Yuan opened the door to the alchemy room and walked out, regardless of whether Bai Siying agreed or not. Bai Siying kept calling out senior brother from behind. Seeing that it was no use, she could only stomp her foot in frustration and then begin to clean up the mess. You stinky senior brother, are you in such a hurry to reincarnate? You didn't even change your clothes. Indeed, at this moment, Chen Yuan was dressed in white but was covered in black, with traces of ash and carbon on his face. Lin Shui's residence. When Lin Shui saw Chen Yuan, whose face was covered in dust and whose clothes were disheveled, she was stunned for a moment, and then immediately asked, Brother Chen, what happened to you? It's nothing, the furnace exploded while I was refining pills last night, Chen Yuan said, waving his hand. A look of tension instantly appeared on Lin Shui's face. She touched Chen Yuan here and there, asking, does it hurt here? It doesn't hurt. Here. It doesn't hurt. That's good, that's good. Lin Shui breathed a sigh of relief. Shui, what do you want from me? I heard you crying in your telepathic message just now? Chen Yuan asked with concern. Wah! Lin Shui hugged Chen Yuan's waist and cried in his arms. Last night at Shanha Bridge, my brother was ambushed and is still unconscious. Lin Shui's tears flowed like water. Chen Yuan stroked her hair, sighing inwardly. He had originally wanted to tell Lin Shui about the plan, but Lin Hong disagreed. Lin Shui led Chen Yuan into the side room, where Lin Hong was lying on the stone bed, his chest rising and falling slightly, giving the impression that he was barely breathing. At that moment, a petite figure walked into the room. Upon seeing this, Lin Shui immediately bowed respectfully, saying, Greetings, Master. Chen Yuan also bowed, Greetings, Elder Zhu. Chapter 78 Qin Hui is expelled from the sect and breaks through to the late nascent soul stage. Xu Wanji gently raised her hand, gesturing for the two to stand up. She then looked at Lin Shui and asked, How is your brother's injury? Reporting to the Peak Master, my brother is still unconscious. As she spoke, Lin Shui began to wipe away her tears. Upon seeing this, Chen Yuan felt a pang of pain in his heart. At this moment, Zhu Wanji walked to the bedside and began to examine Lin Heng's injuries. After a closer look, her expression suddenly changed. Star-absorbing palm? A palm technique personally taught by Yuan Qingfeng. That's right, master. The elders of the enforcement hall came last night and have found out that it was Yuan Qingfeng's disciple who did it. However, we don't know which one it was. But I cut off a strand of that person's hair at the time, so we should be able to find out who did it by now. Zhu Wanji didn't say much, but took out a pill and put it into Lin Heng's mouth. On the other side, the Hall of Law Enforcement. The elder of the enforcement hall was an old man with a white beard, whose cultivation level was in the mid-stage of the returning to emptiness realm, and his name was Jiang Ya. Behind him stood a dozen or so disciples who enforced the law. Tell me, why did you buy the ingredients for the rejuvenation pill? Jiang Ya demanded sharply. Sect Master Song Yuanji sat behind him, his eyes like knives, and the oppressive feeling that came over him made Qin Ling tremble. This incident is far too heinous. A close disciple actually assassinated a fellow disciple. Therefore, Song Yuanji personally oversees the enforcement hall and is determined to find the true culprit. Not going to talk? Jiang Ya narrowed his eyes slightly. Only 3 people in the entire sect have ever practiced the star-absorbing palm technique, and your brother happens to be one of them. Qin Ling's voice trembled. Elder. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm giving you a chance to tell the truth. If you remain obstinate, do you know what the consequences will be when the truth comes out? Jiang Ya's spiritual energy surged, and his void-returning power pressed down on Qin Ling like a tidal wave. Elder, I really don't know. Humph, stubborn as a mule. Jiang Ya snorted coldly, and with a wave of his right hand, a ball of light rose into the air. Inside the ball of light were those few strands of black hair. Last night, someone attempted to assassinate Lin Heng, and the only witness was Lin Shui. If you were the assassin, would you have killed Lin Shui? Seeing Qin Ling remain silent, Jiang Ya continued, why not kill her? Precisely because Lin Shui is someone he cares about. See these few strands of hair? Jiang Ya pointed to the strands of hair in mid-air. We've already identified who it is through their aura, and they've confessed. What are you still insisting on? Upon hearing this, Qin Ling suddenly looked up. Had her brother already confessed? Speak. If you are just an accomplice, you won't be expelled from the sect. At most, you'll stay in the Cold Valley for 10 years. Qin Ling trembled upon hearing the words Cold Valley, but being expelled from the sect was far better than having his cultivation destroyed. I said, it was my brother who did it. Qin Ling then took out the letter and showed it to everyone. Why didn't he burn it? It was because he was afraid that if the truth came out, it would affect him. I'm just an accomplice. My only crime is not reporting it. He's my brother, I had no choice. Qin Ling cried. Where is Zhou Qiao? Dead, dead. Jiang Ya nodded, let the menial disciple die as he is. After all, he was one of the accomplices. The next day, Chen Yuan awoke from his cultivation as a beautiful figure entered his pavilion courtyard. Senior sister. Chen Yuan bowed respectfully. No need for formalities. Qin Shohan raised his hand and then sat down on a stone bench to the side. Senior sister, what brings you here? Chen Yuan asked. Qin Shohan didn't say anything, but just stared at him. Do I have flowers on my face? Chen Yuan joked, touching his face. Junior brother, I feel you're quite lucky. Qin Shohan's cool voice rang out. What do you mean? Chen Yuan asked. Qin Hui has had his cultivation abolished and has been expelled from the sect, Qin Shohan replied. What's going on? Chen Yuan feigned surprise. Then, Qin Shohan recounted how Qin Hui ambushed Lin Heng, planning to win Lin Shui's heart while she was heartbroken. Chen Yuan opened his mouth wide in surprise. My God! How could he dare to do that? I went to apologize to him a week ago, and he even invited me to team up with him. Seeing that he wasn't going to let me off the hook, I was so worried and didn't know what to do. In the end, he ruined his own career. As he finished speaking, Chen Yuan's face lit up with surprise. Junior brother, what have you been doing these days? Qin Shohan asked casually. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that his senior sister had guessed something? Alchemy? I've been in the alchemy room these past few days refining pills, Chen Yuan replied. Is that so? Of course. Chen Yuan said, taking out a spirit transformation pill and handing it to his senior sister. A 5th grade spirit transformation pill, here you go. Where did you get this pill? I'm also a 5th level alchemist. Chen Yuan boasted, taking out his 5th level alchemist token as he spoke. Qin Shohan was shocked. A 5th tier alchemist? How could that be? How old is Chen Yuan? He's already a 5th tier alchemist? It's nothing. I learned it through a series of sudden realizations. Chen Yuan said casually, as if that 5th level alchemist was worth less than a stray dog on the roadside. You haven't been possessed, have you? Qin Shohan could only think of possession, he couldn't guess any other possibility. Chen Yuan was speechless. Senior sister, you have a vivid imagination. If I were possessed by a powerful being, I wouldn't even be able to enter the sect. Qin Shohan nodded, put away the spirit transformation pill, and said gratefully, "Then I thank you, junior brother." You're welcome. Qin Shohan frowned upon returning to his residence. She was naturally suspicious and always felt that her junior brother was involved in this matter. She tried to get some information out of him, but he spoke so succinctly. Her 6th sense is very accurate, she's almost never wrong. Master's bedroom. Wow. Master, you smell so good. Chen Yuan leaned over Long Yumeng's chest and took a deep breath, taking an epic lung-filling breath. Long Yumeng blushed and pushed Chen Yuan away with her slender hand. You're always being cheeky. What have you been up to these past few days? You haven't come to see me at all. When he said this, Chen Yuan could clearly sense a strong hint of jealousy. Let's put that aside for now, master, have you washed your feet? Chen Yuan seemed a little anxious. Does someone of my level still need to wash his feet? That's great. Chen Yuan grasped it tightly. All in. All in. All in. Oh. The following day, upon returning to his residence, with 20 days remaining before the opening of the Heavenly Treasure Secret Realm, Chen Yuan decided to immediately go into seclusion and begin his breakthrough. 7 days later, Chen Yuan absorbed 7 spirit transformation pills and thousands of spirit stones, raising his cultivation level to the mid-nascent soul stage. 10 days later, Chen Yuan absorbed a total of 14 spirit transformation pills, and his cultivation level reached the late-nascent soul stage. Normal people would take years to complete a task even with ample resources, but Chen Yuan, with the blessing of the primordial immortal body, was hundreds of times faster, naturally only needing a few dozen days. With 3 days remaining until the Heavenly Treasure Secret Realm, Chen Yuan rose from his cultivation. Therefore, with the support of a powerful physique, there is no need to stabilize one's realm, but Chen Yuan still needs to adapt for a while. Chapter 79, Declaring a Challenge to Li Mu. After leaving his residence, Chen Yuan first went to Yi Baishi's residence. After his passionate encounter with Shen Lingye and Baishi, Chen Yuan flew through the air and headed straight for Zhu Qingfeng. Lin Hang's residence. Brother Lin, are you feeling better? Chen Yuan asked. I feel much better, Brother Chu. Lin Hong rubbed his chest. Brother Chen, you really didn't hold back at all, you almost killed me with pain. It's good that you're alright. Chen Yuan patted his shoulder and then tossed him 2 rejuvenation pills. If there's nothing else, I'll go check on Shuer first. After saying goodbye to Lin Hong, Chen Yuan flew towards Lin Shue's residence, his feet seemingly floating on lotus blossoms. Inside the mansion. You're so mean. Lin Shui gave Chen Yuan a reproachful look. Good. 2.5 hours later. Lin Shui nestled in Chen Yuan's arms. Brother Chen, I like you so much. Lin Shui nestled in Chen Yuan's arms, the man's pleasant fragrance filling her nostrils. Chen Yuan gently rubbed her head. I like you too. Lin Shui smiled and wrapped her arms around his neck. Chen Yuan, Again? Lin Shui had already fallen asleep by now. Even someone as strong as Lin Shui had fallen into a deep sleep after Chen Yuan's antics. Chen Yuan stood up, the surging power within him making him desperately need a real battle to fully adapt. His eyes flickered slightly, and he had already made up his mind. On that day, a challenge was delivered by Chen Yuan's maid, Lu Meyer, and posted directly on the stone tablet next to the heavenly ladder ranking of Dao Asking Peak. The content was concise and arrogant. Chen Yuan wishes to test his skills against Li Mu, the 30th ranked swordsman on the heavenly ladder ranking, at noon tomorrow. I hope he will not hesitate to offer his guidance. Signed, Chen Yuan. 1 stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The challenge immediately caused a huge uproar throughout the entire sect. Chen Yuan? Is he the personal disciple of Zi Qingfeng who just joined the sect 2 months ago? I remember he was only at the golden core stage, and he only managed to win first place in the competition by luck. How dare he challenge senior brother Li Mu? Senior brother Li Mu is at the nascent soul stage, and he has been sitting firmly in the 30th position on the heavenly ladder ranking for more than 3 years. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Even if he defeated an early-stage nascent soul cultivator across borders, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator is not comparable to an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. Cross-border challenges are not played like this. Interesting. Tomorrow at noon, the Wendao Peak Arena area will probably be packed with people. Long Yumeng, Qin Shouhan, Shen Nianshu, and Lin Hong were all shocked upon receiving the news. Brother-in-law, you've acted impulsively. You've only just entered the nascent soul stage, how dare you directly challenge Li Mu? Inside Chen Yuan's residence, Lin Hong paced back and forth anxiously, his tone devoid of blame, only filled with deep concern. Brother-in-law, stop shaking me. You're making me dizzy. He's just a true lord at the peak of his cultivation. I don't even consider him a threat. Lin Hong stopped in his tracks upon hearing this, turned around and stared at him. Brother-in-law, tell me the truth, do you have something to rely on? If you don't tell me, I'm really worried. It's alright if you die, I'm afraid Shuer will be sad. Hearing the first part, Chen Yuan felt a warm current surge through his heart, but upon hearing the last sentence, his forehead immediately darkened, and he wanted to punch Lin Hang. The news naturally reached Li Mu's ears as well. He merely snorted coldly and said nothing more, but a hint of anger at being slighted flashed in his eyes. A newcomer dares to use him as a whetstone? Tomorrow I'll make him know that the prestige of the top 30 on the heavenly ladder ranking is not to be challenged. As night fell, Qin Shouhan also came to find Chen Yuan and asked him why he was so reckless. As a result, when Chen Yuan released the aura of the late nascent soul stage, Qin Shouhan was stunned for a long time. She was completely dumbfounded. Every time she thought Chen Yuan was already monstrous enough, something even more shocking would happen. This junior brother of Chen Yuan could not be judged by common sense. Your foundation is probably unstable, as you have broken through to the late stage of the nascent soul realm in such a short time. Li Mu is a veteran disciple who has reached the nascent soul perfection realm. I barely won when I fought him in the past. Qin Shouhan's cool voice carried a hint of concern. Don't worry, senior sister. Don't forget that my swordsmanship is superb. I'm confident I can defeat Li Mu. After seeing Qin Shouhan off, Chen Yuan went to see his master, Long Yumeng. Chen Yuan lay on her jade-like legs, playing with the end of his master's hair in his hand. Tell me, where does your confidence come from? I am already in the late stage of nascent soul. Combined with my swordsmanship level, I have the strength to fight against even a half-step Dao Lord. Chen Yuan had nothing to hide from his master, hiding it would only create distance. After the bloodshed, Chen Yuan then arrived at Yi Baishi's residence. The two women greeted them warmly. After the tender moment, a sense of worry lingered in Shen Ling's heart. But Yi Baishi trusted Chen Yuan unconditionally. Brother, good luck tomorrow. You can definitely beat that jerk. The following day at noon, at the Asking Peak, the Heavenly Ladder Arena. The arena was already surrounded by disciples who had come after hearing the news, and the place was bustling with noise. Everyone wanted to see for themselves whether this new disciple, who had only been with the sect for 2 months, truly possessed the skills or was merely a figurehead. Li Mu had already stood on the arena with his sword in his arms, eyes closed in meditation. His aura was as deep and solid as a mountain, and the pressure of a perfected nascent soul cultivator emanated from him, causing people to feel uneasy. When the time came, Chen Yuan, dressed in white, appeared at the other end of the arena with a leisurely stroll, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Li Mu opened his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a sword. I will make you understand that the gap in cultivation level cannot be easily bridged by mere talent. Chen Yuan cupped his hands in greeting and said calmly, please enlighten me, senior brother. The battle erupted instantly. Li Mu showed no mercy, immediately unleashing his signature move, the golden splitting sword technique. The sword light was like a bolt of lightning, carrying a sharp aura that could tear everything apart, and it struck directly at Chen Yuan. This sword strike would be extremely difficult for an ordinary late-stage nascent soul cultivator to withstand. However, Chen Yuan moved slightly, his feet leaving no trace in the snow, and easily dodged to the side. At the same time, with fingers pointing like swords, a highly refined sword aura struck Li Mu's wrist. Such a quick reaction, someone in the audience exclaimed. My god. He's in the late nascent soul stage. How could this be? Lin Shui, sitting next to Lin Hung in the audience, also looked surprised. Chen Yuan, he's actually already at the late nascent soul stage. My goodness, Chen Yuan is already in the late nascent soul stage? Lin Heng's shock was no less than Lin Shui's. Li Mu changed his move extremely quickly, his sword stance shifting back to parry the finger sword. The two swords clashed, producing a crisp clang. The two figures instantly intertwined, sword flashes and finger strikes flying, and the sound of explosions echoing incessantly. Although Chen Yuan's cultivation level was lower, the purity and strength of his spiritual power far exceeded Li Mu's expectations. Every collision caused Li Mu's arm to go numb. His spiritual power is strange. He's clearly only at the late nascent soul stage, so why is its quality so high? And its quantity is ridiculously large. Li Mu became increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. He felt as if he were fighting against a bottomless spiritual sea, and the opponent's spiritual power seemed inexhaustible. Chen Yuan also figured out Li Mu's true strength. His swordsmanship was at the 3rd level, which was quite talented, but in Chen Yuan's eyes, he was still not good enough. Unable to break through after a long siege, Li Mu grew impatient and decided to launch a full-scale attack. He roared, frantically channeling the power of his nascent soul into the spirit sword, and a dazzling sword beam, over 10 feet long, shot into the sky with astonishing power. Splitting gold, shattering mountains. This was his most powerful strike. Chapter 80 Defeating Li Mu, the 5 first-rank sects. Below the stage, Yu Zhang Xingxi's eyes suddenly gleamed with golden light. The humiliation Chen Yuan had inflicted on her earlier was still vivid in her mind. This time, Chen Yuan will surely lose. She couldn't wait to see Chen Yuan get slashed away by a single sword strike and then be ridiculed for overestimating his abilities. High above, the major peak masters and sect leaders were watching the battle below. I'm afraid your disciple won't be able to withstand this sword strike, Elder Yin Qingfeng said with a smile, stroking his beard. Li Mu was his disciple, and he knew him best. That's not necessarily true. A glint of light flashed in Lung Yumeng's eyes. I believe he can. Although Yi Baishi trusted Chen Yuan, she couldn't help but feel nervous under the powerful force of this sword strike. Lin Shui and Shen Ling unconsciously gripped their sleeves. Chen Yuan did not take out the memory snow sword. Instead, he compressed the vast spiritual power into his fingertips and used his finger as a sword to strike out. The seemingly ordinary gesture was far more dazzling than Li Mu's sword light. Pop! A soft sound, yet it shook the heavens and the earth. The dazzling sword light, which was over 10 feet long, suddenly dissipated like a punctured bubble. Under the backlash of spiritual energy, Li Mu groaned and staggered backward, his spiritual sword humming incessantly, his face filled with disbelief. Chen Yuan's figure approached like a ghost, his finger lightly touching an inch in front of Li Mu's throat. The terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations contained within his fingertips made Li Mu's hair stand on end instantly, and he dared not move an inch. The entire venue was deathly silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, but no sound came out. What did they see? In the late nascent soul stage, he defeated his senior brother Li Mu, who was at the nascent soul perfection stage. Moreover, the victory didn't seem particularly difficult. That final finger strike that thwarted the fatal blow was simply divine skill. How did he do that? I didn't see it clearly. But that finger, it was terrifying. This is impossible. Yu Zhang Xingxi exclaimed, her mouth agape. She could understand being slapped away by Qin Yuan earlier. After all, Chu Yuan could fight enemies beyond his level when he was in the golden core stage. She could accept that she was not as good as him in battles at the same level. But why was he able to defeat senior brother Li Mu, who was at a higher level? The nascent soul stage is not the same as the golden core stage. It is difficult to advance beyond one's level, especially to defeat a genius like Li Mu, which is even more difficult. Yay, brother 1. Wow, brother Chen is amazing. Yi Baishi and Shen Ling high-fived and cheered with joy. A deafening roar of cheers erupted from the audience. At this moment, the name Chen Yuan was completely remembered by them. A disciple who had only been a disciple for 2 months had set an unprecedented record in the history of Xiantian sect, breaking through to the nascent soul stage and entering the top 30 of the heavenly ladder ranking. No way? That doesn't make sense. Yen Xingfeng was still in shock. Li Mu had just lost like that? Song Yuengji stroked his beard, his eyes filled with admiration as he looked at Chen Yuan. I concede. Li Mu was utterly terrified. He could tell that if Chen Yuan hadn't held back, he would have surely died here. At this moment, Chen Yuan's name appeared prominently in the 30th position on the heavenly ladder ranking. Li Mu dropped to 31st place. Chen Yuan looked up at the heavenly ladder ranking, and there were 29 names, Song Shiwei and his senior sister Qin Shouhan. It must be due to force majeure that these two are tied for 29th place. To be precise, the higher-ups had no other choice but to allow the two to be listed side by side. The next day, the Tianbao secret realm was about to open. One after another, flying boats resembling ancient behemoths descended upon the Sex Plaza. Disciples under the age of 3,000 and below the void returning stage, and disciples above the golden core stage, are eligible to participate. Led by the sect leader, the disciples boarded the flying boat in a neat and orderly fashion. The eastern wilderness is divided into 9 provinces and 23 regions. Apart from the 9 provinces, only 5 of the remaining 23 domains have a first-rate power station there. They are the Great Thousand Domain, Kongsu Domain, Yaoguang Domain, Sumeru Domain, and Tiangang Domain. The Heavenly Treasure Secret Realm is located at the intersection of these 5 major domains, the Origin Cloud Sea. The Origin Cloud Sea is a vast floating continental group suspended above an endless sea of clouds. Composed of 5 main islands, it resembles a fairyland, bathed in a dazzling spiritual light. The 5 islands are not stationary, but move slowly along a natural path. When the 5 islands are pieced together, the Heavenly Treasure Realm will be opened. The Heavenly Treasure Secret Realm is said to be a secret realm left behind by a Mahayana venerable, so the 5 first-rank forces attach great importance to it. If their disciples can obtain this inheritance, they will surely add another future Mahayana venerable. The Xiantian sect's flying boat broke through the clouds and weaved through the gale at an extremely fast speed. Chen Yuan stood by the porthole, looking down at the mountains and rivers rushing past below. The sect plaza rapidly shrank, turning into a black dot before being swallowed by the clouds. The source of the cloud sea is extremely far from the Xiantian sect, and even at the speed of this flying boat, it would take several days to reach it. The interior space of the flying boat is much larger than what can be seen from the outside, which is obviously due to the use of a space expansion array. The disciples either sat quietly to regulate their breathing and conserve their energy, or gathered in small groups to discuss information about the Tianbao secret realm in hushed tones. Others, like He Baishi and Shen Nianshu, observed the unfamiliar scenery outside the window with a hint of excitement. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. As the clouds around the flying boat gradually thickened, a powerful pressure, mixed with countless strong auras, swept over them. "We've arrived," someone whispered. All the disciples were invigorated and rushed to the windows or the deck. Chen Yuan looked up, a look of shock flashing across his eyes. Ahead lay an endless, rolling sea of clouds, shimmering with countless rays of light and auspicious colors. Above the sea of clouds are 5 enormous floating islands, each with a different shape. Some are towering celestial mountains with hidden palaces and pavilions. Some were bathed in the light of Buddha, with faint echoes of Buddhist chants and hymns. Others were filled with the sharp aura of swords, their fierce intent cleaving through the clouds. Some moonlight is like water, clear, cold, and aloof. There is another island, magnificent and with a style quite similar to that of the Xiantian sect, which is the corresponding reception island of the Xiantian sect in the Great Thousand Domain. This is the source of the Cloud Sea. Meanwhile, the vast sea of clouds was already bustling with activity. Besides the flying boats of the Xiantian sect, powerful flying magical artifacts or streaks of light kept coming from all directions. From the east, the sound of chanting rose. A path was paved with golden light, and a group of monks, dressed in robes and with solemn appearances, rode on huge golden lotus platforms, soaring through the air. Protected by Buddhist light, they were solemn and dignified. This was the Leiyin Temple, a top-tier power in the Sumeru domain. In the west, a clear, sharp sword cry tore through the sky. A flying boat, shaped like a giant sword and entirely silver-white, flew along, its sword energy crisscrossing and its sharpness so intense that no one dared to look directly at it. On the flying boat, each disciple carried a sword, their expressions were cold and their eyes were sharp as eagles. This was the 9 Heavens Sword Pavilion, a first-class power in the Heavenly Gang domain. In the north, the moonlight poured down as a magnificent palace carriage, pulled by 9 divine jade toads, rolled through the clouds. Light gauze swayed around the carriage, and a graceful figure could be vaguely seen inside, exuding a cold and aloof aura, as if a fairy from the Moon Palace had descended to Earth. This is the first-class power in the Yaoguang domain, Guanhan Immortal Palace. In the south, a clear and melodious cry of a crane echoed as disciples of the Kungso Holy Land rode on cranes and auspicious clouds, their Taoist aura natural and ethereal. The leader, with an air of otherworldly elegance, nodded to the members of the Xiantian sect from afar. This was a first-class power in the Kungsu domain, the Kungso Holy Land. These 5 top-tier forces were undoubtedly the focus of the entire event, exuding a powerful aura and each occupying a portion of the airspace. Chapter 81 Mu Shurmiao enters the Heavenly Treasure's secret realm. However, they were not the only ones who arrived. The forces from the other 18 Dao domains also arrived one after another. The flying boats and magical artifacts of second and third rank sects and aristocratic families were dazzling. Although slightly less imposing than the 5 major forces, they were numerous, a dark mass that covered the area around the Sea of Clouds. Among them were some powerful but elusive rogue cultivators, each wielding a unique magical artifact and observing the scene with cold indifference. The Xiantian sect's flying boat slowly came to a stop beside the floating island corresponding to the Great Thousand Domain, echoing the vehicles of the other 4 major forces. Sect Master Song Yung led the Peak Masters to appear and exchanged greetings with the leaders of the other 4 major forces from a distance, with the atmosphere between them appearing harmonious. Countless gazes intertwined, intentionally or unintentionally sweeping over the outstanding disciples of each family. How magnificent! Lin Hong exclaimed. Shen Yuan also sighed, indeed. Heroes of the world are as numerous as carp crossing a river. Humph, you mongrel! Suddenly, a cold snort rang out. Lin Hong looked in the direction of the sound and saw Yu Zhang Xingji walking over arm in arm with a male disciple. This made him frown. It's nothing, only a piece of trash like you would be impressed. Yu Zhang Xingji's voice was contemptuous. The person holding her arm was none other than her senior brother, Zhu Qingfeng Mu Shurmiao. His current cultivation level is at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, ranking 15th on the heavenly ranking. Because of his outstanding talent, he once killed 2 nascent soul stage demons, making him famous throughout the Great Thousand Realms. Xingji, is this your good-for-nothing fiancé? Mu Shurmiao put his arm around Yu Zhang Xingji's slender waist, looking amused. That's right. TSK, worthy of the name trash, only at the early stage of true monarch. Mu Shurmiao said with a look of contempt. As a great cultivator, he could take Lin Heng's life with just a wisp of his primordial spirit. At this moment, Lin Hong clenched his fists so tightly that they cracked. Just as he was about to make a move, a hand pressed down on his shoulder. Calm down. Shen Yuan uttered a condensed phrase and shook his head at him. What a waste, he doesn't even have the courage to make a move. Mu Shurmiao shook his head and chuckled, finding it boring, and then his gaze fell on Shen Yuan. So you're Chen Yuan, the disciple of Ziqing Peak who defeated that good-for-nothing Li Mu yesterday? Shen Yuan seemed not to hear him and turned around directly. Brother Lin, let's go. There are flies buzzing around here, disturbing the peace and quiet. Upon hearing this, Mu Shurmiao was initially incredulous, then flew into a rage and said, You arrogant bastard. How dare you call this great cultivator a piece of trash? Beside her, Yu Zhang Xingji's eyes gleamed with golden light. She still remembered the slap she had received earlier, and she was naturally delighted to see Chen Yuan offend Mu Shurmiao. So what? Chen Yuan turned around and said disdainfully, If you're so capable, why don't you make a move here? Chen Yuan looked amused. He had calculated that Mu Shurmiao wouldn't dare to make a move in such a grand setting. Good, very good. You've got guts, kid. He stepped forward, pressed close to Chen Yuan's body, and said in a low voice, I can't do anything to you here, but in the secret realm, he. You're sick. Shen Yuan shoved him away, then left with Lin Hong, leaving Mu Shurmiao behind with a pale face and twitching cheeks. Shen Yuan, is it? Just you wait. Shen Yuan's divine sense had already reached the 5th level, so he was naturally not afraid of the divine sense of a nascent soul cultivator. In addition, with his immortal body, the 9-inch top-grade nascent soul in his body, and powerful divine abilities, he was confident that he could fight against even a half-step void-returning Dao Lord. Moreover, he didn't even consider Mu Shurmiao a threat. Brother-in-law, I'm sorry. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have gotten involved with Mu Shurmiao. Lin Heng's voice was full of apology. Brother-in-law, even without you, Mu Shurmiao would still cause me trouble. He remembered that he had slapped Yu Zhang Xingji before, embarrassing her in public. Her relationship with Mu Shurmiao was clearly that of Taoist partners, so they had long ago formed a grudge. At this moment, Yi Baishi and Lin Shui walked over together. The night before, Lin Shui and Yi Baishi stayed together. The 2 women got along well, and Yi Baishi even told Lin Shui a lot of Chen Yuan's embarrassing stories. I saw Yu Zhang Xingji over there just now. Did she cause you any trouble? Lin Shui asked with concern. Although she was talking about you guys, her worried gaze never left Chen Yuan. Don't worry. Don't fret. Chen Yuan ruffled her hair. But the one next to her. Don't worry. I don't even consider Mu Shimiao a threat. Lin Shui and Lin Hong didn't pay much attention to those words. The difference between the nascent soul stage and the deity transformation stage was not something to be taken lightly. They simply thought that Chen Yuan was afraid they would worry. The wait didn't last long. As the 5 enormous floating islands slowly moved under the influence of the immense power of heaven and earth, they eventually joined together perfectly. Boom! The entire source cloud sea trembled violently, and at the center where the 5 islands were joined, the clouds swirled wildly, forming a huge vortex. Within the vortex, Taoist inscriptions appeared and disappeared. A dazzling, massive gate of light, composed of pure spiritual energy, slowly rose from the center of the vortex and stood between heaven and earth. Inside the portal was a chaotic scene, with the outlines of mountains and rivers faintly visible, radiating a breathtaking and powerful energy. The heavenly treasure realm is now officially open. The secret realm has opened. Disciples of all sects, seize the opportunity with your own abilities. A grand voice resounded throughout the heavens and earth, its source unknown. Walk. Go in. In an instant, the cultivators from all sides, who had been unable to contain themselves any longer, transformed into streaks of light, rushing towards the enormous gate of light like rivers flowing into the sea. On the Xiantian sect's side, Sect Master Song Yuanji said in a deep voice, "Within the secret realm, opportunities and dangers coexist. Be sure to be careful and support each other. Go." Yes. The top talents from Xiantian sect who participated in the Tianbao secret realm this time were ranked below 10th on the heavenly ranking. Because more than 10 disciples have already entered the void returning stage, they are unable to enter this secret realm. Led by the disciples ranked 11th to 20th on the heavenly ranking, the Xiantian sect disciples also rode their escape lights and joined the torrent. The secret realm allows teams of up to 5 people. Under Qin Yuan's guidance, Qin Shouhan, Shen Nianshu, Yi Baishi, and Lin Shui formed a team. Chen Yuan was prepared to team up with Lin Hong, but Lin Hong refused, saying he wanted to train on his own. Chen Yuan didn't dwell on it. Being all alone made it easier for him to train in the secret realm. He took a deep breath, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. With a swift movement, neither rushing ahead nor falling behind, he transformed into a faint stream of light and shot into the dazzling gate of light along with the crowd. Suddenly, Chen Yuan felt a dizzying sensation as the world spun around him. When he opened his eyes again, he was greeted by a desolate scene. The Heavenly Treasure secret realm has 3 levels, and the scene around him is clearly the first level. Chapter 82 Temporary 5-Person Squad, Ghostly Flower. The sky was gray, the earth was dark brown, and strange rocks and the remains of ancient trees were scattered all around. Occasionally, chilling roars of beasts, seemingly from nowhere, would echo across the wilderness. This is the first level of the Heavenly Treasure secret realm, which is far more dangerous than the rumors outside. Chen Yuan noticed that 4 other figures not far away had also stabilized their positions almost simultaneously. 2 men and 2 women, dressed in different clothes and without any uniform sect markings, were clearly teammates randomly matched by the laws of the secret realm. Their faces showed wariness and a hint of confusion. They quickly sized each other up and then subconsciously kept a little distance between themselves. Chen Yuan glanced at the 4 people but said nothing. He had originally wanted to explore independently, but now he has changed his mind. If used properly, this group of people could completely shield him from crisis at crucial moments. "Gentlemen," one of the burly men, carrying a long sword on his back and with a resolute face, spoke first, his voice rough, being assigned to the same team as Fate. "Given the current unclear situation, why don't we travel together for now, so we can look out for each other?" Another young man, holding a folding fan and appearing refined, nodded slightly. "What you say is absolutely right, brother. In my opinion, the most urgent task is to first ascertain the situation here." The other 2 women, one with a cold and aloof demeanor, was carrying a long sword. The other one, with bright, alert eyes and several leather pouches hanging from his waist likely for taming beasts, also nodded silently in agreement. Chen Yuan said calmly, "Agreed." He was brief and to the point, and did not show much enthusiasm. So the 5-person team began to carefully move forward in this desolate ancient hill. After the group introduced themselves, Chen Yuan became familiar with their names. The burly man carrying the long sword was named Wu Guangqi. He was a rogue cultivator with a late-stage nascent soul cultivation level. The refined-looking man holding the folding fan was named Chen Shi, and he was also a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, a rogue cultivator. The lively and playful girl was named Hua Qianyu, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator from a 3rd grade returning to emptiness sect. Chen Yuan had heard of this sect before. It was the beast-taming heavenly sect, which seemed to be a force in the Great Thousand Domain. What surprised Chen Yuan was the aloof woman holding the sword. She came from the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion, a first-class power in the Heavenly Gang domain. Ding, a female character that can be bound has been detected. Name, Su Nuo. Gender, female. Appearance, 95. Favorability, 3. Cultivation level, nascent soul great perfection. Swordsmanship, 3 realms. The current state cannot be bound. When Su Nuo revealed his identity, everyone present, except Chen Yuan, showed a degree of respect. Chen Yuan did not reveal his identity as a direct disciple of the Xiantian sect, only stating that he was a rogue cultivator. The team's minimum level is mid-nascent soul stage, so it seems that this secret realm randomly groups cultivators with similar cultivation levels together. After walking for about 15 minutes, the surroundings were still desolate. Chen Yuan's 5th level divine sense continued to spread outward, carefully sensing his surroundings. The other 4 members of the team only had 4th level divine sense, so they naturally couldn't sense the fluctuations of Chen Yuan's divine sense. Wandering aimlessly like this isn't a solution. Wu Guangqi frowned. At this moment, Hua Qianyu hesitated for a moment, then patted her waist and called out, "Little Hua." A flash of light appeared at her waist, and a flying spirit beast suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. The spirit beast was shaped like an eagle, with fluffy fur and a faint golden halo around its body. Tier 3 treasure-seeking spirit beast, golden-winged patrol beast. A look of surprise flashed in Chen Yuan's eyes. He hadn't expected Hua Qianyu to be so simple-minded, actually managing to refine a spirit beast right in front of everyone. He didn't believe the others didn't have any treasure hunting skills. Oh dear. Why didn't you bring out your treasure hunting beast sooner? You made us walk around for half a day for nothing, the refined-looking man, Chen Shi, complained. I didn't mean to. Hua Qianyu was a little at a loss, and looked somewhat aggrieved. Chen Yuan thought to himself, this simplicity really doesn't seem like an act. We traveled for half a day through the desolate hills. Based on Hua Qianyu's identification of the spirit beast's tracks, the team gradually approached a dark swamp filled with pale purple miasma. The swamp was filled with dead trees and puddles, and huge bubbles would occasionally rise from the silt, emitting a dizzying stench of decay. This area may contain the 4th-tier spiritual herb, the Yutan flower, which is an excellent material for refining detoxification pills and calming pills. Hua Qianyu's tone was excited, but there was also a hint of vigilance in her eyes. But be careful, these kinds of places usually have very dangerous poisonous creatures. Wu Guangqi stepped forward, blocking the way for the crowd, and said in a gruff voice, "I'll clear the way ahead, you guys keep up." He drew his long sword from his back, and with a slight gust of sword energy, he cut through a patch of thorny purple poisonous ferns in front of him, clearing a narrow path that was barely passable. Chen Shi gently covered his mouth and nose with his folding fan, fanning himself elegantly as if trying to dispel the unpleasant odor, and smiled. "Thank you for your trouble, Brother Wu. The miasma here is poisonous. You all need to use your internal energy to resist it and be careful not to inhale too much." His gaze swept across the swamp, but a calculating glint flashed deep in his eyes. Su Nuo remained silent, cradling the ancient sword, her gaze calmly sweeping across the swamp. She seemed uninterested in the ephemeral flower. Chen Yuan activated his full spiritual sense, silently following in the middle of the group, neither standing out nor falling behind, carefully sensing his surroundings. After venturing some distance into the swamp, faint fluctuations of spiritual energy and a delicate, exotic fragrance could be heard ahead. "It's right ahead!" Hua Qianyu exclaimed in surprise. The group cautiously approached and discovered 3 strange flowers growing on a slightly dry mound. The flowers are a translucent, ethereal blue, with curled petals that emit a cool fragrance that repels the surrounding miasma. It is the ephemeral flower. However, in the muddy swamp next to the night-blooming cereus, a giant poisonous toad with a huge body and skin as bumpy as swamp mud was crawling around. Its eyes were tightly closed, as if it were dozing, but the aura emanating from its body had clearly reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. Its swollen cheeks faintly glowed with a green light, clearly indicating that it was highly poisonous. Guardian Beast, Swamp Poison King Toad. Hua Qianyu lowered her voice. Its venom is troublesome. The poisonous mist it spews can corrode spiritual power and magical artifacts. Wu Guangqi gripped his long sword, his fighting spirit surging. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a beast. I'll distract it from the front, and you guys find a chance to pick the spirit flowers. Chen Shi gently stopped him with his folding fan, his smile warm. Brother, wait a moment. A direct confrontation is not the best strategy. This fiend is extremely poisonous. The consequences of being touched by it would be unimaginable. In my opinion, it would be best for the fastest fellow cultivator to lure it away, even if only for a moment, so that we can kill it together after we've stepped on the ghostly bloom flower. He casually pushed the most dangerous task onto someone else, while he planned to secure his own safety and profit. He even dragged Wu Guanqi into it, not believing that Wu Guanqi would refuse, since who wants to be imprisoned? Wu Guanqi frowned. Just then, the swamp poison king toad seemed to be startled by the aura of the crowd and suddenly opened its pair of huge, ghastly green eyes. Croak! With a deep croak, it opened its massive jaws, and a thick, impenetrable dark green poisonous mist shot out like an arrow towards the foreground, Wu Guanqi. It moved with incredible speed. Watch out! Wu Guanqi shouted, wildly wielding his long sword, the thick blade energy forming a wall in an attempt to block the poisonous mist. Chapter 83 Picking Flowers, Allocating. When the blade's energy came into contact with the poisonous mist, it emitted a sizzling, corrosive sound, and the blade's light quickly dimmed. However, the toxic fog covered such a large area that some of it still managed to seep through. Just as Wu Guanqi was preparing to withstand the attack, a cold sword light struck first. Clang! Su Nuwa had already drawn his sword without anyone noticing. Her sword was as clear as ice. With a single slash, the powerful sword energy sliced through the poisonous fog, cutting it open and instantly freezing the poisonous gas at the edges. After doing all this, she remained expressionless, standing with her sword in her arms. Wu Guanqi was taken aback, then roared, "Thank you, fellow Taoist Su." He seized the opportunity to lunge forward, slashing fiercely at the poisonous toad's head. The blade strike was domineering and powerful. The poisonous toad, in pain, let out a roar, its attention completely drawn to Wu Guanqi. A glint flashed in Chen Shi's eyes. He moved, but instead of picking flowers, he quietly took a half step back. He secretly held a few poison needles in his folding fan and cautiously scanned his surroundings. They were guarding against the poisonous toads and other methods, as well as other teams that might be drawn in by the battle. Furthermore, it places oneself in the safest position. He was prepared to decide at any time whether to help or evacuate immediately, depending on the situation. Hua Qianyu stamped her foot anxiously. "Hey! Big guy, don't try to fight it head-on." The swamp poison king toad's weakness is its chin, that white soft flesh and tympanic membrane. And its venom sac is precious, don't break it. As she shouted, she frantically pulled a handful of strange red powder from a leather pouch at her waist, muttered incantations, and then flung it towards the poisonous toad. This is powder made from the secretions of the crimson flame, and it hates this the most. The powder, once applied to the toad's skin, indeed made it more agitated and frantic, causing its attacks to become erratic. Chen Yuan took in all of this. His gaze swept over the three ephemeral flowers, then he looked at the battle situation. Wu Guanqi faced the attack head-on, Su Nuwa occasionally drew his sword to deflect the deadly poison, Hua Qianyu assisted him with strange props, while Chen Shi slacked off and tried to protect himself. He made a decision instantly. His figure glided out like a ghost, not to join the battle, but to take advantage of the opportunity created by Wu Guanqi in the gap in Su Nuwa's cutting through the poisonous fog, and silently circled around to the side and rear of the mound. His goal was clear: to pick flowers. However, just as Chen Yuan's hand was about to touch the yutan flower, a sudden change occurred. From the murky pool beside them, a smaller but incredibly fast black shadow suddenly darted out. It was another Shadow King water serpent at the late nascent soul stage. It lurked, waiting for the right moment to ambush the pickers. The venomous snake opened its mouth, and an almost invisible, water-colored poison arrow shot straight into Chen Yuan's back. This change happened so fast that it almost took everyone a while to react. Chen Shi was the first to notice, but a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. Instead of reminding him or taking action, he took a half step back and held his folding fan in front of him. Hua Qianyu exclaimed in alarm, "Watch out behind you." Wu Guanqi was being forced to retreat by the poisonous toad, and although he roared angrily, he was too late to come back to help. Su Nuwa frowned almost imperceptibly, and raised the tip of his sword slightly, as if he wanted to make a move. In that split second, Chen Yuan seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He didn't even turn around, he slashed out with his other hand. A highly refined sword gust arrived first, precisely shattering the water arrow. At the same time, without pausing for a moment, he skillfully plucked the three ephemeral flowers and placed them into the jade box for sealing. The next moment, he swayed and escaped the Shadow King water serpent's attack range, returning to a safe zone. The whole process was smooth and seamless, as if it had been rehearsed countless times. The Shadow King water serpent missed its attack and instantly burrowed back into the mud and disappeared. Having lost the scent of the ephemeral flower, the swamp poison king toad became frenzied, but seemed to have lost its clear objective. With the pressure eased, Wu Guangqi seized the opportunity to unleash several more slashes, forcing him back. The battle was briefly over. Chen Yuan held the jade box and looked at everyone. Wu Guangqi walked over, panting heavily, and grinned, "Good heavens! There was an ambush. Brother, are you all right?" That was a really swift move. He was more concerned about the safety of his teammates and admired Chen Yuan's skills. This shows that Wu Guangqi is not cunning. Chen Yuan suspects that he is a rogue cultivator. If a rogue cultivator is like him, only putting in effort and being carefree, he would not have survived until now. Hua Qianyu patted her chest, still shaken. "That scared me to death. Luckily you reacted quickly. That was the Shadow King water serpent. Being hit by its water arrows would sting your very soul." Her curiosity was piqued again. "What sword technique did you use just now? It was amazing." Su Nuo glanced at Chen Yuan indifferently, a hint of inquiry in her eyes, but the inquiry did not last long before she looked away and continued to hold her sword and gaze at the sky. Chen Yuan did not reply. At this moment, Chen Shi stepped forward with a smile, as if his earlier hesitation had never happened, and exclaimed in admiration. "Brother Chen is truly a man of profound wisdom and composure under pressure. He is truly admirable. This ephemeral flower." His gaze fell on the jade box, his smile growing even more gentle. "In my opinion, there are exactly 3. With 5 of us, it might be a little difficult to distribute them, but..." Before he could finish speaking, Chen Yuan opened the jade box, took out 2 plants, and handed one to Wu Guangqi. "Brother Wu fought the enemy head-on and contributed the most, so he deserves a plant." He handed another one to Hua Qianyu. "Fellow Daoist Hua, you have made great contributions in identifying spiritual objects, providing weaknesses, and assisting in repelling the enemy. You deserve one as well." Finally, he held the last one and looked at Su Nuo. Su Nuo glanced at it and said in a cool tone, "No need." She wasn't after the flowers, but rather to speed up the search for the ruins. Chen Yuan nodded, put the last one into his pocket, and then said to Chen Shi in a calm tone, "Fellow Daoist Chen's strategic planning and vigilance are truly admirable. If we achieve further success next time, we will give you priority consideration." Chen Shi's eye twitched almost imperceptibly, but his smile remained unchanged as he fanned himself. "He, Brother Chen's distribution is fair, I have no objection." However, the fingers he held the fan ribs were slightly white. Chen Yuan didn't give Chen Shi a kind look when he said this. If it weren't for his superior strength, he might have already died at the hands of the Shadow King's water serpent poison arrow. "Now that we have the ghostly flower, let's leave here." Hua Qianyu quickly broke the awkward atmosphere and suggested, "The swamp poison king toad's cultivation is at the nascent soul stage. Killing him is not very realistic." Chen Yuan and Su Nuo nodded silently. The outer area of the first floor was just some spiritual herbs. The real relics of powerful beings were all in the core area. Chen Shi and Wu Guangqi didn't say anything, tacitly agreeing. As he turned around, Chen Shi's expression darkened. The Tianbao secret realm is divided into 3 levels, each of which is further divided into an outer area and a core area. The core area of the 3rd floor is the relic left by that Mahayana master. It has been opened so many times, but no one has been able to obtain this opportunity. However, there are many relics of Dao Lords of returning to emptiness on the 1st and 2nd floors. It was previously revealed that some disciples of various places received the inheritance of Dao Lords and their cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. Chapter 84 Betrayal. The atmosphere between the squads became subtle. Although Chen Shi still wore a refined smile, there seemed to be an invisible wall between him and Chen Yuan and Wu Guangqi. Hua Qianyu seemed to have sensed something as well, and became more silent than before. Only Su Nuo remained aloof, as if everything was irrelevant to her. Each of the 5 had their own thoughts and continued their journey deeper into the hills. As the terrain gradually rises, the strange rocks become increasingly rugged, and the remains of ancient trees grow enormous, scattered like the bones of a giant beast. The oppressive atmosphere in the air intensified, and the roar of the unknown beast seemed to draw closer. Chen Yuan's divine sense remained on high alert at all times. Suddenly, he sensed intense fluctuations of spiritual energy colliding about several miles to his side. Interspersed among the sounds were muffled groans, suggesting that a small team had been attacked. "There's some noise over there." Chen Yuan's expression hardened, and he changed direction, flying towards the direction of the spiritual energy fluctuations. The other 4 hesitated for a moment, then followed suit. In the secret realm, any anomaly could mean both danger and opportunity. Soon, they passed through a twisted forest of dead trees, and the sight before them startled them. 5 cultivators, dressed in slightly disheveled clothes, were seen forming a circle, warily watching the surrounding area. In the center of them, a woman sat cross-legged, her face tinged with an unnatural bluish-black hue, her lips purple, and her body trembling slightly, clearly indicating that she had been poisoned. A young man with an anxious expression stood guard beside her, continuously channeling his spiritual energy into her to suppress the poison. The 5 people all wore clothing with the same cloud-encircled fairy mountain motif. Those are the disciples' uniforms of the Kungsu Holy Land, a first-class power in the Kungsu domain. The young man at the head of the group had reached the early stage of the nascent soul realm. At this moment, his face was gloomy, and he held a dark red longsword with the tip still showing traces of spiritual light, indicating that he had just been in battle. The other 3 are all in the mid to late nascent soul stage, so it's obvious they're teaming up. Sensing the approach of Chen Yuan and his group of 5, the nascent soul youth swept his sharp gaze over, filled with vigilance and warning. Halt! The Kungsu Holy Land is handling important matters here. All irrelevant personnel, please leave immediately. His tone carried the arrogance characteristic of a top-tier sect. Faced with this group of disciples from a third-rate sect, they naturally felt superior. Upon hearing this, Wu Guanqi frowned almost imperceptibly, quite dissatisfied with the other party's attitude, but due to the other party's strength and background, he could only silently endure it. Hua Qianyu looked curiously at the poisoned woman. As a disciple of the beast-taming king sect, she was quite sensitive to various toxins and whispered, "Such potent poison gas, it seems to be some kind of malevolent corpse poison?" Chen Shi's eyes flashed as he quickly assessed the opponent's lineup and condition. Just then, the young man who was channeling spiritual energy into the poison woman looked up. He was the only alchemist in the group and said urgently, "Senior brother Qi, junior sister Zhou has been afflicted with bone-corroding fiend. The poison is spreading extremely fast, and my spiritual power is almost unable to suppress it. I must refine the clearing evil and detoxifying pill as soon as possible. I have all the other auxiliary ingredients, but I'm missing the main ingredient, yutan flower. This flower thrives in shady, inauspicious places. It might grow in the nearby swamp." The senior brother Qi, who was at the nascent soul stage, looked even more unpleasant. The yutan flower was not a common commodity that could be found everywhere. Where could he find it now? His gaze swept over Chen Yuan and his group of 5 again, this time with a scrutinizing look. He could tell that Chen Yuan and his group of 5 were quite powerful, and there seemed to be a faint trace of swamp energy remaining from the direction they had come from. Su Nuo held his sword, his cold gaze sweeping over the poison woman, then at the people of Kungsu Holy Land. He didn't speak, but slightly adjusted his body to a position where he could attack or defend. Chen Yuan took in the other party's urgency. Just then, a glint flashed in Chen Shi's eyes. Thinking of what Chen Yuan had done before, he suddenly stepped forward. With a perfectly measured humble smile on his face, he cupped his hands in greeting to the people of Kungsu Holy Land. "So it's fellow Taoists from Kungsu Holy Land. My apologies. The poison this fairy has been afflicted with seems quite troublesome." He abruptly changed the subject, his tone becoming sincere and natural, as if he were merely offering a well-intentioned reminder. "It's quite a coincidence, really. We just happened to find a ghostly night flower in a swamp ahead. If you urgently need this flower to save someone, we can." He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was already crystal clear, and he directly brought up Chen Yuan, pointing out that he possessed the yutan flower. He didn't mention Wu Guanqi and Hua Qianyu, only Chen Yuan, which shows how narrow-minded he was. Chen Yuan sneered inwardly. Chen Shi's acting was still too clumsy, and the fact that he only mentioned him clearly meant he was being targeted. If he loses his composure and reveals Hua Qianyu and Wu Guanqi, he will likely be resented by Wu Guanqi and Hua Qianyu. If he didn't speak up, he would lose a yutan flower. If he did, he would offend Hua Qianyu and the other 2. Chen Shi's plan could be described as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, Chen Shi misjudged Wu Guanqi's personality. Wu Guanqi glared at him and pointed at him, saying, "Chen Shi, you." Hua Qianyu also covered her mouth in surprise, not expecting Chen Shi to betray information so directly. Upon hearing this, senior brother Qi's gaze instantly shot towards Chen Yuan like a sharp arrow, and his nascent soul stage aura pressed down without any politeness. "You have a netherworld flower on you? Take it out. My Kungsu Holy Land will definitely reward you handsomely." His tone was urgent, and although he expressed his gratitude, his posture was more like an order, carrying an unyielding force. Several Kungsu disciples behind him immediately moved subtly, forming an invisible encirclement, their eyes fixed on Chen Yuan, as if they were about to forcibly seize him at the slightest provocation. The atmosphere instantly tensed up. All eyes were once again focused on Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan remained calm, first giving Chen Shi a cold glance. That look made the latter feel inexplicably uneasy, and he could barely maintain his smile. Then, he looked at the aggressive senior brother Qi, his voice calm and even. I do have the Yutan flower. But why should I give it to you? Why? Just because this great cultivator comes from the Kungsu Holy Land, isn't that enough? Senior brother Qi's tone was chilling, and the pressure of his nascent soul stage cultivation was like a tangible mountain, pressing down on Chen Yuan even more fiercely, trying to make him submit. The disciples behind him also drew their weapons, their spiritual energy surging as they locked onto Chen Yuan. However, Chen Yuan stood at the center of the oppressive aura, his body motionless, and his clothes did not flutter even slightly. His calm, deep pool-like gaze sent a shiver down Qi's spine. The divine energy pierced Chen Yuan's mind like a flying knife. However, the moment that divine energy entered Chen Yuan's mind, it was quietly annihilated into nothingness by his fifth-level divine sense. What? A soul-protecting magic weapon? Senior brother Qi was taken aback at first, but then immediately realized what was happening, and his eyes gradually filled with greed. I've changed my mind. I'll take the ghostly ephemeral flower, and I'll also take your soul-protecting magic treasure. Chapter 85 All Killed. Kungsu Holy Land, what a grand display of power. Chen Yuan spoke calmly, his tone devoid of any emotion. Unfortunately, I'm not buying it. Senior brother Qi was thoroughly enraged. As a prodigy of the Holy Land, how could he have ever been so disrespected by a nascent soul cultivator? A mere late-stage true monarch, you really think you're invincible with just a soul-protecting magic weapon? Die! The dark red longsword hummed, and spiritual power at the nascent soul stage surged forth. Suddenly, Chen Yuan moved, even faster than senior brother Qi. He didn't even draw his sword, he simply pointed his fingers together as if they were swords and casually slashed out. An invisible yet extremely sharp sword intent erupted from his fingertips, containing an almost imperceptible sword Emperor's Will, which directly slashed at his soul. Put! Brother Qi felt excruciating pain in his soul, as if he had been struck by an invisible divine sword. The spiritual energy gathered in his hand instantly dissipated. He let out a muffled groan, his eyes filled with disbelief and horror, and his movements suddenly froze. Several divine senses erupted from Chen Yuan's dantian, forcing the nascent soul disciples behind him to their knees, screaming in agony. His mind felt as if it had been pierced by thousands of needles, and he instantly lost all his fighting power. He couldn't even hold his weapon steady, and it clattered to the ground. Chen Yuan's figure had already disappeared from the spot. In the next instant, he appeared before the stiff-looking senior brother Qi like a ghost. With lightning speed, his right hand flicked out and pointed directly at senior brother Qi's forehead. Senior brother Qi was terrified. On the verge of death, he unleashed his last trump card. A strange crystal core emitting a red glow. This was obtained from a previous secret realm and can protect his soul in times of crisis. He quickly covered his forehead with his hand. However, Chen Yuan merely smiled dismissively. The 9-inch-long, top-grade nascent soul within his body suddenly shrank by 7 inches, condensing at his fingertips. A soft pft sound. The red crystal core shattered. Chen Yuan used a single point to break through the surface, and his power remained undiminished. He easily pierced through the protective spiritual light of senior brother Qi and directly shattered the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows. The shock in senior brother Qi's eyes froze, his body went limp and he collapsed, his aura instantly extinguished. A prodigy in the early stage of nascent soul was killed instantly without even having to use a single move. All of this happened in an instant, so fast that no one had time to react. Chen Yuan didn't stop moving, he flashed again. Like a tiger among sheep, he flicked his fingers repeatedly, or flicked out extremely refined sword energy. Whoosh! 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 The sound of sword energy piercing the air was sharp and shrill. Those few nascent soul disciples of the Kungsu Holy Land who were screaming in agony with their heads in their hands were completely powerless to resist. Their foreheads or hearts were pierced instantly, and they fell to the ground one after another, dying instantly. Chen Yuan didn't even spare the poisoned female disciple. Finally, his figure appeared before the alchemist. The alchemist was already terrified, his face pale. Looking at Chen Yuan, who was like a god of death, his teeth chattered, and he couldn't even utter a word of begging for mercy. Chen Yuan's eyes were cold, and without the slightest hesitation, he swept a finger across the area. The last Kungsu disciple died. From the start to the end, it only took 2 or 3 breaths. The scene was deathly silent. The wind blew through the stone forest, carrying the smell of blood, but it could not dispel the pervasive, terrifying killing intent and the extreme shock of Wu Guangqi and his companions. Wu Guangqi opened his mouth wide, his hand holding the long sword trembling slightly, not out of fear, but as a physiological reaction to extreme shock. He watched helplessly as a late-stage nascent soul cultivator instantly killed a deity transformation cultivator and 4 nascent soul cultivators. Like chopping melons and cutting vegetables. Just who exactly is this Chen Yuan? Is he really a rogue cultivator? Hua Qianyu's face turned deathly pale. She covered her mouth tightly, her big eyes filled with fear and disbelief, and her body trembled slightly involuntarily. She had never seen such a clean, efficient, and ruthless killing. Even Su Nuo, who had always been as aloof as ice, tightened his arms around the sword slightly, and a noticeable ripple finally appeared in his clear eyes. She stared intently at Chen Yuan's retreating figure, and just as she was about to make her move, she discovered that Chen Yuan was even faster than her. However, what truly stopped her in her tracks was the sword intent emanating from Chen Yuan. That feeling was fleeting, yet it felt real. Was it the aura of an emperor? Finally, she shook her head. It was ridiculous, it was simply impossible. Chen Shi, on the other hand, was already deathly pale, his back instantly soaked with cold sweat. His legs went weak and he could barely stand. He originally only wanted to use someone else to kill Chen Yuan, to make Chen Yuan suffer a great loss, and even to be taught a lesson by the Kungsu Holy Land. He never expected that Chen Yuan's strength would be so terrifying. Killing a nascent soul cultivator is as easy as killing a chicken. My actions just now were tantamount to dancing on the brink of death. He didn't even dare to look at Chen Yuan at that moment, afraid that the cold gaze would fall on him. Chen Yuan slowly withdrew his hand, as if he had only done a trivial matter. His gaze swept over the corpses on the ground, and he casually took the storage bags of several people and the dark red longsword, putting them away without even looking at them. Then, he turned around, his gaze calmly sweeping over his 4 teammates before finally settling on Chen Shi, whose face was ashen. The scene was completely silent, with only the howling wind. Fellow Daoist Chen, no, Senior Chen. Chen Shi's voice trembled so badly it was almost incoherent. He could no longer maintain his feigned elegance, and only fear remained. I was momentarily blinded by greed and my heart was clouded by greed. Please, Senior, spare my life. Spare my life. I will never dare to do it again. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Yuan pointed his fingers like a sword and slashed out. Put. Chen Shi's voice stopped abruptly, like a duck being snapped in two. A huge bloody hole appeared between his eyebrows, the terror in his eyes froze completely, and his body fell straight backward. Finally, with a thud, he crashed to the ground and his breath ceased instantly. It was decisive, efficient, and without any hesitation. Wu Guangqi and Hua Qianyu's pupils suddenly contracted. Su Nuo's hand holding the sword twitched slightly, but he remained silent in the end, his gaze towards Chen Yuan becoming increasingly deep and unfathomable. Chen Yuan didn't even glance at Chen Shi's corpse, as if he had done something insignificant. His gaze swept over Wu Guangqi, Hua Qianyu, and Su Nuo, his voice flat. Let's end the team here. He paused, then continued, the deaths of people from the Kungsu Holy Land here will inevitably cause trouble. Whether to stay or disperse is up to each individual to decide. Take care of yourselves. After saying that, he didn't even wait for the 3 of them to respond. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of light and disappeared into the depths of the stone forest. Wu Guangqi looked in the direction Chen Yuan had disappeared, then at the corpses of Chen Shi and the others from Kungsu on the ground. He let out a long sigh, his rugged face showing a complex expression, and finally gave a bitter smile. Damn it, what a mess this is. Forget it, I'm not getting involved in this muddy water. He sheathed his long sword, clasped his hands in a fist salute to Hua Qianyu and Su Nudi, and said, take care, you too. After saying that, he also chose a direction and quickly left. Hua Qianyu's face was still a little pale. She looked around and felt that the stone forest was terrifyingly eerie. She bit her lip and whispered to Su Nuo, the only one still present, Sister Su. I'm leaving too. She patted her waist, summoned the golden-winged mythical beast, leaped onto its back, and flew away in a panic. In the blink of an eye, only Su Nuo remained in the same spot. She looked in the direction where Chen Yuan disappeared, then transformed into a streak of light and followed him. Chapter 86 The Third Waterfall. Chen Yuan's figure moved through the dense forest. Suddenly, he frowned, feeling a sharp, sword-like figure rapidly approaching from behind. With the Thousand Illusions concealment technique activated beneath his feet, Chen Yuan suddenly vanished from his spot, merging into the world. When he reappeared, he was on a tree to his right, hidden by dense foliage, his eyes like an eagle's, warily sizing up the person behind him. Before long, a streak of light approached from afar and landed at the spot where Chen Yuan had disappeared. Su Nuo raised her eyebrows slightly. Where did Chen Yuan's aura go? Suddenly she felt a chill on her neck, her pupils contracted sharply, and before she knew it, a long sword was already at her neck. Following me? Chen Yuan's icy voice rang out. Su Nuo recited the incantation, his figure disappeared, and he appeared behind Chen Yuan, throwing a punch at his back. An ordinary cultivator would probably not be able to withstand this punch, nor would they have time to react, but for Chen Yuan, it was still too slow. He reacted quickly, easily dodging to the side, and then grabbed Su Nuo's wrist, dissipating all her strength. Su Nuo felt as if her hands were locked in iron clamps, unable to escape. Fellow Daoist Su, a sneak attack is not the act of a gentleman, Chen Yuan's silent voice rang out. Su Nuo remained expressionless and retorted, but I am a woman, am I not? Chen Yuan was taken aback. What he said seemed to make sense. Then tell me, why were you following me? Chen Yuan stared intently into her eyes. Were you trying to use me to curry favor with the Kungsu Holy Land? Or what? Su Nuo remained the same, with amber eyes and an expressionless face. I'm not that bored. I came to find you simply because I wanted to explore the secret realm with you. Chen Yuan remained calm. Reason? Your strength, Su Nuo said calmly, is enough to prove your worth by killing a genuine grandmaster, especially a prodigy from the Kungsu Holy Land, while you are only at the late stage of true monarch. The secret realm is extremely dangerous, and I need a teammate like you. Chen Yuan's eyes seemed to see through everything as he sneered. Then why don't you team up with the disciples of your own sect? Su Nuo pursed her lips and replied, I have no friends. She was telling the truth. Due to her personality and her extraordinary talent, she had no friends in the sect, except for her former senior sisters. Chen Yuan was stunned for a moment, and all the conspiracy theories that had arisen in his mind seemed to be blown away by a gust of wind. He looked Su Nuo up and down. With such a cold personality and a poker face, Chen Yuan really believed that someone like that had no friends. I have already offended the Kungsu Holy Land. If you follow me, you will only bring trouble to the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion behind you. It's alright, my Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion is also a first-class power. We are not afraid of Kungsu Holy Land at all, and... She changed the subject. You also come from a first-class power, don't you think? Chen Yuan's face hardened with suspicion. How did you figure that out? It really is a first-class power? Su Nuo's lips curled up slightly. I guessed. That smile dispelled much of the chill. Chen Yuan's lips twitched. Damn it, at this moment he deeply felt what it meant to be too clever for one's own good. I come from the Xintian sect. It's quite a coincidence that the Xintian sect and my Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion have always had a very good relationship. Unfortunately, I don't need you as a burden. Chen Yuan's words were merciless. I initially teamed up with them temporarily because I intended to take advantage of them, but things were disrupted later. During the previous crisis, Su Nuo attempted to intervene several times, which he witnessed. Since he couldn't utilize Su Nuo's abilities, there was no need to form a team again. Her amber eyes gazed at him, devoid of anger or the embarrassment of rejection, only a serene calm. I am not a burden. Her voice remained calm, without any emotional fluctuation. I can keep up with your speed and detect your concealment. That punch just now, if it had been against an ordinary late-stage true monarch, would have seriously injured him. So? Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow, his grip on her wrist remaining firm. Prove you're not the worst one? That's not enough. I know of a secret passage in the core area of the secret realm that even the people of Kungsu Holy Land don't know about, Su Nuo suddenly said. Chen Yuan's eyes flickered almost imperceptibly. Words are no proof. His tone softened slightly, but his vigilance remained. I can tell you the first half of the route. After passing the Ghost Corpse Tide, there's a 3-tiered waterfall. Most people only know 2 tiers. The 3rd tier is hidden behind the water curtain. Beyond that lies the ancient path leading to the core area. Su Nuo spoke at a steady pace and with clear enunciation. This information was left to her by the previous senior, who also drew an incomplete map for her. The swamp she had passed through before was recorded on the map. How about this message, to switch to another temporary teammate? After the zombie horde, if you still feel I'm a burden, or if the information is false, you can leave at any time, and I won't bother you. The information she provided was very specific, not something she made up on the spot. Chen Yuan stared into her eyes, seemingly trying to glean some clues from those amber eyes. The Tianbao's secret realm is so vast that even after being opened more than 10 times, no one has been able to draw a complete map. Even if they exist, they are mostly defective products, and the majority are fake. Chen Yuan also had one, given to him by his master. It was a mix of truth and falsehood. Lan Yumeng had never entered the secret realm, so she only gave Chen Yuan a more reliable map of the second level of the secret realm, which had been approved by some disciples who had entered it. At this moment, Su Nuo looked back calmly, expressionless. Silence spread between the two, with only the rustling of the wind through the leaves in the forest. A moment later, Chen Yuan flicked his wrist, releasing his grip on her, and at the same time, he silently withdrew his longsword. Lead the way. He uttered 2 words, concise and to the point. If anything goes wrong, my sword will not stop. Su Nuo moved her slightly numb wrist, leaving a clear red mark around it. She didn't say anything, just nodded, turned around and darted off in one direction, her movements as light and agile as smoke, and her speed extremely fast. Chen Yuan's figure flickered as he followed, maintaining a distance of about 3 zhang from her, so that he could observe her movements at any time and react immediately if anything happened. The two sped through the dense ancient forest, one after the other. Su Nuo produced a map, a gift from his senior sister, which showed the location of the Great Shock's secret realm. Flying along, she avoided powerful monster lairs by choosing directions based on the locations marked on the map, making her extremely efficient. Chen Yuan observed the journey with a cold eye. He discovered that this woman not only possessed superb agility but also exceptionally keen senses, avoiding potential dangers several times in advance, and her reaction speed was even comparable to his. Her strength is indeed far beyond that of her peers, and she has even reached the threshold of becoming a great cultivator. After traveling at a brisk pace for about half an hour, the trees ahead gradually thinned out, and a damp mist began to fill the air, with the faint sound of rumbling water. The horde of ghost corpses is just ahead. Su Nuo's voice came through the sound of water, still cold and clear. There is a bewitching miasma at the bottom of the ravine that can erode one's consciousness. There are also 5th-tier demonic beasts, ghost corpse bats, in the ravine. Chen Yuan hummed in response. Soon, a huge, fissure canyon appeared before them, hundreds of feet wide and bottomless. The rushing water roared at the bottom, carrying up water vapor that formed a grayish-white mist. Chapter 87 Jianghan Dajuan's Relics. Chen Yuan released his divine sense in an attempt to investigate, but found that his divine sense was like a mud ox sinking into the sea, becoming slow and even difficult to penetrate. On the cliff face, countless dark caves could be vaguely seen, from which came rustling sounds. It was clear that these cries were a warning to them. Su Nuo stopped and looked at Chen Yuan, gesturing with her eyes, "You go first?" Chen Yuan remained expressionless, circulating his spiritual energy and a faint golden halo emanating from his body as he took the lead and sped towards the opposite bank. Su Nuo's body rippled with a watery sword light, which followed closely behind. As soon as the two rushed into the misty area, a piercing shriek erupted from the caves and the cliffs on both sides. Countless dark shadows surged forth, none other than the fanged, ferocious-looking ghost corpse bats. Chen Yuan snorted coldly, his fingers forming a sword shape, and a blazing golden lightning bolt burst forth from his fingertips, sweeping forward like a lightning snake. Now that he is the Sword Emperor, he can wield various sword intents with ease. Boom! Lightning, being of the utmost yang in strength, is the nemesis of evil and monstrous creatures. The demonic bats struck by the lightning were instantly charred black and fell to the ground in droves. Su Nuo, standing beside her, also attacked with equal ferocity. Instead of using a sword, she formed hand seals, her sword intent condensing into countless fine, dense, pale blue sword energies that shot towards the demon bat. Each sword strike could pierce the head of a demonic bat, making it extremely efficient. The two displayed their sword intent, clearing away the swarming demonic bats while rushing towards the opposite bank at an undiminished speed. These demonic bats are individually strong, ranging from the late golden core stage to the early nascent soul stage, but their numbers are simply too great to kill them all, and they keep pouring out of the cave. Just then, Chen Yuan's eyes sharpened as he sensed an even more powerful aura rapidly approaching from the bottom of the ravine. "Watch out below," he warned, as a huge white tentacle suddenly pierced through the mist, carrying a foul stench, and swept straight towards Su Nuo. The tentacles were extremely fast and far more powerful than the demon bats, reaching the level of the early stage of the nascent soul stage. Su Nua's pupils contracted slightly, and the sword energy at his fingertips surged, transforming into a giant sword phantom that slashed towards the tentacles. Laugh! The sword energy slashed into nearly half of the tentacle, but was firmly stuck and failed to sever it in one strike. The injured tentacles, however, lashed out even more frantically, about to engulf her. At the critical moment, a dazzling sword light appeared. The sword flashed and disappeared. The incredibly tough tentacle snapped off instantly, spurting out dark green, foul-smelling blood. The severed tentacle writhed wildly as it plummeted into the abyss. Chen Yuan appeared beside Su Nua, holding the Yi Shui sword in his hand, the sword humming. He used a trace of the Sword Emperor's will in that sword strike. Su Nua glanced at the severed tentacle, then at the sword in Chen Yuan's hand. A flash of shock crossed her amber eyes. It was a familiar feeling, just like what she had sensed before. But how could he possibly be the Sword Emperor? Could it be that he carries the legacy of the Sword Emperor? Go! Chen Yuan shouted, grabbing Su Nua's shoulder with his large hand, his feet leaving no trace on the snow. Behind them, an angry roar came from the bottom of the ravine, and more tentacles shot up into the sky, dancing wildly, but they were a step too late. The two had landed safely on the other side. Looking back, the tentacles and demonic bats seemed to be restricted by some kind of rule, unable to cross the misty area, and could only rage helplessly in the ravine. Chen Yuan sheathed his sword and stood still, his breathing steady. You should know about that monster in the ravine, right? Su Nua nodded in agreement. Her purpose in seeking out Chen Yuan was to get through the attack from that early stage nascent soul tentacled monster, and also, the first level of the secret realm. Chen Yuan said calmly, lead the way. Su Nua shifted her gaze from the memory snow sword in his hand and pointed in a direction, this way. She turned and walked forward, with Chen Yuan following closely behind. The two walked through an area filled with ancient vines, where the surrounding spiritual energy became increasingly rich. Su Nua stopped and pointed to a mountain wall not far away that was almost completely covered by strange vines. If you didn't look closely, you could hardly see any traces of human carving. This is it. Su Nua's voice was still cold, but if you listen carefully, you could detect a hint of solemnity. The entrance is hidden by an array, but a forced attack should be able to break through it. As she spoke, a blue sword light slashed out from her hand, instantly striking the eye of the formation. Buzz. Ripples spread across the surface of the mountain wall, and the thick vines seemed to come alive, quickly shrinking and retreating to both sides. Finally, a pitch-black opening, barely wide enough for one person to pass through, was revealed. Chen Yuan scanned the cave with his divine sense. There were no traps at the entrance, but a series of unsettling fluctuations emanated from the depths. He tried to investigate further but found that his divine sense could no longer penetrate the cave. This secret realm was left behind by a Taoist who had returned to the void. Moreover, he was also a genuine Sword Emperor. Sword Emperor? In the 23 regions of the Eastern Wilderness, it is unheard of for someone to break through to the Sword Emperor level. Even the Pavilion Master of the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion is only a half-step Sword Emperor. Therefore, the Sword Emperor only exists in history. Chen Yuan was somewhat surprised. How did you know? This is the result of several investigations by my senior sisters. The owner of this site is none other than the famous Hanjiang Daojun, who suddenly perished for unknown reasons. Su Nua gave a brief explanation and stepped into the cave first. Now, her senior sisters have long since broken through to the void returning stage and been promoted to the position of elder. She is the only one left in her master's lineage, so she is the only one who has come to find this ruin. Chen Yuan's eyes flickered slightly, and he followed closely behind. The cave was initially very narrow, barely wide enough for one person to pass through. After walking several hundred steps, it suddenly opened up into a bright and spacious area. What came into view was a strange world looking up. There was a gray sky, with no sun or moon in sight. The road beneath my feet is just ordinary road, and at the end of the square stands a dilapidated hall. Around the square, there are some broken stone tablets scattered around. However, what attracted the most attention were the figures on the square. They are not living people, but puppets made of jade, metal, and special formations. There are dozens of them. Some resemble soldiers, while others look like strange beasts. They move silently, their eyes flashing red. Each puppet emitted powerful energy fluctuations, clearly reaching the early or even mid stages of the nascent soul realm. Guardian puppets, Su Nua said in a low voice, his expression becoming more solemn. Only by passing through this plaza and reaching the main hall can one undergo the test of the Tao Lord's inheritance. These puppets are the first test. Chen Yuan scanned the entire scene and quickly judged 11 bodies, 3 in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm and 8 in the early stage of the nascent soul realm. He then looked at Su Nuwa and said, "No wonder you came to me. Did you use me as free labor?" Su Nuwa nodded first, then shook his head. "No, I want you to help me get through this first hurdle. I didn't mean to use you as free labor. These puppets have been almost completely drained by my senior sisters. The 3 mid-stage nascent soul puppets are only at the early stage, and the early stage nascent soul puppets only have the combat power of a nascent soul cultivator." In truth, Su Nuwa was very grateful to Chen Yuan. She had originally planned to explore this place again after breaking through to the nascent soul stage when the Heavenly Treasure Secret Realm opened next time. Chapter 88: Destroy the Puppet, Break the Illusion. Thank you for your help on this trip. If you are able to obtain the inheritance, you may take it first, Su Nuwa said. Chen Yuan nodded, then his gaze swept over the puppets in the square, their bodies gleaming with a cold, hard luster in the dim light. At this moment, the 11 puppets also noticed the 2 of them, their scarlet eyes sweeping over them, followed by a wave of pressure from the nascent soul stage. A swift and decisive victory. Before Chen Yuan finished speaking, his figure shot out like an arrow, rushing towards the 3 strongest mid-stage nascent soul puppets. Su Nuwa moved almost simultaneously, his body surrounded by a pale blue sword light, as he faced the nascent soul battle puppet to one side. Buzz! Chen Yuan's intrusion instantly activated the protective array of the plaza. The red light in the eyes of all the puppets intensified, and they all began to rotate. At this moment, 3 mid-stage nascent soul puppets, wielding giant axes and clad in heavy armor, leaped to 3 different locations and charged towards Chen Yuan in a triangular formation. The giant axe swung with a dull thud, its power not as great as in its prime, but its momentum was still terrifying. Chen Yuan's expression remained unchanged, while 3 inches of his 9-inch nascent soul burned within him. The memory snow sword was not drawn, he simply pointed his fingers together like a sword and thrust it out in mid-air. Thunderous sword intent. The sword emperors will once again solidified within the sword intent. Sizzle! A burst of blazing golden lightning erupted from his fingertips, splitting into 3 nimble lightning snakes that instantly struck the chests of the 3 puppets. Boom! 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 The armor on the chests of the 3 puppets instantly turned black and melted, revealing an array of runes inside that resembled a compass. At that moment, a crack appeared on the runes, the light turned from white to dim, the momentum of the 3 puppets charging forward came to an abrupt halt, and the red light in their eyes flickered violently a few times before going out completely. Its massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. On the other side, Su Nuwa moved with the agility of a startled swan, weaving through the encirclement of several puppets. Her sword fingers moved nimbly and ever-changing, producing fine, dense, and incomparably sharp streaks of pale blue sword energy. Sizzle! The sound of sword energy piercing through the air was incessant. Just as a leopard-shaped puppet leaped up to pounce, it was pierced through its limbs by several sword energies, fell to the ground, and struggled to get up. Another humanoid warrior swung its sword, but it was easily deflected by a solid sword intent condensed at Su Nuwa's fingertips. Immediately afterward, another sword aura, like a venomous snake, burrowed into its eye socket, destroying the internal sensory array. After dealing with the 3 strongest enemies, Chen Yuan did not stop. He quickly entered Su Nuwa's battle circle. Heavenly Thunder Fist. As the intent of the fist technique unfolded, a domain of Tao expanded from beneath Chen Yuan's feet, locking onto the 3 puppets. A fist-shaped beam of light shot out from Chen Yuan's hand. In the air, the fist's intent materialized, resembling a world-destroying thunder dragon that slammed into the 3 puppets. Bang! The 3 puppets were blasted away by the punch, knocking over 2 more that were rushing in from behind, their parts scattered all over the ground. Before long, the last few puppets were all cut in half at the waist by Chen Yuan's sweeping golden sword intent, sparks flying everywhere. The square fell silent once more, leaving only ruins scattered across the ground. Su Nuwa breathed slightly, looking at Chen Yuan, whose breathing was steady and who hadn't even drawn his sword, her amber eyes gleaming even brighter. Was that a Tao domain just now? It was actually the 4th realm of Fist Tao. Su Nuwa was shocked. The man in front of her was not only a powerful sword cultivator, but also a powerful fist cultivator. It is not easy to cultivate any Tao to the 4th level. Some people cannot do it even in their entire lives, let alone cultivate 2 Taos at the same time. Chen Yuan was completely unaware of Su Nuwa's thoughts. With a flick of his hand, he took out 3 rejuvenation pills and swallowed them whole. The rejuvenation pill, as a 5th-tier pill, is a pill used by nascent soul stage cultivators to restore their spiritual power. If an ordinary nascent soul cultivator were to swallow one of these, it might be burst apart by the surging spiritual energy. However, Chen Yuan was not worried about this at all. He even ate 3 at once. This scene deeply shocked Su Nuo. If she wasn't mistaken, Chen Yuan had just taken a rejuvenation pill. How dare he use a 5th-grade pill? Isn't he afraid of it bursting from the strain? Lead the way. Chen Yuan's calm voice broke Su Nuo's thoughts. Su Nuo composed himself and then pointed to the dilapidated hall. The entrance is over there. After saying that, she walked over first. Chen Yuan followed behind her while refining the medicinal power within his body. The doors to the main hall were incredibly heavy, made of some unknown metal, and covered with sword-shaped runes. As the two approached, the palace doors emitted a heavy rumble and slowly opened on their own, revealing the passage behind them. A series of sharp sword gusts blew by, causing the robes of the 2 men to flutter loudly. Passing through the passageway and entering the main hall, the interior space is much more spacious than it appears from the outside. The dome hangs high, and the pillars supporting the palace have long since broken. In the center of the main hall stood a huge stone tablet. The inscription was already blurred, but a powerful sword intent lingered, inspiring awe. Suddenly, the blurry inscription on the stone tablet lit up with a soft light, and a phantom-like middle-aged figure dressed in a green Taoist robe slowly materialized. His face was solemn, his eyes were deep, and although he was just a wisp of remnant spirit, he still carried a suffocating pressure. That was the powerful pressure of a Taoist who had returned to the void, mixed with the will of the Sword Emperor. Su Nuo was frozen in place, finding it incredibly difficult to move. Later comers. An aged voice resounded directly in the minds of the two. To be able to come here and break my puppet protective formation shows your strength and destiny. However, the great path is walked alone, and one's character comes first. This second stage is the refinement of the mind. The old man's phantom image raised his hand and pointed. In an instant, the scene around Chen Yuan and Su Nuo changed dramatically. The main hall vanished, replaced by a blood-red battlefield, filled with deafening battle cries and overwhelming demonic energy. Countless ferocious demons surged forth like a tide, instantly engulfing the two. An atmosphere of despair constantly assaulted their senses and minds. At the same time, various illusions arise. This is the heart-refining array set up by Hanjiang Daojun with the remaining will of the Sword Emperor, directly targeting the heart. Chen Yuan felt a jolt in his sea of consciousness, and the Emperor Realm Sword Soul spontaneously rang out, annihilating all illusions. His eyes were as clear as ever, and an invisible sword intent flowed around him. Those illusions and demonic shadows melted away like ice and snow when they approached him, unable to affect him in the slightest. His resolve was already unbreakable. He looked at Su Nuo beside him. Her delicate brows were furrowed, fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and her body trembled slightly, clearly indicating that she was resisting with all her might. In that illusion, something she cared deeply about seemed to appear, or perhaps it was a demon in her heart. Chen Yuan did not intervene. You must overcome this hurdle on your own. About an incense stick later, Su Nuo suddenly opened her eyes, a hint of lingering fear flashing in them. She let out a long sigh of relief, looked at Chen Yuan, and nodded slightly to indicate that she was all right. Having just experienced the annihilation of her clan, she dared not take up her sword. Finally, she heard her master's call, and only then did she grasp the sword in her hand and shatter the illusion. Even before she arrived, her master had foreseen that there would be a test of her mental fortitude, and planted a divine thought of hers in her sea of consciousness. Master Su Nuo is a dignified integration supreme, so breaking this illusion and restoring Su Nuo's clarity of mind is a piece of cake. Chapter 89 Obtaining the Inheritance, the Moon Palace. Not bad. The illusory figure of Hanjiang Daojun reappeared, a hint of satisfaction on his face. With a resolute character and a clear sword mind, they are all qualified to inherit my lineage. He raised his hand again, and 2 beams of light flew toward Chen Yuan and Su Nuo respectively. Before Chen Yuan was a crystal-clear jade slip, cool to the touch, containing boundless sword intent, and a message surged into his mind. Imperial-level sword technique, Thunder Sword Manual, which draws divine thunder from the 9 heavens and transforms it into supreme sword intent. Cultivating to the peak allows one to become a sword emperor. However, the technique has restrictions, and only the first person to inherit it can practice it. Chen Yuan only glanced at it briefly, but as a fellow sword emperor, coupled with his top-notch comprehension, he had already grasped the general idea. The Thunder Sword Manual and his Soaring Void Sword Manual are quite similar. Although the two have different methods for becoming a Sword Emperor, they are similar in their approach. At the same time, another cultivation manual appeared in front of him. The Divine Thunder Sword technique is a royal level sword technique with 3 levels. 2 jade slips also appeared before Su Nuo. The Ice Soul Sword Manual is a royal level technique and a top-tier swordsmanship inheritance, but it is slightly inferior to the Thunder Control Sword Manual. It also has restrictions. It places greater emphasis on tempering the sword heart and condensing the sword spirit, so that sword energy is generated with a thought, which is extremely mysterious. The other one was a royal level cultivation technique. Clearly, Hanjiang Daojun bestowed different inheritances upon the two individuals based on their individual characteristics. He mistakenly believed that Chen Yuan had grasped the essence of the Thunder Sword, while Zhang Han thought that Chen Yuan was more suited to his Thunder Sword Manual. The reason is simple: he believed that Chen Yuan only possessed the essence of swordsmanship. Chen Yuan was now the Sword Emperor, while Zhang Han was merely a phantom. Chen Yuan wanted to hide, but Zhang Han had no way of detecting him. However, Zhang Han's illusory cultivation level was still higher than Chen Yuan's, and it could be seen that he possessed a more advanced cultivation technique. Therefore, he did not pass on his inherited cultivation techniques to Chen Yuan, but instead gave them to Su Nuo. Having received my inheritance, I hope you will diligently cultivate without ceasing, and not tarnish my illustrious name. The Dao Lord's illusory figure gradually faded and finally disappeared without a trace. Both of them put away the jade slips, having gained a great deal. Just as they were about to explore the other areas of the main hall, they suddenly heard a whooshing sound and human voices outside the hall. "Senior sister! Look! There's a grand hall here. The fluctuations we felt earlier must have come from here. Such dense spiritual energy. And traces of a battle. These puppets were just destroyed." 5 figures swiftly entered the main hall. All of them were women, dressed in moon-white sect robes with a cold moon emblem embroidered on their lapels. This was the symbol of Guanghan Immortal Palace, a first-class power. The woman in the lead had a beautiful face, but her eyes were arrogant, and her aura was clearly that of a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Beside her was a woman with a cold expression, at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. The 3 people behind him were all at the late nascent soul stage. These individuals are all direct disciples of the Guanghan Immortal Palace. It was quite conspicuous that the woman leading the group was in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, and was very likely a disciple of the heavenly ladder ranking of the Guanghan Immortal Palace. There were quite a few nascent soul stage cultivators who entered the secret realm. There are 15 people on the heavenly ladder ranking of Guangxuan Heavenly Sect. As soon as the 5 people entered, their eyes were immediately drawn to Chen Yuan and Su Nuo, who had just received the inheritance and whose spiritual energy had not yet fully subsided. Then he greedily looked at the jade slips that they had not yet put away. The powerful aura emanating from the jade slip held a fatal attraction for them. The female cultivator at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm stepped forward, her chin slightly raised, her tone carrying an unquestionable command. "Who are you? How dare you steal the heritage of the ruins that my Guanghan Immortal Palace discovered first? Hand over the jade slips you hold, then seal your cultivation and return with us to the Immortal Palace to await your judgment." The cold-faced woman behind her added, her tone icy, "If you dare to resist, don't blame us for being ruthless." The other 3 nascent soul disciples immediately dispersed, forming a subtle encirclement that blocked Chen Yuan and Su Nuo's retreat. Not only that, the leading mid-stage nascent soul woman also used her divine sense to depict the appearances of Chen Yuan and the other 2, and passed them on to the other senior sisters on the heavenly ladder ranking who had entered the secret realm. This was something these people agreed upon before entering the secret realm. Firstly, she feared that she might be caught off guard and no one would avenge her. Secondly, she feared that Chen Yuan might escape so she could issue a bounty. Unlike other sects, Guanghan Immortal Palace has a strange unity within it. Disciples on the heavenly ladder ranking of other sects either don't get along with each other or are scheming against each other. Su Nuo's face turned cold as he stepped forward and said in a chilling voice, "The Moon Palace? What a grand display! This is an unclaimed ruin, only those with the right opportunity will obtain it. I am Su Nuo, a direct disciple of the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion, and this is Chen Yuan of the Xin Tian sect. Are you trying to provoke a war between sects?" Upon hearing the names Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion and Mysterious Heaven Sect, the 5 disciples of Guanghan Immortal Palace changed their expression slightly, clearly showing some apprehension. As dominant powers in their respective regions, their strengths were not significantly different. The female cultivator in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm had a glint in her eyes. Greed ultimately overcame her scruples. She sneered, "Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion? Xian Tian sect? Humph, this place was first discovered by my Guanghan Immortal Palace, and the ruins should belong to my Immortal Palace. Who knows if you are imposters? Even if you are not, if we kill you, who will know that it was us?" Her mid-stage nascent soul aura erupted completely, locking onto the two of them. "I'll say it one last time, hand over the inheritance, or die." Chen Yuan slowly raised his head, looking at her expressionlessly. The Yishuai sword was already in his hand, its blade humming. "The Moon Palace?" His voice was calm, yet carried a chilling undertone. "I'll give you two choices: hand over your storage rings, kneel down and kowtow to apologize to me, or die." As soon as Chen Yuan finished speaking, the air in the entire dilapidated hall seemed to freeze instantly. Su Nuo, standing to the side, was stunned. Chen Yuan was so arrogant. How could someone be so arrogant when facing a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator? Although the middle stage of the nascent soul realm and the early stage of the nascent soul realm are separated by only a wall, they are as insurmountable as an insurmountable chasm. Could he kill a disciple of the Kungso Holy Land in the early stage of the nascent soul realm, or a disciple of the Guanghan Immortal Palace in the middle stage of the nascent soul realm? For some reason, Su Nuo felt more inclined to believe that Chen Yuan had the ability to kill them all. Having come this far, she had come to understand Chen Yuan's character to some extent. If Chen Yuan truly possessed that strength. He looked at the 5 disciples of Guanghan Immortal Palace with some pity. Of all people to provoke, they had to provoke this fiend. The female cultivator in the mid-stage of the divine transformation realm at Guanghan Immortal Palace, named Lu Ying, was taken aback upon hearing this, and then an incredulous and absurd expression appeared on her face. As a renowned disciple on the heavenly ladder list of the Moon Palace, how could she have ever suffered such humiliation? He was still humiliated by a junior true lord. "Insolence!" Lu Ying shouted, her body radiating a chilling aura that instantly frosted over the floor of the hall. A mere late-stage nascent soul cultivator dares to utter such arrogant words. "Since you're courting death, this great cultivator will grant your wish." The aloof woman beside her, a nascent soul cultivator in the early stages, named Zhao Shuang, was even more direct. She already had an ice crystal spear in her hand, the tip of which was pointed directly at Chen Yuan, her killing intent chilling. "Senior sister, why waste words with a dying man?" Chapter 90 by Xiaolan. The other 3 female disciples, all at the late nascent soul stage, also unleashed their magical treasures, subtly forming an ice array. They surrounded Chen Yuan and Su Nuo in the center. They were somewhat wary of the reputations of the Xian Tian sect and the 9 Heavens Sword Pavilion. After all, everyone present was a direct disciple, a prodigy from various forces, which could easily trigger a war between sects. Moreover, since things have come to this point, the only way to eliminate future troubles is to kill and seize the treasure. Upon seeing this, Su Nuo stood beside Chen Yuan without hesitation. A long sword, as clear as water, appeared in his hand, its blade rippling with light like waves. Although she knew that Chen Yuan's strength was unfathomable, she would never stand idly by when facing 5 powerful enemies, including 2 nascent soul cultivators. "Chen Yuan, be careful of their combined attack formation. The mysterious ice-trapping immortal formation of the Guanghan Immortal Palace is quite sophisticated." Su Nuo reminded him in a low voice, his eyes serious. Chen Yuan simply gave a faint shielding her behind him, his gaze remaining calmly fixed on Lu Ying, as if he were looking at a dead person. Enraged by Chen Yuan's gaze, Lu Ying shouted, "Form the formation. Take down this madman first." Upon receiving the order, the 3 nascent soul disciples immediately activated their magical power, and the magical treasures in their hands shone brightly. 3 streams of extremely cold energy intertwined like chains, instantly forming an icy cage. The temperature plummeted, and even the air seemed to freeze. At the same time, Zhao Shuang made a move. She moved with the spear, transforming into a streak of icy blue-white light. Dozens of sharp ice lotuses bloomed from the spear tip, each containing a terrifying chill capable of crushing a nascent soul cultivator at their peak. It enveloped Chen Yuan's vital points like a tidal wave. Lu Ying, on the other hand, was even more ruthless. She did not rush to get close, but instead made hand seals and muttered incantations. A phantom cold moon appeared above her head. The moonlight was cold and clear. Under its illumination, the power of the Xianbing trapping immortal array suddenly increased. At the same time, invisible icy divine senses, like ice blades, silently pierced Chen Yuan's sea of consciousness. Faced with this almost certain death by siege, Chen Yuan made a move, and the icy divine consciousness that entered Chen Yuan's mind quietly dissipated the moment it did. Lu Ying's expression changed. His fifth-level divine sense was actually useless against the person in front of him. This kid is strange. He has a soul-protecting magic treasure. Lu Ying quickly sent a telepathic message to everyone. As soon as Chen Yuan took a step forward, his aura suddenly changed. A vast, ocean-like domain suddenly unfolded around him. Sword domain, open. Chen Yuan murmured to himself. It's not the Sword Emperor's domain that's too shocking and could easily attract unnecessary trouble. He merely integrated a trace of the Sword Emperor's will into the sword domain. Buzz. An invisible sword intent instantly filled the entire hall. The originally sturdy Xianbing trapping immortal formation cracked like fragile glass under the impact of this sword intent. The three nascent soul female disciples turned pale, groaned, and spat out a mouthful of blood. The Xianbing trapping immortal array collapsed instantly, and Chen Yuan's sword domain completely enveloped the five of them. The area was filled with lightning and chilled to the bone, dozens of times more intense than the cold emanating from them. The oppressive aura swept down, forcing the three nascent soul female disciples to their knees, unable to move. Zhao Shuang's originally fierce killing move seemed to hit an invisible sword wall when it came within 3 zhang of Chen Yuan. All the ice lotuses were silently annihilated without even a ripple. Zhao Shuang's expression changed drastically. She, a dignified nascent soul cultivator, couldn't even break through the defense of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. As she prepared to unleash her killing move once more, a surge of domain power swept over her entire body, and suddenly a chill ran straight to the top of her head. The spiritual energy within his body seemed to solidify, and its mobilization became sluggish. Just as she was filled with horror, with a thud, a long sword pierced her forehead. Under the sweeping force of the powerful sword intent, Zhao Shuang didn't even have time to scream before her soul was annihilated into nothingness. The light in Zhao Shuang's eyes dimmed instantly, her delicate body stiffened, and she fell straight down. It slammed down on the cold ground with a loud thud. A prodigy at the early stage of the nascent soul realm has fallen. Quiet. A deathly silence. The remaining 4 disciples of Guanghan Immortal Palace, including Lu Ying, were all frozen in place, their faces filled with blankness and terror. One sword. With just one sword strike, he instantly killed senior sister Zhao Shuang, who was at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. What kind of power is this? How could a nascent soul cultivator possibly do that? Su Nuo couldn't help but gasp. She thought of senior brother Qi from Kungso Holy Land, who, like Zhao Shuang, was easily wiped out. Killing an early-stage nascent soul cultivator is as easy as crushing an ant. Chen Yuan's previous statement, "Kneel down and apologize or die," was not arrogance, but a statement of fact. Chen Yuan slowly sheathed the Ishu's sword completely, producing a crisp clang sound that was particularly jarring in the deathly silent hall. His gaze shifted to Lu Ying, whose face was deathly pale. "Now, it's your turn. Have you made your choice?" His voice remained calm, but to Lu Ying at this moment, it was colder than 10,000 years of ice. Looking at Zhao Shuang's corpse on the ground and sensing Chen Yuan's unfathomable aura, Lu Ying's greed was replaced by boundless fear. Because she was already firmly locked onto by Chen Yuan's sword domain. She finally realized that she had kicked a hornet's nest. This Xiantian sect disciple in front of me is a monster. I. Lu Ying's teeth chattered. She wanted to give in, but her pride as a disciple of the heavenly ladder ranking made it impossible for her to easily beg for mercy. Moreover, she had already spread the news. Just then, another unexpected event occurred. At the entrance of the main hall, space distorted, and an aura even more powerful and colder than Lu Ying's suddenly descended. A clear, cold voice, like an icy spring, resounded throughout the hall. "Who dares to be so bold as to kill a disciple of my Guanghan Immortal Palace?" As the voice spoke, a woman dressed in a moon-white palace gown, with an exquisitely beautiful yet icy demeanor, slowly walked into the main hall. Her aura was profound, reaching the late stage of the nascent soul realm. It was Bai Xiaolan, a personal disciple of the Guanghan Immortal Palace, who had received Lu Ying's message and rushed over from nearby. Bai Xiaolan was ranked higher on the heavenly ladder list. Behind her were 2 female disciples at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Bai Xiaolan's gaze swept over Zhao Shuang's corpse on the ground, then turned to the injured Lu Ying and the 3 terrified nascent soul disciples. Finally, those icy blue eyes, like 2 sharp swords, locked onto Chen Yuan, who stood holding a sword, and Su Nuo behind him. The atmosphere inside the hall instantly became even more tense and deadly than before. Chen Yuan looked at the newly appeared Bai Xiaolan, his brows furrowed almost imperceptibly, but his eyes remained expressionless. "Another one sent to their death," he said calmly. These geniuses from the Moon Palace are in such a hurry to die. The geniuses at the nascent soul stage should occupy the 10th to 30th positions on the heavenly ladder ranking, and there should be about 14 or 15 who have entered the secret realm. Chen Yuan's ability to kill 5 disciples on the heavenly ladder ranking of Guanghan Immortal Palace in one fell swoop is absolutely devastating for Guanghan Immortal Palace. Su Nua's heart sank. Late-stage nascent soul cultivator. And one of the top experts on the heavenly ladder ranking of the Moon Palace. Can Chen Yuan handle this? Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaolan frowned slightly. The fact that a mere nascent soul cultivator could kill Zhao Shuang in front of Lu Ying suggests that the secrets he holds are definitely significant. What a sharp-tongued brat. Whoever you are, today, you, your companions, and the legacy you've inherited will all remain. Chapter 91, All Killed, by Ruwashi. Bai Xiaolan's words were like a cold wind, and her late-stage nascent soul power was like an iceberg, crashing down on Chen Yuan. However, the terrifying pressure that was enough to render an ordinary early-stage nascent soul cultivator powerless fell on Chen Yuan like a mudox sinking into the sea, without causing the slightest ripple. Bai Xiaolan's icy blue eyes suddenly narrowed, and alarm bells rang in her mind. This child is no ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Suddenly, a divine sense burst into Chen Yuan's sea of consciousness, but it too vanished without a trace. Senior sister, there is something strange about this person. Not only is his combat strength approaching that of the mid-stage nascent soul realm, but he also has a soul-protecting magic treasure hidden in his sea of consciousness. My divine sense is useless against him. Lu Ying hurriedly reminded him, but a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. As long as senior sister Bai got serious, this person would surely die. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaolan scrutinized Chen Yuan again, her beautiful face growing even colder, but a fleeting glint of barely perceptible greed flashed in her eyes. If she kills him, the strange soul-protecting magic treasure, the Tao Lord's inheritance, and all the secrets he possesses will belong to her. Stubborn to the end, then I will grant you death. Bai Xiaolan no longer hesitated, forming a hand seal, and the bright moon manifested by her primordial spirit behind her shone brightly. A beam of condensed light, refined to its extreme, entered Chen Yuan's primordial spirit like the moonlight from the heavens, shooting straight at him. This is one of her killing moves. Ordinary mid-stage nascent soul cultivators would be injured if they touched it, and would die if they took it head-on. The smiles on Lu Ying's and the other 3 disciples' faces seemed to depict the scene of Chen Yuan being frozen by the moonlight and shattered into ice shards. Su Nua's heart leaped into his throat. A furious strike from a late-stage nascent soul cultivator was far more powerful than Zhao Shuang's attack just now. However, Chen Yuan's eyes remained calm and unwavering in the face of this terrifying attack. Just as the extinguished moonlight was about to engulf him, he moved. The spatial teleportation suddenly activated, and in an instant, it landed behind Bai Xiaolan. He steadied himself, and with a flick of his wrist, an ancient and profound seal appeared in his palm. Heavenly Soul Seal, suppress. Chen Yuan let out a low shout, and his magical power surged into the Heavenly Soul Seal. Buzz! He threw the Heavenly Soul Seal into the air, and it instantly transformed into 100 times its original size. Profound runes flowed at the bottom of the seal, and in an instant, they enveloped Bai Xiaolan. Everything happened too fast. There was no time for anyone to react. Bai Xiaolan's coldness and confidence froze instantly, replaced by a blank and dazed expression. Her eyes lost focus, as if she were seeing the mundane world before she entered the path of cultivation. Chen Yuan's figure flickered again, and he used spatial teleportation once more. In the next instant, he appeared in front of Bai Xiaolan, whose eyes were empty and who was completely unprepared. Put! The Ishua's sword hummed softly, and a cold swordlight flashed past. Bai Xiaolan's delicate body trembled, and the crimson dot between her brows rapidly expanded. The illusion in her eyes shattered, replaced by boundless fear and disbelief. But her consciousness had already fallen into complete darkness along with the annihilation of her soul. Bang! Bai Xiaolan, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator ranked high on the heavenly ladder list, lay limply on the ground, following in Zhao Shuang's footsteps. The heavenly soul seal shrank, transformed into a stream of light, and flew back into Chen Yuan's hand, where he calmly put it away. Quiet. A silence even more deathly than before. The smile on Lu Ying's face froze completely, turning into extreme fear, and her body began to tremble violently uncontrollably. The other 2 female disciples who had just entered with Bai Xiaolan in the early stage of the nascent soul realm, as well as the 3 nascent soul disciples, were all terrified. Senior Sister Bai. Senior Sister Bai, who was in the late stage of nascent soul, was actually killed instantly by a single sword strike. What kind of monster is this? When did the Xiantian sect produce such a monstrous talent? Su Nuo was once again utterly shocked. She knew Chen Yuan was strong, but she never imagined he was so ridiculously strong. Even those at the late stage of the nascent soul realm are like clay chickens and earthen dogs in front of him. Chen Yuan slowly turned around, his gaze as cold as ice, sweeping over the remaining 5 disciples of Guanghan Immortal Palace. I gave you a chance. His voice was calm. No. Don't kill me. I apologize. I'll kneel down and apologize. Please. Luing finally broke down, collapsing to her knees with a thud, tears streaming down her face, all traces of her previous arrogance gone. The fear of death utterly crushed her pride. The others also knelt down and begged for mercy, kowtowing repeatedly. However, Chen Yuan's gaze remained unwavering. Being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to oneself. Since we have already formed a deadly feud, how can we let the tiger return to the mountain? The sword domain's oppressive power surged. Clang! 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 Several sword energies appeared out of thin air, like the scythe of death, slicing across the necks of the 5 people kneeling and begging for mercy. The pleas for mercy abruptly stopped. 5 heads, their faces filled with terror and despair, rolled to the ground, their blood staining the cold floor of the hall. In the blink of an eye, all 7 geniuses of Guanghan Immortal Palace, including 2 late-stage nascent soul cultivators, 2 early-stage nascent soul cultivators, and 3 late-stage nascent soul cultivators, were killed. Inside the main hall, only Chen Yuan and Su Nuo remained, along with corpses scattered all over the floor and a heavy stench of blood. Chen Yuan acted as if he had done something insignificant, raising his hand to collect the storage treasures of the group and store them in his system space. He then waved his hand, and a blue flame condensed at his fingertip, which he then tossed onto the corpses. In an instant, flames filled the sky. He looked at Su Nuo, who was still somewhat dazed, and his tone returned to its usual calm. Let's go, this place is not safe to stay any longer. Su Nuo took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in her heart, and nodded emphatically, okay. She looked at Chen Yuan's back with a complex expression, a mixture of awe, relief, and an indescribable sense of security. Being by this man's side, it felt as if even the biggest storms could be easily calmed down by him. The 2 quickly left the blood-soaked hall of inheritance, leaving behind only traces of the battle and a pile of ashes. Chen Yuan casually wiped away the faint traces left along the way, his movements practiced and seemingly habitual. About an incense stick's time after they left. In another part of the secret realm, beside a cold pool covered by millennia-old ice, a woman dressed in a plain white dress, whose appearance was 7 parts similar to Bai Xiaolan, but whose temperament was more aloof and cold, and whose aura was more profound and vast, suddenly opened her eyes. She is Bai Xiaolan's biological older sister, one of the true leaders of this secret realm expedition to Guanghan Immortal Palace, and a top 15 genius at the nascent soul stage on the heavenly ladder ranking by Ruoshi. Just now, the wisp of her natal divine thought that connected her to her younger sister Bai Xiaolan in her sea of consciousness shattered without warning. Completely and utterly annihilated. Xiaolan. For the first time, Bai Ruoshi's usually calm and composed face showed intense emotional fluctuations of piercing pain and an overwhelming rage. She clearly sensed that her sister was dead, her soul utterly destroyed. She immediately suppressed her surging blood and qi, her divine sense spreading wildly, trying to sense the location where her sister had last fallen and the remaining traces of her life. At the same time, a brief message that her sister Bai Xiaolan had recently transmitted through a secret technique echoed in her mind. Sister, junior sister Luing encountered a troublesome rogue cultivator who stole the opportunity that should have been ours. He is quite powerful and seems to be protected by a powerful treasure. I have already gone to meet him and will take care of him. Don't worry. That's right, the name Luing mentioned when she first asked for help was Chen Yuan. An unknown rogue cultivator. The reason they were called independent cultivators was to encourage the other senior sisters to help them without any reservations. Chen Yuan. Chapter 92 Bounty. Tianbao Secret Realm, beside the 10,000 years of mysterious ice pool. Bai Ruoshi's aura was like a volcanic eruption. Her once aloof and stunningly beautiful face was now covered in frost, and deep in her eyes surged a torrent of grief and overwhelming killing intent. Xiaolan, her slender fingers dug deep into her palm, blood seeping out but instantly frozen by the cold air. The annihilation of that wisp of divine thought connected to one's destiny brought not only a stinging pain to the soul, but also the pain of a broken blood bond. She closed her eyes, her consciousness flowing like mercury across the ground. She recalled the message that Bai Xiaolan had previously conveyed to her. How could her sister, a powerful late-stage nascent soul cultivator, possibly fail when surrounded by a nascent soul cultivator. Rogue cultivator, seizing opportunities, protecting oneself with precious treasures. Iruwashi's lips parted slightly as she repeated these keywords. The voice was so cold it could freeze your soul. Lu Ying, how dare you conceal crucial information? She instantly understood Lu Ying's little scheme. The intelligence is definitely wrong. Chen Yuan could never be a mere nascent soul cultivator, nor is he a rogue cultivator. How could a rogue cultivator possibly become a disciple of her Guanghan Immortal Palace heavenly ladder ranking? Lu Ying deliberately targeted rogue cultivators with no background, which would allow her fellow disciples to act without restraint and avoid concerns about the opponent possibly coming from a major sect. But this petty scheme cost her sister her life. Although she couldn't pinpoint the exact location of the hall where the battle was taking place, Iruwashi's divine sense still detected a faint fluctuation coming from that direction. Chen Yuan, no matter who you are, which sect you come from, or what secrets you carry, Iruwashi, hereby swear that I will make you pay for your crimes in blood, annihilate your soul, and condemn you to eternal damnation. She suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze now filled with an absolute, emotionless coldness. She took out a special communication talisman that was completely translucent and looked like it was made of ice crystal. This was a treasure used by disciples of the Guanghan Immortal Palace to make emergency communications when entering the secret realm. It could transmit messages to fellow disciples at the same time. Iruwashi's divine sense was imprinted within it, the content concise yet filled with killing intent. Wanted, kill the rogue cultivator Chen Yuan. This man killed my sister, and I, a great cultivator, will never let him live under the same sky. Anyone who provides accurate information about their location and helps me pinpoint it will be rewarded with a heaven-rank cultivation technique and 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Anyone who can severely injure him or assist me in capturing or killing him will be rewarded with a mid-grade heaven-rank protective magic treasure, and may also make one request of me, Iruwashi, that does not violate morality. Whoever takes his head, in addition to the above rewards, I am willing to offer my own heavenly rank spear, Frost Silence, as a reward. This bounty is valid within the secret realm. Even after leaving the secret realm, Iruwashi and the Bai family of Guanghan Immortal Palace will continue to pursue the bounty relentlessly. Seeing this order is like seeing me. Finally, she used her divine sense to inscribe the portrait of Chen Yuan that Bai Xiaolan had sent back onto a communication talisman and transmitted it to the disciples of Guanghan Immortal Palace who had entered the secret realm. Go! The ice beam instantly transformed into dozens of invisible, cold rays, shooting towards various directions within the secret realm. The news, like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, quickly stirred up huge waves among the disciples of Guanghan Immortal Palace who had entered the secret realm. Senior sister Bai even brought out her natal magic weapon Frost Silence? That's a heaven-ranked treasure. Chen Yuan? A rogue cultivator? Just how audacious is this person to dare kill senior sister Bai Xiaolan? Some of the female disciples who received Lu Ying's telepathic message gasped in shock. Instantly killing a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Is this really something a nascent soul cultivator could do? Senior sister Bai Xiaolan actually. This Lu Ying is too cunning. Chen Yuan is clearly not an ordinary nascent soul disciple, and definitely not just a rogue cultivator. Thankfully, they didn't go back then. The bounty notice began to spread at an alarming rate, attracting the attention of not only the disciples of Guanghan Immortal Palace. Some cultivators from other forces who were on good terms with the Guanghan Immortal Palace or who coveted the amazing rewards also received the news. They began to intentionally or unintentionally search for traces of a rogue cultivator named Chen Yuan. One day later, at another site, Xin Shuhan, Yu Baishi, Shen Nianshu, and Lin Shui sat around the bonfire in the center of the main hall of the ruins. Yu Baishi and Shen Nianshu both gained considerable opportunities, with Shen Nianshu even showing signs of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Suddenly, Xin Shuhan sensed that a jade slip in his storage ring was vibrating continuously. She took out the jade slip, which was dark red and had a special mark on it, engraved with the character Song. Her eyes narrowed, and she was reluctant to pick it up. It was Song Shiwei's communication jade slip. Before long, she still held the jade slip in her hand. She knew Song Shiwei well. Unless it was something very important, she wouldn't send her a telepathic message. The moment she grasped the jade slip, a voice transmission entered her mind. Xin Shuhan, your junior brother has been wanted by Iruwashi, who is ranked 13th on the heavenly ladder ranking of Guanghan Immortal Palace. Now, both independent cultivators and other forces are searching for Chen Yuan. It's said that Chen Yuan killed her sister. What? Xin Shuhan suddenly stood up from the ground. This scene naturally drew the attention of Yi Baishi and the other two. Bai Ruoshi? That Bai Ruoshi who has reached the peak of the nascent soul stage? That's right, it's her. Her younger sister, Bai Xiaolan, is in the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Slander! Qin Shohan retorted loudly, junior brother is only at the late nascent soul stage, how could he possibly cross borders to kill Bai Xiaolan, who is at the late divine transformation stage? This matter is definitely a frame-up by other forces. Qin Shohan's voice echoed in the empty hall of the ruins, filled with anger. We'll have to find Chen Yuan first to find out the truth. After saying that, Song Shiwei cut off the transmission. Upon hearing the words, junior brother and slander, Yi Baishi and Lin Shui immediately questioned them. Qin Shohan didn't want the two of them to worry, but she knew that the truth couldn't be hidden forever, and that everyone outside probably already knew, so there was no point in hiding it at this point. She immediately relayed Song Shiwei's telepathic message to the three of them, word for word. Upon hearing this, Lin Shui and Yi Baishi's pretty faces turned deathly pale. Brother Chen Yuan killed a late-stage nascent soul cultivator? How is that possible? Yi Baishi suddenly stood up, her petite body trembling slightly with excitement. Her bright eyes were filled with anxiety. Brother is only in the late nascent soul stage. There must be a mistake, or someone is framing him. Lin Shui bit her lower lip tightly, her face filled with worry. She grabbed Yi Baishi's hand and said, Sister Baishi, Senior Sister Shohan, the most important thing now is to find Senior Brother Chen Yuan. Those people outside only care about the reward, they won't listen to our explanations. He must be in very dangerous territory right now. Shin Yanchu's expression also turned solemn. Bai Ruoshi is ranked 13th on the Heavenly Ladder ranking and is a core disciple of the Guanghan Immortal Palace in this generation. The bounty she issues has a huge impact. Not to mention rogue cultivators, even some disciples within the sect might be tempted. Junior brother Chen Yuan is in big trouble. Qin Shohan forced herself to calm down. She took a deep breath, her eyes flashing with a cold light. Regardless of whether it's a misunderstanding or not, and regardless of how Chen Yuan did it, the fact is that he has become the target of public criticism. We must find him before anyone else does. P.S. Taking a day off, I'll resume 2 updates tomorrow. If you're interested, leave a comment so I can see how many people are reading. I missed a day due to illness and work, but I'm picking it up again now. Chapter 93 Speculations from All Sides. After leaving the inheritance hall, Chen Yuan and Su Nuo stealthily ventured deeper into the secret realm, completely unaware of what was happening outside. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. At the same time, Bai Ruoshi's bounty notice spread throughout the Tianbao secret realm at an astonishing speed. Bounty offered on rogue cultivator Chen Yuan. The reward includes a heaven-rank cultivation technique, a magical treasure, and even senior sister Bai's natal divine spear, Frost's Silence. The news spread like wildfire, attracting not only independent cultivators and disciples of small sects, but also some disciples of large sects who were secretly paying attention. However, when Chen Yuan's portrait began to circulate, the Xian Tian sect disciples within the secret realm were the first to erupt in uproar. Isn't this our sect's senior brother Chen Yuan? That genius who caused a sensation as soon as he entered the sect. What's going on? Wasn't Bai Ruoshi after the rogue cultivator Chen Yuan? How did he become a disciple of our Xian Tian sect? Could it be a mistake? Or is someone framing us? It must be a frame-up. Senior brother Chen Yuan is only at the nascent soul stage, isn't this bullying him? Soon, the truth was pieced together through various channels, and the news that Chen Yuan was a direct disciple of the Xian Tian sect also spread. 2 versions have emerged. One version is that Lu Ying and others from Guanghan Immortal Palace attempted to seize an opportunity from a powerful cultivator, but were killed instead. The powerful cultivator then framed Chen Yuan's junior brother, for the crime. This includes Bai Xiaolan, who is in the late stage of the nascent soul realm. To make it easier to seek help, Lu Ying deliberately portrayed Chen Yuan as a rogue cultivator with no background, which led to Bai Xiaolan's underestimation and death. Of course, there is a second version, which is that there is someone else behind Chen Yuan, and it should be the work of other nascent soul cultivators from the Xian Tian sect. These 2 versions naturally reached Bai Ruoshi's ears. Regardless of which one it is, as long as Chen Yuan is found, the whole truth will come to light. 1 day later. Deep within a secret realm, in a desolate ancient forest. Chen Yuan and Su Nuo were walking among the towering ancient trees. His expression was calm, and his aura was restrained, but his divine sense constantly covered an area of several hundred feet around him. He had already received a telepathic message from Qin Shohan, informing him that he was wanted by the outside world. Suddenly, he paused slightly, and his brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. "What's wrong?" Su Nuo immediately noticed and asked in a low voice. "Something's not right." Chen Yuan's gaze swept over the seemingly tranquil jungle. "There are people, quite a few people, coming in our direction." His powerful divine sense detected the scattered auras of some cultivators in the distance. Their actions are purposeful, as if they are searching for a specific target. Upon hearing this, Su Nuo's expression also turned serious. "I'm afraid there's some movement from the Guanghan Immortal Palace." 9 times out of 10. Chen Yuan spoke calmly, without fear, but his eyes grew colder. "Kill the young, and the old ones come. It's always the same. I just didn't expect them to act so quickly, attracting so many flies." Although he didn't know the specifics of the bounty, he knew with his own eyes that the wrath of a nascent soul cultivator at the peak of his cultivation was enough to cause a great stir in the secret realm. Just then, a whooshing sound came from the woods ahead, and 3 figures rushed over and blocked their way. The 3 were dressed differently, not like disciples of a major sect, and their cultivation levels were 2 at the late nascent soul stage and 1 at the early divine transformation stage. Judging from their appearance, these 3 should be independent cultivators. That rogue cultivator at the early stage of the nascent soul realm was a middle-aged man with a fierce appearance. He had offended many sects in his Dao domain, killing anyone he saw. He traveled between various secret realms every day, which is how he achieved his current level of cultivation. He held a portrait formed from spiritual energy in his hand, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Chen Yuan's face and the portrait, a greedy glint instantly flashing in his eyes. "That's right. It's him!" Chen Yuan, the middle-aged man, roared excitedly. The other 2 nascent soul cultivators immediately became envious, as if they were seeing not a person, but a moving treasure trove. The 3 of them believed the first version of the story more, thinking that Chen Yuan was just an unlucky guy. How could Chen Yuan, who was only at the late nascent soul stage, possibly kill Bai Xiaolan, who was at the late deity transformation stage? "Boy, if you know what's good for you, come with us. The bounty on Fairy Bai's head is not something a nascent soul cultivator like you can handle." The rogue cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul realm grinned maliciously and summoned a ghost-headed saber magic weapon, exuding a murderous aura. Su Nuo's pretty face turned cold. She stepped forward and said in a cold voice, "Who are you? How dare you block our way? TSK, 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 and there's a little wench too. This is none of your business. Get out of the way, or we'll kill you too," a nascent soul cultivator shouted. "Why kill her? This little wench is quite luscious. I can play with her first before I kill her," another nascent soul cultivator quipped. Upon hearing this, Su Nuo's expression suddenly turned cold. Chen Yuan raised his hand and gently stopped Su Nuo from lashing out. He looked at the 3 rogue cultivators as if they were 3 corpses. "A bounty? You think you're worthy of a bounty?" His voice was calm, yet carried a chilling undertone. "You're courting death." Enraged by his attitude, the early-stage nascent soul cultivator roared, and his ghost head blade transformed into a red light, accompanied by a mournful ghostly howl, and slashed straight at Chen Yuan's face. The other 2 nascent soul cultivators also made their moves at the same time, their magical treasures and spells gleaming. Faced with the siege, Chen Yuan didn't even use the memory snow sword. He simply raised his right hand, pointed his fingers like a sword, and slashed through the air. Sizzle! An invisible, sharp sword aura suddenly erupted, moving at an extreme speed. The crimson-red ghost-headed saber was sliced in 2 the instant it came into contact with the sword energy, as if it were made of paper. The sword energy continued its momentum, grazing the neck of the early-stage nascent soul cultivator. The rogue cultivator's sinister smile froze, his pupils dilated sharply, filled with unbelievable terror. The next moment, his head flew into the air, and blood gushed out like a fountain. At the same time, Chen Yuan casually flicked his left sleeve. A tremendous force surged toward the other 2 nascent soul cultivators like a landslide or tsunami. Bang! Bang! The 2 didn't even have time to scream before their protective aura shattered like bubbles, and they were directly blasted into 2 clouds of blood mist by the immense force, their bodies and souls destroyed. From the moment the attack began to the moment it ended, it was all over in the blink of an eye. The 3 rogue cultivators, blinded by greed for the bounty, were reduced to ashes, leaving only a faint smell of blood and the broken ghost-headed sword. Although Su Nuo had already witnessed Chen Yuan's strength, seeing him so effortlessly kill an early-stage nascent soul cultivator and 2 late-stage nascent soul cultivators still left him deeply shocked. This level of combat power is indeed no less than any genius who has reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. But he is only at the late nascent soul stage. Chen Yuan expressionlessly took the three people's storage bags and flicked out a wisp of pill fire to burn away the traces. It seems this secret realm can't be explored peacefully. He looked into the depths of the jungle, his gaze profound. In that case, let them come. Kill as many as they come. The murderous intent in his tone made the surrounding temperature seem to drop several degrees. Meanwhile, in another part of the secret realm, inside a temporarily constructed cave, Qin Shuhan, Yi Baishi, Lin Shui, and Shen Nianchu all had solemn expressions. Chapter 94 Seeking Help, the siege begins. They had just reunited with Luo Feng, ranked 12th on the Heavenly Ladder ranking, and Su Muyun, ranked 13th, who were the core forces of the Xiantian sect who had entered the secret realm this time. Luo Feng was tall and handsome, but his brows carried an aloofness that kept people at a distance. Su Muyun, on the other hand, wore an elegant long dress, with a beautiful face and a detached temperament, as if she were untouched by worldly affairs. Qin Shuhan told them everything about the bounty on Chen Yuan and their speculations, hoping that the two sect prodigies would step forward and work together to deal with the pressure from the Guanhan Immortal Palace. However, after listening, Luo Feng merely glanced at Qin Shuhan indifferently, his voice cold. Junior sister Qin, do you know who Bai Ruashi is? She is at the peak of the nascent soul stage, ranked 13th on the Heavenly Ladder list, and is the legitimate daughter of the Bai family of the Guanhan Immortal Palace. To confront a disciple at the late nascent soul stage, and even the entire Guanhan Immortal Palace, head-on is not the act of a wise person. Su Muyun sighed softly, her tone gentle yet firm. Junior sister Shuhan, our primary task upon entering the secret realm is to seek opportunities, break through our limitations, and bring glory to our sect. Junior brother Chen Yuan has caused such a great disaster, and regardless of the reason, he has put himself in danger. If the sect were to start a war with the Guanhan Immortal Palace because of him alone, it would be a losing proposition. But senior brother Luo, senior sister Su, junior brother Chen Yuan has been wronged. It must have been the people from Guanhan Immortal Palace who started the robbery. Or someone framed him. Yi Baishi's eyes reddened with anxiety as she argued. Lin Shui also pleaded, senior brothers and sisters, senior brother Chen Yuan is a genius. He has already reached the late stage of nascent soul not long after entering the sect. He will surely become a pillar of the sect in the future. We cannot stand by and watch him die. Although Shen Nianchu did not speak, her eyes were full of anticipation. Luo Feng snorted coldly, genius? The cultivation world is not lacking in geniuses. A genius who fails to grow up is nothing. As for the truth, does it matter? It's a fact that Bai Xiaolan, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, died in the Guanhan Immortal Palace, and this feud has already been formed. If we intervene, we will be giving them a handle to use against us, providing the Moon Palace with an excuse to launch an attack. Su Muyun added, moreover, if junior brother Chen Yuan is truly capable of killing a late-stage nascent soul cultivator as they say, he must also have the ability to protect himself. Let him resolve this matter himself. The sect will not gamble the safety of its many disciples and the relationship between the two sects for the sake of one person. These words sound grand and dignified, but in reality they are full of indifference and calculation. They were unwilling to offend the powerful by Ruashi and Guanhan Immortal Palace for the sake of a nascent soul disciple, and were even more afraid of getting burned and affecting their own secret realm opportunities. Looking at their indifferent faces, Qin Shuhan's heart sank completely. She had long known that the sect was not a monolithic entity, and that there was competition in balancing among the prodigies, but she had not expected them to be so cold-hearted. She took a deep breath, ceasing her pleading, her eyes sharpening and resolute. Since that's the case, I, Qin Shuhan, will go find my junior brother myself. He is my junior brother, and I absolutely cannot abandon him. After saying that, she turned to leave. Yi Baishi, Lin Shui, and Shen Nianchu followed without hesitation. Stop! Luo Feng shouted coldly. Qin Shuhan, don't be reckless. If you take them there, you're not only going to your death, but you might also bring trouble to all the disciples of the Xiantian sect. Qin Shuhan paused, not turning around, her voice icy, my actions are none of your business. Whether it's fortune or misfortune, I'll bear it alone, it has nothing to do with you. After saying that, she resolutely left the cave with the three women. Luo Feng watched their departing figures, his face grim. Su Muyun shook her head slightly, why bother? Is it worth it for a nascent soul disciple? Overestimating themselves. Luo Feng flicked his sleeve. Pass down the order. Xian Tian sect disciples are forbidden from interfering in Chen Yuan's affairs with Guanghan Immortal Palace. Those who disobey will bear the consequences. He chose to protect himself and completely isolated Chen Yuan. The news spread quickly, and Xian Tian sect core disciples Luo Feng and Su Muyan stated that they would not get involved in Chen Yuan's affairs, which also completely extinguished the thoughts of some Xian Tian sect disciples who originally wanted to observe or secretly help. Meanwhile, through some unknown channel, Chen Yuan's latest whereabouts information was quietly transmitted to Bai Ruoshi in the desolate ancient forest area. Upon receiving the news, Bai Ruoshi's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and she immediately summoned all the Guanghan Immortal Palace disciples she could contact in the vicinity. Together with some cultivators from affiliated forces who rushed to her aid and sought to curry favor, they formed a hunting team of more than 23 people, 13 of whom were at the nascent soul stage. Almost all the top-ranked disciples on the ladder were present. There are 2 other cultivators at the same nascent soul stage as her, one ranked 12th and the other 14th. 5 late-stage nascent soul cultivators and 5 mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. Led by her personally, they charged towards the desolate ancient forest. The storm has arrived. Chen Yuan continued his unhurried journey through the jungle, but the aura emanating from him grew increasingly cold and subdued. Chen Yuan, should we change direction? Or find a place to hide temporarily? Su Nua moved closer and suggested in a low voice. She could sense that the pursuers were far more formidable than the 3 small fry from before. Chen Yuan's gaze swept across the deep forest ahead, sharp as lightning, and he slowly shook his head. It's too late. They've already surrounded us. And a master has locked onto us. His divine sense far surpassed that of his peers, and was even comparable to those at the peak of the nascent soul stage. At this moment, he keenly sensed that several powerful auras were pressing in from different directions. Among them, 3 auras were particularly powerful. It seems that the entire Guanghan Immortal Palace has come out in force. Chen Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. That's fine, saves me the trouble of searching for them one by one. He stopped and stood with his hands behind his back in a clearing in the woods, as if waiting for a guest to arrive. The memory snow sword was not drawn, but hovered quietly beside him, yet an invisible sword intent began to permeate the air, making the surrounding air seem thicker. Seeing this, Su Nua knew that a fierce battle was inevitable. She took a deep breath and gripped her long sword tightly. Step back. Chen Yuan stepped forward, blocking Su Nua's path. Boom! The sound of something cutting through the air suddenly rang out. The first thing to arrive was a sharp, icy blue divine rainbow. Even before the rainbow arrived, the biting cold had already caused a layer of white frost to form on the ground. A disciple of the Guanghan Immortal Palace in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm was the first to arrive, his divine rainbow piercing straight through Chen Yuan's heart. Chen Yuan looked at him with disdain. He didn't even draw his sword. The Yishui sword, which was hanging at his side, let out a soft hum and automatically unsheathed half an inch. A condensed purple sword aura struck first, accompanied by the groan of the thunder dragon, and accurately struck the icy blue divine rainbow. Snap! The icy blue divine rainbow shattered instantly. The power of the thunder dragon sword remained undiminished, striking the chest of the mid-stage nascent soul disciple. Put! The mid-stage nascent soul disciple was struck as if by a heavy blow, spitting blood as he flew backward. White bone was visible where the sword wound was on his chest, and his eyes were filled with horror. Chapter 95 Taking Action. Chen Yuan severely injured a mid-stage nascent soul disciple with a single sword strike, his movements fluid and effortless, as if he were merely swatting away a fly. However, this seemingly casual scene sent a chill down the spines of the figures that subsequently appeared from all directions. With a loud whooshing sound, figures flashed by. Led by Bai Ruoshi, more than 20 figures appeared one after another, spreading out in a fan shape, blocking all escape routes. The powerful spiritual pressure intertwined, causing the air in this area to almost freeze. Su Nua felt her breathing quicken. Even with Chen Yuan blocking her way, she could still feel terrifying divine pressure and primordial spirit pressure constantly trying to erode her mind. Chen Yuan was also under considerable pressure. He could ignore the pressure from divine sense, but he had to use a trace of the Sword Emperor's will to resist the pressure from the primordial spirit. Leading the group was Bai Ruoshi, whose face was covered in frost and whose eyes were filled with murderous intent that was almost tangible. To her left was Yun Jiro, ranked 12th on the heavily ladder list. She possessed an elegant demeanor, and her eyes were filled with scrutiny. Her divine sense flowed like mercury, attempting to break through Chen Yuan's sea of consciousness. Suddenly, her expression changed, and her eyes narrowed slightly. A soul-protecting magic weapon? Interesting. On the right is Lin Qiuyue, ranked 14th, dressed in black robes that stand out from the rest of the Guanghan Immortal Palace team. Beneath the black robe were cold, sinister eyes that were constantly scrutinizing Chen Yuan. The three have reached the perfected nascent soul stage. Subsequently, the 5 late-stage nascent soul cultivators, excluding the one who was seriously injured in the mid-stage nascent soul stage, the remaining 4 mid-stage nascent soul cultivators, plus several nascent soul stage disciples, totaling 22 cultivators, formed a deadly trap. This lineup is enough to sweep away most of the forces in the secret realm, yet now it is only to besiege a single nascent soul cultivator. Chen Yuan. Bai Ruoshi's voice seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth, filled with deep-seated hatred. Today, I will make you pay for your blood debt, and make you pay for my sister's life. From Chen Yuan's attack just now, she had already judged that his strength was definitely at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, and his superb swordsmanship had probably already entered the 4th realm. Chen Yuan, I. Behind her, Su Nua's face was flushed, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. The terrifying pressure made her unable to move at all. With a flick of his wrist, Chen Yuan produced a 5th-tier soul-protecting jade pendant and a teleportation talisman, then grabbed her small hand and placed it in her palm. This is a 5th-tier soul-protecting jade and a 10,000-mile teleportation talisman. The teleportation talisman can be used to save your life, Chen Yuan transmitted his voice. Boom! Su Nua was completely shocked. A 5th-tier soul-protecting jade pendant? Enough to withstand the divine sense pressure of a nascent soul stage cultivator. Chen Yuan just gave it to her like that? And a teleportation talisman too. A ripple finally appeared on her expressionless face. Chen Yuan asked the system for this jade pendant teleportation talisman, so that Su Nua wouldn't die here. If he really died here, the 9 Heavens Sword Pavilion would most likely blame him. I'll lure them away in a bit, you go first. Chen Yuan turned around and then transmitted his voice. And what about you? A concerned voice suddenly echoed in Chen Yuan's mind. Chen Yuan's lips curled up, surprised that Su Nua would care about him. These people are nothing but chickens and dogs to me, but if I don't distract them, you will get hurt. Boom! Su Nua froze, the phrase "you will get hurt" echoing in his mind. After transmitting his voice, Chen Yuan turned around, his gaze calmly sweeping across the entire scene before finally landing on Bai Ruoshi. His tone remained indifferent. You only brought this many people? It seems that the Guanghan Immortal Palace is nothing special. Arrogant. You're about to die and you still dare to be stubborn. Enough with the nonsense. Chen Yuan glanced at Bai Ruoshi, Zhao Qian, and Yang Ming, and said calmly, let's all come at once, to save trouble. Yun Jiro and Lin Qiuyue snorted coldly almost simultaneously. As top-ranking talents on the heavenly ladder list, they naturally possessed their pride. Being so disrespected by a nascent soul cultivator immediately ignited their anger. Bai Ruoshi immediately ordered Su Nua, anyone below the nascent soul stage, go and capture that woman. The rest of you, follow me and surround Chen Yuan to kill him. Don't give him any chance. However, before she could finish speaking, Chen Yuan made his move first. With a swift movement, he charged towards Bai Ruoshi and the other 3 nascent soul stage cultivators. The Ishua's sword was fully drawn, emitting a clear and melodious dragon's roar. The purple sword light, carrying the force of thunder, was unleashed with a single strike, splitting into sword energy that simultaneously attacked the 3 of them. You're courting death. Lin Qiuyue roared, striking out with her palm. The icy blue palm shadow, wrapped in ice, transformed into a roaring ice crystal beast. Yun Jiro gently waved her jade fan, and as the fan unfolded, streaks of wind sliced through the air like sharp blades. Bai Ruoshi then summoned an ice crystal mirror. The mirror's light shone with a bone-chilling cold, attempting to freeze Chen Yuan's sword energy. Rumble! The 4 powerful forces collided violently, unleashing astonishing energy ripples that shattered and sent flying the surrounding ancient trees and boulders. The ground was plowed into deep furrows. The nascent soul disciples who had originally intended to surround and kill Su Nua hurriedly retreated 100 feet. Those who were too slow were knocked to the ground and coughed up blood. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, Chen Yuan staggered back a few steps, sword in hand, his breath slightly ragged. Bai Ruoshi, Zhao Qian, and Yang Ming, who were on the opposite side, stood firmly in place, but their faces showed surprise. The 3 of them joined forces to attack, but they only managed to force Chen Yuan back without harming him in the slightest. This boy's combat power is indeed terrifying. There's definitely something to it. Lin Xiaoyue's expression turned serious. No wonder he was able to kill Bai Xiaolan, this kid must not be allowed to live. Yun Jiro put away her previous contempt, her killing intent growing even stronger. Bai Ruoshi was even more shocked. This swordsmanship was probably no less than that of an inner elder of the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion. Suddenly, Chen Yuan's figure slid backward dozens of feet like a fleeting ghost, landing right in front of Su Nuo. Several nascent soul cultivators who were continuously surrounding Su Nuo were stunned, just as Chen Yuan swept out with the memory snow sword. The purple sword energy was like the scythe of death. The nascent soul cultivators didn't even have time to scream before they were annihilated by the sharp sword energy. He then lightly touched the ground with his toes and flew off in the opposite direction. This action thoroughly enraged Bai Ruoshi and the other two. Chase him! We can't let him get away! Bai Ruoshi shouted, transforming into an ice-blue rainbow and taking the lead in the chase. Yun Jiro and Lin Xiaoyue followed closely behind, and the other 5 late-stage nascent soul cultivators and 4 mid-stage nascent soul cultivators also immediately caught up. He promised that once the group of powerful cultivators were lured away, the remaining nascent soul cultivators could be dealt with. He did not flee at full speed, but instead controlled his speed to a level that Bai Ruoshi and the others felt they could catch up with, but could not. Chen Yuan! You can't escape! Bai Ruoshi continuously activated the ice mirror, sending beams of light towards Chen Yuan's back. However, Chen Yuan skillfully avoided them by using the ancient trees and the terrain. Wherever the mirror light passed, everything was frozen. Yun Jiro unleashed a barrage of wind blades from her jade fan, turning to attack Chen Yuan from behind. Lin Xiaoyue's icy palm prints also bombarded him relentlessly, seemingly putting Chen Yuan in grave danger, yet he always managed to evade vitals at crucial moments. This boy's movements are unpredictable. Everyone be careful not to be led into danger. Yun Jiro warned cautiously. In the face of absolute strength, any trickery is futile. Lin Xiaoyue was filled with killing intent and accelerated forward regardless of the consequences. Chapter 96 Qin Shohan's Plan, The Sword Emperor's Power. Holy crap! Look! As Chen Yuan passed by a valley, dozens of cultivators below looked up in astonishment at the scene. My goodness! Are those fairies from the Moon Palace? They're actually chasing after a nascent soul cultivator? This scene was too shocking to be true. 12 nascent soul cultivators were actually chasing after a single core formation cultivator. An ordinary nascent soul cultivator, even in the early stages of the deity transformation realm, can kill tens of thousands with a single thought. 3 of them were at the peak of the nascent soul stage, and 5 were at the late nascent soul stage. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ancient forest, Qin Shohan, along with Yi Baishi, Lin Shui, and Shen Nianshu, are searching for Chen Yuan's whereabouts. Senior sister, there are signs of a recent fight over here. Lin Shui pointed to 3 charred corpses. These 3 charred corpses were the 3 rogue cultivators who had been blinded by greed and instantly killed by Qin Yuan with a single sword strike. Qin Shohan squatted down to examine the scene, her expression grave. It was junior brother who made the move, and he killed him with a single sword strike. She studied the sword intent left behind by Qin Yuan every day, so she was very familiar with Chen Yuan's swordsmanship. We must find him as soon as possible. There are many people in Guanghan Immortal Palace, and many independent cultivators are also looking for brother Chen Yuan. No matter how strong brother is, he can't fight against so many opponents. Yi Baishi said anxiously. But even if we find him, we can't help him much. Shen Nianshu lowered her head, feeling that she was really useless as a senior sister, unable to even protect her junior brother. Let's find my junior brother first. Qin Shohan had a plan in mind, to stand together with his junior brother. They threatened to self-destruct if Bai Ruoshi insisted on killing their junior brother. There are only 4 of them in Master's lineage. If they all die, a major war between sects will inevitably break out. It remains to be seen whether Bai Ruoshi dares to take on this responsibility. Lin Shui suddenly pointed to the sky. Look over there. There's a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy heading towards the misty swamp. In the distance, several powerful streaks of light could be faintly seen streaking across the sky, the direction from which Bai Ruoshi and the others were pursuing Chen Yuan. Let's go! Qin Shohan didn't hesitate and immediately led the 3 women to change direction and head towards the misty swamp at full speed. Deep within the misty swamp, Chen Yuan suddenly stopped and turned to face the 12 figures that were chasing after him. The miasma here is so thick that it greatly restricts both vision and spiritual awareness. Why aren't you running anymore? Do you know your death is near? Bairuashi sneered, forming a triangle with Yunjiro and Lin Xiaoyue to surround Chen Yuan in the middle, while 5 late-stage nascent soul cultivators and 4 mid-stage nascent soul cultivators provided support on the outside to prevent Chen Yuan from escaping again. Chen Yuan slowly raised the memory snow sword, its tip pointing diagonally at the ground. His aura was no longer restrained, and an incomparably sharp sword intense soared into the sky, even forcing back some of the surrounding green miasma. He glanced at the crowd and calmly said, "The scenery here is quite nice, it's a suitable place for you to be buried." How arrogant! Lin Xiaoyue was the first to lose her temper. Her black robe billowed, and her full cultivation at the peak of the nascent soul stage erupted as she unleashed a double palm strike, mysterious cold god slaying palm. 2 enormous, dark blue palm prints shot out from her hands, accompanied by the sound of the air freezing, and hurtled towards Chen Yuan. Bairuashi attacked almost simultaneously, her ice crystal mirror hovering high, its light condensing into an extremely cold white beam that shot towards Chen Yuan's face, extreme cold ice soul. With a light tap of her jade fan, Yunjiro sent countless fine, transparent needles, as thin as cow hair, silently piercing Chen Yuan's acupoints. The 3 top geniuses on the heavenly ladder ranking unleashed their full power simultaneously, creating earth-shattering force that stirred up huge waves in the swamp's mud. Faced with the seemingly inescapable predicament, a hint of seriousness finally flashed in Chen Yuan's eyes. Sword Emperor Domain, activate! Buzz! A field of lightning suddenly expanded from his center, covering 100 feet around him. Within the domain, the sword intent was so tangible that even the air itself transformed into sword winds. The speed and power of Lin Xiaoyue and the other two's killing moves decreased drastically the moment they entered the domain. Domain? How is this possible? Yunjiro exclaimed in shock. How could a nascent soul cultivator possibly wield the power of a domain? This is simply unheard of. You're a 4th realm sword cultivator? Lin Xiaoyue was equally shocked. Just as the 3's attack was blocked, Chen Yuan moved. 7 inches of his 9-inch nascent soul burned within him, and the power of the Sword Emperor was unleashed without restraint, enveloping Bairuashi and the other 12. The moment they came into contact with the domain, an aura of royalty washed over them, and all 12 were affected by it, their hearts filled with a sense of devout worship. The 4 mid-stage nascent soul cultivators on the periphery were already prostrate on the ground, their bodies trembling. Divine Thunder Sword Technique, 3rd level, a single sword stuns the world. The purple lightning on the Issue sword surged, and he transformed into a purple lightning bolt, unleashing a single sword strike. Brush! The purple lightning sword transformed into a purple lightning dragon, instantly shattering the attacks of Bairuashi and her companions. The power of the lightning dragon sword-like remained undiminished. The sword's speed was so fast that it exceeded the limits of divine sense. Lin Xiaoyue felt a blur before her eyes, and an aura of death instantly enveloped her. Terrified, she hurriedly activated her protective magic treasure and ice shield. Puff! A flash of sword light, and blood splattered across the sky. Lin Xiaoyue's protective aura and a 5th-order heart-protecting mirror were cut apart as easily as paper. One of her arms flew up amidst a shower of blood, and she screamed as she was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into a mud pit in the distance. Her fate was unknown. One strike severely injured the 14th-ranked nascent soul cultivator on the heavenly ladder ranking. The entire room fell silent. Bairuashi and Yunjiro's attacks missed, and their faces were filled with disbelief and horror as they looked at the critically injured and dying Lin Xiaoyue. Chen Yuan stood with his sword in hand, his breath slightly rapid from the outburst just now, but his eyes remained as cold as knives. He flicked the blood off the tip of his sword and looked at the remaining 2. Now, it's your turn. The terrifying killing intent, mixed with the sharp Sword Emperor's domain, made by Bairuashi and Yunjiro, these 2 proud daughters of heaven, feel a bone-chilling cold and fear for the first time. At that moment, at the edge of the swamp, Qin Shuhan and the other 3 women finally arrived and witnessed the shocking scene of Chen Yuan severely injuring Lin Xiaoyue with a single sword strike. They were all stunned and stood there in shock. At the center of the sword domain, Chen Yuan stood like a sword god descending to earth, facing a multitude of enemies alone, looking down upon all directions. Within the Sword Emperor's domain, lightning flickered, and sword intent surged like a dragon. The 4 mid-stage nascent soul cultivators on the periphery remained prostrate on the ground. Although the 5 late-stage nascent soul cultivators could barely stand, their faces were deathly pale. They were using all their strength to resist the domain's erosion, and their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at Chen Yuan. They dared not step forward again. Bairuashi and Yunjiro were the first to bear the brunt of the pressure from the domain. Their delicate bodies trembled slightly, and sweat beaded on their foreheads. They not only had to resist the oppressive aura that made them kneel and worship, but also had to be constantly on guard against Chen Yuan's unpredictable sword dragon. Lin Xiaoyu's tragic state was right before their eyes, leaving them no choice but to be terrified. P.S. Please give me a 5-star review. Chapter 97 Despair. Brother is so amazing. Yi Baishi's big eyes sparkled. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and Lin Shui and Yi Baishi's eyes were filled with admiration. Shen Nianchu's mouth gaped open, seemingly big enough to fit an egg. My God! Junior brother is only at the late nascent soul stage, yet he severely injured a nascent soul perfection cultivator with a single sword strike. His strength is terrifying. Suddenly, her expression hardened. Something's not right. This sword aura is terrifying. Why do I have this urge to kowtow to my junior brother? Shen Nianchu had only reached the second level of swordsmanship, so naturally he did not recognize the power of the Sword Emperor. Qin Shohan's beautiful eyes sparkled. Is this the might of the Sword Emperor? A single sword strike severely injured a cultivator at the peak of the divine transformation stage. It was utterly inconceivable. Within the arena, within the sword domain. As soon as Chen Yuan took a step forward, the overwhelming pressure of the Sword Emperor pressed down on Bai Ruoxi and Yun Jiro like a tidal wave, making them gasp for breath and sway slightly. They had no choice but to use all their strength to resist. The 5 late-stage nascent soul cultivators on the periphery were deathly pale, barely able to stand, let alone launch an attack. Yun Jiro suppressed her fear and desire to submit, and shouted with a fierce but weak voice. Chen Yuan! Do you really intend to wipe us all out? If you kill us, you will be locked in a life or death struggle with the Guanghan Immortal Palace. Even the Xiantian sect cannot protect you. She tried to crush Chen Yuan with a sect war, hoping to gain a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan's lips curled into a mocking smile, his eyes as cold as ancient ice. A fight to the death? From the moment you surrounded and killed me, it was already a fight to the death. Only now do you think of leaving the sect? Too late. His voice wasn't loud, but his words filled the women with dread. Today, none of you will leave alive. Before he finished speaking, Chen Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Watch out! Bai Ruoxi warned sharply, her ice crystal mirror shining brightly as it instantly created layers of ice walls in front of her, while she retreated rapidly. Yun Jiro also paled, her jade fan swirling wildly as countless wind blades wove together to form a net that protected her. However, Chen Yuan's target was not them. When he appeared, he was already behind a late-stage nascent soul cultivator who was struggling against the pressure of the sword domain. The cultivator sensed the danger and turned around in horror, only to see a cold, purple sword light magnified infinitely before his eyes. No! Put! A flash of sword light, and a head flew off. Soul annihilated, blood gushing like a fountain. A late-stage nascent soul cultivator has perished. Chen Yuan did not stop walking. His feet moved without leaving a trace in the snow, and in the next moment he appeared next to another late-stage nascent soul cultivator. The Ishui sword, like a poisonous dragon emerging from its cave, pierced straight at his dantian. Save me! The cultivator cried out in terror, desperately summoning his defensive magic weapon. Clang! The magic weapon only blocked for a moment before being pierced by the sharp sword intent. The sword tip pierced through his body, instantly shredding his dantian. Another late-stage nascent soul cultivator is dead. In the blink of an eye, he killed 2 people. With the enhancement of the Sword Emperor domain, Chen Yuan moved as fast as lightning, his attacks were fierce and unparalleled, and every move he made precisely reaped lives. Form a defensive formation. Quickly form a defensive formation. Bai Ruoxi roared, her eyes bloodshot with rage. The remaining 3 late-stage nascent soul cultivators and 4 mid-stage nascent soul cultivators were already terrified. Upon hearing this, they struggled to their feet and hurriedly gathered together, attempting to form a small defensive formation. However, under the suppression of Chen Yuan's Sword Emperor domain, their movements were slow, their magic power was not flowing smoothly, and their formation had not yet taken shape, but their weaknesses had already appeared. Would Chen Yuan give them a chance? His movements were as swift as the wind, and his sword strikes were as powerful as a dragon, unleashing a single strike. Divine Thunder Sword Technique. Streaks of purple lightning sword energy crisscrossed, like the scythe of death, ravaging the crowd. Ah! No! Screams rose and fell, severed limbs flew about, and blood stained the muddy swamp. The disciples of the Guanghan Immortal Palace, now like lambs to the slaughter, perished one after another under Chen Yuan's sword. Bai Ruoshi and Yun Jiro tried to help several times, but Chen Yuan's mysterious and unpredictable movements and sharp sword energy forced them to the brink of defeat. He could only watch helplessly as his fellow disciples fell one by one, his heart filled with despair and overwhelming hatred. Bai Ruoshi felt a pang of regret. Who would have thought that a mere late-stage nascent soul cultivator would have the strength to easily annihilate them? The person in front of me is a jinx. Threats from sects are nothing to him. Chen Yuan. Stop. We can talk. Yun Jiro tried to make a final effort, her voice trembling slightly. However, what responded to her was an even more violent purple lightning sword aura. Chen Yuan didn't bother with any nonsense, his goal was clear. Annihilate them all. Divine Thunder Sword Technique, 2nd level, Thunder Prison. He let out a low shout, pointed the Ishiwa sword to the sky, and the thunderous sword energy within the Sword Emperor domain instantly went berserk, transforming into countless purple lightning snakes that intertwined into a huge thunderous sword net, enveloping all the remaining Guanghan Immortal Palace cultivators. No! Help me, senior sister Bai. Desperate wails echoed within the thunder prison, the sword net contracted, and lightning raged. The protective aura shattered like bubbles. A moment later, the lightning dissipated, leaving behind only a few charred remains and the lingering stench of blood. At this point, apart from Bai Ruoshi, Yun Jiro, and Lin Qiuyue, who was seriously injured and unconscious in the swamp, none of the Guanghan Immortal Sect disciples who followed Bai Ruoshi to besiege Chen Yuan survived. At the edge of the swamp, Xin Shuhan and the other 3 women were deeply shocked by what they saw. Although they hoped Chen Yuan would win, they did not want to see this method. If the matter were exposed, it would definitely cause a major war between the sects. In the arena, only Bai Ruoshi and Yun Jiro remained, their faces ashen, standing back to back, their eyes filled with despair and fear. The magical artifacts in their hands were dim, indicating that they had expended a great deal of energy and suffered mental and physical damage during the process. Is Chen Yuan a monster? Despite such exertion, he shows no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Without them noticing, Chen Yuan stuffed a handful of spirit transformation pills into his mouth. Chen Yuan, you demon. Bai Ruoshi's voice was hoarse and filled with resentment. Chen Yuan stood with his sword in hand, approaching the 2 women step by step. His eyes were cold, as if he were looking at 2 dead men. Demons? If you hadn't been greedy for opportunities and relentlessly pressed forward, how could this calamity have occurred today? Those who kill will be killed in return. Don't you, the Guanghan Immortal Palace, understand this principle? His words were like a final judgment, shattering Bai Ruoshi and Yun Jiro's last psychological defenses. I'll fight you to the death. Bai Ruoshi screamed, acting like a madwoman. She burned her life essence, and the ice crystal mirror burst out with dazzling white light. A divine rainbow, even thicker than before, slammed towards Chen Yuan. Yun Jiro gritted her teeth and poured all her magic power into the jade fan. The fan unfolded and transformed into a huge wind blade tornado, cooperating with Bai Ruoshi in a final desperate attempt. Sucker punch. Chen Yuan snorted coldly, and did not take the blow head-on when faced with the 2 men's desperate attack. He moved through space and his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, causing the divine light and tornado to miss their target instantly. At the same time, he landed behind the 2 women and slashed out with his Ishiwa sword. Put. Put. The 2 sword lights flashed by almost simultaneously. The madness and resentment on Bai Ruoshi's face froze. She looked down at the transparent hole that had appeared in her chest, her dantian and nascent soul had been shattered by the sword energy. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but only blood gushed out. In the end, her eyes glazed over, and her delicate body fell from the sky, following in her sister's footsteps. A bloody gash appeared on Yun Jiro's neck. Her beautiful eyes widened, filled with resentment, as her head slowly slid off, and she perished. Chapter 98 Framing. Chen Yuan didn't even glance at the 2 corpses. Instead, his gaze turned to Lin Qiuyue, who was barely breathing in the mud not far away. He unleashed a sword strike with a blank expression. The sword energy precisely pierced Lin Qiuyue's brow, completely extinguishing her last vestige of life. Thus, all 13 nascent soul cultivators, including 3 at the peak of the nascent soul stage, who participated in the encirclement and suppression of Guanghan Immortal Palace have been killed. Not a single one was spared. Chen Yuan slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. The continuous high-intensity battles, especially maintaining the Sword Emperor domain and using spatial techniques, had taken a heavy toll on him. He sheathed the memory snow sword, and the Sword Emperor's domain dissipated. He then took out a few more spirit transformation pills and put them in his mouth. Immediately afterwards, he raised his hand and collected the storage magic treasures of Bai Ruwashi, Yunjiro, and others, as well as the ice crystal mirror and other magic treasures. Then he flicked out a wisp of alchemical fire, burning all the corpses to ashes and erasing all traces. After doing all this, he turned around and looked at Qin Shohan and the other 3 women who were still in shock. He then took a step forward and appeared in front of the women. "Senior sisters, are you all right?" His tone returned to its usual calm. The 4 women then came to their senses. "No. It's nothing." Qin Shohan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in his heart. "Junior brother, you've really caused a huge disaster this time. The Moon Palace will absolutely not let this go." Yibaishi ran over with an admiring look on her face. "Brother, you're amazing. Those bad guys deserved it." Lin Shui's beautiful eyes also shone as she nodded vigorously. Chen Yuan embraced the 2 women and then gently rubbed their hair. The 2 women nestled happily in Chen Yuan's arms. Shun Nianchu looked at Chen Yuan with a complicated expression. Chen Yuan pinched the 2 girls' cheeks again, then released them and looked at Qin Shohan with a deep gaze. "Senior sister, the trouble has already been caused, and regret is useless now. Besides, if you don't say anything, who will know that I did it?" Qin Shohan frowned slightly. Seeing this, Chen Yuan chuckled. "I'm only in the late nascent soul stage. How could I possibly have the strength to kill a whole group of deity transformation cultivators?" After saying that, Chen Yuan winked at Qin Shohan. Qin Shohan also realized, indeed, junior brother is only at the nascent soul stage. For a nascent soul to destroy a divine transformation stage is inconceivable. If you told others, they would think you've lost your mind. No one would believe he could kill all the nascent soul disciples of the Guanghan Immortal Palace unless they saw it with their own eyes. Even so, it's a fact that they've issued a warrant for your arrest. Once you're out, the elders of Guanghan Immortal Palace will likely hold you accountable. Have you thought about how you're going to deal with that?" Chen Yuan flicked his right hand, and a dark red longsword landed in his hand. "What is this?" Qin Shohan looked at the dark red longsword in Chen Yuan's hand, puzzled. "This is the sword of a nascent soul disciple of the Kungso Holy Land. After we leave, I will say that the nascent soul disciple lured by Xiaolan here to kill her, and then made me take the blame. This dark red sword is the reward." Shen Nianchu asked in confusion, "Junior brother, where did you get this longsword?" Chen Yuan recounted how senior brother Qi had tried to snatch the Yutan flower from him. After listening to Chen Yuan's account of how he obtained the dark red longsword from senior brother Qi of Kungsu Holy Land, Qin Shohan and the other 3 women looked at each other, then showed expressions of realization and bewilderment. Shen Nianchu patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. "So that's how it is. Junior brother, your luck, no, your methods are truly beyond words. That senior brother Qi probably tried to steal a chicken but lost the rice instead, and now he has to take the blame for you." Yibaishi hugged Chen Yuan's arm with a grin. "Brother is the smartest. This way, when we get out, if the old monsters of Guanghan Immortal Palace want to cause trouble, they'll have to go after Kungsa Holy Land first." Lin Shui nodded in agreement, her eyes full of trust. Qin Shohan's tense nerves finally relaxed a little. She looked at Chen Yuan, her beautiful eyes sparkling. This junior brother is not only ridiculously strong, but also incredibly shrewd, having already planned his escape route. This composure and shrewdness in the face of danger far surpasses that of his peers. In this way, there is room for maneuver. Qin Shohan pondered. The relationship between Kungsu Holy Land and our Xiantian sect has always been delicate. The appearance of their disciple-less sword here is indeed excellent evidence. However, this matter needs to be made more convincing. Chen Yuan nodded. "Don't worry, senior sister, I understand." His gaze swept over the battlefield where the battle had just taken place. Although the corpses had turned to ashes, the intense spiritual energy and traces of the battle were still clearly visible. "We need to rearrange the scene a bit to make it look more like a multi-party battle. In particular, we need to leave some traces of Kungso Holy Land's martial arts techniques." After saying that, Chen Yuan circulated his magic power, simulating the aura of senior brother Qi when he used his technique, just as he remembered it. Fortunately, he didn't kill several people instantly back then, otherwise we wouldn't know what kind of magic senior brother Qi used. Chen Yuan kept studying the aura of senior brother Qi wielding the dark red longsword in his mind. Half an hour later. With his top-tier comprehension, he had already simulated 7 or 8/10 of that aura. He used a dark red longsword, leaving several sword marks on the scorched earth, enough to fool the eye. Then several more palm strikes were made. After doing all this, Chen Yuan checked it carefully one last time. Alright, we shouldn't stay here any longer. The battle just now was too loud, and it will probably attract other people soon, Chen Yuan said. Without lingering, the five immediately set off, flying in the opposite direction from where they had come from. Sure enough, about half an hour after they left, dozens of cultivators arrived at the swamp one after another. When they saw the mess on the ground, the scorched earth, the bottomless pits, and the faint smell of blood in the air, they all gasped in horror. What a fierce battle! This is at least a few late-stage nascent soul cultivators, or even those at the peak of the nascent soul stage, fighting to the death here, an experienced cultivator remarked. Look at this sword, it's fiery and domineering, like the style of Qi Yangzi from the Kungsu Holy Land. A disciple of the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion analyzed, stroking his chin. Their Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion has a deep understanding of the sword techniques of various sects. And this place, it's chillingly cold. Could it be the technique of the Moon Palace Immortal Palace? The remaining sword energy here is very mixed. Could it be a multi-party battle? The crowd was abuzz with discussion, speculating about what had happened. Soon, some people drew a connection to the wanted notice issued by the Moon Palace for Chen Yuan. A plausible hypothesis gradually formed. The Guanghan Immortal Palace's team encountered a formidable enemy here, most likely a conflict with the people of the Kungsu Holy Land, resulting in a fierce battle that left both sides severely injured. As for Chen Yuan, who was wanted by the authorities, he might have been caught up in the situation by chance, or even been manipulated by someone. This speculation sounded much more believable than the claim that Chen Yuan, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, turned the tables and killed the entire army of Guanghan Immortal Palace, and it quickly spread among the cultivators who witnessed the scene. Chapter 99 Tracking the Gu. The news that a conflict broke out between the disciples of Guanghan Immortal Palace and the disciples of Kungsu Holy Land, resulting in the deaths of more than 13 great cultivators from Guanghan Immortal Palace, spread like wildfire throughout the entire secret realm. One day later. Upon receiving the message, Su Nua's mouth gaped slightly, her heart filled with shock. They were all killed in action? In other words, Chen Yuan killed them all? Not only was it promised, but all the forces in the entire secret realm were also shocked. Especially the top disciples on the heavenly ranking of Kungsu Holy Land. Inside the cave, the 5 leaders of the Kungsu Holy Land who had entered the secret realm this time were all gathered. They are ranked 12th to 16th on the ladder. The 12th and 13th were at the peak of the nascent soul stage, while the remaining 3 were at the late nascent soul stage. At this moment, the 5 people looked at each other, wide-eyed and completely bewildered. What Chen Yuan did undoubtedly made these 5 people take the biggest blame. Inside the cave, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Suddenly, a deep voice broke the silence. According to the analysis of the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion disciples on the battlefield, there are sword marks left by the Qi Yangzi lineage of my Kungsu Holy Land among the battle traces. The speaker was named Qin Shi, who ranks 16th on the heavenly ranking. Apart from Chen Gong, who was ranked 12th, who frowned, the others remained silent, clearly aware of the news. Since entering the secret realm, Chen Gong has been exploring various ruins and knows nothing about the outside world. He frowned. Elder Qi Yang? That's right. Senior brother Chen Gong, the sword energy of the Qi Yangzi lineage is fierce and domineering, with a unique Hong Yang righteous energy. There are more than one such sword energy trace in the arena. Qin Shi replied. Which of Elder Qi Yang's disciples have entered this secret realm? Senior brother Chen, there is only junior brother Qi. Junior brother Qi? Qi Wan Hai? Exactly. Chen Gong slowly stood up and ordered, send someone to search. Senior brother Chen Gong, we've already sent people to search, but it's been a whole day and there's still no trace of them. After a pause, Qin Shi quickly added. We've tried the communication jade pendant, but we can't get in touch with anyone. Chen Gong wasn't stupid, he quickly figured everything out. His eyes suddenly turned cold. I'm afraid someone framed him and killed him to cover it up. Senior brother Chen Gong, that's what we think too, but we don't know which force is behind it. The only breakthrough is Chen Yuan of the Xian Tian sect. It seems that the whole thing started because of him. Ha! Chen Gong sneered, you think this kid can live? He's probably been killed to silence him long ago. What should we do? We've been burdened with such a huge stigma. If the Guanghan Immortal Palace makes a move after we leave, triggering a sect war, we'll truly become sinners. Some people complained. What's the use of complaining? Chen Gong sneered. The most urgent task is to search again, dig 3 feet into the ground, to find Qi Wan Hai and Chen Yuan, whether they are alive or dead. Furthermore, the most suspicious party in this matter is the Xiantian sect. I remember that the two nascent soul stage disciples of the Xiantian sect who entered the secret realm this time were Luo Feng and Su Muyun. It was the two of them. Then find them. Chen Gong's eyes flashed coldly. What's the point of finding them? Qin Shi asked, puzzled. What if they didn't do it? Even if they did, they wouldn't admit it. Foolish. Shen Gong said with a look of disgust. Then we'll force a confession out of them and record it with a recording stone. In short, someone has to take the blame for this, understand? On the other side. Deep within the misty swamp, inside a cave. Chen Yuan gave the spoils of this battle to Yi Baishi and Lin Shui respectively. Including Qi Wenhai, Chen Yuan killed a total of 14 nascent soul cultivators this time. A total of 40,000 high-grade spirit stones were obtained, triggering a 100x return, for a total of 4 million high-grade spirit stones were returned. Chen Yuan now possesses an inexhaustible supply of spirit stones. In addition, a total of 16 high-grade magical artifacts were mixed in. Only the Qinghan sword triggered the 1,000-fold return. The system returned a saint-level magic weapon, the Azure Nether Sword. The rest of the returned items are kept in the Imperial Palace. Emperor, Saint, God. For Chen Yuan at the moment, it's definitely enough. In addition, Chen Yuan gained 80,000 emotional points this time. Brother, where are you going? Yi Baishi stepped forward, took his hand, and asked expectantly, can you take me there? Chen Yuan gently patted her head and said tenderly, little Baishi, I'll be back in a bit. Be a good girl. Sister, brother Chen must have something important to do. Let's just wait for him here, Lin Shui said from the side. Okay. Yi Baishi said, somewhat disappointed. Chen Yuan pulled her into his arms, then lifted her up and kissed her. They separated a quarter of an hour later. Yi Baishi's face was flushed, not only from shyness but also from difficulty breathing. My body felt limp, and I couldn't control myself while kissing. I couldn't breathe at all. Xin Nianshu, who was secretly watching this scene from the side, got goosebumps all over her body. The words were too mushy. And they don't even try to hide their kissing from people. Who wants to see that? Sitting opposite her, Qin Shuhan remained calm and composed, cultivating with her eyes closed. The presence of Chen Yuan and the other two seemed to have no effect on her at all. In fact, anyone with a keen eye could see that her ears were already slightly red. Brother, go ahead. Be careful. Just as Chen Yuan turned around, a shy voice rang out, wait. What's wrong? Chen Yuan turned around and looked at Lin Shui with a smile. Lin Shui lowered her head, tugged at the hem of her clothes with her small hands, and finally mustered up her courage, automatically ignoring Qin Shuhan and the other two, and said in a trembling voice, I wanted to. Oh my god. Half an hour later, Lin Shui kept patting Chen Yuan's back, and Chen Yuan finally let her go. After leaving the cave, Chen Yuan quickly located Qin Shi's position using the tracking goo. Just half a day ago, Chen Yuan used the illusionary spirit transformation technique to disguise himself as a rogue cultivator and return to the battlefield. There were still many people gathered there at the time. Not only were there disciples from the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion, but also disciples from the Kungsu Holy Land who came after hearing the news. Among them was a man with a grooved nose who said he wanted to report what was happening here to his senior brother Qin Shi. He asked Qin Shuhan via telepathy, and Qin Shuhan told him that Qin Shi was the 16th ranked prodigy of the Kungsu Holy Land. At this point, a perfect plan formed in Chen Yuan's mind. This act had to be made even more realistic. Therefore, Chen Yuan purchased a heaven-rank magic weapon from the system to track the goo worm and attached it to the body of the disciple with the shrewish nose. When he saw Qin Shi, the goo worm, under Chen Yuan's control, entered Qin Shi's body again. Although it cost 70,000 emotional points, it was worth it for the sake of the plan to proceed. Chen Yuan's figure darted through the dense forest, the scenery around him flashing by. The tracking worm was connected to his mind, and he quickly located Qin Shi's direction. His goal was clear, to find Qin Shi, who was alone. The opportunity soon arrived. It was Chen Gong who personally ordered the search for Qi Wenhai and Chen Yuan. Therefore, the five of them were divided into 5 different directions to search for Chen Yuan and Qi Wenhai. Chapter 100: Enslaving the Qin Dynasty. Between the valleys. Search carefully. Don't overlook any clues. Qin Shi's face was gloomy as he gave instructions to his 2 junior brothers. He was in a terrible mood. He had been unfairly burdened with a blame that could trigger a major conflict between sects, and no one would feel at ease about it. Yes, Senior Brother Qin. The two disciples dared not delay and immediately split up to search the valley carefully. Chen Yuan remained hidden in the shadows, waiting for the perfect opportunity. Half an hour later, the two disciples searched to the other end of the valley and distanced themselves from Qin Shi. Now! A cold glint flashed in Chen Yuan's eyes, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared behind Qin Shi. Who? Qin Shi was, after all, a genius in the late stage of the nascent soul realm, with keen senses. He noticed Chen Yuan the moment he appeared, turned around in shock, and his spiritual power exploded. However, it was still too slow. Sword Emperor's domain, activate. Buzz. An invisible domain suddenly expanded from beneath Chen Yuan's feet, instantly enveloping Qin Shi within it. The powerful imperial aura and spatial confinement force, like a towering mountain, crashed down on Qin Shi, causing his bones to creak and his burst of spiritual power to be forcibly forced back into his body. Put. Qin Shi spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with horror. He felt that even moving a single finger was incredibly difficult, let alone mobilizing his spiritual power to resist. He recognized the person's face, and his pupils constricted sharply. It's you. Chen Yuan? He could hardly believe his eyes. This Xiang Tian sect disciple, whom they had assumed had been murdered to silence him, was not only alive but also standing right in front of him, and possessed such terrifying strength. Chen Yuan remained expressionless, the Yeshua's sword already in his hand. The cold tip of the sword was pressed against Qin Shi's brow, and a sharp wisp of sword energy pierced through, causing his soul to tremble violently. The shadow of death instantly engulfed him. No! Don't kill me! During the Qin dynasty, the spirits of the dead were filled with terror. All pride vanished in the face of absolute power and death. He wanted to beg for mercy and call for help, but under the suppression of the Sword Emperor's domain, even his voice became hoarse and weak. Chen Yuan looked down at him, his gaze indifferent as if he were looking at an ant. I'll give you two choices. 1. I'll send you down to see by Ruwashi and the others right now. 2nd, lower your spiritual defenses, sign a contract with me, and submit to me as your master. A slave contract? Qin Shi trembled, his eyes filled with humiliation and fear. To become someone else's slave, to have one's life and death out of one's own hands, was something even more unacceptable to a prodigy like him than death itself. It seems you chose option 1. Chen Yuan's tone remained completely calm, and the sword energy on the Yeshua's sword penetrated even deeper, causing blood to seep from Qin Shi's brow. No! I choose 2. I choose 2. The intense pain and the approaching death completely shattered Qin Shi's mental defenses, and he shouted hoarsely. Dignity and pride are nothing compared to being alive. A smart choice. Chen Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. With a thought, he communicated with the system, purchase a slave contract. Ding! 30,000 emotion points have been deducted, successfully purchasing a master-servant contract. Once this contract is signed, the servant will be absolutely loyal to his master, and his life and death will be entirely at the master's discretion. A contract fell into Chen Yuan's hands. He first implanted his divine sense into the master-servant contract, and then slapped the contract onto Qin Shi's forehead. A final struggle flashed in Qin Shi's eyes, but in the end he resigned himself to his fate and released his soul defense. The power of the contract entered Qin Shi's brow and merged into his divine soul essence. In an instant, Chen Yuan felt that a master-servant relationship had been established between him and Qin Shi's life, death, and thoughts were all under his control. Master! The fear, struggle, and humiliation in Qin Shi's eyes quickly faded, replaced by respect and obedience. He lowered his head with difficulty, indicating his submission. The power of the contract acted directly on his soul, leaving him with no thought of resistance. Chen Yuan withdrew the Sword Emperor domain, but Qin Shi still knelt respectfully on the ground. Get up, Chen Yuan said calmly. Thank you, master. Qin Shi then stood up, hands at his sides, awaiting instructions. Chen Yuan's gaze swept across the other end of the valley, where the two disciples were still searching diligently, completely unaware of what was happening here. He smiled slightly and transmitted his voice to Qin Shi. Now, you need to put on a good show. Remember, be natural. After saying that, Chen Yuan concealed himself again, took out a recording stone, adjusted the angle, and began to record. Qin Shi instantly understood Chen Yuan's intention. With Chen Yuan's strength, Bai Ruwashi and the others must have died at his hands. Coupled with the previous framing, it's obvious what he wanted him to do. At this moment, Chen Yuan took out a dark red longsword. Upon seeing this, Qin Shi's pupils contracted again. He recognized the sword, it was Qi Wenhai's sword. He took a deep breath, carefully considered his words, and his face regained its previous gloomy and irritable expression as he spoke to the figure in the shadows to the side. Damn it, we've really been screwed over this time. That idiot Qi Wenhai even left his own sword to someone else. He's incompetent and left such a huge handle on us. You must immediately send more men to find Chen Yuan and Qi Wenhai before anyone else. Once found, don't bring them back, kill them on the spot and eliminate them completely. Absolutely no exposure is allowed, understand? Go now. His tone was full of anxiety, perfectly portraying a character eager to destroy evidence and frame others. After doing all this, Qin Shi secretly looked in the direction where Chen Yuan had hidden. Chen Yuan revealed himself, nodded to him, and expressed his satisfaction. The recording stone perfectly captured the scene just now, although the disciples who were supposed to obey orders could not be seen. However, Qin Shi's words and expression were enough to confirm the fact that Kungsu Holy Land was guilty and intended to kill to silence witnesses. Master, what are your orders next? Qin Shi asked respectfully. You continue searching with your men, making a show of it. If necessary, you can guide your senior brothers to direct their attention to other forces, such as the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion. How to do it is up to you. Chen Yuan instructed, I will contact you through the contract if needed. Yes, Master. Qin Shi understands. Qin Shi bowed and accepted the order. Oh, right. Chen Yuan suddenly remembered something and reminded him with cold eyes, don't think about letting others break the master-servant contract in your mind. To tell you the truth, this contract will self-destruct when it is attacked. You can try it if you don't believe me. After saying that, Chen Yuan didn't linger. His figure flickered and disappeared into the vast mountains and forests, as if he had never appeared at all. Qin Shi stood there, feeling the contract imprint in his soul. He felt a mix of emotions, but mostly a sense of relief at surviving a calamity. He composed himself, put on a gloomy expression, and flew towards his two junior brothers. Search carefully. Don't overlook any suspicious traces. His voice echoed through the valley, and everything seemed the same as before. Only he himself knew that from this moment on, his fate had been completely changed. Chapter 101 Lovesickness. Chen Yuan quietly returned to the cave deep in the swamp. Upon seeing him return safely, Yi Baishi and Lin Shui immediately went to greet him, their beautiful eyes filled with concern. Brother, are you all right? Yi Baishi held his hand and looked him up and down. Brother Chen, is everything going smoothly? Lin Shui asked softly. Everything went smoothly. Chen Yuan smiled slightly, patted the two women's hands, and told them to relax. Qin Shohan also opened her beautiful eyes and looked over. Although she didn't speak, the question in her eyes was obvious. Shen Nianchu pricked up her ears, clearly very curious about what Chen Yuan had done outside. Chen Yuan didn't elaborate, but simply said, We've only added fuel to the fire for our friends at Kungsu Holy Land, making the situation even more turbulent. Now, let's just wait and see. He sat down cross-legged and began to regulate his breathing. At the same time, he inquired with Qin Shi through the master-servant contract. In the secluded valley, Qin Shi, who was leading the search, paused almost imperceptibly as Chen Yuan's cold voice echoed in his mind. Does the Kungsu Holy Land have an inside agent over at the Guanhan Immortal Palace? Qin Shi hurriedly replied respectfully through the master-servant contract, Yes, Master, there are indeed spies. Only my 5 senior brothers, Chen Gong and I, know about the spies planted in Guanhan Immortal Palace. Chen Yuan's eyes suddenly gleamed with golden light that made things easier. Help me find the location of the remnants of the Moon Palace. I have a great need for them. After saying that, Chen Yuan cut off the telepathic communication. 3 days later, under Chen Yuan's guidance, Yi Baishi and Shen Nianchu also successfully advanced to the nascent soul stage. Yi Baishi even awakened a 7-colored top-grade nascent soul. This was largely thanks to the two women obtaining a chance to become nascent soul cultivators in the secret realm, otherwise, they would still be some distance from reaching the nascent soul stage. As night fell, 300 miles outside the cave. The moonlight hangs high, the air is slightly cool, and it's at the edge of a cliff. Chen Yuan casually beckoned over a table and 2 chairs, gesturing for his senior sister to sit down. Seeing the 2 cups of tea that suddenly appeared on the table, Qin Shohan didn't stand on ceremony and immediately picked up one and started to drink it. A gentle breeze caressed Qin Shuhan's brows, and a few stray hairs drifted along with the wind, lightly brushing against the corners of her eyes. Her eyelashes trembled slightly. Instead of raising her hand to brush it away, she put down her teacup, turned her head, and gazed at the distant cloud shadows. The coolness that usually lingered between her brows was softened by the gust of wind. "Senior sister, let me take your place." "What brings you here?" Chen Yuan asked bluntly. "Did you do the Qin meeting?" Qin Shuhan asked softly, looking at Yuning without turning his head. "Senior sister, didn't I already tell you? I was refining pills at the time. Afterwards, I looked into it. It turns out you exploded that night and fell into a coma, but who can say for sure whether you were really unconscious?" Qin Shuhan turned her head and looked at him quietly with her deep eyes. Chen Yuan didn't say anything, only feeling that his senior sister was frighteningly intelligent. It must have been his ability to imitate Qin Wenhai's swordplay style in such a short time that aroused her suspicion. Chen Yuan said half jokingly, "If I really did it, would senior sister hold me accountable?" Qin Shuhan shook his head and said, "Of course not." She blinked her beautiful eyes slightly, "Because I'm thinking about protecting myself. I'm afraid that you, junior brother, have already silently pinned the whole story on me." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan frowned in thought, then said seriously, "Senior sister really guessed right, but I'm not that bad to really frame you. Junior brother, your methods are truly admirable." Qin Shuhan exclaimed, easily crippling the cultivation of the 13th ranked genius on the heavenly ladder ranking and expelling him from the sect. Slaughtering the geniuses of the Guanghan immortal realm and framing the Kungsu Holy Land, each and every one of these acts is unlike the mindset one would expect from an 18-year-old senior. Chen Yuan suddenly leaned closer to her face. "Senior sister, you already know about the Qin meeting, and you also know that only the dead can keep secrets." Looking at Chen Yuan's face so close to hers, with his sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, his handsome appearance, just one glance was enough to lift her spirits. Qin Shuhan's lips curled up slightly as he retorted, "Junior brother, are you trying to kill me? Besides the dead, there is another type of person who can keep secrets." "Who is it?" Chen Yuan said solemnly, "My wife." Brush. Qin Shuhan's pretty face was visibly flushed. "Well, junior brother, you even dare to flirt with senior sister. Ouch. Ouch. It hurts. Senior sister, don't pinch my ear." At this moment, Chen Yuan presented a stark contrast to his image as a ruthless killer. "He really is a scumbag." Qin Shuhan secretly scoffed. "He likes his master, got Lin Shui, and now he's trying to flirt with her." In the past, if anyone had dared to tease Qin Shuhan like this, she would have drawn her sword long ago. But now, she doesn't seem angry at all, and she herself doesn't even realize it. Chen Yuan, with his keen senses, naturally heard the spitting sound. He secretly scoffed. What a scumbag! He was trying to give every girl he liked a home. How noble of him! Yet he was misunderstood like this. He was heartbroken. Seeing Chen Yuan clutching his chest, Qin Shuhan asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing, senior sister, my chest just hurts a little." Chen Yuan pretended to be in pain. Qin Shuhan quickly got up and came to his side, squatted down, and placed her hand on the spot Chen Yuan had just been covering, asking, "Is it here?" She looked concerned. "Is it a lingering effect from the previous battle?" "No, it's a heartache, a lovesickness," Chen Yuan said earnestly, grasping her hand in return. Qin Shuhan blushed again. "You actually flirted with me again." At this moment, Qin Shuhan presented a stark contrast to her aloof personality, and was also a little adorable. Ding! Qin Shuhan's favorability towards the host has reached 55. You are 5 favorability points away from the binding requirement. Please keep up the good work. Chen Yuan was taken aback, and the ear that Qin Shuhan had been twisting no longer hurt. He looked puzzled. He had only teased him a couple of times, yet his emotional value had increased far too quickly. Since that's the case, he's determined to take the 60 or 80 reward. To be honest, Chen Yuan also really likes the mature and sophisticated type like his senior sister. After a while, the two sat up straight and continued to drink tea, but the atmosphere had become slightly more subtle. "Senior sister, why don't you swear an oath to the heavenly Tao? Otherwise, I won't feel at ease," Chen Yuan said, breaking the heavy atmosphere. Qin Shuhan rolled her eyes at him. What could she do? She was the senior sister. She couldn't just stand by and do nothing when her junior brother was in trouble. After brainwashing herself, she swore an oath to the heavens in front of Chen Yuan, promising that she would never speak of Qin Hui again. The next morning, Shin Shohan and the other three decided to head to the second level of the secret realm. Brother, do you want to come with us? Yibaishi blinked her bright eyes and asked. Last night, in the latter half of the night, the little girl became completely obsessed with the taste of it. Although Lin Shui did not speak, her expectant eyes said it all. No, the four of us are enough. Shin Nianchu was the first to stand up an object. Chapter 102 Slaughtering the Remnants, Releasing the Tiger Back to the Mountain. Everyone was stunned and looked at her in confusion. Shin Nianchu was a little embarrassed, but she still had to say that one day was fine, but she couldn't stand it every day. Last night, you guys made so much noise, I couldn't concentrate at all. Before he could finish speaking, Shin Shohan covered his mouth. She heard it clearly too. Although Lin Shui and Yibaishi tried their best to restrain themselves, their involuntary groans and Chen Yuan's panting were what truly tormented her. I'm doomed, I'm going to die. They heard everything, how am I going to face my senior sister and second senior sister now? At this moment, Yibaishi had her back to Shin Nianchu, her face was red to the roots of her ears, and her head was bulging with heat. Lin Shui's legs went weak. So, senior sister Qin and junior sister Shin both knew about what happened between them last night. Oh no! How am I supposed to face anyone now? Cough cough cough. Chen Yuan coughed violently, rubbed Yibaishi's head, and changed the subject, saying, Brother has something to do and can't stay with you for the time being. I'll come find you after I finish what I'm doing. After saying that, Chen Yuan used his supernatural powers to leave the awkward cave. Something was true. Early that morning, Qinshi used the master-servant contract to communicate telepathically and found the exact location of the remnants of the Guanghan Immortal Palace. Qinshi did not contact the spies of Guanghan Immortal Palace, fearing exposure and that Chen Gong would find out about the matter. So he personally sent his trusted confidants to search, and it took them 3 whole days to find any trace of it. In the dense forest, Chen Yuan activated the Thousand Illusions Divine Transformation Technique. This time, he transformed into a black-robed man with a blurred face and a chilling aura. At the same time, he copied a false piece of evidence from the photographic stone, proving that Qinshi had killed someone to cover up the crime. Using the location provided by Qinshi, Chen Yuan quickly arrived at a relatively secluded mountain hollow. This is where the remnants of the Guanghan Immortal Palace gathered. According to intelligence, only one nascent soul cultivator remains in the Guanghan Immortal Palace within this secret realm. Her name is Lu Ning, and she is in the early stage of the nascent soul realm. The night was deep. Chen Yuan moved stealthily through the mountain valleys like a ghost. He seized the opportunity and approached Lu Ning like a wisp of smoke while she was patrolling the perimeter alone. Who? Lu Ning turned around alertly, already holding the magic weapon in her hand. Fellow Taoist, do not be alarmed. Chen Yuan, hidden beneath his black robe, lowered his voice, his tone hoarse. I have no intention of being enemies with the Guanghan Immortal Palace. I just can't bear to see your fellow Taoists die without knowing why, and I don't want to see the Kungso Holy Land wantonly framing others and causing them to be wronged. This humble Taoist? A fellow Taoist from Leiyin Temple? Chen Yuan did not reply, but instead flicked his finger, and the copied image stone flew towards Lu Ning. Lu Ning caught it subconsciously, and when she probed it with her divine sense, her face turned deathly pale. In the memory stone, Qinshi's anxious and gloomy face and the words, after finding him, don't bring him back, just kill him on the spot and get rid of him clean, exploded in her mind like thunder. This is... Lu Ning's voice trembled. It really was the Kungso Holy Land that was behind this. She looked at the man in black robes. Who are you? Why are you helping my Guanghan Immortal Palace? Just an outsider who can't stand the actions of the Kungso Holy Land. The black-robed man, played by Chen Yuan, said coldly. Whether you believe it or not, the judgment is yours. Take care of yourself. Before the words were even finished, the figure in black robes had already blended into the night and disappeared, as if he had never appeared at all. Lu Ning gripped the recording stone tightly, her heart pounding. She suppressed the turmoil in her heart and immediately returned to a makeshift cave dwelling, where she secretly summoned all the remaining core nascent soul disciples, numbering a dozen or so. Inside a temporary soundproof barrier, Lu Ning solemnly activated the recording stone. When Qinshi's images and words reappeared, the tent fell into a deathly silence, followed by an explosion of intense anger and panic. It truly is the Kungsa sacred land. They are utterly depraved. They want to wipe us out. Senior Sister Lu, what should we do? We must make this public immediately. Lu Ning took a deep breath and tried to remain calm. This matter is of great importance, and this photographic stone is important evidence. Before we safely leave the secret realm, we should not make a big fuss, lest we provoke an even more furious retaliation from the Kungso Holy Land. The most urgent task is to relocate immediately, find a safer hiding place, and try to contact other forces that might be able to uphold justice. Her words were clear and logical, winning the approval of most of the disciples present. Meanwhile, Qin Shi was searching a mountain range of demonic beasts according to his senior brother Chen Gong's instructions when he suddenly received a telepathic message from Chen Yuan. Move immediately. Target the remnants of the Guanghan Immortal Palace. Remember, you must allow Lu Ning to escape just in time, but make her witness the slaughter of her fellow disciples. Act quickly, before they relocate. Yes, Master. Qin Shi accepted the order, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He immediately led several trusted disciples and headed straight for the temporary camp of Guanghan Immortal Palace. Inside the cave, the meeting had just ended, and Lu Ning was preparing to order an emergency evacuation. Sudden boom! The simple array in front of the cave was torn apart by the violent spiritual power, and several powerful auras descended instantly. Qin Shi of Kungso Holy Land is here. Remnants of Guanghan Immortal Palace, prepare to die. Qin Shi's fierce shout echoed through the night sky, accompanied by a sharp attack. Oh no! They're here! Scatter! Lu Ning screamed, her eyes wide with rage. The massacre began instantly. Qin Shi and his group came prepared and were far stronger than their opponents. The disciples of Guanghan Immortal Palace were harvested like straw. Blood stained the ground, and screams filled the air. Lu Ning was filled with grief and indignation and fought back with all her might, but under Qin Shi's special attention, her disciples fell one by one. She witnessed firsthand that a nascent soul disciple who had been sitting in the corner during the meeting, instead of resisting in the chaos, had tried to sneak up on Qin Shi, calling out, "Senior brother Qin, I." Before he could finish speaking, he was killed by a bloodthirsty confidant of the Kungso Holy Land. This was Qin Shi's act of silencing witnesses. So someone leaked the information. Lu Ning instantly understood why Qin Shi had arrived so quickly and accurately. An endless hatred welled up in my heart. That person was indeed a spy disciple planted by the Kungso Holy Land in the Guanghan Immortal Palace. Qin Shi did indeed kill him to silence him. If she hadn't killed him, and had told Qin Gong about what happened here, he would definitely have been arrested and interrogated by Qin Gong. Lu Ning, you're next. Qin Shi grinned maliciously as a blazing divine rainbow hurtled toward Lu Ning with terrifying force. Lu Ning burned her life essence and used her life-saving magic weapon to withstand the attack. Put! She spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward by the impact, her body staggering. Stop her! Qin Shi shouted, feigning concern. A trusted disciple caught up and swung his knife at Lu Ning's back. Lu Ning gritted her teeth and twisted her body, sacrificing a deep, bone-revealing wound on her arm, to use the momentum once more to unleash a secret technique, transforming into a streak of light and rushing headlong into the dark mountains and forests in the distance without looking back. Chase! Qin Shi gave the order symbolically, but he and his confidants tacitly slowed their pace. Looking in the direction where Lu Ning disappeared, Qin Shi's eyes turned cold. He reported to Chen Yuan through the contract, "Master, mission complete." Lu Ning escaped with serious injuries. Chen Yuan, hidden in the shadows, nodded in satisfaction. With Lu Ning by our side, once we leave the secret realm, she will become the most compelling witness to accuse the Kungso Holy Land. Eliminate your trusted confidants, Chen Yuan ordered calmly, his words concise and to the point. Chapter 103 Aftermath. By the way, set up the battlefield. I don't need to teach you that. The sound reached Qin Shi's sea of consciousness directly through the master-servant contract. Qin Shi felt a chill run down his spine. Although he felt reluctant, the power of the contract prevented him from having any thought of resistance. He could only obey, "Yes, Master." He looked at his trusted disciples, who were cleaning up the battlefield and whose faces still showed a hint of excitement. They were also his followers. Excluding the 3 who are already dead, there are 4 people left. These people were his confidants, knew many of his secrets, and were direct participants in this massacre. For absolute safety, they must disappear. A hint of weariness appeared on Qin Shi's face as he beckoned to several of his trusted confidants. Come here, take stock of the spoils, and see if there are any important clues. Several trusted confidants, unsuspecting, gathered around. Just as they looked down to examine the scattered storage bags on the ground, Qin Shi's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Put! Crack! Without warning, Qin Shi's spear shot out like a venomous snake, instantly piercing the backs of the two closest confidants. At the same time, his other hand, imbued with violent spiritual power, slammed hard onto the crown of another confidant's head. Senior brother Qin, you... Why? The three trusted disciples didn't even have time to react. Their faces were still filled with shock and disbelief before they were instantly killed. They died without understanding why their senior brother, who had just fought alongside them, would kill them. The last confidant, who was a little further away, was terrified when he saw this and turned to run away. Trying to leave? Too late. Qin Shi sneered, his movements as swift as lightning as he caught up in an instant, his spear drawing a chilling arc of light. No! The confidant only had time to let out a short scream before his head flew off. In the blink of an eye, all four of his nascent soul confidants who had come with him on this mission turned into cold corpses. Qin Shi stared expressionlessly at the corpse on the ground and quickly arranged the scene. He deliberately stuffed the magical artifacts of one or two disciples of the Guanghan Immortal Palace into the hands of his confidants' corpses, creating the illusion that they had fought each other to the death. He then unleashed several weak talismans to detonate, creating a false impression of his intervention. After doing all this, he carefully checked everything and, after confirming that everything was correct, reported to Chen Yuan through the contract, "Master, the hidden danger has been eliminated." Very good. Go back to Chen Gong and continue playing the role of the Kungsu Holy Land's prodigy. I will contact you if there are any new instructions. Chen Yuan responded indifferently. Yes. Qin Shi took a deep breath, suppressed the complex emotions in his heart, turned around and flew towards the meeting direction agreed upon with Chen Gong. His figure quickly disappeared into the dense forest. On the other side, the heavily injured Lu Ning burnt her life essence and desperately fled until she was sure there were no pursuers behind her, then collapsed at the bottom of a hidden valley. She leaned against a cold rock, panting heavily. The wound on her arm was so deep that the bone was visible, and blood kept seeping out. Her spiritual energy was almost completely depleted. But the physical pain is nothing compared to the grief and hatred in my heart. The images of her fellow disciples dying tragically, especially the actions of the traitorous disciple before his death, and Qin Shi's merciless slaughter, replayed repeatedly in her mind like a nightmare. Kungsu Holy Land Qin Dynasty. She gritted her teeth, every word soaked in blood and tears. She clutched the photographic stone tightly. I must live. I must bring the truth out. Senior Sister Bai, Senior Sister Yun, and so many fellow disciples, they cannot die in vain. Driven by a strong will to survive and a belief in revenge, she struggled to take out the healing pills, swallowed them, and began to regulate her internal energy. I am now the only hope for Guanghan Immortal Palace in this secret realm, and I must not fall. A few days later. News of the massacre of the remaining forces of Guanghan Immortal Palace by Qin Shi of Kungsu Holy Land quietly spread throughout the secret realm. Although the truth is shrouded in mystery due to the near-total death of those involved, the Kungsu Holy Land is undoubtedly and definitively condemned. No one doubts the previous speculations anymore, and the deaths of Bai Ruoshi and the others are all attributed to the Kungsu Holy Land. Apart from the missing Lu Ning, Qin Shi, the only survivor, had already spoken out and tried his best to deny the matter, but the more he denied it, the more others doubted him. The disciples of the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion and the Profound Heaven sect breathed a sigh of relief. At least the main target was no longer them. Even if Kungsu Holy Land continues to smear its reputation, no one will believe it anymore. However, the atmosphere within the secret realm was even more bizarre and tense, with the various factions wary of each other and trust reaching rock bottom. Chen Gong and others at Kungsu Holy Land were under immense pressure. Inside the cave, Qin Shi knelt on the ground, facing Chen Gong, who sat at the head of the table with a gloomy face, and recounted in detail what had happened that night. Senior brother Chen Gong, that's the truth. One of my followers was ambushed by people from Guanghan Immortal Palace and lured into a trap. That's why I led the rest of my confidants to rescue him. Chen Gong struck out with his palm, the dark red palm print accompanied by the sound of air being torn apart, slamming into Qin Shi's chest. Boom! Qin Shi was instantly sent flying backward, crashing into the wall behind him, causing the entire cave to tremble violently. He fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Why didn't you report to me first? Chen Gong asked coldly. At this moment, he had already taken out a long sword and rushed to Qin Shi's side in 3 steps. Then he placed the sword on Qin Shi's neck and said, "Do you know that it is because of your own actions that the outside world believes that the remaining forces of Guanghan Immortal Palace were all killed by my Kungsu Holy Land?" Do you know that it is rumored that I instructed you to slaughter the remaining forces of Kungso Holy Land? Do you know that if a sect war breaks out, you will be a sinner against the entire Kungso Holy Land? Feeling a sharp pain in his neck, Qinshi spoke with difficulty due to his weakness, replying to senior brother Qinggong, "It was my fault. I shouldn't have acted on my own initiative. Given the current situation, the only option is to respectfully admit one's mistake. Everything else is mere sophistry and easily exposed. Senior brother Qinggong, things have come to this point, killing Qinshi is useless. After we leave the secret realm, we'll drag Qinshi out and make him take the blame," one of the direct disciples said without any hesitation. "Are you all a bunch of idiots? Who would believe that? Who would believe that Qinshi did the whole thing? They'll only point the finger at me. It was me." Qinggong took a deep breath. The stupidity of this group of people almost made him laugh. He sheathed his sword but did not kill Qinshi. In the whole affair, Qinshi was merely a pawn. It's not hard to guess that the chess player deliberately lured Qinshi's followers into the Guanghan Immortal Palace, which caused Qinshi to be careless and led to the series of events that followed. The person behind the scenes is terrifying, manipulating all the major forces in the Kungso Holy Land and the Tianbao secret realm at will. First, they quietly blamed Bai Ruoshi's death on their Kungso Holy Land, implicating him in their scheme. Later, they plotted against Qinshi, confirming the conflict between their Kungso Holy Land and Guanghan Immortal Palace. After leaving the secret realm, a major sect war would inevitably break out, unless they could find someone to play the game. Chapter 104. Qin Shohan breaks through to the nascent soul stage. Chen Yuan, the mastermind behind all this turmoil, has long since distanced himself from the situation. He met up with Yi Baishi and the other 3 women at a ruin. This site was discovered by Qin Shohan and is one of the core sites on the first level. Yi Baishi and Lin Shui were very happy to see Chen Yuan again. A day feels like 3 autumns. Although only 3 days had passed, it felt like a full 9 years to the 2 women. "Brother!" The 2 girls called out sweetly at the same time, and then threw themselves into Chen Yuan's arms. Chen Yuan held one in each hand and pressed their faces against his chest. At this moment, Xin Nianchu poked her head out of the main hall and, upon seeing Chen Yuan return, quickly said, "Junior brother, hurry and protect senior sister." Yi Baishi slapped her forehead, "That's right. Brother, hurry up and go to the back mountain of the ruins. Senior sister Qin is preparing to break through to the nascent soul stage." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan's expression hardened, and he immediately transformed into a streak of light, speeding towards the back mountain of the ruins. This site is quite large, with a series of palaces and pavilions. Although most of them are in ruins, one can still glimpse their former glory. The back mountain area is relatively secluded, with a relatively intact white jade platform surrounded by remnants of spirit-gathering array patterns. At this moment, in the center of the platform, Qin Shohan sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Her body was surrounded by surging spiritual energy, rising and falling like the tide. Above her head, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was frantically gathering, forming a huge vortex of spiritual energy, with faint sounds of wind and thunder coming from it. Clearly, she has reached a critical moment in her journey to break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul stage. Xin Nianchu, Yi Baishi, and Lin Shui arrived one after another and stood guard not far away, watching this side with tense expressions. Xin Nianchu whispered, "Senior sister has been preparing to break through to the nascent soul stage for 2 days. Her aura is getting stronger and stronger, and it should be today." Chen Yuan nodded, his gaze sweeping over his surroundings as he used his divine sense to carefully investigate the area. "Make sure there is no danger that could interfere with Qin Shohan. Don't worry. I'm here." A voice transmission entered Qin Shohan's mind, which reassured her somewhat. As time passed, the spiritual energy vortex on the platform became increasingly violent. Qin Shohan's forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat, and her delicate body trembled slightly, clearly indicating that she was under tremendous pressure. To reach the realm of divine transformation, one must nurture the nascent soul to form a unique divine spirit, and must merge with heaven and earth. Suddenly, the sky darkened abruptly, dark clouds gathered, and lightning bolts darted through the clouds. "It's a heavenly tribulation!" Lin Shui exclaimed in surprise. "The tribulation of becoming a divine being." "Step back a bit," Chen Yuan gestured for the 3 women to retreat. Boom! The first bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, carrying an aura of destruction, struck down fiercely. Qin Shohan suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, a resolute glint in them. She pointed her fingers like a sword, and an extremely condensed ice blue sword aura shot into the sky, colliding fiercely with the heavenly lightning. With a deafening roar, the sword energy and lightning vanished simultaneously, and the dissipated energy shockwave caused the platform to tremble. Qin Shohan swayed slightly, her face paled a little, but her eyes shone even brighter. Then came the second, the third, each bolt of lightning more ferocious than the last, its color gradually shifting from ordinary silver to a pale purple. Qin Shohan used every means at his disposal, alternating between sword energy, magical treasures, and supernatural powers, struggling to withstand the bombardment of the heavenly tribulation. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of her mouth, and her breathing became somewhat unsteady. Chen Yuan frowned slightly. He could sense that Qin Shohan's spiritual energy was greatly depleted, and he probably wouldn't be able to withstand the subsequent heavenly lightning entirely on his own. Just as the seventh terrifying bolt of lightning, imbued with a deep purple hue, was about to strike, Chen Yuan made his move. He raised his hand and waved, and a stream of extremely pure spiritual energy, like a gentle stream, silently flowed into Qin Shohan's body. At the same time, he activated a wisp of his own Sword Emperor domain, forming an invisible shield around Qin Shohan's soul, helping her resist the terrifying pressure and mental impact from the heavenly tribulation. With the replenishment of Chen Yuan's pure spiritual power and the protection of his soul, Qin Shohan's spirits lifted, and his previously somewhat listless aura instantly recovered by more than half. She glanced gratefully at Chen Yuan, then activated her cultivation technique with all her might. A protective umbrella-shaped magic weapon shone brightly as it met the seventh bolt of purple lightning. Boom! The magical artifact trembled violently, its light flickering, but it ultimately withstood the attack. The eighth, the ninth. The last two bolts of lightning reached their peak power, almost turning the entire white jade platform into a purple-white color. Qin Shohan gritted his teeth and poured all the remaining spiritual power into the longsword in his hand. She let out a sharp cry, and a domain erupted from her center, colliding fiercely with the last two destructive bolts of lightning. Chen Yuan was stunned, not expecting that his senior sister had reached the fourth realm of swordsmanship at the crucial moment. Bang! After the deafening roar, the blinding light gradually faded. At this moment, a huge pit appeared on the white jade platform. As the smoke and dust cleared, Chen Yuan leaped into the air, just in time to see Qin Shohan lying there, with a broken sword beside her. She was on the verge of death, her skirt was tattered, and several bloody marks appeared on her body, making one feel sorry for her. Not only that, but you can also see snow-white collarbones and glimpses of purple underwear. The tribulation clouds in the sky began to slowly dissipate, and strands of pure spiritual energy from heaven and earth seemed to be drawn in, turning into a rain of light that fell and merged into Qin Shohan's body. It nourished her physical body and her nascent spirit. A beam of light shot into the sky from the pit. Qin Shohan's injuries are healing at a visible speed, and his internal organs and dantian have undergone a qualitative leap. The pressure of a nascent soul stage cultivator erupted from her body. She made a breakthrough. I succeeded. Feeling the pressure of the nascent soul stage, Yi Baishi jumped up with joy. Lin Shui and Shen Nianchu also showed relieved smiles. Qin Shohan slowly stood up and looked up to meet Chen Yuan's gaze. Chen Yuan looked away, somewhat embarrassed. Qin Shohan originally wanted to thank her junior brother, but then she saw the awkward expression on his face. She looked puzzled, and when she looked down, she saw her tattered dress. She showed a rare hint of shyness and quickly took out a brand new dress to put on. She flew out of the pit and landed in front of the women. Yay! Senior sister, you're so awesome! Shen Nianchu jumped up and down, genuinely happy for Qin Shohan. Congratulations, senior sister! Chen Yuan landed beside Qin Shohan and congratulated her with a cupped hand. I have to thank you, junior brother. Qin Shohan stared into Chen Yuan's eyes, a half smile on his face. Chen Yuan scratched his head awkwardly, he really didn't mean to look. The group decided to rest for another night before heading to the second level. Fortunately, the ruins had a teleportation array leading to the second level. There were many rooms, and Shen Nianchu chose the northernmost one for the night. She didn't want to suffer anymore. This made Yi Baishi and Lin Shui extremely happy. Finally, I don't have to cover my mouth anymore and hold back from speaking. Actually, Chen Yuan quite liked their pained, furrowed brows, yet he dared not utter a sound. Chapter 105 Rebirth. The next morning, the five of them arrived at the center of the main hall of the ruins. The central high platform is actually a teleportation array leading to the second level of the Heavenly Treasure's secret realm. Led by Qin Yuan, the five people took their positions, and the Great Formation was activated instantly. The five people felt the space around them distort, and the next moment, they found themselves in a completely new world. Unlike the first layer of swampy, valley interspersed landform, the second level of the secret realm is a boundless primeval forest. Towering ancient trees rise from the ground, their canopies blocking out the sun, and vines coil around them like writhing dragons. The purity of the spiritual energy surpasses that of the first level. Is this the second level? The spiritual energy is so rich, but it also feels so dangerous. Yi Baishi looked around curiously and subconsciously moved closer to Chen Yuan. According to scattered records in ancient books, the second level is called the Eternal Forest, where there are more relics and greater opportunities, but it is also home to many ferocious beasts that have long been extinct in the outside world, and may even contain ancient species. Qin Shohan sensed the surrounding atmosphere. Having just broken through to the nascent soul stage, her spiritual senses were even more acute, and she could clearly perceive several heart-palpitating auras emanating from the depths of the dense forest. We proceed with caution. Chen Yuan spread his divine sense, covering an area of several miles, and took the lead, choosing a direction to fly away. The four women followed closely behind. After flying for about half an hour, they noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Many cultivators, either alone or in small groups, sped off in the south. Chen Yuan's heart stirred, and he quietly extended his divine sense to capture the scattered words carried on the wind. Quick! I heard that a Taoist lord's ruins have been discovered to the south. The ruins of a Tao lord? Really? That's a cave dwelling left behind by a powerful being who has surpassed the nascent soul stage. Absolutely true. It was discovered by a disciple of the Xiantian sect named Lin Heng. Xiantian sect? What chance do we rogue cultivators have then? Who knows? Let's try our luck. I heard that Mu Shimiao from their heavenly ranking also went there, and he wants to claim that ruin. Mu Shimiao? The one in the late nascent soul stage? TSK, Lin Heng is doomed. I heard that Mu Shimiao's Taoist partner, Le Zhengxingji, used to be Lin Heng's fiancé. Who cares? Let's fish in troubled waters and maybe we can make some money. As the fragmented information came together, Chen Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he subconsciously looked at Lin Shui. Brother Chen, what's wrong? Lin Shui's beautiful eyes were full of doubt. It's all right. Through my divine sense, I detected the appearance of Tao Lord ruins in the south. These people are just there to join the fun and try their luck. Another Tao Lord's ruins? What are we waiting for? Let's go. Shun Nianchu said eagerly. Qin Shohan's gaze darkened. She had also heard the discussions, and her brows furrowed. Mu Shimiao was ranked 15th on the heavenly ranking, possessing formidable strength and a domineering personality. The fact that Yu Zhengxingshi led the elders to annul the engagement had caused some discussion within the Xiantian sect. Let's go. Chen Yuan no longer hesitated, and led the four women to speed up, blending into the crowd and flying south. After passing through a dense primeval forest, the view ahead suddenly opened up. A mountain range, not particularly tall, yet exuding an aura of antiquity, came into view. At the foot of the mountain, a hole that had clearly been forcibly broken open was exposed. A rich spiritual aura and ancient Taoist charm permeated the cave, and three blurry ancient characters could be vaguely seen above the cave entrance. Qingyun Cave. At this moment, a number of cultivators had gathered outside the cave entrance to watch the spectacle. A man dressed in a blue robe with a resolute face, now covered in blood and with tattered clothes, was struggling to fend off an attack from a disciple of the Xiantian sect, holding a long spear. This person was none other than Lin Shui's brother, Lin Heng. The other disciple, whose cultivation was at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, was ruthless in his moves and had a mocking expression. Each strike contained the immense spiritual power of the nascent soul realm, causing Lin Heng to retreat step by step, his tiger's mouth split open, and blood flowing down the shaft of his spear. Outside the cave, many cultivators were discussing among themselves, this Lin Heng is quite capable. He's only at the late nascent soul stage, yet he managed to withstand so many of my attacks. Inside the cave, Lin Heng propped his gun up on the ground and struggled to his feet, using the gun as leverage. He spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed, I discovered these ruins first, so they should rightfully belong to me. Ha! The early nascent soul disciple sneered, if you know what's good for you, get lost. This azure cloud cave is not for trash like you to set your sights on. Lin Heng gritted his teeth, I discovered these ruins. What right do you have to seize them? Why should I? An arrogant voice rang out from the side. A young man dressed in luxurious robes, with an ordinary face and sinister eyes, walked over with a beautiful woman in his arms. It was Mu Shimiao and Yu Zhengxingshi. Lin Hong was taken aback, not expecting to see Mu Shimiao here. Mu Shimiao glanced at Lin Hong with disdain, as if looking at an ant, just because I, Mu Shimiao, have taken a liking to you. Lin Hong, for the sake of being fellow disciples, I'll spare your life. Don't humiliate yourself any further. He glanced at Lin Hong with a playful look, then turned his head away, nestled in Mu Shimiao's arms, and whispered. Brother Shimiao, why waste your breath arguing with him? Puff. Lin Hong was in turmoil when he was struck in the chest by a disciple in the early stage of the nascent soul realm. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, flew backward, and crashed heavily to the ground, his spear flying out of his hand. Outside the cave, Lin Shui witnessed this scene and her heart broke. Tears welled up instantly as she shook Chen Yuan's arm violently, pleading, Brother Chen, please, save my brother. Chen Yuan patted the back of her hand, his gaze calmly sweeping across the arena, but his eyes gradually turned cold. The infighting among fellow disciples even involved his brother-in-law. Just as Chen Yuan was about to make his move, he keenly noticed that a jade pendant on Lin Hang's right little finger was emitting a faint light. Strands of invisible energy were converging into Lin Hang's dantian. Chen Yuan suddenly stopped, which made Lin Shui look anxious and puzzled. Brother, why did you stop? Yi Baishi asked, puzzled, but she believed that her brother had his reasons for suddenly choosing not to act. Chen Yuan didn't explain, but said to himself, although it absorbs the essence of heaven and earth, also suffers all kinds of hardships. It is exposed to wind, sun and rain, and is stir-fried in an iron pot and steeped in boiling water before it finally develops its own aroma. Brother, what does this mean? Not only Yi Baishi, but also Qin Shuhan, Shen Yanshu, and Lin Shui all looked at him at this moment. Chen Yuan continued, aren't people the same? Without experiencing desperate situations and utter despair, how can one break free from the cocoon and be reborn? As soon as he finished speaking, a series of exclamations suddenly rang out. Lin Shui and the other three women looked in the direction of the sound and saw that Lin Hong was surrounded by golden light. His injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the golden light dissipated, his aura reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. Suddenly, Lin Hong vanished from his spot, his speed so fast that even Mu Shimiao was slightly surprised for a moment. Before the early stage nascent soul disciple could react, a flash of cold light disappeared, and with a thud, the spear tip pierced through his shoulder. Chapter 106 The Abandoned Mu Shimiao. Immediately, he transformed his left fist into a palm and struck out with a palm. Accompanied by the sound of air being torn apart, the palm's shadow solidly struck the disciple who was in the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Bang! The nascent soul disciple was sent flying backward, crashing into the wall behind him, his chest caved in. Clearly, Lin Hong held back, otherwise, that nascent soul disciple would already be dead. Lin Hang's eyes were cold. If there weren't so many people around, he would never have spared this person's life. Lin Hang's sudden outburst surprised everyone present. The early stage nascent soul disciple collapsed to the ground, coughing violently, his eyes filled with horror as he looked at Lin Hang. He hadn't expected that his opponent would break through in such a desperate situation and unleash such formidable combat power. The contempt and arrogance on Mu Shimiao's face froze instantly, replaced by a gloomy expression. The beautiful eyes of Yu Zhongxingji in his arms widened, her face filled with disbelief. The monks watching from outside the cave were in an uproar. Breakthrough! Nascent soul perfection! Such speed! Such sharp marksmanship! They were hiding it well. They actually broke through at the last minute. Seeing that her brother had not only recovered from his injuries but also broken through to the nascent soul stage and severely injured the early stage deity transformation disciple with a single move, Lin Shui burst into laughter through her tears and excitedly grabbed Chen Yuan's arm. Brother Chen, my brother has broken through. Chen Yuan smiled slightly and nodded. He had just noticed the unusual nature of the jade pendant on Lin Hang's body and the immense energy accumulated within him, which was why he refrained from making a move immediately. It seems that this brother-in-law is also a person with good fortune and luck. This jade pendant seems to be able to draw on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to help him break through in desperate situations. As a former avid fan of online novels, he guessed that it might be inhabited by an old man or a beautiful female master. In the field. Useless. Mu Shimiao looked at his fallen companion, his face turning ashen, feeling as if he had been utterly humiliated. He shoved Yu Zhongxingji away from his arms, and his powerful aura as a late-stage nascent soul cultivator erupted without reservation, crushing towards Lin Hong like a mountain. Lin Hong! How dare you hurt my men? It seems I must teach you a lesson today, or you'll never know your place. Before he finished speaking, Mu Shimiao moved with the speed of a ghost, appearing in front of Lin Hong in an instant and striking out with a palm. The palm strike was fierce, and the air crackled with explosive force, clearly intended to completely cripple Lin Hong, who had just broken through and whose aura was not yet fully stable. Lin Hong's expression changed at this critical moment. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Lin Hong, also striking out with a palm. Bang! The two palms clashed, producing a dull, loud thud. A violent shockwave of spiritual energy swept outwards from the two of them, scraping away a layer of the ground. Mu Shimiao felt as if he had been hit hard by a mountain, and he staggered backward uncontrollably. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He retreated more than a dozen steps before he could barely steady himself. At this moment, his blood and qi surged, and his face was filled with shock and disbelief. His arm, which was in a palm strike with Chen Yuan, was trembling slightly, and a tingling, numb sensation kept coming from it. Quiet. A deathly silence. Everyone inside and outside the cave who witnessed this scene stared wide-eyed and gaped. Mu Shimiao was a renowned genius in the Great Thousand Domain, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. And who is this person who suddenly appeared? Judging from his aura, he seems to be in the late stage of the nascent soul realm, just like Lin Hong before. A late-stage nascent soul cultivator was forced back a late-stage divine transformation cultivator with a single palm strike? This has completely overturned their understanding. There are geniuses who can challenge those of higher levels, but to cross an entire major realm is unheard of. Hiss. I didn't see that wrong, did I? Mu Shimiao was forced back? Who is this person? What kind of monster is he? How can someone in the late nascent soul stage possess such strength? At this moment, most of the cultivators watching outside the cave were independent cultivators, most of them middle-aged, some even with graying temples. Only one nascent soul cultivator, now middle-aged, entered the secret realm at the age limit of 3,000 years. Chen Yuan simply used his divine sense to blind the 3 senses of this group of rogue cultivators. They could only see his figure, but not his appearance. Lin Shui, Yi Baishi, and the other girls found this quite normal and were already used to it. However, this scene stirred Lin Hong's emotions and gave him a completely new understanding of Chen Yuan's strength. Your brother-in-law is extraordinary. No doubt about it, he's a prodigy from the divine continent, the beautiful master inside Lin Hong's ring suddenly said in his mind. She had already sensed that Chen Yuan's immense spiritual power was in no way inferior to that of a nascent soul cultivator. I just used up too much energy and need to sleep for a while. You should stick close to him. With him, you can successfully complete this secret realm. After saying that, Master Lin Hong fell silent. Even without his master saying anything, Lin Hong was already preparing to cling to a powerful figure. At first, I had to train on my own because my master was there. Now that my master is gone, I have to cling to my brother-in-law's powerful back. Lu Zhengxingshi covered her mouth, looking at Chen Yuan in disbelief. Mu Shimiao felt the shocked, questioning, and even slightly mocking gazes around him, which made him feel ashamed and indignant. You little bastard! I'll kill you! He roared, no longer caring about the bonds between fellow disciples. If you kill Chen Yuan, and then kill everyone else present, no one will know that he did it. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the late-stage nascent soul cultivator unleashed his full spiritual power, immediately summoning a long, cold light sword. A long sword slowly emerged from behind him. This was his most treasured purple mansion divine power. The long sword fell into his hand, and as he chanted the incantation, it transformed into a streak of cold light, piercing straight into Chen Yuan's dantian. This sword strike was clearly aimed at crippling Chen Yuan's cultivation. Stubborn and obstinate. Chen Yuan's eyes turned cold. Facing the fierce sword strike, he neither dodged nor evaded. He pointed his fingers like a sword, and with a flick of his fingertip, a purple sword light slashed out from his fingertip, accompanied by the roar of a thunder dragon, meeting the cold sword strike head-on. Snap! Suddenly, the magical longsword shattered into pieces, as if it were made of paper. Mu Shimiao suffered a backlash in an instant, spitting out blood. Chen Yuan's lightning sword strike, undiminished in power, struck the man's dantian. Ah! Mu Shimiao let out a shrill scream, flying backward, spitting out blood, and crashing heavily against the cave wall. His aura instantly weakened to the extreme. He felt a crack appear in his dantian, and his cultivation level was rapidly declining, dropping directly from the late stage of the nascent soul realm to the early stage, and there was still a trend of further decline. Chen Yuan is going to completely ruin him. No! You can't cripple me. Mu Shimiao, feeling his cultivation draining away, roared in terror, his voice a mixture of bravado and fear. Chen Yuan, you have harmed your fellow disciples. So many fellow cultivators outside are watching. If you dare to cripple me, the sect will never forgive you. You will be expelled from the Xian Tian sect. He tried to use sect rules and public opinion to blackmail Chen Yuan. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan paused, his gaze calmly sweeping over the silent rogue cultivators and disciples from other factions at the cave entrance. Those whose gaze swept over him all trembled and subconsciously lowered their heads. The cultivator with the highest cultivation level, a rogue cultivator in the early nascent soul stage, hurriedly waved his hand and said in a dry voice, "Fellow Taoist, you are wise. We saw nothing and heard nothing today. Yes. We were just passing by." Mu Shimiao, he suffered a qi deviation during his cultivation. Chapter 107, etc. Are you kidding me? They were just independent cultivators, and those who have survived to this day are all shrewd and capable. Speaking up for Mu Shimiao at this moment is tantamount to courting death. They should be praying that if Chen Yuan kills Mu Shimiao, they won't be implicated. When Mu Shimiao saw this scene, his heart sank to the bottom. At this moment, Chen Yuan slowly took out a recording stone. As he poured his spiritual power into it, the scene of Mu Shimiao indulging his junior brother in bullying Lin Hong and then trying to cripple Lin Hong at the last moment was displayed one by one. "Senior brother Mu, see clearly." Chen Yuan's voice was icy. "It was you who condoned your subordinates' bullying of the weak and plundering of your fellow disciples' opportunities first. It was you who disregarded the bonds of brotherhood and ruthlessly attacked senior brother Lin Hong, who had just broken through, intending to cripple him. It was you who, in your anger and shame, unleashed a deadly attack on me, your nascent soul junior brother, with malicious intent. I, Chen Yuan, am merely acting in self-defense, cleaning up the sect's ranks, and eliminating scum like you who have corrupted the sect's reputation and harmed fellow disciples." With each word Chen Yuan spoke, Mu Shimiao's face grew paler. With this photographic stone as proof, there is no way he can deny what he just did. The crime of harming his fellow disciples is enough to ruin his reputation in the Xian Tian sect, and he may even have his cultivation crippled and be expelled from the sect. No. That's not how it is. Mu Shimiao still tried to struggle. As for the sect's punishment? Chen Yuan put away the recording stone, looked down at him, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. My master will understand me. What crime is there in cleaning up a sect? A single, seemingly casual remark plunged Mu Shimiao into utter despair. With this photographic stone as evidence, and with his master backing him up, Chen Yuan crippling him would not only be without fault, but would actually be a merit. I was wrong. Junior brother Chen, please forgive me. Please forgive me. Mu Shimiao finally broke down. Ignoring his injuries, he struggled to kowtow and beg for mercy, tears streaming down his face. He was no longer the arrogant man he had been before. Looking at Mu Shimiao, who was pleading on the ground like a dead dog, Yu Zhangxing she felt a mix of emotions. She subtly took a few steps back to distance herself from him. Chen Yuan's eyes were cold and devoid of any pity. He lifted his foot and took a step. Bang! Ah! With a scream, Mu Shimiao's last trace of nascent soul aura vanished, and he was completely reduced to a mortal. His once jet-black hair turned gray at a visible speed, and his face looked as if he had aged more than 100 years. Still watching the show? Chen Yuan glanced coldly at the group of rogue cultivators outside the cave. The group of independent cultivators trembled violently and dared not move. Get lost. Chen Yuan said indifferently, instantly withdrawing his nascent soul stage aura. The scattered cultivators felt as if they had been granted a pardon, and hurriedly scrambled away from the place. Some even made hand seals and used their magic treasures to escape thousands of miles away. At this moment, Shen Yanchu stepped forward, somewhat displeased, and said, Junior brother, why did you let them go? What if they leak the true monarch's relics? Not releasing them? Are you going to kill them all? Chen Yuan looked at her with a half-smile. Of course. Shen Yanchu said, hands on her hips. We must nip it in the bud. Chen Yuan was inwardly amazed, never expecting that his usually harmless second senior sister would have such a murderous intent. It doesn't matter, that's exactly what we want them to leak it. Seeing the puzzled looks on everyone's faces, Chen Yuan slowly said. Many hands make light work, otherwise this road wouldn't be easy to travel. Besides, wasn't this secret realm already leaked out long ago? Isn't that right? Yi Baishi pinched her little ears, not understanding what Chen Yuan meant. What does it mean to have many hands make light work? Otherwise, the road would be difficult to travel. Qin Shuhan knew a bit about Chen Yuan, and she quickly figured out what Chen Yuan wanted to do. It's simply about attracting more people to pave the way for them. After Qin Shuhan's explanation, everyone finally understood Chen Yuan's intention. Let's wait here for a moment and explore this ruin after all of you fellow Taoists have gathered. Yi Baishi and Lin Shui both thought Chen Yuan was really bad at that moment. It didn't break at night though. Shen Nianchu realized that she was being naive. It turned out that her junior brother was playing the long game. Lin Heng's methods against Chen Yuan have reached a new level. He had previously schemed against Qin Hui, and this time he has schemed against the people in the secret realm. Compared with Chen Yuan, he felt as insignificant as a mortal compared to a nascent soul cultivator. At this moment, Chen Yuan looked at Yu Xingji, who was huddled in a corner, and the early-stage nascent soul disciple who had been pretending to be dead. Hurry up and take him away. If we're any later and our enemies see him, don't blame me if he dies. Chen Yuan's indifferent voice boomed in the ears of Yu Xingji and the early nascent soul disciple. Li Xingji and the early-stage nascent soul disciple carried Mu Shimiao, whose cultivation was completely destroyed and who was like a rotten piece of wood, and fled Qingyun Cave in a panic. They didn't even dare to look back, for fear that Chen Yuan would change his mind. Watching the two figures retreat, Chen Yuan flicked his finger, and 4 beams of red light shot out, instantly sealing their vocal cords in consciousness. If they wanted to speak or transmit messages, they would probably have to wait until they got out. Then, the 5 concealed their presence and hid behind a stone pillar, which was covered by vines and was relatively well hidden. Chen Yuan took out several array talismans that concealed one's aura and handed them to Qin Shuhan, indicating that she should distribute them. Qin Shuhan was puzzled as to why Chen Yuan gave her 6 array talismans to distribute at once, instead of distributing them himself. Or you could just keep one for yourself, wouldn't that work? Why go through all that trouble? Chen Yuan didn't want to either, because it came from the strategy fund, and he didn't have that authority himself. The 6 people held the concealment array in their hands. As they poured spiritual power into it, they gradually merged with the world, becoming imperceptible even to ordinary void-returning Tao Lords. What powerful array symbols! Junior brother, where did you get these? Shen Nianchu blinked her beautiful eyes curiously. Never mind that. Oh. Shen Nianchu rolled her eyes and complained angrily to Yi Baishi, look at your partner, what kind of attitude is that? Hee, brother, don't bully your second senior sister. Time passed by second. Just as Chen Yuan had predicted. In less than an hour, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out one after another. The first to arrive were several rogue cultivators who had come after hearing the news. Most of them were at the late Golden Core stage or early nascent soul stage. They cautiously peered into the cave, sensing the profound aura within. A look of greed crossed their faces, but they did not rush in. Immediately afterwards, a small group of disciples from the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion arrived, led by a sword cultivator in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, whose aura was sharp and fierce. The other 4 disciples ranged in cultivation levels from Golden Core to nascent soul. They merely glanced coldly at the cave entrance and the group of rogue cultivators around them before sitting down cross-legged and closing their eyes to rest. Subsequently, several monks from Laiyin Temple arrived, walking on Buddha's light. The leader was a kind-faced Zen master in the early stages of the nascent soul realm. They chanted Buddhist mantras in hushed tones, not rushing in, but carefully observing the traces of the restrictions at the cave entrance. As time went on, more and more cultivators arrived at Qingyun Cave. Besides independent cultivators, there are also teams from some small and medium-sized sects. The atmosphere outside the cave entrance became subtle and tense. All parties are wary of each other, and none are willing to be the first to enter. But the allure of the Tao Lord's ruins was simply too great. The pure spiritual energy and ancient Taoist charm emanating from them attracted everyone like a magnet. Chapter 108. The world should be like this, exploring the path. Behind the stone pier, Yi Baishi peered through the gaps in the vines at the growing crowd outside and muttered softly, brother, so many people have come? Lin Shui clenched her fists nervously. Shen Nianchu excitedly rubbed her hands together, saying, great. The more the better. Qin Shuhan remained calm and said in a low voice, everyone is waiting for an opportunity, or a fool who can't resist. Chen Yuan's lips curled slightly. Everything was developing as he had anticipated. The stalemate did not last long. Perhaps they felt that if they waited, the opportunity might be seized by someone else, or perhaps they were overconfident in their own abilities. A group of 3 late-stage nascent soul cultivators from a third-rank power exchanged glances, but finally couldn't contain themselves any longer. One of them shouted, "Fortune favors the bold. The predecessors of the Xiantian sect have already entered this ruin, yet we are still hesitating here. Since none of you dare to go in, then we shall proceed ahead." After saying that, the 3 of them were surrounded by spiritual light, formed a small battle formation, and rushed towards the entrance of Qingyun Cave. This action was like throwing a huge rock into a calm lake. Stop them. Trying to monopolize the opportunity? Don't even think about it. Charge. Some tried to stop it, while many others were provoked by the action, fearing that falling behind would mean missing out on the opportunity. Instantly, dozens of figures surged into the cave, following closely behind the 3 rogue cultivators. Chaos erupted instantly. In their race to get in first, cultivators from different factions clashed and pushed each other at the cave entrance, with shouts and the sounds of clashing spells filling the air. The chaos and fighting at the cave entrance lasted for about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The rogue cultivators and disciples of small sects were ultimately a disorganized mob in the face of the elite disciples of the 2 first-rank forces, the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion and the Thundersound Temple. They were all killed in battle, with not a single survivor. Blood stained the ground at the cave entrance, and a strong stench of blood filled the air. In the shadows, Lin Hong stared wide-eyed at the scene. These people had no semblance of a great sect, they were nothing but a bunch of beasts. The Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion has gone too far. They killed so many people for an opportunity, and as for the Buddhist sect, I think they are more like the demonic sect. Lin Shui also felt somewhat uncomfortable. At this moment, Chen Yuan spoke softly, "This is how the world is, this is how it should be, the strong prey on the weak. The great sects appear glamorous on the surface, but are actually filthy. You, as direct disciples, have been too well protected. Furthermore, the sect rules to eliminate demons and protect the righteous path, to save the common people, have made you believe that cultivating immortality should be about helping the world. You are wrong, completely wrong." Shen Nianchu shared the same ideals as Qin Shohan and Chen Yuan. Before joining the sect, they had witnessed things 100 times more tragic than this. Lin Shui, Lin Hong, and Yi Baishi gradually fell into deep thought. The leader of the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, was named Ling Jianfeng. He flicked his long sword and looked coldly at the monk from Leiyin Temple beside him. "Master Huiming, it seems that our 2 families are the last to arrive." Ling Jianfeng's voice was calm, yet it carried a hint of the sharpness unique to sword cultivators. Zen Master Huiming of Leiyin Temple clasped his hands together and chanted the Buddha's name, Amitba. "Benefactor Ling, the killing has already occurred here, which is not what our Buddhist sect desires. However, the opportunity has presented itself, and our fellow Taoists from the Xiantian sect have already taken the first step. If we continue to distrust each other, we fear we will truly return empty-handed." Ling Jianfeng's eyes flashed, and he understood what Huiming meant. The Xiantian sect members are already inside. It would be truly foolish for these 2 families to remain outside or fight amongst themselves. What does the Zen master mean? Ling Jianfeng raised an eyebrow. "Let's join forces for now," Zen Master Huiming said calmly. "First, find the people from the Xiantian sect and clear the area. After that, the opportunities in the cave will depend on our own abilities." "How about that?" Ling Jianfeng pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "All right. Let's do as the Zen master says. Let's deal with the Xiantian sect people first." After forming a temporary alliance, the disciples of the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion and the Thundersound Temple quickly cleared the entrance to the cave and set up a simple barrier to prevent any outsiders from entering. Subsequently, the 2 groups joined forces, totaling more than 10 people, the lowest being the mid-nascent soul stage and 4 or 5 being the deity transformation stage, and cautiously stepped into the Azure Cloud Cave. Shortly after Ling Jianfeng, Huiming, and the others entered the cave, Chen Yuan and the others slowly emerged from behind a group of stone pillars covered by vines near the cave entrance. They've joined forces and even set up a barrier. They've really played their cards right. Shen Nianchu curled her lips, her tone disdainful, but her eyes lit up with excitement. "Junior brother, shouldn't we follow them?" "No rush." Chen Yuan's divine sense, like an invisible tentacle, locked onto the aura of the allied team ahead from afar. "Let them scout ahead for us. This cave is definitely not a safe place, it must have restrictive mechanisms." He turned to look at Lin Hong. "Senior brother Lin, how are your injuries and cultivation level stabilizing?" Lin Hong clenched his fist, feeling the surging spiritual power of a fully formed nascent soul within his body, and nodded, saying, "I'm fine now, thank you for your concern, junior brother Chen." Alright, let's follow. Remember, conceal your presence completely, and do not act rashly without my order. Chen Yuan gave instructions. Everyone nodded in agreement. Chen Yuan had now become the core of the entire team. The five of them poured spiritual power into the array talisman in their hands again, and then their figures blended into the shadows of the cave, silently following behind the alliance team of the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion and the Thunder Sound Temple. The alliance team chose the passage on the left, which was filled with a fiery aura. The temperature inside the passage was extremely high, and the stone walls were scorched red. They hadn't gone far when a shrill scream came from ahead. A nascent soul disciple of the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion, who was walking slightly ahead, accidentally triggered a hidden restriction on the ground. A ball of dark red earth fire suddenly erupted, instantly engulfing the disciple and leaving hardly any ashes behind. Watch out! There's a fire restriction! Ling Jianfeng shouted sharply, his face grim. The team immediately became more cautious and slowed down. They had to devote their energy to carefully exploring every inch of the land ahead and breaking through the various restrictions they encountered along the way. This scorching passage is fraught with danger, and even with the strength of the alliance teams, there have been successive casualties. A nascent soul monk from Leiyin Temple was accidentally invaded by fire poison. Although Huiming treated him in time, he temporarily lost his fighting ability. Chen Yuan and his 6 companions followed at a distance, taking in the perilous situation ahead. Wow, that was dangerous. Yi Baishi patted her chest, still shaken. Luckily we didn't go ahead. Lin Xuan nodded in agreement. Qin Shuhan calmly analyzed, these restrictions are quite powerful, but they are old and have lost some of their energy, otherwise, their losses would have been even more severe. Chen Yuan silently noted down the locations and methods that triggered the restrictions, a slight smile playing on his lips. After suffering the loss of 3 disciples, the alliance team finally made it through the scorching passage safely and arrived at a relatively spacious underground lava cave. Chen Yuan and his 6 companions, like a persistent carbuncle, silently slipped into the shadows at the edge of the cave. Chapter 109 Lava Giant. The remaining 7 members of the alliance team stepped into the lava cave. A wave of heat hit us instantly, and the air was filled with a scorching heat. Surrounded by a river of lava, a crimson stone platform stands in the center of the cave. Above the stone platform, a ball of deep red flames levitated, with a jade slip seemingly encased in its center, emanating waves of Taoist energy. It's a jade slip for inheritance. Greed flashed in Ling Jianfeng's eyes. Zen Master Huiming also chanted Buddhist mantras, his eyes filled with fervor. However, just as they were trying to get closer to the stone platform, something unexpected happened. Roar! Suddenly, 3 giants made of molten lava leaped out of the lava river surrounding the cave. They were several meters tall, with raging flames burning in their eye sockets, radiating a powerful aura comparable to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. It's the cave guards. Prepare to engage. Ling Jianfeng shouted, and the disciples of the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion quickly formed a sword formation. The monks of Leiyin Temple also chanted scriptures, and rays of Buddhist light protected their bodies. The battle erupted instantly. The lava giant possesses immense strength. Its fists strike with tremendous force, their fists engulfed in earthfire, each punch accompanied by a whistling sound. A moment's carelessness can lead to certain death. The sword light and Buddhist seals bombarded them, and although they could shatter some of the lava, they could quickly draw energy from the lava river to recover, making them almost immortal. A nascent soul disciple of the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion was unable to dodge in time and was grazed by the giant lava fist. His protective aura shattered instantly, and he screamed as he turned into charred remains. This can't go on. Ling Jianfeng's face was grim. He noticed that every time the lava giant drew energy from the lava river, a fist-sized, exceptionally bright crimson orb would briefly appear on its chest. A simple array appeared to be depicted within the ball of light. Ling Jianfeng was once a genius, a nascent soul cultivator at the age of 900. But now he is 2,900 years old and still cannot break through to the late nascent soul stage. This has caused him to fall from the genius he once was to the bottom. During the period when he was unable to improve his cultivation, he began to study the art of array formations. According to his analysis, the light clusters on the chests of these 3 lava giants contain a simple array that not only absorbs energy from the magma but also connects the 3 lava giants into one, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. It is called a simple formation because it is easy to break. All you need to do is destroy the red orb on the chest of the 3 lava giants at the same time. It's an array, and the core of the array is in their chests. We must shatter the light clusters in their chests simultaneously to stop them from regenerating. Zen Master Huiming also noticed this, but his expression became even more solemn. Amat Ba. These three lava giants are linked, their offense and defense are perfectly coordinated. How easy is it to simultaneously strike the orb of light in their chests? Unless someone can attract the attention of three giants at the same time, creating opportunities for others. A ruthless glint flashed in Ling Jianfeng's eyes, and he made a decision in an instant. He shouted angrily at his only remaining nascent soul disciple from the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion and a nascent soul monk from the Thunder Sound Temple. You two, listen to my command. Hold the lava giant at all costs. The two disciples turned deathly pale instantly. How to entangle the lava giant in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm? This is clearly sending them to their deaths. Senior Brother Ling, a disciple of the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion, cried out in alarm. Uncle Master Huiming. The monks of Leiyin Temple also pleaded. Those who disobey the order will die. Ling Jianfeng's murderous intent was fully revealed, and his long sword was pointed directly at the two of them. Zen Master Huiming also closed his eyes and silently chanted Buddhist mantras, clearly acquiescing to Ling Jianfeng's decision. Under the coercion of the two nascent soul stage leaders, the two nascent soul disciples exchanged a desperate glance and had no choice but to grit their teeth and rush toward the two lava giants on the left and right, unleashing desperate moves in an attempt to temporarily restrain them. The three lava giants simultaneously launched an attack on the two charging figures. The two chanted incantations, and one of them leaped into the air, condensing a flame in his hand. The other man slid through the middle lava giant's legs. This startled the lava giant in the middle, causing it to lower its head. The two lava giants on its left and right were both attracted by the person above them, and each of them stretched out its giant hands to grab the person. The lava giant's hand stretched infinitely, about to grasp the cultivator on its head. Now! Ling Jianfeng and Huiming seized this fleeting opportunity and launched a full-scale attack on the three lava giants. The sword energy, like a dragon, split in two and struck the chests of the two lava giants on the left and right. The Buddha's seal, as imposing as a mountain, slammed into the ball of light on the chest of the lava giant in the center. Roar! The three lava giants simultaneously let out painful roars, their cores flickering violently as cracks appeared. Even so, the two lava giants on the left and right did not withdraw their hands, and instantly slammed them onto the cultivator above their heads. The cultivator didn't even have time to utter a scream before he turned to ashes. The orbs of light on the chests of the three lava giants were struck. Although they were not completely shattered, the cracks on their surfaces were clearly visible, and the crimson energy flowing inside became chaotic. Their process of drawing energy from the lava river was forcibly interrupted, their blazing light dimmed, their aura dropped from the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm to the early stage, and they no longer possessed that near-immortal regenerative ability. However, the cracks in the light clusters also thoroughly enraged them. Three pairs of crimson eyes were fixed on Ling Jianfeng and Huiming, filled with a violent aura. They abandoned all defenses and, like three erupting volcanoes, launched a frenzied attack on the two. They're beyond repair. But be careful, they're going to fight desperately. Ling Jianfeng forcefully gathered his inner energy to suppress the surging blood and qi within his body, and the long sword in his hand hummed. The once kind and gentle face of Zen Master Huiming was now filled with a grim expression. He clasped his hands together, chanted mantras, and a more solid Buddhist light surged from his body, faintly forming the phantom of an angry Vajra behind him. Roar! The lava giant in the middle charged forward first, its massive lava fist accompanied by a shrill whistling sound as it tore through the air, and smashed toward Ling Jianfeng. The two figures on the left and right rushed forward at the same time, blocking Master Huiming's space to dodge. Vajra subdues demons! Zen Master Huiming shouted, and the Vajra phantom behind him moved accordingly. The huge Buddha palm slammed out, forcefully blocking the combined attack of the two giants on the left and right. Amidst a deafening roar, Buddhist light and lava splattered everywhere. Zen Master Huiming's body trembled violently, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, the other members of the alliance mobilized and unleashed a barrage of deadly attacks on the three-headed lava giant hand. In the distance, Qin Shuhan and the others, hidden in the shadows, watched the scene with admiration for Chen Yuan's strategy. If they had faced this lava giant, they would have been smashed into mincemeat long ago. P.S. Taking a day off. 1 update today, 2 updates tomorrow. Love you all, moi. Chapter 110 really should end. Having lost its ability to regenerate, the lava giant's combat power was greatly reduced. Ling Jianfeng and Zen Master Huiming are both outstanding individuals in the nascent soul stage, displaying a variety of techniques, such as sword energy tearing through the sky and Buddhist seals suppressing the heavens. The remaining Alliance disciples also fought desperately to assist, bombarding the lava giant with the light of various spells and magical artifacts. Snap! Finally, under Ling Jianfeng's deadly sword technique, the light cluster on the chest of a lava giant shattered completely, and its massive body collapsed with a crash, turning into a pile of rubble that fell into the lava river. Seizing the opportunity, Zen Master Huiming clasped his hands together with the illusory image of a fierce Vajra, and a huge swastika symbol descended from the sky, suppressing another lava giant to the ground. With a loud bang, the lava giant's body exploded into a pile of fragments. The last lava giant let out a defiant roar. However, under the combined attack of Ling Jianfeng and Zen Master Huiming, it quickly followed in the footsteps of the previous two, shattering and disintegrating. The battle is over. The cave was in a mess, and the hot air was filled with the smell of gunpowder and burning. On the Alliance's side, the team that arrived with more than 10 people has now been reduced to only Ling Jianfeng, Zen Master Huiming, 2 nascent soul disciples from the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion, and 1 nascent soul monk from the Thunder Sound Temple, all of whom are injured and have consumed a great deal of spiritual energy. Ling Jianfeng's hand holding the sword trembled slightly, and his face was pale. In order to end the battle as soon as possible, he had almost exhausted his spiritual power. Zen Master Huiming was in no better shape. His monk's robes were tattered, and he appeared listless. The 4 of them turned their gazes to the stone platform in the center of the cave, and to the deep red flame above the platform that contained the jade slip. After a brief silence, Ling Jianfeng took a deep breath, suppressing his injuries, and spoke first. Master Huiming, as agreed, after defeating the guards, the opportunities will depend on our own abilities. How should we divide this jade slip of inheritance? Looking at the 2 nascent soul disciples behind him, he felt determined to obtain the inheritance jade slip. Zen Master Huiming clasped his hands together, his face regaining its usual benevolent expression, but a glint of shrewdness flashed deep within his eyes. Amitba, Benefactor Ling is absolutely right. However, our Buddhist sect has some affinity with this lineage. How about our Lei temple takes this jade slip, and we are willing to compensate your esteemed establishment with equivalent elixirs and Buddhist treasures? Ha! Ling Jianfeng sneered, the Zen master has a good plan. How can the inheritance of a Tao Lord be compared to ordinary elixirs and Buddhist treasures? I think this item is destined to be with my Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion. The atmosphere instantly became tense and hostile. The 2 surviving disciples of the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion immediately stood behind Ling Jianfeng, glaring at him angrily. The monks of Lei Temple also stood in front of Huiming without hesitation. Benefactor Ling, what is the meaning of this? Zen Master Huiming's tone grew colder. What do you mean? Ling Jianfeng's eyes were fierce. Now that the obstacle has been removed, naturally whoever has the bigger fist gets to keep what they want. Huiming, we're both at our last gasp, but I have 1 more man on my side. Do you really want to fight me to the death? Zen Master Huiming remained silent for a moment, then suddenly sighed, Amitba, since that's how it is. Before he could finish speaking, another unexpected event occurred. A fierce glint flashed in Zen Master Huiming's eyes, and his clasped hands suddenly slammed out. The target was not Ling Jianfeng, but the 2 nascent soul disciples of the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion behind him. The palm strike split in 2, bypassing Ling Jianfeng and striking the 2 people behind him. At the same time, the monk from Lei Temple behind Huiming understood the situation and unleashed a vicious Buddhist hand seal aimed directly at Ling Jianfeng's face. You bald monk, how dare you? Ling Jianfeng was prepared, but he didn't expect that Huiming's main target was not him. Because he was running out of energy, he managed to parry the sneak attack from the monks of Lei Temple with his sword, but it was too late to rescue his fellow disciples. Put. The 2 nascent soul disciples of the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion were already seriously injured, so how could they withstand the sudden attack from Huiming, who was in the divine transformation stage? His skull was shattered on the spot by a single palm strike, and his soul was completely destroyed. Court death. Ling Jianfeng's eyes were bloodshot, his sword energy surged, and he attacked Huiming with all his might, disregarding the cost. Huiming leaped away, his sword energy slashing straight at the Lei Temple monk who had ambushed him. Bang! The monk from Lei Temple who had ambushed him crashed into the cave wall behind him. His fate is unknown. In an instant, only Ling Jianfeng and Zen Master Huiming remained in the arena. Ling Jianfeng was consumed by rage over the tragic deaths of his 2 junior brothers, and his original advantage vanished. Although Zen Master Huiming's face was pale, his eyes were cold, devoid of any kindness, and filled only with naked killing intent. Hui Ming. How ruthless you are. Ling Jianfeng's voice was hoarse. Amitba Buddha, benefactor Ling, if you hadn't been so greedy and relentlessly pressuring me, how could things have come to this? Today, I will send you to the pure land of ultimate bliss. Without further ado, Zen Master Hui Ming unleashed his remaining Buddhist power, striking out with a palm. The palm wind even faintly carried the sound of the great Tao, clearly that compassionate palm, one of the fundamental techniques of Buddhism. Ling Jianfeng parried with his sword, their swords clashing with each other's palms. Both men groaned simultaneously, staggering back several steps, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. At this moment, they can't even unleash 1/10 of their usual strength. It's a contest of who can endure longer and who has more trump cards up their sleeve. Bald monk, do you think you've already won? A strange glint flashed in Ling Jianfeng's eyes. While he was barely blocking Hui Ming's attacks, he was moving his feet seemingly unconsciously. Having been through many battles, Zen Master Hui Ming sensed something was amiss and intensified his attacks, attempting to capture Ling Jianfeng as quickly as possible. However, Ling Jianfeng's movements suddenly became elusive, always managing to avoid vital points at crucial moments. He wasn't moving randomly, every step he took followed a pattern. Just as Zen Master Hui Ming's compassionate palm struck again, Ling Jianfeng leaped backward, simultaneously forming a complex hand seal and shouting, "Spirit Binding Array, activate!" Buzz! In an instant, a yellowish-brown array of runes suddenly lit up on the ground, centered on Zen Master Hui Ming. The array of characters contracted rapidly like a living thing, emitting a powerful binding force that firmly trapped Zen Master Hui Ming in the center. An array? When did you set it up? Master Hui Ming was terrified and struggled desperately, but this spirit binding formation was one of Ling Jianfeng's most treasured life-saving formations. Although hastily arranged in less than 30% of its peak power, it was more than enough to deal with Hui Ming, who was also exhausted. The array of earth yellow light threads was deeply embedded in Hui Ming's protective Buddhist light, not only restricting his movements but also constantly draining his already dwindling spiritual power. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Ling Jianfeng laughed triumphantly. Hui Ming, didn't expect this, did you? Besides swordsmanship, I, Ling Jianfeng, have also been studying array formations for a long time. This is the burial ground I prepared for you. He walked step by step toward the trapped Hui Ming, sword in hand, the tip of the sword pointing directly at his forehead. It's over, you bold monk. However, just as Ling Jianfeng's sword tip was about to pierce Hui Ming's brow, and despair appeared in Zen Master Hui Ming's eyes. A calm voice, like a ghost, echoed in the silent cave. It really should end now. Ling Jianfeng and Hui Ming were both terrified and turned around in horror. Chapter 111 Sixth Order Array Master. Then, Chen Yuan, along with Qin Shuhan and 4 others, emerged from the shadows and appeared silently not far away. Their breathing was steady, and their expressions were calm, which was completely out of place with the tragic scene inside the cave. Who are you? Ling Jianfeng's pupils shrank, he could hardly believe his eyes. He secretly planted a mark on the barrier outside the cave, so he could sense if someone forcibly broke in. When did they come in? Why didn't I notice? Chen Yuan ignored his shock, his gaze sweeping over the trapped Hui Ming and the bewildered Ling Jianfeng, and said calmly, "Thank you both for your hard work in clearing the final obstacle for us. Now, I accept this inheritance and your lives." When Ling Jianfeng saw Qin Shuhan's face clearly, he instantly understood. He naturally recognized Qin Shuhan, who was a talented sword cultivator from the Xiantian sect. Their Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion had conducted detailed investigations on all sword cultivators in the world. The people of Xiantian sect have been hiding in the shadows all along. They were tricked from the very beginning. All the fighting was happening under the watchful eyes of others. Overwhelmed by extreme anger and humiliation, he roared, "Qin Shuhan! You're despicable!" Despicable? Chen Yuan scoffed. Compared to your methods of sacrificing your fellow disciples, ours is quite noble. Without further ado, he pointed his fingers like a sword, and a condensed purple sword aura shot out instantly, striking the core of the spirit-binding array. Because this formation was hastily set up by Ling Jianfeng, it was full of flaws, and even a layman like Chen Yuan could understand it. Puff puff puff. With the formation broken, Ling Jianfeng suffered a backlash, spitting out another mouthful of blood. Before the newly freed Zen Master Hui Ming could even feel relieved, he saw Chen Yuan's indifferent gaze sweep over him. May you rest in peace. Before Chen Yuan could finish speaking, Qin Shuhan had already made her move. A chilling sword aura slashed out and pierced through Master Hui Ming's heart in an instant, amidst his despairing gaze. Zen Master Huiming's body stiffened, the light in his eyes quickly faded, and he slowly collapsed to the ground, filled with endless regret and resentment. In the blink of an eye, only the critically injured and dying Ling Jianfeng remained on the field. He looked at Chen Yuan and his men approaching step by step, his face filled with fear and despair. Chen Yuan didn't give him a chance to speak. He struck Ling Jianfeng's dantian with a palm, crippling his cultivation, and then ended his life with the sword aura. The dust settled, but the cave remained scorching hot. Chen Yuan first flicked out a wisp of alchemical fire, turning the corpses of Ling Jianfeng and Zen Master Huiming to ashes and erasing all traces. Then, he scanned the battlefield and began looting the corpses. A total of 7 storage rings of different styles were found on the bodies of the fallen disciples of the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion and Thunder Sound Temple, as well as Ling Jianfeng and Huiming themselves. Chen Yuan spread the 7 rings in his palm and looked at everyone. Let's divide these spoils of this expedition among ourselves. He kept 2 storage rings for Ling Jianfeng and Zen Master Huiming, and then gave one of the remaining 5 to Qin Shohan, Shen Nianchu, Lin Shui, Yi Baishi and Lin Hong respectively. Thank you, junior brother. Thank you, brother. Everyone was overjoyed and accepted the gifts. The wealth of a nascent soul stage elite disciple from a top-tier power is definitely a considerable fortune for them. It contains many spirit stones, pills, and some items of good quality. Ding! Detected that the host gifted Yi Baishi a high-grade earth-rank magic weapon, the Frost Condensation Sword, triggering a 1,000-fold return. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a top-grade royal-level magic weapon, a level 1 ice sword. Ding! Detected that the host gifted Lin Shui a mid-grade earth-level magic weapon, the Flowing Cloud Zen Staff, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a mid-grade heavenly rank magic weapon, Azure Phoenix Staff. The system notifications rang in Chen Yuan's mind one after another. Magical artifacts, elixirs, and spirit stones will be returned, with the lowest grade being heaven rank. Then, Chen Yuan's gaze fell on the crimson stone platform. He stepped forward. The restrictions surrounding the crimson flame had automatically dissipated when the lava giant died. Chen Yuan took out the jade slip that exuded an ancient Taoist charm. He immersed his consciousness into the jade slip and found a cultivation technique called Minor 5 Elements Array Technique. This is a collection of array formations, of the highest grade, heaven rank. It contains a variety of exquisite array formations, from basic spirit gathering, defense, and attack formations. They have also explored more complex illusion arrays, trapping arrays, and even killing arrays. When they reach the pinnacle of their skills, they can become 5th-order array masters. He handed the jade slip containing the Minor 5 Elements array record to Lin Shui without hesitation. Shui, this array formation is not of much use to me, so I'm giving it to you, Chen Yuan said gently. Lin Shui was stunned. The Dao Lord's inheritance, Chen Yuan actually gave it to her so casually? Brother Chen, this is too valuable. I can't accept it. Lin Shui quickly waved her hand. Take it. Chen Yuan shoved the jade slip into her hand, his tone brooking no refusal. Improving your strength is the most important thing. Besides, why make such a clear distinction between us? Looking into Chen Yuan's gentle gaze, Lin Shui finally nodded heavily, clutching the jade slip tightly in her hand. Brother Chen, thank you. Ding! Detected that the host has gifted Lin Shui a top-grade heaven rank array technique, the Lesser 5 Elements Array Technique. Triggered a 100-fold return. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Imperial Level Superior Array Inheritance, Zhou Tian Xing Chen Array. Effect: upon successful completion, one can reach the 6th tier array master level. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan was extremely excited. There were only 3 6th-order array masters in the entire Eastern Wilderness, and now he was about to become one of them. Chen Yuan remained outwardly calm, leading everyone back the way they came, and then found a secluded cave to begin his cultivation. System, teach me the Zhou Tian Xing Chen formation. Chen Yuan issued the order. Ding, received. Initiating integration for the host. Immediately afterwards, a wealth of knowledge about formations flooded into Chen Yuan's mind. On a deserted island, Chen Yuan sat cross-legged for countless years. When he opened his eyes, he waved his hand and set up a star communication array on the sea. Dense star power surged into the sea, causing the terrifying creatures beneath to boil continuously. Consciousness returned to reality, while only a moment had passed in the outside world. Chen Yuan, 6th-order array formation, accomplished. It was already late at night, and the cave was dimly lit. Everyone was scattered in different corners cultivating, but Lin Hong was nowhere to be seen. Chen Yuan found Yi Baishi, casually set up a shielding array, and asked her, "Where is Lin Hang?" "Brother, senior brother Lin Hong has gone to keep watch," Yi Baishi replied, then looked at the array barriers surrounding them with some surprise. "Brother, when did you learn array formations? What can't your brother do?" Chen Yuan said with a bit of arrogance. "Humph humph humph." Yi Baishi humphed 3 times, her little face puffed up with anger. "What's wrong, Xiao Baishi?" Chen Yuan seemed to know why Yi Baishi was so angry. Yi Baishi wouldn't usually act like this. "Is it because I passed on my skills to Lin Shui?" "Humph." Yi Baishi turned her head away, refusing to look at him. Chen Yuan smiled slightly and opened his palm. "Look what this is?" Yi Baishi looked over and saw 2 storage rings. "Ling Jianfeng and Huiming's storage rings are for you, so please don't tell Lin Shui." Chen Yuan rubbed her head and said with a smile. Chapter 112. The relics of the fusion appear. Chen Yuan placed the ring into her small hand. Feeling the 2 rings in her palms, and the favoritism and tenderness in Chen Yuan's words, Yi Baishi's slight jealousy and grievance vanished instantly, replaced by a feeling of sweetness and joy. Her face flushed slightly, and she nodded vigorously, carefully putting away the 2 storage rings as if they were precious treasures. She replied sweetly, "I know, brother is the best." Ding! It has been detected that the host has gifted Yi Baishi 50,000 high-grade spirit stones, triggering a 1,000-fold return. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 5 million high-grade spirit stones. The system detected that the host gifted a low-grade heaven-rank flying sword, triggering a 1,000-fold return. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Saint-rank flying sword Crimson Nether Sword. The system's feedback announcements kept ringing in Chen Yuan's mind, making him overjoyed that he had actually obtained another Saint-level flying sword. Including the previous return, he now possesses 2 Saint-level flying swords and 1 Emperor-level flying sword. "Are you happy?" Chen Yuan stroked her cheek with his hand, then slid it down to her delicate collarbone. Then, it continues downwards. They only stopped when the dough was ready. Yi Baishi blushed and her body went limp. So happy. "Wah, don't pinch me." Yi Baishi collapsed completely into Chen Yuan's arms. "Brother, kiss me." 3 hours later, Chen Yuan straightened his robes and personally helped Yi Baishi put on her dress. "My brother's skills have improved so much, I have to get better quickly, otherwise I won't be able to satisfy him anymore," Yi Baishi thought to herself. At this moment, Chen Yuan casually took out a locator and handed it to Yi Baishi. This locator is a 7th-tier item, a reward from the system 1,000-fold, and can accurately pinpoint a specific location. Yi Baishi had just received the locator. Suddenly, boom! The entire cave, no, the entire second level of the Tianbao secret realm, began to shake violently without warning. It was as if the earth had turned upside down, and the mountains had collapsed. Small stones were falling from the cave ceiling. What happened? An earthquake? Xin Shuhan, Shen Nianshu, and Lin Shui, who were cultivating, were all awakened and immediately stood up on guard. Lin Hong, who was on guard at the cave entrance, also quickly retreated back into the cave. Chen Yuan dispelled the formation, grabbed Lin Shui from a distance, and protected her and Yi Baishi behind him. The violent tremors lasted for about 10 breaths before gradually subsiding. Immediately afterwards, an even more vast aura, seemingly originating from the primordial source, erupted from the depths of the secret realm, sweeping across the entire world. In the sky, streaks of rosy light appeared out of nowhere, weaving together to form a magnificent curtain of light. Behind the shimmering light curtain, the shadowy silhouettes of even more majestic mountains and palaces are faintly visible. At the same time, all the cultivators in the secret realm, no matter where they were, witnessed this scene. The entire secret realm instantly erupted in excitement. It's the 3rd level. The legendary 3rd level has opened. The ruins of a nascent soul stage expert. My God! I have to go. Countless cultivators, like sharks that have smelled blood, soared into the sky from every corner of the 2nd floor, transforming into streaks of light and rushing toward the direction where the rosy light was strongest. Chen Yuan and the others walked out of the cave and looked at the spectacular phenomenon in the sky and the countless figures streaking across the sky like a meteor shower. Their expressions varied. Lin Shui, Yi Baishi, and Shen Nianshu were somewhat shocked. Xin Shuhan's eyes were solemn, and Lin Hong was rubbing his hands together, almost drooling. Chen Yuan's gaze was deep as he looked towards the entrance to the 3rd level of the void, a slow smile curving his lips. "We should get going." Chen Yuan turned to the crowd and said, "Let's go." "Okay," everyone responded in unison. Without further hesitation, Chen Yuan and his group transformed into 6 streams of light and merged into the torrent. The closer one gets to the source of the radiant glow, the more cultivators appear around, and the sound of air being torn apart is incessant. Ahead, what was originally the boundary of the second layer of space now rippled like water, forming a huge gate of light that spanned the heavens and the earth. Beyond the portal, one can vaguely see mountains, rivers, palaces, and pavilions. That is the third level. Rumor has it that the entire third level is a combined ruin. Before the gate of light, the power of space became increasingly chaotic. Many cultivators with insufficient cultivation or who were not adequately prepared were torn apart or repelled by the chaotic spatial forces the moment they approached the portal, and fell to their deaths. The screams of agony were incessant. "Stay close to me." Chen Yuan let out a low shout, his spiritual power surged, and his sword domain unfolded, enveloping his 6 companions. Just as they were about to pass through the portal, the surrounding scenery instantly distorted and blurred. Once Chen Yuan had steadied himself, he was already on the third level of the secret realm, the fusion ruins. Before my eyes lay a dilapidated ancient square, and under my feet were cracked, blue boulders. He quickly sensed his surroundings and frowned slightly. Yi Baishi and the others aren't around. Could it be that the portal randomly scattered them to different locations within the ruins? He tried to contact the others using the communication jade pendant, but found that the spatial rules of this place were special, and the communication was greatly interfered with, making it impossible to communicate. The most urgent task is to find Xia Beixi and Lin Shui. Chen Yuan was very worried about not having him by his side. Fortunately, Chen Yuan gave Yi Baishi a location talisman before she came in. With a thought, he sensed the exact location of the locator. He wasn't very far away. Without further hesitation, Chen Yuan transformed into a streak of light and flew towards Yi Baishi. At the same time, he released his divine sense to probe for potential dangers. His spiritual sense far surpasses that of others of the same level. Although it is suppressed here, it can still cover a fairly wide area. Soon, he detected several powerful auras moving in the distance, which were obviously other geniuses who had been teleported in. At this moment, Yi Baishi landed in a desolate bamboo forest, where the bamboo leaves were withered and lifeless. She was a little nervous, sensing a powerful aura around her, which made her somewhat uneasy. At this moment, the grass beside her suddenly trembled, which startled Yi Baishi. She quickly drew her frost condensation sword, ready to fight at any moment. Cough cough. A figure darted out from the bushes, and Yi Baishi was pleasantly surprised when she saw who it was, Sister Lin Shui. Lin Shui's white dress was a little disheveled, and there were some leaves on her hair, as if she had just crawled out of a dog hole. "Lin Shui, what's wrong with you?" Lin Shui was also pleasantly surprised to see Yi Baishi. She quickly used a cleansing spell to clean her clothes, then hurried over, saying with a look of utter despair, "Sister Baishi, what kind of portal is this? It made me land headfirst in a pile of dry leaves." Yi Baishi was both amused and exasperated upon hearing this. "Where is senior sister Shu Han? Are they nearby?" Lin Shui replied, "The probability of that is very small. My master told me that the teleportation through the third light gate is random, and the probability of 2 people being teleported together is less than 1%. So it seems I have a special connection with Lin Shui." "Ha? Why is there pastry on the corner of your mouth? Where did it come from?" Lin Shui reached out and touched Yi Baishi's lips, then put it in her own mouth to taste it. Her face immediately turned red. She had eaten this before, and the taste was extremely familiar. This was no pastry at all. It's gold leaf. Chapter 113 Crisis, Rescue. To avoid embarrassment, Lin Shui quickly changed the subject. "Let's leave here first, find a safe place, and then try to contact Brother Chen and the senior sisters." Yi Baishi nodded, not daring to look at Lin Shui, and quickly wiped her mouth clean. The two walked out of the bamboo forest. Yi Baishi gripped the frost condensation sword tightly in her hand, while her other hand subconsciously touched the locator talisman given to her by Chen Yuan in her bosom, feeling slightly relieved. Half a day later. After walking for an unknown amount of time, suddenly, several powerful auras surrounded them from all directions, instantly locking onto them. Whoosh whoosh. 4 figures appeared like ghosts around Yi Baishi and her companion, blocking their path. The 4 people were dressed differently and did not come from the same sect. The leader was a middle-aged man with a scarred face and a cultivation level of the early nascent soul stage. The remaining 3 were dressed in an air of otherworldly elegance. Although they were old, each of them exuded a powerful aura, and their cultivation level was at least at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. They stared greedily at Yibaishi and Lin Shui, as if they were lambs to the slaughter. Hee hee, I'm lucky to have run into two beautiful girls who were alone. The early-stage nascent soul cultivator with a scar on his face sneered, hand over your storage rings and any valuables you have, and I might spare your lives. Another short, aged-looking mid-nascent soul cultivator licked his lips, his gaze sweeping over Yibaishi and Lin Shui's beautiful faces, and lewdly chuckled. Brother, money alone isn't enough. These two young ladies are so beautiful, how about? The four formed a temporary team, and the middle-aged rogue cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul realm naturally became the backbone and leader. Yibaishi and Lin Shui's faces turned deathly pale instantly. Although their cultivation levels were not weak, Yibaishi was in the early nascent soul stage and Lin Shui was in the middle nascent soul stage. They had almost no chance of winning against the combined attack of one early stage deity transformation cultivator and three mid to late stage nascent soul cultivators. How dare you! We are direct disciples of the Xiantian sect. Lin Xueqiang tried to remain calm and shouted sharply, attempting to intimidate the other party with the sect's reputation. Xiantian sect? Ha ha ha. The scarred-faced cultivator laughed wildly. If we kill you all here on the third level of this secret realm, who will know it was us? Attack! Without further ado, the four cultivators attacked simultaneously. The flashing swords and magical light instantly enveloped Yibaishi and Lin Shui. Yibaishi and Lin Shui reacted very quickly and immediately used defensive movement techniques. Yibaishi's frost condensation sword unleashed shards of icy sword energy. Lin Shui's figure flickered, dodging quickly. Puff! The icy sword energy was shattered by Scarface's blade, and then he struck out with his palm, aiming at Yibaishi. Seeing this, Lin Shui quickly landed beside Yibaishi to help her defend against the attack. The palm strike was fierce and domineering. Yibaishi's protective jade pendant shone brightly, dissipating much of its power. However, the residual force of the palm strike still caused the two women's blood to surge, forcing them to retreat repeatedly. Just as the two were about to give up, a clear, cold shout rang out. Stop! Immediately afterwards, a dazzling blue sword light slashed in from outside the bamboo forest, precisely striking the scarred-faced nascent soul cultivator. The scarred-faced cultivator's expression changed. He sensed the sharp sword intent and nascent soul stage power contained in the sword light and had no choice but to abandon his attack on Yibaishi and turn around to defend with all his might. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the scarred-faced cultivator was forced back several steps by the sword strike, his arm holding the sword going slightly numb. He looked toward the source of the sword light with a mixture of shock and anger. A woman dressed in a light blue dress, with an exceptionally beautiful face and a cool, aloof demeanor like a snow lotus, stood holding a sword. It was Su Nuo. Yibaishi and Lin Shui were taken aback when they saw who had arrived. Su Nuo didn't look at the two of them, her gaze sweeping coldly over the four cultivators. You mere rogue cultivators, bullying the weak and taking advantage of your numbers, that's all you've got. Another woman has arrived. The lewd light in the short monk's eyes intensified. What a lucky day. Who goes there? State your name. Scarface roared. Boss, I recognize this person. He is a disciple of the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion, a one-eyed rogue cultivator in the group quickly said. Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion? The scarred-faced rogue cultivator frowned. This was a bit tricky. He came from the Heavenly Gang domain under the jurisdiction of the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion, and he was instinctively a little afraid. Boss, I've already offended this girl to death. She definitely won't let you go. Why don't we just kill her? We outnumber her and we don't believe we can't take her down, the one-eyed rogue cultivator continued, explaining the stakes. I am a great cultivator from the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion. Hand over your storage rings and that one-eyed rogue cultivator, and you may be spared your lives. Su Nuo said in a cold voice. After separating from Chen Yuan, she went into seclusion. With the royal level array inherited from Daojun, she gradually nurtured her primordial spirit within her dantian. At the crucial moment when she was about to break through, the one-eyed man tried to take advantage of her weakness to attack her. Fortunately, the lightning tribulation came in time and the one-eyed man did not succeed. As the one-eyed man watched Su Nuo being struck by the final lightning bolt unharmed, a vast pressure of a nascent soul cultivator quietly spread out. Terrified, he turned and ran, using all his trump cards to escape tens of thousands of miles away. Su Nuo had been searching for this one-eyed man, and today she finally found him. Boss, don't believe her. Even if you hand me over, she won't let you go. Major sects are notorious for their untrustworthiness and breaking their promises, the one-eyed man said anxiously. Besides, we've already offended those two girls from the Xiantian sect. The Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion and the Xiantian sect have a special relationship. These three are all highly skilled, top figures in their respective sects, and they probably know each other. Having made his decision, Scarface knew when to stop. He would kill. If he left in a sorry state today, he would surely be relentlessly hunted down by the Xiantian sect. The problem has already been solved. How can it be easily resolved? In an instant, Scarface moved with incredible speed, rushing towards Su Nuwa. Seeing that Scarface had made his move, the others did not hesitate any longer and quickly followed. Su Nuwa's swordsmanship was superb. He fought the scarred-faced nascent soul cultivator and the one-eyed man in the late nascent soul stage without being at a disadvantage. His sword light surged like a tide, tightly binding the two of them. However, the remaining two mid-stage nascent soul cultivators seized the opportunity to launch an attack on Yi Baishi and Lin Shui. "Sister Baishi, watch out!" Lin Shui exclaimed in surprise, condensing a fireball with her right hand and throwing it out, instantly forcing one person back. But another person's poison dart had already reached Yi Baishi. Yi Baishi quickly swung her sword to block. At this crucial moment, buzz! A terrifying, boundless, and abyss-like pressure from the Sword Emperor suddenly descended. The two rogue cultivators who rushed towards Yi Baishi were as if they were suppressed by an invisible giant mountain. Their movements froze instantly, and their faces were filled with extreme fear. A purple sword light, like a thunderclap from the heavens, came from beyond the sky. Put! Put! After a soft sound, a small blood hole appeared between the brows of the two mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. The light in their eyes dimmed instantly, and their bodies went limp, devoid of any life. Chapter 114 Main Hall. The scarred man and the one-eyed man immediately broke free from the fight. After regaining their footing, they turned around in shock to see a young man in a blue robe standing quietly in the arena. Who are you?" Scarface's voice was dry and filled with fear. Chen Yuan did not answer. His gaze swept over Yi Baishi and Lin Shui, who looked slightly disheveled but were otherwise unharmed, and the coldness in his eyes gradually hardened. His gaze shifted to the scarred man and the one-eyed man. The oppressive aura was so terrifying that the two of them could barely hold their weapons. With a clang, the weapons in their hands fell to the ground. What kind of heretical method is this? Scarface's face was ugly. How could a late-stage nascent soul cultivator exude an aura that made him want to kneel down and submit? Chen Yuan snorted coldly, not intending to give the two a chance, and directly made his move, the royal-grade magic weapon ice sword falling into his hand. In accordance with the Sword Emperor's will, a purple sword light slashed out from his sword. The sword light, like a dragon, tore through the sky and instantly struck the two one-eyed men. The two men didn't even have time to scream before their bodies exploded. In the blink of an eye, all four vicious rogue cultivators were killed. The area was deathly silent, with only the rustling of the wind through the withered bamboo. Su Nuwa stood with his sword in hand, looking at Chen Yuan, his cold eyes filled with complex emotions. This time she felt it clearly, the Sword Emperor's oppressive aura. Chen Yuan really was the Sword Emperor. Su Nuwa sheathed his sword, his expression remaining cold and aloof. Chen Yuan nodded to Su Nuwa, then quickly walked over to Yi Baishi and Lin Shui. "Elder brother. Brother Chen." The two women finally relaxed completely. Yi Baishi's eyes were slightly red as she threw herself into Chen Yuan's arms. What she had just experienced had truly terrified her. Lin Shui clung to Chen Yuan's arm, looking at him with red-rimmed eyes. Chen Yuan gently patted Yi Baishi's back to comfort her, while checking Lin Shui's injuries. He found that they were just superficial wounds and nothing serious, which put his mind at ease. "It's all right, I'm here," Chen Yuan said gently. Su Nuwa, who stood to the side holding a sword, took in the whole scene. A ripple passed through her eyes, which were as cold as an ancient well. Her hand instinctively reached for the fifth-tier soul-protecting jade pendant that Chen Yuan had given her. And that line, "If I don't distract them, you'll get hurt," keeps echoing in my mind. She quickly looked away, gazing at the desolate bamboo forest in the distance, pretending to be nonchalant. His fingers tightened unconsciously for a moment while gripping the sword hilt, then slowly relaxed. She still maintained that aloof and snow-like demeanor. "Brother, if it weren't for this fellow Taoist, you wouldn't be able to see me." Yi Baishi got up from Chen Yuan's embrace, then looked at Su Nuwa, clasped her hands in a fist and said, "Thank you, fellow Taoist." "You're welcome," Su Nuwa replied calmly. "Thank you, Su Nuwa," Chen Yuan said in gratitude. Su Nuwa's voice was devoid of any emotion. She nodded slightly to Chen Yuan. "Farewell." Having said that, he promised to transform into a stream of light and leave this place. Yi Baishi watched Su Nua's retreating figure and asked curiously, "Brother, do you know each other?" Chen Yuan nodded. "On the first level, we explored a Dao Lord's ruins together. But why do I feel like that older sister likes you?" Yi Baishi was perceptive and always sensed an indescribable meaning in Su Nua's eyes. Chen Yuan scratched his head. Su Nua had feelings for him? How could that be? She was as cold as ice. Thinking of this, he subconsciously looked at the promise system panel, where the favorability rating had reached 50. No? Is that right? Ahem, don't overthink it. I only cooperated with fellow Daoist Su once. After saying that, Chen Yuan quickly swept up the corpse on the ground. With a flick of his finger, he released a few wisps of alchemical fire, turning them to ashes and erasing all traces. Then, he collected all 4 people's storage bags into his hands. "We can't stay here any longer, we need to leave as soon as possible," Chen Yuan said to the 2 women. "We don't know where our eldest and second senior sisters are yet, we need to reunite with them as soon as possible." With Chen Yuan as their pillar of support, the 2 women naturally had no objections. Without further delay, the 3 of them, led by Chen Yuan, quickly left the bamboo forest. Chen Yuan carried Yi Baishi and Lin Shui as they flew through the void. Without Qin Shuhan and Shen Nianchu's exact location, their goal shifted to finding the main hall of the ruins. Chen Yuan spread out his divine sense, carefully sensing his surroundings. The relics of a powerful being in the integration stage are extraordinary, and their main hall must be located at the very center of the relics. "Brother, this ruin is too big. Searching like this is like looking for a needle in a haystack." Yi Baishi looked at the endless ruins in front of her and felt somewhat discouraged. Lin Shui frowned as she observed her surroundings. Moreover, there are signs of battle in many places, which is very disruptive. Chen Yuan's gaze was calm as he analyzed as he walked. The main hall of the ruins of a nascent soul cultivator is often the place where the spiritual veins of the entire ruins converge. We can't go wrong by heading towards the place with the denser spiritual energy. After passing through a long forest, a huge canyon appeared ahead. The mountain walls on both sides of the canyon are covered with blurry ancient murals, faintly exuding a chilling aura. A magnificent palace stands at the end of the canyon. Even from a great distance, one could feel the terrifying pressure emanating from the palace. A faint, 7-colored halo enveloped the palace, keeping out the violent spiritual energy. "Found it!" Yi Baishi and Lin Shui's eyes lit up with excitement. A glint of light flashed in Chen Yuan's eyes. He could sense that a lot of powerful auras had gathered around the main hall, indicating that many cultivators had already arrived. The main hall has appeared. Let's approach carefully and act according to the situation. Chen Yuan instructed the 2 women. The 3 of them concealed their auras and, using the terrain as cover, stealthily made their way towards the main hall. The closer you get to the main hall, the more cultivators you will encounter. The forces of each faction are clearly divided and wary of each other. Chen Yuan saw Chen Gong from Kungso Holy Land with several disciples, another group from the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion, monks from Leiyin Temple, and other figures from second-grade sects and powerful rogue cultivators. Everyone stared intently at the tightly closed, towering, dark golden palace gate. Above the palace gate are inscribed complex and profound array patterns. The restrictions on this palace gate are too strong. Just now, several rogue cultivators in the early nascent soul stage tried to force their way through, and were directly injured by the backlash. It seems a special method is needed. The inheritance of a powerful being at the fusion realm is not so easily obtained. The monks discussed it amongst themselves, but none of them dared to try it again so easily. Chen Yuan and his 2 companions mingled at the edge of the crowd, observing carefully. It's senior sister Qin and senior sister Shen. Lin Shui, with her sharp eyes, spotted Qin Shuhan and the others standing behind Su Muyun. Those were the elite troops of their Xiantian sect, almost all of them were there. Chen Yuan and Yi Baishi looked in the direction Lin Shui pointed. Suddenly, a loud voice broke the silence in front of the hall. "Everyone!" A figure stepped forward from the crowd, his gaze sweeping across the entire area, his voice infused with spiritual energy, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Chapter 115 Entering the Palace, Azure Feathered Spirit Bird. Continuing this stalemate is just a waste of time. Although the palace gate's restrictions are strong, I observe that its energy is rapidly dissipating, so it is not invincible. Individually, we might not be able to shake them, but if we join forces and combine our strength, we might be able to overcome skill with brute force and forcibly open a passage. His words immediately attracted everyone's attention. It's Chan Gong. As one of the leading figures of the Kungsu Holy Land in this secret realm, Chen Gong's strength and reputation were enough to convince everyone, but after the incident at Guanghan Immortal Palace, no one present responded. Just as the silence was falling, a middle-aged monk from Lei Yin Temple stepped forward, clasped his hands together, and pondered for a moment. Amitabha Buddha, what benefactor Chen said makes sense. However, after breaking open the temple gates, what should we do next? How should the opportunities be distributed? The aloof young man leading the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion also stood with his sword in hand, and said coldly, Chen Gong, how do you intend to join forces? Luo Feng, the leader of the Xiantian sect in this secret realm, also looked intently at Chen Gong. Chen Gong clearly had a plan in mind, and said loudly, simple. All fellow Taoists present who are at the nascent soul stage or above, as well as those who are proficient in array formations and talismans, must go all out to attack the palace gate. As for what happens after the gate is breached, opportunities will depend on your own abilities, and life and death will be left to fate. Then let's do as fellow Taoist Chen Gong says. Luo Feng was the first to agree. The leaders of Lei Yin Temple and Jiutian Sword Pavilion couldn't think of any other way to break the restriction, so after pondering for a moment, they agreed. Soon, under Chen Gong's organization, a total of 27 nascent soul cultivators and 36 nascent soul true monarchs were assembled, led by the 4 major first-rank forces, Kungsu Holy Land, Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion, Thundersound Temple, and Xiantian Sect. Xin Shuhan, Shin Nianshu, Lin Shui, Yi Baishi, Chen Yuan, and others are among them. However, Chen Yuan had already used the illusionary spirit transformation technique to change his appearance. Including nascent soul stage cultivators from other sects and independent cultivators, a total of more than 75 nascent soul cultivators gathered in front of the hall. Hear my command, make your move. Chen Gong shouted, taking the lead in summoning a crimson seal, which, carrying immense fire elemental power, blasted towards the palace gate. Attack! Make your move! In an instant, the light of sword energy, Buddhist seals, spells, and magical treasures surged like a reversed galaxy, converging into a destructive torrent that slammed violently into the palace gate. Boom! A deafening roar resounded, and the entire canyon trembled. The dark golden palace gate trembled violently, the array patterns on it flickered wildly, and the 7-colored halo flashed uncertainly. The combined attack of 75 cultivators at the nascent soul stage or above was terrifying in power. It works! Continue! Chen Gong's eyes flashed with joy as he commanded the attack again. After 3 consecutive combined attacks, a crisp crack was heard, and the restrictive array on the palace door finally gave way, cracking open with a tiny fissure. As soon as the crack appeared, it was as if a gap had appeared in the entire defensive system of the palace gate, and the light quickly dimmed. Boom! With a heavy, loud thud, the tall hall door that had blocked everyone's way for so long slowly opened a crack inward. A surge of spiritual energy, more than 10 times purer and richer than that outside, accompanied by an ancient and weathered Taoist aura, poured out from the crack in the door. The door is open. Charge! No one knows who shouted first, but all the cultivators gathered outside the door, whether they had contributed or were just watching, rushed towards the open door like a flood bursting its banks. The situation instantly spiraled out of control. The moment the palace doors opened, Chen Yuan grabbed Ji Baishi with one hand and put his arm around Lin Shui with the other. Let's go! However, the moment they stepped across the threshold, a spatial force suddenly descended. Chen Yuan felt a flash of bright light before his eyes, and the space around him twisted violently. The soft thing he was holding in his hand instantly vanished. He was shocked and tried to forcefully steady himself, but it was too late. Little Baishi. Schwerer. Elder brother. Brother Chen. The brief gasp was drowned out by the spatial fluctuations. The next moment, the bright light dissipated. After Chen Yuan's gaze settled, he suddenly looked around and realized that he was in a completely unfamiliar environment. This is a vibrant and warm place. Ancient trees tower all around, green grass carpets the ground, and exotic flowers and plants bloom in profusion. The air is filled with the refreshing fragrance of flowers and plants, a rich and gentle atmosphere, as if you were in springtime. Along with him, there were about 20 or 30 other cultivators, mostly disciples of small and medium-sized sects and independent cultivators, whose cultivation levels varied. Among the slightly panicked cultivators, a figure as pure and aloof as a snow lotus stood out. It was Su Nuo, dressed in a light blue dress, holding a long sword, and exuding a noble and aloof air. Su Nuo? Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback, not expecting to be assigned to the same area as her. Chen Yuan withdrew the transformation spell, revealing his true appearance. Su Nuo clearly saw Chen Yuan as well. A hint of surprise flashed in her cool eyes, but she quickly regained her composure and simply nodded slightly to him as a greeting. Chen Yuan tried to sense Baishi's location, but found that the connection was completely cut off, and even the locator was useless. He stepped down to Su Nua's side and asked, "Do you know anything about this hall?" Su Nua nodded. In previous years, only disciples of her Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion had entered this core main hall, making it a top secret. She naturally knew a thing or two about it. Her voice was cold. This core main hall is divided into 4 areas, each corresponding to one of the 4 seasons. All 4 areas lead to the main lineage inheritance. However, each of these 4 areas is guarded by a guardian beast. You need to defeat the guardian beast to enter. How did you learn these secrets? Chen Yuan asked curiously. Su Nua thought for a moment and then said truthfully, "It was only after going through many dangers that you obtained this information, senior." However, he failed the test several times in a row because the guardian beast guarding this place, although only at the peak of the nascent soul stage, had already reached the half-step void return stage in terms of actual combat power, and also had an ancient bloodline, making it even stronger. The teleportation to the main hall is random, and it is rare to gather several nascent soul stage cultivators together. Therefore, the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion entered this ruin 5 times but failed to obtain the inheritance. Moreover, the main hall actually has a hidden door, but the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion wasn't so lucky this time. Everyone found the location of the main hall, so they didn't enter through the hidden door to avoid being taken advantage of while fighting the divine beast. Just then, a clear and melodious cry came from the depths of this spring forest. The voice contained a powerful pressure, causing many cultivators present to turn pale. In the distance, above the forest, a magnificent bird spread its wings, its plumage displaying vibrant colors, its tail feathers long and ornate, while its sharp eyes coldly surveyed the uninvited guests below. Its aura had clearly reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. It is a descendant of the azure phoenix, the jade feather spirit sparrow. Su Nua said in a deep voice. Chapter 116, The Supreme Being. We must defeat it to enter the main lineage of inheritance, Su Nua said in a deep voice. Chen Yuan glanced at the anxious, incompetent rogue cultivators and disciples from small sects present, and silently shook his head. In his eyes, this group of people were a burden, not even worthy of being cannon fodder. He was not so kind as to defeat the azure feather sparrow and share the inheritance with them. When Chen Yuan revealed his true face, he had already used his divine sense to deceive the 3 senses of the other cultivators. Now, apart from Su Nua, no one can see his true face. Chen Yuan drew a long sword, his body radiating killing intent. He changed his voice and shouted sternly at the group of minor sect cultivators and rogue cultivators behind him, "The teleportation array is right behind you. Are you going to get out yourselves, or do I have to ask you to?" After saying that, Chen Yuan gave Su Nua a wink. Behind them stood a blue vortex, constantly emanating spatial power. Upon hearing this, everyone saw how unpleasant the man looked. Just as someone was about to stand up in opposition, they felt the powerful pressure emanating from Su Nua, who was at the nascent soul stage. The highest level among the people here was only the mid-nascent soul stage, so how could they dare to act recklessly in front of Su Nua, who was at the early stage of the deity transformation stage? Taking advantage of the situation, Chen Yuan then took out a recording stone and shouted again, "I am Chen Gong from the Kungsu Holy Land. I'll give you 3 breaths to leave. If you don't get out of here, don't blame me for attacking you. I've memorized your appearances, and I will use you to find your families." Chen Yuan said no more. The crowd's faces turned ashen, their threats undisguised. Upon hearing the name of the Kungsu Holy Land, some rogue cultivators were already terrified. As the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope, so the group could only reluctantly fly towards the teleportation portal behind them. In less than 10 breaths, only Chen Yuan, Su Nua, and the azure-feathered spirit sparrow circling in the sky remained in the arena. "Su Nua, hide behind me, I'll deal with this beast." Having said that, Chen Yuan took a step forward and stood in the void, facing the azure feather spirit sparrow. Seeing that someone dared to offend the Forbidden Land, the azure-feathered sparrow seemed to immediately let out a sharp cry, and with a sudden flap of its wings, countless emerald-green feather arrows shot towards Chen Yuan's face like a storm. Chen Yuan unleashed the extreme ice sword, and the aura of the Sword Emperor emanating from his body was no longer concealed. To be the first to inherit the legacy, we must act swiftly. Supernatural powers, including space travel. Suddenly, Chen Yuan disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already behind the azure feather spirit sparrow. A sword domain enveloped Chen Yuan, quickly enveloping the azure-feathered spirit sparrow. Then, a phantom of a blue dragon slowly emerged from behind Chen Yuan. Supernatural powers, the Dharma form of heaven and earth. The Dharma image is about 1,000 feet tall, connecting heaven and earth. The blue dragon transformed into human form, bearing a striking resemblance to Chen Yuan, with two particularly eye-catching emerald green dragon horns on its head. Behind Chen Yuan, a Dharma image held a blue longsword, which was 100 feet long and was enough to make one's heart tremble at just one glance. Below, Su Nua's mouth was slightly open, her heart already churning with turbulent waves. The fusion of the Tao into the Dharma form, isn't this a method employed during the Mahayana period? How could Chen Yuan? The azure-feathered sparrow turned around with difficulty, and when it saw the enormous creature in front of it, its heart clenched and its body trembled uncontrollably. It was an instinctive fear, as insignificant as an ant before the Dharma image behind Chen Yuan. The Dharma aspect divine power was greatly depleted, so Chen Yuan dared not delay and immediately unleashed a sword strike. Brush! The cyan dragon avatar behind him moved in sync with Chen Yuan's actions, also slashing a sword at the azure feather spirit sparrow. Boom! 100-foot-long azure giant sword, accompanied by the terrifying aura of an emperor, slashed down on the body of the azure feather spirit sparrow. Before the azure-feathered sparrow could even utter a scream, it was cleaved in two by the cyan giant sword, its two pieces falling to the ground. Chen Yuan withdrew his supernatural powers and quickly took out several spirit transformation pills, swallowing them. He then landed beside the corpse of the azure feather spirit sparrow. At this moment, the azure-feathered sparrow was completely lifeless, its soul annihilated by the sword strike. Chen Yuan removed its demon core and placed it into the system space. Su Nua walked to Chen Yuan's side and looked at him with a complicated gaze. This man was becoming more and more mysterious to her. "Are you from China?" Su Nua suddenly asked. "China?" Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Why do you think that?" "Besides the land of China, I can't imagine any other force that could cultivate a prodigy like you," Su Nua said sincerely. Chen Yuan patted her head and said with a smile, "You have a rich imagination. I'll take that as a compliment." Su Nua felt a sudden headache, and when she came to her senses, a blush instantly spread across her cool face, but the blush came and went quickly. No one had ever dared to treat her like this before. Chen Yuan was the first. "But why don't I feel disgusted? My heart feels like it's in turmoil." Su Nua recalled her master's instructions: men are nothing but beautiful skeletons, and after 10,000 years they will all turn into a pile of bones in a tomb. How can the tender feelings of love between men and women compare to the broad road to immortality? Ahead, Chen Yuan turned to look at Su Nua, who was in a daze, and asked with some confusion, "Little Su Nua, what are you thinking about? The door is open, hurry up and follow." Su Nua's thoughts were immediately pulled back to reality. Before he knew it, a giant gate suddenly appeared in front of him. The gate was open and exuded a strong aura of the great Tao. Here it comes." Su Nua quickly followed. "Little Su Nua? Is this calling me?" Su Nua felt somewhat confused. Passing through the massive stone gate, one is greeted by a slightly dilapidated, solemn and majestic hall. In the center of the main hall stands a bronze stone statue 10 feet tall. The statue depicts a middle-aged Taoist with an ancient face and deep eyes, exuding a majestic aura like a mountain. "It seems we're the first ones to arrive." Suddenly, the eyes of the bronze statue seemed to come alive, gleaming with a spiritual light, and gently turned, finally settling on Chen Yuan and Su Nua, who had just stepped into the hall. Immediately, two divine rainbows burst forth from his eyes, intertwining above the hall and transforming into a phantom image of a Taoist in a green robe. The illusory figure's gaze swept over the two, carrying a trace of age-old vicissitudes, and then a grand voice echoed in the hall. "I am the supreme heavenly treasure, the master of this heavenly treasure secret realm." Chen Yuan and Su Nua were both startled and quickly bowed, saying, "Junior Chen Yuan." Su Nua pays respects to Venerable Qingtian. The Phantom of King Xianbo nodded slightly, his eyes filled with approval. "The fact that you two were able to arrive at my main hall first and guard the Broken Spring domain shows that your strength and luck are both top-notch. According to the rules I set before my death, the first to arrive are qualified to receive my core legacy." He paused, and two faint beams of light split off from the illusory figure, enveloping Chen Yuan and Su Nua respectively. The light seemed to penetrate the flesh and reach the soul. A moment later, the Phantom of King Xianbo trembled violently, its gaze towards Chen Yuan filled with disbelief, shock, and ecstasy, even its voice trembled slightly. "Emperor grade. It's actually the legendary Emperor grade aptitude. Ha ha ha. Heaven blesses our path, that after 10,000 years, we have witnessed such an astonishing talent." Chapter 117 Returning the Inheritance, the Secret Realm is about to end. Imperial Grade Aptitude. Even with Su Nua's aloof nature, she couldn't help but gasp upon hearing this phrase, her beautiful eyes widening in shock as she looked at Chen Yuan, who remained calm beside her. Emperor Grade talent, that's a supreme talent that only exists in ancient books and legends. The phantom of the Supreme Being was excited for a moment, then looked at Su Nua, his eyes also showing satisfaction. The girl is not bad either. Her sword heart is clear and her foundation is solid. She has the aptitude of a saint among 10,000 people, and she is a rare talent. A saint-grade aptitude, placed in any era or sect, would be enough to be cultivated as a core disciple, enough to cause a sensation. But at this moment, it paled in comparison to Chen Yuan's dazzling emperor-grade brilliance. After the initial excitement subsided, the illusory figure of Qing Tianji gradually calmed down. He looked at the two of them, his tone regaining its previous majesty, but also carrying a hint of regret. However, my core inheritance consists of only one thing, that heaven-supporting creation scripture, which is the culmination of my life's work. It points directly to the great Tao of integration and contains many supernatural powers and secret techniques. This inheritance can only be passed on to one person. His gaze lingered between Chen Yuan and Su Nua. Judging from his qualifications, Chen Yuan is undoubtedly the best candidate in all of history. With his imperial-level aptitude combined with his heaven-supporting creation scripture, his future achievements are limitless. However, the promised high-quality item is extremely rare, so giving it up would be a pity. However, he still leaned towards Chen Yuan and believed that Chen Yuan would not give up this tremendous opportunity. The atmosphere inside the hall instantly became subtle. The complete inheritance of a nascent soul cultivator is of immeasurable value, enough to drive any cultivator mad. Su Nua pursed her lips, glanced at Chen Yuan beside her with her cold eyes, and subconsciously tightened her grip on the sword in her hand. She knew that in terms of talent and potential, she was far inferior to Chen Yuan. This legacy rightfully belongs to him. Just as she was lost in thought, Chen Yuan suddenly stepped forward, cupped his hands in greeting to the illusory figure of the Supreme Being, and spoke calmly and frankly. Senior Qing Tian, this junior is willing to give up the right to inherit this position. What? Upon hearing this, not only was Su Nua stunned, but even the phantom of the Supreme Being showed a hint of astonishment. Boy, have you thought this through? I am a fusion inheritor. Supreme Being Qing Tian couldn't help but remind him, he really couldn't understand why someone would voluntarily give up such an opportunity. Chen Yuan smiled slightly, his eyes clear. This junior has thought it through. As the senior also said, fellow Daoist Su has the aptitude of a saint grade, which is 1 in 10,000. He spoke calmly, but in his heart he was thinking, my favorability rating is about to break 60. Almost 60. Su Nua stared blankly at Chen Yuan's profile, watching him unhesitatingly give her this earth-shattering opportunity that would shake the entire eastern wilderness. It felt as if something had struck her heart hard. A complex emotion, difficult to describe, welled up inside me. Why did he do that? Ding, it has been detected that Su Nua's favorability towards the host has reached 60. She has good feelings towards him. This meets the binding requirements. Host, would you like to bind? Bind. Chen Yuan replied in his mind. Ding, binding successful, binding reward triggered. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the royal rank flying sword Netherwind sword. Chen Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, a faint sense of anticipation rising in his heart. What would the system return in return for giving up such a rare opportunity to achieve fusion? The illusory image of the Supreme Being gazed intently at Chen Yuan, seemingly trying to discern something from his eyes. Finally, he let out a long sigh. Good. A magnanimous heart and the bearing of an emperor, truly extraordinary. I was originally inclined towards you, but since that's the case. He turned to Su Nua and solemnly said, little girl, this heaven-supporting creation scripture is now bestowed upon you. I hope you will diligently study it and not waste this opportunity, nor should you let down the kindness of this young friend who has shown you such generosity. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden ball of light flew out from the phantom of the sky supporting treasure and slowly disappeared into Su Nua's brow. Immediately afterwards, a storage ring unfolded from the phantom of the sky supporting supreme. This is my life savings. After saying that, he tossed the storage ring to Su Nua. After Su Nua accepted the storage ring, the system's announcement sounded at the opportune moment. Ding, a combined inheritance has been detected in the host, which includes the saint-level cultivation technique sky-supporting creation scripture. Royal rank flying sword 3. Royal grade magical artifacts 4. Half-step saint-level magic weapon 1. 56 7th grade pills. 2000 spiritual crystals. Triggered a 1000-fold return. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the venerable level cultivation technique, 9 Luminaries Heart Sutra. Emperor, Saint, God, Venerable, the strongest ranks below immortal. Triggered a 1000-fold return. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 4 Saint rank flying swords. Triggered a 100x return. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a half-step divine artifact, Taibao Grey Ghost Dice. Effects: the 6 sides of the die are engraved with the ancient seal characters. After rolling, the corresponding divine power is triggered according to the number rolled. Triggered a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 20 million spirit crystals. The system's pleasant announcements continued to ring out, filling Chen Yuan with joy. He doesn't need the venerable level cultivation techniques, but he can give them to Xia Beixi, Schwer, and Linger. What surprised Chen Yuan the most was the 20 million spirit crystals. Above the nascent soul stage is the void return stage. Once you reach the void return stage, the spiritual energy within a high-grade spirit stone is no longer sufficient to meet your cultivation needs, unless you accumulate a large amount of it. 1 spirit crystal equals 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. A nascent soul family can only produce a few thousand high-grade spirit stones at a time, and a nascent soul family that has stood for 10,000 years can only produce a maximum of tens of thousands. For those newly entering the void returning Dao Lord realm, breaking through to the mid-stage of Dao Lord requires at least 10 spirit crystals. It can be said that there is a vast distance between returning to the void and transforming into the divine. Little girl, do not fail to live up to the legacy of this venerable one, the Supreme Being Qing Tian admonished once again. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will dedicate myself to cultivation and restore the venerable's legacy. The Supreme Being nodded with satisfaction, and with a wave of his hand, a ball of light instantly enveloped Chen Yuan and Su Nuo. Suddenly, Chen Yuan felt a dizzying sensation all over his body. When his gaze settled, he was back in the canyon in front of the main hall. Suddenly, a grand sound, as if coming from the heavens above, resounded throughout the entire Tianbao secret realm. All the cultivators within the secret realm could hear it clearly. I am the Supreme Being who holds up the heavens. These simple 6 words, carrying the supreme pressure of a merged Supreme Being, instantly silenced the entire secret realm. All cultivators, regardless of their cultivation level, were deeply shaken and unconsciously stopped what they were doing to listen intently. My legacy has been obtained by a destined person. My mission in this treasure-filled secret realm is now complete. The grand voice continued to echo. 3 hours later, the secret realm will be completely sealed, and all outsiders will be teleported out. From then on, the heavenly treasure secret realm will be forever lost in the void and will never be opened again. Those who inherit my legacy, I hope you will use it wisely and not tarnish my name. The sound abruptly stopped there. However, the entire secret realm erupted into chaos, instantly boiling over. The legacy has been inherited. Who is it? Who has obtained the combined inheritance? Only 3 hours left. Hurry! Seize the time to find the remaining opportunities. The secret realm will never open again. This is the last chance. Chapter 118 Holding Hands. Shen Gong, Luo Feng, the leader of Leiyin Temple, and others from the 3 regions of summer, autumn, and winter had just gone through a fierce battle. Before they could even fully deal with the guardian beasts at the peak of the nascent soul stage in their respective areas, they heard the devastating news that their inheritance had been taken away, and their faces instantly turned extremely ugly. Who exactly received the inheritance? They have no way of knowing. Let's go! Shen Yuan pulled Su Nuo, and they landed on a tree. He made hand seals to set up an array, and the dense leaves enveloped them as they quietly watched the entrance to the main hall. The summer domain and winter domain within the main hall dissipated on their own after the announcement, and the cultivators from the 4 regions reunited in the open space of the canyon in front of the main hall. Chen Gong's face was ashen. He and the others from Leiyin Temple had fought a long and arduous battle against the burning skyflame lizard in the summer domain, suffering considerable losses, yet they hadn't even seen the core of the main hall before their inheritance was taken away. His gaze swept over everyone present, finally settling on the teams from Xintian Sect and Zhoutian Sword Pavilion. Luo Feng. And those from the 9 Heavens Sword Pavilion. Was the inheritance taken by your people? Shen Gong's voice was icy, carrying a sense of accusation. The overwhelming pressure of the perfected nascent soul stage pressed down on both sides without any concealment. Behind him, the disciples of the Kungsu Holy Land all had unfriendly eyes, and their spiritual energy surged. Although the monk leading the group at Lei Temple chanted Buddhist mantras and appeared peaceful, he was still harboring ill will. Shen Tianzong Luofeng frowned. He led his team to fight the shadow demon leopard in the autumn domain, but they also gained nothing. Faced with Chen Gong's questioning, he snorted coldly, "Chen Gong, don't you dare to make false accusations. The disciples of the Xiantian sect act with integrity and uprightness. If we receive the inheritance, why should we hide it? But your Kungsu Holy Land, the matter of the Guanghan Immortal Palace was still unclear, and now you want to repeat the same trick and stir up trouble again?" The aloof young man from the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion was even more direct, his longsword humming and radiating a chilling aura. "Chen Gong, if you want to fight, then fight. Why make excuses? Do you think the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion is afraid of you?" Seeing the atmosphere suddenly become tense, Hui Chan, the leader of Lei Temple, quickly spoke up to stop it. "Wait a moment, esteemed benefactors, the teleportation gate in the main hall is random. Each area should have its own disciples entering. We only need to ask to know which area received the inheritance." From the treetop, Chen Yuan watched the scene and raised an eyebrow. "I thought a fight was going to break out. Looks like this bald monk isn't stupid after all." With the show over, Chen Yuan pulled Su Nuo away from the treetop. Using the master-servant contract in his mind, he located Qin Shi's position. Thousands of miles away, inside a mountain cave. "Once you get out, if you don't want to die, use this 1,000-mile teleportation talisman to leave." "Yes." Qin Shi hurriedly took the teleportation talisman, carefully put it into his storage ring, and respectfully left. At this moment, only Chen Yuan and Su Nuo remained inside the cave. The cave was quiet. It seemed as if everyone could hear each other's heartbeats. "When are you going to stop?" Su Nuo frowned, her voice cold, but you could clearly feel that her voice was trembling. However, Chen Yuan tightened his grip on her hand, turned around, looked down at the ends of her hair, and asked, "Can't I hold your hand?" Upon hearing this, Su Nuo's mind went blank. She felt dizzy and didn't know how to respond. Based on the descriptions from disciples of various factions in front of the main hall ruins, it was concluded that the entire secret realm was divided into 3 areas. After all, the spring domain where Chen Yuan was located was just a group of disciples from a small force and some rogue cultivators. However, Chen Gong frowned, realizing that something was wrong. The climate in the summer domain where he was located was hot, but some disciples who were teleported to the winter domain described a different winter scene. The Xiantian sect described a desolate scene, with autumn winds blowing and the landscape bleak. "It seems we're missing one. Spring." Chen Gong looked up, adding spring to perfectly correspond to the changing of the 4 seasons. "So, which faction has entered the spring domain?" The information was quickly compiled. Lei Temple's leader, Hui Chan, and some of his disciples were confirmed to have been teleported into the winter domain, where they encountered the ice crystal tortoise. This was corroborated by a few disciples from Kungsu Holy Land and Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion. Chen Gong and his main force from Kungsu Holy Land were teleported into the Xia domain, where they fought a fierce battle against the burning heaven flame lizard. Disciples from Lei Temple and other forces also witnessed this. Xiantian sect's Luofeng, along with Zhao Wuji of the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion and most of their disciples, were assigned to the autumn domain to entangle with the shadow demon leopard. Disciples from the Kungsu Holy Land can also attest that they did not enter the core area, let alone obtain any inheritance. 3 forces, 3 regions, clear clues, and mutual corroboration. However, the result left everyone looking grim. None of the 3 parties received the inheritance. This is impossible. Chen Gong took a sudden step forward, his aura surging, his eyes sharp as knives. "Summer, autumn, winter, one more is missing. It's spring. There must be another realm of spring." Upon hearing this, Luofeng, Zhao Wuji, and Hui Chan all tensed up, instantly understanding. The 4-season cycle, and none of them can be missing. The legacy must have fallen on that unmentioned land of spring. The spring domain. Chen Gong's gaze swept across the entire area like lightning, his voice carrying a sense of oppression. "Anyone present here has been teleported into the spring domain?" He focused his attention on small and medium-sized sects and independent cultivators. However, he was met with a blank shake of the head in whispers. "The land of spring? Never heard of it. We've all been assigned to these 3 domains. Yes, I didn't see any separate spring domain teams." Almost everyone said they had never entered, as if the spring realm did not exist at all. Even the group of rogue cultivators who had entered were now shaking their heads in bewilderment. Because Qin Yuan had already used methods to confuse the senses of those rogue cultivators. Silence fell over the room. Chen Gong's face was so gloomy it could drip water. He absolutely refused to believe that the inheritance could disappear into thin air, and even less did he believe that a group of rogue cultivators could have the ability to seize the inheritance and leave silently right under the watchful eyes of the guardian beast at the peak of the nascent soul stage. The only explanation is that someone lied. A powerful force secretly dispatched its elite troops into the spring domain, and successfully kept it a secret from everyone. His gaze swept sharply over Luo Feng, Zhao Wuji, and Hui Chan once again. Xiantian sect? Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion? Or is it Lei Yin Temple? One of them must be putting on an act. Luo Feng felt Chen Gong's suspicious gaze and laughed angrily. Chen Gong, do you suspect that my Xiantian sect is secretly sabotaging us? That's absurd. Zhao Wuji held his long sword, sneered without speaking, but the sword energy grew increasingly fierce. Hui Chan clasped his hands together, lowered his eyes and said, Amitba, Benefactor Chen, your unfounded suspicion only increases your karmic obstacles. No one would admit it, and no one could find any evidence. Trust has long since vanished in the face of immediate interests. In the tense and confrontational atmosphere, time ticked by. The four major forces are mutually restraining each other, and none of them dare to take the lead again, for fear of letting others reap the benefits. Meanwhile, smaller and smaller forces and independent cultivators remain silent, fearing they would be dragged into the conflict between top-tier forces and shattered to pieces. Chapter 119. Watching the show, the enraged fairy Yuexian. Suddenly, the entire Tianbao's secret realm trembled violently once again. The sky was cracked like a shattered mirror, the earth rumbled and collapsed, space distorted, and an irresistible force of repulsion enveloped everyone. The secret realm is about to be completely sealed off. Amidst a chaotic chorus of exclamations, a magnificent white light descended from the void, enveloping everyone. Chen Gong stared intently at Luo Feng and Zhao Wuji, seemingly trying to glean clues from their final expressions. Luo Feng snorted coldly, turned around with a flick of his sleeve, and Zhao Wuji didn't even glance at him. Hui Chan sighed and a Buddhist light protected his body. The next moment, everyone's figures blurred in the white light and eventually disappeared completely from the spot. The scene before them changed, and when their vision cleared again, Chen Yuan and his group had returned to the vast and boundless origin cloud sea. Beneath their feet rolled the clouds, and all around them stood 5 majestic floating islands, each representing one of the 5 top-tier sects. Cultivators from various realms were scattered from the void and landed on different floating islands. The floating island where the Xiantian sect was located flashed with light, and the figures of Luo Feng, Qin Shouhan, Shen Nianchu, Chen Yuan, Yibaishi, Lin Shui and others appeared one after another. Almost the instant they landed, elders and guards from all sides rushed forward, protecting their disciples in the middle, their scrutinizing, probing, and concerned gazes sweeping over them. Luo Feng, how is the situation? Sect Master Song Yuanji immediately stepped forward and asked in a deep voice. All the Xiantian sect disciples around him focused their attention on Luo Feng. Luo Feng's expression was not good. He shook his head, his voice carrying a hint of resentment. Elder, the core inheritance of the secret realm has already been obtained by someone else, not by my Xiantian sect. Upon hearing this, a low murmur and sighs immediately arose on the Xiantian sect's flying boat. Immediately afterward, when Luo Feng saw Chen Yuan, his face was filled with shock. Chen Yuan, you're not dead? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and when they saw Chen Yuan, the disciples who had entered the secret realm all showed expressions of surprise. Song Yuanji frowned. Luo Feng, what do you mean by that? Luo Feng immediately explained that Chen Yuan was wanted by the authorities. Chen Yuan looked at Luo Feng with a displeased expression, disappointed in his behavior. Qin Shouhan had told him that he had asked Luo Feng for help regarding his being wanted by the authorities, but Luo Feng, as a senior member of the same sect and the leader of this secret realm, avoided the matter of his being wanted by the authorities, fearing that it would affect his search for opportunities. If it weren't for Chen Yuan's skillful methods, he would have died countless times already. On the island where the Kungsu Holy Land was located, Chen Gong's face was gloomy as he whispered a rapid report to a middle-aged figure with a profound aura, his gaze occasionally sweeping sharply towards the Xiantian sect and the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion. On the giant sword-shaped flying boat of the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion, Zhao Wuji held a long sword, expressionless, while several elders of the Sword Pavilion surrounded him, their expressions solemn. The golden lotus platform of Lei Yin Temple still radiates Buddha's light. An eerie atmosphere permeated the entire sea of clouds. Of the 5 major powers, it seems that 4 returned empty-handed? Who will ultimately inherit the legacy? However, at that moment, an overwhelming killing intent, like a thousand-year-old cold tide, suddenly erupted from the floating island where the Guanghan Immortal Palace was located. Where are my disciples from the Moon Palace? Where is Bai Ruoshi? Where is Yun Jiro? A beautiful woman dressed in a moon palace, whose temperament was originally aloof and ethereal, now had fierce phoenix eyes and exuded a terrifying aura of a perfected fusion body. She was none other than the Grand Elder of the Guanghan Immortal Palace, the elder leading the team this time, Fairy Yuxian. Her gaze swept across the island, where a few hundred scattered cultivators and disciples from small sects with low cultivation levels were returning. These are all independent cultivators who rely on the Guanghan Immortal Palace or enter the secret realm by using this floating island. However, none of the direct disciples or inner disciples of the Guanghan Immortal Palace, especially the core geniuses led by Bai Ruoshi and Yun Jiro, appeared. Those rogue cultivators and disciples of minor sects looked terrified, trembling and incoherent under the terrifying pressure of Fairy Yuxian's gaze. Elder. Elder. Senior Sister Bai and the others, they're all dead. Almost all of the core disciples of Guanghan Immortal Palace who entered the secret realm this time were wiped out. Who dares to kill a disciple personally taught by my Guanghan Immortal Palace? Fairy Yuxian spoke each word slowly and deliberately, her voice chilling to the bone, containing boundless killing intent. It was done by people from the Kungsu Holy Land, someone shouted. Upon hearing this, Fairy Yuxian's gaze was like two sharp swords, instantly piercing through the sea of clouds and fixing firmly on the floating island where the Kungsu Holy Land was located. The disciples of Guanghan Immortal Palace who came to meet her behind her also changed color and glared angrily in the direction of Kungsu Holy Land. This sudden conflict instantly attracted the attention of all forces in the Cloud Sea. The Xiantian sect naturally turned their attention to that direction as well. At this moment, Chen Yuan was leisurely and content. He somehow got hold of a rocking chair, lay down on it, and began to admire his masterpiece. Seeing this, Xiao Baishi scratched her head as if she remembered something, and quickly took out a fan from a storage ring, came to Chen Yuan's side, and started fanning him. Lin Shui also ran over to massage his shoulders and back. Junior brother really knows how to enjoy himself, Shen Nianshu said, rolling her eyes. On the Kungsu Holy Land side, the leader's expression suddenly changed. He never expected that almost all the people of Guanghan Immortal Palace would be wiped out, and he never expected that the people who killed them were actually disciples of their Kungsu Holy Land. He turned and looked at Chen Gong in disbelief. Elder Mingxian, this is slander. Chen Gong said angrily. Upon hearing this, the elder leading the group from Kungsu Holy Land, Taoist Mingxian, immediately stepped forward, unleashing his own perfected nascent soul aura, and confronted Fairy Yuxian across the void. Li Mingxian was also a direct disciple of the Kungsu Holy Land, and his strength was in no way inferior to Jiang Yuxian's. Elder Yuxian, don't listen to the slander of petty people. You should think carefully about the consequences of defaming my Kungsu Holy Land. Just then, a faint voice, yet filled with deep-seated hatred, rang out from the edge of the sea of clouds. Elder Yuxian. Disciple Lu Ning is here. A staggering figure emerged from the group of rogue cultivators. She was covered in blood, her aura was weak, and her appearance was disguised. Lu Ning! Fairy Yuxian exclaimed in shock, instantly appearing beside Lu Ning and channeling a stream of pure spiritual energy into her body. With her last breath, Lu Ning raised the recording stone high, her angry voice echoing through the sea of clouds. Elders, seniors, please seek justice for my fellow disciples who died unjustly in Guanghan Immortal Palace. It was Qin Shi from the Kungsu Holy Land. He led the massacre of my Guanghan Immortal Palace disciples. Senior Sister Bai, Senior Sister Yun, they died so tragically. This photographic stone records evidence of the crimes committed by the Kungsu Holy Land. Buzz. The entire Yuanlu Cloud Sea was stunned by this sound. All eyes were focused on that small photostone. Lu Ning's voice was shrill. All 13 of my disciples from the Guanghan Immortal Palace who have reached the nascent soul stage, including 3 of their personal disciples who have reached the nascent soul stage, have perished. All of them were killed by the Kungsu Holy Land. P.S. Thanks to White Crane who likes snow for the expert certification. Chapter 120 A Frenzy of Acting Skills. Upon hearing that Qin Shi had led the massacre of the Guanghan Immortal Palace disciples, Taoist Mingxuan's pupils constricted, and he immediately looked at Chen Gong, demanding, "Where is Qin Shi?" Chen Gong immediately turned around and looked behind him, but did not see Qin Shi's figure on the floating island. In reality, the moment Qin Shi returned to the airspace above the floating island, he used the 1,000-mile talisman given to him by Qin Yuan to escape thousands of miles away. Suddenly, Shen Gong realized that this smelled of conspiracy. Qin Shi may have been manipulated and murdered to silence him. Another possibility is that Qin Shi himself was in cahoots with those who framed the Kungsu Holy Land, and that the massacre at that time was instigated by someone behind the scenes, who then killed him to silence him. Elder, Qin Shi was probably used by someone and met with misfortune, Shen Gong replied in a deep voice. It's likely that the person behind it killed by Ruoshi and framed junior brother Qin Shi. Since Qin Shi is no longer around, Shen Gong can make up whatever he wants. The massacre during the Qin dynasty is a fact. Even if there is a record stone, so what? As long as you insist that you didn't order him to do it, that's fine. Faced with Shen Gong's clever excuses, Fairy Yueshuan's anger flared even more. She supported the weakened Lu Ning and said in a deep voice, Ninger, don't be afraid. Tell the whole story. Let the world see just how ruthless the Kungsu Holy Land is. Supported, Lu Ning took a deep breath, and, suppressing her grief and hatred, began to speak. Elder Yuexian, seniors, not long after we entered the secret realm, news came that senior sister Ruoshi's younger sister, Bai Xiaolan, had been killed by Qin Yuan of the Xintian sect. As a result, senior sister Ruoshi issued an arrest warrant and offered a reward for Chen Yuan. As she said this, her gaze unconsciously swept towards the direction of the Xintian sect. Later, senior sister Ruoshi and senior sister Jiro perished in the direction of the Misty Forest. The spiritual energy on the battlefield was mixed and was covered up by someone. However, there was a loophole. The disciples of the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion discovered that there was sword energy from the Qiangzi lineage of the Kungsu Holy Land on the battlefield. Up to this point, I am still only speculating and have not yet confirmed that it was indeed the work of the Kungsu Holy Land. Later, my other disciples and I hid in a mountain hollow, but that beast Qin Shi actually led his disciples to slaughter us. They outnumbered us and were highly skilled. We were no match for them at all. Lu Ning sobbed uncontrollably as she finished speaking. Nonsense! Shen Gong immediately retorted. Although it was true that Qin Shi went to massacre people, it was absolutely unacceptable. He didn't believe that Lu Ning really had any evidence. Whether it's nonsense or not, you can tell at a glance. Fairy Yuexian no longer hesitated and poured all her spiritual power into the recording stone. Buzz! The photo recording stone shone brightly, projecting a clear image onto the sky above the sea of clouds. In the scene, Qin Shi appears, his face grim and anxious, issuing orders to his trusted aides in a stern voice. Damn it, we've really been screwed over this time. That idiot Qi Wenhai even left his sword to someone else. He's incompetent and left such a huge handle on us. Immediately send more men, find Chen Yuan and Qi Wenhai before anyone else, and once you find them, don't bring them back, just kill them on the spot and get rid of them. We absolutely cannot let this get out, understand? Go now. Qin Shi's words, filled with murderous intent, clearly resounded throughout the entire cloud sea. Shen Gong was completely dumbfounded. Where did this recording stone come from? He could imagine that the image on the memorial stone depicted a scene of Qin Shi leading a massacre, but he never expected it to be the scene of him giving the order. The whole situation is still not very clear, and some people are still confused. Just then, a voice filled with sudden realization and grievance rang out from the direction of Xintian sect. Chen Yuan abruptly stood up from his rocking chair, his face showing lingering fear. He stepped forward from the crowd, cupped his hands in greeting to all sides, and proclaimed loudly. Esteemed seniors, please be aware. I, Chen Yuan of the Xintian sect, am the very person Bai Ruoshi has been hunting down. His words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Chen Gong was horrified Chen Yuan was actually still alive. Chen Yuan put on a full performance, his voice trembling slightly, as if recalling a painful experience, and a single tear even welled up in the corner of his eye. I found a Dao Lord's ruins before, and there was indeed a slight misunderstanding between me and Bai Xiaolan of Guanghan Immortal Palace, but there is absolutely no mortal enmity between us. Who would have thought that Qin Shi of the Kungsu Holy Land would seize this opportunity to interfere and kill Bai Xiaolan? He then framed me, causing me to be wanted by Bai Ruoshi. I'm just a nascent soul cultivator, how could I possibly kill Bai Xiaolan, who's at the divine transformation stage? Qin Shi's actions are meant to make everyone point the finger at the Xintian sect behind me. Later, they devised a plan to have my Xintian sect and Guanghan Immortal Palace engage in a great war, deciding to ambush and kill Bai Ruoshi and others in the Misty Forest. Because I'm wanted by the authorities, I can be used as bait. After luring Bai Ruoshi and the others into their trap, Qin Shi, Chen Gong, and others joined forces to kill them all. Chen Yuan then revealed a look of grief and indignation. Senior brother Qi Wenhai took it upon himself to force his dark red sword upon me, saying that if I were to stand up and admit that it was our Xiantian sect's doing after leaving the secret realm, he would give me this sword as reward. As he spoke, he took out Qi Wenhai's sword. A mid-grade heavenly rank flying sword is indeed a considerable fortune for a nascent soul cultivator. My cultivation level is low, so I had no choice but to feign agreement. After escaping by chance, I have been hiding ever since. He pointed sharply at the lingering image of the recording stone in the air, his voice rising, filled with grievance. Now everything is clear. Qi Wenhai's sword intent was accidentally left at the scene, causing the blame to be shifted to the Void Holy Land. Xianshi must have killed senior brother Qi Wenhai, and fearing that the matter would be exposed, he slaughtered all the senior sisters of Guanghan Immortal Palace to silence them. He even tried to kill me. Just because I was a potential informant. And because I had evidence. Chen Yuan finally retorted with a resounding question. Seniors, please consider this. I am only at the late nascent soul stage, while senior sister Bai Ruoshi is at the peak of the divine transformation stage, and she has many fellow disciples at the divine transformation stage by her side. What merit or ability do I, Chen Yuan, possess to have killed them all? Whoosh! The entire audience erupted in uproar. Chen Yuan explained it very clearly, and even the most clueless person would understand it at this moment. That Qi Wenhai is stupid enough to leave his sword intent behind at the scene. Who can argue with that? The plan to frame the Xiantian sect and incite a war between the two sects was perfect, but it was all ruined by Qi Wenhai alone. TSK, how stupid. Qi Wenhai actually left his sword to Chen Yuan. No wonder he said he acted on his own. If I were Qianshi, I would have killed him too. The surrounding area was filled with discussions. The logical chain became clear instantly. On the other side of the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion, Su Nuo watched Chen Yuan's amazing acting skills and secretly admired him. If she didn't know the cause and effect of the matter, she would have believed it too. On the Xiantian sect's side, Song Yuanji was furious. You old dog Mingxian, how dare you do this? You actually want my Xiantian sect to go to war with Guanghan Immortal Palace, what exactly are you up to? This powerful shout instantly turned Xianming Daoist's face pale. Chen Yuan's accusations caused Kungsu Holy Land to offend not only Guanghan Immortal Palace, but also Xiantian sect. Chapter 121 The Great Battle erupts, returning to the sect. The moonlit fairies gazed towards Chen Yuan held less anger. Chen Gong was dumbfounded. They did not expect Chen Yuan to jump out at this time, and his words directly pinned all the blame on Qianshi and Kungsu Holy Land, and he did so perfectly that it was hard to refute. You're talking nonsense. How could Qi Wenhai's sword be in your hands? Chen Gong pointed at Chen Yuan in a fit of rage. Daoist Mingxuan's face turned deathly pale instantly. The content of this photographic stone is perfectly linked to the logic of Chen Yuan's narrative. Ming! Xuan! You old thief! All of Fairy Yueshuan's anger and grief were now focused on Kungsu Holy Land, her voice icy cold. What else do you have to say? Mingxian Daoist's face was ashen, his lips trembling. Looking at the recording stone and the sword, he knew that Kungsu Holy Land was now in deep trouble, and there was no way they could clear their name. Seeing that Daoist Mingxian was speechless, Fairy Yuexian could no longer suppress the grief, anger and killing intent that had been building up in her heart. You old scoundrel Mingxian! Prepare to die. She let out a long, shrill, and resolute howl, and the moonlight around her instantly turned icy cold, as if it could freeze her soul. A pure white jade ruler, wreathed in the power of Yin, appeared in her hand, carrying a world-destroying force that tore through the clouds and struck the face of the netherworld Daoist. This strike was unleashed in fury, without holding back. Yuexian! You've gone mad! Daoist Mingxian was both shocked and furious. He never expected that the other party would dare to make a move in the Yuanlu Cloud Sea, in full view of everyone. In haste, he summoned a dark black beast banner. As the banner surged, it seemed as if a powerful demonic beast roared, needing the Taiyin Jade ruler. Boom! The full-force collision of the two perfected Unity Realm experts was like the clash of stars. A terrifying shockwave exploded instantly, and a destructive sun seemed to rise above the Origin Cloud Sea. Protect the disciples! Retreat quickly! The leaders and elders of other factions changed their expressions drastically and rushed to protect their own members. Kungsu Holy Land, pay with your lives for the disciples of Guanghan Immortal Palace. The Moon Fairy appeared to be insane, and the Taiyin Jade ruler conjured thousands of moon wheels, which, like a cold rain of death, crashed down on the floating island where the Kungsu Holy Land was located. She led the team this time, and now this is the result. How will she explain it to the sect leader when she gets back? So how could she not be furious? Daoist Ming Xian was also enraged, knowing that this matter could not be resolved peacefully, and roared. Form ranks. Prepare for battle. Although the disciples of Kungsu Holy Land were alarmed, under the command of their elders, they quickly formed an array. Streams of spiritual light shot into the sky, working in conjunction with the Black Beast banner to resist the invasion of the moonlight. The floating islands of the two top-tier forces were instantly transformed into a brutal battlefield. The light of spells, the sound of magical artifacts colliding, the roar of energy, and the screams of the disciples on both sides before their deaths intertwined, turning this peaceful sea of clouds into a battlefield of carnage. On the Xiantian sect's flying boat, Song Yuanji decisively declared, "This place is no place to linger. Retreat immediately." The flying boat activated its full formation, transforming into a streak of light and speeding away without hesitation towards a direction far from the battlefield. Luo Feng, Qin Shuhan, and the others looked at the earth-shattering battle behind them with complicated expressions. The giant sword-flying boat of the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion let out a sword cry, tore through space, and instantly disappeared into the distance. The golden lotus platform of Leiyin Temple, bathed in Buddha's light, did not linger, but slowly sank into the depths of the sea of clouds and disappeared. Though small and medium-sized sects and independent cultivators were terrified and scattered like birds and beasts, desperately activating their magical artifacts to escape this dangerous place. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling Origin Cloud Sea was reduced to a fierce battle between the Kungsu Holy Land and the Guanghan Immortal Palace, along with some unfortunate cultivators who couldn't escape far enough and were struggling in the aftershocks of energy. Chen Yuan stood on the edge of the deck of the Xiantian sect's flying boat, gazing at the battlefield that was getting further and further away, a faint smile on his lips. Xin Nianchu clicked her tongue. Tisk tsk, battles at the fusion stage are really frightening. The Xiantian sect's flying boat quickly disappeared into the vast sea of clouds. Several days later, the Xiantian sect's flying boat passed through the sect's protective formation and landed steadily on the main peak square. The sect's high-ranking members, who had already received the message, had gathered inside the sect's main hall. Sect Master Song Yuanji led his personal disciples, including Luo Feng, Su Muyun, and Qin Shuhan, who had returned from the secret realm, into the main hall. Chen Yuan, Yi Baishi, Lin Shui, and others also followed in the group. The peak masters of each peak were seated on both sides of the main hall, while a group of inner sect elders sat below the platform. Sect Master. As soon as Sect Master Song Yuanji entered the main hall, all the other peak masters and elders stood up and bowed. Song Yuanji nodded slightly and sat back down in the first seat. He then recounted how the secret realm fusion inheritance had been obtained by an unknown force, how the 5 first-grade forces had all returned empty-handed, and how the Kungsu Holy Land and Guanghan Immortal Palace had finally clashed fiercely due to the heavy casualties among their disciples, resulting in a major battle between the two sides on the Origin Flow Cloud Sea. The atmosphere inside the hall was solemn. While it's regrettable that the secret realm's inheritance has fallen into the wrong hands, the fierce battle between the other two top-tier forces is undoubtedly even more significant news. Subsequently, Luo Feng, as the disciple leader, added some details about the interior of the secret realm. When the report was given about the initial wanted notice issued by Guanghan Immortal Palace for Chen Yuan, and the subsequent conflict pointing to Kungsu Holy Land, many eyes fell on Chen Yuan. Song Yuanji looked at Chen Yuan and said in a calm tone, "Chen Yuan, please explain in detail what you have experienced to the peak masters and elders." Chen Yuan stepped forward as instructed. Facing the gazes of numerous sect leaders, he remained composed and repeated his words once more. After Chen Yuan finished speaking, the hall fell silent. The peak masters and elders all wore different expressions, deep in thought. This matter is of great importance. The conflict between Kungsu and Guanghan has begun. Our Xiantian sect must deal with it cautiously and observe the situation. You have all had an arduous journey. Go and rest well. The sect will handle the rest of the arrangements. After the sect conference concluded, everyone returned to their respective mountain peaks. As soon as Chen Yuan returned to his residence, he received a telepathic message from his master. Night had fallen, and only a few dim lamps lit the hall, making Long Yoming's figure appear even more hazy and aloof. "Greetings, Master." Chen Yuan bowed to Lang Yuming first, then took 3 steps in 2 to stand in front of her, buried his head in his fierce aura, and said aggrievedly, "Master, I almost thought I would never see you again." It's all right. Chen Yuan stood up and began to remove his one. Lang Yuming blushed and said shyly, "Why are you thinking about this as soon as you get back?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Shen Yuan covered his mouth with his. Their lips parted, and Long Yumeng pushed against his chest. Go to the palace. No need, this place is fine. Here? Long Yumeng pursed her lips. In this grand hall, on her throne? Her face grew even redder. 2 hours later, the battle ended. Chapter 122 Gift of Cultivation Techniques, Sword Within a Zither. The battle had just ended, and the hall was still quite hot. Long Yumeng gathered her disheveled robes with her fingertips, neatly fastened the ties, and just as she sat up straight, Shen Yuan rolled over and rested his head on her lap. When she looked up, her vision was still completely blocked by that breathtaking arc. Even her cascading black hair became an embellishment. Master, what grade is the cultivation technique you practice in the Xian Tian sect? Shen Yuan's fingertips brushed against the embroidery on the hem of her dress, his voice tinged with curiosity. Long Yumeng paused, her tone calm but without hesitation. The half-step divine level, mysterious God true scripture. This is the foundation of the sect. There is only one copy. You cannot cultivate it, yet you must wait until you become the peak master before you are qualified to touch it. She lightly traced Shen Yuan's forehead with her fingertips, explaining in detail. In the entire eastern wilderness, heaven-rank cultivation techniques are already rare, and cultivation methods are even rarer. Of the 108 heavenly rank cultivation techniques in the Xiantian sect, only 18 are cultivation techniques, and the rest are combat techniques. There are only 7 imperial level cultivation techniques, and only 3 of them are cultivation methods. You can only purchase them if your cultivation level reaches the peak of the nascent soul stage. There are only 3 saint level books, only one of which is a cultivation technique. It is only open to inner sect elders, those who have reached the void returning stage or above, and those who have sworn an oath to heaven to not betray the sect. As for the half-step divine realm, only direct disciples can cultivate it, but with only half of the cultivation technique, reaching the great ascension stage is as difficult as ascending to heaven. The half-step divine rank technique is not yet at the divine rank, so it is still quite difficult to enter the great ascension stage through this technique. The venerable level cultivation technique can be cultivated up to the tribulation transcending stage, which is perfect for master. Shen Yuan had already thought of his words. You're still a long way from being able to pass the Mahayana stage with this half-step divine level cultivation technique. Long Yumeng lowered her eyes, her tone revealing a hint of helplessness. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Yuan sat up. With a flick of his right hand, a translucent white jade slip landed in his palm. When he handed it to her, his fingertips were still warm. Long Yumeng's eyes flickered slightly, and a hint of curiosity crept into her cool voice. What is this? She took the jade slip, and as soon as her fingertips touched the warm jade surface, she probed it with her divine sense. Inside the jade slip, a cultivation technique enveloped in a soft, pale blue light floated quietly, the 4 characters 9 Luminaries Heart Sutra on the cover exuding a powerful aura. With a thought, she let her consciousness spread along the pages of the book. The opening chapters revealed the overall structure of the world, the analysis of each realm was incisive, and even the key to breaking through the tribulation transcending stage was clearly explained. The more she looked, the heavier her breathing became. Finally, she suddenly looked up, her voice trembling. This is a venerable level cultivation technique? Yes, it's for master. Shen Yuan reached out and put his arm around her slender waist, his fingertips brushing against the soft flesh of her side, his eyes shining brightly. You are my Taoist partner, so what is mine is naturally yours. I have already memorized this cultivation method, and it would be perfect for us to cultivate it together. Long Yumeng gripped the jade slip tighter, her voice filled with complex emotions. But this is a venerable level item. Before he could finish speaking, Shen Yuan interrupted him. He leaned close to her ear, his voice laced with a sly smile. Why are you being so fussy, master? You weren't like this in bed just now. You have no manners. Long Yumeng's ears turned bright red instantly. She reached out and grabbed his ear, but didn't use much force. Even she herself didn't realize that the coldness in her tone had long since dissipated, leaving only a hint of shyness and annoyance. Ouch! Ouch! Master, please have mercy. Shen Yuan cried out exaggeratedly, but he snuggled even tighter into her arms. In the middle of the night, Shen Yuan finally emerged from the main hall and flew towards Yi Baishi's residence. Ding, Long Yumeng's favorability has exceeded 90, triggering the binding reward. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Imperial Grade Superior Magic Weapon, Ink String Sword in Zither. The ritual implements have been automatically stored in the system. Shen Yuan paused slightly as he looked at the magical artifacts in the system space. He hadn't expected that the system reward would be a sword hidden in a zither. The Moshian sword Qin is made entirely of 1,000-year-old ebony wood, with a dark, jade-like sheen. The strings have a subtle shimmering light, and a black jade buckle at the end of the instrument serves as both decoration and a mechanism for drawing the sword. With a thought, Chen Yuan summoned the ink-string sword in zither, which floated in front of him. He held the sword-shaped zither upright, pressed his fingertips against the black jade clasp at the end of the zither, and gently twisted it. The zither body silently cracked open from the middle, opening to both sides. A 3-foot-long green blade, its hilt wrapped with a silver dragon and gleaming with a cold light, was revealed. Chen Yuan reached out and grasped the silver dragon sword in his hand. "Wow, so handsome!" Even he himself exclaimed, "He's practically a master at both charming women and killing enemies." Yi Baishi's residence. As soon as Chen Yuan stepped into the corridor, he heard complaints from the main courtyard. "That jerk Chen Yuan. He didn't even come to see me after coming back from the secret realm. I hate him." Xin Ling said angrily, kicking pebbles at her feet. Lu Meyer rubbed her forehead, and Xiao Zier, the little maid chosen by Xin Ling, quickly ran over, picked up the pebble, and placed it at Xin Ling's feet. Xin Linger seemed to regard the pebble as Chen Yuan. "I hate you. You're awful. I'm breaking off all ties with you." Lu Meyer yawned. She had heard those words countless times. "Sister, the young mistress will definitely come." As Chen Yuan's maid, Lu Meyer was treated very politely by Xin Ling. In addition, considering her appearance and Yi Baishi's revelation of Chen Yuan's previous dissolute behavior, Xin Ling had already decided that Lu Meyer was one of her sisters, and it was only a matter of time. "Little sister, you'll definitely be living alone in an empty room like me from now on. Why are we so unlucky? Wah! Whose life is so miserable?" A faint voice echoed, instantly causing Xin Ling and Lu Meyer's delicate bodies to tremble. Before long, a figure that looked like an immortal appeared before the two of them. "Young master, it's Brother Chen." Shen Ling was the first to rush over and hug him. "What, Brother Chen, I thought you didn't want Linger anymore." "How could that be? Didn't Xiao Baishi tell you I was with master?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Baishi came out of the room, looking confused. "Brother, did you tell me?" Chen Yuan scratched his head. "Didn't I say that?" Yi Baishi shook her head again, but soon nodded, her big eyes blinking. "If brother really told me, then he did. He must have forgotten, it's not brother's fault." Good heavens, those two blows almost broke Chen Yuan Meng. He first picked Shen Ling up horizontally and threw her onto the bed in the room. Xin Ling was extremely shy. Just as she was about to take off her clothes, she saw Chen Yuan run out again and then bring Yi Baishi, who was also blushing, back in. It wasn't over yet. He ran out again. "Ah!" A cry of surprise suddenly rang out. Lu Meyer blushed and quickly hugged Chen Yuan's neck. My palms were sweating. "My lord, what are you doing?" Without saying a word, Chen Yuan led her into the room. "Little mayor, you can serve me here first and learn a lot. From now on, you will be my head maid." "Ah!" Lu Meyer's face changed drastically, and a blush crept up to her ears. Let her, watch here. Will I be sharing a room with you from now on?" Yi Baishi and Xin Ling weren't much better off. The two of them, one on top of the other, shyly embraced each other. Chapter 123: Condensing Yuan and Returning to the Spirit Technique. The next morning, warm sunlight streamed into the room through the window. Yi Baishi and Xin Ling had already gone to sleep, and Chen Yuan was sitting cross-legged beside them, refining what he had obtained. Lu Meyer also fell asleep, but it was only because a fairy had deliberately entered her dream that she fell asleep. Her pretty face still had a slight blush. Chen Yuan looked at the three of them, smiled slightly, and quietly got up. The battle was too intense. After it was over, everyone fell asleep. After getting dressed, he did not leave immediately, but sat down at the table and took out 2 jade slips that he had prepared beforehand. With a thought, he completely copied the venerable level cultivation technique 9 Luminaries Heart Sutra returned by the system into it. After doing all this, he gently woke up Yi Baishi and Xin Ling. "Little Baishi, Linger, wake up." The two women groggily opened their eyes, and when they saw Chen Yuan, sweet smiles appeared on their faces. Brother Chen." Chen Yuan placed the 2 jade slips into their hands and said softly, "Look at these, they're for you." Yi Baishi and Xin Ling took the jade slip with some doubt and subconsciously probed it with their divine sense. The next moment, both of their delicate bodies trembled violently, their beautiful eyes widened instantly, and all sleepiness vanished. This is Yi Baishi's voice trembled, her small face filled with disbelief. Xinling covered her mouth, too excited to speak, and looked at Chen Yuan with utter shock. Venerable level cultivation technique. It's actually a legendary cultivation technique. Its value is immeasurable. Brother, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Yi Baishi quickly waved her hand, but still felt that the gift was too heavy. Xinling nodded quickly, trying to push the jade slip back. Chen Yuan reached out and grasped their hands, pressing the jade slips into their palms, his tone brooking no refusal. What's mine is yours. With this technique, you can improve your strength more quickly and stay by my side better in the future. Don't refuse, accept it obediently, and cultivate diligently. His words were both domineering and indulgent. Looking into his determined eyes and feeling the warmth of his palm, the two women were filled with immense happiness and emotion, and their eyes involuntarily reddened. Thank you, brother. Yi Baishi threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly. Brother Chenai Xinling choked up, not knowing how to express her love. Ding, it has been detected that Xinling's favorability towards the host has exceeded 90, triggering the binding reward. Congratulations, host, for obtaining an 8th tier elixir, Heavenly Fate Spirit Pill. Efficacy: after consumption, there is a 100% probability of condensing one's primordial spirit and breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Ordinary 5th tier nascent soul pills have a 15% success rate for breakthrough, but this one has a 100% success rate. No wonder its grade is as high as 8th tier. Chen Yuan patted their backs gently and said with a smile, "All right, put them away quickly. I still need to go to Danqing Peak to refine some trinkets for you." After comforting the two women and instructing them to cultivate cautiously and not to spread the word, Chen Yuan left the mansion, transforming into a streak of light, and went to Zhuqing Peak first. Inside Lin Xue's residence. Brother Chen, you're here. Lin Xue was pleasantly surprised and quickly stopped her cultivation, running to Chen Yuan's side. I came to see you and brought you something. As Chen Yuan spoke, he took out a jade slip and handed it to Lin Xue. Lin Xue, like Yi Baishi, showed a shocked expression after seeing the contents of the cultivation technique. She wanted to refuse, but Chen Yuan ruthlessly interrupted her. Lin Xue was deeply moved. Chen Yuan had given her a venerable level cultivation technique without hesitation. How could she not be touched? Overwhelmed by a surge of love. The battle begins. Chen Yuan swiftly set up an array to envelop the two of them. Ding, it has been detected that Lin Xue's favorability towards the host has exceeded 90, triggering the binding reward. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the royal rank nascent soul cultivation technique, condensing yuan and returning to spirit technique. Upon reaching the pinnacle of cultivation, the primordial spirit can reach the level of the Yin spirit. The cultivation of the primordial spirit is divided into the physical spirit, the Yin spirit, the Holy Spirit, and the Yang spirit. After a cultivator reaches the nascent soul stage, they can cultivate their primordial spirit. Generally, those at the nascent soul stage can only cultivate their divine sense to the body spirit stage, achieving the transformation of the primordial spirit into 3,000 great Dao weapons for attacking and killing enemies. Only when a cultivator reaches the returning to emptiness stage can they cultivate their primordial spirit to the Yin spirit, breaking free from the constraints of the physical body and enabling the primordial spirit to be projected outwards. When a cultivator reaches the integration stage, they can cultivate their primordial spirit to the level of Saint God, where the primordial spirit can exist independently for a long time. After a cultivator reaches the Mahayana stage, they can cultivate their primordial spirit to the Yang spirit level, possessing supernatural powers and magic, merging with the Tao to form a Dharma form, and creating and comprehending their own supernatural abilities. This is what is meant by the Mahayana stage. The cultivation techniques produced by the system can directly cultivate Chen Yuan's primordial spirit to the void returning level, allowing him to separate his primordial spirit from his body and perceive all things. After leaving Zhuqing Peak, Chen Yuan flew towards Danqing Peak. At the Alchemy Pavilion, Chen Yuan first paid a visit to his master, Huang Puzhan, and then went to the top floor of the pavilion to select medicinal herbs. The air was filled with the aroma of medicine, and rows of alchemy rooms stood side by side. The entire top floor is filled with medicinal herbs for alchemy. These herbs were all purchased from the Spirit Herb Garden. After Chen Yuan became Huang Puzhan's apprentice, he could freely enter and exit this place and use the herbs at will. If you don't have it, you can go directly to the herb garden to get it. It's free, completely free. The pill he was going to refine this time was a 5th grade pill, the marrow cleansing and enlightenment pill. This elixir can cleanse the physical body, nourish the spirit and soul, and subtly enhance the user's cultivation talent and comprehension. The recipe for this elixir has long been lost, but the recipe for this elixir is in the concentration alchemy technique returned by the system. This elixir seems very powerful, but in reality, it's very dependent on luck and can only improve one's talent by a small amount. Chen Yuan mainly refined it to give to Shunling, thereby triggering a return. He planned to refine more until he got a 10,000-fold return. After selecting the medicinal herbs, Chen Yuan went directly into the highest standard alchemy room. The whole process was smooth and seamless, as if it had been rehearsed 1,000 times. 7 hours later, the fragrance of medicine in the alchemy room reached its peak, accompanied by a clear hum, and the sky once again welcomed the clouds of medicine. The clouds were a riot of 7 colors. Their shapes were irregular, resembling dragons and phoenixes. The alchemy furnace was opened, and 12 round and translucent marrow cleansing and enlightenment pills, radiating a shimmering precious light, lay quietly at the bottom of the furnace, having been transformed into top-grade pills. Chen Yuan put the pills away with satisfaction and then continued refining them. In 4 days, Chen Yuan practiced with a total of 60 pills. All the disciples of Danqing Peak were stunned. They saw Dan Yun every day, and the aura of it all came from the same alchemy room. How could they not be shocked? Is this Elder Zhan's newly accepted disciple? I heard he's a newly appointed disciple. It seems, this boy's alchemy skills are no less than mine. Dude, can you tell us something we don't know? Chen Yuan cleaned up the alchemy room and quietly left. On the other side, the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion is located above the Shattered Star Abyss in the Heavenly Gang domain. The 6 suspended sword peaks amidst the vast sea of clouds are the residences of the direct disciples of the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion. Only those who possess the Sword Pavilion's personal order can reach Cambridge via the heavenly ladder through the clouds. Chapter 124 Slow Warfare, War of Attrition. Suspended Sword Peak. At this moment, the afterglow of the setting sun dyed the sea of clouds a crimson red. Su Nuwa sat alone on the edge of the sword cliff, her slender feet dangling in the vast void. The mountain wind was biting, blowing her pale blue skirt and ink-black hair, but it couldn't dispel the tangled mess between her brows. In her hand, she unconsciously caressed a warm, smooth jade pendant. The 5th-tier soul-protecting jade pendant is extremely precious and was a gift from Chen Yuan. Memories of the secret realm kept replaying in my mind. In the battle against the Moon Palace, he stood alone in front of it. In the Spring Domain, he suddenly appeared, his sword Emperor's might flashing briefly, and his Dharma form suppressed and killed the guardian demon beast with a wave of his hand. Within the main hall's inheritance, he unhesitatingly relinquished the fusion inheritance that was enough to drive the entire eastern wilderness mad. Little Su Nuwa. His smiling call still seems to echo in my ears. My heart, which had been filled with promises, was in turmoil like never before. She entered the Nine Heavens Sword Pavilion at a young age, devoting herself to the sword. Her master taught her that the way of the sword is ruthless and that she must sever all ties with the mortal world. She has always adhered to this principle, remaining aloof and not interacting much with others. But Chen Yuan's appearance was like a pebble thrown into an ancient, cold well, creating ripples that could not be calmed. She didn't understand why she kept thinking about that guy. Is it because of his amazing talent and strength? Sigh. A barely audible sigh escaped her lips. The moment the sigh left her lips, she was startled. When had she ever sighed over something external? Just then, a clear, cold voice, sharp as a sword, sounded softly from behind. Yuna, what is bothering you? Su Nuwa was startled and instinctively gripped the jade pendant tightly in her hand, hiding it in her sleeve. She then hurriedly stood up and turned to face the person who had come. A woman dressed in a black sword robe, with a beautiful face and deep eyes, whose aura seemed to blend into the entire hanging sword peak, had appeared behind her at some point. It was his teacher, the sword master of annihilation, Mu Yen. Master. Su Nuwa lowered his head slightly, concealing the strange light in his eyes, and resumed his usual coldness. This disciple was only studying the sword technique and was not distracted. Mu Yan's gaze was like a sword, sweeping over her as if it could penetrate all pretense, finally settling on her tightly clenched sleeve. She didn't point it out, but simply said, "Your heart is in turmoil." A sword heart clouded by dust is a great taboo for sword cultivators. Su Nuwa's heart tightened. She knew she couldn't hide it from her master's discerning eyes, but she didn't know how to explain, so she could only remain silent. Mu Yan walked to the edge of the cliff and stood beside her, gazing at the churning sea of clouds below, his voice still calm and undisturbed. Is it because of the Tianbao secret realm? Su Nuwa's body trembled almost imperceptibly, and she pursed her lips. Mu Yan continued, Within the secret realm, there are countless people of extraordinary talent, and it's normal that you might find yourself admiring some of them. She abruptly changed the subject, her tone becoming sharp. But Nuor, you must remember that we sword cultivators should use our swords to cut off all obstacles in our path, including unnecessary entanglements. Emotions are the sharpest double-edged sword in the art of swordsmanship. Countless talented individuals have been ensnared by love, ultimately ruining their paths and wasting their lives. Disciple understands, Su Nuo replied softly, his hand clenching even tighter in his sleeve. Mu Yan gave her a deep look, then said nothing more. The next moment, Mu Yan's figure disappeared like wisps of smoke on the cliff top. The mountain wind was still biting, making Su Nuo's clothes flutter loudly. She slowly opened her palm, looking at the jade pendant that guarded her soul lying quietly in her palm, her eyes filled with complex and unfathomable emotions. Master's admonition still echoed in my ears, but the stirrings that quietly grew in my heart were like the wild grass that stubbornly grew on the cliff edge, impossible to cut off or untangle. The following day, a message spread like wildfire throughout the entire eastern wilderness continent, causing a complete shock to all forces in the continent. The Moon Palace has declared war on the Kungsu Holy Land. However, due to the current situation in the eastern wilderness, the Guanghan Immortal Palace did not choose to engage in a quick war, but instead opted for a slow war, or a war of attrition. The so-called quick battle means that the elders and ancestors of both sides take action personally and decide the outcome in one battle. However, the 5 first-grade forces are almost equal in strength, and each has 2 Mahayana stage ancestors in charge. If a quick battle is forced, the losses will be heavy, and they may even be knocked out of the first-grade force ranks. Therefore, wars at higher levels are mostly wars of attrition. It can also be said to be a war of the younger generation. The younger generation is the cornerstone of the entire sect. If the younger generation dies in battle or is killed, there will be a talent gap. When the old guys pass away, there will be no supply of fresh blood, and a powerful sect will naturally decline. This is why some sects and families have personal feuds that have lasted for thousands of years, and wars that have lasted for thousands of years are commonplace. The Guanghan Immortal Palace issued an order: anyone who encounters a young disciple of the Kungsu Holy Land shall be killed without exception. The Yao Guang domain, where Guanghan Immortal Palace is located, borders the Kuan-Su domain of the Kuan-Su Holy Land, and the border naturally forms the frontline battlefield for the younger generation. Just as the young disciples of Guanghan Immortal Palace and Kungsa Saint were fighting desperately on the front lines, the entire eastern wilderness was captivated by this sudden sect war. Chen Yuan, the central figure who triggered this storm, was leisurely returning to Yi Baishi's residence within the Xiantian sect. The turmoil in the outside world seemed to have nothing to do with him. In a quiet room of the mansion, Chen Yuan summoned Shenling alone. "Linger, this is for you." Chen Yuan took out a jade bottle and handed it over with a smile on his face. Shenling took the bottle with a puzzled look, opened the stopper, and probed inside with her divine sense. Her pretty face was immediately filled with astonishment. Inside, there were 60 perfectly round, lustrous pills, each one gleaming with a precious light. The rich medicinal power and unique aroma of the pill clearly indicated that it was a 5th-order marrow cleansing and spirit enlightenment pill. "Brother Chen. Brother Chen? This, so much?" Shenling's voice was stammering. 1 5th-grade pill is already precious, 60 pills? The value is simply unimaginable. And this was all for her? "Yeah, I was just practicing for fun at Dancing Peak a few days ago." Chen Yuan spoke casually, as if it were just a trivial matter. "I've given it all to you. Eat slowly, it'll help improve your aptitude." Ding! Detected that the host gifted Shenling a 5th-tier marrow cleansing spirit enlightenment pill, triggering a 100-fold return. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 6th-tier pill." Ding! Detected that the host gifted Shenling a 5th-tier marrow cleansing spirit enlightenment pill, triggering a 100-fold return. A series of system notifications rang in Chen Yuan's mind. He remained expressionless, but silently counted in his mind. When the 34th item was given, the long-awaited notification finally arrived. Ding! Detected that the host gifted Shenling 1 Tier 5 marrow cleansing enlightenment pill, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an Tier 8 pill, boundless marrow cleansing pill. Chen Yuan made up his mind, but did not stop. Chapter 125 Enhancing Talent. When the 55th pill triggers the return. Ding! Detected that the host gifted Shenling a 5th-tier marrow cleansing spirit enlightenment pill, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an 8th-tier pill, boundless marrow cleansing pill. Another one has been produced. Chen Yuan suppressed his joy too were just enough for Linger and Lu Meier to take. In Shenling's view, the whole process was just Chen Yuan looking at her tenderly and then stuffing the priceless pills into her hand as if they were free, making her feel as if she were in a dream, full of happiness. Which couple is so generous? Alright, Chen Yuan smiled, then flipped his hand and took out the boundless marrow cleansing pill with a more profound and mysterious Taoist charm. It was comparable to the one the ancestor had given him before, but the one returned by the system was of better quality. Instantly, the entire quiet room was enveloped by an indescribable refreshing Taoist aura. Linger, give me all those pills you have, Chen Yuan said. Although Shunling was puzzled, she still obediently handed back the 65th Order Marrow Cleansing Spirit Enlightenment pills. Chen Yuan took it, glanced at it, and casually put it aside. Then he stuffed the boundless marrow cleansing pill into Shunling's hand. Eat this, that one is too ineffective, just throw it away. Throw them away? Shinling's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at the 65th grade pills that inner disciples would fight tooth and nail for, feeling her heart bleed. What a waste, Brother Chen. Listen to me. Chen Yuan's tone was gentle but left no room for doubt. This boundless marrow cleansing pill is far more effective than those others. It will at least raise your aptitude to the heavenly grade. A heavenly grade? Shenling's breath hitched. A top-tier talent that's the level of a personally taught disciple. Although her original aptitude was decent, it was far from reaching this level. Overwhelmed by the immense surprise, she no longer hesitated and, as instructed, swallowed the boundless marrow cleansing pill that exuded a profound aura. The elixir melted instantly upon entering her mouth, its powerful yet gentle medicinal force surging to her limbs and bones, penetrating deep into her marrow and soul, cleansing her physical body, reshaping her bones and nourishing her spirit. A moment later, Shinling's body surged with spiritual energy, her temperament underwent a noticeable change, her eyes became more lively and clear, and her senses became more acute. She could clearly feel that her affinity with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had increased several times over. Their qualifications have indeed reached the heavenly level. Brother Chen. Shenling was so excited that she threw herself into Chen Yuan's arms. Chen Yuan smiled and ruffled her hair. All right, the aptitude problem is solved. From now on, practice the cultivation technique I gave you diligently. Yes. Shenling nodded vigorously. Afterwards, Chen Yuan left the quiet room under the pretext of asking her to dispose of the 65th grade pills. Shenling looked at the 65th grade pills that Chen Yuan had discarded like trash, but in the end she couldn't bear to really throw them away. She carefully put it away, thinking to herself, so much. I should be able to get a lot of spirit stones if I sell it, and then I can buy some refining materials for Brother Chen. Chen Yuan then found Lu Meier and gave her another boundless marrow cleansing pill. Upon learning of the pill's effects, Lu Meier was equally shocked, her gaze towards Chen Yuan filled with disbelief. My mistress, how could I be worthy of such expensive pills? Lu Meier lowered her head, feeling somewhat inferior, knowing that she was just a lowly servant. If it weren't for Peak Master Lang valuing her and allowing her to escape the sea of suffering and enter the Foundation establishment stage, thus enabling her to continue cultivating immortality. Otherwise, she would have already passed away and become a handful of dust. What are you thinking about? Chen Yuan asked, ruffling her hair. No. It's nothing, Lu Meier replied softly. Do you like me? Chen Yuan lifted her chin, meeting her affectionate gaze. Ah. Lu Meier's face was flustered. She tried to lower her head, but Chen Yuan held her chin tightly. She was very anxious, and her eyes gradually filled with sleepiness. With a favorability rating of just over 70, Lu Meier had already developed feelings for him. Why are you crying? It seems you don't like me anymore. Chen Yuan sighed, released her, and looked somewhat dejected as he prepared to turn and leave. I like it, Lu Meier said in a voice barely audible. What? I didn't hear you clearly. Chen Yuan feigned confusion. Lu Meier blushed, clenched her fists, and shouted, Meier likes your highness. After shouting, her face flushed red. No one liked her when she was doing odd jobs, and she was often bullied, which made her more sensitive. The young master used to bully her, and she was terrified. She was afraid that it was all a dream, and she was afraid that Chen Yuan would laugh at her for overestimating herself. She dared not hope for a good outcome. She had considered the worst-case scenario from the beginning so that she wouldn't be too disappointed. Just then, two warm, large hands touched her little face. Lu Meier's eyelashes trembled slightly, revealing a slit as she looked at the ethereal figure before her. Sister Mayor, I've actually fallen for you long ago. Once your aptitude improves, I'll ask Master to grant you the status of an inner disciple. If you want to stay by my side, you can become my follower. If you don't want to stay, you can go and pay your respects to my master yourself. The boy's words were sincere. Upon hearing this, Lumiere was moved and said, Meyer wishes to stay by your side, Your Highness. Good. Not long after, Lumiere's aptitude also successfully advanced to the heavenly rank. Feeling the complete transformation within herself, Lumiere gracefully bowed, her voice choked with emotion. Your Highness's great kindness will never be forgotten. With her exceptional talent, does this mean she truly possesses the potential to pursue the great Tao? She was no longer the lowly maidservant who could only depend on others. Chen Yuan helped her up, feeling quite satisfied. Her exceptional talent is enough for her to gain a foothold in the Xian Tian sect and keep up with him in the future. Chen Yuan glanced at Lumiere's system panel. Her favorability had reached 89, just one step away from the next. Chen Yuan did not linger at the residence. He transformed into a streak of light and flew straight towards the main hall of Purple Green Peak. Inside the hall, Long Yumeng, dressed in white, remained as aloof as snow, her eyes closed in deep concentration. Sensing Chen Yuan's presence, she slowly opened her eyes, her cool gaze falling on him. Yuaner, what is it? Her voice was flat, revealing neither joy nor anger. Chen Yuan bowed respectfully, quickly came to her side, and began to massage her feet. Feeling the tingling sensation in her feet, she could no longer maintain her aloof persona, and her face flushed. Why are you being so attentive for no reason? What brings you here? In the previous secret realm, I was fortunate enough to find a boundless marrow cleansing pill. Chen Yuan said naturally, it is exactly the same as the one that the ancestor gave me, so I bestowed it upon Lumiere to take. The boundless marrow cleansing pill? Lang Yoming's eyes flickered slightly, a hint of jealousy in them. An 8th grade pill, you're quite willing to part with it. Jealous? Chen Yuan smiled faintly. How could I possibly be jealous of a maid? Chapter 126 Breakthrough to the Nascent Soul Stage. Lang Yumeng spoke naturally, saying that a maid was nothing more than a commodity in her eyes, so why would she be jealous? This disciple wishes to ask Master to grant Lumiere the status of an inner disciple. Chen Yuan then revealed the purpose of his trip. Lang Yumeng paused, but before she could speak, Chen Yuan said, Lumiere has already advanced to the heavenly rank, which is more than enough for her to advance to the inner sect. After saying that, Chen Yuan intensified his movements, making Lang Yomeng's face even rosier. Approved. Lang Yumeng said, trying to appear calm. I will send a telepathic message to Elder Wang of the inner sect and have him remove Lumiere's status as a menial disciple and change her status to an inner sect disciple. Thank you, Master. After saying that, Chen Yuan pounced on Lang Yumeng. Lang Yomeng's eyelashes trembled slightly as she lowered her defenses, allowing Chen Yuan to do as he pleased. 2 hours later. Lang Yumeng suddenly grabbed Chen Yuan's ear. Master, it hurts, it hurts. What are you doing? Chen Yuan was confused. Didn't he just say it feels good? Why did he suddenly change his expression? Little thing, I gave you a maid so you could relieve your boredom, but you've gone and want me to be her sister. Lang Yumeng was actually unhappy from the start, and if it weren't for Chen Yuan's teasing that made her feel itchy, she would have been angry long ago. Oh dear. Master, don't you know me? I value relationships the most. Since Lumiere has followed me, I will naturally not mistreat her. If I were to let her grow old and die, pass away peacefully, and abandon her when her beauty fades, what would that mean to a scumbag? What does scumbag mean? Lang Yumeng let go of his hand and asked curiously. He's a womanizer and an irresponsible man, Chen Yuan explained. Scumbag. Lang Yumeng glared at him without hesitation. I'm innocent. I'm a responsible man. In the middle of the night, Chen Yuan left his master's palace and returned to his own residence. Not long after Chen Yuan left, 2 figures emerged from the shadows. They were none other than Senior Sister Qin Shuhan and Second Senior Sister Xin Nianshu. Senior Sister, this is not fair. Master gives junior brother extra help every day, and he cultivates until the wee hours of the morning every time. No wonder his cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. Xin Nianshu's little face was puffed up with anger, and her little fists were clenched tightly. She felt that her master was being extremely biased. However, Qin Shuhan didn't think so. She had clearly seen Chen Yuan walk out while holding onto the wall, and considering that Chen Yuan had previously said he was devoted to his master, a bold idea popped into her mind. The thought immediately brought a blush to her face. Nianchu, you shouldn't make assumptions. Oh. Shen Nianchu pouted. I have to go to master and ask him for clarification. After saying that, she walked straight towards her master's bedroom. Since Lang Yumeng had given Lu Meyer to Chen Yuan, and there were no new maids to serve her for the time being, the two of them went directly through the main hall to the outside of Lang Yumeng's bedroom. Shen Nianchu knocked on the door and said with a smile, "Master, Nianchu has come to see you." Inside the palace, Lang Yumeng was completely naked, and the lingering scent of Chen Yuan in the air caused a rare look of panic to appear on her face. She quickly put on her clothes and tore through space to appear behind the two women. It wasn't that she didn't want the two women to enter the palace, the main reason was that she didn't want Chen Yuan's scent to disappear, so that she wouldn't be able to sleep well when she dreamt of immortals. On the other side, Chen Yuan returned to his residence, clutching his aching back. He realized he was still too weak and shouldn't have boasted, and encouraged his master to go all out. My master is a supreme being who has achieved the fusion realm, while my own strength is at most that of a half-step true monarch. I was almost tortured to death. I still need to improve my strength. Chen Yuan sighed, then took out several spirit transformation pills and swallowed them in one gulp. 3 days later, Chen Yuan slowly opened his eyes, and his aura had suddenly reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. It's time to break through to the divine transformation stage. Chen Yuan took out the 8th tier Heavenly Fate Primordial Spirit Pill, a reward from the system. The pill's surface shimmered with light, exuding a natural Taoist charm and radiating a heart-palpitating energy fluctuation. Without the slightest hesitation, he opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. The moment the pill entered his stomach, a surge of pure medicinal power spread out and instantly flowed into Chen Yuan's dantian. The nascent soul figure resembling Chen Yuan was suddenly enveloped in a fierce aura of spiritual light, completely enveloped by a dense layer of golden light. The medicinal power surged wildly into the nascent soul, refining and sublimating it. Ordinary nascent soul cultivators need to spend hundreds or even thousands of years nurturing their nascent soul with their own spiritual power and insights, allowing it to gradually transform before they can condense the rudimentary form of their primordial spirit and step into the threshold of deity transformation. The hardships involved trapped countless geniuses. However, Chen Yuan's situation is completely different at this moment. Driven by the heaven-defying medicinal power of the Heavenly Fate Primordial Spirit Pill, his nascent soul underwent an astonishing transformation at an astonishing speed. Just 1 day later, it became clear that a pale golden ball of light began to condense above the head of the nascent soul figure, emitting a mysterious and profound aura. That was the embryonic form of the primordial spirit. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. When the golden light cluster above the nascent soul's head in the dantian completely solidified, Chen Yuan's aura suddenly surged. In that instant, the clear sky above purple-green peak suddenly changed color. Thick, dark clouds gathered from nowhere, churning and hanging low, covering the entire sky, instantly dimming the light as if night had fallen. Within the dark clouds, blinding silver lightning bolts darted wildly, emitting muffled and terrifying thunder. A destructive aura pressed down from the sky, enveloping the entire purple-green peak. This sudden celestial phenomenon instantly alarmed Qin Shuhan and the others. Lang Yumeng reacted the fastest, shielding the lightning tribulation phenomenon with a wave of her hand and controlling it within Xinqing Peak. What terrifying pressure! It's a tribulation of lightning. Shen Nianchu and Qin Shuhan landed on a tree not far from Chen Yuan's residence. Seeing the scene before her, Shen Nianchu's surprise was palpable. Junior brother Chen Yuan is about to break through to the nascent soul stage? Chen Yuan, the junior brother, was only at the foundation establishment stage when he first entered the sect. How long has it been? Less than half a year, and he's already at the deity transformation stage? Inside the mansion, Yi Baishi, Xin Ling, and Lu Meyer rushed out of their rooms, feeling the suffocating power of heaven and earth. The three women's faces were filled with worry. Brother Yi Baishi clenched her hands tightly, her beautiful eyes fixed on the figure sitting cross-legged in the center of the courtyard. Xin Ling and Lu Meyer were also on edge. The tribulation of transformation was no small matter. Countless geniuses had stopped here, their bodies and souls extinguished. Chen Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze flashing with a sharp, almost tangible light. Bring it on! Boom! The first bolt of silver lightning, as thick as a bucket, tore through the dark clouds and struck down with destructive force. The blinding lightning instantly engulfed Chen Yuan's figure. However, when the lightning dissipated, Chen Yuan still stood proudly, his clothes fluttering in the wind, and apart from a few strands of hair flying wildly, he was completely unharmed. He forcefully absorbed the violent lightning power into his body by circulating his cultivation technique, tempering his newly formed primordial spirit and physical body. The second, third, tribulation lightning bolts became increasingly ferocious, their color gradually shifting from silver to pale gold, their power increasing exponentially. Chapter 127 Challenging Luophone. Chen Yuan remained standing, simultaneously issuing a command to the system, give me the condensing essence and returning to spirit technique. Ding, initiating automatic integration for the host. In an instant, Chen Yuan comprehended the condensing essence and returning to spirit technique. He then began to circulate the condensing essence and returning to the spirit technique, guiding the power of thunder to temper the newly born primordial spirit. Under the baptism of thunder, his primordial spirit was not damaged, but instead became more solid and brilliant. When the last bolt of dark golden lightning was shattered by his punch, the sky full of tribulation clouds began to slowly dissipate. Strands of pure spiritual energy from heaven and earth seemed to be drawn in, transforming into a spiritual tide that surged wildly into Chen Yuan's body. His aura steadily increased, eventually settling at a completely new level. The nascent soul stage. By nurturing the nascent soul to form a unique primordial spirit, one's lifespan can reach over 10,000 years. The spirit and soul can leave the body to explore all things, arriving before the person. With a mere gesture, the world changes color. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning are all within a single thought. Note, the spirit here refers to the soul, not the primordial spirit. These are two different concepts. The sky cleared, auspicious 7-colored clouds gathered, and the sound of Taoist chanting lingered, as if celebrating the birth of a new nascent soul cultivator. At this moment, the 7-colored nascent soul within Chen Yuan's body underwent a complete transformation, forging an unparalleled golden body. Transformation into a divine being, successful. At the same time, Chen Yuan felt his divine sense becoming clearer, having successfully opened the 9 senses and was able to break through to the 6th level of divine sense. Further cultivation of spiritual consciousness requires the opening of consciousness, namely the 9th and 10th consciousnesses. Opening 9 consciousnesses allows one to cultivate to the 6th level of divine consciousness, and opening 10 consciousnesses allows one to cultivate to the 7th level of divine consciousness. Under the cultivation of the condensing primordial spirit returning to the spirit technique, Chen Yuan's primordial spirit also advanced to the Yin spirit. Body spirit, Yin spirit, Holy spirit, Yang spirit. It's done. Brother did it. Yi Baishi clapped happily. Xin Ling and Lu Meyer were also happy for Chen Yuan's advancement to the nascent soul stage. Upon arriving at the courtyard, Chen Yuan did not immediately pay his respects to his master, but instead focused on consolidating his cultivation. He returned to his room, sat cross-legged on the bed, and saw a blazing sun slowly rising behind him, its heat so intense it seemed capable of setting the entire room ablaze. That was Chen Yuan's primordial spirit. However, gradually, the primordial spirit transformed into a phantom, its form and spirit becoming complete, and its spirit returned to the void. A wisp of his primordial spirit left his body and instantly landed in Yi Baishi's courtyard. Yi Baishi and Xin Ling were discussing their cultivation experiences, which Chen Yuan overheard clearly. Neither of them showed any sign of distress, unaware that Chen Yuan's divine sense had locked onto them. The primordial spirit leaves the body to explore all things, and is completely different from the divine soul. If a cultivator at the void returning stage were to see this, they would be dumbfounded, because this is precisely the state of the void returning stage's primordial spirit. How did Chen Yuan achieve the minor nascent soul stage? Because Chen Yuan's primordial spirit has already broken through to the Yin spirit level. After retrieving his primordial spirit, Chen Yuan immediately began cultivating the 6th level of the mysterious netherworld wandering god technique. After opening the 9 senses, combined with his top-notch comprehension, he instantly succeeded in comprehending the 6th level. The 6th order divine sense will naturally come into being, and it will be possible to refine 6th order pills. However, Chen Yuan does not yet have a 6th order pill refining technique. Having stabilized his cultivation at the nascent soul stage and initially mastered the abilities of Yin spirit leaving the body in 6th order divine sense, Chen Yuan felt that his condition had been adjusted to its peak. He stood up, a sharp glint in his eyes. It's time to pay my respects to my master, and also to begin his next plan. Purple Green Peak, the main hall of the Peak Master. Lang Yumeng remained as aloof and ethereal as ever, sitting regally above. When Chen Yuan stepped into the hall, a hint of surprise flashed across her usually cold eyes. Chen Yuan's primordial spirit seemed somewhat unusual. You've successfully broken through? Lang Yumeng asked calmly. Chen Yuan approached with a grin and bowed, saying, "Thanks to Master's blessing, I have succeeded by chance and have come to report the good news to Master." Lang Yumeng nodded slightly, acknowledging his achievement. At the nascent soul stage, you are considered a powerful figure within the sect. However, do not be complacent, the path to enlightenment is long. Disciple understands, Chen Yuan replied, then changed the subject. Master, now that I have advanced to the nascent soul stage, I would like to stretch my muscles and test my current strength. Oh? Long Yumeng looked at him. How do you want to test it? Let us challenge the heavenly ranking, Chen Yuan said calmly. Let us start with Luo Feng, who was ranked 12th. He hadn't forgotten Luo Feng's attitude towards him being wanted when they were in the secret realm. Luo Feng? Long Yomeng's eyes flickered slightly. A nascent soul cultivator at the peak of his cultivation, he's been established on the heavenly ranking for a long time. Are you sure you want to challenge him directly? Chen Yuankai is only in the early stage of the nascent soul realm. How could he be a match for Luo Feng? Luo Feng is no ordinary person. He is a true powerhouse who has fought his way up the heavenly ranking step by step. Even if Chen Yuan advances to the peak of the nascent soul stage, he may not be his match. I'm sure. Chen Yuan's lips curled into a confident smile. It'll be perfect to test my skills on him. Seeing Chen Yuan's confident demeanor, Long Yumeng stopped trying to dissuade him. She nodded, approved. You can arrange it yourself. It's good to let Chen Yuan suffer a bit. Humph, what a scumbag. Thank you, master. With his master's approval, Chen Yuan did not linger and soon left Ziqing Peak. The following day, a piece of news, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirred up quite a ripple among the inner disciples and personal disciples of the Xiantian sect. Chen Yuan of Ziqing Peak, who just broke through to the nascent soul stage yesterday, officially submitted a challenge to Luo Feng, who was ranked 12th on the heavenly ranking and has reached the nascent soul stage. The news spread, and everyone was shocked. Chen Yuan? That senior brother Li Mu, who challenged the 30th ranked person on the heavenly ranking and defeated the nascent soul perfection cultivator while only in the late nascent soul stage? To break through from foundation establishment to deity transformation in half a year is truly astonishing, but it's not enough to directly challenge senior brother Luo Feng. There were not only voices of doubt, but also voices of ridicule. A nascent soul cultivator fighting across levels can indeed be called genius, but it doesn't mean that a deity transformation cultivator can continue to fight across levels. Senior brother Chen's move is undoubtedly like an ant trying to shake a tree, wishful thinking. Senior brother Luo Feng is at the peak of the nascent soul stage and has been ranked 12th on the heavenly ranking for almost 10 years. Senior brother Chen is really overestimating himself. Foolish. Do you think that just because you've entered the heavenly ranking, you're a genius? Who on the heavenly ranking isn't a genius? Almost everyone thought that Chen Yuan's move was too risky. But at the same time, they were also incredibly curious about what gave this exceptionally talented senior brother Chen the confidence to challenge a seasoned, fully fledged nascent soul cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul realm, despite only just entering the nascent soul stage. When Luo Feng, the person being challenged, received the challenge letter personally delivered by Lu Meyer, he was discussing Taoism and enjoying tea with several friends from the heavenly ranking in the courtyard. Among these people are Su Muyun, ranked 13th on the heavenly ranking, Gang Quan, ranked 14th and in the late stage of the nascent soul realm, Mo Wu, ranked 15th and in the late stage of the nascent soul realm, and Wu Yashu Ning, ranked 16th and in the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Today, Su Muyun was dressed in a moon-white Taoist robe with gold trim, which accentuated her slender figure. Her dark hair was tied up with a single cold jade hairpin as she quietly sipped her tea. Gang Quan was as burly as an iron tower, his black tight-fitting clothes accentuating his bulging muscles, and he was currently discussing Tao with Mo Wu. At this moment, Mo Wu stood up, his hands behind his back straight, and arrogance etched between his brows. Chapter 128, Accepting the Competition. At this moment, Mo Wu stood up, his hands behind his back straight, and his brows furrowed with arrogance. He looked at the person who had just arrived, whose face was charming and alluring, and a flirtatious thought arose in his mind. However, Lu Meyer didn't even glance at him, walked past him to Luo Feng, and handed him the challenge letter. Senior brother Luo, this is the challenge issued by my young master. Please take a look. Mo Wu's expression froze, and he stood there awkwardly, a hint of annoyance flashing in his eyes. Today, Wu Yashu Ning was dressed in an ice blue long dress, her skin was as white as snow, and her eyebrows and eyes were exquisite. She turned her head slightly and looked at the jade slip of the challenge letter in Lu Meyer's hand, a playful smile on her lips. I was also a little curious who was so blind as to dare challenge the sect's #1 nascent soul cultivator. Luo Feng casually accepted the jade slip of the challenge letter that Lu Meyer respectfully handed over, and casually scanned it with his divine sense. When he saw the challenger's name and cultivation level, his expression froze for a moment, as if he doubted that he had seen it wrong. Then, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn upwards, eventually turning into an undisguised sneer. Ha! He casually tossed the jade slip onto the stone table in front of him, making a crisp sound that attracted the attention of Gangquan, Mo Wu, and Wu Yixuaning. Even Su Muyun, who had been silently sipping tea, raised his eyes. "Brother Luo, what's making you laugh?" Gangquan asked in a rough voice, feigning ignorance. Luo Feng leaned back lazily in his chair, picked up his teacup, and gently stirred the floating leaves with the lid, his tone laced with disdain. "Guess who's so eager to instruct me in cultivation?" Mo Wu raised an eyebrow. "Senior brother Luo is the #1 nascent soul cultivator in the sect. Who would dare to ask senior brother Luo for guidance on cultivation?" Luo Feng chuckled and glanced at the people present. "It's Chen Yuan from Ziqing Peak, who joined the sect half a year ago and has just broken through to the early stage of the nascent soul realm. He's junior brother Chen." "Chen Yuan?" Wu Yashuai covered her lips with a jade handkerchief, a look of surprise flashing in her eyes. "He just broke through to the nascent soul stage, and instead of challenging junior brother Chu Qi, who was ranked at the nascent soul stage on the heavenly ranking, he comes to challenge senior brother Luo. Has this guy lost his mind?" Gangquan burst into loud, booming laughter. "Ha ha! Who do we have here? Turns out to be some ignorant brat. A nascent soul cultivator challenging brother Luo? He probably hasn't even mastered the nascent soul stage yet, and he dares to embarrass himself like this?" Mo Wu snorted coldly and slightly raised his chin. "Utterly foolish. The nascent soul stage might be able to advance beyond its level by relying on external forces, but the difference between each stage and the deity transformation stage is related to the essence of the primordial spirit and the understanding of heaven and earth. How can it be a child's play? Brother Luo, why bother with such a presumptuous person? It would only make you look bad." Hearing the group's mocking words, Lu Meyer clenched her small fists, feeling indignant. Luo Feng enjoyed the praise from his friends, and his sense of superiority swelled even more. He waved his hand and said in a magnanimous manner, "Hey, brother Mo, you're mistaken. It's good that my fellow disciple has such courage. As his senior, if I don't help him, I'll seem petty." He picked up the jade slip, toying with it between his fingertips, his eyes filled with condescension. "Perfect timing. As his senior, I'll take the time to personally teach him a good lesson. Make him understand that fast cultivation speed does not mean strong strength. The heavenly ranking is not something someone like him, whose cultivation level was built up through luck and elixirs, could even dream of." His tone turned cold. "Some gaps cannot be bridged by recklessness. So that he might not be unaware of the dangers when he travels in the future and lose his life in vain." In his mind, Chen Yuan was already defined as someone who had achieved success quickly through chance, had a shallow foundation, and was impetuous. He had seen many such so-called geniuses who were dazzling at first but were not up to the task, eventually fading into obscurity or even dying young. "Is brother Luo preparing to accept the challenge?" Wu Yashue asked. "Of course." Luo Feng released a little spiritual energy from his fingertips, wrote his name on the jade slip of the challenge letter, and casually tossed it back to Lu Meyer, who was standing to the side. He didn't even glance at Lu Meyer, and casually said to his friends, 3 days later, at the Sect's Dao discussion peak, on the martial arts arena. "If any of you have some free time, you are welcome to come and watch the match and see how our junior brother humbly seeks instruction." A meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Lu Meyer accepted the jade slip, but did not bow. She turned and left, clearly showing her emotions. "Ha! This little brat, she just left without even bowing?" Mo Wu's eyes widened. "Ignore her. She's just a maid. If the master is so rude and disrespectful, it's normal for the maid not to know the rules." Luo Feng didn't care about Lu Meyer's rudeness. Soon after, Wu Yashue and the others left, leaving only Mo Wu in his original position. "Senior brother Luo, I think the woman who delivered the challenge letter earlier is quite pretty. I'd like to take her as a maid and train her a bit. Do you think it's possible to force Chen Yuan to use that maid as a wager during your duel?" Mo Wu asked in a low voice. Luo Feng glanced at him and said, "Everyone says that junior brother Mo is fond of beautiful women, especially married women. It seems that this is indeed true today. Although the maid was of lowly status, she was stunningly beautiful, and without any investigation, one could tell that she was probably not a virgin." Upon hearing this, Mo Wu jumped up and shouted, "Nonsense! Who spread rumors about me? I'll cut out their tongue." Luo Feng felt contempt for him, a hypocrite. I will ask you on your behalf during the competition. Whether you succeed or not is beyond my control. Thank you, senior brother Luo. Mo Wu bowed. Lu Meier returned to Chen Yuan's residence and told him about Luo Feng's engagement in the battle. Chen Yuan nodded slightly, agreeing directly was fine. In fact, he had already made preparations and was not afraid that the other party would not agree. Chen Yuan had already made it known to everyone in the divination sect through Lin Hang. If he didn't accept the challenge, Lin Hang would spread rumors that he was afraid of Chen Yuan, and that was why he dared not accept the challenge. When Chen Yuan looked at Lu Meier, he noticed that her eyes were slightly red. Sister Mayor, have you been crying? Who bullied you? Chen Yuan frowned. Logically speaking, even if Luo Feng and the others were lecherous and shameless, they would never lay a hand on his maid. No. No. Lu Meier shook her head. Tell me, Chen Yuan said firmly, pulling her into his arms and looking at her delicate eyebrows. It was them who publicly mocked your highness, and Mayor couldn't stand it. Just for this? A warm feeling welled up in Chen Yuan's heart, and he said gently, it doesn't matter, let them say what they want. I will prove myself with my fists. Mum. Lu Meier nodded gently, nestling carefully in Chen Yuan's arms. This was something she had never dared to imagine before. Chen Yuan was once like a star, while she was merely a drop in the ocean. Lu Meier was extremely beautiful, naturally inheriting the good looks of her mother and father. Her mother was just a concubine of a commoner city lord, but because of her outstanding appearance and cunning, she firmly controlled the entire city lord's mansion. My mother once said that if you want to win a man's heart, you need to learn to act delicate and vulnerable, which will easily arouse his protective instincts. Chapter 129, The Bet? Her voice trembled slightly, like a wounded kitten. There's another person there. He was looking at me lecherously, and I was a little scared. Seeing Lu Meier's pitiful and miserable appearance, Chen Yuan's tender heart was deeply hurt. Lu Meier had never learned any seductive arts, but it was clear that it was a natural talent. Who is it? Chen Yuan's voice was icy. He would break the arms and legs of anyone who dared to covet or defile his woman, and torment their soul for 100 lifetimes, never to be reincarnated. Its senior brother Mo Wu, ranked 15th on the heavenly ranking. Lu Meier, nestled in Chen Yuan's arms, looked up at him with her beautiful, clear eyes and said softly, Mo Wu. Chen Yuan chewed on the name, already thinking of 100 ways to expel him from the sect or kill him. Don't worry, Sister Mayor, I'll deal with this person. Thank you, my lord. No need to thank me, I won't say anything. From now on, you're my woman. Yes. From now on, when you see Xia Beixi, you should call her big sister. Xinlinger, you should call her second sister first, and Lin Shuaxian, you should call her third sister, understand? Yes. Lu Meier nodded vigorously, then asked, so, am I Xiao Si? No, you're Xiao Wu. Chen Yuan shook his head, revealing a sly smile. Ah. Who is the other older sister? Lu Meier blinked her big eyes, looking very curious. Once that lady came out, Linger could only move to the back of the line. Who is it? Chen Yuan beckoned her over, signaling her to come closer. Lu Meier obediently leaned closer, only to hear Chen Yuan's startling words, Master, Long Yumeng. Ah! Lu Meier was immediately stunned and shouted. Chen Yuan quickly covered her mouth and made a shu gesture to her. Shu, it's a secret, but I'll tell you. But. Lu Meier looked anxious, tears welling up in her eyes. Lung Yumeng was her savior, her previous master, and the supreme master of one of the peaks of the Xiantian sect, a supreme being in the integration realm. What makes her worthy of being her sister? Don't worry, my master and I are still in a secret relationship. You can still call me Peak Master Lang. My lady, are you really, with Peak Master Lang? Lu Meier asked in disbelief. Of course, Master has a... Before Chen Yuan could finish speaking, Lu Meier covered his mouth with her small hand. Her face flushed with embarrassment. She had been Lang Yomeng's maid before, and it was common for her to bathe her and use spiritual medicine to temper her body. How could she not know the location of that mole? It seems that the young master is really with Peak Master Lang. Good heavens! Master and disciple. Thinking of this, Lu Meier immediately cut off her thoughts, not daring to think about these ethical and moral principles. You don't need to underestimate yourself. Your intersect status will be confirmed in a couple of days. By the way, it was personally approved by Master. Master has also recognized your status as his younger sister. As Chen Yuan spoke, Lu Meyer's pretty face grew redder, a blush that also tinged with white. She was probably inwardly surprised, both delighted and unsure how to cope with her sudden change in identity. She buried her face deeply in Chen Yuan's firm chest, nodded vigorously, and a reassuring scent filled her nostrils. 3 days from now, at the martial arts arena on Wheel Peak, you will come with me. Chen Yuan continued, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. I want to see how that Imo Wu dares to leer at you. Then I will make him understand that some thoughts, even the slightest one, can lead to utter ruin. Lu Meyer raised her head, a hint of worry in her beautiful eyes. My lady, that Imo Wu is, after all, ranked 15th on the heavenly ranking, and is in the late stage of the nascent soul realm. They're nothing but clay chickens and earthenware dogs, Chen Yuan interrupted her. Perfect, let us take care of them all at once, so we can avoid trouble later. He already had a plan in mind. Luo Feng wants to fight, and he also wants to crush Imo Wu, that eyesore of a bug, while he's at it. Nothing was said that night, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The area around the martial arts arena at Lundo Peak was already packed with people. Inner disciples, personal disciples, and even some elders who had nothing else to do all came to watch the battle. A nascent soul cultivator in the early stages challenging a nascent soul cultivator ranked 12th on the heavenly ranking at the perfected nascent soul stage. Such a lopsided duel is rare within the Xian Tian sect. Several peak masters from Lung Yumeng descended into the void and looked down at their disciples. At this moment, Elder Yuan Xingfeng, Yuan Zhougang, snorted coldly, that brat Chen Yuan is getting more and more arrogant. He actually dares to challenge Luo Feng, who is at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Upon hearing this, Long Yumeng immediately frowned and said coldly, why should my disciple explain his actions to Peak Master Yuan? At this moment, sect leader Song Yung interjected, alright, everyone, say less. Whether Chen Yuan is truly arrogant or not is obvious at a glance. Below, the crowd was buzzing with discussion, most of their attention focused on Luo Feng, who was already standing with his hands behind his back on one side of the martial arts stage, looking relaxed and even a little lazy. Most people looked at Chen Yuan, who had not yet arrived, with curiosity or a mocking gaze, waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Beside Luo Feng were Mo Wu, Gang Quan, Wu Yixuaning, and others. Su Muyun remained dressed in a moon-white Taoist robe, standing quietly to the side, her cool gaze calm and unwavering, as if everything around her was irrelevant to her. Just then, a commotion suddenly broke out in the crowd. Chen Yuan, dressed in a blue robe, walked slowly and calmly towards them. He was reserved, and what was even more striking was that he did not come alone. Yi Baishi and Xin Ling accompanied him on either side, while Lu Meyer obediently followed half a step behind him. The appearance of the four instantly attracted everyone's attention. The three women, each with their own unique beauty, captivated many disciples. Mo Wu's eyes widened instantly, staring intently at Lu Meyer's charming face and slender figure, his Adam's apple bobbing involuntarily. Chen Yuan seemed oblivious to the complex gazes around him, and walked straight to the other side of the martial arts stage, facing Luo Feng from afar. Junior brother Chen, you're really punctual. Luo Feng spoke first, his tone casual and like a senior's. You brought so many confidants to watch the game, are you afraid that if you lose too badly later, no one will comfort you? His words were undisguisedly sarcastic, which drew a low chuckle from Gang Quan, Mo Wu, and the others beside him. Chen Yuan remained expressionless and said calmly, Senior brother Luo is overthinking it. I brought them here to show them how some arrogant people can be trampled underfoot. These words shocked the entire audience. No one expected that Chen Yuan would dare to be so confrontational and speak so sharply to Luo Feng. Luo Feng's languid expression vanished instantly, replaced by a sharp gaze, sharp tongue. I hope your abilities match your words. Luo Feng suddenly remembered something and asked, oh, by the way, before the competition, I'd like to make a bet with you. What kind of bet? Chen Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, a look of interest in his eyes. Free money? Chapter 130 Life or Death Duel. I'll bet on the maid behind you, Luo Feng said calmly. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan's eyes suddenly turned cold. Senior brother Luo, this joke is not funny at all. Luo Feng's pupils suddenly contracted, and when he met Chen Yuan's gaze, a feeling of suffocation suddenly welled up in his heart. His gaze instantly darkened. Did Chen Yuan want to kill him? Why? Because of the maid behind him. Senior brother Luo, Chen Yuan's voice was as cold as ice, each word striking the heart of everyone present. The maid you speak of is the Taoist partner I, Chen Yuan, have chosen. Please, do not make such unfunny jokes again. Taoist partners? These two words were like thunderclaps, exploding around the martial arts arena and causing an uproar. A highly talented disciple has actually become a Taoist couple with a former maid? This is simply outrageous. There were some female disciples present who wanted to curry favor with Lu Meyer, and they all looked at her with admiration. To have a trusted disciple protect you like this, your life is worthwhile. Luo Feng frowned, his eyes filled with incomprehension and disdain as he looked at Chen Yuan. In his view, it was beneath his dignity to become a Taoist partner with a servant, even if the woman was exceptionally beautiful. His expression still held arrogance, and he said in a deep voice, "Junior brother Chen, I misspoke. Since we are your Taoist partner, regardless of our previous relationship, I should not gamble with this." This was not my intention. Mo Wu asked me to inquire about the bet on his behalf. However, Mo Wu, who was standing to the side, seemed to have seized upon the biggest joke. He immediately jumped out, pointed at Chen Yuan, and his face was full of mockery and disgust. "Ha ha ha! Taoist partner? Chen Yuan, I think your cultivation has ruined your brain. You've been completely fooled by a mere servant. To become Taoist partners with a lowly servant? This is a disgrace to my Xintian sect. Utterly foolish." Chen Yuan's gaze instantly locked onto Mo Wu, his eyes looking as if he were looking at a dead man. He stepped forward, shielding Lu Meyer, whose face had turned pale with humiliation and whose delicate body trembled slightly, behind him. His voice was clear and resonant, echoing throughout the entire training ground. "Lowly? Mo Wu, listen to me clearly, and listen to all of you clearly. Lu Meyer is my Taoist partner, Chen Yuan. I don't care about her past. But from the moment she came into my life, she was no longer someone you could look down on. And..." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the entire room. "She possesses hidden heavenly ranked talent. Her status as an inner disciple will soon be revoked. She is capable enough to stand among the inner disciples on her own merits. If she didn't want to follow me, she would have long ago become my personal disciple. How could she be considered lowly under my master's tutelage?" These words were powerful and resounding, not only upholding Lu Meyer's dignity but also revealing information that shocked everyone once again. Heavenly grade qualification? How could Lu Meyer, who came from a humble background, possess such talent? Ding! Detected that Lu Meyer's favorability towards the host has exceeded 90, triggering the binding reward. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the royal rank, the Pill Emperor's Manual. Effect: upon successful completion of cultivation, one can reach the 6th tier alchemist level. Chen Yuan's divine sense had just broken through to the 6th level, and this royal level alchemy technique came at just the right time. Mo Wu was momentarily speechless, but then became even more furious, especially when he saw the dependent look in Lu Meyer's eyes behind Chen Yuan, which made his anger flare up even more. Humph. Clever words. Even if she becomes an inner disciple, it doesn't change the fact that she was once your maid. You. Enough. Chen Yuan abruptly interrupted him, no longer looking at Luo Feng, but pointing directly at Mo Wu, his gaze sharp as lightning. Mo Wu, since you enjoy barking like a dog so much, don't just stand by and watch. Why don't you and Luo Feng come at me together? As soon as he said this, the entire Dao discussion peak fell into a deathly silence. Everyone thought they had misheard. Chen Yuan, a nascent soul cultivator in the early stages, is actually challenging Luo Feng, ranked 12th on the heavenly ranking, who was at the peak of the nascent soul stage, and Mo Wu, ranked 15th on the heavenly ranking, who was at the late stage of the nascent soul stage. Arrogant. He's insane. He's absolutely insane. Challenging two top-ranked experts at the same time? Who does he think he is? Exclamations and doubts surged forth like a tide. Even the peak masters and sect leaders in the void showed surprise. Yuan Zhougang even sneered. Ignorant child, you've brought this upon yourself. Lan Yoming's jade-like hand clenched slightly within her sleeve. Although she knew Chen Yuan must have something to rely on, she couldn't help but worry about him at this moment. I just hope you don't get hurt. Luo Feng's face darkened completely. Chen Yuan's actions were an insult to him. Mo Wu was so angry that his face turned ashen, feeling that he had been severely slighted. Chen Yuan. You're courting death. Mo Wu roared, his spiritual power surging as he charged towards the martial arts stage. Wait a minute. Just as tensions were about to rise, Chen Yuan suddenly raised his hand and called for a halt. Luo Feng laughed angrily. What? Now you're scared? It's too late. Mo Wu sneered. Want to beg for mercy now? Fine, kneel down and kowtow 3 times, then crawl off this knee. Chen Yuan looked at them as if they were idiots, a cold, calculating smile playing on his lips. Afraid? You think you can make me afraid? I just feel that since you, senior brother Imowu, are in such a hurry to die, it's rather boring to just spar. Why don't we sign a life or death agreement right here, in front of the sect leader, all the peak masters, and all our fellow disciples, and set up a life or death arena? Let's fight. It will determine who's superior and who's inferior, and it will decide our fate. What do you say? Do you dare? A life or death arena. A duel to the death. Everyone was stunned by Qin Yuan's sudden and ruthless suggestion. This is no longer just a battle of egos, it's a fight to the death. Imowu's pupils contracted sharply, and his heart pounded wildly. Looking into Chen Yuan's icy gaze, a chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. But at this moment, he was put on the spot by Qin Yuan's previous arrogance and current provocation. If he backed down under the watchful eyes of everyone, he would become a laughingstock of the entire sect. Moreover, he absolutely refused to believe that his late-stage nascent soul cultivation would be defeated by someone who had just broken through to the early-stage nascent soul stage. This kid is definitely bluffing. Why wouldn't I dare? Imowu steeled his resolve, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Since you're determined to die, I'll grant your wish. Sign. Sign now. Fearing that Chen Yuan might change his mind, he immediately agreed loudly. In the void, Sect Master Son Yuanji frowned slightly, but did not stop it. The sect does not prohibit its disciples from resolving irreconcilable conflicts, and the rules also allow for life or death arenas. Soon, 2 bloody death warrants were presented on the martial arts stage. Chen Yuan and Imowu each signed their names with their blood essence, and the contract was established. An invisible force of rules enveloped the martial arts arena, meaning that in this battle, only one of the two could survive. Seeing the ferocious yet confident expression on Imowu's face as he signed his name, Chen Yuan sneered inwardly. In this way, this fool who covets his woman can be completely eliminated. As for Luo Feng? He's just a whetstone. He stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping over Imowu, who had just signed the life or death agreement and was radiating murderous intent, and Luo Feng, whose face was ashen, and spoke calmly. Senior brother Luo, senior brother Mo, please.